This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Xiaoning supported the hood of the car with one hand and frowned as she looked ahead. This is a road with no end in sight. Xiaoning was working overtime for the orders of the power leveling studio the last second. She just took a nap. When she opened her eyes again, she appeared in a dilapidated car. She was sure that she was not hallucinating, dreaming, or sleeping. Everything around her was so real. The dead grass swaying on the roadside, the sun in the sky, the cool breeze blowing across the skin. Outside the road was an endless wasteland, with only scattered dead grass, sparsely falling on the cracked yellow land. It seemed that she was the only one left in the world. Xiaoning exhaled, got back in the car, and prepared to drive forward. Although there was little hope, she still wanted to find out if there were any indigenous people nearby, or people who appeared here inexplicably like her. As soon as the car started, Xiaoning heard a soft and somewhat distorted female voice. Welcome to the Infinite Highway Survival game. I am System Number 1. Your game panel has been activated. Please call or silently say panel to view it. If you have any questions about this game, you can click on the game manual on the panel homepage, and you will instantly receive all public game information. Next, please listen carefully and keep in mind the following precautions. 1. Death in the game is real death. 2. After entering the game, all players' original items will gradually become invalid or destroyed within 24 hours. All supplies required by players must be obtained from the game. 3. Every 7 days is a natural disaster cycle. The first natural disaster cycle is the novice period. The probability of the supply box appearing doubles, and the supplies in the box double. 4. After opening the first supply box, each player will unlock the personal attribute panel and get a talent extraction opportunity. Each player has one and only one talent extraction opportunity. 5. During the natural disaster cycle, the intensity of the natural disaster increases day by day. The 7th day is the settlement day, and the next natural disaster will be prompted. The survivors are requested to pay attention to every detail of the 7th day. 6. The road at night is very dangerous, and only the car is safe. 7. During the inactive period, under normal circumstances, 2 players will not meet, unless you expose your coordinates to others. 8. At the settlement of each natural disaster cycle, the higher the survival rate of the area, the richer the reward. On the contrary, the reward will be greatly reduced. When the death rate of the area reaches 80% or above, it will be forced to merge in advance, and the severity of the next natural disaster will be upgraded. 9. Although this is a survival game, if you want to survive, it is not as simple as just surviving yourself. 10. More cruel than natural disasters is the test of human hearts. No matter how difficult life is, don't forget that you are human. The fallen will inevitably go to destruction. Highway survival game? Out of professional habit, when she heard the word game, she quickly opened the game panel as System Number 1 said. The site was a light green virtual screen of about 2 square meters. The layout above has many shadows of common online games. As a professional game power leveler, Xiaoning is very familiar with it. First is the homepage, with the server number at the top, S1408. Number of people online, 100,000. Current natural disaster, Drought. On the left is her personal virtual image. On the right is her personal panel, gray block state. And at the bottom are the friend list and chat and transaction icons. After clicking, everything is blank. Xiaoning ignored these and clicked directly on the game manual. Then her brain seemed to be filled with a large amount of data and information in an instant, shocking her so much that she was stunned. It took a few minutes for her to recover. At this time, she also understood her situation. As she guessed, she did cross over and was pulled into an infinite highway survival game by some force. She was the only one on the road she was on, similar to the standalone gameplay. As for whether there will be online in the future, it is still unclear. Now Xiaoning's task is to drive forward with this dilapidated car and find the supply box. The supply box has 5-star ratings, with 5 stars being the highest. All the supplies needed for survival may be found in the supply box. It must be noted that 1. It is dangerous for the player to leave the road. 2. Players should try not to expose their coordinates. Otherwise, other players may covet and track them. 3. Drive forward to encounter the supply box. When obtaining the supply box, You may also encounter treasure-guarding monsters. 4. The road world is divided into day and night. The night is very dangerous. Not suitable for novice exploration. The daytime is 12 hours. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is the time when you can drive to find the supply box. During the novice period, a 1-star supply box will appear for every 50 kilometers driven during the day. There may also be multiple supply boxes, even high-star supply boxes, all depending on luck. After dark, the treasure-guarding monster is in a violent state. The frequency of supply boxes is reduced by 3 times, and the probability of high-star supply boxes increasing by 50%. Driving at night doubles the fuel consumption. If you get off the car to pick up supplies at night, you must use lighting tools to dispel the surrounding black fog. Otherwise you will be killed immediately by the monsters in the black fog. As the system said before, death in the game is real death. She will also die in the real world. The server number is ranked 1408. With a total of 100,000 online people. You can only get more and better supplies by luck. The dangers outside the road. The monsters in the night. This is not just a game, but also a killing field full of survival competition. Xiaoning is glad that she is keen in the game. She can't change the fact that she was pulled into the highway survival game. So she can only live well to the best of her ability. She is only 24 years old. Still very young. And doesn't want to die at all. In reality, Xiaoning is a professional power leveler for many large online games and mobile games. In her opinion, this weird road survival game has something in common with many ordinary online games. The most important thing at the moment is to seize the time of the novice period, accumulate more initial accumulation, and have a good start, so that you can have more opportunities than others in the future survival journey. Xiaoning started the car. The car looked shabby, and the interior space was small. But it had everything it should have, and all functions were complete and working properly. She had a driver's license in the real world. She took the driver's license test when she graduated from high school. In her junior year, she bought a small car for transportation with the help of the game studio. She has a good talent for driving and her skills are okay. The car navigation is not a map, but a virtual screen, which currently displays her specific speed and fuel consumption. The initial gasoline reserve is 30 units. And the virtual screen shows that the maximum speed of the car is 70 miles per hour. If she drives at a speed of 40 to 70 miles per hour, the fuel consumption is 2 units per hour. If the speed is lower than 40 miles per hour, the fuel consumption will be 1 unit per hour. Unless the vehicle is turned off, the gasoline consumption will be reduced by at least 1 unit per hour. In this game, gasoline is almost as important as food and water. If any of them is missing, the end is waiting for death. If it were someone else, they would probably keep the speed lower than 40 miles per hour and higher than 35 miles per hour. But Xiaoning wanted to seize the opportunity and get the opportunity to extract talents earlier. In the real world, Xiaoning is best at extracting various equipment items in the game, or brushing the copies with the probability of dropping god equipment and rare items, because her luck in other aspects is average. But her luck in the game is extremely good. Others usually get equipment items for free or with very little money. I just don't know if her luck in the game can continue to this highway survival game. Xiaoning drove the small broken car forward at the fastest speed of 70 miles per hour. After driving for about 40 minutes, she finally saw the supply box. And there was more than one. Xiaoning stopped the car, opened the door quickly, and ran over to pick up the supply box. There are 3 supply boxes in total, which look like the brown-yellow wooden treasure boxes in the game. 2 of them are 1 star, and the remaining one has 2 golden stars engraved on the lid. This is also a 2-star supply box. The supply box is very light to hold, and it doesn't look like there is anything inside. The lid is not locked and can be opened directly. Back in the car, when Xiaoning just opened the first supply box, she received a system prompt. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for opening a 1-star supply box. And you will get 1 bottle of mineral water 550 milliliters, 1 bag of soda biscuits, milk and salt flavor 100 g. 1 opportunity to extract talent. Do you want to extract talent immediately? Xiaoning did not hesitate and chose yes. Then her system main interface automatically popped up, and a huge all-red turntable appeared on it, and the pointer rotated rapidly. There is a stop button at the bottom. There is no pattern to follow, and it depends on luck. In this case, Xiaoning did not think much, and after waiting for a while, she pressed the stop button by feeling. The next second, 3 consecutive eye-catching system prompts flashed across the screen. Chapter 2. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for obtaining the Golden Talent Wish Blind Box Collector. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for triggering and binding the Golden Talent Lucky Star. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for triggering the passive effect Lucky Star once a day. Lucky Star descends. And additionally draw the Golden Talent card Manufacturing Expert. The talent levels are white, blue, purple, red, and gold from low to high. All 3 of her talents are the highest level of golden talents. Qiaoning habitually pinched the little finger of her right hand with her left hand, thinking that it seems that her game luck should not change much. As good as always. The introduction of the 3 golden talents is very short. Wish Blind Box Collector. This is a growth talent. Every time she opens a supply box, she gets 1 blind box coin. Accumulate 10 points and draw a blind box. Each time you draw a blind box, you can get 1 talent experience. When the talent level is low, the items opened by the blind box are likely to be very ordinary or even very poor. But when the talent level is high in the later stage, it is terrible. It is equivalent to adding a channel for top quality supplies. There is almost no introduction to the Lucky Star talent. In addition to the passive effect of Lucky Star arrives that can be triggered once a day. The rest is just 1 sentence. If you can get this talent, it proves that you are the luckiest. Since you are so lucky, what are you afraid of? Explore the game bravely. The last talent, Card Manufacturing Expert, is also a growth talent. As the name suggests, it is a talent for making cards. It can copy almost all card props. Note that it is almost. There are also very few cards with special functions that cannot be copied. There is no explanation in the introduction. Qiaoning will know it later. Each time a card is copied, the talent experience can be increased. But copying a card requires manufacturing time. And copying it again also requires cooling time. The higher the level of the card, the longer the cooling time after copying. As the talent level increases, the time for making cards and cooling will be shortened. After understanding his 3 talents, Qiaoning looked at the remaining supply boxes at hand. There are still 2 supply boxes, and Qiaoning opened them all. It seems that the 1-star supply box can only open 2 items at most. This time it is 1 lighter, 1 bag of 5-pack of golden beef instant noodles. Qiaoning often eats instant noodles due to work. And the amazing thing is that she likes all flavors and almost never gets tired of it. It's a pity that there is no pot here, so I can't boil water. Otherwise I can just soak the instant noodles in the bag and have a delicious meal. She liked to eat like this when she was in school. Sleepy pillow. Qiaoning just regretted that she wanted to eat instant noodles but didn't have a pot. And a small multifunctional electric cooker was directly opened in the 2-star supply box. In addition to the electric cooker, there are also 3 bags of ham sausage, 60G*A pieces per bag, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 550G per box, spicy butter flavor, 2 butter croissants, 2 bags of fruit with smoked duck breast, 250G per bag, 4 eggs, 1 barrel of gasoline, 20 units, 3 barrels of mineral water, 1 liter * 3 barrels. It has to be said that there are really a lot of things in this novice period 2-star supply box. The car itself has a socket and a power generation system. After all, the lights and air conditioning in the car need electricity. It just consumes gasoline. There is a line of words on the bottom of the electric cooker. When used, it consumes electricity every hour and needs to burn 0.1 units of gasoline. This consumption is currently bearable. After all, it doesn't take a few minutes to cook instant noodles. Qiaoning is not hungry at this time. She continues to drive on the road, still driving at a maximum speed of 70 miles per hour. She needs to collect as many supplies as possible at the fastest speed to get ahead of others. This road is flat and has no potholes. There are not many bends along the way, and there are no other vehicles or pedestrians. It is completely fine to drive fast. If she drives faster, she can pick up more supply boxes before dark. After running another 50 kilometers, Qiaoning encountered a supply box again. This time, there are still 3 supply boxes. 1 1-star, and 2 2-star. 1-star supply box, wood *2. Iron block *2. 2-star supply box. Number 1, healing spray *1 bottle, magical external injury medicine. Including but not limited to treating skin and flesh injuries, tendon and bone injuries, etc. 1 bottle of 100 milliliters. 10 milliliters is sprayed out each time it is pressed. Spray once to effectively treat the player's injuries. And the specific consumption depends on the severity of the injury. Healing Potion * 1 bottle, magical internal injury medicine. Including but not limited to treating internal organs, brain injuries, etc. 1 bottle of 100 milliliters. 10 milliliters is squeezed out each time it is pressed. Take a sip and it will be. It can effectively treat the player's injuries. The specific consumption depends on the severity of the injury. Plastic * 3. Copper block * 5. Rubber * 2. Moisturizing hair shampoo, 200 milliliters. 2 bags of comfort pants, 10 per bag. 10 rolls of toilet paper. Number 2. 3 barrels of gasoline, 20 units per barrel. 2 barrels of alkaline drinking water, 1 liter per barrel. 2 caddies of rice. 500 grams of beef. Kitchen seasoning set * 1. Moisturizing hand cream, 100 milliliters. Bone chopping knife * 1. Excellent dagger * 1. Xiaoning's eyes lit up when he saw the back. The weapon is coming. Although I didn't encounter any treasure-guarding monsters along the way. Who knows if there will be any later? There will always be dangers in the future. And it's really not good to have no weapons to defend yourself. Xiaoning looked at the bone-chopping knife and dagger. The blades were very sharp. The dagger was short and thin, while the bone-chopping knife was long and heavy. More like a machete. All the items she obtained will be displayed in the backpack on the main interface of the system. Click to display, classification, transaction, destruction, detailed introduction. 4 options. This backpack cannot really store items, but only facilitates players to count and handle their own supplies. The used supplies will gradually darken in the backpack. When the supplies are used up, the quantity displayed on it will return to 0, and the item pattern will disappear. After opening a total of 6 supply boxes, Qianning noticed 2 points. 1-star supply boxes always have 2 items, while 2-star supply boxes always have 8 items. Based on her luck, she reasonably suspected that this was the limit of the number of items that could be opened in 1- and 2-star supply boxes, and it was the top configuration. Another point is that some of these supplies have the word moisturizing on them. Qianning will not ignore the natural disaster type drought in the novice period. She always feels that these moisturizing supplies are related to natural disasters. However, when she clicks on the system backpack item details, she doesn't explain too much, only indicating that they all have moisturizing effects. And the moisturizing effect depends on the environmental conditions. Qianning has played too many games, including some simulation business and simulation survival games. This gives her a kind of experience intuition. A lot of game experience. Cultivated and trained intuition. This intuition tells her that it is best to collect more of this kind of supplies. Qianning has been driving for more than an hour. But perhaps because of her mental and physical excitement, she didn't feel tired or hungry at all. She continued to drive forward for about 2 hours, and encountered 3 supply boxes throughout the journey, each with 3, for a total of 9. Among them, 5 were 1 star and 4 were 2 stars. 5 1-star supply boxes give out 5 supplies, 2 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of iron, 1 barrel of braised beef noodles, 1 bag of potato chips, 70 g, 1 bag of dried sweet potatoes, 250 g. For 2-star supply boxes give out 32 supplies. For copper blocks give out 5 blocks each time, 20 blocks in total. 3 plastic blocks give out 3 blocks each time, 9 blocks in total. 2 rubber blocks give out 2 blocks each time, 4 blocks in total. 1 glass block give out 2 blocks in total. These materials add up to 10 portions. Next are clothes and daily necessities. 2 sets of underwear, women's, 2 portions. 1 set of casual sportswear, women's. 1 pair of sports shoes. 2 pairs of sports cotton socks, 2 portions. 5 bags of rapid moisturizing wipes. 100 pieces * 5 bags. 2 cleansing soap blocks. 1 bottle of moisturizing facial cleanser, 500 milliliters. Moisturizing body lotion, 250 milliliters. These add up to another 10 portions. Of the remaining 12, gasoline accounted for 3, totaling 60 units. Drinking water accounted for 4, totaling 10 barrels, 10 liters. The remaining 5 were 500 grams of sliced noodles, 500 grams of tomatoes, 500 grams of pears, 5 cream breads, and 3 deluxe sandwiches. None of the 3 times the supply boxes opened weapons. Qianning felt that the drop probability of this weapon might be much rarer than water in food. Of course, It might also be that the probability on her side is like this. Maybe the drop probability of different supplies for each person is different. In this case, I'm afraid. Qiaoning's eyes shifted to the transaction chat icon on the system interface. After driving for so long, she was a little tired, and planned to take a break and study the transaction chat function by the way. There was a line of gray small words on the input bar, indicating that the transaction chat function must be unlocked after accumulating 20 experience points. 1 point of experience for a 1-star supply box, and 5 points of experience for a 2-star supply box. When Qiaoning encountered the supply box for the third time, she unlocked the message sending function. But until now, the chat channel is still blank and no player has sent a message. Chapter 3. Qiaoning was puzzled at first, but then she realized that, maybe at the beginning of the game, the number of supply boxes picked up by everyone was not large, and the experience points had not yet accumulated to 20 points. After all, there are very few people who have such terrible luck in the game as her. There may not even be a second one. Qiaoning has been driving for more than 3 hours from the beginning to now, and has encountered supply boxes 5 times. There were 3 each time. 8 1-star boxes, 7 2-star boxes, and 43 experience points. She noticed that when the experience bar below the personal information panel reached 100 points, there was a treasure box icon, which should be able to receive system rewards. This design is really online game style. Before opening the transaction chat channel, Qiaoning drew a wish blind box. This is her wish blind box collector talent. Every time she picked up a supply box, she can get 1 blind box coin. She now has 15 blind box coins, and can spend 10 coins to draw a single draw. For Qiaoning, 10 consecutive draws can produce myths, and a single draw can also produce miracles. Qiaoning closed her eyes and counted to 3, then opened the box. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for obtaining the storage box blueprint *1. Qiaoning carefully read the blueprint introduction and couldn't help thinking. It turns out that the focus of the name of the talent of the wish blind box collector is not the blind box, but the word wish. She opened too many supplies, and the gasoline and drinking water were basically in barrels, which took up a lot of space. The car only had so much space, and it had been tightly packed with a lot of supplies. Even the trunk was full. This is why she stopped to rest temporarily, because even if she encountered supplies again, she might have no place to put them. Congratulations to Qiaoning in District 1408, the first to obtain the blueprint, unlocking the system manufacturing function for all players in District 1408. Whether to make a district-wide announcement? Warm reminder, this district-wide announcement is a real-name system. The player's coordinates will not be exposed, and the player's personal information panel will be open. The announcement rewards are randomly selected blueprints *2, 100 basic material boxes. Qiaoning glanced at her personal information panel. Except for her name, gender, and age, the rest are currently blank, and the experience bar shows 43 points. Compared with the announcement reward, she felt that this information exposure was acceptable. That was 2 blueprints and 100 material selection boxes. Others may not realize the importance of these things, but Qiaoning would not. She didn't want to miss 100 million. Qiaoning didn't think too long and chose yes. A white screen popped up on the system interface, with 10 blueprints floating on it, all with only the word blueprints written on them, and no specific content could be seen. Please draw 2 blueprint rewards. Qiaoning chose the 2 blueprints in the middle and on the right. Congratulations to the players for winning intermediate fuel tank stacking blueprints and car modification blueprints. All rewards have been issued. Please pick them up in time. District-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for being the first to obtain blueprints. District-wide rewards unlock the system manufacturing function. There are also personal rewards as follows. Randomly draw ordinary blueprints *2. Basic material selection boxes *100. Please work hard for players in District 1408. The district-wide announcement was issued 3 times in a row, and Qiaoning was embarrassed. Her previous game characters were often on the server-wide notification, but that was the game ID name. This was the first time that she was announced with her real name, which felt very strange. Qiaoning took a bottle of mineral water and a deluxe sandwich. She came here at exactly 8 a.m., and it was past 11 a.m. now, and she was a little hungry. She ate and drank while studying the 3 drawings in her hand. Storage box drawings. With this drawing, You can make a primary storage box. After it is made, you can attach it to a certain part of the car at will, with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. Manufacturing requires 50 iron blocks, 50 copper blocks, 20 plastics, and 10 rubbers. The next upgrade requires 3 times the material expansion. Intermediate fuel tank stacking drawings. With this drawing, you can make an intermediate fuel tank. After it is made, you can replace the original fuel tank, or you can stack the intermediate fuel tank capacity, 100 units, on the original fuel tank. Manufacturing requires 20 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, and 5 rubbers. Car modification drawings. One of the component drawings of the car upgrade drawings. Use it alone to get a car modification opportunity. As expected, basic materials are very important in most games, and they even need to be purchased at a high price in the later stages. Even this highway survival game is no exception, and basic materials are needed everywhere. Xiaoning opened a lot of supplies, but not much materials, and there is still a long way to go to make storage boxes and intermediate fuel tanks. As for the car modification blueprint, it is definitely a good thing, but she can't use it yet. The initial car is too small, and there is not much modification space. It is not worth spending a blueprint to modify it, and the modification may also consume materials. No matter how you look at it, it is not cost-effective. When she has enough car upgrade parts blueprints in the future, she can modify it after upgrading. Some people play games and are used to using any resources immediately after getting them. But when playing games, Xiaoning is used to accumulating resources one step at a time. After sitting and driving for a long time, Xiaoning's waist and hips felt a little uncomfortable. She got out of the car and walked around for half an hour. After doing a few eye exercises, she got back into the car again. I don't know if the excitement of entering the game at the beginning has passed. Xiaoning is inexplicably sleepy and tired now. No one has sent messages in the trading chat channel. Xiaoning fell asleep on the steering wheel unconsciously. She slept very deeply this time, for about more than 2 hours. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon when she woke up. When Xiaoning opened the system interface, she accidentally found that there was a red dot on the trading chat icon for message reminder. A player has unlocked the chat sending. Xiaoning quickly opened it and found that there were quite a few people talking in the channel. Messages were refreshed quickly, and the number of people online in the channel was more than 5,000. And the number of people is still increasing. In addition to some messages discussing and scolding the game. Most of them are chats about players seeking to buy or sell supplies. Who is drinking water? I will exchange an iron block for a bottle of water. What is going on with this game? I don't want to play it. Can I quit? Is anyone willing to lend me 5 units of gasoline? I will return it as soon as I get the supplies. I am so thirsty. I have been driving all the way and have not encountered any supply boxes with drinking water. Drinking water is purchased at a high price. I have water, but I only exchange it for gasoline. A bottle of 330 milliliters mineral water can be exchanged for 10 units of gasoline. The person above. Why don't you go and rob? Your water is gold. You sell it so expensively. Now everyone has only opened a few supply boxes, and gasoline is not easy to get out. The stupid son of the landlord will not exchange 10 units of gasoline for a bottle of water. Yes, you are afraid that you can't get water if you have gasoline? I have played this game many times, and I can see that the most valuable thing is gasoline. Having gasoline means you have everything. Come on. Gasoline is sold at a low price. 1 unit of gasoline can be exchanged for only 5 iron blocks. There is not much stock. Hurry up if you want to buy. Help. I was injured when I killed the treasure guarding monster just now. Now I seem to have lost too much blood. I feel pain and dizziness. What should I do? I feel like I'm going to die. Who can save me? You are still talking nonsense at this time. Hurry up and take out the supplies to exchange medicine with others. Since this is a game, there must be medicine for injuries. You woke me up from my dream with a word. I am an idiot. I have food, water, and some materials. I will send a purchase request now. If anyone has medicine, please exchange some with me. Please everyone. I just took a look at the purchase request you sent. It's quite generous. You actually exchanged 30 units of gasoline for a medicine for injuries. It seems that I am really unlucky. Among the 12 supply boxes I encountered along the way, only 2 2-star supply boxes open gasoline. A total of only 20 units, which I think is not enough. let alone exchange it. There is no trace of medicine for injuries. This thing should be much scarcer than gasoline. Xiaoning agreed that medicine for injuries is scarce. She had so many boxes. But she only got 2 bottles of medicine. One for external injuries, and one for internal injuries. She could get some for the injured person. But she didn't lack gasoline. She had too much gasoline, and had no place to put it. She only lacked basic materials. I don't understand why you can encounter so many supply boxes. I have only encountered 8. Although there were 3 2-star ones. The things they got were really rubbish. There were only 3 or 4 pitiful things. And they were still materials that could not be eaten, drunk or used. If it weren't for the kind people who exchanged water and bread for me, I would still be starving now. I am the same. I am really unlucky. Isn't this game too unfriendly to unlucky people? You should be content with yourself. You should know that the real unlucky people have not unlocked the function of the trading chat channel yet. They can only watch us chat and do business here. What you said makes sense and cannot be refuted. Then the injured person just now spammed the screen to ask for medicine. Some people were impatient and started to scold him. I said, "Are you annoying? You keep spamming the screen. Just die quickly. There weren't many supplies to begin with. And you're still spamming the screen to show off how many supplies you have. If I can find you, I'll kill you and rob you. And see how you can still be so arrogant. What kind of person is that upstairs? Is he a criminal in real life? Who would be a good person who would kill people and rob people all the time? Let's understand each other. It's already unlucky for everyone to be dragged into this game for no reason. And that little brother was injured and asked for medicine. Everyone has difficulties. And the more dangerous and difficult it is, the more we should work together to overcome the difficulties. Friends who have medicine, please help this little brother. Where did the big Buddha upstairs come from? Hurry up and sit aside and don't get in the way. What's wrong with the criminal? I'm telling you that I really just got out of prison." After sending this message, this person cursed a few more words and disappeared. Everyone talked about it for a while. And when they saw that he didn't come out, they resumed the previous lively scene of trading and chatting. Qianning clicked on the personal information panel of the injured player. Li Yongqing. Male. 18 years old. Only 18 years old? Should he still be in school at this age? Damn game that doesn't even let go of students who are just 18 years old. Qianning sent a private message. I have medicine for injuries. Both external and internal injuries. Which one do you need? 10 milliliters per portion. Only exchange for basic materials. Iron. Copper. Plastic. Rubber. I want them all. Li Yongqing immediately replied. I saw your name on the district announcement before. Big sister. I have all of these. But there are only 10 plastics and rubbers. Can I give you 20 of each of the other 3? I really need external medicine now. Big sister. Help me. Qianning ignored his overly warm address and tone, and directly put 10 milliliters of external medicine on the shelf for him. The system transaction function is very intelligent. This split listing will automatically deduct the medicine in the medicine bottle. As for Li Yongqing, when he received the goods, there should be a medicine bottle provided by the system, in order to prevent others from buying the medicine. Qianning set up a designated buyer, so that only Li Yongqing could buy the medicine. Chapter 4. Li Yongqing opened 80 basic materials at once. It seems that he opened a lot of materials. He should be a player with a relatively high material explosion rate. This also proves that Qianning's previous guess that the explosion rate of different materials for each player is different is not a random guess. After that, Qianning searched for a long time on the shelves in the trading hall. And it took more than half an hour to exchange all the materials in the storage box. In total, she spent 1 liter of water and 5 units of gasoline. Even so, she tried to search for low prices. Qianning frowned and sighed. It was inevitable that the price was chaotic at the beginning of the game. It was estimated that it would take another day or 2 for everyone to become more familiar with this natural disaster cycle before the price would stabilize. After the materials were prepared, Qianning clicked the manufacturing icon on the system toolbar to confirm the manufacturing. Then the 50 iron blocks, 50 copper blocks, 20 plastics, and 10 rubbers on her card disappeared. Her material inventory was instantly cleared, leaving only 6 rubbers. Congratulations to player Qianning for successfully making a storage box. Please select a part of the car or the car space to attach an object to the storage box. Qianning looked around the car and finally chose the space under the driver's seat. It is placed here mainly for easy access. The storage box is merging. The space fusion is complete. Please continue to explore the game. Xiaoning curiously studied the storage box. The introduction said that it is actually a storage space, where time is still and living things cannot be stored. Other than that, anything else can be stored and will not deteriorate. She put 500 grams of beef, sliced noodles, sandwiches and other things that are easy to spoil first, and then put in daily necessities and clothes that are not used temporarily, as well as gasoline and drinking water. Take it out when you need it. Otherwise it will take up space in the car. She almost has no place to stay. 5 cubic meters doesn't sound very big, but in fact, as long as it is placed reasonably, it can hold a lot of things. Xiaoning also exchanged 100 milliliters of drinking water for a wooden shelf. God knows why the other party could even open such a thing. But it is possible that the other party has the blueprint for the shelf. It has been several hours since she opened the first blueprint, so it is not surprising that other people have obtained the blueprint. This shelf saved her a lot of space. Except for some snacks and a small amount of drinking water, everything else was neatly put into the storage box. There was almost 1/3 of space left. Then Xiaoning continued to drive on the road. Until now, 7 hours of the 12 hours of the day have passed, and there are still 5 hours left to find a supply box. If you encounter a supply box every 40 minutes, Xiaoning can only encounter 4 more supply boxes at most. After Xiaoning picked up the supply box for the 4th time, she stopped driving. Anyway, there is no way to pick up the 5th supply box, so she simply doesn't waste gasoline. These 4 supply boxes are still 3 each time. A total of 12 boxes. Among them, 5 are 1 star, 6 are 2 star, and there is 1 3 star. A 3-star supply box is 10 experience points. 5 plus 12 plus 10 plus 43. Xiaoning's current experience bar is 70 points. In addition, 10 blind box coins were consumed before, and 5 were left, plus the 12 this time. A total of 17. Xiaoning has not drawn a blind box yet. Out of curiosity, she opened the 3-star supply box first. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for opening the 3-star supply box and obtaining supplies. Silver blocks *10. Gold blocks *2. Glass *30. Plastic *20. Rubber *15. Universal flush toilet blueprint *1. Multifunction electric and fire dual-purpose frying pan *1. Primary planting pot *1. Although the number of items is the same as the 2-star supply box, it is obvious that the 3-star supply box has better items. And there are even blueprints. Putting the materials and frying pan into the storage box, Xiaoning carefully read the introduction of the Universal Toilet Blueprint. The Universal Flush Toilet is actually made to deal with waste, not only for going to the toilet. Any garbage can be thrown into the toilet and flushed away. Universal Flush, as the name suggests, can flush everything. Of course, it also consumes electricity. It does not need to be connected to a water tank or any pipes. It can be directly integrated with the car, connected to the car's power supply system, and consumes fuel and electricity. The things flushed down are equivalent to complete destruction, leaving only a part of the useful substances to be decomposed and generate a small amount of fertilizer. Yes, that's right. This universal flush toilet is also a fertilizer maker. As long as you throw something in for it to decompose, it can make fertilizer. And fertilizer is exactly what is needed for planting pots and plants. No wonder the universal flush toilet and the planting pot are open together, which is equivalent to a set combination. In terms of demand, Xiaoning still needs this universal flush toilet the most. She went to the roadside to solve her physiological needs on the road today. Although it was a single machine at this time, no one saw it. But it was really not used to relieving herself on the ground in the open air. 5 1-star supply boxes opened, 2 pieces of wood. 2 pieces of wood. 1 roll of gauze. 1 bag of chewy corners 30g. 1 bag of yam chips 10g. 2 bottles of yogurt 250 milliliters. 2 bottles of AD calcium milk 250 milliliters. 500 g of toast bread. 2 pieces of wood. 2 pieces of wood. 6 2-star supply boxes open more items. A total of 48 items. Materials accounted for half. A total of 200 pieces of wood. 80 pieces of iron. 60 pieces of copper. 50 pieces of plastic. 30 pieces of rubber. The rest had 20 units of gasoline and 3 liters of drinking water. There were also 3 bags of plums. purple rice bread, fat rice noodles, and hot and sour noodles. 5 bags of Qiaoning's favorite snail noodles, which were spicy and smelly. 500 milliliters cooking oil. 500 g rock sugar. The rest of the daily necessities are mostly 2 bottles of moisturizing face cream, 250 g each. 2 bottles of moisturizing hand cream, 100 milliliters each. 2 bottles of moisturizing body lotion, 500 milliliters each. 2 bottles of moisturizing facial cleanser, 250 milliliters each. 8 pieces of cleansing soap. 2 bottles of moisturizing hair care shampoo, 500 milliliters each. 1 bottle of strong cleaning mouthwash, 500 milliliters. 5 bags of moisturizing cleansing wipes, 100 pieces per bag, in addition to these. The most rare thing is that she also opened a gun and 100 ammunition from a 2-star supply box, as well as an emergency medical kit. The medical kit contains healing bandages, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic cotton, an antibacterial antidote, and a box of special medicine for hot sweat disease, special disease of drought disaster. This is a medical supply unique to the game world. Qiaoning was happy, but also alert, since the game allowed her to open such supplies. There must be a corresponding crisis. She was lucky, but luck, opportunity and danger are often inseparable. If she is careless, no matter how good her luck is, it can't save her. It was close to 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky darkened, and the 2 sides of the road were strangely trapped in a black fog. Qiaoning didn't dare to stare at the black fog for too long, always feeling creepy and a little scared. After wiping her face and hands and feet with wet wipes, she returned to the car and opened the system interface. The red dot on the transaction chat channel kept flashing. Qiaoning opened the channel and cooked the hot and sour noodles. She also took a sausage and ate while reading the channel messages. She originally wanted to cook a pack of snail noodles, but she thought that the smell was quite strong and she couldn't open the window and car door for ventilation at night. So she gave up. It would be the same if she ate it tomorrow. The hot and sour noodles produced by the system tasted unexpectedly good. It was sour and spicy, and there were many seasoning packets, which was very refreshing to eat. Qiaoning likes the fried peanuts in it the most, which are particularly crispy. And the bean curd is also delicious. It's a pity that there are no ice drinks at this time. Otherwise it would be a happy thing. As for health, she is already in the survival game, and she doesn't know how long she can live. So she naturally gives up all internal consumption behaviors and enjoys happiness when she can. Maybe there is nothing to do at night. Most of the 15,000 people online in the chat channel are chatting. Of course, the general topic is still around this survival game. Some people think that the game is not difficult, while others think it is not so simple. They advise everyone to accumulate more various supplies during the novice period. Qiaoning thought about it and also sent a message. The time of the novice period is limited, and the intensity of natural disasters is increasing every day. Don't be stingy with gasoline. Try to drive at the highest speed during the day to find the supply box. The more you encounter it, the more chances of survival. As soon as she sent this message, it was drowned by other messages. But many people still saw it. Maybe because gasoline is precious. Many people disagree with her words. The polite ones politely reject her suggestions, while the impolite ones just scold her directly, saying that she has ulterior motives and wants to make everyone run out of gasoline. Gasoline is like life now. Qiaoning asked others not to cherish their lives. Can they listen? Reason is one thing, and whether they are willing to give up is another. For some people, the idea of stinginess is instinctive and cannot be controlled at all. No tears until you see the coffin. Everyone's reaction was completely within Qiaoning's expectations. She was not angry. After copying the message just now and swiping it 10 times, she stopped speaking. She didn't even defend herself. Anyway, those people couldn't listen to what she said at this moment. When the disaster escalated, they would naturally realize it. Qiaoning was not a nosy person. If the system hadn't reminded her at the beginning about the importance of the survival rate of the entire area, she wouldn't even say anything. It was completely thankless. With good intentions, she became a villain in the eyes of others. The chat area and trading area of the entire channel are separated. If you send a purchase or sale message to the chat area, you need to deduct one material, such as an iron block, a piece of wood, etc., or spend one experience point. Qiaoning visited the two areas separately, but in the end, He didn't buy or sell anything. The prices are really chaotic at this time. And it is not suitable to sell or buy materials. My name is John Lanlan. Just now, a friend I met while trading materials today died. His avatar has dimmed in my friend list. And there is a blood red cross on it. I solemnly remind you that if you are not sure, don't challenge the treasure guarding monster. No matter how good the material box is, we have to live to get it. My friend wanted to get the 2-star material box so much when he found the material box for the last time today. In the process of fighting with the treasure guarding monster, he was bitten and poisoned. Later, he went everywhere to buy medicine. But it only delayed his death. Not every 2-star material box has a treasure guarding monster. If you don't have a certain strength, don't be overwhelmed by the material box. Save your life first. As long as you don't get off the car and don't get within half a meter of the treasure guarding monster, the 2-star supply box treasure guarding monster will not actively attack you. I say this for no other reason. Just to avoid more casualties and have more people survive. There is no limit on the number of words in the chat area. This message is very long. But Xiaoning read it word by word. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the number of online people in the entire area had changed from 100,000 to 99,992. In other words, 8 people died today. They may have died in danger on the road. Or they may have left the road without listening to the system's warning. In short, 8 people died. This is not a number. These are all living lives. Xiaoning thought about it for a while. And finally sighed. She was lucky and had not encountered a treasure guarding monster yet. But she might encounter one later. John Lanlan's words reminded her that treasure guarding monsters are not all the same. Just like monsters in online games. Some have high attacks. Some have high defenses. Some are poisonous. And some are controlled. Even if you have weapons. It is very dangerous to challenge the treasure guarding monster rashly without knowing its properties and characteristics. Chapter 5. With nothing to do at night, Xiaoning went to bed early after cleaning her mouth with mouthwash. The car only had space for 2 or 3 seats, plus a trunk. The driver's seat was so small that Xiaoning, who was 1.78 meters tall, could not stretch her arms and legs, so she could only sleep on the steering wheel for a night. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. Xiaoning did not sleep well that night. She was chased by monsters from beginning to end in her dream. When she woke up for the second time, the sky outside the car window was still not completely bright. I don't know if it was a visual problem, but she always felt that. The sun seemed to be bigger today than yesterday? Or a little closer? Xiaoning recalled a classical Chinese article, 2 children arguing about the sun, that she had learned when she was a child, and suspected that she was too suspicious. But her gaming experience and intuition made her unable to ignore any details. Secretly remember this abnormality in her heart. The first thing Xiaoning did when she woke up was to rinse her mouth and then drink water. She slept for about 10 hours and woke up once in the middle, also to drink water. Compared to yesterday, she clearly felt that the air was a little drier today. After getting off the car and moving around as usual for 30 minutes, Xiaoning felt like drinking water again after returning to the car. Looking at the empty 550 milliliters mineral water bottle, she was thoughtful. This natural disaster was drought. Judging from the moisturizing items opened before, the negative effects of drought could not only affect the earth. I am afraid that players will also experience frequent thirst and lack of water, dry skin and even cracked skin. Of course, this is just her speculation. Xiaoning currently has a lot of drinking water, in addition to the one she drank from yesterday to now, the one she exchanged for materials, and the one she simply used to wash her hands and feet. There are still 13 liters left. There are 116 units of gasoline left. As for materials, excluding the cost of making storage boxes, she currently has the following in stock: 204 wood, 34 iron blocks, 35 copper blocks, 10 silver blocks, 2 gold blocks, 62 plastics, 41 rubber blocks, 32 glass blocks, 30 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, 5 silver blocks, 1 gold block, 10 glass blocks, 20 rubber blocks, and 5 glue blocks required to make a universal flush toilet. Other materials are sufficient. Only the glue Xiaoning has not yet opened. Yesterday she searched the trading area, but no one was selling glue. Maybe no one had it yet. Xiaoning had butter croissants and purple rice bread for breakfast. In addition, She sliced the 500 grams of beef she opened, fried it, and sprinkled it with salt, sugar, pepper, and other seasonings. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. Originally, she thought that the beef did not look like steak and the meat would be dry. But she didn't expect it to taste dry at all. And it was very tender and had a milky flavor. I drank AD calcium milk for breakfast. But I didn't feel thirsty after drinking it. Instead, I felt even thirstier. Qiaoning had no choice but to drink another 200 milliliters of water to quench her thirst. After eating and solving physiological problems, Qiaoning looked at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. So she simply opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. Who has water? I want to buy 1 liter of water at a high price. Please chat privately for details. I am almost dying of thirst. I haven't drunk water since yesterday afternoon. If any kind person can give me a bottle of water on credit, I will be grateful to him for the rest of my life. 250 grams of food, exchanged for 100 milliliters of water. Is there anyone who can do it? Gasoline is exchanged for water. 2 units of gasoline, exchanged for 1 liter of water. Upstairs, gasoline is precious. But it is not so expensive. Right? 200 milliliters of water, exchanged for 2 units of gasoline. Can it? No way. Yesterday, 2 bottles of 550 milliliters water could not exchange for 1 unit of gasoline. There is no way. This is a different time. Don't you see how fast the water price has risen today? Not only is the water sold less, but it's also easy to get thirsty. No matter how good the gasoline is, you can't kill yourself with thirst. Even so, the 200 milliliters of water you gave is too little. 2 units of gasoline for 1 bottle of 550 milliliters. Do you want to exchange? If you want to exchange, just trade directly. If not, forget it. Okay. This is the first business today, so I'll give you a discount. Come on. Send it to me directly for trading. When Qiaoning saw this, she thought that the water price had indeed risen. The problem is that it's only the second day, and the water price has risen so fast. A natural disaster cycle lasts for 7 days. It will only get drier and more water scarce in the future. When Qiaoning thought of this, she originally thought that more than 10 liters of drinking water stock was already a lot. But now she suddenly felt nervous again. There are still 6 days left. More than 10 liters of water is enough to drink. But what if there is consumption elsewhere? There are pitfalls everywhere in the game. And she can't help but think more. Qiaoning simply cleaned up the garbage left over from breakfast. Seeing that it was almost time, she drove off after 8 o'clock. In the chat area, everyone has been saying that there are fewer items in the supply boxes, and fewer high-star boxes have been encountered, most of which are 1 star. Currently, almost everyone has unlocked the chat message sending, and the chat box in the channel is scrolling very fast. Qiaoning used to train game accounts for others, training multiple at a time, and practicing multitasking. Now, while driving, occasionally glancing at the system chat channel does not affect anything. After driving 50 kilometers, Qiaoning came across a row of supply boxes on time. 3 boxes, but 2 were 1-star boxes, and 1 was 3-star boxes. She didn't rush to open the boxes, and drove until a little after noon, ready to take a break and eat. During this time, she drank a 550 milliliters bottle of water and didn't eat anything, except for getting off the car to pick up the supply boxes and relieve herself. The car never stopped, including the box she picked up for the first time today. She picked up 6 boxes in total, a total of 18 boxes. Among them, there were 4 3-star boxes, 8 2-star boxes, and 6 1-star boxes. The 1-star supply boxes all contained wood, 12 pieces. 2-star items mainly include gasoline, water, and food, 100 units of gasoline, 5 liters of drinking water, 1 donkey meat roast, 2 pounds of pork belly, 2 pounds of chicken wings, 1 pound of green pepper, 1 pound of colored pepper, 2 pounds of onion, 2 pounds of tomato, 1 liter of soybean oil, 1 liter of rapeseed oil, 2 pounds of potato, 2 pounds of green vegetables, 1 cabbage, 1 bottle of cola, 10 cans, 1 pack of braised meat seasoning package, a total of 10 kinds of seasonings. A total of 2 pounds. There are also fruits, 500 grams of grapes, 500 grams of cherry tomatoes, 1,000 grams of sweet oranges. Compared to the supplies opened from the 2-star boxes yesterday, The total amount has decreased. Especially the drinking water has decreased significantly. The things that came out of the 4 3-star boxes were even fewer. So few that Qiaoning was a little surprised. There were only 2 things in each box. A total of 8 items. Namely, Protective Car Film Blueprint *1. Car Integration Blueprint *1. Reinforced Tire *4. Car Reinforcement Blueprint *1. Humidification Water Ball *5. Exhaust System Blueprint *1. Car Butler System *1. Vehicle Maintenance Card *1. After carefully reading the introduction of the materials in the 3-star box, Qiaoning suddenly felt that there was no shortage at all, and was quite satisfied. Car Integration Blueprint, Car Reinforcement Blueprint, and the Car Modification Blueprint that were opened before are all component blueprints of car upgrade blueprints. So far, the 3 component blueprints have been collected, and the system interface manufacturing column has shown the number of materials required to upgrade the car, and the full-scale model of the upgraded car. Even though Qiaoning was mentally prepared, she was shocked when she saw the required quantities of several materials: 300 plastic, 300 rubber, 300 glass, 50 glue, 3,000 iron and copper blocks, 1,000 silver blocks, 500 gold blocks, or 10 mixed metals. 500 iron plus 500 copper plus 100 silver plus 50 gold can be fused into one mixed metal in the manufacturing column. In terms of quantity, it seems to be more economical to manufacture with various metal materials separately. But Qiaoning saw the metal detailed atlas unlocked after having the car upgrade blueprint. There is a note about mixed metals before the player unlocks the vehicle attribute panel. The more mixed metals the vehicle contains, the higher the initial value of each basic attribute, the higher the later enhancement bonus, and the greater the corresponding growth potential. The vehicle will also have basic attributes. Then this may mean that in the future, vehicles will also have defense value, attack value, and even life value? This is indeed a bit exciting. Chapter 6. It is detected that the player Qiaoning has obtained a vehicle maintenance card. Do you want to skin the card model with talent? Qiaoning was still worrying about where to get so many materials needed to upgrade the car, and suddenly heard a system prompt. Talent skin card model? Qiaoning has not forgotten the golden talent she drew last. Card manufacturing expert. The introduction only says that this talent can copy most cards, but does not say how to use the talent specifically. Qiaoning scanned the card model according to the system prompt. Vehicle maintenance card model, 1-star card model. A must-have item for making vehicle maintenance cards. Vehicle maintenance card. Consume the card directly after confirming use. Use 1 card to instantly restore the primary vehicle to its original state. It is an indispensable magical card on the journey. Manufacturing time, 2 hours per card. Talent blessing, manufacturing cooling time, 1 hour per time. Talent blessing, manufacturing materials, none. Talent exemption. Qiaoning was shocked. Talent blessing. Talent exemption? I can only say, is it really worthy of being a golden talent? Qiaoning had never obtained a card before, so since this 3rd talent is golden, it must have a strong point. But she didn't expect it to be so strong. Card manufacturing. Material exemption. How much resources and effort will this save her? And this card mold. In fact, it is quite a disguised card blueprint, but the probability of opening a card mold is much lower than that of a card. Qiaoning doesn't have to be so troublesome. She only needs to get a card, and use the skin that comes with the talent to get a card mold for free. With a card mold, you can copy countless cards. This golden talent is really powerful. Qiaoning manufactured the vehicle maintenance card, and then used the blueprint of the car butler system. Unlocking the icon first. The butler system, a car vehicle, is also a kind of game props, and will also be displayed in the backpack. Qiaoning can install it manually, or click the car butler system in the backpack and select the install button. The latter cannot choose the installation location, and can only follow the system default location. Qiaoning didn't rush to replace the 4 reinforced tires. The original tires are not broken yet, and they can still be used for a while. It's not too late to replace them when they are worn to a certain extent. The humidifying water balls are not used at present, so they are all put in the storage box. Although the air in the car is a bit dry, it is within the tolerable range and is not needed yet. The exhaust system drawings require 100 each of 4 metals, iron blocks, copper blocks, and silver blocks. The materials are not enough, So put them aside first and open a few material boxes in the afternoon to see if they can be gathered. The protective car film drawings require 30 plastics and 30 rubbers. These materials are enough. Xiaoning originally wanted to make a universal flush toilet with the materials in his hand. But now that he has enough to make a car film, he simply made a car film. The toilet is a daily need but not a necessity for survival. The car film has a protective effect, preventing cracking, exposure to the sun, rain and corrosion. It is quite useful. It works wonders when used at a critical moment. After counting the supplies, Xiaoning took out the electric cooker and frying pan to prepare for cooking. The electric cooker can be used to cook rice. She has been eating fast food since yesterday, and now she wants to have a good meal of rice. As for the dishes, Xiaoning's deceased mother was a chef. She learned to cook from her mother since she was a child. If it weren't for the misfortune in her family later, she might have become a good chef. Xiaoning used cola and the ingredients in the braised meat package to make a cola chicken wing root, and stewed some potato cubes in it. She likes to eat the kind of potato cubes that are full of soup and stewed into a paste. They are quite tasty. Even if you don't eat meat, you can eat a big bowl of such potato cubes with rice. After eating and drinking, Xiaoning leaned back in the driver's seat and opened the chat channel again. Except for some messages about buying water and other supplies. Most people seem to have adapted to the game and are chatting. There are even people who have more supplies and live a more comfortable life, posting photos of their supplies and lunch. Only a few people are still complaining. As expected, animals will try to adapt to the environment in order to survive. And humans are no exception. Today I killed a treasure-guarding monster that looked like a piglet. After killing it, I chose to disassemble my backpack and got a thick pig skin, 10 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of pig blood, 2 pounds of pork ribs, 4 pig trotters, pig ears, pig tails, and some internal organs in water. It happened that some seasonings and pots were open yesterday, so I made sweet and sour pork ribs at noon today. It's a pity that I didn't get rice. The rice sold in the trading area is so expensive that I couldn't bear to exchange it. I could only eat some steamed buns and drink some water with sweet and sour pork ribs. Attached with a picture, my tears flowed from the corners of my mouth. I looked at your homepage and found that you are still a young lady. Sister, can I use a moisturizing lipstick to exchange 5 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs with you? I am really greedy. Yes, but others don't need to ask me. I only have so many ribs, and I don't have enough for myself. If other people want to eat something, I can cook it for them. And the transaction price is affordable. Let me make it clear first. My cooking skills are average, and I will not accept returns or refunds even if the taste is not good. Xiaoning felt that she had opened the door to a new world. It turned out that she could open a restaurant in the trading area. Thinking of the various processes of cooking, Xiaoning was tempted but found it troublesome. It's okay to sell it occasionally, but it would be exhausting to sell it in large quantities. Humans' joys and sorrows are not the same. I haven't eaten properly for a day and a night. Each time, I can only get some snacks from the 1-star box. And the quantity is very small. Some people have already achieved meat and vegetable freedom. +1 to the above. My food explosion rate is as low as yours. And I suspect that this game doesn't want me to survive at all. No. I'm saying that you too. If you don't have much food, just use other materials to exchange. I see that many people in the trading area sell food. And it's not expensive. A few basic materials can be exchanged for some food. That being said, I don't know what the situation of the game is now, so I dare not sell materials casually. Other materials are not convenient to sell. Then you can just starve. Bibi is so nagging. Isn't it just 2 words? Stingy? You want to eat good food, but you don't want to exchange things. How can you get so many good things that fall from the sky? Listen to my advice. If you have time to complain in the channel, you might as well drive a few more kilometers to find supplies. It's easy for you to change food when you are short of it. But what did I say about my lack of water and gasoline? It's not easy to change things. And it's so expensive to change a little. Xiaoning didn't get any materials except with this morning. Thinking of the large amount of materials needed for several drawings in her hand, Xiaoning's heart suddenly became urgent. She didn't rest for too long and started the car immediately. The system time is now 1:28 p.m. Driving at full speed without rest. It takes about 42 minutes to encounter a supply box, plus picking up supplies in the middle, drinking water frequently, and getting off the car many times to relieve yourself. which also takes a certain amount of time. In order to find more supply boxes, Xiaoning didn't turn off the engine until before 8 o'clock in the evening. Along the way, there were 9 supply boxes, 5 1-star, 15 2-star, 7 3-star, 27 in total. She opened fewer and fewer 1-star boxes, mostly snacks like wood or biscuits. The 2-star boxes seemed to be increasing, but the total number of supplies was much less than yesterday. This time, 75 supplies were opened from 15 supply boxes. The materials were still pitifully few: 30 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, 10 plastics, 10 rubbers. That's all. Xiaoning had a headache. It was quite unbelievable that this was the total number of materials opened from 15 2-star supply boxes. She lacked materials the most among all the supplies. But she just couldn't get much. She didn't doubt her luck in the game. She suspected that if she didn't have good luck, she might not get any materials. Other supplies were too much. Moisturizing lip balm *10. Moisturizing cleansing wipes *50 bags. Moisturizing face cream, body lotion, hand cream, shampoo, hair mask, etc. 5 each. First aid medical kits *2. 5 boxes of special medicine for sweating sickness. Each box contains a single stick. Car protection film *1. Reinforced tire *1. Gasoline *60 units. Drinking water *2 liters. Rice 10 caddies. Flour 5 caddies. Secret braised meat 2 caddies. Secret chili oil 2 bottles. Each bottle is 500 milliliters. Tofu 1 caddy. Shanghai green 2 caddies. What surprised Xiaoning the most was that she got seeds. Her planting pots can finally be used. Chapter 7. There are only 3 seeds, namely cherry seeds, grape seeds, and peach seeds. Xiaoning looked at the seed introduction. If the 3 seeds sent by the system are planted in the soil outside, it will take 3 years, 2 years, and 4 years from planting to fruiting. If using a primary planting pot, it will take 3 weeks, 2 weeks, and 4 weeks. Compared with the normal growth time, it is naturally much shorter. But for Xiaoning's current situation, this cycle is a bit long. It will take 3 or 4 cycles of natural disasters to mature and bear fruit. And by then, the daylily will be cold. It is not certain whether she is still alive. It is unclear what a natural disaster is. She may not be able to eat it at all. And she may not be able to sell it. Xiaoning looked at the protective car film that was just opened. And she regretted using the materials to make the car film so quickly. However, it is useless to regret it now. It is better to find an opportunity to change some materials and make a universal flush toilet, so that there will be fertilizer. Maybe the fertilizer decomposed by the toilet can make the plants grow faster. The natural disaster of this cycle is drought. If people lack water for a long time or do not eat fruits, there will be problems. Fruits are definitely popular in a large area with more than 90,000 people, plus the many supply boxes encountered by everyone during the novice period. As long as you grow fruits, you will definitely make money, and the materials will not be as tight as they are now. As for the gasoline and drinking water in hand, Xiaoning does not plan to replace them too early, mainly because she is not sure whether she will have enough in the future. The total amount of supplies in the 7 3-star boxes is much less than that of the previous 3-star boxes. A total of 10 items, most of which are repeated with existing supplies. Protective car film blueprint *1. Reinforced tires *4. Vehicle maintenance card *1. Universal flush toilet blueprint *1. Water ball manufacturing machine blueprint *1. Lunch box machine *1. Air fryer *1. Trauma treatment spray *2, each bottle 100 milliliters. Internal injury treatment agent *2, each 100 milliliters. Hot sweat disease special medicine *4 boxes. Xiaoning counted all the supplies she got today. When she saw the function of the car butler system opened in the 3-star box in the morning, she was very excited. This is equivalent to installing a smart butler in the car, which can help her drive, monitor road conditions, climate changes inside and outside the car, etc., with many functions, completely freeing her hands and allowing her to have free time to do other things. Otherwise, driving for about 11 hours a day, occasionally not feeling tired. Driving like this every day is really boring. And it is also not good for the lumbar spine, hip bones, femurs, etc. This thing does not require many basic materials. Only 10 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 5 silver blocks, and 1 gold block. The key is that it requires 2 special materials. Manufacturing requires a smart chip *1, and installation requires a mid-range car *1. In other words, if you want to use this butler system, you must have a chip and upgrade the vehicle at least once. Thinking of the huge number of materials required to upgrade the vehicle, Xiaoning temporarily stopped thinking. After sorting out the materials and putting them in the storage box, Xiaoning simply cooked some rice porridge and fried a plate of Shanghai greens to go with the rice. After eating and drinking enough, rinse your mouth. Simply wipe your hands and feet with a little water. Add some moisture, and apply moisturizing items to avoid dry skin. Xiaoning laid the backrest of the driver's seat down a little, opened the system interface while lying down, and clicked on the transaction chat channel. Today, there are 99,923 people online, and dozens of people have been lost in just one day. Judging from the chat content of other people, these people should have died when fighting with the treasure-guarding monsters. But they failed to fight or were seriously injured. Only a very small number of people died because of curiosity or other reasons. It's killing me. The things in the supply box are getting less and less. How can people survive if this goes on? There are still 5 days left in this natural disaster cycle. Not only are the supplies getting less, but the treasure-guarding monsters are getting more. Before, I might not encounter a treasure-guarding monster in several 2-star supply boxes. Today, I encountered it 3 or 4 times. Later, I felt that I couldn't beat it, so I had to give up the supply box with pain and walk around the treasure-guarding monster. Don't mention it above. I start to feel heartbroken again. I gave up at least 3 2-star supply boxes today. I have a heart attack when I think about it. I was lucky today. I only encountered a treasure-guarding monster once. I also got some gasoline and drinking water. If you need it, you can trade with me. The price is fair and I am honest. I suggest that you keep some drinking water and moisturizing items in your hands. This afternoon, I found that my mouth was dry and cracked, and I bled a lot. It hurt so much. It hurts when I open my mouth. But my food is still meat. Mostly dry food, which tortures me. Luckily, I remembered that I exchanged a few pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs for a moisturizing lipstick. The magical thing is that after applying it, my mouth is no longer dry and cracked in just a few seconds. Now everything I eat tastes delicious. No matter how dry the climate is, my mouth has never been dry before. I don't know what's going on now. Suddenly, my mouth is dry and cracked. It's probably the problem of drought disasters. The game is the problem. Everyone must be careful and stock up on moisturizing items. After seeing this message, Xiaoning noticed her ID name Miao Qinghe. She is a 22-year-old young girl. She had previously opened an online restaurant in the chat area, letting everyone order food and she would cook it. Judging from her 2 comments, she should be a kind-hearted girl. Xiaoning did feel that the climate inside and outside the car was a little drier today, but because she often used moisturizing wipes to wipe her face and hands and feet, she has not yet experienced dry skin, cracking, and bleeding. Miao Qinghe's words instantly caused a storm in the chat channel. Oh my god. My face was dry and white skin was peeling off before. I thought I had psoriasis. But now I see that it is clearly a problem caused by natural disasters. I don't have dry skin or anything like that. But I always feel thirsty. If I don't drink water for a while, I will be very thirsty. I couldn't help but drink all the water I opened today. And there are only 2 bottles of 250 milliliters left. I don't know if I can make it through tonight. Normally, it takes a certain amount of time for a person to die of thirst. But I know my body very well. I can foresee that if I don't have enough water, I will definitely die of thirst quickly. Are you all in such a terrible situation? I'm not thirsty or having dry skin, but I'm a little hot and sweating a lot. Sweat is also water. Do you sweat a lot? Too much is not normal. You need to replenish a lot of water. Don't get dehydrated. Thank you, my friend. I've made a note and am saving water. Well, your skin is dry and you are thirsty due to lack of water. But I'm different. I used to have a good stomach. But who knew that I would be constipated after just 2 days in the game? I suspect it's because the weather has been dry and irritating these 2 days. And I've eaten too much dry food and not eaten any vegetables and fruits. But where can I get fresh vegetables and fruits in this environment? In the trading area, a bottle of juice costs a lot. When Xiaoning saw the following message, She quickly took a few washed cherry tomatoes from the storage box and ate a few to calm her nerves. Although she had never been constipated, she didn't want to try it. Chapter 8. The weather is getting drier and drier. I am from the south, and I really can't stand this kind of dryness. Now I feel dryness in my breath, and my nasal cavity is uncomfortable. I can't stand the dryness either. Last night, I poured a basin of water from the bucket and put it next to me. The water evaporated and increased the humidity, and I felt better. The bottled water and gasoline opened by the system have a snap on the top. You can pour it out when you open it, and it can prevent leakage and evaporation when you close it. In the chat messages, 5 or 6 out of 10 are discussing the negative effects of drought, and the rest are hawking transactions. Qiaoning looked around and found that what everyone lacked most was water, moisturizing items, food and drinks with high water content, and gasoline. As for materials, Qiaoning hardly saw anyone buying materials. Most of them exchanged materials for supplies, and they couldn't exchange them. Occasionally, there were people who wanted to buy materials. Once the purchase message was sent out, it was quickly completed by someone. Qiaoning thought about it and sent a message for purchasing materials, long-term and large-scale purchase of basic materials, iron blocks, copper blocks, silver blocks, gold blocks, plastics, rubber, glass, and glue. Types of materials that can be exchanged: food, a small amount of water, gasoline, fruits, and vegetables. Interested parties can privately chat with me or initiate a trade request, and I will directly exchange if I think it is suitable. Not long after she sent the message, the private chat box suddenly increased by hundreds or thousands of messages, some asking for her charity, some hating the rich and cursing, and many offering outrageous prices, obviously trying to lower the price and take advantage. There are not many people who really want to trade, and Qiaoning is not satisfied with the price offered. At this time, Qiaoning suddenly received a message from Li Yongxing. Sister Qiao, I just saw the purchase message you sent in the whole area chat. Do you need materials? I have them. I have a lot. You can trade with me. I will never let Sister Qiao suffer a loss. Qiaoning was a little surprised. With so many messages rolling, she only sent one and was seen by Li Yongxing? Out of curiosity, Qiaoning asked tactfully about her doubts. Li Yongxing seemed a little embarrassed and sent a dog blushing emoticon. Then explained, I set you as a special attention. As long as you send a message, I will immediately get a reminder here, so as not to miss Sister Qiao's message. Qiaoning understood. She didn't continue the topic, and changed the topic. I am indeed in need of materials. If you have any extra, you can exchange them with me. The price is negotiable. What are you in need of now? Li Yongxing replied immediately. I am in need of delicious food. I have been eating biscuits, instant noodles, steamed buns, and bread for several meals. I just want to eat something delicious. Also, I am in need of medicine and moisturizing items. Am I in need of too much? It's okay, Sister Qiao. Just give me some as you see fit. You saved my life last time, and I haven't repaid you well yet. Qiaoning knew that he was talking about the last time he traded medicine with him. For Qiaoning, it was just a matter of money and goods. But for Li Yongxing, it was obviously not. He always remembered this favor in his heart. After that, Li Yongxing directly sent her a large amount of materials through email. Trading in the trading area. If the amount exceeds a certain amount, you have to pay a transaction tax. Sending by email is a gift. Behavior, no matter how much. No tax is charged. Supplies are so precious that if they don't trust each other, even if they can save taxes, players will not easily trade by sending gifts through the mailbox. Li Yongxing trusts her. By the way, Sister Qiao, I got a few pieces of equipment from the treasure guarding monster today. One of them, I think, is quite suitable for you. You should need it. I'll send it to you now. See if you can get it. As soon as she finished reading the message, she saw another box in the mailbox. After receiving it, a wooden box similar to a supply box appeared in the car. Qiaoning opened it and found a set of ultra-thin protective clothing with strange colors and a style a bit like autumn clothes and autumn pants. Stone python leather clothes. Clothes made of stone python leather are breathable, light and cool when worn. Equipment level, blue. Attributes, defense 2 stars. Durability, 100. Note, because stone pythons have thick skin and flesh and are difficult to hunt, stone python leather clothes are quite valuable. Xiao Ning's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. She wanted to be polite to Li Yongqing, but she couldn't find a reason. Because she really lacks defensive equipment. This piece of equipment alone can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. At a time when equipment is scarce and the number of treasure-guarding monsters increases. This stone python leather jacket is equivalent to a life-saving outfit. Who wouldn't want it? Those with a little wealth would probably go bankrupt to get one. Xiao Ning calculated the materials said by Li Yongqing. Iron block * 1000. Copper block * 1000. Silver block * 300. Gold block 100. Plastic * 400. Rubber * 300. Glass * 200. Glue * 50. My god. Did he dig up a material mine? Compared with the few materials Xiao Ning opened, Li Yongqing's materials are really ridiculous. This is only a part of what Li Yongqing sent. Not necessarily all his inventory. Xiao Ning was really envious. With so many materials and a rare defensive suit, it would be unreasonable for Xiao Ning not to exchange some supplies. This suit is a good thing. I just need it. So I accepted it first. Then she also sent the supplies by email. Food, 1 caddy of secret braised meat, 2 bags of snail noodles, 2 bags of fat rice noodles. Vegetables, 1 caddy of tomatoes, 1 caddy of green vegetables. Fruit, 1 caddy of sweet oranges. Medicine, first aid medical kit * 2. External injury spray * 1. Internal injury medicine * 1. Special medicine for hot sweat disease * 2 boxes. Moisturizing items. Moisturizing wipes * 20 bags. Moisturizing lipstick * 5. Moisturizing cream. Shampoo. Body lotion. Hand cream and other moisturizing sets * 2. Cleaning soap * 4 pieces. Special items. Vehicle maintenance card * 1. Fruits and vegetables are indeed rare. And Xiao Ning didn't get many. So she could only squeeze out so many for Li Yongqing. As for the vehicle maintenance card, her talent made 2 cards this afternoon. Plus the one she got before. A total of 4 cards. Although it's not much. She can continue to make it later. So it's okay to give it out. Less than 2 seconds after the supplies were sent, Li Yongqing sent a series of exclamation marks in private chat. Sister Qiao. You really. I'm crying. How can you be so nice? You must be a god sent by God to save me. You are so honest and kind. You will be cheated in a game with treacherous hearts. Don't worry. Sister Qiao. I will work hard to become stronger. As long as I am here, no one will want to bully you. Xiao Ning looked at this message speechless for a long time. And didn't know why this kid had such a thick filter for herself. Most of the supplies she gave were those she often opened and could not use up. For example, gasoline and drinking water, which obviously have a lower explosion rate and may not be enough for her in the later stage. She didn't give them. I can only say that this game is too good at making trouble. Drought will die of drought. Flood will die of flood. Xiao Ning didn't set Li Yongqing as a special attention, but pinned his message to avoid his private chat being drowned. This is her material supplier. She has a fixed material trading partner, which is much better than her wandering around in the trading market like a headless fly. Xiao Ning's card manufacturing expert talent can make cards endlessly except for the cooling time. Currently, only one type of card can be made, so there is no need to set it up in the system manufacturing column. The manufactured cards are actively put into the car storage box by the system. At 10 o'clock before Xiao Ning went to bed, she made another vehicle maintenance card. Xiao Ning yawned, turned off the lights in the car, and fell asleep contentedly. Chapter 9. A New Day. In a dry climate, Xiao Ning was awakened by the dryness and pain in her nasal cavity when she breathed. She got up and drank a bottle of water, and then quickly took out a humidifier ball from the storage box and put it next to her. The air instantly became moisturized, and breathing became much smoother and less uncomfortable. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, the air in the car was already obviously dry, and moisturizing items must be used to increase the humidity of the air. When Xiao Ning was wiping and rinsing her mouth, she took the time to look at the chat channel and found a lot of wailing. Many people had serious skin cracking and bleeding. Others had nosebleeds, pain in the nasal cavity when breathing, and symptoms of frequent thirst or heavy sweating. For breakfast, Xiao Ning had fried eggs, a deluxe sandwich, a large tomato, some grapes, and 5 cherry tomatoes. After eating and drinking, she saw that it was already 8 o'clock. and immediately drove on the road. The sun was indeed a little bigger today. The temperature did not rise, but the air became very dry. In order to find more supplies, Xiaoning did not stop to rest at noon. She just ate some purple rice bread and drank some yogurt to fill her stomach, except for getting off the car to relieve herself, picking up supply boxes, and exercising. Her car did not stop. She drove until 8 o'clock in the evening before turning off the engine. What she felt most obviously that day was that the air was getting drier and drier. At the end of the day, 5 bottles of 550 milliliters water were not enough to keep her in shape. Her mouth was still dry. In this situation, no one dared to drink water, but tried to moisten their mouths to prevent themselves from dying of thirst. It is not advisable to eat too much for dinner, but Xiaoning had been driving for a day and wanted to eat something delicious now. However, she was not in a hurry to eat, and habitually counted and sorted the supplies first. She drove for about 11 hours today, and counted supplies 15 times, and obtained a total of 45 supply boxes. Among them, there were 21 star supply boxes, 22 star supply boxes, and 5 3-star supply boxes. The materials from all the boxes are as follows: wood * 500, iron block * 30, copper block * 30, glue * 2. The materials are still the only ones. Food, vegetables, fruits, drinks, 5 packs of braised beef instant noodles * 10, self-heating hot pot * 3, spicy with butter, 5 caddies of pork hind leg bacon, 10 eggs, 5 caddies of cowpeas, 3 caddies of tomatoes, 4 caddies of cucumbers, 2 zucchini, 2 caddies of leeks, 2 caddies of chrysanthemum * 2 caddies, fermented tofu * 4 bottles, salt and pepper flour rolls * 2 caddies, crisp persimmons * 2 caddies, green grapes * 1 caddy, strawberries * 1 caddy, apples * 2 caddies, pears * 2 caddies, grapefruits * 4 caddies, peaches * 3 caddies, canned yellow peaches * 10 cans, 500 grams each, orange juice * 10 bottles, 500 milliliters each, green plum green tea * 10 bottles, 500 milliliters each, oranges, soda * 5 bottles, 250 milliliters each, peach Maljian tea * 5 bottles, 500 milliliters each, watermelon passion fruit juice * 10 cans, 250 milliliters each, Coke * 12 bottles, 550 milliliters each. The rest are daily necessities. Moisturizing items, medicines and game props, cleaning soap * 10, gasoline 100 units, drinking water 5 liters, vehicle maintenance card * 5, humidifying water ball * 10, moisturizing kit * 5 sets, first aid medical kit * 4, hot sweat disease special medicine * 2 boxes, trauma spray * 4 bottles, internal injury medicine * 6 bottles, reinforced tire blueprint * 1, protective car film * 5, oxygen cylinder * 1. Seeing the last item, Xiaoning was shocked. In what situations do you need to use an oxygen cylinder? This doesn't require going into the water. Could it be that the air will be so dry that you can't breathe normally and need to breathe with the help of an oxygen cylinder? This is too scary. Xiaoning sorted out the supplies, turned on the electric cooker to boil water, and then fried tomato and egg in a frying pan. There was a lot of vegetable soup, and 4 tomatoes were put in, thickened before serving. On the other side, after the water boiled, add the sliced noodles. This 500 grams of sliced noodles has not been eaten since it was opened, and it's just right to take it out and cook it now. After the sliced noodles are almost cooked, take them out and rinse them with cold water, so that the noodles are more chewy. Put the cooked noodles in a bowl. Then pour the fried tomato and egg with the rich soup on it. Stir evenly, and a homemade simple tomato and egg sliced noodles is ready. Xiaoning loves to eat this way the most, and can finish a big bowl in one breath. With a can of peach Maljian. Drink some mineral water when thirsty. The fatigue of a day's driving seems to be eliminated by the satisfaction at this moment. There is no ice or refrigerator. Otherwise the ice drinks, paired with a sliced noodle, would be even better. After dinner, Xiaoning cleaned up the pots and pans, took a bottle of green plum tea and leaned back in the driver's seat, and opened the system interface as usual. Today she didn't rush to open the chat channel, but first made the drawings that could be made. Universal flush toilet. Intermediate stacking fuel tank. Exhaust system. The first manufacturing of the intermediate stacking fuel tank only requires 20 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, and 5 rubbers. The second stacking requires 50 iron blocks * 50 copper blocks, 10 rubbers, 5 glass, 10 silver blocks, 1 glue, and 1 gold block. The exhaust system requires 100 each of iron, copper, silver, and gold. The universal flush toilet requires 30 iron blocks, 20 copper blocks, 5 silver blocks, 1 gold block, 10 glass, 20 rubber, and 5 glue. Gold and silver blocks were still not enough. So Qiaoning sent a message to Li Yongxing. Are you busy? Are there any extra materials to trade today? Li Yongxing replied in seconds, as if she was waiting for her message. Just finished. And now I'm lying down eating the snail noodles you gave me. Sister Qiao. It's really delicious. I love it. It's a pity that there is no happy water. Otherwise it would be perfect. Qiaoning sent 2 bottles of Coke by email as a gift. Anyway, she has a lot of this stuff. And it doesn't quench her thirst. She doesn't drink much normally, and only use 2 bottles when making Coke chicken wings. She likes iced Coke with snacks such as barbecue or rice noodles. Unhealthy, but refreshing. Ah, Sister Qiao. You are Doraemon, right? How come you have everything? Qiaoning said, no iced ones. Only room temperature ones. Just drink them. Li Yongxing sent a big dog starry-eye emoticon. Thank you. Sister Qiao. I still have a lot of materials. Do you need everything? I'll send them to you right away. Speaking of which, Sister Qiao, why do you need so many materials? I don't see anyone in the trading area wants these things. Qiaoning said, that's because they need other materials more at the moment. I need materials more. Various drawings require a lot of materials. And basic materials will not be cheap in the future. Qiaoning was happy to see the pile of materials he sent over, and hypocritically advised, don't sell too much. Keep some for yourself. Li Yongxing replied, don't worry. Sister Qiao. I still have stock here. I won't sell to others. I will only sell you the extra materials. Qiaoning wanted this sentence, and the 2 sides cooperated smoothly and reached a consensus. The materials Li Yongxing sent to her this time include iron block * 1500, copper block * 1500, silver block * 500, gold block * 200, glue * 50, plastic * 500, rubber * 300, glass * 200. This time, there are more materials than last time. The materials Qiaoning sent include food, 5 packs of braised beef instant noodles, 1 self-heating hot pot, vegetables, 1 gene of tomatoes, 1 gene of cucumbers, fruits, 1 gene of peaches, 1 gene of grapefruits, 2 cans of canned yellow peaches, drinks, 6 bottles of cola, orange juice * 4 bottles, medicine, first aid medical kit * 2, external injury spray * 2, internal injury medicine * 2, special medicine for hot sweat disease * 1 box, moisturizing items, moisturizing set * 1, cleaning soap * 4 pieces. After receiving the supplies, Li Yongxing instantly became a screaming chicken. Sister Qiao, you are too awesome. You sent me a lot of scarce supplies on the market. The kind that can't be bought. I feel that my materials are not worth so many scarce supplies from you. I really don't deserve it. Qiaoning only sent the one she couldn't use, but she didn't think it was inappropriate. Besides, Li Yongxing's material explosion rate was too outrageous, and she expected the other party to provide her with materials all the time. Of course, there are also materials sold at low prices in the trading market, and she won't miss it if she sees the right one. Qiaoning looked at the number of materials displayed by the system in the backpack, and she couldn't help but ask, did you get all these materials from the box? After asking, she regretted it a little. Who hasn't learned the secret of survival? In other people's eyes, her asking this was actually a bit of a prying intention. I didn't expect Li Yongxing to tell the truth, but he actually replied seriously. Li Yongxing replied, I only got a part of it when I opened the box. Most of it was dropped by monsters guarding treasures, and the other reason was my own talent. Qiaoning suddenly realized that it was common for monsters to drop basic materials and equipment in the game. In addition, Li Yongxing had drawn talents, so it was not surprising to have so many materials. Unfortunately, she had not encountered a monster guarding treasure so far. Sister Chiao. Today's monster guarding treasures are a little stronger than yesterday's. You must be careful when you encounter them. If I get the right equipment, I will send it to you directly. Don't be polite to me. Saving your life is important. Xiaoning felt warm in her heart. In this survival game, it is a blessing to have someone who can trust you and care about you sincerely. When she traded a wound medicine, she really didn't expect to get such a sincere heart in return. It was a matter of life and death. So Qianning would certainly not be polite to him. Anyway, among the materials she traded to Li Yongxing, there were quite a few medicines. I just hope he can save her in time when fighting the treasure-guarding monster. Li Yongxing got a lot of equipment, which is also good for her, who made her never meet the treasure-guarding monster and couldn't get the equipment. The equipment drop rate is very low and extremely precious. Except for Li Yongxing, who didn't take it seriously and directly gave her a rare defensive equipment. Most people are in short supply of equipment and are almost driving the equipment to a sky-high price in the trading area. Li Yongxing has a thick filter for her and always feels that she suffers a loss in the transaction and is too real. But in fact, from Qiaoning's perspective, this is also how she sees him. Chapter 10. After making the toilet, exhaust system, and stacked fuel tank, a small part of the materials were consumed. She made the stacked fuel tank twice this time, and the second time consumed 100 iron, 100 copper, 50 silver, 10 gold, and 2 glue. Adding the first stacking, it means that she has stacked it 3 times in total. And the current fuel tank capacity is 330 units. When the fuel tank is filled up at dawn, there will be a lot of space in the storage box that was originally occupied by oil barrels. She wants to save the next materials to upgrade the car unless it is necessary. She can't stand the small space of this car. She wakes up every day with back pain and leg numbness. Xiaoning just wants to upgrade the car quickly. After the upgrade, she doesn't ask for a large space, as long as she has a place to stretch her hands and feet and lie down. Opening the chat channel. Countless wailing and complaining messages are overwhelming. Help! Who can save me? I have no water at all. I am dying of thirst. I have a paralyzed old father at home waiting for me to go back and take care of him. I can't die. Change your words. The person above. I saw that you said in the morning that you had a paralyzed mother at home. But in the evening, your father became paralyzed? Besides, we entered this damn game, and it is difficult to survive today and tomorrow. So how can we expect to finish the game alive? Who has fruits or vegetables, laxatives, or hemorrhoid cream? I really can't stand it. Constipation and hemorrhoids are killing me. I feel like my stomach is about to explode. I can't sit or lie down. It's so painful. I want to buy humidifier water balls at a high price. My nose is bleeding. Now it hurts every time I breathe. It's too wasteful to put water in the car to evaporate and humidify. Landlords don't dare to waste water like this. Selling moisturizing wipes and moisturizing creams. If you need them, please chat with me privately. Be careful not to bargain. Those who bargain more than 3 times will be warned and blocked. I am hungry and thirsty. I really regret not listening to that person named Xiaoning before. Don't be stingy with the gasoline every day. Drive more supplies, and you won't fall to this point now. Everything is so expensive, and the supplies we have can't buy anything. +1 to the above. I regret it now. It turns out that they were able to make the announcement for the whole district with strength and foresight. But it's a pity that we don't have the foresight and don't listen to others' advice. Everyone regretted it on the channel, and some openly tagged Xiaoning and asked her for help. Boss, I know you must have a lot of supplies, and you can't use up so many things. Can you give me some to save your life? You saved me once, and I will give you some of the supplies in the future. You want half? Just leave me some life. At Xiaoning. Boss, please save me too. I'm really dying of thirst. I have 2 children at home waiting for me to go back and take care of them. Please. Xiaoning, I know you are here. Can't you see so many people confessing to you and begging you? Why don't you speak out? Pretend not to see? What's the point of you holding so many supplies except letting them get moldy? Don't forget that many people died in our area. And you can't get any good? From this message, the people below seem to be stimulated, and they change from begging at the beginning to asking for it with confidence. There are messages that speak up for Xiaoning, and some people will curse and abuse them with anger. The fickleness and ugliness of human nature are exposed under this drought disaster. Xiaoning couldn't say what she felt in her heart, But she knew that if she showed up and spoke now, no matter what she did or said, it would be difficult to calm the anger of these people who were struggling to survive. This road survival game has just begun, but it has already made some people neither human nor ghost. Just when Xiaoning was about to turn off the lights and go to bed, she suddenly saw a private message sent to her. Sister Qiao, don't reply to those people. Take care of yourself. The material explosion rate of the novice period of this game is already high enough. As long as it is distributed reasonably, it will not be desperate. Those people may really be in desperate situation, but most of them want to get something for nothing. You must not be soft-hearted and give away all your materials. Xiaoning smiled and replied, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. She knew very well that this was a survival game. They may need to support each other in the later stage to ensure the survival rate of the whole area. But they are also competitors for survival. After thanking Li Yongxing, Xiaoning fell asleep, as if she was not affected by the previous remarks in the chat channel. Xiaoning put 3 humidifier water balls in the car before going to bed, so that they would be consumed more slowly, and she didn't have to worry about changing the water balls in the middle of the night. After a deep sleep, Xiaoning woke up at about 7 in the morning. The 3 humidifier water balls were basically used up and deflated, and could no longer be used. Xiaoning took out 2 more, and put them in the car. This thing is a consumable. Today is drier than yesterday. Without moisturizing and humidifying items, it is impossible to drive normally, or even breathe and survive. It seems that the water ball making machine must be built as soon as possible. She already has the drawings. Only the materials are missing. 500 iron blocks, 500 copper blocks, 200 silver blocks, 100 gold blocks, 100 rubber, 100 glass, 50 glue, 1 electric box. Everything else is enough. But there is no electric box. Xiaoning asked Li Yongxing, but he didn't have an electric box either. He said he would wait until he opened a supply box or killed a treasure-guarding monster today to see if it would drop. Xiaoning searched the trading market again, but there was nothing. It seems that no one has been able to get this thing yet. Xiaoning used 3 eggs and some water to make a steamed egg, poured soy sauce on it, dripped a few drops of sesame oil, and sprinkled a little salt. It was very fragrant when she took a bite. Some of her seasonings were new, and some were from the seasoning packs she had opened before. She drank a bag of yogurt and a bottle of water, and then started a new day's journey. The road was flat, and there were no other vehicles or obstacles. Xiaoning was very bored while driving, and would open the system interface from time to time to check the message list. Li Yongxing was a chatterbox, and would send her some daily trivia like a nagging. She might not like to listen to this in the past, but now, listening to Li Yongxing's chatter may be one of her few ways of entertainment. Li Yongxing seemed to often encounter treasure-guarding monsters, and sometimes more than one at a time. Xiaoning couldn't imagine how a boy who was just 18 years old could kill so many monsters. No wonder he was so short of medicine, with the frequency and number of treasure-guarding monsters he encountered. The medicine Xiaoning gave him might not be enough. Thinking of this, Xiaoning sent another external injury spray and an internal injury potion by email. Anyway, she had never encountered a treasure-guarding monster, so these medicines were really useless. Li Yongxing should be fighting over there. After receiving the email, he didn't even bother to reply. The messages in the chat channel were much more normal than last night. There were still insults to Xiaoning, but much less than last night. Maybe everyone was busy looking for supplies, and didn't have time to look for her. Xiaoning still drove for 11 hours, until she turned off the engine and rested before 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as she parked the car, she heard a ding-dong, and received a new email reminder. Opening the mailbox on the system interface, she saw that her material supplier had shipped the goods. 2 pieces of equipment were sent along with the materials. Chapter 11. The goods attached to the mail are as follows: iron block * 2000, copper block * 2000, silver block * 800, gold block * 500, plastic * 1000, rubber * 1000, glass * 800, glue * 200, electric box * 1, oxhorn bow * 1, with 100 arrows, 2-star attack blue, durability 100, wind wolf leather boots * 1, speed 3 stars purple, durability 100. Xiaoning was so happy to see these things. She still encountered 45 supply boxes today. 10 1-star, 22 star, and 15 3-star. The supplies are materials, wood * 800, iron * 100, copper * 50, gold * 1, food, vegetables, fruits, drinks, braised beef * 5 kg, spicy boneless chicken feet * 10 kg, secret spicy braised duck intestine * 4 kg, sweet and spicy duck rack * 5 kg, spicy braised duck crispy belly * 3 kg, spicy triangle bone * 2 kg, spicy chicken feet * 1 kg, potato * 4 kg, screw pepper * 2 kg, pork belly * 3 kg, shiitake mushroom * 2 kg, dried fungus * 2 kg, king oyster mushroom * 2 kg, aged bean paste * 2 cans, 500 g per can, millet pepper * 1 kg, Chinese cabbage * 10 kg, Chinese cabbage * 5 kg, green vegetable * 4 kg, Shanghai green * 2 kg, chrysanthemum * 4 kg, chrysanthemum * 4 kg, sweet potato * 10 kg, pumpkin * 10 kg, grapefruit * 8 kg, kiwi, peach * 5 gene, mango * 2 gene, purple grape * 3 gene, green grape * 4 gene, banana * 20 gene, apple * 5 gene, Fanta * 10 bottles, cola * 24 bottles, hawthorn juice * 10 bottles, peach hair tip * 20 bottles, each bottle is 550 milliliters, medicine, trauma spray * 10 bottles, internal injury medicine * 10 sticks, emergency medical kit * 10, hot sweat disease special medicine * 20 boxes, daily necessities, moisturizing items, game props, gasoline 200 units, drinking water 10 liters, moisturizing suit * 10 sets, vehicle maintenance card * 10, ice machine blueprint * 1. Ice machine blueprint is opened by the passive effect of the daily Lucky Star. Her Lucky Star passive effect does not prompt every time. Unless there is a higher level item, it will be specially prompted. But the items opened by the Lucky Star passive effect will display a golden 5-pointed star mark in the system backpack. The blueprint was also opened a few days ago. Today is better than yesterday. It is an ice machine blueprint that has never been opened. Xiaoning has also saved a lot of Wish blind box coins, but she has never used them. She plans to open them when she needs them later. She also received an experience pack with 100 experience points, which contains 1 liter of water and 10 units of gasoline. The next time she receives an experience pack, she will need 500 experience points to receive it. Xiaoning will definitely not be able to use up all these things by herself. The dryness today is already terrible. She plans to put some moisturizing items, medicines, drinking water, and gasoline on the shelves in moderation. Xiaoning first mailed a part to Li Yongxing, 2 caddies of spicy and sour boneless chicken feet, 2 caddies of braised beef, and 2 caddies of other duck goods. These things cannot be stored for a long time. If they are given too much, Li Yongxing will not be able to finish them, and it will be wasted. Half of the drinks, Coke and Fanta, were given to him. As for fruits, they are not durable either. Xiaoning gave him 2 caddies of grapefruit and 4 caddies of bananas. She gave him more medicines, half of which were given to him, as well as the medical kit. Xiaoning put 2/3 of the remaining half on the shelves and divided them into countless copies for sale. Because only a small amount of those medicines are needed to cure injuries or illnesses, they are sold in separate packages and limited to purchase, which can maximize their value. Each person is limited to 2 copies of the wound medicine, and 1 copy of the special medicine for sweating sickness. The special medicine for sweating sickness is packed in 1 bottle, and each bottle can be divided into 20 copies. These things are certainly a drop in the bucket for the game area of 90,000 people. But if you can save 1 person, you can save 1 person. Xiaoning sells very little drinking water. She mainly sells humidified water balls. She has made a water ball making machine. The water ball making machine can produce 10 water balls per hour, which requires 500 milliliters of water and a 100 milliliters moisturizing item. The manufacturing process is very simple. You just need to throw water and moisturizing items into it, and the machine will make it by itself. At the current dryness, each water ball can humidify the car for about 3 hours. But it may not be the case tomorrow. This data will change. Humidification in the car is a must. Otherwise, players simply cannot breathe in a car full of dry air for more than 10 minutes. If the car is not humidified in time, nosebleeds will soon occur, breathing pain in the nasal cavity, and skin cracking. In severe cases, death will occur directly. Today alone, the number of online users in Zone 1408 has dropped from more than 90,000 to more than 89,000. So many people died in one day, which is really shocking. Xiaoning cooked some dumpling soup and ate it with chicken feet and duck. After eating, he simply replied to Li Yongxing's message. He was seriously injured today. Even with the recovery of the wound, he was obviously tired. Xiaoning didn't want to disturb his rest, so she didn't talk to him much. After an hour, the water ball making machine made 10 water balls, half of which were given to Li Yongxing, and the rest were put on the trading area as usual. Xiaoning didn't sleep well that night. She woke up several times, drinking water and putting the humidified water balls on the shelf. She didn't know how many people these humidified water balls could save, but she could only do this. Various materials and humidified water balls were exchanged for 10,000 iron blocks, copper blocks, 5,000 silver blocks, 3,000 gold blocks, plastic, rubber 8,000 each, glass 6,000, glue 800, electric box *2. These materials were enough for Qiaoning to upgrade the car. So Qiaoning started to upgrade the car early the next morning. When upgrading the car, the system prompted her to get off the car, and all the materials in the car needed to be put into the storage box, or taken out and put outside. Otherwise, they would be decomposed into energy and directly lost when upgrading the car. The whole upgrade process was quite fast, estimated to be less than 3 seconds. After upgrading, the old broken car has become a 6-seater car that looks 2 or 3 times more spacious than before. You now have 30 minutes to transform the vehicle, and you can manually transform it in the system interface. You can also give up the opportunity to transform and choose the default vehicle interior and exterior. Qiaoning of course chose to transform. She first removed the unused co-pilot, and the 4 seats in the back were also useless, so she removed them all to free up a lot of space. As for details such as the color of the parts, she simply changed a few places and then clicked to confirm. This upgrade certainly consumed a lot of her materials, but the effect is really good. She can already put a bed in her car, and she no longer has to sleep with her legs and feet cramped at night. In addition, the upgraded intermediate vehicle not only has a fuel tank capacity increased by 100, but the driving speed limit has also increased from 70 yards to 100 yards. This means that she can pick up more supply boxes every day. Of course, the vehicle upgrade also increases fuel consumption from 2 units per hour to 3 units per hour. And no matter how fast it is, it consumes 3 units of gasoline per hour. After eating her fill, Xiaoning drove the new car and set off. When she encountered the first batch of supply boxes today, she was stunned. If I saw it correctly, the one next to the 2-star supply box was a treasure-guarding monster. Right? She actually encountered a treasure-guarding monster? Chapter 12. It was a small monster that looked very much like the goblin in the game. It was very small, green in color, holding a wooden stick in its hand, with a pointed face and a few sparse hairs on its head. It was very short, and could not hit Qiaoning's knees even if it jumped. After seeing Qiaoning's car, the goblin did not move, but just walked back and forth next to the 2-star supply box. He looked a little impatient, and kept making threatening sounds from his mouth, and his big eyes were as big as copper bells. After Qiaoning got off the car, she took out the ox horn bow and shot an arrow without getting close. She had never played archery before, so her accuracy was naturally not good, but she should be considered to have some talent. After a few arrows, she found the feeling. The 5th arrow hit the goblin's chest. Although she wanted to shoot the head, the goblin screamed and fell down, and the body gradually faded until it disappeared, leaving behind 2 cowhide bags, one with 100 asterisk wood and the other with 500 grams of bacon. Xiaoning felt that it was too easy for her to kill the treasure-guarding monsters. Not as difficult as everyone in the chat channel said. Perhaps it was because of her high luck that the treasure-guarding monsters she encountered were the weakest? After Qiaoning picked up all the supply boxes, she returned to the car and sent a message to Li Yongxing while driving, and attached a picture of the goblin. The system is very good in this regard. It can turn on real-time recording. If you want any photo, you just need to set it to capture it. The operation is very simple. I thought Li Yongxing was busy fighting monsters, and might not have time to reply. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent, it showed that Li Yongxing had read it, and was typing. After a while, his reply message was sent. Goblin is indeed the weakest among the treasure-guarding monsters, and it drops the least. You dropped 100 wood and 500 grams of bacon, which is already quite lucky. If it were me, it would probably be wood and wood. But Sister Qiao, how can you still encounter such a low-level wooden stick goblin now? You know, the goblin I encountered 2 days ago was an elite monster. Xiaoning laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to reply. Could she just say that this was her first time encountering a treasure-guarding monster? That definitely wouldn't work. Sister Qiao, you're pretty lucky. But you still have to be careful when fighting monsters. You must wear that stone python leather jacket. You know? Don't think it's ugly, as long as it's useful. Xiaoning asked him, why do you have time to chat with me today? I was busy fighting monsters at this time yesterday, and didn't have time to talk. Li Yongxing sent a dog sighing emoticon package. Didn't you check the chat channel? I don't know what happened today. No one can encounter treasure-guarding monsters. There are not many high-star boxes. I haven't seen 2-star boxes today. And there are a lot of 1-star boxes. Xiaoning was stunned when she saw this message. She quickly opened the chat channel. And sure enough, there were whales. And almost all of them were asking for moisturizing items, drinking water, and other supplies. And the number of people online has become more than 75,000 at some point. Xiaoning was really shocked by the death of so many people. But thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. Today's strange drought and dryness, without game items and props, is impossible to survive, and will inevitably cause all those who lack moisturizing items and drinking water to be eliminated and killed directly. Xiaoning frowned. They were first pulled into the game at 8 o'clock in the morning, which means that after 8 o'clock this morning, it will be the 5th day of the natural disaster. Tomorrow after 8 o'clock will be the 6th day. And the day after tomorrow after 8 o'clock in the morning will be the 7th day. Until 8 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow, the drought disaster that lasted for a week will end. There are still more than 50 hours. 2.5 days. According to such a terrible elimination rate, how many of the remaining 75,000 people can survive in the end? On the first day, she felt that it was not easy to reach a mortality rate of 80%. Now it seems that she underestimated the difficulty of surviving the natural disaster that is increasing day by day. The natural disaster is escalating, but the supplies are decreasing. Basically, those who did not drive at full speed to find the supply box in the early stage will find it difficult to find many supply boxes if they want to drive at full speed to find the supply box now. If she did not have enough game experience, I am afraid that in the early stage, she would subconsciously want to use the most cost-effective way to consume the least gasoline to find supplies. This game is really full of pitfalls. It can be set to consume the same amount of gasoline every hour, but it has to set a dividing line, which makes many players, who are thrifty and used to saving, fall into the trap. Xiaoning sighed in her heart and continued to drive at full speed. On the chat channel, Li Yongxing has been arguing with a group of people since yesterday. Those people just want to morally blackmail Xiaoning and force her to hand over the supplies and share them with everyone. Li Yongxing didn't let Xiaoning come out, but he cursed happily in the whole area chat. At this moment, they are still arguing. Xiaoning privately persuaded Li Yongxing for a long time. Seeing that he was young and hot-tempered, he really couldn't persuade him, so he simply didn't bother to care. Let them curse. Anyway, no one can see each other, and both sides will lose a hair after cursing, because the speed limit has increased after the vehicle upgrade. It only takes half an hour to run 50 kilometers today. In total, I drove for 11 hours and encountered 22 supply boxes, 3 each time. A total of 66. Among them, there are 26 1-star supply boxes, 25 2-star supply boxes, 12 3-star supply boxes, and 2 4-star supply boxes. This is the first time Xiaoning has encountered a 4-star supply box, and she encountered 2 in one day. She was really curious, so she opened 2 4-star supply boxes first. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining the purple suit. Spring Sunshine *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for being the first to collect all equipment parts and successfully unlock the 1408 area equipment list. If the equipment combat power is greater than 1000, you can enter the list. The list homepage only displays the top 100 players in the Equipment Combat Power ranking. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for unlocking the 1408 area equipment list. Do you want to make a district-wide announcement? Warm reminder, the reward for this announcement is a random purple suit, which does not reveal the coordinates. The name and personal homepage information can be hidden in the announcement and list. Qiaoning chose to hide the information, and then announce it to the whole server. Then, a random purple outfit, Chuanchi, was drawn, which was a pair of silver gloves. Quite beautiful. It was so beautiful that Qiaoning felt that it was very inconsistent with the survival game. There was also the previously obtained set Chunawei, which included headdress, necklace, hand ornaments, clothes, and shoes, which were also of the same type. The headdress was a headband, and Qiaoning happened to have long hair, so this could be used. The necklace was a platinum diamond necklace, and the hand ornaments were a pair of silk arm guards of the same color, with platinum rings attached below. After binding Qiaoning, the clothes turned into a long dress with white gauze wrapped in gold threads, with layers of skirts, elegant and mysterious, and the texture and feel were incredibly good. The shoes were a pair of low-heeled shoes with a very unique style, exquisite and beautiful, and the overall color was also platinum, with some intricate and exquisite silver patterns engraved. Qiaoning frowned and stared at the equipment for a long time, wondering if they were really practical. And to be honest, the appearance of these equipment is really very online game style. And it is no different from the beautiful costumes in online games that make people spend Krypton gold but are useless. It is like this survival game, a product of forced integration of modern online games. This game has too many shadows of online games, including the way the value of equipment is reflected and its various attributes. It is also similar to many online games. She doesn't care about the appearance of equipment. Good-looking things are useless for survival. The main thing is to look at the attributes. Fortunately, the attributes of this set are good. Suit name, Chunawei. Level, purple, cannot grow. When wearing the suit, the player can choose to manifest the ideal appearance according to their own consciousness. Inlay, none. Defense, plus 800. Attack, plus 800. Speed, plus 500. Suit additional effects, 1. Passively resist 1 fatal damage per day. 2. Actively trigger 1 invincible defense per day, lasting 1 second. 3. Actively recover from external injuries once a day. 4. Reduce the negative effects of dryness and high temperature by 30%. These 4 additional effects must be worn at the same time to take effect. Missing one or damaging one will not work. Equipment has durability. The durability of the purple suit is 200. The longer it is worn, the more times various effects take effect, and the more durability it loses. At present, Qiaoning has a humidifying water ball in her car, which is not dry and has not encountered any danger. There is no need to wear Chunawei for the time being, so as not to lose durability in vain. Qiaoning then looked at Chunchi. Attributes, attack, plus 300. Equipment effect, when attacking a monster or a treasure guarding monster, the player has a 5% chance to trigger a purification effect, reducing the enemy's attack, defense, and speed by half. Qiaoning has played so many games, and she knows at a glance that this equipment is basically not used at ordinary times, and can only play a role when fighting monsters, especially when fighting stronger monsters, or even when fighting monsters above the level. It is quite useful, although the 5% probability seems very low. When fighting monsters, you can attack more than once or twice, so this probability is already quite high. There is only this one item in the 4-star box. I don't know if it's because Qiaoning unlocked the equipment list. The stone python leather jacket that didn't show specific attribute data before now also has attribute values. Defense plus 100. This is blue equipment. No equipment effect. Qiaoning then opened the second 4-star supply box. Chapter 13. The contents of this 4-star supply box surprised Qiaoning. It was a skill book. Flame blade skill, level, blue, can be upgraded with skills of the same type, effect, attack plus 3000. When attacking with a knife weapon, each attack can be accompanied by a flame burning effect. There is a 10% chance of triggering the passive effect of fiery burning body, causing the enemy's whole body to burn, and the subsequent attack damage is doubled. This attribute effect is no less than a set of purple equipment. Is it so powerful to just use a blue skill book? Qiaoning was just thinking about why there was no system prompt for unlocking the skill bar this time. But the system message came unexpectedly. It still asked Xiaoning to choose whether to announce it to the whole area or not. There is no reward. And various information can be hidden. Xiaoning was too lazy to announce it to the whole area without a reward, and directly refused. The process of learning skills with a skill book is very simple. Just click to use it. The feeling after learning is very wonderful. As if someone has instilled a lot of power in you from the top of your head, making you want to run 10,000 meters. Perhaps it was because of the knife skills and the flames. After learning, Xiaoning felt hot all over, as if she had a high fever, and her face was red. This state lasted for about 10 minutes before she returned to normal. The things in the remaining 64 supply boxes were not much compared to before. But compared to others, she was already the most European of the European. 100 units of gasoline, 10 liters of drinking water, 10 sets of moisturizing suits, 10 humidifying water balls, several snacks, several vegetables and fruits, 10 caddies of rice, 5 caddies of chicken breast, 2 caddies of beef, 2 caddies of mutton, 1 barbecue set, including 3 caddies of barbecue condiments, 100 barbecue iron skewers, 1 indoor barbecue stove, no props drawings were opened, and the rest were only 10 internal and external injury medicines, and 10 boxes of special medicines for sweating sickness. Finally, there was a bundle of green onions with roots, and a small bag of mung bean seeds. The green onions seemed to have just been pulled out of the ground, and there was still some soil on the roots. Xiaoning didn't know much about planting, but she knew that green onions were easy to grow, and green beans were also easy to grow. The game had a magical item called a planting pot, which made it even easier. You just needed to plant green onions in the pot, and bury green beans in the soil that came with the planting pot. And you didn't even need to water them. Xiaoning tried watering, but the icon of the system planting pot immediately showed that the plants were moderately flooded. The green onions, which originally took only 3 hours to grow, and the green beans, which took 10 minutes to germinate, had their growth time doubled. Xiaoning, what could she say? She could only let them grow and develop on their own, and stop forcing them to grow. She had always used the universal flush toilet, but strangely, the fertilizer tank was always empty, without a single grain of fertilizer. The item introduction did not specifically say how to make the toilet decompose a large amount of fertilizer, so Xiaoning could only slowly figure it out later. After counting and packing up the supplies, Xiaoning started to cook dinner. Today, a barbecue set was just opened, and Xiaoning thought about having a barbecue meal. She cut some of the pork belly, beef, and mutton into slices or small pieces, and marinated them with seasonings. After marinating for an hour or so, she put them on a skewer and put them on the grill. This small grill also uses electricity, which means it consumes gasoline, consuming 0.5 units of gasoline per hour. She can still afford this little electricity. In addition to meat, Xiaoning also grilled mushrooms, leeks, green vegetables, potato chips, green peppers, and tofu. The main focus is on a combination of meat and vegetables. Open another can of Fanta. Take a bite of the mutton skewer, and take a sip of Fanta, which is very refreshing. She grilled a total of 60 skewers of meat and vegetables, and left almost half of them untouched. When she saw Li Yongxing's email, she sent it to him. Li Yongxing sent her a batch of materials as usual. Not much. Only a few hundred each. And only a few dozen gold bars and glue. Sister Qiao, I didn't give much material today, so you can make do with it first. I'll get more and send it to you tomorrow. Such little stuff is not worth exchanging for me with your precious materials. Please don't send me anything. When Xiaoning saw this message, she had already sent the barbecue, and also a few bottles of Fanta and Coke. As expected, Li Yongxing immediately replied with a groundhog scream. Ah! Sister Qiao, you are really a god. Where did you get the barbecue? It's delicious. It smells so good. You don't know that I got a lot of messy things today, but I didn't get much food and drink. Sister Qiao, your barbecue and happy water really saved my life. I don't know how to repay you. Xiaoning didn't feel guilty at first, but he was so excited to thank her, which made Xiaoning a little embarrassed. Although she didn't touch the skewers, they were her leftovers after all. She thought about it, and mailed 2 liters of drinking water, and 2 doses of internal and external injury medicine to Li Yongxing. The total amount of materials he mailed over today is over 1,000. Especially glue. Xiaoning looked at the trading market. Not many people are selling this thing today. No one has opened it. A few people are selling it sporadically. And the price is quite outrageous. After trading with Li Yongxing, Xiaoning chatted for a while, cleaned up and prepared to go to bed. When it was almost dawn, Xiaoning got up in a daze and harvested green onions. She harvested mung beans once last night and didn't plant them again. This thing has a short maturity period and is not suitable for planting at night. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I have to get up in one night. Plants that are not harvested after the time limit will wither and turn into planting soil. For fruit trees, the fruits fall and turn into soil. A planting pot can grow up to 3 kinds of plants. Xiaoning didn't dare to plant plants with too long a cycle, lest the seeds with a short maturity period bloom later, and there is no place to plant. Therefore, the other 2 positions can only be left empty for the time being. She had a lot of humidifiers in her car, so she didn't feel any negative effects of the drought. Before going to bed last night, she also used protective film and reinforced tires for safety, fearing that the disaster would escalate again on the 6th day and damage the car. It turned out that Xiaoning's worries were not unnecessary. At 8 o'clock in the morning, on the 6th day of the natural disaster, Xiaoning opened the chat channel and was immediately frightened by the decreasing number of online users. There were fewer people every second. Help! I didn't put enough humidifier water balls last night. And this morning the system reminded me that I had some kind of hot sweat disease. Now I'm sweating a lot. And I feel thirsty no matter how much water I drink. I'm also weak and dizzy. How can I drive to find supplies and deal with the treasure-guarding monsters? Upstairs, use the special medicine for hot sweat disease quickly. A little bit can cure it. And you must keep the air humidity in the car. And it must not be lower than 20. If the humidity is lower than 20, it is considered severe dryness. And you will definitely get hot sweat disease. Where can I get the special medicine? I saw someone selling it before, but I didn't know the situation at the time, so I didn't want to buy it. Now I really regret it, and have no place to cry. Brother Xiaoning has put medicines on the shelves one after another. Just keep watching and buy them. And you can only compete with your hand speed at this time. Why doesn't she put more at one time? How many people can she save by searching like this? The person above is going to treat his brain. I don't need to explain to you how scarce the special medicine for sweating sickness is. Do you think their medicine is unlimited? You can put as many as you want on the shelf? They are willing to sell. And only trade materials that we don't need. It's enough to take care of everyone. What else do you want from them? Yes. Don't be too outrageous. Really. Everyone is having a hard time. But it's not a reason for you to blackmail them morally. If you think they are stingy, then don't buy their medicine. Just lie down and die. And save some materials for others. Xiaoning sold some of the medicines that she didn't need, and only exchanged them for materials. She currently has a lot of materials in stock. She combined 5 pieces of mixed gold in the manufacturing column, and melted them into the car body. The rest of the materials were left untouched, and kept for making other things. There are more supply boxes today. But there are more treasure-guarding monsters. Even 1-star supply boxes have treasure-guarding monsters. How can people survive? Is this the power of the 6th day of the natural disaster? I can't imagine how terrible the 7th day of the natural disaster will be. Don't think about it. The more you think about it, the more desperate you will feel. Just live well now. As for whether you can see the sun tomorrow, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 14. In the chat channel, all kinds of negative and desperate remarks came one after another. Occasionally, someone would say something encouraging, but they would soon be covered and drowned by a large number of negative remarks. What surprised Xiaoning was that Li Yongxing had a quarrel with some people yesterday. But today, after seeing the desperate remarks from several of them, he encouraged them instead. With a sincere tone. Not fake. Nor sarcastic. It can be seen that he really hopes that more people will survive. Even those who have had a grudge against him. He doesn't want them to die just like that. Human life is at stake. And in the face of life and death, some quarrels and grudges don't seem to count. Xiaoning can't do anything else. She just hopes to open more supplies today and put them in the trading market to exchange materials, so that she can store a large amount of materials for backup and save more people. She has a hunch that she will be more and more short of materials in the future. So it's definitely right to stock up more now. The passive opening of the lucky star yesterday was the Chunhui suit. And today she encountered a 4-star box just 1 hour after she started on the road. This 4-star box has a treasure guard. A dark-haired dog? Or a wolf? She couldn't quite tell, because when the guy saw her, he grinned and panted, and his tail kept wagging. It is said that wolf tails are harder than dog tails, and they usually don't wag around, but are mostly hanging down. But Xiaoning didn't quite understand why a dog was placed near the 4-star box as a treasure guard. If it was a fierce and vicious dog, it would be fine. But this one, Xiaoning thought about it, took a sausage from the car, removed the packaging, and threw it far away. The dark-haired big dog jumped out and grabbed it instantly. It even forgot about the box to guard. After eating, it ran over to the enemy, who was about 5 meters away from Xiaoning. It didn't approach, but squatted honestly, looking at Xiaoning with a pair of bright eyes. What does it mean? Xiaoning glanced at its saliva dripping continuously. And soon there was a saliva-stained area in front of the big dog. It was obvious what it wanted. Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, then threw 7 or 8 bags of dried duck leg snacks that she had opened yesterday to it. When driving away, she deliberately glanced at the rearview mirror and found that the dog looked silly, but was smart when eating, and even knew to open the packaging bag. Seeing that it looked so fierce and had such a big mouth, I thought it would swallow it directly. The dog gnawed the duck leg while watching Xiaoning's car going away. After eating the duck leg in a few bites, it barked twice, and its figure gradually disappeared. After seeing this scene, Xiaoning felt a little confused, but she felt that it seemed to be like this. After all, it is a game, and the treasure guard should also be virtual? After death or loss of function, will it turn into data and disappear? Xiaoning couldn't figure it out, but this was not something she could figure out now. So she simply stopped thinking about it and concentrated on driving forward. At noon, the dryness level rose to another level. At present, the air dryness has reached the point where the car consumes 2 humidification water balls per hour. Fortunately, there are many supply boxes today, and there are many high-star boxes, and there are also many treasure guarding monsters. Some people are happy, and some are sad in the chat channel. Xiaoning encountered 5 treasure guarding monsters today for the first time. They were a dog, a cat, a rabbit, a small fragrant pig, and the last time was a male peacock. The peacock really left her speechless. It didn't attack her, but just kept spreading its feathers towards her. It was beautiful. But Xiaoning had no interest in cross-species love. She picked up the supply box coldly and ruthlessly and left. Xiaoning was so stupidly fooled by the treasure-guarding monster she met that she doubted her life. While Li Yongxing was beaten by the treasure-guarding monster to the point of doubting his life. Sister Qiao, do you have any medicine for injuries? I just encountered 2 elite bosses at the same time. They were not small monsters, but big bosses. I almost died, and the medicine for injuries has been used up. Help! 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 Sister Qiao. When Li Yongxing sent the message, Xiaoning had just grabbed the supply box from behind the male peacock. After getting in the car, she immediately stepped on the accelerator and fled the scene quickly, fearing that the peacock would fly into the car later and refuse to leave. After seeing the message sent by Li Yongxing, Xiaoning immediately mailed him 2 internal and external medicines. How are you? Are you okay now? It's okay. I got better soon after taking the medicine. Thank you, Sister Qiao. You saved me so much. I really don't know how to repay you. I don't need to thank you for your great kindness. In the future, just tell me what you need me to do. You can tell me any resources you need, and I will help you get them. Xiaoning is most afraid of people thanking her. She always doesn't know what to say. It feels wrong to say anything. She can only say that it's okay, and there will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Xiaoning didn't manage his time well today. It took some time to deal with trivial matters and treasure-guarding monsters, so he only encountered 18 supply boxes. He missed the last one by a few minutes, and the distance counting system will be refreshed and recalculated the next day. Xiaoning felt that he had lost 100 million. 18 supply boxes, a total of 54. Among them, there were 8 4-star boxes, 16 3-star boxes, 22 star boxes, and 10 1-star boxes. Judging from the number of boxes, today's harvest is better than yesterday's. But I don't know what the things are like. There are still not many materials. Xiaoning directly throws them into the storage box. A lot of food was opened today. 5 caddies of fat beef rolls, 3 caddies of fat sheep rolls, 2 caddies of duck blood, 4 caddies of crystal duck intestines, 3 caddies of hot pot beef slices, 5 slices of marbled steak, 2 caddies of spicy beef strips, marinated fresh, 3 caddies of black tripe, 4 caddies of 1,000-layer tripe, 2 caddies of yellow throat, 2 caddies of small crispy meat, 2 caddies of hot pot dry fried dough sticks, 2 caddies of coriander, 2 caddies of tofu, 2 caddies of chrysanthemum, 1 caddy of small cabbage, 1 caddy of 1,000 sheets, 1 caddy of kelp knots, 3 caddies of large prawns, 2 caddies of Sichuan rice noodles, 3 bottles of sesame paste, 500 grams each, 2 cans of chili oil, 500 grams each. Qianning deeply felt that this was the game hinting at her. Eating hot pot tonight? There are also 20 sets of moisturizing kits. Some medicines. Some snacks. Eggs. Big bones. Beef tenderloin and other fresh food. Totaling more than 10 caddies. The rest are game props. Car protection film. Reinforced tires. And vehicle maintenance cards are nothing more than these. Previously, she got the drawings of refrigerators and ice makers. And this time, she got the drawings of freezers and ovens. She has already built the ice maker. But she hasn't built anything else. The main reason is that there is only so much space in the car. After putting a small bed, there is not much space left. Those things consume electricity all the time. There is a storage box. But it is not used very often. There are 5 planting pots in total. And there are quite a few seeds. Anyway, apples, peaches, cherries, and bananas have been planted. And vegetables are garlic sprouts, green onions, ginger, garlic, and Chinese cabbage. Today, the passive effect of Lucky Star is particularly powerful. And Qianning directly got a long-awaited smart chip. This thing is the last thing missing from the car butler system. With the smart chip, this butler system is completely complete and can play a real role. With the smart housekeeper system, Qianning no longer has to get up in the middle of the night to collect vegetables. She just needs to tell the smart housekeeper. As for the hygiene in the car, she doesn't have to clean it every day. The smart housekeeper will help her. Qianning doesn't even have to drive the car herself. The smart housekeeper can help her drive. When she encounters a supply box, she will be notified in advance and she can pick it up at that time. I have to say that this smart housekeeper is really a must-have for home travel. A magical system. After freeing her hands, Qianning has nothing to do. So she cooks all kinds of delicious food or watches TV and movies. The video recorder was opened before and installed a long time ago. But Qianning has never used it much because she has to drive. And she is very tired at night. She just wants to browse the chat channel and go to sleep. Now that there is a smart housekeeper to help drive, this video recorder will naturally come in handy in the future. Qianning ate hot pot in the evening. The game sent all the ingredients. And it sent so much. It seems unreasonable not to eat it. She is from the north, and she always dips hot pot in sesame sauce. She especially likes to dip beef rolls and tripe in sesame sauce. She also adds some chili oil, sesame oil, and a little salt to the sauce. One bite, and it is so fragrant that it makes your soul float up. Chapter 15. Qianning showed off 2 plates of fat beef, 1 plate of beef strips, 2 plates of tripe, as well as yellow throat, duck blood, duck intestines, and a few vegetables. She usually has a good appetite, especially when eating hot pot. After eating and drinking, she cleaned up the pots and pans, and put the ones that were inconvenient to wash in the storage box first. Anyway, time stopped in there, and it was just right to take them out and wash them when there was no shortage of water. She glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the evening, so she got off the car and walked to digest the food. The world of the road at dusk gave people a feeling of desolation, loneliness, and emptiness. The dim sky and the night fog gradually rising on both sides of the road gave people a suffocating sense of crisis and oppression. Qianning didn't like this atmosphere. She walked around the car for a few times. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, she hurried back to the car. Qianning no longer watched the chat channel. She would exit after putting up the products and watch the TV movies. She found that the video player could be connected to the main interface of the system and projected onto the system virtual screen, giving her the feeling of watching movies in a high-tech cinema. The visual effect was quite realistic. It just consumed electricity. It burned about 1 unit of gasoline per hour. Qianning had no shortage of gasoline, but she didn't dare to waste it. She would watch a movie at most, and then turn it off. After watching a comedy, Xiaoning felt drowsy. She simply washed herself, laid down on the small bed, and fell asleep in seconds. At 8 o'clock the next day, the 7th day of the natural disaster began. Xiaoning had just gotten up, washed, and made breakfast when she received a system prompt: your vehicle is damaged. If it is not repaired in time, it may affect your driving experience or even make it impossible to drive normally. It is recommended to repair the damaged part as soon as possible. Xiaoning hurriedly opened the system's car icon, and the virtual model of the car displayed on it really showed a red area representing damage. And there was a problem with the engine. The entire engine showed a yellow area, indicating that it was about to be damaged. The problem was too critical to be on the road without repair. Xiaoning could only use a vehicle repair card to restore the car to the same condition as when it was new. She had a lot of vehicle repair cards, in addition to the 8 cards she made every day. She also got a lot of cards from boxes. She currently had 52 cards in stock. No matter how much she used them, she couldn't use up so many cards by herself. So she simply moved some of them out and put them on the shelves for sale later. Today, she encountered a lot of high-star supply boxes, and she even encountered a 5-star box once. She still didn't encounter a treasure-guarding monster once. The only danger she encountered was that at noon, she stopped the car to stretch her waist, and was attacked by a small monster called Earth Snake. She was also poisoned by snake venom. Fortunately, she had an emergency medical kit with antibacterial antidote. It was her fault for being careless. She hadn't encountered any danger in the past few days. The relaxed environment paralyzed her vigilance. She subconsciously relaxed her vigilance and got off the car without wearing equipment, and was tricked. If she wore the Chunhui suit, this small earth snake monster couldn't break her defense at all and couldn't hurt her. After that, Xiaoning was extremely alert and planned to wear the equipment even when sleeping. In the afternoon, the car broke down again. This time, the protective film fell off due to durability. She didn't have time to replace it, and it was directly displayed that the car window was cracked and damaged and needed to be repaired in time. Xiaoning complained in her heart. What kind of window is this? How can it be as brittle as paper? What she didn't know was that in the chat channel, other players' cars that had not been upgraded had broken down countless times, some of which had cracked tires, and some of which had cracked the entire car. The price of vehicle repair cards soared, even more expensive than precious drinking water, and humidification water balls were not as expensive as it. As the natural disaster upgrades, the system interface will display more and more information, such as the specific dryness value, the degree of water shortage, how many humidification items are needed to eliminate negative status, which parts are about to be damaged, and the materials that can be fused before damage to extend the use time. The most cracked parts are the car body, windows and tires. To extend the damage time of these 3 parts, you need to consume 4 metals and glue, glass and glue, rubber and glue respectively. In other words, the value of materials went from being in short supply to being in short supply in just half a day. Especially glue, which has a low drop rate, is even more scarce now. Xiaoning couldn't find any bargains in the market, but she had established a good relationship with Li Yongxing before, who is a major material supplier. His talent is probably related to materials. As time goes by, the external dryness value measured by the smart housekeeper has reached 250, and it continues to change and increase every minute. In this case, the protective car film needs to be replaced every 2 hours, and the reinforced tires can run continuously for a maximum of 8 hours before the durability will fall off. To keep the humidity in the car at 40 to 50 points, for humidifying water balls need to be consumed per hour, which is extremely terrible. But normally, if the humidity is kept above 20 points, there will be no heat sweat disease, but it will just be less comfortable. Ordinary players have limited resources and cannot afford humidifying water balls, so they can only barely keep the humidity in the car above 20 points. At 7:30 in the evening, Xiaoning stopped the car and turned off the engine. At this time, the number of online people in Zone 1408 was only 48,000. More than 20,000 people died and were eliminated within a day. The chat channel was no longer viewable, full of despair or messages for help, and some were normal transactions, encouraging each other. There were also people who roared and cursed in despair, complaining about the world as if they wanted everyone to die with him, and then burst into tears after receiving supplies from others. When he opened the supply box, he did not use it himself, but only kept a part for himself, and gave the rest to those in need. Qianning saw a message. Wang Xiulin, I am a high school teacher. I originally had a happy family and a lovely daughter. She was only 5 years old. A few days ago was my daughter's birthday, and I was pulled into the game on the way to buy a cake. This week, I have been trying to survive by missing my daughter and husband, until someone used a prop card to cheat me of most of my supplies. I have no gasoline and no time to open the supply box. Without enough supplies, I am destined to not survive tonight, and I don't want to survive anymore. I sent all the remaining supplies to some people who asked for help in the channel by email, hoping that you can have a chance to survive. If anyone can leave the game alive, I hope you can go to number 203, Building 4, Fang'an Community, Yunhai City, Nanji Province, and tell my husband and daughter that I love them very much and let them live a good life. Don't. Teacher Wang. I can still give you some gasoline. Don't give up, Teacher Wang. No matter how difficult it is, you must try to survive. Think about your daughter. She is still waiting for you to come home. That damn liar. Everyone is already so difficult. Why do we have to have such a bitch to make things worse for us? The liar will not die well. I have some drinking water here. Teacher Wang. I will mail it to you. Don't give up. Qianning mailed her some humidifier water balls, food, and a moisturizing kit. Wang Xiulin, please stop mailing me things. It's enough. Just now, a kind person mailed me a lot of things. This natural disaster cycle only lasts tonight. I mailed the extra things to people who also need supplies. Thank you for your help. Thank you, everyone. I am really grateful. I will cheer up and try to survive. I couldn't get any supplies, so I planned to get off the car and walk into the night fog to commit suicide. The second before I opened the car door, I received the supplies given to me by Teacher Wang, which made me feel hopeful again. Now I am in tears in the car. I don't know what to say to everyone except thank you. Chapter 16. Qianning didn't know what to say, so she could only put as many of her unused supplies on the shelves as possible to exchange for materials. Perhaps because of this beginning, many wealthy players who had supplies were no longer stingy and hoarded them, and took out some of them to help others through the difficulties. The chat channel rarely set off a trend of mutual help and solidarity, and the number of online people, which had been dropping rapidly, was gradually stabilizing. Qianning, who was a little relieved, leaned on the small bed and opened the supply boxes she picked up today. There were 66 supply boxes in total. 1 5-star, 24 star, 25 3-star, 15 2-star, and 5 1-star. Overall, the harvest was very good. Qianning put the surprise of the 5-star box at the end and opened other boxes first. She no longer expected materials, which were still very few, and she didn't give much food and drink today, mainly moisturizing items and props. As more high-star boxes are opened, the gold content of the materials opened becomes obviously higher, and the quantity is also larger. Moisturizing suit *30, humidifying water ball *60, drinking water *20 liters, gasoline *200 units, external injury spray *30, internal injury medicine *25, medical first aid kit *20, special medicine for sweating disease *40 boxes, protective car film *20, vehicle repair card *25, reinforced tire *24, car upgrade blueprint *1, bone chopping knife, machete, tang sword, guns and ammunition and other weapons. In addition, there are some materials that have never been opened before. Desiccant *10, moisture-proof camphor ball *20. Qianning immediately thought of what the system said before, that the 7th day of the natural disaster is the settlement day, and a prompt for the next natural disaster type will be given. This desiccant and moisture-proof camphor ball should be the so-called prompt, right? She flipped through the chat channel and found that it seemed that no one had directly obtained such obvious prompts as moisture-proof materials like her. There are a few special messages. When I got off the car today, I encountered a very strange thing. A group of cockroaches appeared on the road for no reason. It's really strange. Isn't it easy for this thing to breed in humid places? It's so dry outside. I don't know how these little cockroaches survived. It's worthy of being a cockroach. It can survive in such extreme climate. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have remembered that I also encountered insects today, but not outside. It was in a corner of my car. It actually gave birth to a wood lice. It's really out of this world. It was so dry that I had a nosebleed. And this kind of thing actually gave birth to it in the car. Xiao Ning flipped down and saw at least hundreds of players claiming to have encountered abnormal situations. If one person encountered it, it might be a game accident. If so many people encountered it, it would not be a simple accident. As expected, someone reminded me. I remember the game system reminded us before that there would be a hint about the next natural disaster on the 7th day of the natural disaster. Do you think these abnormal conditions are a hint? Fuck. I just realized it when you said that. Could the next natural disaster be insects? Don't do that. I'm most afraid of insects. Especially those that come in groups. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. I have intensive phobia. Insect plague? Why don't I think it's like that? My major is entomology. From the types of insects that have appeared, there are Coleoptera, Lepidoptera, Hymenoptera, Diptera, etc. There are no common points in this regard. But I noticed a very special phenomenon. That is, these insects like to live in dark and humid places. And some of them have the characteristic of avoiding light. So I think the next natural disaster is probably related to sunlight and humidity. Xiao Ning was still hesitating whether to send a message directly anonymously to tell everyone the type of the next natural disaster. But now she doesn't have to worry about it. There are tens of thousands of game servers. And there are many knowledgeable people. It is not surprising that they can guess the type of natural disaster. There is only one 5-star box left. After opening it, the daily Lucky Star passive effect Lucky Star Arise is triggered. There is only one thing in it, which is still a skill book. Skill book. Basic Body Refining. Level, Purple, can be fused and upgraded with the same skill book, effect, entry basic attributes plus 5,000 each. Proficiency basic attributes are all doubled. Mastery basic attributes increased by 200%. Mastery basic attributes increased by 300%. Reaching the pinnacle basic attributes increase by 500%. The basic attributes are actually attack, defense, and speed. Xiao Ning's attribute panel was blank before. After learning the blue level fiery blade technique, she gained 3,000 more attacks. Which means that no matter what weapon she uses to attack the enemy, she will cause 3,000 damage. Of course, if the opponent has defensive equipment, this value will be reduced. Now the novice equipment with a few hundred defenses is sold at a sky-high price in the trading market, which shows how high the gold content of these 3,000 attacks is. This purple skill book is even more powerful. Although it does not have any special effects, it does have a proficiency level effect. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the effect. It can increase her 3 basic attributes by up to 500%. If she survives to the later stage, her basic attribute data will definitely be very terrifying. More like a boss than a boss. Xiao Ning immediately learned this skill book. But the game obviously couldn't let her go so smoothly. She found that after learning, her proficiency was displayed as 0. But she couldn't find a way to upgrade the basic body refining. Whether it was moving the body, driving, or doing anything. This proficiency was motionless. Like a 1,000-year-old turtle. Xiao Ning sighed, and could only put it aside for the time being. She contacted Li Yongxing and exchanged a batch of materials with wound medicine, her own meals, and moisturizing items. Her current material inventory: iron block 35,000, copper block 33,000, silver block 27,000, gold block 15,000, plastic 38,000, rubber 30,000, glass 29,000, glue 8,000. This is an approximate data, and the decimals are not counted. Most of the materials were obtained by exchanging for supplies on the shelves these 2 days. The remaining part was exchanged with Li Yongxing, and the part she opened herself can be ignored. She upgraded the storage box 3 times, and now it has 200 cubic meters. The space is already very large, so she plans to use up some of the accumulated blind box coins. She only drew a blind box once, consuming 10 coins, and then there were 17 coins left, and the experience value was 70 points. The number of supply boxes picked up in the next few days was 43, 45, 45, 66, 54, 66. A total of 336. The total experience value is 3,137. The experience treasure box was claimed once for 100 points, 500 points, 1,000 points, and 2,000 points. The next time, it will be claimed after 400 points. The 3 experience treasure boxes have not been opened yet, and Xiaoning is also saving them, planning to open them together when she has more in the future. 10 blind box coins can be used to draw once, and Xiaoning wants to draw 10 times first. The rest will be saved for the next natural disaster. The novice period has only one natural disaster cycle, Drought, which means that the number of material boxes and the material explosion rate will be greatly reduced during the next natural disaster. It is better to save the blind box coins until they are needed. She is now drawing 10 times in a row, and she wants to draw some blueprints to see if she can draw the 3-component blueprints of the car upgrade blueprint, car integration blueprint, car transformation blueprint, and car strengthening blueprint. If she can draw it, she can upgrade the car again, and she will have more confidence when the next natural disaster comes. Xiaoning is still looking forward to drawing the blind box again. The familiar big turntable appears in front of her. Xiaoning waits for a few seconds and presses the stop button by feeling. Then several lights of different colors flash by, and the system prompts to send 10 times in a row. Chapter 17. The last time Xiaoning drew a single box, she chose one from many blind boxes. This time, the 10 consecutive draws were randomly drawn by the turntable. Logically, the probability of drawing high-quality rewards in 10 consecutive draws is higher. Wish blind box. Since the key point is the word wish, it makes no sense that 10 consecutive draws can't draw what you want. Xiaoning opened the system prompt interface and checked the specific information of the item she drew. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining Black Flame Bone Knife *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining the Spring Rain Nourishing Things Skill Book *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining the Light as a Strike Talent *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining Get Car Upgrade Parts Blueprint Set *20. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Folding Gem *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Moisturizing Set *1000. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Medicine Gift Pack *200 Gene. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Humidifying Water Ball *3000. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Glue *100. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Luxury Bathroom *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting Defense Treasure Ring *1. Xiaoning saw this series of supplies, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. There were only 2 words left in his mind. I got rich. Let's talk about 2 pieces of equipment first. One for attack and one for defense. The Black Flame Bone Knife has no attribute introduction. Only 1 sentence and a level display. Red level, upgradable. It is said that it is a long knife made of a section of the spine of the Black Flame Lord, with great power and unlimited potential. It didn't say how to upgrade it, how much attack this knife has, or what effect it has. The introduction of the defensive ring is very brief, and there is no attribute indication either. Only 2 paragraphs, no attribute. Non-growth equipment. After wearing it, you can actively open an invincible defense shield, forming an invincible defense space within 1 meter around the wearer, immune to any form of attack. The defense shield lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 72 hours. The characteristics of the Black Flame Bone Knife cannot be seen for the time being, but this defensive ring is really awesome. Invincible defense shield, and it is an invincible defense for a full 10 minutes, although it can only be used once every 3 days. As long as it is used at a critical moment, it is definitely the best equipment to save your life. Xiaoning put on the defensive ring without saying a word, and as for the Black Flame Bone Knife, temporarily put it in the storage box. Then look at other supplies. In the car upgrade blueprint set, there are 3 parts blueprints. The second upgrade of the car requires 5 sets, and the third time consumes 50 sets. The blueprint set she drew this time is enough for her to upgrade once, and there are still 15 sets left. There are less than 10 hours left before the end of this natural disaster cycle. The moisturizing suit and humidifying water ball will not be used in the next natural disaster, so Xiaoning only kept a part that is enough for tonight's consumption, and put the rest on the shelf to exchange for materials. The 200 gene medicine gift package contains many kinds of medicines. Xiaoning picked and chose some that she had not opened before. The rest, such as the special medicine for sweating sickness, which is specially for drought disasters, she kept a few for herself, and put the rest on the shelf. 2/3 of the internal and external injury medicines are on the shelf, and there are also antipyretic medicines, anti-inflammatory medicines, antibacterial detoxification agents, and other miscellaneous medicines. There are not many people buying the first two types at present, so she didn't put many on the shelf, and basically kept them all. In theory, she is not sick every day, so there is really no need to stock up these medicines. It is better to exchange them for what she needs. But in this natural disaster, these medicines are really not very useful, and only the antibacterial detoxification agent has good sales. Antibacterial antidote has a low drop rate, so Qianning certainly won't put all of it on the shelf. She will always keep some for her own use, some to exchange materials with Liangxing, and the rest will be put on the shelf in the whole district trading market. 100 glues. Qianning was helpless looking at this number. She didn't expect that even the wish-blind box could not break the curse of her low material drop rate. She sighed and threw the glue into the storage box. The next skill book, Spring Rain, nourishes things, and the talent lifting heavy things with ease really surprised Qianning. Spring Rain nourishes things, level, purple, can be fused and upgraded with the same skill book. 1. Eliminate up to 3 negative states for yourself and maintain immunity to negative effects for 3 minutes. Each use has a cooling time of 1 hour. 2. Eliminate 1 negative state for designated players, up to 3, within 3 meters around you and maintain immunity to negative effects for 1 minute. Each use has a cooling time of 30 minutes. Lifting heavy things with ease. White talent can be fused with talents of the same level or type. Effect: gives the player great strength, allowing them to lift thousands of pounds easily. This talent looks very ordinary. After all, it is just the lowest level white talent. The point is that you can actually draw a talent from the wish-blind box. This is terrible. Qianning first saw some people mention talents in the chat channel. Most people were very cautious and did not reveal much information. But there were also some players with relatively low-level talents who told everyone directly. From the chatter of those people, Qianning roughly knew that everyone drew 1 talent. Even if there are exceptions, they are definitely very rare. The talent Qianning drew was the wish-blind box collector. The lucky star was triggered and bound to her for unknown reasons, and the card manufacturing expert was triggered passively by the lucky star, which allowed her to draw 1 more. Now the wish-blind box directly allowed her to draw a talent. What does this mean? This means that others only have 1 talent, and it is extremely difficult to get 1 more. As long as Qianning is lucky enough in the future, she can have countless talents. No wonder this wish-blind box collector has a gold-level talent. It is really amazing. It seems that there is no strongest gold talent, only stronger. Qianning looked at the extra skills and talents on the attribute panel, and felt more and more confident in her heart. There are 2 things left: folding gems and luxury bathrooms. The luxury bathroom can be directly installed in the car through the system, but there are requirements for the car level. At least a level 3 car can be installed. After Qianning upgraded the car this time, she had a chance to transform it and could directly install the luxury bathroom. Folding gems are good things, equivalent to a space folding device, which can fold up a certain area of the car to save more space. For example, in the kitchen, after using the folding gems, the entire kitchen space is folded behind the kitchen door. You can enter the kitchen directly by opening the door, and it is a door on the wall after closing it, which does not take up space. It only takes up the area of the wall. If you draw a few more folding gems in the future, you can fold up the toilet, bathroom, kitchen and other spaces. At that time, from the outside, her car is just a car, but in fact, the internal space may be a house. The imagination is beautiful, and Qianning is just looking forward to it from afar. After all, it is still unknown whether you can draw a second folding gem. Today's 100 blind box coins are really not spent in vain, except for 100 glues. The other things you harvested made Qianning very surprised. After counting the supplies, Qianning put enough humidifying water balls in the car, told the smart housekeeper to call her at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then lay down and fell asleep. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qianning suddenly felt the car body shaking in her sleep. She sat up in a daze, opened her eyes, and turned her head to see an ugly and hideous monster head. Qianning was so shocked that she woke up instantly, rolled down the bed, took out the black flame bone knife, and pointed it at the monster with drool outside the car window. The monster's bulging eyeballs moved with her movements, and then took a few steps back and slammed into her. Bang! The impact of the monster made the car body shake violently. Qianning stabilized her body, and the initial fear faded, and her brain gradually calmed down. She immediately opened the system to check the status of the car. As expected, the durability of the protective car film was only 20 points. Once the car film was destroyed, only the metal body was left. I am afraid that a large amount of metal materials would be needed to maintain the durability of the car body and prevent the monster outside from breaking into the car. The durability of the protective car film was not enough for the monster's attack again. So Qiaoning simply replaced the new car film directly through the system. Knowing that the monster could not rush in, Qiaoning was naturally no longer afraid. She opened the chat channel on the system interface. The number of players online was rapidly decreasing, and many people in the channel were crying for help. I was awakened by a monster in the middle of the night. What should I do? My car's durability is dropping rapidly. The system prompts me to fuse metal materials as soon as possible to improve durability. But all my metal materials have been used to exchange for moisturizing items and humidifying water balls. Help! I feel it is coming in. What are you still hesitating about? Change the metal materials quickly. If you don't change, you will die immediately. A large sum of money to exchange for metal materials. Drinking water, gasoline, humidifying water balls. I have everything you want to exchange. Please, please, please. Urgent. Dog game. Didn't we say that only the car is safe at night? Where is the safety here? Stop shouting. The game just wants us to die. Anyway, I have no metal materials, and the protective car film is about to break. I will die by lying down. Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't give up. I don't believe this monster will keep crashing. The monster on my side hasn't moved for a long time, just staring at me through the window. As long as I can hold on until 8 o'clock in the morning, the natural disaster cycle will be over. Among many negative or positive messages, Qiaoning saw someone sent a message. Yuan Heng, monsters can sense our emotions. The more panic, fear, despair and resentment, the greater the emotional fluctuations, the higher the frequency of its attacks. On the contrary, the calmer you are, the lower the frequency of its attacks, and it may even gradually lose the perception of our existence. Be careful not to fall asleep. People will dream when they fall asleep, and you cannot control the emotional fluctuations in your dreams. You can't fuse metal to the vehicle in time. After seeing the message, Qiaoning tried to calm down, but it was easier said than done. It would be hard for anyone to not feel emotional when seeing the monster head and the bulging eyes outside. Qiaoning simply closed her eyes and recited the classical Chinese text Pipa Xing that she had learned that year. She recited it over and over again, and she was completely free of fear and only felt drowsy. Before falling asleep, Qiaoning forced herself to buy 10,000 metal materials. Metal materials are the materials that Qiaoning has the most in stock, and the drop rate is very high. She is short of glue now. It takes 5,000 glue to upgrade a car to level 3, and it is not known how much glue will be needed to upgrade to level 4 in the future. To maintain the durability of the car body, only a certain amount of 4 metals need to be fused, and glue is not needed. Now is the time to exchange for glue. The material she exchanges can also save more people. After Qiaoning put the car on the shelf, she told the smart butler to consume the car film and materials to repair the car. Then she yawned and lay back on the bed to sleep. To be honest, the car shook every now and then, and it helped me sleep after getting used to it. As for the occasional collision sound of the monster, Qiaoning just ignored it as violence. Chapter 18. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the smart housekeeper woke her up on time. The first thing Qiaoning did when she got up was to check the number of survivors in the entire area, 35,864. And the number is still changing. From the beginning, she felt sad when she saw several people go offline and die. But now she seems to be able to face the greatly reduced number of survivors as usual. It's not that she has become hard-hearted and doesn't care about the death of others, but she is becoming more and more clear that only by accepting, facing, and constantly getting stronger from spirit to body can she survive better in this survival game. Qiaoning opened the chat channel and learned from other people that the sudden monster attack last night only lasted for an hour, and then the monster disappeared. After the big guy named Yuan Heng explained the way to deal with the monster attack, he really effectively controlled the number of online people who kept dropping. He saved a lot of people. From last night to now, the chat channel has been talking about him and thanking him. To be honest, if there was no such reason, Qiaoning would have been prepared for the system to force the merging of the servers in advance after the sudden monster attacked the car. And the next disaster would be upgraded. There was 1 hour left before the end of the disaster cycle, and the dryness value was as high as 380. Qiaoning placed 10 humidifying water balls in the car. But she could still feel that the air in the car was very dry, and it was not comfortable to breathe. After she placed 5 more humidifying water balls, she could breathe smoothly. Breakfast and dinner have always been the 2 most abundant meals for Qiaoning. After all, she had to travel during the day, and sometimes she could not take time to eat lunch, or just eat some bread, compressed biscuits, etc. On the last day of the disaster cycle, it was not known how the game system would arrange everyone after 8 o'clock. Qiaoning was not in a hurry, so she simply made it more complicated. She cooked the preserved egg and lean meat porridge, prepared a plate of cold dishes, and made a fried egg. In addition, she took out a tray of steamed beef stuffed buns that had been steamed and placed in the storage box. After setting up the breakfast table, Qiaoning asked the smart housekeeper to take a photo and send it to Li Yongxing. Sure enough, within a few seconds, Li Yongxing howled in reply, "Ah, Sister Qiao, your breakfast is so rich. Are there any extra ones? Let me smell them. Woo woo woo. Can 500 metal materials be exchanged for a breakfast of the same style? Please." The child was so greedy that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Qiaoning smiled and said, "Metal materials are so expensive now. It's a loss for you to exchange so many materials for a breakfast. I've mailed the breakfast to you, and I won't charge you. Just keep some of your materials for me in the future." Received. Don't worry, Sister Qiao. Except for the part 1 used myself. The rest are all left for you. By the way, Sister Qiao, do you have the component drawings of the car upgrade drawings? I need a car integration drawing, so I can upgrade the car. The drop rate of the drawings is too low, and the drop rate of the car integration drawings is even lower. I have been looking for them in the trading market for 2 or 3 days, but no one cares about me. I couldn't find it. Ah, if the wish blind box didn't draw the car upgrade blueprint set, Qiaoning really couldn't give him a copy. Before she drew the blueprint set, she only had 1 car integration blueprint, 3 car transformation blueprints, and 2 car strengthening blueprints. Now that she has extra, she can exchange one with Li Yongxing. As soon as Qiaoning's blueprint was mailed, Li Yongxing quickly sent a batch of materials. In addition to the currently expensive metal materials, there are also 300 glues. These things are more than enough to exchange for a car integration blueprint. From the explosion rate, the car integration blueprint is naturally more expensive. But from the market price, only a few people upgrade their cars. And most people are not in a hurry to upgrade their cars. They need other materials more. Therefore, the 3-component blueprints of the car upgrade blueprint are not very priced in the trading market. Li Yongxing is not an ordinary player. Not only is he strong in killing monsters, and has a high material explosion rate, but he also has a good vision and awareness of the game. Therefore, he doesn't feel that he has lost money in this transaction, but thinks that he has made a lot of money. After the transaction with Li Yongxing, Qiaoning leaned against the car window, enjoying breakfast slowly, with a mouthful of porridge and a mouthful of cold dishes. After the meal, put the remaining food into the storage box, cleaned up the dishes, and poured the accumulated dirty water and dirt into the universal flush toilet for decomposition. The good thing about this toilet is that it does not flush with water, but directly decomposes all garbage and dirt. No matter how much stuff is put in it, it can be decomposed in seconds. It will not be blocked, except that it consumes 0.1 units of electricity for every 1 kilogram of garbage decomposed. There are no other problems. I looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the sun outside was coming out from the sky. At 8 o'clock, the soft female voice of the game system sounded on time. Congratulations to 35,802 players in Area 1408 for successfully surviving the first natural disaster cycle. From 12 o'clock in the evening, the surviving players will be teleported to the 1408 Safe Service Area for settlement maintenance time. In the Safe Service Area, all players can move freely until the next natural disaster cycle arrives. Warm reminder, the Safe Service Area is based on safety, peace and freedom. Any form of attack and conflict between players is a violation of the safety regulations of the service area. The minor case is confinement, and the serious case is expulsion. Please cherish your life and do not challenge the safety regulations. After the countdown of 10 seconds, all surviving players in Area 1408 will be teleported to the safe service area. There may be slight discomfort during the process. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7. When the countdown ended, Qiaoning, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only felt a slight shake, and her eyes went black. After regaining her vision, she appeared in a huge square with her car. There were countless cars of different colors, sizes and models around. Most of them were dilapidated, and some were even on the verge of falling apart and scrapping. Qiaoning's brand new and shiny big car really attracted attention. Fortunately, she had not had time to upgrade the car to level 3. So she was not in a hurry to upgrade it now, and planned to upgrade it after the next natural disaster cycle. Through the window, Qiaoning saw that many players had already gotten off the bus. Looking around, some people gathered together to chat and inquire. Qiaoning didn't rush to get off the bus. She received a bombardment of messages from Liangxing. Sister Qiao, you have also arrived at the service area. Right. Should we meet? This is my coordinate, 14258. Qiaoning clicked on it, and found that she and Liangxing were not far apart. And it only took a few minutes to drive there. She didn't want to meet the netizen at first. But then she thought that this was the only friend she had made in the survival game. To put it bluntly, everyone lives today but not tomorrow. And it may be the first time or the last time they meet. After all, we have met for a while. So why be hypocritical? Meeting each other is also a way to avoid regrets. After thinking for a while, Qiaoning agreed to meet and drove to Liangxing's coordinates. The service area that can accommodate more than 30,000 people is very large, with streets, shops, hotels, etc. It was just that she didn't know what to use as currency. The service area was absolutely safe. Qiaoning didn't want to attract too much attention, so she didn't wear all kinds of shiny equipment like some players on the road. She only wore ordinary clothes that she got in the game. The only thing was the black and simple ring on her hand, which was an equipment, a defensive ring, unlike what she expected. Although Liangxing was only an 18-year-old boy with a delicate face, his height was estimated to be more than 1.9 meters, more than half a head taller than her. Each player's vehicle had no license plate number, but was marked with the area number and his name, so it was easy to recognize. Qiaoning got out of the car and met Liangxing's sight. The latter was stunned for a long time before stammering to greet her. Sister Qiao, you are really different from what I imagined, Liangxing said with a silly smile. Before meeting her, he thought Qiaoning was a gentle, classical, beautiful and kind fairy. After meeting her, he found out Qiaoning was more beautiful than he imagined. Her facial features were extremely delicate, but her temperament was not gentle. She looked a bit cold and decadent. She rarely looked at people, but she was not afraid. But she was too lazy to look at others. Qiaoning stuffed a piece of xylitol chewing gum into her mouth and chewed it slowly. You are different from what I thought. This height and size, and that young and delicate face, really don't match. Liangxing tried to find a topic. There are a lot of delicious food and fun things in this service area. Sister Qiao, should we go shopping together? Qiaoning asked him. Do you have money? Do you need to spend money to have fun here? Yes. The currency of the service area is actually our experience points. I have several hundred. I just asked a friend. And a top-notch meal here only costs 10 experience points at most. Stay in the most luxurious hotel room for 12 hours. And you only need 12 experience points. Other things are even cheaper. And most of them cost 1 or 2 experience points. Of course, there are also more expensive stores, such as material stores, prop stores, and drug stores. I don't know the specific prices. If you are interested, let's go and have a look. Qiaoning was really interested when she heard it. Then let's go. You lead the way, and we'll go over and have a look. Okay. Sister Qiao. Wait a minute. I'll tell a few friends first. Liangxing strode to a few men and women who were gathered together, gestured and talked for a while, and then pointed in the direction of Qiaoning. The men looked at her, and Qiaoning nodded, which was considered a greeting. Shaoli, be careful. Don't be fooled. I just saw a woman holding a man's arm and asking him to go to a prop or drugstore to buy things for them. Some people are just trying to cheat you out of money. You should be more careful. Don't trust those who come up to you. Just listen to me. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man named Jiang Ming. Li Yongxing had no friendship with him. But he was a friend brought by a boy who often traded with Li Yongxing. Before Jiang Ming entered the game, he was a manager of a company. He was nearly 40 years old. When he was among a group of young people in their 20s, he always spoke with a tone of preaching, and had the airs of an elder. Li Yongxing frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows, and tried to speak in a normal tone. Brother Jiang, you think too much. Sister Qiao is not that kind of person. She is a very good person and kind. She has saved me many times. Without her, I would not be alive until now. Jiang Ming wanted to say something, but was stopped by a boy next to him. Then the boy started talking about something else. And then he changed the topic. After saying goodbye to his friends, Li Yongxing and Qiaoning walked towards the service area where there were many buildings. Their vehicles were bound to people. No one except them could drive them away or destroy them. So there was no need to worry. Qiaoning wanted to go to the prop store first. But halfway there, she found a group of people gathering in a certain direction. What's that in front? Did something happen? Li Yongxing grabbed a passing player and asked. The man had a good temper, and was not annoyed when he was suddenly caught. You didn't see the system information, right? There is a virtual big screen in the center of the 1408 service area, which will display the rankings of various lists. There are experience lists, equipment lists, car lists, comprehensive strength lists, quality of life lists, etc. Although the names are hidden or anonymous by default, it does not prevent everyone from being curious and going over to join in the fun. To be honest, I also want to see the gap with the big guys. The man ran away after saying that. Li Yongxing's eyes were bright, and he turned his head to look at Qiaoning. Sister Qiao, should we go over and take a look together? Qiaoning was also curious, so she nodded and said, Okay, let's go and take a look. This settlement maintenance lasts for 12 hours, and they can rest in the service area for half a day, so it doesn't matter if they take a while. The light green virtual screen is 10 meters high, and it displays 7 lists in a row. In addition to the 5 lists mentioned by the man before, there are 2 more, the material list and the killing list. The material list shows the stock value, which is comprehensively evaluated based on the quality and quantity of the materials owned by the player. The killing list shows the killing points, which are calculated based on the treasure guarding monsters, beasts, enemies, etc. killed by the player. If the points are less than 0.5, they will be rounded to 0. The data on the killing list now only includes the killing points obtained by killing treasure guarding monsters. The names on the list are almost all hidden by default, showing only a row of asterisks such as. A few players have set up anonymous code display on their own. There are also a few who are careless, and do not even use code names for some reason. They show their names to everyone. The comprehensive strength list and the killing list can still be understood. It is a deterrent to some people with bad intentions, so that some people can weigh their strength before they have bad intentions. For the rest, like the material list, those who dare to show their names on the list are really not afraid of trouble. Although the current road world is a single-player journey mode, who knows if it will develop into a multiplayer mode in the future? For safety reasons, Xiaoning did not even use a code name, and directly hit all of them as asterisks. Only she can see her own name, while others can only see a string of asterisks. She is now ranked in the major lists, first in the experience list, third in the equipment list, first in the car list, first in the quality of life list, first in the material list, last in the killing list, and 10th in the comprehensive strength list. This comprehensive strength list is related to the previous 6 lists. If Qiaoning was not ranked last in the killing list, which affected the data, her ranking in this comprehensive strength list should be able to move forward a little. There is no way. Who made her unable to encounter the treasure guarding monster? On the day when the probability of the treasure guarding monster appearing was the highest, she encountered the lowest level treasure guarding monster several times, and never encountered it again. If you can't kill the treasure guarding monster and have no killing points, then you will naturally be ranked last in the killing list. The first thing Li Yongxing looked at was the killing list. He was not a high-profile person, but after seeing his ranking, he couldn't help but show off and ask for praise. He approached Qiaoning and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, Sister Qiao, I am the 5th on the killing list. Am I awesome? Qiaoning guessed that he killed a lot of monsters, but she didn't expect that a child like him could climb to the 5th place. She echoed a few words, and then heard Li Yongxing wonder, Sister Chiao. This person is so strange. Huh? She is the last on the kill list. And her kill score is 0. It's outrageous. How did she manage to only pick up supply boxes and not kill the treasure guards? It's impossible that the treasure guards didn't attack her. Or she didn't encounter any treasure guards at all? This 0 points is too strange. I really can't figure it out. Qiaoning, She coughed lightly and pretended to speculate. Maybe she was lucky. She didn't encounter many treasure guards. And they were not very powerful. So she didn't need to kill them to pick up treasure boxes. Li Yongxing thought of the bitterness and tears of her own monster hunting. And said faintly, maybe. We have to admit that there are always European emperors in this world. Just like the big guys who are first in the experience list and the supply list. Qiaoning, In fact, there is no them. Chapter 19. Qiaoning held her vest tightly, and was about to call Li Yongxing to leave, when she suddenly heard someone shouting, Look! Look! The name of the first place in the equipment list. Comprehensive strength list. And killing list is displayed. It's Yuan Heng. The boss who reminded us to deal with the monster attacking the car. The boss is really strong and kind. If he hadn't reminded me, I would definitely not have survived last night. Come on. I guess he is afraid that the mortality rate of the entire area will be as high as 80%. So he will be very difficult to cause a natural disaster. It is obvious that he wanted to benefit himself. But he made everything. It's like someone owes him a huge favor. What's so good about this kind of person? He's just lucky, and gets more supplies and better equipment. What you said may have this factor. But it is undeniable that the information he provided saved you and me. This fucking survival game is harmful enough. We should cherish the kindness of others even if it's only a little bit. Otherwise, people will become cold-hearted. Who will save you next time you ask for help? Good luck is also a kind of strength. And the killing points are so high. How can you save others without some skills? How can you do it? For example, with your body. If you are equipped, would you dare to fight the elite boss treasure guarding monster alone? Get within 1 meter of it. Even if you are brave. No matter how good the equipment is. It depends on the combat consciousness of the person to play its best role. If you think what I said is wrong, go ahead. I only know that the game system reminds us from the beginning that no matter when and where, no matter how difficult life is, we must remember that we are human beings. The fallen will inevitably go to destruction. In other words, those who do evil will eventually die. In this game mode, cold-blooded selfishness may allow you to survive for a while, but you will never make it to the end. Admit the strength of others and face your own shortcomings. Buddy, we ordinary people will be better to ourselves if we recognize the current situation. Otherwise, we may not know how we died in the future. After this man finished speaking, the people around him seemed to be touched and applauded him with great approval. The man who had received benefits from Yuan Heng and was still talking about right and wrong in this matter, saw that the situation was not good, snorted coldly, squeezed through the crowd and left. Don't mind him. Some people are like this. They eat with a bowl in hand and curse when they put it down. Not to mention in survival games. I have been doing business for so many years in real life, and have seen many such people. Yes, my colleague is like this. It's very annoying. It seems that the whole world owes him something. He never reflects on himself. After Qiaoning and Li Yongxing left the crowd, he suddenly whispered, Sister Chiao, do you believe me when I say I know Yuan Heng? Qiaoning glanced at him and said nothing. Hey Sister Chiao, don't disbelieve me. I really know Yuan Heng. We met when we traded equipment. As soon as I entered the service area, I contacted you first, and then sent the coordinates to Brother Heng. But Brother Heng, maybe he was busy and ignored me. Li Yongxing spoke more and more quietly, as if he had no confidence. I know. Qiaoning didn't want to embarrass him, but she didn't know what to say. Her real job didn't require her to socialize with people too much, so she understood the ways of the world, but she didn't have much social skills. Li Yongxing secretly sent a message to Yuan Heng frantically at this time. Brother Heng, the beautiful and kind-hearted lady who I told you about before is next to me. We are going to go shopping at the prop store. Do you want to join us? Or wait for us at the door of the prop store? Brother Heng, you are so lucky. You dare not go in now to rub Sister Chiao's luck. What are you waiting for? Come quickly. After sending the message, he tentatively asked Qiaoning, Sister Chiao, if I let you meet Brother Heng, we can get to know each other and make friends. Are you willing? After saying that, He immediately added, I guarantee with my life that Brother Hung is definitely a good person. He was a soldier before he entered the survival game. Xiaoning does not think that all soldiers are good people. But he does have a filter for the profession of soldiers. In reality, with the development of society, the environment is getting worse and worse. Under the revenge of nature, natural disasters occur frequently. Soldiers are already a very high-risk profession. In order to protect the people, the country has to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of soldiers every year. It can be said that without a spirit of sacrifice for the country and the people, most people would not choose to join the army. Xiaoning had a childhood friend whose family were all soldiers. After she became an adult, she joined the army as a female soldier and later disappeared during a mission. Influenced by her childhood friend's family, she had a good impression of soldiers. Xiaoning thought about it and said politely, if there is a chance to meet, it would be good to meet and make friends. The other party is a big man who ranks first on several lists. I am afraid that he has no time to see me. In fact, Yuan Hung really didn't have time. Li Yongxing received his reply, let's talk later. I have something to deal with now. Li Yongxing waited from morning to night. He and Xiaoning visited the most expensive stores in the service area and had a big meal at noon and evening, especially the lunch. It was particularly rich. The two of them went to a buffet. 8 experience points per person. And you can eat as much as you want for 4 hours. With unlimited food and snacks. From expensive imported fruits to exquisite and high-end desserts. Everything from flying in the sky to swimming in the sea. In reality, a super large lobster has been sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Giant red devil shrimps cost thousands of yuan per pound. An abalone bigger than a human palm. Top quality Wagyu beef. Tibetan fragrant pigs. White-eared chickens. Butter crabs. There are too many top quality ingredients here. And a considerable part of them are extinct in the real world. Xiaoning and Li Yongxing are both gourmets. Seeing so many delicacies, how can they control themselves? Anyway, you can eat as much as you want for 8 experience points. And it would be a waste if you don't eat. All the staff in the service area are highly intelligent simulation robots. Many stores are too lazy to even put up a robot. And shopping is purely self-service. It is basically impossible to steal or take advantage. People who do so have been locked up in solitary confinement by the system. According to the system description, the solitary confinement prison is a pitch-black infinite space, where people will not feel hungry, will not defecate, and cannot even sleep when tired. There are no living things, no light, no sound, only darkness, and the flow of time is different from the outside world. 1 year in there is only 1 minute outside. In that kind of ghost place, staying for a few hours can drive people crazy, let alone a year. The working robots in the buffet restaurant are very considerate. Whatever food is needed, it will be delivered to the customers in almost seconds. Not to mention that customers don't have to bother to cook manually. All ingredients will be processed by special robots and delivered to the customers' tables as soon as possible. Xiaoning and Li Yongxing seem to have not eaten for 800 years. This meal made the two of them full. They walked around the central square dozens of times before they succeeded in digesting the food. At dinner, the two learned their lesson and dared not eat like they did at noon. They only chose a barbecue restaurant that seemed to have good business. This meal cost the two of them only 5 experience points in total. It must be said that the food in the service area is really good value for money and large quantity. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoning and Li Yongxing said goodbye and returned to their respective cars. Their cars were parked next to each other. Li Yongxing lowered the window and said loudly to her, Sister Qiao, Brother Hung has something to do this time and can't meet us. I will introduce you to each other next time. Xiaoning chuckled and nodded at him. Okay. I'll wait. After that, she pressed the control button and slowly raised the window. When the window was about to close, a car suddenly stopped between her and Li Yongxing's cars. That car was also a second-class car, but it had some signs of damage. The window next to the driver's seat was half lowered, just revealing the side face of the owner of the car. The man had wheat-colored skin, short black hair, and looked straight ahead. He had a high nose bridge and a very three-dimensional and beautiful side profile. I think his front face was not ugly. Xiaoning heard Li Yongxing's excited voice. Brother Hung, you are finally here. Sister Qiao's car is next to you. Did you see her? She is really beautiful and kind. And she is a very good person. It turned out that he was Yuan Hung. The temperament is tough and upright. And he really looks like a soldier. Yuan Heng in the car turned his head towards Qiaoning subconsciously after hearing what Li Yongxing said. But it happened that the car window was closed. Unlucky. I didn't see anyone. Yuan Heng replied to him indifferently. He didn't care much about this matter. The window of the second-level car cannot completely block the line of sight. And the general figure and profile of the person in the car can be vaguely seen. It should be a very young girl. This game is unpredictable. And everyone has today but no tomorrow. I hope I can have a chance to really see her next time in the service area. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the second natural disaster cycle begins. All players in Area 1408 are welcome to enter the second natural disaster cycle. The rewards of the previous natural disaster cycle have been settled and distributed to the players' mailboxes. Please check and claim them in time. Warm reminder, every time the natural disaster cycle is settled, the top 100 players on the 7 rankings will receive additional rewards. The natural disaster this time is Humidity. The duration of the natural disaster, 7 days. Online users, 100,000. Please all players continue to work hard to survive this natural disaster cycle. As the system prompt sound disappeared, Qiaoning lost her visual sense again, and her vision was restored 2 or 3 seconds later. She found herself back on a road with no end in sight. Unlike the last time, this road was a winding mountain road. On the left were mountain forests and cliffs. On the right were cliffs. And in front were rolling, endless mountains. The mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist. And occasionally there were birds singing. Chapter 20. The number of people online in the server has returned to 100,000. Qiaoning opened the chat channel and learned from the messages sent by everyone that except for the original 30,000 people in the 1408 zone, the rest were merged from the survivors of other zones. But this is not a real merger. The real merger is that all the servers with a survival rate below 20% are redispersed and merged. The current situation is more like a filling zone due to insufficient number of people in the server. The server number is determined by the server number, with the most survivors among the several servers that fill the zone. No matter which zone those people were from before. Everyone is now in the 1408 zone. Qiaoning did not expect that the 1408 zone, with only more than 30,000 people surviving, was actually the one with the most survivors among the several filled zones. Your zone actually has more than 35,000 people surviving? Our zone only has 20,000 and a few dozen people surviving. And it almost flipped over. Our zone is better than yours, with a few hundred more people. District 1408 is really awesome. We have several big guys in our district who have been contributing supplies to everyone, which has allowed the survival rate to barely reach more than 20%. I don't know how District 1408 did it. Could it be that there are more big guys? Back to the above. Maybe our district is more united and helpful. There have always been big guys who took the lead in exchanging scarce supplies at low prices. On the last night, there were big guys who provided the first way to deal with monster attacks on the car. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have survived so many people. There are indeed many people who survived in District 1408. But I am sure that the big guys in your district are definitely not as strong as ours. Our big guy is very awesome. He has occupied all the top spots on the 7 major lists. You can tell me if he is awesome or not. That's not necessarily true. How much combat power does the big guy who ranks first in the comprehensive strength list of your district have? And how many points does he have on the killing list? The big guy in our district. Qiaoning saw that the topic had deviated to which district big guy was more powerful. So she simply stopped watching. It was dark now, and it was too dangerous to drive. Qiaoning and Li Yang had been eating, drinking, bathing and having fun at the service area for a whole day. She was a little tired, so it was a good time to wash and rest. She told the smart housekeeper to wake her up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then Qiaoning lay down on the bed to sleep. At 7 o'clock the next day, the housekeeper was the only one who could wake Qiaoning up. She yawned, got up, dressed, rinsed her mouth, and washed her face. For breakfast, she had spicy fried dough sticks. Qiaoning fried the dough sticks in an air fryer, and the spicy soup was homemade. Qiaoning's grandmother was from Hunan, and she made a good spicy soup that could be sold on the street. Qiaoning learned how to make it from her grandmother. Many people in Hunan drink spicy soup, and Xiaoyao Town's spicy soup is very famous. Qiaoning once thought about going back to her hometown to set up a stall to sell spicy soup. Qiaoning loved to eat spicy dough sticks soaked in spicy soup, and she could eat several large fried dough sticks in one meal. When she drinks spicy soup, she likes to add some vinegar and sesame oil to make it more delicious. After eating and drinking, and taking care of the pots and pans, Xiaoning saw that the time was almost up. After upgrading the car, she started the car and hit the road. The game system said that the novice period was over, and the frequency of encountering supply boxes and the rate of opening boxes would be greatly reduced. Xiaoning was of course also affected. After upgrading to a level 3 car, her car space was much larger, enough to fit a 2-meter-long bed, and even a lot of large appliances and furniture. Now she can drive at a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour. With the intelligent butler driving, she can drive at full speed even on a winding mountain road without worrying about overturning. Now there is no such thing as a guaranteed supply box for a certain number of kilometers. All supply boxes appear randomly. At the 60th kilometer, Xiaoning encountered a supply box. Only one. A 3-star box. She didn't open it, but put it in the storage box for the time being, and then continued driving. After that, the frequency of encountering supply boxes was not fixed. Sometimes I encountered one every 60 kilometers. Sometimes 120 kilometers. And at most I encountered one every 180 kilometers. Every time, there was one. The star rating was 3 stars. 4 stars were the majority. 2 stars were rare. And there was number 1 star. Compared with the number of supply boxes encountered every time during the novice period, there was really a big difference. Fortunately, the star rating was not low, and it was still a big advantage over others. A level 3 car consumes 4 units of fuel per hour. In a day, after driving for 11 hours, plus the laundry, cooking, toilet, lighting, smart housekeeper, etc. in the car, the gasoline consumed by electricity. It was almost a total of 46 units of gasoline. This is the most basic consumption. With the smart housekeeper driving, Xiaoning had more time to pay attention to the information in the chat channel. In the morning, she used the oven to make pizza and Orland's roast chicken. She had no shortage of seasonings and ingredients. If she really didn't have them, she could find them by searching in the trading area. They were not expensive, especially seasonings, which one person doesn't use much. So most people would put the extra ones on the shelf to exchange for supplies. The price is low. The daily pace of life in survival games is fast. Players have to drive to find supply boxes during the day and have little time to cook for themselves. Therefore, in the trading area, food that can be eaten directly is slightly more expensive. On the contrary, few people are willing to spend supplies to buy ingredients such as rice and flour that need to be cooked. Some of the food that Xiaoning couldn't finish was given to Li Yongxing as a gift, and the rest was sold on the shelf, which could also be exchanged for a lot of materials. At noon, Xiaoning picked up another 4-star supply box. When she was about to return to the car, she suddenly found that there seemed to be a flash of wild animals in the forest on the left. Xiaoning was stunned. In the last natural disaster cycle, the environment where the road was located was a barren land, and there was no trace of living things at all. It was not until the last day that living insects were encountered. This time the road is entrenched in the mountains. It is normal to have wild animals in the forest. What Xiaoning is worried about is whether these animals will rush out of the forest and come to the road. What if she stops to rest at night, and a wild animal finds her car and attacks it? Xiaoning scanned the message records of the chat channel. No player has been attacked by wild animals for the time being. However, one player was too curious. When he got off the car to pick up the supply box, he couldn't help but approach the edge of the road and stepped into the forest. This player has been disconnected from his friend, and he didn't reply to the private chat and email sent to the friend list. His friend told him about this in the chat channel, hoping that he would see the message and report his safety. At the same time, it also reminded others not to leave the road easily. Outside the road, it feels like another world to her. Very dangerous. Xiaoning is of course curious. She has equipment to back her up. In fact, it doesn't hurt to explore the world outside the road. It's good to master some information early, which is beneficial in the later stage. According to her game experience, the system will never let them drive like they do now. Find supplies, and choose to bypass the treasure-guarding monsters. It's so comfortable. In her opinion, the world outside the road will be unlocked sooner or later, which will increase the difficulty of everyone's survival. At that time, it will be too passive to be forced to face and explore. Xiaoning has never liked to play games passively like this. She is more accustomed to mastering as many resources and information as possible in the early stage of the game to prepare for the later stage in advance. Qiaoning was not reckless and bold. She only had the idea of exploring the area outside the highway after she got the defensive treasure ring. If she was not sure, she would definitely not leave the highway without permission and risk her life. The problem now was that if she wanted to explore the area outside the highway, she would have to sacrifice some time to drive and find the supply box during the day. She had to consider this loss carefully and not lose more than she gained. Most of the wild animals in the forest were active at night. The dark sky and the shadow of the forest would greatly affect her vision and alertness, increasing the danger. So Qiaoning did not plan to explore too late. At present, the smart butler drove the car. After she finished lunch and took a half-hour nap, she stopped the car and went into the forest. For lunch, she had a whole 9-inch pizza. For Portuguese egg tarts, a bottle of thick yogurt, a cup of hot water, a plate of cherry tomatoes, an apple, and 2 bananas. She found that her appetite had been getting bigger and bigger since she entered the game. The third-level car had a large space, and the interior was transformed by her to look like a common travel RV. She folded up the luxurious bathroom with folding gyms, which did not take up space, thus freeing up a large area for her daily exercise and activity area. In addition to cooking and watching TV shows, she spent the rest of her time practicing the flame sword technique here. After a player has learned a skill book, it only means that he has learned the skill, not that he is proficient in it. If you want to use it more proficiently, you have to use it more often, especially combat skills. If you don't use them for more training and actual combat, even if you have learned the skill book, you can't exert its due power. Qiaoning was afraid that staying in the car all day to eat and drink would make her fat. So after getting a second-level car, she never stopped exercising every day. Getting fat affects agility, which doesn't matter in a peaceful society. But in a survival game, you should try not to get fat. After a half-hour lunch break, Qiaoning packed up, put on all the equipment she could wear, got out of the car fully armed, and walked to the edge of the road. Strangely enough, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the road and the forest, forming a 2-centimeter wide, obvious black soil boundary. Not even a weed grew to this side of the boundary. Qiaoning was inexplicably nervous. She glanced at the lush green forest, clenched the black flame bone knife in her hand, took a deep breath, stepped out of the road, and crossed the boundary. Chapter 21. The moment she stepped into the forest, Qiaoning became more and more convinced that the road and the outside of the road were 2 different spaces. But for some reason, players can easily cross the barriers and cross these 2 spaces back and forth. From the outside, she entered an ordinary forest. But when she really stepped in, she saw an unfamiliar primitive jungle. In the distance was an endless grassland, and she was exactly at the junction of the jungle and the grassland. At first glance, there was no way back. Fortunately, Qiaoning could still summon the system interface, and the content displayed on it had one more item than before. Survival Mission 1. Return Mission. Kill Beasts 3/0. Reward. Return card *1. Experience value 300. 2. Upgrade Mission. Kill Horn Monitor Lizard 2 out of 0. Kill Black-tailed Hyena 6/0. Reward. Life Activation card *1. Experience value 800. There is also a small map below, showing the areas and coordinates of various monsters. Click on the coordinates to go directly to the vicinity. The mission rewards are generous, and the experience points are really a lot. Not to mention other things. You know, a 5-star supply box only gives 100 experience points. The experience points of the supply boxes that Qiaoning found this morning are less than 100. It seems that the biggest way to get experience points is not to pick up supply boxes, but to explore the area outside the road? But this game is about road survival. If it mainly relies on exploration outside the road, wouldn't it deviate from the theme of the game? Qiaoning intuitively felt that the game system might have hidden something in the later stage. The exploration outside the road is more like a copy to help players quickly accumulate strength. Just like the experience copy in the game. The rewards are generous and indispensable. But there will be more copies that are as important as it, or even more useful than it, in the later stage. If you want to return to the road world, you must first kill any 3 beasts and complete the return mission. Then you can get a return card to teleport back. Qiaoning often encounters similar situations when playing games. She is more conservative and cautious in this regard. She is used to completing the return mission, which is a must-do task, and then doing other tasks that can be chosen or not. Looking from a distance, Qiaoning keenly noticed that the wild animals on the grassland seemed to have a certain range of activities. For example, there were black lions with 3 tails. They moved in groups nearby. Whenever they walked hundreds of meters away from Qiaoning, they would turn back. Like them, there were also fire antelopes. Their activity areas overlapped with those of black lions. Qiaoning saw black lions chasing young antelopes. But when they chased to a certain position, the antelopes and lions turned sharply and ran in other directions. It seemed that something blocked their way, but it also seemed like their subconscious behavior. This setting is more similar to the monster spawning areas of several keyboard online games that Qiaoning often played. The monsters were fixed in certain areas and moved back and forth in the area after being refreshed. But they could not go out of the area. Qiaoning is not sure whether the wild animals on the grassland refresh at a fixed time and whether the corresponding area positions are fixed. But since there is an activity range, maybe there is a bug? Qiaoning slowly approached the beast closest to him and looked at the information marked on the map. The beast was called a fawn rat. It looks a bit like a groundhog, but is much bigger than a groundhog. 2 long fangs, like ivory, hang out of the mouth, and they look very hard and sharp. Qiaoning was still thinking that as she approached the fawn rat, it would trigger its automatic attack. But she didn't expect that even after she walked behind it, this guy was still chewing grass and eating. The black flame bone knife in his hand slashed down at the fawn rat's head, and the fawn rat fell to the ground and died before it could even scream. At the same time, Qiaoning received a system message. Player Qiaoning killed a level 2 beast, Hyrax, and gained 20 experience points and 10 pieces of Hyrax meat. Qiaoning's system main interface also unlocked the monster catalog. Under the sunset grassland icon, a small image of Hyrax lit up. Clicking it showed its specific information. Hyrax, level 2 HP 9000, attack 200, defense 100, speed 150, habits, herbivorous, active alone, will scream when attacked while eating, and the scream will make the Hyrax within 100 meters dig a hole and escape. Qiaoning was a little surprised to see this HP. She didn't expect that the HP bar of this Hyrax was quite thick. But how could such a high HP be killed by her in one blow? She learned the fiery sword technique, and the normal attack damage was only 3000. After removing the defense value of Hyrax, there were only more than 2000 left. The black flame bone knife must have additional damage, and there should also be a bonus for attacking the vital points. But it was still a bit surprising that a 9000 HP fawn rat could be killed in one blow. There were about dozens of fawn rats in this area. After Qiaoning killed one, the others just looked over here and did not attack. It seems to be related to its activity habits. The sound of the fawn rat will alert other fawn rats and make them flee. Only by killing them in one blow or using other methods to silence them can they be killed one by one. Qiaoning finished killing all 50 fawn rats in less than half an hour. The last fawn rat was twice as big as the ordinary fawn rat. Its eyes are red, and its attack, defense and speed are twice that of other fawn rats. Its health is 18,000. Qiaoning thought that this big fawn rat could not be killed in one blow. But when he slashed it, it dodged the attack on its vital points due to its fast speed and only hit its back. But it was still killed in one blow. Qiaoning was shocked when he saw the information of the fawn rat king on the atlas. How much attack power did this knife give her? She could kill a monster with 18,000 HP in 1 second? Qiaoning didn't understand why she wasn't the first on the equipment list when this knife was so powerful. After she carefully read the description of the equipment list, she suddenly realized that the combat power of the equipment list was the sum of all the equipment attributes. As long as it was in her backpack, it would be counted, even if it was not worn on her body. Qiaoning basically didn't encounter treasure guarding monsters, and only opened a few pieces of equipment by opening high-star boxes. So she was definitely at a disadvantage in terms of quantity. She rushed to the top 3 on the equipment list with these few pieces of equipment, which was already amazing. It was equivalent to one of her equipment being worth several pieces of others. 50 ordinary tusk rats, 20 experience points each, 10 pieces of tusk rat meat, a total of 1000 experience points, 500 pieces of tusk rat meat, 1 rat king, 2000 experience points, 20 pieces of rat meat, 1 escape card. I won't mention the experience points. They are very generous. As for the last one, is it a skill card? Xiaoning immediately thought of her card manufacturing expert gold talent. The return card is a special card that cannot be copied. So what about the skill card? Xiaoning immediately opened the manufacturing column and looked at the card manufacturing item. As expected, there was an additional escape card virtual image with the word scannable written on it. After she scanned the card mold directly, the escape card image changed from virtual to real, indicating that it can be manufactured. Chapter 22. Escape Card. Colorless Skill Card. After using, you can escape to the specified direction within 5 kilometers. Manufacturing time, 8 hours. Manufacturing cooldown time, 4 hours. Each time you make an escape card, you can increase your talent experience by 1 point. Xiaoning was a little surprised. So, although the previous vehicle repair card can be made, it does not increase experience? She thought about it carefully, and it was not difficult to understand. In general, not all monsters in the game can increase experience. Some special monsters only give props, not experience. Some have lower experience. After reaching a certain level, killing them will not give experience. This escape card may be too common, so making one gives very little experience. Xiaoning currently has 3 empty slots in the card manufacturing column, which means that she can make 3 cards at the same time. I hope that when I kill wild monsters later, I can get more skill cards and fill these card columns first. Anyway, I can't let them rest. After Xiaoning tried it with the tusk, she chose to teleport to the area near the unicorn giant lizard. When teleporting, the system will deliberately choose a safe area, and the player will not be killed when landing. As for the black-tailed hyena, Xiaoning remembered that ordinary hyenas in the modern world hunt in groups. If this black-tailed hyena also has the habit of hunting in groups, it will be more troublesome. Let's talk about it later. The area where the horned monitor lizard is located is very large, and there is a considerable distance between each monitor lizard. These big guys seem to have a strong sense of territory. After Xiaoning stepped into their territory, they found her as soon as possible. However, they also have an attack range and an activity range. As long as you don't walk into their activity range, they will not actively attack. This horned monitor lizard is definitely the largest lizard creature Xiaoning has ever seen. It is about the size of a small elephant, with a grass-green body with dark green lines. When lying on the rock, the body will turn gray close to the color of the rock. There are only 10 monitor lizards in the area, 9 ordinary monitor lizards of level 3, and 1 horned monitor king. Xiaoning attacked the monitor lizard closest to her first, with 1 strike of the black flame bone knife. The unicorn monitor lizard was not killed instantly, but a blood bar appeared on its head. It turns out that after being attacked, the beast will still show its blood bar. When she killed the Fong rat before, she killed it instantly with 1 strike. Before she could see the blood bar, they were gone. The blood volume of an ordinary unicorn monitor lizard is 20,000, which is thicker than that of the Fong rat king. Is the difference between this level 3 beast and the level 2 beast so big? Moreover, the defense of the unicorn monitor lizard seems to be very high. Its skin is like armor. If the black flame bone knife in Xiaoning's hand is not powerful enough, I am afraid that it will not be able to break its defense. Adding the attack offset by the defense value, Xiaoning dare not estimate how thick the blood bar of this big guy is. This is still an ordinary monitor lizard. If it is a monitor lizard king, Xiaoning put aside all distracting thoughts and concentrated on dealing with the monitor lizard in front of him that was angry by the attack. Its tail slapped the ground heavily, splashing countless broken grass and dirt. The monitor lizard raised its head and opened its mouth to roar. The might was quite scary, which reminded Xiaoning of the dinosaurs in the Jurassic movie. To be honest, if the name of the beast was not marked on the map as the unicorn monitor lizard, she would really think it was some kind of dinosaur. It really looked like one. The monitor lizard was huge and fast. Xiaoning had tried her best to avoid its attack, but was still swept half of her body by its tail. The huge force made Xiaoning fly back several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Xiaoning's face turned pale as paper in an instant. The monitor lizard did not give her a chance to breathe. It rushed over with a bite. Xiaoning had blood at the corner of her mouth. She picked up the black flame bone knife and tried her best to resist the monitor lizard's bloody mouth full of serrations. The system issued a serious injury status warning again and again. If she continued to stalemate like this, she would have no way out. She could resist the bite force of the monitor lizard for a while, but she could not always have the strength to block it. Qiaoning gritted her teeth, and suddenly thought of the scene of the monitor lizard hunting its prey. This guy is a carnivore. So what about the tusk rat meat? I killed a lot of tusk rat meat before, and temporarily put it in the system backpack after entering the off-road area. The system backpack unlocks the storage function, but it can only be used in the off-road area. After returning to the road, the things put into the system backpack will be locked and cannot be taken out. Qiaoning took out several pieces of tusk rat meat, threw some away, and stuffed some into the monitor lizard's mouth. Coincidentally, the monitor lizard's favorite food on its diet is what it likes is the fresh and tender tusk meat. After all, it is just a beast without intelligence. It is instinctive to chase the food it likes. Its attention was immediately distracted by the tusk meat. Qiaoning took this opportunity to turn over and jump onto the back of the monitor lizard, raised the black flame bone knife, and chopped hard at the vital part of the monitor lizard's head. With a scream, the monitor lizard's huge body fell to the ground, and blood and brain matter flowed out of its split head, soaking the green and soft grass below. Qiaoning panted and collapsed beside the monitor lizard's body. His eyes were looking at the information of the horned giant lizard displayed on the system interface. Level 3. HP 25,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 8,000. Speed 800. Player Qiaoning killed a horned giant lizard and gained 200 experience points. 1 green skin inner armor. 1 ground spike card. Green skin inner armor plus 1,000 defense. Does not affect the existing suit effect. Can be worn inside the suit. Qiaoning put it on without saying anything. This giant lizard's attack is not that high, mainly because of its thick HP bar, high defense, and strong tail. If it weren't for his stupidity, Qiaoning would have a hard time dealing with it. It is estimated that he would have to use the defensive ring, or the life-saving attribute of the Chunhui suit. The first 3 of the additional effects of the Chunhui suit are life-saving. 1. Passively resist 1 fatal damage per day. 2. Actively trigger 1 invincible defense per day, lasting 1 second. 3. Actively recover from external injuries once a day. These 3 effects can only be used once a day, and cannot be wasted easily. Qiaoning had medicine for injuries. After drinking a little, all the injuries on her body disappeared and healed in just a few seconds. She was in a better state than when she first entered the area outside the highway. She was also wearing spring washing gloves on her hands, plus 300 attack. And when attacking alien beasts or treasure guarding monsters, there was a 5% chance that the attack would trigger a purification effect, reducing the enemy's attack, defense, and speed by half. This is a powerful weapon for spawning monsters. Qiaoning did not trigger the effect of spring washing just now, nor did she trigger the 10% probability of the flaming body burning effect of the flaming sword technique, which could double her subsequent attacks. This luck index is a bit below the level of the European Emperor. Next, Qiaoning set her sights on another giant lizard, which was larger than the previous one and looked very fat. But it was not the unicorn giant lizard king, just a slightly more powerful ordinary elite monster. This giant lizard did not look very smart. There was a big dragonfly on its head circling around it, but it just didn't let it catch it. The giant lizard was so angry that it slapped its tail and stomped its feet, making the ground rumble. If you don't know, you might think it was an earthquake. It was much easier for Qiaoning to kill the giant lizard this time. First, she triggered Chunhui's effect of reducing the monster's attributes by half. And then Qiaoning triggered the flaming body of the flaming sword technique, and killed the 30,000 HP unicorn giant lizard in one blow. 5%, 10% and other probabilities are not much different from 0% for some people. But for a lucky person like Qiaoning, it is not equal to 100%. And at least 7 or 8 times out of 10 can be triggered. 9 unicorn giant lizards, 1,800 experience points, plus green skin inner armor asterisk 5. Giant lizard meat asterisk 20 pieces. Giant lizard horn asterisk 9. Skill card or spike asterisk 2. Skill card asterisk paralysis gas asterisk 3. Skill card asterisk vine binding asterisk 3. Skill card asterisk swamp swallowing asterisk 1. Beast king atlas asterisk 1. Even if the giant lizard king is not killed, today's harvest is big enough. When the time for making the vehicle maintenance card is up, Qiaoning did not make this card again, and made the 4 new skill cards first. The manufacturing time and cooldown time are the same as the burrow card. Each card slot can produce up to 2 cards a day. The talent experience is still 1 point for each card produced. It took too long to kill the ordinary Horned Monitor Lizard, and only the Horned Monitor King was left. The system prompts that the Horned Monitor Lizards in this area will be refreshed again after 1 hour. Qiaoning looked through the introduction of the Horned Monitor King in the Beast King Atlas. It has a characteristic that when it is attacked fatally, it will absorb the vitality of all the ordinary Horned Monitor Lizards around it and convert it into its own defense. Therefore, Qiaoning must get rid of the Horned Monitor King within an hour. Otherwise, when there are ordinary Horned Monitor Lizards around it, it will be able to release a big move. Once this big move is released, it is difficult to break its defense. It basically declares that Qiaoning has failed in hunting, and he may have to lose his life. Chapter 23. Qiaoning still had some tusk meat in her hand. She wanted to use the same trick to divert the attention of the Horned Monitor Lizard King in the battle, who knew that this guy was smarter than its kind, and was not tempted by food. He stared at Qiaoning, who was attacking it. The Monitor Lizard King was not only larger in size, but also twice as strong as the ordinary Horned Monitor Lizard. With that sweep of the tail, Qiaoning would be crippled if not dead. I'm afraid he would die without even the chance to take medicine. The effect of the spring-washing gloves to reduce the monster's attributes by half has been triggered. Qiaoning chopped it with a knife, and black flames burst out around the Monitor Lizard. This is the special effect of the flaming sword technique. The flames burn the body. After it is triggered, the damage of the next attack on this monster will double. The health and defense of the Monitor Lizard King are so high that with the blessing of Qiaoning's 2 equipment effects, he was chopped several times but failed to kill it. One of the knives even hit the vital part of the neck. It has a strong recovery ability. As long as it is not killed in 1 second, its injuries will recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this recovery seemed to have some side effects. The speed of the giant Lizard King was getting slower and slower, and its strength was greatly weakened. Qiaoning, who had been dodging and waiting for an opportunity to strike it, immediately noticed that the giant Lizard King was in a bad state. He did not dare to stop the black flame bone blade in his hand, and chopped it down one after another. When he chopped the 8th time, the thick blood bar of the giant Lizard King was finally reduced to a little blood. Just one more blow, and it will be killed instantly. At this time, Qiaoning was seriously injured inside and outside, and was almost exhausted. Just when she chopped the last blow with all her strength, Qiaoning suddenly received a system prompt. The Horned Giant Lizard King triggered the Berserk state. While the basic attributes doubled, it also restored 1/3 of its blood volume in seconds. Qiaoning almost vomited blood. After fighting for a long time, it was finally almost killed by the monster. But when the Berserk was triggered, it healed so much blood again. Isn't this cheating? Damn game. Qiaoning originally wanted to save the defense ring once, but now it seems that this 10-minute invincible defense life-saving method can't be saved. If she saves it again, she will die under the bloody mouth of the Horned Giant Lizard King. Qiaoning immediately turned on the invincible defense of the defense ring, and a layer of light golden light shield instantly lit up around her body. All the attacks of the Horned Giant Lizard King were blocked, and there was not even a ripple on the surface of the light shield. It really is invincible defense. Now Qiaoning can hit the Giant Lizard King, but the Giant Lizard King can't hurt Qiaoning. However, the Giant Lizard King in the violent state is irrational, with a ridiculously high defense. Qiaoning spent a long time grinding it to 1/3 of its health. 1 minute before the monster refreshed, she finally killed it. The sound of the Giant Lizard King falling to the ground was like a high-rise building collapsing, shaking the ground. The 10 horned giant lizards in this area refreshed again. Qiaoning looked at the new Horned Giant Lizard King that appeared again in the distance, and she couldn't muster the energy to fight again. Fortunately, as long as she didn't walk into the attack range of the Horned Giant Lizards, she would be safe. Qiaoning found a relatively safe place and collapsed on the ground for a while. After resting for a long time, her stomach was growling with hunger, but her body was still very tired, as if she couldn't recover. No, her situation didn't seem normal. Qiaoning opened the system main interface and wanted to check her personal attribute panel. Unexpectedly, she found that under her experience bar, there was a yellow bar of physical strength at some point. At this time, its physical strength was almost at the bottom, showing a deep red color, which represented a system reminder. Qiaoning's heart trembled. If this thing was lost, she would not die suddenly. Would she? Thinking of this, Xiaoning did not care about lying on the ground, and hurriedly stood up to check the backpack. Just now, she killed the horned giant lizard king, and a lot of things exploded. She was too tired to cut carefully at that time, and only glanced at it. I vaguely remember that there were a few medicine bottle-shaped things in it. Could they be able to restore physical strength? There will be a red dot on the pattern of the newly added items in the backpack. And you can also view the specific information, including the source of the items, by clicking on the items. So it is easy to distinguish which materials are exploded after the giant lizard king dies. In addition, there will be detailed reward records in the system information. The giant lizard king gave Xiaoning 5,000 experience points. And also, green leather inner armor purple, plus 4,000 defense. 2 pieces. Skill card paralysis gas *3. Skill card group freeze *3. Skill card fireworks *2. Skill card bush of thorns *2. Physical strength potion, small, *2 sets, 10 bottles per set. Each bottle can restore 5 points of physical strength. In addition to these, there are 20 pieces of giant lizard leather armor, which has never been dropped by killing ordinary giant lizards before. I don't know how to use it yet. According to Xiaoning's previous experience, this kind of material will most likely be used to refine equipment and weapons in the future, compared to the little bit of things that were dropped by killing the Rat King before. Killing the giant lizard king gave too much. Comparing the Rat King and the giant lizard king, it's like a poor peasant and a rich man. Is there such a big gap between the rich and the poor among monsters? After Xiaoning drank 5 bottles of stamina potion in a row, her stamina bar finally changed from dazzling crimson to yellow. This means that although she is not in a state of full stamina, it does not affect normal activities. The fatigue that she could not recover from before disappeared in less than a minute. Xiaoning is still tired, but not as tired as before. The stamina restored by a small bottle of stamina potion is too little. Only 5 points. The full stamina is 100 points. If it is less than 50, it will show a yellow warning. And if it is less than 30, it will show a light red warning. Only when it is less than 10, it will show a crimson warning. After returning to the highway area, 5 points of stamina are restored every hour. Xiaoning's stamina value was only 8 points just now, which was in a very dangerous state. After drinking 5 bottles of small stamina potion, it was restored to 33 points. Fortunately, in this game, no potion takes up space in the stomach. Otherwise you will be full just by drinking the potion. With 33 points of stamina, Xiaoning felt insecure. She drank 10 more bottles. When her stamina recovered to 83 points, she put away the remaining 5 bottles of stamina potion and clicked on the map to teleport to the black-tailed hyena area. Now that I'm here, I feel uncomfortable if I don't finish the task. After fighting so many beasts, from tuskers to giant lizards, Xiaoning's knife skills have become more and more skillful, and her movements have become more crisp and neat, which can maximize her agility, attack and other attributes. The black-tailed hyena is a level 1 monster. It is easy for Xiaoning to kill it alone. The trouble is that it attacks in groups, and as long as it finds you with its eyes or smell, it will immediately take the initiative to attack. Even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Hundreds of black-tailed hyenas attack together, making Xiaoning even more embarrassed than when he fought against the unicorn giant lizard king alone. Xiaoning regretted killing the giant lizard queen and then lying on the ground to rest. She didn't find out about unlocking the stamina value in the first place. Otherwise, she could come earlier to kill the black-tailed hyenas and use the 10-minute invincible defense shield to quickly clean up these hyenas. It's too late to say anything now. She can only grit her teeth and kill monsters while taking drugs. After nearly 2 hours, hundreds of black-tailed hyenas were killed by Xiaoning. Perhaps because their level was too low. There was no beast king in the hyena group. Only a few elite hyenas with slightly higher attributes. A total of 2,500 experience points. Hyena for *450. Stamina potion, small, *2 sets. Skill card dog shadow bite *1. This gain is really not proportional to the effort. It seems that I still have to focus on killing high-level beasts in the future. Otherwise the stamina value will be spent. But not much will be exploded. Xiaoning didn't rush to drink the stamina potion. Anyway, she was going to leave here and return to the highway area. After returning, it will automatically recover 5 points every hour. There is no need to waste it now. Looking at her experience bar and her full backpack, Xiaoning used the return card with satisfaction. Chapter 24. It was noon when Qiaoning left the highway area and entered the forest. She had been killing monsters for a long time. And it was 6 o'clock in the evening when she came out. As soon as she came out, Qiaoning felt that the air on the road was slightly wetter than before she entered the forest. Qiaoning returned to the car and told the smart butler to continue driving forward. In fact, if the return card could lock the vehicle's position, and the return exit would be where the car drove to, Qiaoning could ask the smart butler to help drive to pick up the supply box. Of course, she had to drive to the mechanical arm blueprint first, build it and install it on the car, so that the smart butler could control the mechanical arm to pick up the supply box. And Qiaoning didn't have to get out of the car to pick it up herself. Unfortunately, she didn't have the mechanical arm blueprint, and the return card could only be entered and exited from where she entered. Qiaoning encountered 4 treasure chests in the morning, killed monsters in the afternoon, and encountered 7 treasure chests in the remaining 2 hours from 6 to 8 o'clock. 4 4-star, 2 3-star, and 1 2-star. She has tried not to compare the current probability of obtaining a supply box with that of the novice period. Her situation is still like this, and other players with ordinary luck are even more miserable. The records in the chat channel are full of people scolding the game and the planner, and complaining. Qiaoning doubts that this game has no planner at all, and it depends entirely on the system to run autonomously, or super brain calculations or something. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qiaoning stopped the car and turned off the engine to cook. For dinner, she had noodles with soybean paste and a fruit platter. And the entertainment was a family marriage TV series with a bloody plot. In addition, she showed off a bag of potato chips, 2 bags of yam crisps, a plate of French fries, 5 kernel chicken nuggets, and a large chicken steak. After eating and brushing her teeth, Qiaoning took a hot bath in the luxurious bathroom to relieve fatigue. When opening the toiletries, her hand had already reached out to the moisturizing set obtained in the previous natural disaster cycle. But when she was about to open it, she suddenly thought of the game system's deception. In the end, she turned her hand abruptly and opened the ordinary toiletries next to it. Based on the fact that Qiaoning watched other players go through all kinds of blood and tears during the last natural disaster, she decided to be more cautious. The special items from the last natural disaster should not be used for the time being to avoid any side effects. After taking a shower, Qiaoning put on the equipment that had been automatically cleaned and clean as new, and her sense of security returned immediately. She sat cross-legged on the bed and counted today's supplies. 7 supply boxes, a total of desiccant * 10, insect repellent incense * 20 sticks, 100 units of gasoline, 20 liters of drinking water, 10 towel rolls * 10, egg tarts * 10, cheese buns * 5, luxury sandwiches * 10, 10-inch pizzas, beef bacon, seafood, fruit 3 flavors * 30, 10 sushi boats * 10, 20 sushis of different flavors per serving, 5 caddies of beef, 5 caddies of lean pork, 10 caddies of bananas, 10 boxes of dehumidifying camphor balls, dehumidifying wormwood patches, and dehumidifying body cleansing oral liquid, 10 servings per box. Although it cannot be compared with the harvest of the previous natural disaster, there are still many things, and everything is available. Qiaoning noticed one thing. That is, the food she opened today needs to be eaten as soon as possible. Otherwise it will soon go bad, and it is not convenient to store. She is not sure whether this is a special case today, or it will be the same in the future. Qiaoning opened the chat channel, and found that there are many players who opened a large amount of difficult-to-store food like her. At the beginning, many players were complacent, and said that they opened a lot of delicious food, and finally satisfied their cravings. The more people talked about it later, the more abnormalities they noticed. This natural disaster is humid. What problems will occur in an overly humid environment? Food is easy to rot. Mold grows everywhere. The human body will also have problems due to excessive humidity. Among the 100,000 people, it is impossible that Qiaoning is the only one who thought of this. There are many smart people. After everyone reacted, the prices in the trading area began to change dramatically again. Gasoline and drinking water are hard needs, and the exchange price will not change much. But food is different. The price of storable food such as compressed biscuits and canned food has skyrocketed. The price of fresh food with good taste is getting more and more outrageous. Qiaoning has a 100 cubic meter storage box. where time stops and things are not afraid of spoiling. So she took this opportunity to exchange the unpalatable dry food for many delicacies that she loves but has not opened. In addition to finished delicacies, fresh ingredients, dairy products, dessert materials, etc., she also collects these. Qiaoning got the storage box blueprint from a single draw of the wish blind box. Except for herself. No one else has it so far. It is also possible that other owners are more low-key and did not let others know. And the news did not spread. Many people still don't know that there are storage boxes in the game, which are essential artifacts for home travel. Qiaoning's main acquisition targets are still various basic materials. Today, she didn't even get a piece of wood out of 7 supply boxes. The material explosion rate is already as low as it can be. The passive effect of Lucky Star descends, is triggered in the wild area of the world outside the highway. At that time, a set of physical potions was opened. Qiaoning currently has materials in stock, and physical potions are the most in short supply. Unfortunately, this thing is not sold in the trading market at all. After all, there are not many players who can explore the wild area like Qiaoning and come back safely, even if there are a few such players. According to the low explosion rate of physical potions, I am afraid that they will not be able to use them themselves. So where can they sell more? Qiaoning does not expect to buy physical potions in the trading market in a short time. Before going to bed, Qiaoning took a look at the private chat mailbox. Li Yongxing sent her some materials, and also his caring greetings, asking her how she was doing today and whether she needed his help. He also recommended a person's business card to him. Friends who have been added for more than 7 days in the game can recommend each other's business cards to each other, thereby expanding their social network. The person Li Yongxing recommended to her was Yuan Heng, whom he mentioned before. Qiaoning added him without much hesitation. Anyway, if she felt that this person was not good after contacting him later, she could delete him or block him. It was just a matter of moving her fingers. It was nothing. Congratulations to player Qiaoning and player Yuan Heng for becoming friends. You can start chatting. Yuan Heng sent a message immediately. Hello. My name is Yuan Heng. Qiaoning, hello. I know your name is Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng was silent for a while, then replied, Xiaoxing said that you are a very good person and a trustworthy cooperative trading partner. He strongly recommended that I add you as a friend. We can try to cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future. Qiaoning would certainly not refuse. Okay. Li Yongxing also praised you to me in this way. I think he really wants me to be friends with you. Is there any other reason for this? Since we are friends, I think if there is something, we might as well communicate directly and save those bins. Yuan Heng replied quickly this time. You are very sharp and smart. And there is indeed a reason. Xiaoxing said that you seem to have good luck. The probability of getting scarce materials in the last natural disaster is very high. I am okay in other aspects, but my luck is bad. Just a little bit. Xiaoxing wanted me to get more luck from you. That's what he said. Qiaoning understood and couldn't help laughing. She didn't know whether other people's luck would be contagious. Anyway, she had been doing game leveling for so long, and her luck in the game had never been shared by others. Even her roommate who shared a house with her couldn't get her luck. Luck is a mysterious thing. I'm afraid this result will disappoint Yuan Heng and Li Yongxing. It's not a bad thing to have another expert friend. Qiaoning didn't explain so much, just told him not to have too much hope. Fortunately, Yuan Heng didn't seem to expect Qiaoning's luck to be shared by him. After chatting for a few words, they quit the chat and rested. The next morning, Qiaoning was woken up by the smart butler at 7 o'clock on time. A drop of water fell from the roof of the car and hit Qiaoning's eyelid. She wiped it, looked at the wet water on her finger, and then looked up at the roof. No way. It's only been one night, and the air in the car is so humid that so many water droplets condensed. Chapter 25. Qiaoning hurried to check the sheets, quilt covers, and the clothes, food and other supplies in the car. Except for some dampness, there is no sign of mold for the time being. The chicken fillet left over from last night has a distinct sour smell and can no longer be eaten. The seasonings used for cooking are a little damp in the jar and can no longer be placed outside. They have to be placed in the storage box. Qiaoning also put the damp sheets, quilt covers, and clothes into the storage box and took out new ones when needed. After washing up, Qiaoning heated up a few steamed dumplings that she had made before, and had a simple meal with pimple soup. Wujiang pickled mustard, and egg rolls. After eating and drinking, Xiaoning changed into tight sportswear, bent down to change shoes, and go to the activity area to exercise. When practicing knife skills, he found that the foot of the wooden bed he was using was wet, and the color was dark, and it seemed that mold would grow in a short time. Xiaoning frowned. The bed is an important piece of furniture. She sleeps on it every day. If mold grows everywhere, she might get sick according to the nature of the game. Webwood will attract some insects that like moisture. Iron and copper metals will easily rust when they are wet. Only gold and silver can hold up in a wet environment. Could it be that the prices of gold and silver metal materials will increase greatly in the future? The explosion rate of these two metals is low. How scarce will they be? While letting the smart housekeeper drive, Xiaoning contacted Li Yongxing. How much gold and silver materials do you have? Li Yongxing should not have encountered treasure-guarding monsters or supply boxes yet. He replied in seconds, a lot. What's wrong? Are you short of these? Then I'll mail you a few thousand more. Xiaoning hurriedly stopped him. She had tens of thousands of gold and silver materials in her hand. Which was enough. No. 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 I just want to tell you to store more gold and silver. Other metals may not be able to be stored in an overly humid environment, or even unusable. Don't forget that the main materials of our vehicles are various metals, and these metals will oxidize and rust when they are wet. Gold and silver are better, stronger than copper and iron. Li Yongxing, who was driving, immediately said fuck, and then quickly sent a message, so, if the natural disaster escalates, our car will rust? Xiaoning said, the rust of the car body is not a problem, but I am afraid that the various parts of the car will age and rust quickly, so that the car will be scrapped. I speculate that a large amount of metals may be consumed in the later stage, especially gold and silver, and vehicle maintenance cards. How many vehicle maintenance cards do you have in stock? Not many. There are still 3 left. When I encountered treasure-guarding monsters before, sometimes their attacks would hit my car. Even if I deliberately kept a long distance away, it was useless. Like locking and attacking the vehicle, fighting the treasure-guarding monsters consumed some vehicle repair cards. So there are only 3 left. Xiaoning has not made any vehicle repair cards since yesterday afternoon. Currently, she has about 60 cards, including the one she exchanged. She mailed 20 to Li Yongxing. When the skill card manufacturing time is up, Xiaoning replaced the ground spike card with a vehicle repair card. It's a pity that the 5 card slots cannot make the same card. Otherwise it would be better to make 5 vehicle repair cards at the same time. The vehicle repair card is made every 3 hours, and 8 cards can be made in a day. The number given to Li Yongxing is not particularly large. At least Xiaoning herself doesn't think it's a lot. But in his opinion, Li Yongxing is really a lot. He has never opened so many vehicle repair cards since he entered the game. But the European Emperor gave him 20 cards casually. How high is the European Emperor's explosion rate? Li Yongxing almost doubted his life. He mailed a batch of materials to Xiaoning in return. Of course, it is not as valuable as the vehicle repair card in this natural disaster cycle, but it is more or less a token of his heart. Xiaoning was also very satisfied. When she saw Li Yongxing, she asked her, Sister Qiao, can I tell my friends about the news you told me? I am worried that they will not realize these problems and take a detour. Xiaoning did not care about this. The more people who survived in the area, the greater the benefit to her. Even if she wanted to fleece the sheep, she had to have sheep to fleece. Otherwise, where could she fleece the sheep when they were all gone? In a survival game like this, even selfishness has to have a limit. Exceeding that limit is equivalent to chronic suicide. Sooner or later, she will die. Xiaoning entered the wild area outside the highway at 9 a.m. today, came out at 2 p.m., and then drove to find the supply box until 8 p.m. Perhaps because of the different time of entering the wild area. Today's wild area task is no longer to kill the beasts on the grassland, but to kill the beasts in the jungle. The return task is still to kill 3 beasts. Other tasks? One is to kill 3 jungle green anacondas, and the other is to kill 1 black-backed ape. Jungle green anaconda level 3. Black-backed fierce ape level 4. Neither of them is easy to deal with. These 2 tasks are optional, and even if you don't do them, it won't affect your return to the highway. If the player is not strong enough, it is actually more cost-effective to kill level 2 monsters than to do this task. And it also saves energy. High-level beasts give a lot of experience rewards, but killing one consumes a lot of physical strength. It's better for those with high strength, and the consumption is not so great. If you have low equipment and combat power and still insist on challenging high-level beasts, the physical strength consumed will double. Xiaoning killed 3 jungle green anacondas and obtained green anaconda leather boots, speed plus 800, attack plus 300. Green anaconda wrist guards, speed plus 400, attack plus 700. Green anaconda inner armor, defense plus 800. These 3 types of equipment, 3 pieces of each. In addition, obtained skill card Venom Corrosion, skill card Thorn Bush, skill card Flame Sky. A total of 6,000 experience points. 50 pieces of snake meat, 3 snake gallbladders, 3 bottles of physical potion medium. Each bottle can restore 10 points of physical strength. Xiaoning didn't touch the green anaconda king, mainly because the physical strength consumed was too much, and her remaining physical strength might not be enough to kill the green anaconda king. As for the black-backed ape, Xiaoning only took a look from a distance and didn't think about killing it today. To kill that big guy, you must prepare 40 small-sized physical potions. In addition, use the invincible defense shield of the defense ring once. Otherwise, forget it. The defense ring was used before, and the cooling time is 3 days. Xiaoning plans to wait until it cools down and save some physical potions before going into the wild area to brush it. Xiaoning mainly kills level 3 beasts today. Not all level 3 beasts are equally strong. They have their own characteristics. Some have high defense, some have strong attacks, and the green anaconda has high attacks plus poison. The defense is not very high. Xiaoning brought the most medicine into the wild area, followed by a mess of equipment, food and water. You will also get hungry and thirsty when brushing monsters in the wild area. The supplies obtained in the highway area must be manually brought into the wild area before they can be used. Otherwise they cannot be used, and will not appear in the backpack. Similarly, if the things obtained in the wild area are not put into the backpack brought by the user, but into the system backpack, then after returning to the road, these materials will be locked and can only be used after entering the wild area next time. Only the things put into the backpack brought by the user can be taken to the road area normally. In addition to the 3 green anacondas, Xiaoning also killed 10 level 3 beasts, including 4 beast kings and 6 elite monsters, 5 level 2 beasts. The full value of physical strength is only 100 points. But Xiaoning's physical strength potion explosion rate is good, which allows her to brush in the wild area for a long time. 15 beasts obtained a total of 30 skill cards, 40 pieces of equipment, 200 beast meat, and 100 materials such as animal skins. Physical strength potion remaining, large bottle *1, medium bottle *5, small bottle *20. In addition, there are 2 special materials, black flame stone *1, primary inlaid gem box *2. Item description of black flame stone, a stone that exudes strange energy. It is said that collecting a certain amount of black flame stone can repair or strengthen the black flame bone knife. Only the holder of the black flame bone knife will have the chance to encounter it. Inlaid gem box. After opening, a low-level inlaid gem will appear randomly, which can be directly inlaid with any equipment to greatly improve the equipment attributes. The number of gems that can be inlaid for each piece of equipment is limited, and the inlaid gems can be removed and replaced. Xiaoning opened the inlaid gem box and obtained a low-level corrosion gem *1, plus 2000 attack, which makes the equipment have a corrosion and blood loss effect. The duration needs to be combined with the equipment attributes after inlaying to be displayed. Low-level speed gem *1, plus 1500 speed. The additional effect needs to be combined with the equipment attributes to be displayed. Xiaoning's speed is lower than that of some beasts, which greatly affects the combat effectiveness. This speed gem comes just in time. She inlaid both gems on the black flame bone knife and plans to wait for better gems to explode later before changing. There are equipment categories under the manufacturing column, which are divided into quite detailed categories, including inlay, fusion, recasting, refining, etc. Xiaoning only had 2 gems, which she inlaid with 1 click, and fused the black flame stone into it. The properties of the black flame bone knife were refreshed. Black flame bone knife, attack plus 2000, total value unknown, defense 0, speed 1500. Additional effects: 1. 5% chance to trigger the corrosion effect. Reduce the enemy's defense by 30%. and continuously lose 50 points of blood per second. 2. Displacement. Lasting 3 minutes. It can be used 3 times a day, with a cooldown of 1 hour each time. This property is really good. Xiaoning looked at the black flame bone knife in her hand with sparkling eyes, and her other hand gently stroked the back of the knife lovingly. Dahe, I will give you priority when I have good things in the future. The black flame bone knife seemed to have really heard Xiaoning's voice, and it trembled almost imperceptibly. Xiaoning felt something, but she just thought it was a special reaction after the inlay infusion, and didn't take it to heart. Back to the highway area, Xiaoning told the smart butler to continue driving. She had been fighting monsters for the whole morning and hadn't eaten properly. Now she was hungry and prepared to cook some rice, braised beef and potato cubes, and her favorite twice-cooked pork and fish-flavored pork shreds. These dishes all took time to make. After all the dishes were finally ready, Xiaoning was about to start eating when she suddenly received a reminder from the smart butler master. There is an obstacle 1,000 meters ahead. It cannot be avoided and can only pass through it. Xiaoning paused with her chopsticks and frowned and asked, "Is it a treasure-guarding monster?" According to the detection, the obstacle is not a life, but there are signs of life activity inside it. Xiaoning was confused and simply asked it, "Can you use your detection function to take a photo for me?" "Yes, master." Wait a moment. 2 seconds later, Xiaoning saw the virtual image sent by the smart butler. Xiaoning opened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 26. What is that? A toll booth? But this is not a highway. How can there be a toll booth? Xiaoning told the smart butler to continue driving, and when the distance was closer, she finally saw what the metal booth was. It was indeed a toll booth. It was just that the people responsible for collecting the fees were not humans, but several alien monsters. The levels and health bars marked on their heads were dark red question marks, which meant that their strength was definitely much higher than Xiaoning's. She couldn't even see their levels. An alien stretched out its head, grinning with a big mouth like a flower, and mucus kept dripping from its mouth. Xiaoning seriously suspected that it saw a delicious prey and was drooling. Area 1408. Wet Highway Toll Booth Number 1. Player Xiaoning needs to pay 900 experience points. Please complete the payment within 1 hour. If you fail to pay within the time limit, you will be responsible for the consequences. Xiaoning was not short of experience and paid the fee happily. The vehicle passed the toll station smoothly. Xiaoning saw from the rearview mirror that the aliens were drooling in the direction she was leading before reluctantly retracting their heads into the pavilion. It is not difficult to imagine what would happen if Xiaoning did not pay 900 experience points within the specified time. This is only the number 1 toll station. If there is number 1, there will be number 2, 3, and 4. If you pay so much experience every time, you can't pass a few stations just by opening the supply box. Obviously, this is the game leading players to discover that the wild area is an experience copy, forcing players to enter the wild area to brush experience. Opening the chat channel. It turns out that Xiaoning is not the only one who encountered a toll station. In fact, she encountered it relatively late. Most people encounter a toll station not long after starting to drive in the morning. The toll station is too shady. I only drove less than 700 kilometers during this natural disaster cycle, and they charged me 700 experience points. Which toll station charges so much? It's a rip-off. I spent a lot of experience points in the service area. Now I only have 500 experience points in total. The monsters at the toll station want to charge me 1200 points. What should I do? I can't pay it. If I can't pay, will I be unable to continue driving forward to find the supply box? Upstairs. You are too naive. Not only can I not continue on the road, but didn't you notice that those aliens looked at me as if they were looking at delicious food? My saliva is overflowing. If we can't pay the toll, I dare say they will tear us apart and eat us. Agree. I feel scared when I look at them. I was reluctant to give up my experience points, but I gritted my teeth and paid it. Now I am on the road smoothly and found a supply box. Fortunately, I haven't encountered the treasure-guarding monster yet. Everyone who has experience points, don't be reluctant to give them up. Staying alive is the most important thing. There is only 1 hour to pay the toll. Those who don't have enough experience points should take this time to collect them. Xiaoning was thinking how to tell everyone that the wild area outside the highway is an experience dungeon. Most people exchange supplies for experience in the chat channel. But hundreds or thousands of experience points are not something that everyone can collect in an hour. So many people still don't have enough tolls. Before she could think about how to send this message, Xiaoning saw that someone had already done this first. Evil. Informed everyone. The area outside the highway is another space. I call it the wild area. There are many different kinds of beasts in it, occupying various areas. And their attacks and activities are restricted by the area. Killing these beasts will drop a lot of experience. The higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it is to kill. And the more experience you get. Even beasts of the same level will not give exactly the same experience after killing. A level 1 beast, depending on the type, will give you 10 to 1,000 points of experience after killing. Level 2 beasts are 20 to 2,000 points. Level 3 beasts are 50 to 3,000 points. Beasts that give a lot of experience are often very strong. If you don't have certain equipment and props, don't provoke them rashly. Even if you want to earn experience, you should consider your own strength. The player will unlock the stamina value when entering the wild area for the first time. The maximum value is 100 points. Any activity in the wild area will reduce the stamina value. After returning to the road area, 5 points of stamina will be restored every hour. At present, I have not found a way to actively restore the stamina value. So if you have the ability, kill more beasts with higher experience values. Make the most of your stamina value. Players with weaker strength should not be greedy for war. Do the survival tasks issued by the system after entering the wild area. You can basically make up enough tolls by brushing some low-level beasts. At present, the wild areas are not interconnected, and no one can save you if something happens. The attack power of most beasts is comparable to that of high-level treasure-guarding monsters. The wild area is very dangerous, and the mortality rate will definitely be very high. Everyone should consider it carefully, and don't look for me if something happens. I will not bear the consequences of other people's choices. The sender of the message, Yuan Heng. This information was basically correct, except for the matter of stamina. Xiaoning was not sure whether Yuan Heng had intentionally concealed the stamina potion or for some other reason. However, as long as everyone enters the wild area, they will get stamina potions from monsters. There is no need to hide it. Xiaoning thought for a moment, and still sent a message to the public chat channel about replenishing stamina potions. There is a certain chance of dropping stamina potions when killing beasts. Each small bottle of stamina potion restores 5 points. A medium bottle restores 10 points. And a large bottle restores 50 points. The higher the level of the beast you challenge, the greater the difference between your own strength and its strength, and the faster the stamina is consumed during the battle. Even if you have enough good equipment to kill high-level beasts, if the player's stamina reserves are not enough, you will still die. You can store more stamina potions to replenish stamina in time when killing high-level beasts. As soon as she sent this message, she immediately received private messages from Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng. Li Yongxing, Sister Qiao. Is the news about the stamina potion true? Yuan Heng, did you get stamina potions when you killed monsters? Xiaoning replied uniformly. Yes. And then attached pictures of 3 types of stamina potions. Sister Qiao, you are so lucky. Including the last natural disaster. I have been in the wild area for 3 days, and I didn't get a single bottle. Do you have extra? Selling? The price is negotiable. Did the last natural disaster have strong players exploring the wild area? No one said anything at the time. Probably because they didn't want to cause trouble. Because at that time, people didn't have to explore the wild area to survive. Xiaoning continued to reply, not for sale for now. There are not many. And I don't have enough for myself. Just after replying to the private chat, Xiaoning switched to the chat of the whole area and found that everyone was still discussing the wild area and the toll station. Xiaoning ate and watched. As expected, after some people lost contact or died in the wild area, a considerable number of people began to attack Yuan Heng. They morally blackmailed him, thinking that he shouldn't tell everyone the news, and that those players who died in the wild area were killed by him. Can Yuan Heng accept this kind of blackmail? Of course not. Not only did he not accept kidnapping, he also openly asked other players to exchange equipment with him using the meat and materials obtained in the wild area. The equipment was dazzling, and Xiaoning thought some of them were very good and wanted to get them. Yuan Heng said nothing, but he was more powerful than those who said and quarreled. Yuan Heng had been on the top of several rankings before, and he had gathered a group of fans without knowing it. The fighting power of those followers was also terrible, and each of them had sharp words. which was simply a substitute for Qiaoning's game system network mouth. From the chat channel, it is obvious that multiple forces have formed in the area of 100,000 people. This situation did not exist during the last natural disaster cycle. That is, it was slowly revealed after leaving the service area. Qiaoning suspected that someone had already formed gangs and factions when he was in the service area. But if you think about it carefully, this is also normal. She has played so many online games. But basically all online games of upgrading and fighting monsters will form various gangs and guilds. In terms of benefits, joining a group is indeed better than fighting alone. After all, not everyone has the luck of Qiaoning. Moreover, many dungeons and activities with rich rewards in online games can only be participated by multiple people in a team. In this case, the advantages of gangs and guilds are revealed. Qiaoning does not plan to join any forces at present. Everyone has just started not long ago. It is not known how long the makeshift team can last. No one is reliable. The other is the issue of trust. We can only take one step at a time. After eating and cleaning up the pots and pans, Qiaoning put desiccant on the wet places in the car. The system produces an immediate effect. With today's humidity, each pack of desiccant can keep 5 square meters of space dry for about 4 hours. Her car has a relatively large space. In addition to the flat space, she needs to use at least 4 packs of desiccant each time for various corners and crevices. Changing it 3 times a day is enough. 1 hour is almost up. I still need 300 experience points. Now experience points can be transferred. Who can lend me some experience first? As long as you help me pass this level, I will share half of the supplies I get in the future with you. Didn't the person above go to the wild area to spawn monsters? I just killed a few and have enough experience points. It's just that the consumption of medicine is too much. Looking for medicine for injuries. Who has medicine for injuries? I went in, but I didn't dare to kill the powerful ones. I only completed the return mission and came out. I lost 2 pieces of equipment. There is really no way. Speechless. Anyway, I will die anyway. Why not fight? 300 experience points. As long as you complete the second survival mission, it is enough. And there is still extra. If you are lucky, you can kill a few more level 1 beasts to get enough. And level 1 beasts don't consume much physical strength. I only need 20 experience points to pay the fee. But what should I do if I have no stamina? Does anyone have stamina potions? Or who can transfer 20 experience points to me? I can exchange them for any supplies. And I have medicine for wounds. See the private chat above. I want to exchange your medicine for wounds. Goodbye everyone. The payment time has come. I dare not kill the beast. And the toll is much lower. So I can only go here. I hope everyone can live well. Not long after this person sent the message, the avatar turned gray. And the number of online people in the whole area decreased by 1. I wanted to scold her. But when I saw that she was dead, I still saved some morals for myself. But I advise all women in the area. This is a survival game world. Here just because you are a woman. A fairy who can give birth to children. No one or monster will let you go. Those few people who chat in the area channel all day long. Send black silk legs to seduce men. And hide their gender. I can guess what gender and composition you are with my toes. I guess you are also shameless gold diggers in the real world. I really hate to curse you. Qiaoning was shocked when she saw this message. What the hell? How can I see such misogynistic remarks in a survival game? She almost thought it was a comment section of a certain audio or video app. Chapter 27. Some people did send some tempting messages and pictures in the chat channel. But she saw some people selling videos in the comment section of a video on a certain website. And it was even more rampant in the game. Such people are everywhere. It would be strange if there were none. Qiaoning didn't think that those people were all women. And hiding gender information was suspicious. Qiaoning was not good at arguing with people. But when she encountered such remarks, it was difficult to resist arguing with the other party. Before she sent a message, the chat channel was already crowded with many sisters. Are your eyes used to fart? The person who died just now was obviously a man. What does it have to do with women? Can this also be blamed on women? If you don't blame women, will the little ferryman be unable to survive? It's really funny. Those few people who sent black silk photos to chat are all hiding their genders. If there is really no trick, why hide their gender? I think those people are probably big men who pick their feet in private. I don't deny that there are girls who want to take shortcuts to survive among 100,000 people. But do you dare to say that there are no such men? My mailbox is almost flooded with private messages from men who want to get something for nothing. No pictures and no evidence. I'll show you screenshots. I'm really impressed. The troublemaker above. Can you remove yourself from the male category? It's time now. And you are still willing to create gender confrontation here when you are in danger of losing your job. Are you bored? I remember your name. If I can connect online in the future, I will kill you first when I meet you, so that you won't spoil the whole pot of porridge and affect the unity of the whole district. If the survival rate of our 1408 district is lower than 20% this time, regardless of gender, we will all be finished together. This girl's words made many male and female players above wake up instantly. Yes, regardless of gender, the survival rate is the most important. It's already so hard to get through this natural disaster cycle. If the natural disaster is upgraded after the merge, how many people can survive without enough strength accumulation? After having common interests, everyone can still remain rational and know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. And many sisters in the chat channel have made it very clear that most of those who can survive the second natural disaster cycle are normal people. Many people who didn't speak at the beginning also condemned the man who started the trouble. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man didn't dare to reply in the chat channel anymore. Xiaoning also wrote down this man's name. What if she meets him in the future? You have to be careful. In addition, she also blocked this man, so that he can't buy the supplies that Xiaoning put on sale, can't send private messages to her email, and can't add her as a friend. Xiaoning at Quandaji. I blocked this person. I will put some unused equipment on the shelves later. If you need it, you can exchange it with basic materials. The probability of beasts dropping equipment is very high. When in the wild area, the number of backpack slots is limited to 300. Miscellaneous items took up some space, and Xiaoning used the rest to store equipment, which was not enough. In the future, I have to take advantage of the highway area every day to put some unnecessary items on the shelves. Otherwise, I will encounter better equipment in the wild area, and can only throw away the bad ones to make room. Players in the wild area can open the chat channel and send messages, but they cannot trade. Xiaoning is also a celebrity in the area, but her popularity is not as high as Yuan Heng. She doesn't speak in the chat channel very often, and she doesn't even shout when selling things. As soon as her message came out, Li Yongxing immediately expressed his support and followed to block the person. And some people who were good friends with Li Yongxing also expressed their opinions. Everyone realized that in this game, in addition to not offending players with strong appeal, you must not offend the public anger. Otherwise, you will be isolated by the majority, and the trading materials will be limited, and the chance of survival will be greatly reduced. Everyone has a limited number of blacklist places. Only 10. And after being blacklisted, you can no longer delete from the blacklist. So each blacklist position needs to be carefully decided. This way, there are restrictions, so some people will not go astray and call on others to ban other players at will. From the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoning drove for more than 5 hours in total, and encountered 8 supply boxes, 4 4-star, 4 3-star, and 1 5-star. There are 9 boxes in total. All the boxes still contain food, medicine, drinking water, gasoline, dry items, etc. And the materials are almost gone. Perhaps because there are fewer boxes. Her luck is concentrated in the 9 boxes. From 3 stars to 4 stars. More and more things are opened. There is only one thing in the 5-star box. A space backpack *1. The backpack has 100 grids, and each grid can store 99 items of the same kind. Xiaoning tried it. And wearable equipment is counted as one item and occupies one grid. And weapons are counted separately. Others are also divided by category. For example, biscuits and potato chips can be placed in one grid and counted as snacks. Fresh food will show the spoilage time. Ice cubes will turn into water when put in. This means that the backpack can only store things and does not have the function of keeping fresh and warm. This backpack is not as useful as the storage box in the car, but it is easy to carry and is a must-have item for slaying monsters in the wild area. When she goes into the wild area tomorrow, Xiaoning can bring more food and equipment. When she slays monsters, she no longer has to worry about the backpack being full and having no place to put the equipment. Before going to bed at night, Xiaoning asked the smart housekeeper to regularly manage the planting pots and sprinkle desiccant. In this natural disaster cycle, vegetables and fruits are not easy to sell. Because in a humid environment, all food is easy to spoil, especially fresh fruits. Therefore, there are few people buying fruits. Xiaoning dare not plant crops that can be harvested in a short time. What she planted is harvested at least once every 3 or 4 days. Only one planting pot is left for planting short-term vegetables, which is convenient for her to use for cooking every day, even if she can't get things like onions, ginger and garlic when she opens the box. She can plant them herself, and she doesn't need to spend materials to exchange them in the trading area. After a good night's sleep, the smart housekeeper woke her up on time at 7 in the morning. Xiaoning yawned, got up, washed and cooked. The air in the car was obviously much more humid. She put dehumidifying and moisture-proof mothballs on the bed last night so that she could sleep peacefully until dawn. Otherwise, the quilt might get moldy overnight. It stands to reason that there were humidifying water balls in the last natural disaster that could humidify the air. So there should be game props to dry the air in this natural disaster. The dry items opened yesterday were only desiccant and 2 types of mothballs, plus a spray to kill woodworms. There was nothing to dry the air. Steamed dumplings, wontons, and scallion pancakes for breakfast. Xiaoning ate while watching the chat channel. Alas, it took a night to recover more than 50 physical points. I have to go into the wild area later. How can this little physical point be enough? The key is that the time to encounter a toll station is not fixed. It seems random. God knows when a toll station will suddenly appear. If the experience value is too low, it will be too late to go to brush experience temporarily. Yesterday, a man was killing a beast in the wild area. When the time was up, he was ejected from the wild area. He was asking for help in the chat channel, and he was killed by the monster before he could send a complete message. So it is better to try to gain some experience as early as possible. And when you encounter a toll station, make sure you have enough experience in an hour. I know a rich woman who earned 3,000 or 4,000 experience yesterday. Enough for her to pass many toll stations. I am really envious. Upstairs, let me make it clear that I am not a superficial person, and I am not interested in the money of the big boss. I just want to make friends with her. 20 years old. Height 188. 8 abdominal muscles. Strong and healthy sports student. Please give me the contact information of the rich sister, or recommend me to her. Ball. Upstairs, please be more restrained. Your pants have flown away. What is the ID name of the big boss? Don't be too rigid about gender. Give me a Jihui. Xiaoning flipped through 2 pages of chats asking for the contact information of the big boss, searching for useful information. As she was flipping through the pages, her eyes suddenly fixed. Selling 3 tide-absorbing water balls, 100 experience points each. If you use equipment or skill cards to exchange, you need to look at the specific attributes or effects. Other things will not be exchanged. Is it crazy to sell it so expensive? What is a skill card? Where can you get it? Why have I never encountered it? At Mao Shaosui. I got a skill card Earth Spike in the wild area today. It was obtained by killing Fong rats. You can get 1 card by killing 20 Fong rats. If I use the Earth Spike card to exchange for tide-absorbing water balls, how many can I get? Going back upstairs, the attack power of the Earth Spike card is not very strong, and it can only be exchanged for 1 tide-absorbing water ball. This thing is not easy to drop. I also killed several high-level treasure-guarding monsters to get a few. Sorry. It's too expensive. I still won't exchange it. Xiaoning suddenly realized that it was not that there was no prop to add dry air, but that she had not encountered a treasure-guarding monster, so she couldn't get it. If the moisture-absorbing water ball is only dropped by the treasure-guarding monsters, then it will be a bit troublesome for her, even if there are desiccant and dehumidifying camphor balls. If the problem of humid air cannot be solved, then no matter how many dry items there are, they will not be enough to consume. And the humid air will definitely make her sick frequently and infected with bacteria. At that time, Xiaoning hurriedly contacted Li Yongxing. Did you get the moisture-absorbing water ball when you killed the treasure-guarding monsters? Li Yongxing replied immediately, yes. But there are only 2. Sister Qiao, are you short of moisture-absorbing water balls? You can ask Brother Hung. He has a lot. He encounters monsters very frequently. Sometimes there will be a few monsters blocking the road even if there are no supply boxes on the road. He gets the most of these messy props and equipment. But Brother Hung is not lucky. The attributes of the equipment he exploded are not very good. I don't know how he got the first place in the equipment list. It is probably because of the accumulation of quantity. Xiaoning felt that it was not that simple. If the equipment was too poor, it would be difficult to kill monsters and beasts no matter how good the skills were. Maybe the talent Yuan Heng drew was related to the equipment. Or was it related to the monster? She did not think much about this question and sent a private message to Yuan Heng first. Do you have extra moisture-absorbing water balls? Yuan Heng answered very briefly, yes. A lot. Attached is 20 moisture-absorbing water balls. Xiaoning, This is an honest soldier. I don't have many physical potions, so I can't sell them to you now, even if you give me so many moisture-absorbing water balls. Are you short of skill cards? I have skill cards, burrow, ground spikes, thorn bush, mass freeze, fireworks, poisonous gas paralysis. You could exchange any of these cards with me, except for the first two. How about exchanging 2 moisture-absorbing water balls for each of the following cards? If you think it is not suitable, the price can be negotiated. This time it was Yuan Heng's turn to be silent and send a string of ellipses. Yuan Heng was sitting in his car at this time, looking at the many skill cards displayed by Xiaoning, and fell into deep self-doubt. He killed hundreds of monsters in the wild area, and only got 1 ground spike card. Just this one. Li Yongxing said that Xiaoning's luck was very good. He didn't take it seriously before, always thinking that they were all human beings. How good could their luck be? Now he finally realized how big the gap between his luck and this European emperor's luck was. Is this really the luck that humans can have? He didn't understand, and he was shocked. Chapter 28. Yuan Heng had enough equipment to kill monsters. He used to think that skill cards were used to save his life or help himself at critical moments. But now, he suddenly understood that he had to use them sparingly because he had limited stock. A European emperor, who had no shortage of skill cards, might be able to use skill cards to kill monsters all the time. The more skill cards, the better. He made a profit by exchanging them with the tide-absorbing water balls. But Yuan Heng finally confiscated Xiaoning's skill cards. He replied, I don't need the skill cards for the time being. I will exchange them with you when I need them. These 20 tide-absorbing water balls are given to you. If you have extra stamina potions later, just sell them to me first. Xiaoning had no reason to refuse this sure-win deal. Okay. If there are extra ones, I'll sell them to you first. She sold less to Li Yongxing to exchange for materials. The tide-absorbing water balls were more important at the moment. When Xiaoning was about to close the private chat interface between the two, he suddenly sent her 30 moisture-absorbing water balls. Xiaoning. Yuan Heng, I suddenly remembered that Xiaoxing had said before. You have extra medicine for sale? Can you sell me some? In the current disaster situation, 1 moisture-absorbing water ball can keep the air in the car at normal humidity for 4 hours. 50 moisture-absorbing water balls will be enough for her for a long time. After the disaster is upgraded, it should be able to last for a while. Xiaoning calculated the value and mailed him 10 bottles of internal and external medicine. Yuan Heng. No. When did the explosion rate of medicine become so high? This girl took out 20 bottles of medicine at once. Without hesitation. How many medicines does she have in her hand? No wonder Xiaoxing often said that he must hold on to Xiaoning, the European emperor, so that he can have a good life in the future. So it really is like this. Xiaoning closed the chat interface and handed over the matter of replacing the moisture-absorbing water ball to the smart housekeeper. Then she went to the activity area on the car to exercise and practice swordsmanship. She practiced until noon, and got off the car 4 times to pick up the supply box. At 12 o'clock, Xiaoning stopped panting, took a shower in the luxurious bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and began to prepare lunch. She fried 2 dishes, green pepper and bacon, and spicy and sour potato shreds, and also made a soup, which was her favorite West Lake beef soup. 2 dishes, 1 soup, plus a pot of rice. Xiaoning was 70% full after eating. This amount of food shocked her. Xiaoning suspected that the rapid increase in her appetite was related to her learning basic body training and flaming swordsmanship. It may also be that her various attribute values are getting higher and higher, and her physical fitness is no longer in the category of ordinary humans. In short, her appetite is proportional to her strength. But eating like this is not a problem, and she still has to think of other ways to reduce her appetite while ensuring sufficient energy intake. Otherwise, if you eat so much, you will have to go to the toilet many times a day, which is really unbearable and a waste of time. After lunch, Xiaoning put all the things she needed to bring into the space backpack. Then stopped the car and turned off the engine. Walked out of the road and stepped into the wild area. This time the wild area is not a forest or a grassland, but a valley with a river flowing. Survival Mission 1. Kill 3 beasts. Reward return card *1. Experience value 1200 points. Survival Mission 2. Kill 2 blue-scaled hippos and 1 white-maned rhinoceros. Reward experience value 6000 points. Xiaoning took a look at the chat channel and the survival mission information mentioned by other people. Their tasks are generally simpler. The beasts they need to kill are not strong. And the reward experience value is at least 2/3 less than hers. There are about a dozen blue-scaled hippos drinking water by the river. They look ugly. And they have a pair of black half-meter-long fangs more than the common hippos. They are not easy to mess with at first glance. Xiaoning's black flame bone knife was upgraded yesterday, but has not been used yet. This knife is very different from when it was just taken out of the box. The black long knife. The whole blade is emitting thick black flames. And if you look closely, there is a trace of blood red. Like the blood of slaughter. Xiaoning held the knife, walked lightly, and quietly approached a green-scaled hippopotamus with the help of the lush reeds near the riverbank. Hippos in the real world mainly eat aquatic plants, and only kill animals for meat when there is nothing to eat. But these green-scaled hippos don't look like vegetarians. As expected, Xiaoning saw with his own eyes a green-scaled hippopotamus biting a sawtooth green crocodile from the river. And the giant crocodile with thick skin and flesh was bitten into 2 halves. The broken meat of the crocodile's body fell into the river, and was quickly swallowed by the surrounding river fish. Such a strong bite force. Even if Xiaoning has a way to save his life, he is still a little afraid. Her defense was not enough to withstand the bite of the blue-scale hippopotamus. And she could not even withstand a single hoof. She could only sneak attack and use the 3-minute teleportation effect of the black flame bone knife to avoid the attack of the blue-scale hippopotamus. If the corrosion effect could be triggered at the same time, the probability of the blazing flame and the spring sunshine suit to reduce the monster's attribute effect by half would be faster to deal with the blue-scale hippopotamus. If it cannot be triggered at the same time, it must be resolved within 3 minutes. Otherwise the effect of displacement will disappear, and the cooling time will be 1 hour. The green-scaled hippopotamus has strong attack power, and its defense is not as high as that of the white-maned rhino. But it is thicker than most beasts in the valley. Xiaoning observed for a long time, and found that these big guys were not alert, and still could not find it at a distance of 3 meters. If it were the black-tailed hyenas on the grassland, I am afraid that if she moved slightly, the black-tailed hyenas would be alert to find her. The white-maned rhinoceros not far away was also not alert. They are larger in size, and the skin on their bodies is like a thick layer of armor. You don't even need to try to break its defense. Since the vigilance is so poor, Xiaoning doesn't need to worry. She took advantage of a green-scaled hippopotamus not paying attention and released the swamp devouring. Skill card. She used 3 cards in a row to sink the green-scaled hippopotamus into the swamp. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the skill card is effective against beasts. Although it consumes a lot, it is at least a monster-killing helper. The green-scale hippopotamus was too powerful and too big to be trapped in such a shallow swamp for too long. Xiaoning didn't dare to waste time and seized the opportunity to slash at the vital part of the green-scale hippopotamus's neck. A cluster of thick black flames swooshed and swept the green-scale hippopotamus's body in just a few seconds. The effect of burning the body with flames was triggered. The green-scale hippopotamus felt pain and struggled even more in the swamp. The angry roar spread throughout the valley. The surrounding hippos heard the calls of their own kind, and most of them just looked up a few times and then lowered their heads to eat. They were not monsters that attacked in groups. Xiaoning was not sure whether the real hippos fought in groups against the enemy. This resource was sorted by Pain Training Skirt number Yil Wu Yi. By the end of the fight, her arms were shaking a little. It wasn't because she was tired, but because of the thick and hard scales of the green scale hippo. Xiaoning could only use Swamp Devour to trap it again. When the swamp card was almost used up, she used the ice card. In the end, she used up 20 points of physical strength and finally killed the hippo. Xiaoning succeeded in killing it. And then she had time to take a closer look at the level and attributes of the green scale hippo. She almost fainted when she saw it. It was a level 5 beast with 80,000 HP and 12,000 defense. God! No wonder it was so hard to kill. Fortunately, it was slow, clumsy, and not very alert. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with this kind of monster. After killing 2 green scale hippopotamuses in the same way, Qiaoning set her sights on an old white-maned rhino that looked unhealthy and a little old. Qiaoning thought that this old rhino would be easier to deal with. But after the attack, when she saw the level on its head and the ridiculously long HP bar, her eyes suddenly went dark. Level 6 beast. The health bar can't see the exact amount of health now, but the length is definitely twice that of the blue-scaled hippopotamus. Qiaoning began to retreat in her heart, but after being provoked, the white-maned rhino stared at Qiaoning like crazy and chased her. Poison gas, venom, swamp, thorns, ice, fire. As long as she had skill cards, she threw them all. As many as she could. If she couldn't kill the beast, she would at least delay it and slow down its attack. The skill cards were not powerful enough, but she made up for it with quantity. Qiaoning used the teleportation while escaping, and while running, she looked for an opportunity to slash the white-maned rhino. The corrosion effect was triggered repeatedly 20 or 30 times, plus the consumption of dozens of skill cards, finally making the beast fall to the ground with a bang, exploding a ground of colorful supplies. Previously, the materials dropped by killing 2 green scale hippos, 5 great rejuvenating pills, can quickly restore 30 points of physical strength and instantly heal all injuries, but cannot remove negative states such as poisoning. Green scale sets *2. Skill cards, Water Dragon Impact. Skill cards, Freeze 100 meters. Skill cards, Petrification. Skill cards, Earth Wall. Skill cards, Psychedelic Counterattack. And the familiar ground spikes, Swamp Devouring, Poison Gas Paralysis, etc. A total of 10 to 20 skill cards, 40 in total. Stamina Potion Large Bottle *1. Medium Bottle *5. Small Bottle *20. The white-maned rhino dropped even more materials. Perhaps it was because Qiaoning had overcome great difficulty to kill it. The materials had a high drop rate, and Qiaoning was a little scared. First of all, 20 great rejuvenating pills, 100 skill cards, 5 Lynxy suits, 3 black flame stones, 5 gem boxes, 10 large bottles of stamina potion, 30 medium bottles, 100 small bottles. No level. Special skill book Eye of Truth. After learning the Eye of Truth, players can directly see the information of all monsters, including but not limited to level, attributes, habits, weaknesses, and anger value accumulation bar. When the anger value is full, the violent state will be activated. In addition, it can make the player immune to all negative effects of mental confusion. Qiaoning immediately learned the Eye of Truth, and the first experimental subject was the white-maned rhino, which had died, but whose body had not disappeared. White-maned rhino. The previous white-maned rhino king was defeated and expelled by the young rhino after he was old and weak. But it did not affect the player's reward after it was killed, which was as generous as killing the new white-maned rhino king. Level, 6 HP, 200,000 defense, 18,000. Speed, 1800. Features, as the former white-maned rhino king, it still has a certain deterrent power and appeal to other white-maned rhinos. When it is on the verge of despair, there is a certain probability that it will summon other rhinos to help it fight the enemy. Seeing the end, Qiaoning was extremely fortunate in her heart. It was only because of her good luck that the old rhino did not successfully summon its own tribe before it died. Otherwise she would have to drink a pot if she didn't die. Qiaoning's 3 battles just now consumed nearly 400 points of physical strength, and she almost drank physical potions while fighting. These 3 battles were dangerous and laborious. Even with the potion to restore her physical strength, she felt mentally exhausted. She simply stopped staying in the wild area to kill monsters. After collecting the exploded supplies, she left. Back on the road, Qiaoning got in the car to change clothes and wash up, then told the smart housekeeper to drive and fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, she got up and got out of the car to pick up the supply boxes 3 times. When she woke up completely, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The smart housekeeper had turned off the engine and parked the car early, leaving only a small night light in the car. Qiaoning got up and washed her face, her stomach growling with hunger. She boiled water and cooked 40 or 50 pork and shepherd's purse dumplings, and ate them with vinegar and chili oil. While eating, she opened the chat channel. It didn't matter that she saw it. She found that she was on the news of the whole district again. Li Yongqing sent more than 100 private messages. Sister Qiao. Are you there? Are you driving? Or fighting treasure monsters? Or in the wild area? Sister Qiao. Reply to me if you see it. Sister Qiao. You are on the district-wide announcement again. It says you are the first to kill a Beast King above level 5. There is no reward. And part of the supplies you got from killing the Beast King are also announced. This damn survival game is getting more and more deceptive. Sister Qiao. There will definitely be a lot of people privately message you. You must be careful not to be fooled. Sister Qiao. Seeing Li Yongqing's series of private messages, Qiao Ning, who almost knew the situation, was numb. The district-wide announcement. No reward. And part of the supplies she got from killing the old Rhino King were also announced. This is putting her on the fire. Can she still make money in a low-key manner and dominate the charts in the future? Chapter 29. There is a special channel for system announcements to check records. And all messages sent by the system can be checked. Qiao Ning flipped through the records. She must know what rewards the system has announced to the entire district. After clicking on the latest announcement and checking the content, Qiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system did not cheat her to the extreme, omitting the two most important rewards, the Black Flame Stone and the Eye of Truth skill book. As for other things, the announcement only mentioned the names, not the quantity, and the item information could not be viewed. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. This is not completely exposed, so it should not be particularly jealous. However, Qiao Ning did not dare to underestimate the evil of human nature, especially in survival games. Facing the pressure of survival, if you live better than others, in the eyes of some people, it is an original sin, and you owe them, in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles in the future. Qiao Ning plans to re-rank the major lists after the end of this natural disaster cycle. She will make the ranking of the killing list public. Before, she had only killed one stick goblin, and her points were rounded off to 0. Now she kills a lot of high-level beasts in the wild area every day, and these are also counted in the kill list. She should be able to occupy a place on the kill list. Qiao Ning only slept for a few hours, but she changed 3 moisture-absorbing water balls. It stands to reason that 1 moisture-absorbing water ball can maintain normal humidity for 4 hours, and it should not be changed so quickly. She looked at the air humidity value curve given by the smart housekeeper and took a breath of cold air. Compared with the speed at which the dryness increases during the novice period, this humid disaster develops terribly fast. At this rate, it may take 1 or 2 per hour to consume tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, she may have used up more than half of the moisture-absorbing water balls in her hand. When Qiao Ning was about to ask Yuan Heng if he had any extra moisture-absorbing water balls, he happened to send a message. Yuan Heng, Qiao Ning, can you give me some of your physical potions? I will exchange moisture-absorbing water balls with you. I was not lucky today. I killed a lot of monsters, but only got a small-sized stamina potion. Qiao Ning was stunned when she saw the message and asked him, how many monsters did you kill? More than 50, including level 2, level 3, and level 4. He gave a bunch of random things, but there were very few useful ones, like skill cards and stamina potions. Qiao Ning was shocked. She was more and more sure that Yuan Heng's talent was related to killing monsters. Otherwise, with 100 points of stamina, he would not be able to kill so many beasts without stamina potions. Even if he had good equipment and high combat power, he would have killed at most 7 or 8 beasts at level 3 and 4. Maybe Yuan Heng had special skills in using stamina? But his drop rate was not much worse than her material drop rate. Qiao Ning thought for a moment and replied, 100 tide-absorbing water balls for 20 small-sized stamina potions. Or 10 medium-sized stamina potions. How about that? The drop rate of tide-absorbing water balls is not very high, but Yuan Heng encountered many of them, so he had accumulated a lot of stock. This transaction ratio is actually very profitable for Qiao Ning, because judging from the drop rate of stamina potions today, there is an increasing trend, and according to the experience of the last natural disaster, the drop rate of tide-absorbing water balls changes every day, sometimes more, sometimes pitifully less. Yuan Heng replied immediately, okay, give me 10 medium-sized stamina potions. Attachment, tide-absorbing water balls * 100. After receiving it, Qiao Ning mailed him 10 medium-sized bottles. The transaction was over, and the two did not chat too much. They said goodbye and went to rest. Everyone was tired after a day and urgently needed sleep to replenish their energy. Xiaoning had just taken a nap and was not sleepy for the time being. So she opened the chat channel. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and many night owls were still chatting. I found that this natural disaster cycle provides a lot of food and drinking water. Thinking of the experience of being almost thirsty to death due to severe water shortage in the last natural disaster, I feel unreal now. That's right. It's just that the humidity is a bit fast. The novice system also provides information such as air humidity for free. Now I want to see the value. And it prompts me that I need to drive to the car monitoring system drawing and manufacture and install it before it can be displayed. When I woke up this morning, my quilt was very damp, and my clothes were all stuck to my body. It was so uncomfortable. It seems that I must put desiccant and mothballs when I sleep tonight. Dry items should be used sparingly. Right? Otherwise, what should I do in the later stage? Now I can bear it for now. I don't want to drive to find a supply box now. I just want to brush experience in the wild area to get equipment and props. Supply boxes still need to be found. Otherwise, where will gasoline, drinking water, and food come from? And I have a rumor that only treasure-guarding monsters can explode moisture-absorbing water balls. If you stay in the wild area every day, no matter how much experience you brush, if you don't have moisture-absorbing water balls, how can you survive the wet natural disaster in the later stage? I am from the south. I think the humid disaster is okay. The dryness of the drought disaster is really life-threatening. The humidity is unlikely to kill people. Right? Upstairs, don't underestimate the ability of this survival game system to cause trouble. Who knows what kind of trouble it will cause to kill us? So it's better to be careful. I have dermatitis. I really can't stand this humid environment. Who has a moisture-absorbing water ball? I will use gasoline and equipment to exchange. Selling a box of animal cream fruit cake, 8 inches, can replenish physical strength and vitamins. Only 3 moisture-absorbing water balls can be exchanged. Very cost-effective. I have a 10-inch Supreme Seafood Pizza here. If anyone wants it, you can take it away with 2 moisture-absorbing water balls. It's a high-calorie food. After defeating the treasure-guarding monster, you can have a pizza. Don't be too satisfied. I'm selling fresh pure meat grilled sausages. I just grilled one. It's really super fragrant. It's great for cooking and fried rice. There are 10 bags of grilled sausages. 10 in each bag. You only need 1 moisture-absorbing water ball to exchange them all. What are you thinking? These foods are not durable. They may become sour and inedible in a humid environment in half a day. You still want to exchange them for moisture-absorbing water balls. Don't dream. Upstairs, we clearly mark the price, and don't force buying or selling. If you need it, just exchange it. Who forced you to exchange it? What's wrong with you? Why are you talking so harshly? There are quite a few players who sell fresh and non-durable food. Others must be unhappy to see this. And immediately, there was a quarrel in the channel. Xiaoning has a storage box. As long as the card doesn't break down, the storage box will not break down. The things in it will always be the same as what you put in and what you take out. She wanted to take the opportunity to stock up on some of her favorite delicacies. But unfortunately, the moisture-absorbing water balls in her hand were all exchanged with others. She was dependent on other people's stock. So she felt insecure and dared not use them at will. She picked up a total of 9 boxes of supplies today. Although most of the time she could only encounter 1 box of supplies each time. She could occasionally encounter 2. The 9 boxes of supplies contained 20 sprays to kill wood lice, 30 desiccant, dehumidification, moisture-proof camphor balls *60, extra spicy braised chicken, large *1, butter croissant *5, Arctic sweet shrimp sashimi *2 caddies, Arctic shell sashimi *2 caddies, spicy crayfish meat *4 caddies, duck blood vermicelli soup *1 bowl, mushroom chicken clay pot rice *5, bacon and sausage clay pot rice *4, twice cooked pork rice *5, spicy and sour potato shreds *5 plates, 5 caddies of bananas, 4 caddies of cherries, 3 caddies of strawberries, 10 cups of freshly squeezed orange juice, 5 cups of succulent grapefruit tea, 20 canned secret beef, 10 canned A treasure porridge, 2 gin of dehydrated vegetables, 10 canned assorted fruits, 10 canned yellow peaches, 10 canned oranges, some daily necessities, some clothes, 150 units of gasoline, 10 liters of drinking water, 2 special medicines for fungal infections, 3 special medicines for mycoses. From the quantity of supplies. Today's supply explosion rate is much richer than yesterday. And there are more dry items. However, many foods are still not durable. Qiaoning is lucky and opened a lot of durable canned food. In the case of fresh food to eat, she actually doesn't want to eat canned food. If she opens a lot of canned food in the next few days, most of them will be sold on the shelves to exchange for the supplies she needs. Qiaoning was eating while counting the supplies. She was too lazy to cook. It happened that there was ready-made food in the supply box. So she steamed some rice with braised chicken and duck blood vermicelli soup and had a full meal. After eating and cleaning up, she walked in the car for most of the day to digest the food. Then washed up and watched a movie before slowly falling asleep. The 4th day of the natural disaster. At 7 in the morning, the first thing Qiaoning did when she got up was to check how many moisture-absorbing water balls she had consumed last night. She found that she had just bought 100 moisture-absorbing water balls yesterday, plus the remaining 40 or so balls. A total of more than 140 balls. But now there were only 120 balls left. This consumption rate was faster than she expected. Ding. Qiaoning received an email from a friend. When a friend sends a message or email, there is a slight reminder sound, which can be turned off or changed to a vibration sound. If you don't want to receive any messages or emails, you can also turn on the Do Not Disturb mode. But there are only 2 people in her friend list, and they basically haven't disturbed her, so she doesn't need these functions. It was an email from Yuan Heng. Why did you send her an email so early in the morning? Is there something urgent? Qiaoning opened the email and saw that it was 100 moisture-absorbing water balls. Qiaoning needed this very much, but she didn't want to receive gifts without merit. She and Yuan Heng had only been friends for a few days, and were not close enough to not care about these supplies. She sent a few question marks, and then attached 10 bottles of medium-sized physical potions. Yuan Heng, don't be so polite. I still have a lot of this stuff. I just want to ask, do you have any food? I'm not picky about food. As long as I can fill my stomach. I don't have any food allergies. Qiaoning, She was full of doubts. But because she was not very familiar with him, she was embarrassed to ask questions, fearing that the other party would be embarrassed. Fresh food is not valuable in this natural disaster cycle, and the drop rate is ridiculously high. Qiaoning sent him a night of duck blood vermicelli soup, 2 clay pot rice, 1 with mushrooms and chicken, and 1 with bacon and sausage. Yuan Heng clicked on the attachment and saw the delicious food that appeared in front of him. He didn't bother to say anything and started eating. While eating, he sent a message to the girl with a note. Xiao Jinli, any more? I don't think these are enough. Qiaoning sent him 2 servings of twice-cooked pork with rice, 1 serving of hot and sour potato shreds, 2 pounds of spicy lobster meat, and 2 cups of succulent grape tea. Thank you. That's enough. You're welcome. These things are worthless. But the moisture-absorbing water ball you gave me is more valuable. Yuan Heng sighed. There is no way to store food now. When he woke up today, all the food he opened yesterday was rotten and moldy. He has a refrigerator in his car, and even the food in the refrigerator did not escape the fate of mold. Only the frozen food in the freezer is good, but it can't be eaten for a while. The drop rate of food that can be stored for a long time is low. Yuan Heng is too unlucky, so it is basically difficult to see it. He did not hide it from Qiaoning, and briefly described his predicament of being hungry. Those who put fresh food on the market yesterday were forced by the system to remove it because the food was rotten. Canned food and other foods are edible, but they are sold at higher prices. Anyway, they are all spending a lot of money to buy food, so it is better to give it to their friends instead of giving it to others. After Qiaoning understood, she said, then these 100 tide-absorbing water balls will be considered as your food expenses. I will mail you 3 meals a day until the end of this natural disaster cycle. The 2 hit it off, and after discussing it, they just closed the chat box and saw Li Yongxing's message for help. He also had no food to eat, and was crying there. Li Yongxing's tide-absorbing water balls did not have such a high explosion rate, so he could only take care of himself and could not take out a few extra ones. So he mailed Qiaoning materials, mostly metal. Qiaoning paid for the meals for the 2 of them. After collecting the meal expenses, she looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock, and Qiaoning ordered the smart key to drive. After driving for about 10 kilometers, Qiaoning encountered the number 2 toll booth. Several giant piranha plants were shaking their petals in the toll booth, and each petal had a big mouth full of serrated teeth. When Xiaoning approached, one of the deep red piranha plants made a sound like a little girl. The toll was 1,000 experience points, plus 3 packs of desiccant. My skin has been a little damp and allergic recently, so I need to apply a mask. Chapter 30. Xiaoning did not bargain with the piranha plant. After agreeing, the experience value balance was deducted by 1,000, and 3 packs of desiccant were missing from the backpack. The piranha plant probably saw that Xiaoning paid the money happily, and shook its big flower and said, "Your temper suits my taste. And you smell good. I like you. Come. Let me see your name, Xiaoning." "Xiaoning. I will remember you. Guess what my name is?" Xiaoning never expected that she would have to answer questions after paying the toll. She looked at the huge and ferocious piranha plant in front of her. "As a bad at naming," she said seriously and perfunctorily, "Xiaohong?" The piranha plant immediately split into several petal heads happily. "Yes. My name is Xiaohong. I like you. I like you. Xiaoning, I feel it. But there is no need to put your mouth so close to me. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Come. I'll open a passage for you. The other roads give too little. It's better for you to take this road. You won't encounter those ugly monsters. Believe Xiaohong. Xiaohong likes you and won't hurt you. And this? For you. This is one of my flower seeds. It will help you in the future. Goodbye. Beautiful and fragrant Xiaoning. Don't forget me when we meet next time." Xiaoning took a black seed of the piranha plant the size of a peanut and returned to the car. This thing should be planted in a planting pot? Xiaoning happened to have an empty space in a pot, so she planted this piranha plant seed in it. The planting pot can display plant information and grow status. Xiaoning went in and saw the following: name, piranha plant, the owner can modify it once, race, descendant of the main vein of the piranha plant emperor. Status, flowering period, hungry. Need to replenish nutrients. This race looks very powerful. Maybe because it has not grown up yet. The system interface does not show any icons or specific information about the piranha plant. Xiaoning does not know whether this thing is powerful or not, and how to raise it. In the online game she has played, any pet egg or plant baby seed is often called the descendant of a mythical beast or a great demon. But in fact it is just an ordinary pet. It's just that the name sounds awesome. Having been cheated so many times, she dared not hold any hope in this regard. Judging from the status, although the flower seeds are hungry, there will be no problems for a while. Xiaoning does not know how to grow them, and does not dare to mess around, so she can only leave it alone for the time being. She told the smart butler to drive on the road. At about 9 o'clock, her physical strength had recovered by more than half. Xiaoning stopped the car and turned off the engine, packed her luggage into the space backpack, left the road and entered the wild area. Now driving to find supplies is no longer her daily work, and going into the wild area to kill monsters is work. It is impossible to be too competitive, killing monsters for 5 or 6 hours a day at most. After all, you have to spare half of the time to find supply boxes. Xiaoning suspected that this was also a trap left by the game. The rewards in the wild area are generous, and many players are easily dazzled by the rewards when they first come into contact with the wild area. If the explosion rate of physical potions continues to increase, a considerable number of people will ignore looking for supply boxes, because supplies can be traded and exchanged. If you brush more in the wild area, you can get the rewards in the wild area and exchange them for gasoline, drinking water, food, etc., which is not easy to exchange. But is the fact really that simple? Xiaoning didn't believe it, and always felt that there was a trap behind. So she spent half of her time brushing the wild area every day, and half of her time looking for supplies. Maybe in the eyes of others, she didn't want to fall behind in either side, which seemed too greedy. But Xiaoning had the luck of the game, plus 3 golden talents. She had enough confidence. After entering the wild area, what caught my eye was the deep and light green everywhere, and colorful flowers. The previous wild area had jungles, grasslands, and valleys, but this time it was like a naturally formed botanical garden. There were countless exotic flowers and plants in it. Anyway, Xiaoning only recognized a few plants that were not seriously mutated, and couldn't recognize the others. These plants do not all grow together. Most of them have their own domains. There is basically only one kind of plant in the domain, and very few are mixed with several plants. Qianning observed carefully, and thought that they should be in a relationship of mutual companionship. She first picked a low-level one to try, and only attacked one plant. The other plants in the domain seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly rose up. Countless leaves attacked Qianning like flying knives. Even though Qianning was prepared, she was still shocked by the overwhelming flying knives of leaves. She quickly used several earth wall cards to surround herself tightly, and block all the flying knives of leaves. The earth wall card is mainly for defense, but it also has health and durability. When the defense effect is turned on to resist when attacked, the durability will be reduced. When the enemy's attack is higher than the defense value, the extra attack value will cause the earth wall to lose the corresponding amount of health. When either the health or durability value reaches 0, the earth wall will break, and the card will be destroyed and disappear. Each card can only be used once. Qianning has always been cautious and careful in studying the game. She tried several times, and noticed that these plants did not launch attacks without limit. In Qianning's 3 attacks, at least one will trigger the leaf knives of all plants in the area, each lasting 5 seconds. It is difficult to count the leaves flying out with the naked eye, but it doesn't matter. She can see the blood loss of the earth wall. The defense value of the earth wall is 1,000, and the health bar is 30,000. After a full attack, the blood loss is about 4,000. This proves that each time the attack of the leaf knives of the whole plant is around 5,000. The attack of a leaf is almost less than a little, because the leaf knives, no matter how you look at it, must be tens of thousands. If the full attack is not triggered, only a single attack, then the leaves of a single plant will fly out more than the full attack, about a few hundred pieces. Single attack cannot break the defense of the earth wall, but it will reduce 1 point of durability, and each earth wall card has 100 points of durability. If the total attack exceeds 4 times the value of the earth wall's defense, 5 points of durability will be lost at a time. The earth wall has limited durability and health, and may not be able to withstand several rounds of total attacks. Qianning just summarized the rules and tested 6 times, triggering 2 total attacks, losing 8,000 blood and 12 points of durability. During this period, she tried to use skill cards to attack these plants. But the strange thing is that they are not afraid of fire or water, and they are like copper skin and iron bones, occasionally being injured. They can also heal in just 2 or 3 seconds. The self-healing ability of plants should be to draw energy from other places to replenish themselves. There is fertile soil under them, and energy is continuously supplied. In this case, it is difficult to get rid of these plants unless they are killed directly or cause devastating damage that cannot be healed by themselves. This is the first time that Qianning feels that fighting monsters is so difficult, and it is only a level 1 green vine. It was much easier to kill the level 2 tuskers before. It was a little more troublesome to deal with the hyenas that attacked in groups, but not that difficult. The skill card was not very useful, so Qianning could only chop manually. When she encountered a group attack, she summoned the earth wall to resist, and when she was attacked by a single person, she could fight back. Hundreds of leaf flying knives could not break Qianning's defense, and they would break when they touched Qianning. But she felt a little sorry for the durability of her equipment. The more she felt sorry for Qianning, the harder she chopped. She found that even if ordinary attacks were accompanied by black flame burning, they would increase the damage to these plants, but they could not stop them from healing themselves. Only when the corrosion effect of the black flame bone knife was triggered, they would cause wounds that could not heal themselves. Each green vine could withstand her 3 corrosion attacks at most. But to trigger 3 corrosions, Qianning had to attack at least 4 or 5 times. In this way, killing 7 green vines would consume 2 earth wall cards. There were about 100 green vines in the area, and the consumption of a single earth wall card was quite scary. Fortunately, Qianning is a big user of skill cards. She has more than 50 skill cards of each type in her hand. If she doesn't have enough, she will build them, because earth walls are one of the few defense cards. She builds a lot of them. With the ones that exploded, there are more than 70 of them at present. The attack of level 1 plants is so high. Don't try level 2 and 3. She doesn't have so many defense cards for her to consume. The green vines in the whole field were slowly dealt with by Qianning. The material explosion rate was so low that Qianning doubted her life. 100 green vines only exploded 10 large physical potions, and 2 green vine seeds. There was nothing else. Not even a low-level equipment. She took the time to look at the chat channel. The explosion rate of physical potions really increased greatly today. Almost everyone exploded some physical potions. The price of physical potions dropped sharply. This means that she spent so much time, consumed dozens of physical points, and a bunch of skill cards, but almost didn't get anything useful. With her luck, this shouldn't be the case. Xiaoning picked up the 2 seeds and observed them carefully. After looking at them for a long time, she didn't see anything special. In the system planting column, a seed illustration was unlocked. There are some habits of the unlocked seeds and detailed planting methods. There is no description of how they grow up. She has now unlocked green vine seeds and man-eating plant seeds. Looking at the function description, only by unlocking more seeds can you get more seed information. Since she is here, Xiaoning can't leave empty-handed. Fortunately, these mutant plants give a lot of experience. 100 green vines gave Xiaoning 10,000 experience points. If there weren't so much experience, the landlord's family couldn't stand such a huge difference in the pay-return ratio. Xiaoning's next target is the mutant rose area, which is also level 1. It is well known that many roses have thorns, and their attacks are more intensive than green vines. It's not that she doesn't want to pick a variety that is easy to deal with. The key is that looking at the area within 100 miles, there is no plant species that looks simple. The more beautiful the plants, the more dangerous they are. Some of them are not even physical attacks, but scent and mental confusion attacks. Fortunately, Xiaoning has an antidote and the Eye of True Skill, which makes her immune to mental illusions. Otherwise, she would definitely be hit and die here after walking a few steps. The rose area is already relatively easy to deal with. It's just that there are more roses than green vines, but their attack and defense are actually lower than those of green vines. It took Xiaoning 3 hours to kill 500 roses. Only 2 earth wall skill cards were used, 3 large bottles of physical potion, and the equipment durability dropped by 30 points. The black flame bone knife was not damaged. Although this weapon is only red level, Xiaoning always feels that its potential is far beyond red weapons. The rose area gained 25,000 experience points, 20 large bottles of physical potion, and 2 rose seeds. Xiaoning looked at the mutant rose corpses on the ground and suddenly found that he seemed to have overlooked a problem. Why didn't these roses disappear after they died? It seemed that they didn't disappear after she killed the green vines in the green vine area just now. Before, when she killed the beasts in the grassland and valley, their bodies disappeared, leaving only the rewards that exploded. Chapter 31. Xiaoning returned to the green vine area. The dead green vines were still scattered on the ground. They did not disappear, but they were slightly withered than before and looked less fresh and green. Xiaoning thought for a moment, and suddenly had an idea to try to put them into the space backpack. Player Xiaoning obtained 20 complete green vines and 80 broken green vines. They can be put in. What are these? Materials? Food? Or props? Xiaoning clicked on the item information. The green vine corpses that were corroded and mutated by dark radiation. The residual dark radiation energy is harmful to all creatures, and ordinary people cannot use or eat them. Cannot be used? Then why can they be put into the backpack? Xiaoning has played so many games and has seen more than thousands of game props. But as long as they can be put into the backpack, there is nothing useless. Since the survival game allows these plant corpses to be put into the backpack, it means that they must have unknown uses. Xiaoning didn't care about that. Anyway, so many green vines only took up 2 grids in the backpack. One for the intact green vines, and one for the broken ones. She returned to the rose area and put the rose bodies into the backpack. There were 285 intact roses, and 215 broken roses. Xiaoning carefully observed the difference between the intact and broken ones, and found that all the intact ones were cut off from the roots, while the broken ones were often the branches, leaves and petals that were cut into pieces. Seeing the remaining plant roots on the ground, Xiaoning tried to dig them out with the black flame bone knife. She could dig them out, but as soon as they left the soil, these roots turned into ashes and disappeared. It seemed that transplanting was not feasible. Xiaoning gave up decisively. I just don't know if these roots will grow new plants again. Xiaoning felt that 80% of them would grow again, just like the beasts in the grasslands and valleys would refresh after a period of time after being killed. These mutant plants would grow again as long as the roots did not disappear. As for making all the roots disappear, looking at the item introduction just now, they are all corroded by some dark radiation, which is harmful to normal creatures. Eliminating them should not be considered destroying vegetation, right? Xiaoning's heart was a little restless, and her damn desire to explore the game came out again. A few minutes later, the roots of the plants in the entire rose area and green vine area were all dug by Xiaoning, and then disappeared. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for successfully cleaning up the dark radiation contaminated area *2, and rewarded with dark stone fragments *2. Dark stone fragments? Xiaoning clicked to view the item information, and found that the use of the fragments in the introduction was vague. As if it was not said, a fragment with mysterious energy, which is said to be the fragments produced after the source of dark radiation was broken, and no one knows how to use it. But it has great appeal to creatures corroded and mutated by dark radiation. Many radiation-mutated creatures will become extremely powerful after fusing it. This description is very much like the prelude to starting to collect certain fragments. Xiaoning has a lot of experience in this area. After all, she is a game power leveler. She often receives orders from employers to help collect random fragments. It is commonplace. Xiaoning put the dark stone fragments into her backpack, because the earth wall card has been used up. She did not stay here for long and returned to the road. Today, I stayed in the wild area for 5 hours and harvested 4 seeds and 35,000 experience points. It is not a loss, but it is not much compared to the previous rewards. It is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaoning ate simply in the wild area and is a little hungry now. She asked the smart housekeeper to drive, and she took out a portion of twice-cooked pork rice, hot and sour potato shreds, and Westlake beef soup from the storage box. Open the chat channel and read everyone's chat messages while eating. I really can't stand it. All the quilts and clothes are unusable. Not only are they covered with mold spots, but they will even squeeze out a lot of green water when squeezed, which makes my scalp numb. Yesterday I advised everyone to save some moisture-absorbing water balls and to endure it if possible. Today, I was slapped in the face. How can I endure this? I can't endure it at all. There is mold everywhere in the car. Many places are covered with green fluffy things, like moss and mold. Can you imagine that there are a bunch of mushrooms growing in my car? And they are colorful. At first glance, they are poisonous mushrooms. I have been struggling for a whole morning. I don't know whether I should shovel them out and how to shovel them out. Will the toxins accidentally get on my hands? Let me ask. Do any of you have fungal diseases? The system said that my car is too humid and mold is rampant, causing me to suffer from fungal diseases. Now the skin on my left arm is peeling. If I don't use fungal special medicine to treat it in time, it will soon ulcerate and pus will flow, and the whole arm will be eroded by mold. Oh my god. Is this a damp disaster? It's terrible. Fortunately, I didn't stay in the wild area for too long. Every time I brushed enough experience to pay the toll for the day, I came out. I encountered many treasure-guarding monsters and obtained many moisture-absorbing water balls. I have been using the moisture-absorbing water balls all the time, and there are only a few places in the car with a little mold. I regret asking. I really shouldn't have coveted that little bit of experience. If I had killed more treasure guards, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I also have fungal disease, and it's on my face. I must look scary now. I hope I can encounter more supply boxes and treasure guards in the afternoon. If I can get special medicine, I'll thank all the gods and Buddhas. I don't have fungal disease. I have some fungal infection. There doesn't seem to be any special symptoms at the moment. Just a little bit of difficulty breathing, like a stuffy nose. I advise you not to be careless. This game is full of pitfalls. Quickly find a supply box to kill the treasure guards. You can only survive if you get special medicine. Don't expect the disease to heal itself. Thank you. I'm already looking. I have a lot of experience points in my hands. I plan not to go into the wild area in the next few days, and try to find more supply boxes. Xiaoning flipped through dozens of pages of chat messages. And as expected, the humidity developed rapidly, and many players suffered from fungal disease and fungal infection. But they didn't seem to notice the problem of the vehicle. Xiaoning has a smart butler for real-time monitoring. Every change inside and outside the car will be recorded by the butler. Once there is an abnormality, Xiaoning will be reminded to pay attention and use materials to repair it in time. For other players, there should be prompts in the vehicle information of the system interface, but they will not be too specific and detailed, nor will they be too clear, which will cause players to ignore the problem of the vehicle. Xiaoning does not want to be in the limelight, and does not want to be a good person or a bad person. So when the vehicle was not affected much before, She did not express her concerns in the chat channel, and she does not plan to speak out herself later, because she knows that Yuan Hung will definitely inform everyone of the information. He is such a person. When I first met him in the service area, I felt that he was quite cold and unkind. After a short time together, I found that he was not that cold and was a good person. He posted information in the chat channel several times, which was enough to show that Yuan Hung had a moral scale in his heart. What is rare is that he has not been overly helpful. At least Li Yongxing told her privately that Yuan Hung rarely asked for help from others, and even less helped others. However, in the face of major issues, Yuan Hung is like a lone hero with absolute principles and bottom line. This principle and bottom line is engraved in the bones, and it has never changed even in a survival game full of dangers and testing human nature. In this regard, Xiaoning felt that she was not as good as Yuan Hung. After she spoke once and was attacked and insulted by many people, she subconsciously did not want to face such pressure again. You can say that she is timid or ignorant of the general situation. Anyway, in her opinion, if she can avoid this cyberbullying crime, she will not. She would rather exchange more supplies at a low price when everyone needs it, so that she can do her best. After eating, Xiaoning put away the pots and pans and simply arranged the temporary kitchen. There are now 5 areas in her car: driving area, rest and entertainment area, activity and exercise area, luxury bathroom, and kitchen. Each area is not big, but she keeps it clean and tidy. Furniture and utensils are all available. If you have the blueprints, you can make them yourself. If you don't have the blueprints, you can exchange them in the trading area. In short, this car is now like a small house of more than 10 square meters. When the level 3 car is upgraded to level 4, the space inside the car will be almost equivalent to a large RV, and then each area will be more relaxed. Unfortunately, no blueprints for car upgrades have been opened during this natural disaster cycle. If it really doesn't work, you can only spend blind box coins to draw wish blind boxes after the natural disaster ends to see if you can get some car upgrade blueprints. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoning turned off the engine and parked the car. Today, a total of 12 supply boxes were picked up. Most of them are still high star, and there are no ones below 3 stars. A total of 12 supply boxes obtained. 100 boxes of special medicines for fungal infections and mold diseases. Fresh food. 20 to 30 kinds of meals. 85 servings. 280 cans of food. 100 cans of canned fruit. And 10 kilograms of freeze-dried vegetables. Daily necessities include napkins, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, comfort pants, toiletries, wet wipes, etc., adding up to more than 100. Gasoline 250 units. Drinking water 20 liters. There are some other trivial sundries. Xiaoning only glanced at them and didn't count them carefully. Xiaoning was in the wild area at noon, so she mailed food to Yuan Hung and Li Yongxing in advance. Everyone usually stopped the car at 8 o'clock to eat dinner. Xiaoning cooked dinner and was about to contact them when they received their messages at the same time. Li Yongxing, Sister Qiao. I'm hungry. Please feed me. Yuan Hung, what are we eating tonight? Somehow, Xiaoning had the illusion that she had 2 large pets. Seeing that they sent enough meal money, Xiaoning was very happy to prepare the meal. Spicy beef rice *2. Curry beef rice *2. Milky tofu soup. 2 bottles of Fanta. 2 bottles of mineral water. Plus a plate of fruit cut into 1,000 grams. There were meat, vegetables and fruits, which were nutritious, delicious and filling. Anyway, the 2 people who were busy eating didn't feel that they had lost money at all, but felt that they had made a lot of money. After a busy day, when Xiaoning had packed up everything and was lying on the bed watching a movie, she accidentally glanced at the chat channel interface that was shrunken next to her. There was a message on it that was particularly eye-catching. Beijing, selling mutant corpses. 10 kilograms of meat in exchange for a high-sugar food or drink. I said, Miss, your mutant corpse cannot be eaten, touched or used. Why are we exchanging it? Does it look good? I don't think it looks good. Beijing, this thing is very useful. I have a universal flush toilet. After decomposing them, they become fertilizer, which can accelerate the growth of plants in my planting pots. It sounds like it has some use. But now all edible food is extremely expensive, and your mutant meat cannot be eaten. Beijing lost her patience. Are you stupid? You can't grow anything without food. So why are you afraid that you can't grow anything with fertilizer? The things in the planting pots are not affected by the humid environment. Didn't you find that the things in your planting pots have no signs of mold and rot? Her words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the chat channel. Xiaoning was also stunned. Yes. Why didn't she think of using the universal toilet to decompose the green vines and roses in the backpack? Could it be that the nutrients needed by the seeds of the piranha plant are the fertilizers produced by the decomposition of these mutant organisms? Chapter 32. The players in the chat channel focused on the plants in the planting pots that were not affected by natural disasters. Xiaoning had immediately initiated a transaction with a girl named Pei Jing. The things she exchanged were canned fruits, tangerines, and yellow peaches that were durable for storage. They were delicious, high in sugar, and could supplement vitamins, relieving constipation caused by not eating fresh fruits and vegetables for a long time. Pei Jing really agreed to hers first, surpassing many other players' transactions. 10 kilograms of mutant beast meat for 1 can of 250 grams of canned fruit. Both parties felt it was a good deal. Xiaoning had a lot of canned fruit in her hands, and she always had fruit in her planting pots. And she often opened the box to get fruit, on the premise of having fresh fruit to eat. She actually prefers natural fruit without any additives, and rarely eats canned fruit. There is a special area for fruit in her box, which is full of various juicy and tender fruits. It looks very spectacular at first glance, like a fruit stand in a supermarket. Xiaoning exchanged 50 cans of fruit for 500 kilograms of mutant beast meat, and then hurriedly used the universal flush toilet to do a decomposition experiment. At first, she was afraid that too much meat would not fit in at once, so she threw 2 kilograms in first. Who would have thought that the meat disappeared instantly after it was thrown in? There was no such thing as filling up and blocking at all. No wonder it is called the universal flush. It can really flush anything. Xiaoning let go and threw the beast meat in, and 500 kilograms of beast meat were all thrown in a short while. And then the universal flush toilet showed decomposition time, countdown 1 hour. While waiting for the universal flush toilet to decompose, Xiaoning chatted with Pei Jing for a while. Her attitude towards Xiaoning was completely different from when she replied to the man in the chat channel just now. She was not impatient at all, very enthusiastic, and even a little familiar. However, Pei Jing was measured in what she said and did, and would not make people feel offended. Pei Jing, sister, do you have a lot of high-sugar foods? If you have a lot, I will exchange all the mutant meat I get with you in the future. How about we cooperate for a long time? Xiaoning, of course. But can you tell me how you got so much mutant meat? Pei Jing, don't you know? It was made in the wild area. Today, only some players encountered a toll station. If you can meet the monster's additional material needs, you can drive into a special road. The wild area there is full of low-level mutant beasts. It's not easy to kill, but the rewards are still very generous, with a lot of experience points, physical potions, equipment, special medicines, moisture-absorbing water balls, and other dry items. It seems that there are also some fungus removers, mold-killing powders, and strong woodworm killers. I'm not lucky. These things didn't drop, but some lucky people dropped them. It's still displayed in the chat channel. I guess you didn't watch the channel at that time. Xiaoning, ? No. Didn't the piranha plant Xiaohong say that the reward for this passage was better? How come it seems that Xiaoning missed 100 million now? If possible, Xiaoning wanted to turn back and let the piranha plant give her back the path that normal players take. After thinking calmly for a moment, Xiaoning felt that the goodness or badness of this reward cannot be judged by the quantity and variety alone, but by the things themselves. 1 piranha plant seed, 2 green ivy seeds, and 2 rose seeds, and the experience is more than 5 times more than others. Maybe it is more valuable than those materials? Whether it is a loss or a profit, she will have to wait until she grows all the seeds and sees the information introduction to know. Xiaoning and Pei Jing added each other as friends, exchanged some game information, and exchanged some other materials. Then she went to find a suspense drama and took out the snacks that she had exchanged or opened the material box before from the storage box, including dried apricots, pork, melon seeds, popcorn, potato chips, yam slices, shrimp strips, etc. While eating and watching TV series. An hour later, the universal flush toilet made a ding sound, indicating that the decomposition was completed. The fertilizer tank below was covered with a layer of black and red fertilizer. She carefully read the fertilizer introduction. Ordinary radiation beast meat fertilizer. Nutrient level 1. After using every 10 grams of fertilizer, it can reduce the plant growth time by 1 natural disaster hour. Xiaoning pressed the fertilizer packaging button on the universal flush toilet and selected the bag model. All fertilizers quickly disappeared and turned into bags of bag fertilizers. There were small words on the bag clearly indicating the production date, shelf life, raw materials, usage methods, and a safety mark, indicating that the fertilizer quality is safe. 500 kilograms of radiation beast meat decomposed into 500 grams of fertilizer. For easy use, Xiaoning chose different types of bags to pack 20 bags of 10 grams and 3 bags of 100 grams. Before, when Xiaoning went to the toilet, the garbage decomposed was very fine dust particles, so few that it could be almost ignored, and it is not always possible to decompose it. Most of the time there is nothing after decomposition. At that time, the universal flush toilet consumed very little electricity for one use. Now, when decomposing one radiation beast meat, 5 units of gasoline are instantly consumed. This can allow her to drive for more than an hour. Players who don't have some gasoline reserves really don't dare to spend so much. There is no explanation or introduction to the use of these universal flush toilets. You have to rely on yourself to explore. Xiaoning also exchanged information from Pei Jing. As long as the weight is less than or equal to 500 kilograms, each decomposition consumes 5 units of gasoline. But if the weight is small, the decomposition time may be shorter. Pei Jing didn't need to lie to her about this. The universal flush toilet is a daily necessity. So far, many players have it. Not to mention that everyone has one. But almost 70% to 80% of the players have it. There are slightly fewer players who have planting pots. About 50% to 60% of the players have it. Today, I got the news that there are so many players who use the universal flush toilet to decompose radiation beast meat. Some people have already tried out the rules and skills. It won't be long before it becomes public game information. Pei Jing will lie to her about this unless she has a brain attack. After Xiaoning decomposed the radiated beast meat, she ripened a few plants in the planting pots, harvested the fruits and dug them up, and planted piranha plants, green vines and roses. She tried to give them beast meat fertilizer, but after only a little trial, the system prompted that this fertilizer could not be absorbed by the plants she planted. So the fertilizer decomposed from the radiated beast meat can only be used to ripen ordinary plants. It has no effect on special plants? Xiaoning muttered to herself. She threw 5 intact green vines she had obtained into the universal flush toilet, and it showed that the decomposition time was 5 minutes and consumed 2 units of gasoline. Then she threw in 10 broken green vines, and it still showed that the decomposition time was 5 minutes and consumed 2 units of gasoline. Xiaoning threw the remaining 85 intact and broken green vines into it all at once, and this time it showed that the decomposition time was 30 minutes and consumed 2 units of gasoline. 100 green vines decomposed into 50 grams of plant fertilizer. The fertilizer introduction said that every 1 gram can keep the evolved plants in a healthy nutritional state for 1 hour and shorten the current growth stage by 1 hour. The growth stages of evolved plants are divided into seed stage, embryo stage, seedling stage, mature body, and ultimate body. From the seed stage to the embryo stage, the development time is the shortest. But the premise is to keep the seeds in a healthy nutritional state. Once malnutrition or hunger occurs, they will stop growing and developing. Malnutrition for a long time will cause the seeds of these evolved plants to fall into a dormant period, which can be understood as a self-protection mechanism. 50 grams of radiation plant fertilizer is not marked as being special for green vines. Does this mean that plant fertilizers are universal for all evolved plants? Xiaoning tried the plant fertilizer on the piranha, green vine, and rose, and they really ripened. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's a universal fertilizer. Otherwise, she would have trouble. Xiaoning carefully looked at the stage development time of the 3 evolved plants. At present, she can only see the 2 stages from the seed stage to the embryo stage, and the embryo stage to the seedling stage. It takes 4 hours for the green vine to grow into an embryo, 5 hours for the rose, and the piranha plant. Did she read it right? It takes 1,000 hours for the piranha plant? It even has a special mark on it. The development time limit for this stage has been reached. Xiaoning was speechless for a while, and first decomposed the rose corpse. 500 roses gave her 275 grams of plant fertilizer. The total of 325 grams of fertilizer was not enough for the piranha plant to fill its teeth. So she simply ripened the green vine first, and used the rest to keep the rose and piranha plant in a healthy nutritional state. It takes 16 hours for the green vine to grow from embryo to seedling, 32 hours for seedling to mature, 48 hours for mature to ultimate, plus 4 hours from seed to embryo. A total of 100 hours. It takes 5 hours for the rose to embryo, 20 hours for seedling, 40 hours for mature, and 60 hours for ultimate. A total of 125 hours. The piranha plant needs to consume 10 grams of fertilizer per hour to maintain nutrition, while the green wisteria and rose both consume 1 gram per hour. After Xiaoning ripened the green wisteria, there was still 225 grams of fertilizer left. If she could enter the radiation plant wild area as usual tomorrow, then the remaining fertilizer would be enough to provide nutrients for the rose and the piranha plant. Xiaoning fed the green wisteria to the ultimate form in one breath. Because she had been growing smoothly from one stage to another before, she subconsciously thought that the same was true for the mature form to the ultimate form, as long as there was enough fertilizer. However, when she supplied the required fertilizer and the development time was reduced to 0, a system prompt popped up, detected that the evolved plant planted by player Xiaoning, mature green wisteria, has accumulated enough energy. Do you want to break through and advance to the ultimate form? Choose yes. Mature green wisteria has a 1% chance of successfully breaking through to the ultimate form. Choose no, 30% chance that the green wisteria will successfully digest the energy and maintain the mature form. 70% chance of green wisteria exploding and being destroyed. Xiaoning had no expression on her face when she saw the back. This was too much of a trap. Why did they tell her such important information only now? Dog game. Will you die if you don't dig a pit? Xiaoning held her forehead for a long time, and finally chose to break through. Her Lucky Star passive skill had not been triggered today, so she could only hope for her luck. If the Lucky Star could not be triggered, the 100 grams of fertilizer would be wasted, and she would also waste one of her green wisteria evolution seeds. She only had this much fertilizer and seeds in total. This was the first time that Xiaoning was so nervous waiting for the result. She had always been confident in her luck whether she was drawing a blind box or opening a box. This was the only time she was unsure, because the Lucky Star passive skill could be triggered once a day, but she could not choose when to trigger it. Xiaoning waited for almost 3 minutes with trepidation. When the breakthrough progress bar was full, a golden system prompt was instantly sent to all channels in the entire area. It even had an extremely conspicuous golden bullet screen with a female system voice, which made it difficult for people to not see or hear it. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for being the first to obtain the plant pet green vine, unlocking the pet system in Area 1408. After that, everyone can choose to enter the radiated creature wild area or the ordinary wild area. Other players should also continue to work hard. Xiaoning, she knew it. If she insulted the system, she would not be banned or locked in the small dark room. She would scold it for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 33. Pei Jing, sister. Awesome. You are on the headlines again. I remember seeing your name on the district announcement before. I am very curious. How did you catch your pet? Can I exchange information with you for radiation beast meat? Attachment: 1000 caddies of level 1 radiation beef. The game pet system has been opened. The relevant information will not be a secret sooner or later. It is just a question of whether you can seize the initiative. Therefore, Xiaoning replied to Pei Jing, of course. Mine is a plant pet. I got the evolution seed by spawning monsters in the radiation plant wild area. I used a planting pot and plant fertilizer to grow the ultimate form of the seed. And then I got a plant pet. Pei Jing replied immediately, okay. I understand. Thank you for the news. After this natural disaster, I will treat you to a big meal in the service area. Let's go shopping together. I will pay for it. It can be seen that this is a generous girl, and she is very confident and positive. For Xiaoning, dealing with such a person is quite comfortable. It gave her the illusion of returning to the real world and interacting with friends. Just after chatting with Pei Jing, Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng also sent messages to congratulate her and asked about the pet. Xiaoning was too lazy to repeat herself, so she copied and pasted what she told Pei Jing and sent it to her. without caring about their reactions. Xiaoning yawned, washed up, and went to sleep. The smart housekeeper detected that the owner had fallen asleep, replaced the moisture-absorbing water ball, and turned off the night light on the roof of the car. She slept until dawn, the 5th day of the natural disaster. 7 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoning was awakened by the smart housekeeper on time. She checked the consumption of moisture-absorbing water balls last night. Unexpectedly, after a day and a night of consumption yesterday, there were only 60 or 70 moisture-absorbing water balls left. At this rate, these moisture-absorbing water balls will definitely not be enough for her to survive the next 2 days. There are no more people selling moisture-absorbing water balls in the trading area, and almost all of them are acquisition information. Oh my god! What a feeling it is to wake up to a room full of green hair and poisonous mushrooms. Luckily, I got mold-killing powder and fungus remover when I was killing monsters in the wild area of radiation yesterday. Otherwise, I couldn't stay in this car at all. Now I'm in need of special medicine. Who has special medicine for mold disease and fungal infection? I can exchange it with killing powder and remover. Speaking of being unable to stay in the car, why can't I get out of the car? Where did the idiot upstairs come from? Why don't you get out of the car? What's going on outside? Are you blind? It's full of bugs. The system prompts that the climate is severely humid, causing a tide insect disaster. If you dare to open the door, they will dare to make a home in your body. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I absorb a lot of moisture balls. It's too comfortable in the car. So I just woke up and don't know the situation. Since there are bugs, just kill the bugs. Are you really stupid, or are you just being sarcastic? It's time. Stop talking nonsense here. I don't even want to scold you. We have to go and kill the insects. I don't know how those insects got into the car from outside. Miaoqinghe, it's best to light insect repellent incense or sprinkle insect repellent powder. Don't let wood lice get into the car. They will eat anything, soft or hard, alive or dead. My steering wheel was almost broken. It's easy to say. Where can I get insect repellent incense and insect repellent powder? I haven't opened these things at all. Miaoqinghe, I opened the box on the 7th day of the natural disaster settlement day, and got the blueprints of these 2 insect repellent items. I thought they were useless, so I just made a little just in case. And now I'm working overtime to make them. You can trade with me if you need them. After talking for so long, it turns out that you are advertising your own products again. Miaoqinghe. Right. I remember seeing you advertising in the chat channel, selling homemade meals and insect repellents. Are you obsessed with money? Everyone is in such a difficult situation, and you still want to take advantage of others? Miaoqinghe was good-tempered and only asked, what else? I spent a lot of effort to make the materials, so I gave them to you for free? I mean to ask you not to sell them so expensively, and consider everyone's situation. Women are short-sighted and only care about their own interests. You should know that collective interests are the most important. Upstairs, I can hear your abacus sound through the virtual screen. Don't you just want others to lose some money and let you earn some money? Don't raise collective interests in this moral kidnapping. Put aside your own selfishness before speaking. Chao Feiwen, yes. Such a good thing. I see that the girl is not expensive. 1 moisture-absorbing water ball can be exchanged for 2 insect-repellent incense sticks. If you don't buy it, I will. Li Heng, brother, you are narrow-minded. This is also a life-saving scarce material, and the quantity is limited. You may not be able to buy it in a while. I don't understand why you still have time to argue with the seller. You are really stubborn. Aren't you afraid that the seller will block you? Or are you sure you don't need it? Shin Xiuxiu's sister. Leave me 100 insect-repellent incense, 10 packs of insect-repellent powder, and the moisture-absorbing water ball has been mailed to you. Miaoqinghe, I got it. Sister, I'll ship it to you right away. Zhang Peng, a bunch of chatterbox women. They'll all die sooner or later. I have a spray to kill wood lice. What's the point of being afraid? As for you, don't cry and shout for help later. What's the point of just repelling insects if you can't kill them? Killing them is the real solution. You don't understand this. You women probably survived your first natural disaster cycle by relying on men. Right? Miaoqinghe and Zhang Peng. I blocked this person. If he cries for help later, sisters, remember to take a screenshot for me to make me happy. Xiaoning was completely sober at this time. After seeing Miaoqinghe's last sentence, she couldn't help but join in the fun and replied, okay. Sister is awesome. She thought Miao Qinghe was an interesting girl. Although she was younger than her, she was smart and flexible, good at finding opportunities and seizing them. Qiaoning sent a friend request, but the other party might be busy at the moment and didn't accept it in time. For breakfast, she drank spicy soup again, with fried dough sticks, 2 homemade tea eggs, and a basket of steamed buns. The weather was cold and humid in the humid natural disaster. After a bowl of hot spicy soup, it seemed that the dampness and coldness were all dispelled from the body, and the body and mind were refreshed. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, she asked the smart butler to drive the car. Not long after, she received a message from Pei Jing, Qiao. What is this? Attachment, picture. Qiaoning opened the picture and found that it was a furry gray-black wolf. Qiaoning, shock. Where did you get it? Is there a stray dog in this world? Oh, no. Is it a stray wolf? And it's a cub. Pei Jing, this is my pet Xiao Hui Hui. Didn't you tell me yesterday how you got a plant-type pet? I thought that logically, since the seeds of plant-type pets can be obtained in the wild area of radiated plants. The wild area of radiated beasts should also have a way to obtain beast-type pets. Then I tried it early this morning. I didn't expect to be lucky. I killed a few mutant wolves and met a wolf cub. However, if you want the wolf cub to be your pet, you need to feed it with meat pet feed. The failure rate of taming is very high, as high as 70%. After taming, the radiation energy in its body will be cleared and transformed into an evolved silver wolf cub. I don't quite understand why the silver wolf cub has this for color. The formula of meat pet feed is dropped by the treasure guarding monster and needs to be made. The main material is the fertilizer decomposed from the radiation beast meat. This is the right time, place and people. I think it would be embarrassing if I didn't tamed it. Thanks to you, Qiao. I haven't met a cub in the radiation wild area for so long. I guess this is related to you unlocking the pet system for the entire area. Otherwise, if the pet system is not open, I would never meet Xiao Hui all of a sudden. I would never think of taming it as a pet. This is the most pitfall of this dog game. It doesn't tell you the key information at all, and it depends on personal exploration. After reading the message, Qiaoning couldn't help but sigh that this girl was really insightful and smart. Yesterday she simply said that she killed radioactive plants to get seeds and planted plant pets. Today she can get a pet for herself. Such decisive action. Qiaoning also got the news about pet feed from Pei Jing. Although plant pets don't need feed, she thought that the game didn't say that everyone can only have one pet. What if she has another pet in the future? She still needs to prepare some pet feed. Qiaoning looked at the friend list. Miao Qinghe, who had been added before, had passed her application and sent a greeting. Compared with Pei Jing's cheerful and generous, Miao Qinghe is more gentle and polite. Although she is smart and good at business, she is polite and well-educated. Qiaoning didn't have many moisture-absorbing water balls in her hand, so she didn't change the insect-repellent items. After chatting for a few words, she sent a breakfast email to Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng, which showed that it had been received and the supplies were successfully taken out. This time, both of them mailed back a batch of moisture-absorbing water balls, as if they were afraid that Qiaoning would not have enough. Yuan Heng alone mailed her 300 moisture-absorbing water balls, including Li Yongxing's. There were a total of 400 moisture-absorbing water balls. With so many moisture-absorbing water balls, she could rest assured. Qiaoning asked them, "Did you two catch the pets?" Li Yongxing, Sister Qiao, you don't know how low the probability of pet cubs appearing is, and there is a high risk of failure to capture them. I spent the whole morning looking for pet cubs in the wild area, but none of them survived and were successfully captured. I was really impressed. Even a mutant piglet followed my example of dying rather than surrendering. And that mutant rabbit cub actually hit a wooden stake and died in front of me. They have traumatized me. Forget it. Who cares? Anyway, I will not capture pets today. Li Yongxing's side is not very smooth, and Yuan Heng's side is even more unbelievable. So far, he has not encountered any cubs. In addition, in just an hour or so, he had killed 7 kinds of radiation mutant beasts, totaling more than 50. Even if he encountered a young beast, there was still a 70% failure rate to capture it. With his level of non-African status, it would be difficult for him to raise a pet. Qiaoning thought about it and sent him a message. Do you have a dark stone fragment? I can give you an evolution plant seed, and you give me 2 dark stone fragments. Yuan Heng, excuse me. Is there any special use for this fragment? Xiaoning replied, I don't know. But I think the game should not give it so much. It's okay to save more. Yuan hung, due to some special reasons. I may not be able to enter the radiation plant wild area during this natural disaster cycle. If possible, I will use 4 dark stone fragments to exchange for a young beast. I dropped a pet contract scroll and a beast bag when I killed the treasure guard monster. The pet contract scroll can increase the probability of capturing a pet by 50%. The beast bag can hold uncontracted cubs. If you are willing to help, I will give you this beast bag after the task is completed. Xiaoning was confused. Yuan Heng's luck was really weird. He was unlucky, but he always got something to make up for his unlucky status. He was lucky, but he would definitely fail in anything that had anything to do with probability. Anyway, it was certain that Xiaoning would encounter strange beast cubs when she was killing monsters. So it was no big deal to take one home. For dark stone fragments and a beast bag were more valuable. Okay. Xiaoning took the beast bag he mailed and found that a bag could hold up to 10 cubs. She was moved. Her occupational disease as a power leveler came back. Since she could help Yuan Hung kill cubs, she could also help others kill them to earn extra money. It could also improve the strength of other players and increase the survival rate of the entire area. Seeing that the time was almost up, she parked the car and chose to enter the Radiation Beast wild area on the system map. After the pet system was opened, the wild area was divided into ordinary wild area, radiation wild area, and more detailed radiation beast wild area and radiation plant wild area. Not a minute after Xiaoning entered, a young bird flew over and hit the tree trunk with its beak and got stuck on it. This mutant bird cub is amazing. It is so small, but its beak is already quite hard. After Xiaoning rescued it, as soon as she opened the beast bag, the little guy jumped in by himself. Xiaoning, ? This little bird cub is quite familiar. Xiaoning tightened the beast bag and continued to walk forward. When she walked about 100 meters away, a furry, round black and white alien beast cub suddenly rushed out and fell to the ground. After that, it quietly moved one of its claws, and the elder's small eyes with natural dark circles secretly glanced at Xiaoning. One look, and another. If she was not mistaken, this was a young iron-eating beast cub. There were some differences in the details, but generally speaking, there was not much difference from the iron-eating beast. Xiaoning didn't understand what it was trying to do. She was so kind that she tried to walk around it and leave. But the young iron-eating beast hugged her legs. It pointed at her legs with its claws and howled. Xiaoning looked down at it and asked uncertainly, Are you trying to blackmail me? Chapter 34. The cries of giant panda cubs are actually similar to the sound of Xiaoning found that when this iron-eating beast rubbed her with its head, it cried exactly like an ordinary giant panda cub. Once she showed signs of leaving, it turned into a howling cry, as if accusing her. Xiaoning stared at it for a long time, and finally put it into the beast bag. You can't just waste time with it here. She originally thought that it would be difficult for the iron-eating beast cub to survive without its mother, so it would be better to let it go and let it survive according to the natural laws here. But this little guy was forcibly touching porcelain and would not give up until he achieved his goal. What can Xiaoning do? Of course, she chose to let it do what it wanted and take it away. It cannot be traded in the wild area, and Xiaoning has no way to buy food for it, so she can only wait until she gets out. It takes a lot of physical strength for the player to tame a cub as a pet, especially when the cub is uncooperative and difficult to tame. The physical strength consumed will increase exponentially. However, Xiaoning's situation was different. The cubs jumped into the beast bag on their own initiative, and she didn't have to spend any energy to catch them, even if they hadn't been tamed yet. They were all very well behaved. Next, Xiaoning encountered golden thorn wild boar cubs, giant anaconda eggs, cloud-patterned black panther cubs, and red-eyed giant rabbit cubs. There were 5 giant rabbit cubs alone, and they were sent by the giant rabbit mother herself. Xiaoning was stunned when she saw the string of cubs following behind it. Later, she suspected that the rabbit mother was too fertile and couldn't raise them herself, so she gave the cubs to her to raise. In this radiation beast wild area, all animals are plus versions, with super large bodies. Even mosquitoes are as big as a human face. No wonder Beijing sells radiation beast meat cheaply, because there is so much. Just hunting 1 or 2, there are hundreds or even thousands of kilograms of meat. They are fierce, But unlike ordinary wild beasts, they do not have high defense or health bars. As long as you find the right time to attack and find the weak spot to attack, it is not difficult for an expert to kill them with one blow. Xiaoning spent 2 hours here to kill monsters. She couldn't count how many she killed. In addition to a lot of experience points, the supplies she obtained filled her backpack: 30 large bottles of physical potion, 100 medium bottles, and 200 small bottles, 100 boxes of special medicine for mold disease and fungal infection, and 100 copies of their killing powder and cleaning agent, 500 skill cards, among which the cards she had never obtained before were explosive armor, bloodthorn cage, ice wall, ironwood shield, fire wall, and flame meteor, 200 copies of insect repellent incense and insect repellent powder, 300 packs of desiccant, pet nutrition pills, for all stages and all types, pet nutrition pill formula, more delicious than ordinary pet feed, and more nutritious for pets. The ingredients are half plant fertilizer and half animal meat fertilizer, with both meat and vegetables for a more balanced nutrition. With these supplies, Xiaoning has the confidence to go to the wild area of radiated plants to kill monsters. Many radiated plants are invulnerable to water and fire, and most weapons and skill card attacks are useless against them. But Xiaoning's newly acquired skill cards have breakthroughs in attack and defense. Dealing with radiated plants is much easier than before. The Black Flame Bone Knife, which has been working hard, can finally take turns with the skill card, allowing it to rest. After the Black Flame Bone Knife merged with the Black Stone for the second time, it awakened its self-healing ability and could restore the consumed durability autonomously when not in combat. Xiaoning killed a rose area, a sunflower area, and a cactus area. She cleaned up every area thoroughly, even the dead plants, whether they were broken or not, and put them all into her backpack. A total of 1,200 pieces. She also got 6 dark stone fragments, although she didn't get the black stone, the exclusive fusion material of the Black Flame Bone Knife. She was very satisfied with so many materials. Just as Xiaoning was about to leave the radiated plant wild area, she was suddenly hit on the back by something. Xiaoning immediately turned around to see, but didn't find anything unusual. All the plants stayed in their own areas, motionless. At first glance, everyone was very honest. The more this happened, the more Xiaoning felt that it was deliberate. She didn't think that the beating just now was her illusion. Of course, that force didn't seem to kill her. It was more like a child's prank. Xiaoning turned around again and pretended to leave. Sure enough, she soon felt something extending towards her. Xiaoning turned her head sharply and faced the sneak attacker. I saw a thin branch stopped a few millimeters away from Xiaoning, and then slowly retreated. For a moment, Xiaoning even felt that the movement of the branch was a bit stiff and awkward, just like the scene of being caught doing something bad. Xiaoning walked along the direction of the branch and saw the real troublemaker. It was a huge willow tree that was extremely beautiful and radiated green light. Xiaoning had never seen such a tall and beautiful tree. An evolved willow tree has been detected, but the specific information is unknown. Do you want to tame it? Xiaoning chose yes. But after waiting for a few seconds, the power gap between player Xiaoning and the evolved willow tree is too large. So special props are used by default to make up for it. The props are insufficient, and the tame failed. I advise player Xiaoning to recognize himself and not do things beyond his ability. Xiaoning was speechless. Can the dog game talk? It was obviously it that asked first. Since it can't be tamed, Xiaoning doesn't want to waste time here. Today, she has spent 7 hours brushing 2 wild areas. For the rest of the time, she still has to go out and drive to find a supply box. This time when she was about to leave, she was not ambushed again. Before leaving the radiated plant wild area, Xiaoning looked back and found that the big willow tree was shaking its branches, as if saying goodbye to it. Xiaoning suddenly understood how beautiful the poem 10,000 Green Silk Ribbons Hanging Down described by He Zhizhong in Ode to Willow was. After leaving the wild area, when Xiaoning returned to the car, it was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours before dark. After a tiring day, Xiaoning didn't want to cook, so she simply ate the fresh lunch box in the storage box. She gave the lunch box and juice to Li Yongqing, and Yuan Heng sent it to her. Then, seeing Pei Jing had come out of the wild area and posted sales information in the chat channel, she opened the chat window with her. Xiaoning, do you have any extra radiation beast meat? I'll take as much as you have. You can exchange it for anything you want. I caught a few exotic beast cubs in the wild area today, including birds, pigs, snakes, leopards, and rabbits, none of which were subdued. Do you need them? If you need them, I can trade you a few. Attachment, real photos of the cubs. Xiao Ning copied and pasted the same message to Li Yongxing, Yuan Heng, and Miao Qinghe. They replied very well, as if they had discussed it in advance, and sent messages at the same time. And the cubs they liked were all different. It's not surprising to think about it. The three of them have different personalities and preferences. So it's normal that they like different cubs. Li Yongxing, Sister Qiao. I like the big rabbit. In the real world, I also raised a rabbit. But unfortunately I was a pet killer. And the rabbit died soon. Pets in the game world shouldn't die so easily. Right? Is my pet dream finally coming true? Pet killer. Xiao Ning seemed to understand why the cubs would rather die than surrender when he captured them. Xiao Ning, there is a failure rate in taming a cub. If you fail 5 times at most, you will completely lose the qualification to tame this cub. If you really fail, you can mail the cub back to me. And I can sell it to others. Don't kill it. Li Yongxing, okay. I will be gentle to it. Sister Qiao, do you need any supplies? Tell me. I will use supplies to exchange for cubs. Xiao Ning really doesn't lack supplies. All kinds of supplies are not lacking. You can just trade with me for the dark stone fragments. Giant rabbit cubs are easier to obtain and have low value. Just give me 2 dark stone fragments. Dark stone fragments are awarded only when a whole radiation wild area is completely cleared. There are only more than 50,000 people left in the whole area. I'm afraid there are not even a few hundred players who can clear a radiation wild area alone. Xiao Ning's trading partners are actually very limited. Li Yongxing said readily, okay. I'll send it to you right away. After receiving the 2 dark stone fragments, Xiao Ning sent a giant rabbit cub by email. You can send living things by email. But each time you send a living thing, both the sender and the receiver have to pay 100 experience points. This experience point is a drop in the bucket for the 2 of them and can be ignored. Yuan Heng is interested in the cloud pattern Black Panther cub. He has a pet contract scroll with an 80% success rate of subduing it. With such a high probability, it should be possible. When paying, it was originally agreed that 4 dark stone fragments plus a beast bag would be given. But Yuan Heng gave 4 more dark stone fragments. This cub is good. Worth the price. Thank you. Xiao Ning also thinks that the cloud pattern Black Panther cub is good. And it will definitely be a good helper in combat when it grows up. If she didn't already have Fat Tiger, she would have wanted to keep the big cat for herself. Fat Tiger is the name Xiao Ning gave to the iron-eating beast. And the green vine is called Green Pearl. Miao Qinghe's choice was a bit beyond Xiao Ning's expectations. Unexpectedly, this seemingly gentle and good-tempered girl was actually very brave. She chose the snake egg of the giant anaconda. This mutant anaconda is not only super huge, but also has 2 heads, with a mouth that is taller than a human. Xiao Ning is not afraid of mice, moths, cockroaches, or spiders, but is a little afraid of snakes. This fear comes from the shadow of being bitten by a snake and poisoned by snakes when she was a child. Now after entering the game, I often encounter snake monsters and am no longer so afraid of snakes. But when she saw the giant anaconda with 2 heads, she couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. Miao Qinghe is a real warrior. The price of the giant anaconda is 4 dark stone fragments. The last one left is Pei Jing. She was busy just now and didn't reply in time. Currently, only the golden thorn wild boar and the giant rabbit are left. Pei Jing has a newly captured silver wolf cub, Xiao Hui, and may not want these 2 pet cubs. About 20 minutes later, Pei Jing's message came. She first expressed her apology for not being able to reply in time because she suddenly encountered a treasure-guarding monster. And then said, I just asked my Xiao Hui if he wanted a brother or sister. And he disagreed. Forget it. The silver wolf cubs have a terrible appetite. And it's hard for me to raise one. So I won't consider raising a second pet for the time being. I have a few sisters who have been with me since the last natural disaster. They want to buy it. Qiao, do you think it can be sold? It doesn't matter who sells it. And it saves Xiao Ning from finding someone to sell it herself. Okay. I'll mail it to you directly. And you can give them to them privately. There are 3 dark stone fragments for the golden thorn boar. 2 dark stone fragments for the giant rabbit, and 1 golden thorn boar and 4 giant rabbits left. A total of 11 dark stone fragments. After receiving the fragments, Xiaoning sent all the cubs over. Looking at the 33 dark stone fragments in the backpack, Xiaoning was satisfied. When she conquered the big willow tree before, the system said that the gap between her and the big willow tree was too big, and she had to use special props to make up for it. It did not say what the special props were. Xiaoning suspected that the dark stone fragments could fill this gap. Of course, this was just her speculation, and it was not clear whether it was correct or not. Xiaoning encountered 7 supply boxes in 3 hours. Most of the supplies and daily necessities that came out of the boxes were fresh food, followed by medicines and the like. She had all these, so she counted them and put them in the storage box. Just after she sorted out the supplies and was about to find a movie to relax, Xiaoning received a sad face emoticon package from Li Yongxing. Sister Qiao, I'm desperate. 5 times. I didn't succeed in conquering it for 5 times. But fortunately, Brother Hung was with me in bad luck. He tried 3 times and spent 3 pet contract scrolls, but failed, ha ha ha. Xiaoning thought. You can laugh a little less. She can hear it through the screen. Chapter 35. Li Yongxing mailed the giant rabbit back. He originally wanted to keep the big rabbit for 1 night, but the guy was destroying the house and was also fierce to him, so he had to send the giant rabbit back quickly. Xiaoning, the dark stone fragments will not be returned. I will enter the wild area of radiated beasts again tomorrow. I will bring you a few more giant rabbits. If one doesn't work, I will change another one. You can always succeed in taming it. Luck is not enough, but quantity makes up for it. It's just that Yuan Heng's cloud pattern Black Panther is not easy to deal with. I may not be able to get more tomorrow. Xiaoning also has a little bird cub in his hand. The breed is hard to tell. It looks a bit casual and not very good looking. Specific information can only be obtained after taming it. The cub can only stay in the beast bag for a maximum of 48 hours. Xiaoning posted a message in the chat channel to sell 2 untamed cubs. It's already very late now, but many people still sent private messages to Xiaoning to ask about the price and the specific sales process. Xiaoning only accepts dark stone fragments and nothing else, which excludes a large number of players who want to buy. Some players who can't buy can't help but be sarcastic in the chat channel. Perhaps because Xiaoning often makes headlines. They dare not say too much and don't dare to be too obvious. Quan Daji, who was blocked by Xiaoning last time, is a lesson for us. He was begging for supplies everywhere in the chat channel the day before yesterday, but no one dared to sell to him openly. Some people secretly sold to him privately, and they also took the opportunity to fleece him and raise the price. How many days can Quan Daji hold on in this situation? He hasn't spoken in the chat channel in the past 2 days, and I don't know if he is dead or alive. Now everyone knows that the big guys have strong appeal. If you go against the big guys, you don't need them to do anything, and the restrictions on material transactions are enough to make you suffer. Xiaoning chooses girls first when choosing buyers. If there is really no suitable one, she will deal with men. It's not because of other reasons, but mainly because many men are not very good at talking, and they always think they are very attractive. They don't talk properly when they are doing business, but always want to flirt and curry favor with others. Xiaoning was fed up with it after so many times, so she simply looked at the gender of the buyer first and gave priority to girls. I have to say that this method is very effective. In the recent exchange transactions, Xiaoning has not been harassed inexplicably. The buyer of the giant rabbit is a 20-year-old girl named Lu Shasha, who is a sweet girl and should be quite capable. She took out 2 dark stone fragments and paid directly without asking for the price. The girl who bought the clown bird is about the same age as Xiaoning. Her name is Wei Miao. She speaks concisely and doesn't say a word. The transaction took less than a minute from the beginning to the end. If you still fail to tame the cub after 5 attempts, you can mail it back to me. If the dark stone fragments are not returned, I will exchange them for other cubs for you the next day. But it doesn't have to be the previous species. I can only guarantee that if you fail to tame the cub, you will keep changing until you succeed. Xiaoning stated this condition at the beginning, and both of them could accept it. The cub was successfully sent out. After confirming that the buyer received it, Xiaoning also stretched her body, watched a movie, and went to sleep. The 6th day of the natural disaster. 7 o'clock in the morning. The smart housekeeper woke Xiaoning on time. and she went to see the remaining number of tide-absorbing water balls with sleepy eyes. This look woke her up instantly. There were dozens of them left before. And then she exchanged 400 with Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng. After one night, there were only more than 300 left. This consumption rate is too amazing. The number of online players dropped by 8,000 overnight. And now there are only a little over 40,000 people left. The situation is not optimistic. Although there are still more than 40,000 people alive now. If the natural disaster tomorrow is more severe, the number of people can drop a lot. It was very difficult to keep the number of people who survived at the end at more than 20,000. Xiaoning felt heavy in her heart. And at this moment, Zhang Peng, the male player who had a disagreement with Miao Qinghe yesterday, was cursing in the chat channel like a man who had lost his will. And he would bite women when he spoke. It was not difficult to guess from his words that after Miao Qinghe blocked him, he could not buy insect-repellent items, and could only exchange them from others at a high price. Now that his accumulated family assets were almost spent, he could not drive away the wood lice, and he could not get off the car to pick up the supply box. He was almost at the end of his rope. Outside the highway was the wild area, and he could enter it as long as he got off the car and walked a few steps. Unfortunately, he did not have insect-repellent items, and there were too many wood lice. The killing items could not clear the space for passing through. If a batch died, new wood lice would rush up to fill the gap in less than a second. Seeing that the wild area was just a few steps away, it seemed as if there was a natural chasm between him and him. He could not reach it, and could not save himself. Wouldn't it make him crazy? The more arrogant he was yesterday, the more embarrassed he was today. Survival game, not knowing oneself well, not thinking clearly, and deliberately provoking the unity of the whole district. This is the end. There is no one to speak for him. The later the natural disaster cycle is, the more people can clearly realize the importance of unity. The fewer people like this rat shit die, the less harm they will cause to everyone. Miao Qinghe had blocked Zhang Peng long ago, so she couldn't see him going crazy. But she had the screenshots forwarded to her by Xiaoning. I thought that this girl was young and soft-hearted, and would think that Zhang Peng's crime was not punishable by death. But she was much more rational and sober than Xiaoning imagined, and had no intention of letting Zhang Peng go. People who instigate conflicts between male and female players and affect the unity of the whole district are like time bombs that may explode and kill everyone at any time. He is probably used to fighting in the real world, and thinks it is okay to fight and belittle women in survival games. He did not realize that the living environment has changed. Girls here are not objects that can be manipulated by anyone. Life has become extremely fragile here. Death is commonplace. It is easy to kill someone, and even killing is not illegal. Everyone's life and property are not in their own hands. Who can guarantee that they will not beg others for help tomorrow? He chose the road and walked it himself. He walked his own road to the end. Except for himself, no one else can be blamed. Xiaoning saw that she thought clearly, so she didn't say much. It didn't take long for Zhang Peng to fall silent in the chat channel. No one cared whether he was dead or alive. The severity of the natural disasters became more and more severe. Everyone was busy saving their own lives. How could they have the spare time to care about the lives of others? The severity of the natural disasters on the sixth day was completely beyond Xiaoning's expectations. A large number of moisture-absorbing water balls are consumed every hour. The removal and killing of fungi and mold cannot be stopped. And special medicines cannot be stopped. There are wood lice outside squeezing their heads into the car. The most terrible thing is that the escalation of natural disasters has finally exposed the problems of the car. Even if a protective car film is used, it cannot stop mold. Fungi grow on car parts. The terrible humidity, like some kind of toxin, causes the metal to corrode and rust quickly. The engine of the car may have just been repaired in the last second, and the tire is broken again in the next second. Countless players are trapped on the road and cannot move forward because of car damage. Fortunately, the game does not intend to let them be wiped out. Today, the scrap rate of cars is high, and the explosion rate of vehicle repair cards is also high. As long as the player is not too unlucky, he will get a vehicle repair card whenever he opens the box. The prices of metal materials and vehicle repair cards have risen to an incredible level. Then, there are moisture-absorbing water balls, drying items, insect repellent and insecticide items, fungus and mold removal items, and treatment drugs. In addition, all edible food and drinkable water have become extremely precious. Food will mold, And drinking water will also be contaminated by fungi or moisture. Many people died in agony after drinking unclean water, and bacteria grew in their bodies after death. Before dying, a player warned everyone to pay attention to food and drinking water safety. He took photos and videos, cut his skin with a knife, and what came out was not blood, but green unknown liquid, which seemed to have countless living microorganisms swimming and flowing, which made people's scalps numb. Not long after the player uploaded the pictures and videos, he died and went offline. Xiao Ning put part of her unused inventory on the shelf in exchange for basic materials such as glue. She planned to draw a blind box after the end of this natural disaster cycle. If she could draw a car upgrade blueprint and a component blueprint, she would upgrade the 3rd level car to the 4th level. For some reason, she always felt a sense of urgency in her heart, wanting to upgrade and strengthen the car as soon as possible. Otherwise, she always felt that something bad would happen later. Today, Xiao Ning caught dozens of cubs in the radiation wild area, flying in the sky, running on the ground, crawling, and everything else. After selling all of them, he obtained 162 dark stone fragments. Because each person can only fail to capture a cub 5 times. All those who failed to capture it will be given to other buyers to try to capture. Most players can successfully capture 2 or 3 cubs after trying. Those who are unlucky need to try 4 or 5. Li Yongxing and Yuan Hung are 2 exceptions. Li Yongxing tried 14 cubs and all failed, including giant rabbits and others. In his words, it is to accumulate the probability. He finally succeeded in capturing the 15th one. However, it was not the big rabbit he had been thinking about, but an evolved tortoise cub. Apart from eating and sleeping, it would not move even if its shell was opened, and it was forced to bring out its lazy and homely attributes to the extreme. Li Yongxing shouted to return the product every time he was angry, but Xiao Ning really wanted to exchange it for him, and he was reluctant to do so. This was the first pet he had finally tamed. No matter how much he complained, he couldn't bear to trade it away. Prime Minister Turtle is so reluctant to move. What if he curls up and sleeps during a battle? Li Yongxing replied in despair. What else can I do? Just leave it alone? I don't expect Prime Minister Turtle to help me anymore. It's better to hope that the monster will be soft-hearted and spare my life than to rely on it. Xiao Ning thought it was funny, but he was already so miserable, so he shouldn't be too mean. In addition to Li Yongxing and Yuan Hung, Pei Jing also had a non-African sister who was a bit miserable. That sister is called Tao Tao, and everyone calls her Tao Tao. Xiao Ning spent the whole day in the wild area catching cubs. She just came out to rest, eat and watch a movie. Before she had eaten a few bites, she received Tao Tao's message. Sister Qiao, help me. I failed again. Even the contract scroll can't save my bad luck. Am I finished? Xiao Ning calmly scooped a spoonful of fish-flavored pork rice and handed it to the iron-eating beast fat tiger next to her. Then she replied, don't worry. You only consumed 5 scrolls. I know a friend who used 20 scrolls to successfully contract. Tao Tao was shocked. Is there anyone who has to go to this extent? It turns out that misery is compared. After such a comparison, she actually felt that she only wasted 5 scrolls, which was not that miserable. Tao Tao regrouped and continued to contract pets. After a few minutes, Xiao Ning's chat box vibrated wildly. Sister Qiao, I succeeded. Although the pet I contracted is different from what I expected, it was successful anyway. Xiao Ning thought of the few cubs that were not contracted, and suddenly had a bad feeling. What did you contract? Tao Tao, I contracted a dragonfly. It's so big. It's almost twice the size of my head, and it has black and white patterns. Xiao Ning, how should I tell this sister that she contracted not a dragonfly, but a big mosquito? Chapter 36. Do you think it looks like a dragonfly? Xiao Ning asked. Yes. Why not? Although the color is a little strange. It's normal for mutants to be a little strange. Look at the wings. Look at the 6 slender legs. Wait. Are dragonfly legs this long? Could it be a mutant? Tao Tao realized that something was wrong. No. Sister Qiao. Why does it look a little bit like a dragonfly when I look closely? It can also call. It's this buzzing sound that sounds familiar to me. Could it be a bee? It doesn't look like it either. The belly of a bee is not that thin. The legs are much thicker, and there are a lot of hairs on the body. I was so excited just now that I didn't bother to check the pet information and came to tell Sister Qiao the good news. Wait a minute. I'll go see what I contracted. Before opening the pet panel, Tao Tao imagined countless insects. But she never expected that she would contract a big mosquito. Blood-sucking mosquito, female mosquito. Highly toxic. From the moment it hatches, it gains the talent to change its size freely. It loves the blood of all creatures, especially the blood of male creatures. After adulthood, it has an estrus period every 7 days. During the estrus period, it can breed a mosquito egg by sucking the blood of male creatures. Warm reminder, mosquito eggs are fragile and emit a fragrance that tempts other creatures to swallow them. It is recommended that the owner carefully protect them. And don't eat them yourself. Qiaoning saw the pet panel information sent by Tao Tao and felt that this girl trusted her quite a bit. It's a good offensive pet that can also change its size. It's a sneak attack weapon and can help you a lot in battle. Tao Tao's expression cracked when she saw that she had contracted a mosquito at first. But after reading the pet information, she suddenly felt, mosquitoes don't seem to be a bad idea? Qiaoning's first pet was a green vine. And the ultimate attack methods were vine silk piercing, leaf flying knife, ultimate version, and 10,000 vine strangling group. Second cub iron eating beast, female, can evolve. After adulthood, you can unlock the free transformation into a giant bear form. Skills, panda pressure, powerful panda palm, bear mouth swallowing the sky, panda thunder fist, 5% chance of punching with thunder. Qiaoning was only responsible for catching cubs, hunting radiation beasts and radiation plants in the wild area today. All done by 2 pets. Her fat tiger looked round and fat. But he was unexpectedly majestic in battle. Even though he was not yet an adult. His bite force and the strength of his bare paw were already quite amazing. Almost no beast could withstand his panda palm and panda fist. Fat Tiger seemed to have inherited the luck of his master. The probability of triggering the thunder fist could be triggered almost every 3 or 4 punches. Sometimes it could be triggered continuously without intervals. After Qiaoning unlocked the pet system for the entire area, the number of players with pets rose sharply. Until the end of the 6th day, with the help of pets, the survival rate of the entire area finally stabilized and did not drop so fast. In addition, Qiaoning also discovered that the number of pets captured by players is related to experience points and vehicle levels. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, she captured another pet, which cost her 300,000 experience points. If Luju and Fat Tiger hadn't helped her kill many monsters in the wild area today, she would have probably gone bankrupt by now. After capturing the 3rd pet, she only had 20,000 experience points left. Her 3rd pet was also an insect, poisonous locust, insect mother parthenogenetic reproduction. Weakness: ordinary poisonous locusts are afraid of water and fire, while insect mothers are immune to water and fire, and can even swim and breathe underwater for a long time. Except for seawater. When encountering seawater, even insect mothers will gradually weaken and die, no matter what kind of creature. It is on the menu of poisonous locusts. Poisonous locusts are highly toxic, like to eat poisons, and are naturally immune to all poisons. After insect mothers become adults, they will have an estrus every 7 days, which lasts for 24 hours. During the estrus period, poisonous locusts will stop attacking, stop eating, and no longer have toxic immunity, which is the weakest period. During this period, the poisonous locust will conceive on its own and lay a large number of eggs. The egg-laying process takes about an hour. The mother of the poisonous locust is fragile and very easy to die after giving birth. It needs to be carefully cared for and provided with enough blood and food. It will not recover until 12 hours after giving birth. The eggs taste like tofu. Slightly sweet, with a faint milky aroma. Non-toxic, and without side effects. They can be eaten after being cooked. They are top-level rare detoxification drugs. Once the larvae develop and break out of the eggs, they are highly poisonous insects. The larvae need a lot of fresh blood and flesh to grow and develop. Once they are hungry, they will bite back the mother and the owner. The hungry adults will also bite back the owner. In addition to the mother, the rest of the poisonous locusts are divided into Insect King, Insect General, High-Level Insect Soldier, Intermediate Insect Soldier, and Low-Level Insect Soldier. IQ and attack power are also from high to low. Every time the mother lays eggs, the largest number is the Insect Soldier. Tens of thousands. 20 Insect Generals, and 2 Insect Kings. If the insect mother is not dead, all the poisonous locusts it breeds are also difficult to kill, and they can regenerate limbs infinitely. However, The lifespan of insect soldiers is only 7 days, and they will die naturally after the time is up. The lifespan of insect generals is 28 days. The lifespan of insect kings and insect mothers is linked, as long as the insect mother is not dead. The lifespan of insect kings is unlimited. In addition to the insect mother, the insect king can breed 1 insect general and 1,000 insect soldiers. Insect generals can only breed 100 insect soldiers, and all insect soldiers have no reproductive ability. The insect mother can control all insect descendants. When the insect mother is in danger or injured, other poisonous locusts will actively sacrifice their lives to restore the body of the insect mother and build defense. The player has an insect mother occupying a pet column position, and the offspring of the insect mother do not occupy the pet column position. Worm tips. The poisonous locust can grow into an adult in 7 days. It has a short growth cycle and a very strong reproductive capacity. The destructive power of a group of locusts is terrifying, but the appetite is amazing, and the possibility of backlash is extremely high. It is recommended that players carefully control the number of breeding. Perhaps the destructive power of the poisonous locust is too strong. Even the system dare not perfunctorily introduce it, and the introduction is many and detailed, for fear that the player will not handle it well and cause the locusts to spread. Xiaoning is not an insect lover, but she has heard a lot about the reputation of locusts in the real world, and the horror of locust plagues is unimaginable. If used as an offensive pet, the poisonous locust mother is undoubtedly powerful. It eats everything, carries highly toxic substances, and does not crawl with the poison. Reproduces quickly, can fly and crawl, and has no other weaknesses except fear of seawater and the weak period of estrus. When Xiaoning was about to capture the 4th pet, the system prompted that 600,000 experience points needed to be deducted. Her experience value balance was insufficient, and the card level was less than level 4. Tao Tao has full trust in those who accept her approval and has little wariness. Xiaoning secretly inquired from her and learned that all animal pets, as long as they are not actively and voluntarily captured, will have corresponding experience points deducted. The first capture will deduct 10,000 experience points. The second will become 100,000. The third will be 300,000. As far as Tao Tao knows, no one has obtained 3 pets yet, so she doesn't know how much experience points will be deducted for the 4th time. The more pets you capture, the lower the success rate of the next capture. This is the 6th day of the 2nd natural disaster cycle. Players who have survived to this day have vehicles at least level 2, and there are very few level 3. I am afraid that in the entire 1408 area, the number of players who have level 3 vehicles can be counted on one hand. The blueprints for upgrading vehicles are too difficult to drop. Even Xiaoning doesn't have much in stock. Even if you have a level 3 vehicle, there are still experience points requirements, and pet cubs are not so easy to encounter. Even if you encounter them, there will be a very high capture failure rate. After ordinary players have 2 pets, the failure rate of capturing the 3rd pet is as high as 90%. With such a high failure rate and the above conditions, it is no wonder that no one in the entire region has obtained a 3rd pet except Xiaoning. Even Xiaoning was able to successfully subdue the poisonous locust mother today because of her luck in triggering the passive Lucky Star of Lucky Star. Otherwise, with such a high failure rate, she would probably not be able to escape failure. After the end of this natural disaster cycle, Xiaoning is very likely to draw car upgrade drawings and component drawings in the wish blind box, although the materials in her hand are enough to upgrade the car. For some reason, she always feels that the metal materials are still not enough. It may be that the amount of mixed metal will affect the attribute values of the vehicle in the future, which has caused her a strong sense of crisis. Xiaoning has too many dry items to use up, so she simply uses dry items and vehicle maintenance cards to exchange for metal materials. Players mainly use metal materials to repair car parts that have been corroded and rusted by moisture. If there are vehicle maintenance cards, who would be willing to repair cars day and night without sleep? You know, others don't have such a useful artifact as the car butler system. So compared to metal materials, what everyone lacks more is vehicle maintenance cards. Currently, one vehicle maintenance card can be exchanged for 500 gold and silver plus 5,000 iron and copper. But there is still no market for it. No one is willing to sell it. Xiaoning's material drop rate is low, but others is not low. Iron and copper are already rampant in this natural disaster cycle, and the drop rate of gold and silver is relatively low. Xiaoning only kept 50 vehicle maintenance cards as a backup. and exchanged all the others. In addition to dry items, medicines for treating and killing fungi and mold, edible fresh food, canned food, clean drinking water without mold growth, etc. Batch after batch of supplies were exchanged, and Xiaoning's material inventory quickly became abundant. After 12 o'clock in the evening, the humidity suddenly increased significantly, and woodlice swarmed it overwhelmingly. Many players died in their sleep before they even had time to react. Xiaoning was awakened by the noise of green wisteria and fat tiger. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw green wisteria strangling the woodlice that had entered the car from nowhere. Fat tiger sat beside her bed, catching any woodlice that had escaped the net and eating them as snacks. It was a scene that was hard to describe. Xiaoning's face turned green after seeing it. She knew that pandas were omnivores. But the evolved fat tiger actually ate even bugs? Wouldn't it cause diarrhea? Xiaoning released the poisonous locust from the pet pen. Less than 10 minutes after the mother came out, the woodlice in the car were eaten up by it. The little friends, the iron-eating beast and the green vine, were stunned. They began to doubt whether they were too useless. The woodlice that they could not kill for a long time were eaten up by the poisonous locust so quickly, and they were afraid of eating the woodlice. Xiaoning saw with her own eyes that the poisonous locust flapped its wings and landed on the car door handle. The woodlice that wanted to get in through the gap seemed to sense something and began to retreat. Even though Xiaoning was not an insect, she could vaguely feel that the mother of the poisonous locust was threatening these woodlice, and it was as if it was going to eat everything that was close to it. After a moment, Xiaoning suddenly received a signal from the locust, which was a sound wave of insects that only the master could hear and understand. "Master, let me go out. I am already a 6-day-old insect, and will soon become an adult. After eating their leader, I will have enough energy to successfully advance to an adult." Xiaoning glanced at the dark swarm of woodlice outside and asked it, "Can you do it alone? There are a lot of them. A lot of ants can bite an elephant to death. If it doesn't work, I'll let Luzhu and Fat Tiger go over to help you." "Locust, no. I'm afraid that I will accidentally bite them when I eat." Xiaoning. "Okay." She opened the window and let the locust fly out. The locust's body will expand greatly during the egg-laying period. The current size is about the same size as Tao Tao's mosquito girl. Chapter 37. It was pitch black outside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Only the place illuminated by the car lights could dispel the black fog. Xiaoning asked the smart housekeeper to adjust the car lights to the brightest and largest mode. When the extreme illumination was turned on, the vehicle was illuminated as bright as day within a radius of 50 meters above, below, left and right. This is one of the functions of the third-level car. Of course, this function is also very power-consuming. Xiaoning clearly saw that the woodlice kept retreating wherever the big locust went, and those who ran slowly were swallowed up in an instant. The dense swarm of woodlice was eaten by it to make a path. The big locust was like a queen descending. Where it flew over, the woodlice dared not gather around it. I don't know how it accurately locates the position of the insect king in the woodlice swarm. After finding the hidden insect king, it quickly flew over, before the other woodlice could react. Their king was gone, leaving only 2 legs. The next second, even the remaining 2 legs were pulled into the mouth by the big locust with its wings. Once the insect king died, the insect swarm was scattered, and the woodlice scattered without the leader's command. When the big locust was about to fly back from the car window, it got stuck in its stomach. Xiaoning said rudely, "Big locust, you eat too much. Your stomach is too fat and it's stuck." The big locust was angry and pretended to bite the car window and gnawed the car window. Xiaoning was startled and quickly opened the whole big car door. "Come on. Come in through the door." The big locust called to Xiaoning, and still gave the owner this face, and flew in through the car door, without the threat of woodlice. Xiaoning spent a very peaceful night. After the big locust ate the woodlice queen, it fell into hibernation and advanced. Xiaoning simply put it in the pet pen to prevent it from being affected by the natural disaster environment during the advancement process. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoning was awakened by the smart housekeeper. This time, she did not check the consumption of the moisture-absorbing water ball immediately, but went to see the number of survivors first. There are still more than 32,000 people left. This survival rate is much higher than Xiaoning imagined. She looked at the chat channel and found that the reason why everyone is not in such a bad state is that, after the pet system was turned on, most people went into the wild area and successfully captured pets. And a few masters even captured 2 pets. And these pets, no matter what kind, seem to have suppression on wood lice, protecting their owners from being harmed by wood lice to a great extent. With pets to protect themselves, it is much more convenient to find supply boxes and go into the wild area. The combat power of many pets even far exceeds that of their owners. In this way, a considerable number of people get more supplies, and they will naturally trade for items they need more, or take the opportunity to collect the low-priced items of this natural disaster, which helps the weak in disguise. This will form a virtuous circle and greatly improve the survival rate of the entire area. Qiaoning ate a richer breakfast than usual, mainly because too many delicacies have been opened recently, and it would take up space if they are not eaten. A large bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 5 steamed buns, 20 steamed buns, 40 eggs, and 2 candied date dumplings. This meal used to be enough for her to eat for a whole day, but now she only eats until she is 70% full. After all, she still has to go into the wild area to fight monsters, and the amount of exercise is quite large. When she was taking a shower last night, she touched her arms, waist and abdomen. The soft flesh in the past has now become beautiful muscles. It is not obvious when she is wearing clothes, but when she takes off her outer clothes and only wears a close-fitting vest, her figure, waist and legs, Qiaoning almost falls in love with herself. At 8 o'clock, Qiaoning started the car and set off. Today is the last day of the natural disaster. As usual, there will be a prompt of the type of the next natural disaster. So Qiaoning did not let the smart butler drive, but drove herself, and paid special attention to all the details on the road. She drove until noon, and nothing happened except picking up 6 supply boxes. Qiaoning stopped the car to prepare lunch and packed up her things. She planned to go to the wild area to brush some experience after dinner. The radiation wild area is good in everything, but it does not drop equipment. The black stone used to upgrade the black flame bone knife, and the drop rate of embedded gems are very low. She could only go into the ordinary wild area to swipe some equipment and stones. From 1 p.m. to 8 p.m., Qiaoning had been swiping equipment and stones in the ordinary wild area. A total of 1,042 pieces of equipment were obtained, 100 black stones, and 200 gem boxes. I don't know how many stamina potions I used up, but fortunately, there were still drops from killing monsters. When I finally came out of the wild area, there was still some left in my space backpack. After 8 p.m., the number of people online, which was originally over 30,000, suddenly dropped by several thousand, leaving only about 28,000. Qiaoning didn't know the reason, so she hurriedly contacted several people in her friend list. Pei Jing replied, "I'm killing monsters. Let's talk later," and didn't reply again. No one else even responded. Li Yongxing didn't reply to the text, but only sent a picture. It looked like a hastily captured picture in the battle. Is this a polar bear? Or a brown bear with albinism? Qiaoning was a little confused. She kept staring at the chat channel. After a long time, some people started saying that their cars were suddenly attacked by monsters. This time, the attack was irregular, and they had to kill the monsters to pass the level. Some encountered emperor penguins. Some encountered arctic foxes. And the unlucky ones encountered groups of arctic wolves, polar bears, and even leopards and eagles living in cold regions. Pei Jing, Li Yongxing, Yuan Heng and others also responded to Qiaoning's message one after another. Pei Jing, there are monsters attacking the car. I have a pack of wolves here. It's a bit troublesome. I spent a lot of props to solve it. Are you okay there? Xiao? Li Yongxing, Sister Qiao. I'm fine. The bear suddenly appeared and scared me just now. They are a bit like of all beasts. They can also use skills. They almost froze me. Fortunately, I have props to clear negative states. Otherwise, I would really be stuck in this monster attack. Yuan Heng, I encountered some trouble just now, but now it has been solved. Thank you for the dinner you sent me before. By the way, I got a very special skill book. Do you want it? I don't need it. Card Making Talent Experience Book. Primary, it can increase 500 points of card making talent experience at one time, if it is forcibly used for other types of talents. The experience book disappears and does not take effect. Qiaoning's eyes lit up. This is a good thing, and it's exactly what she needs. Her card-making expert talent experience is increasing too slowly. This elementary experience book can increase her card-making talent experience by 500 points at a time. which can save her a lot of time. Xiaoning quickly replied, "What do you want to exchange for?" To be honest, the value of this kind of talent experience is inestimable. Even if it makes Xiaoning temporarily bankrupt, she is willing to exchange it. Yuan Heng thought about it. The next natural disaster is probably related to the cold. At that time, you can help me provide the kind of supplies that I need the most. How about it? Just provide this natural disaster cycle. Xiaoning thought to herself. This soldier seems a little stupid, but not stupid enough. What if I also need it and can't provide it? It's okay. You should use it first, and give me some of the extra ones. If there is really no, and I can't get it myself, then I can't blame others. I can only blame myself for being too unlucky. At the end, Yuan Heng rarely attached an expression pack of unlucky sighing. Now that it has come to this, if Xiaoning disagrees, she is stupid. The two sides happily reach a cooperation. Xiaoning only picked up 6 boxes of supplies today. After opening them one by one, she sorted out the supplies inside. Then she opened the chat channel, and there was a movie, and took out a table of snacks. She ate and watched, waiting for 12 o'clock in the evening. More than 27,000 online players were selected by the 7-day natural disaster. It is basically impossible for these players to survive until now without brains and skills. In the last 2 hours, the humidity increased sharply, and more than 27,000 people died and dropped offline. Fortunately, the remaining people were prepared. Until 12 o'clock, the number of online people paused at 24,582. Congratulations to the 24,582 players in Area 1408 who successfully survived the second natural disaster cycle. The next day at 12 o'clock in the evening is the settlement maintenance time. After random calculation, Zone 1408 has the largest number of surviving players among the 100 randomly calculated zones. All surviving players in Zone 1408 will be teleported to the A-level Safe Service Zone. In the Safe Service Zone, all players can move freely until the next natural disaster cycle arrives. Warm reminder, the Safe Service Zone is based on safety, peace, and freedom. Any form of attack and conflict between players is a violation of the safety regulations of the service zone, which may result in confinement or expulsion. Players, please cherish your life and do not challenge safety regulations. After the countdown of 10 seconds, all surviving players in Zone 1408 will be teleported to the Safe Service Zone. There may be slight discomfort during the process. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7, 100 Zone and Server Calculation? A-level Safe Service Zone? It seems that there are no such things after the last novice natural disaster cycle. Xiaoning didn't have time to think too much. The familiar feeling of blindness had arrived. When she regained her vision, she had already appeared in a super large parking lot. Unlike the free parking last time, this parking lot seems to have strict ranking rules. Even the nameplate in front of each parking space has the player's name on it. Xiaoning's parking space nameplate reads, Player, Xiaoning. Overall strength, number 1. There is also a row of rankings behind it. Except for the killing list. She is number 3. And she is number 1 in all other rankings. Xiaoning looked around and found that the place where her parking space was located was also quite eye-catching and luxuriously decorated. The 24K gold diamond-encrusted parking space is twice as big and twice as high as other parking spaces. It is so eye-catching. Xiaoning, she has never been so high-profile in her life. She is not afraid of being high-profile. But she is afraid of this kind of high-profile that makes people socially embarrassed. However, no matter what, the parking space cannot be returned or exchanged, and she has to get out of the car. She has arrived at the service area, and she can't stay in the car all the time. Wouldn't that waste the hard-earned rest time? Because the parking platform is so cool and high. A sliding belt elevator is specially equipped for her. Xiaoning took every step with a stiff upper lip, fearing that the game would suddenly give her another embarrassing background music that would make her dig her toes into the ground. Fortunately, when she went down to the second floor, she was not the only one who was embarrassed. There were also Pei Jing, Yuan Heng, Li Yongqing and others. Seeing an acquaintance, Xiaoning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pei Jing kept laughing, and Xiaoning knew what she was laughing at, so she rolled her eyes at her. The appearance and personality of these sisters are also very incompatible. In the game, Pei Jing gave Xiaoning the feeling of a rough but delicate, cheerful and enthusiastic big sister. In reality, she is a big-eyed cute girl with twin ponytails and casual cartoon clothes. Number 1 on the 6th list. Sister Qiao is really amazing. I can't tell. Qiao. You give me the impression of a good student. But I didn't expect you to be a super boss who crushes the whole district? Did I unconsciously embrace the thickest golden thigh in the whole district? Xiaoning patted Pei Jing's shoulder and said helplessly, Yes. Yes. You can be happy if you embrace my golden thigh. After introducing himself, Yuan Heng didn't speak again. He didn't seem to like crowds and kept looking at other places, wondering what he was thinking. This rest time is 72 hours. A full 3 days of relaxation time. Everyone unanimously decided to play badly throughout the whole process. Everyone worked so hard in the natural disaster, and finally got out, so they must enjoy it. Everyone wanted to go to different places. Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng went together, leaving Qiaoning and Pei Jing. And the latter two met Tao Tao and Miao Qinghe one after another. There was also a friend Tao Tao knew, a slightly older aunt, and everyone called her Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai seemed to be worried and rarely showed a happy expression. Later, Tao Tao privately told Qiaoning and others, Aunt Bai has a daughter who also entered this survival game and is in the same server as us, which allows them to have a chance to contact each other. However, her daughter leaked her coordinates in order to find someone during the last natural disaster. Afterwards, she lost contact with Aunt Bai. Qiaoning frowned. Is Aunt Bai's daughter's avatar still lit? If a player dies, the avatar in the friend list will be dark, and there will be other death signs. You can even click to see the cause of death and the video playback within half an hour before death. It's been flashing, which proves that Aunt Bai's daughter is not dead. But it's not clear what happened. Aunt Bai is particularly worried. Aunt Bai revealed before that her daughter had a boyfriend who was missing after entering the game. I suspect that the girl wanted to find a boyfriend, but was deceived and tricked into exposing her coordinates, which led to danger. But what is the use of coordinates? Can you use coordinates to directly teleport to your location? That's too exaggerated. With so many servers and worlds, Pei Jing said at this time, it may be that there is some kind of prop that allows people to teleport to the vicinity of the coordinate holder after obtaining the coordinates of others. Even if Aunt Bai's daughter is not dead, she will be in danger. Qiaoning added, and the dangers of exposing coordinates are probably more than that. Others looked puzzled, and even Pei Jing was a little puzzled. Qiaoning said, think about it. If you are a person with bad intentions, what would you do if you get the coordinates of your prey? Kill and rob? Tao Tao whispered tentatively. Qiaoning asked again, what if you are not alone, and there are other friends who are almost the same as you? Tao Tao's face turned pale. Send the coordinates to your friends and form a group to kill and rob together? Qiaoning continued to ask, what if you find that your server is far less prosperous and has sufficient supplies than the other server? Everyone was stunned. Qiaoning said, I think it is possible that the servers will be merged in advance. After a few seconds, Qiaoning sighed, of course. This is just my worst guess. The truth should not be as bad as I thought. Chapter 38. The prices in the A-level service area are much more expensive than those in the novice service area. Almost 3 times higher. Some are even more than 3 times higher. However, the players have more experience points, so most of them can afford it. It is rare to have a 3-day holiday, no matter what will happen in the future. Qiaoning and the others must cherish and enjoy these 3 days now. As for the future, no one can be sure. In the survival game, no one can guarantee that they have it tomorrow, so they can only cherish the present. Aunt Bai had something on her mind and couldn't have fun with everyone, so she found a reason to leave. The other girls expressed their understanding. If you think about it from their perspective, it is difficult for a mother to have fun when her daughter is uncertain about her life or death. If the novice service area is like a bustling commercial street, then the A-level service area is close to a metropolis. Most areas prohibit the entry of pets. In a few areas, players and various pets can move freely, but all forms of conflicts and private fights are prohibited. Several girls paid 3 experience points to the tour guide robot and let it lead them to play. Their first stop was the most spectacular Yundao Garden restaurant in the entire service area. The entrance fee is 100 experience points. The service fee is 200 experience points. And the minimum consumption per person must be 500 experience points. When Qiaoning entered the door, she noticed that the advertising sign at the door read, all building materials of Yundao Garden Restaurant are sponsored by the Yunshang survival game. Special thanks. Yunshan survival? Xiao Ning couldn't imagine what kind of survival mode that was. Judging from the meaning of this sentence, it should be another survival game. Is there any other mode of survival game besides highway survival game? And these games are related to each other? Xiao Ning was full of doubts. But no one could explain it to her. So she could only suppress it and wait for a chance to figure it out later. There were 2 waiters at the reception. One was a blonde beauty with delicate features, a thin waist and long legs. The other was a handsome guy in uniform with short black hair, purple eyes, a white shirt, and a black vest. Both were robots. But their words and deeds were almost indistinguishable from humans. If it weren't for the badges on their chests, people wouldn't even know they were robots. Good evening, distinguished guests. What services would you like? Our Yundao Garden Restaurant's main service is catering. Breakfast, lunch, dinner and afternoon tea. And supper has different areas. Other secondary services include bathing, massage, fitness, cinema, accommodation, chess and cards, etc. As long as the customer needs the service, we will do our best to meet it. It's not even 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoning and a few others discussed and decided to have a supper first. Then go to the bath. Then play in the chess and card room for a while. Then have a massage after that. And then choose a luxurious and beautiful presidential suite to sleep comfortably. Before coming, Pei Jing strongly asked her to treat. This girl is very rich and generous. And she is not soft-hearted when it comes to experience points. After all, she is the first on the killing list. And she is a ruthless person who has suppressed Yuan Heng. She probably has the most experience points in the whole district. And many of her supplies are exchanged for experience. Unlike Xiao Ning, who usually exchanges them for materials. Miao Qinghe is from the south of the sea and likes to eat seafood. Pei Jing and Xiao Ning have different tastes. They like to eat anything delicious. If they really want to talk about their preferences, they'd prefer the spicy Sichuan style. Tao Tao likes meat. All kinds of meat. But doesn't like fish with many bones. Considering everyone's taste, the midnight snack is barbecue. Those who want seafood can order seafood. Those who want spicy food can order extra spicy food. And those who want meat can order meat skewers. Any taste can be satisfied. The 4 girls are all very powerful. They killed a total of 8 super large lobsters, oysters, and scallop shells piled up like a mountain. And the king crab legs were eaten by dozens. There are also crayfish of various flavors. Tao Tao mainly eats meat skewers and lettuce rolls, lamb skewers, beef skewers, lamb kidneys, grilled beef tendons, and grilled palm treasures. Xiaoning tasted a skewer of grilled pigeon tripe and instantly fell in love with the taste. She made many skewers in a row. There are also beef blood cubes sprinkled with sauce, cumin powder and chili powder, which are tender and fragrant, and very delicious. The barbecue level of this restaurant is much better than all the restaurants and hotels she has eaten before. And the taste is simply amazing. After the meal, several people walked out of the barbecue hall arm in arm, and went to the bathing hall under the guidance of the exclusive waiter. Basic bathing is free. But if you choose a private room or a limited private room, you need to pay extra. In addition, if there are other services during the bathing process, they also need to be charged separately. Miao Qinghe and Xiao Ning are not used to bathing with others. But Tao Tao and Pei Jing don't mind this. The 2 of them booked a luxurious private room with the theme of Baihuaxiang to bathe together. Qinghe chose the small bridge and flowing water private room. And Xiao Ning chose the snow scene hot spring. The snow scene hot spring is extremely beautiful and not cold at all. While drinking and eating fruits, soaking in the hot spring, with the snowy night sky above your head. Don't mention how much enjoyment it is. The only drawback is that the soundproofing of this snow view hot spring private room seems not very good. So Xiao Ning was forced to listen to some gossip. The private bath next to it seems to be a mixed bath for men and women. And there are both male and female voices. I heard that someone got the news that our next natural disaster will merge with a powerful server. There are many big guys in that server. And all the ranking data are much higher than ours. Xiao Ning in our server is very popular now. But I guess her ability won't be enough by then. And it will be good enough to squeeze into the top 10. Xiao Ning? She is nothing. The only ones I like are Pei Jing and Yuan Heng. The news I got about Xiao Ning is that she is lucky and has been able to get here by luck. Really? I see. The overall strength is also the first. You can't get the first place in this list without some ability. That's true. But it doesn't rule out the kind of people who are called European emperors. They have no other abilities. But their luck is so good that it's against the sky. When I meet such people, I will admit it in my heart. If I rely on my luck, it will be strange if I can go far. Who can guarantee good luck for a lifetime? Do you really think you are the reincarnation of a koi? A girl couldn't stand it, Brother Wang. You can't say that. Luck is also a kind of strength. You are a college girl. You don't understand society. Your Brother Wang, have been working in the workplace for several years, and have seen all kinds of people. There are many people who can be successful for a while. But few can be successful all the time. The latter are all really capable. Luck is something illusory. Anyway, we can't count on Xiaoning's luck. It would be better if we could pull Pei Jing and Yuan Heng into our alliance. If it doesn't work, we can only wait until the next natural disaster comes, and see which servers to fill in. Then find a powerful server to join. I agree that you need to find a reliable force to join. The girl said, although this game is a single-player game now, it is actually a disguised group game. I still think highly of Xiaoning. Even if, as you said, she only has luck. She can win the first place in the 6 rankings by luck, which shows how terrible her luck is. In general movies and novels, those who confront this kind of European emperor will not have a good ending. I don't want to be a cannon fodder female supporting role. A girl like her who is ordinary in all aspects may be able to survive a few more natural disasters by clinging to the European emperor. Xiaoying, listen to Brother Wang. I think what Brother Wang says makes sense. Someone advised. But Xiaoying insisted on her own idea. Don't persuade her. When she hits a wall, she'll know I'm right. Xiaoying is too naive. She just saw Xiaoning unlock the pet system in advance this time, and was deceived by her superficial glory. Forget it. Anyway, let's wait until the next disaster officially fills the area. If the bosses in other areas are obviously stronger than ours, then we should choose a tree to live in as soon as possible. Later, they talked about other things. Qianning was almost done with the bath at this time. She simply washed herself, got up, put on her bathrobe, took a glass of fruit wine from the table, and drank it all in one breath. After sitting for a while and flipping through magazines, Qianning received a private message from Pei Jing, saying that they had packed up and were waiting outside. After simply changing into a beige casual outfit, denim canvas shoes, and a high ponytail, Qianning went out without makeup. Since entering the survival game, she has not been in the mood to put on makeup. Fortunately, her appearance is good, and she looks better without makeup. Some classmates used to say that she put on makeup as if she was covering up her beauty. Although it sounds exaggerated, it is really the case. It's just that Qianning's facial features are special. If she doesn't wear makeup, coupled with her cold and decadent temperament, it will make people feel particularly distant and make people dare not approach her. Xiao, you're here. Come on. Come on. There's an elevator in front. And the chess and card room is on the 9th floor. Oh. Okay. Qianning followed them into the elevator. But when the elevator door opened, there were already 3 men and 2 women inside. And they pressed the 9th floor. Boss Pei? Why are you here? I sent you a lot of messages. But you didn't reply. A handsome guy with single eyelids and a Korean-style slightly curly hairstyle saw Pei Jing at a glance and greeted her happily. Pei Jing coughed lightly, leaned close to Qianning's ear and whispered, his name is Xia Yang. In the real world, I am his boss. And he is my assistant. Well, a more personal assistant. But not long after entering the game, we broke up, and his current boss has changed to the woman next to him. But I heard that this sister is much more playful than me, and there is more than one Xia Yang hugging her thighs around her. Qianning understood immediately. What a coincidence. I'm here with my friends. You guys. Qianning silently watched the men and women chatting, and then entered the chess and card room. Qianning chose a more comfortable sofa and half lay down, watching the sisters play. Xiao, you don't want to play? Qianning waved her hand. No. You guys play. These chess and card games are also games. She plays these games a bit like bullying. Tao Tao is simple-minded. Whether playing chess or cards, she is beaten by Pei Jing. Miao Qinghe can't beat Pei Jing either. There are even other people who see them having fun and come to join in. Xia Yang tried to talk to Pei Jing several times, but was blocked. In the end, Pei Jing whispered something to him, and he never dared to get close again. Look! The projection TV in this chess and card room seems to be broadcasting players from other servers. Xiaoning looked up from her drowsiness and saw a big server number in the upper left corner of the projection TV, 0768. Fallen server. Natural disaster type. Volcanic eruption. The current number of survivors is 5,042. Xiaoning was about to take a closer look when her eyes were blinded by the blood all over the screen. What the hell? What was that just now? What a huge dinosaur. Did the player get eaten by the giant dinosaur along with his car and person? The disaster type is a volcanic eruption. Oh my god! The magma is erupting. There is no place for the players to hide. I saw a player whose vehicle level was obviously very high, but it was melted by the magma in seconds. If they really encountered such a disaster, the players would not be able to survive at all. Right? Is this the end of a survival rate below 20%? Is this the upgraded disaster? It's too scary. Bystanders are desperate. Not to mention the players, who are actually in the disaster. Chapter 39. Xiaoning didn't know whether the video on TV was live or a replay, but it was most likely the latter. After playing for about 10 minutes, and letting everyone see the various ways of death of players in the fallen server, the video finally showed obvious signs of acceleration. In about an hour, everyone witnessed the destruction of a server. It also made everyone deeply understand a truth: no egg can be left intact when the nest is overturned. Once the survival rate of a server is lower than 20%, what awaits them will only be gradual destruction. So no matter what, the minimum survival rate must be guaranteed. Less than 25,000 people survived the natural disaster in our 1408 zone. Does this mean that the number of people who survive the next natural disaster is likely to be less than 20,000? Our survival rate is really too close to the line. It's too risky. It's really hard to say what will happen in the next natural disaster. At this rate, why should I keep saving money? What can I do with those little experience points? It won't give me a chance to revive. It's better to spend it early so that I can feel refreshed before I die. That's the truth. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or death. Enjoy life while you can. In the modern world, I work hard to save money to buy a car and a house. I hesitate to go to a restaurant and only dare to buy the cheapest cigarettes. I finally saved enough money, but suddenly I was pulled into this damn game. I don't want to save any more this time. I'll spend it while I can. It's better to save some for tolls. Tolls must be saved. I don't want to be eaten by those alien monsters even if I die. The natural disaster in server 768 is hell level. The player's miserable state left a deep impression on everyone. Even Pei Jing and the others didn't want to continue playing. So they simply earned a few hundred experience points and asked several sisters to do top-level beauty and massage. Perhaps she had developed a sense of vigilance in the survival game. Even if the massage was comfortable, Xiaoning would find it difficult to fall asleep. But after the massage, she fell asleep as soon as her face touched the pillow when she returned to the room. She slept for more than 10 hours. Last night, the masseur said that their massage essential oils were very helpful for sleeping. Which was true. Normally, she couldn't sleep so long, and her biological clock would wake her up naturally around 7 o'clock. When Xiaoning got up to take a shower, put on makeup, change clothes, and prepare to order food, Pei Jing and the others also woke up and planned to come to her place to order food together. The presidential suite has food supplies, unlimited in quantity and unlimited in time, including other daily necessities such as sanitary napkins, luxury cosmetics, beauty and skin tonics, etc. The guest room robot is available on call, and it is guaranteed that everything the guests need will be delivered in 3 minutes. It has to be said that some things are expensive for a reason. Because they slept through breakfast. Xiaoning and the others were starving. And Tao Tao, a big eater, wanted to eat the whole menu. There were 2 large tables full of food, and the guest room robot thoughtfully prepared all kinds of precious and expensive fruits in the real world. Some whole, some peeled, and some cut. All that was missing was feeding them. Of course, if someone needed to be fed, the guest room robot could really provide feeding service. Tao Tao bit the small spoon for scooping milkshake, staring at the robot that was busy, picking up dishes and mixing sauces, and said with a tangled look, "If I go to the toilet and am too lazy to wipe my butt, can the customer service robot help me wipe it?" Pei Jing looked at her speechlessly. Miao Qinghe smiled at her gently and wiped the corner of her mouth elegantly. "You can try it. I also want to know. Tao Tao imagined that scene. Her face turned green. And she waved her hands repeatedly. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to try it. After the meal, they didn't need to clean up. And they left the room together to visit other fun places in the service area. If they didn't go out, they wouldn't know. Once they went out, the flashing virtual screens almost blinded them. Xiaoning opened her mouth slightly, and the shock on her face could not be concealed. Wherever she looked, above every building, no matter how big or small, there were huge virtual screens with her three-dimensional virtual image, her name, and her ranking on the major rankings. Every few minutes, there would be a very cool meteor background special effect. Xiaoning, how could I go out like this? God! Those virtual screens only show her virtual image, and others only have names and rankings. Now she is completely out of the low-key. It's hard not to be famous. Pei Jing looked at the virtual screen with popular special effects in a speechless manner. To be honest, Xiao Ning's appearance and temperament, coupled with the starry sky background and meteor special effects, are really dreamy and beautiful. If she were a man, he would definitely fall in love at first sight. Pei Jing coughed lightly and patted Xiao Ning's shoulder. Xiao. How about you wear a mask and a baseball cap? Xiao Ning was speechless. But if she wanted to go out, it seemed that this was really the way to go. These things were in Xiao Ning's car storage box, and Yundao Garden Restaurant could also provide them. After all, they spent so much. So providing a mask and a cap was nothing. After putting on the mask and the cap, and changing clothes to wrap herself tightly from head to toe, Xiao Ning reappeared in front of everyone. The other three girls couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw Xiao Ning, who looked like a different person. Sure enough, a great beauty is a great beauty. Covering up her beauty didn't make her look ordinary at all, but instead gave people the illusion that she could go to a fashion and leisure catwalk show in the next second. The few of them had a great time for a day. From the amusement park, the space simulation cabin to rafting, bungee jumping, skiing, etc. They played almost everything they could. Everyone was busy playing and didn't have time to pay attention to what others looked like. So no one discovered Xiao Ning's identity. On the afternoon of the third day, Tao Tao hurried to their room. Aunt Bai found her daughter Cui Ting. But Cui Ting seemed to be controlled and threatened by the men around her. Aunt Bai asked her to go with her, but she refused. She also said that she was willing to follow them. Xiao Ning asked, which district are those men from? Is it also District 1408? Yes. From what they said, they are indeed from our district. But it seems that there is another powerful force behind them. Pei Jing frowned and said nothing. Miaoqing aside, this is a bit troublesome. The people behind them are in the dark, and we are in the light. We don't know the other party's strength. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to show up rashly. Tao Tao is not stupid and can understand the pros and cons here. She doesn't want her sisters to put themselves in danger, but she can't ignore Aunt Bai's request for help. Before she met Pei Jing, she knew Aunt Bai. At first, she received a lot of help from Aunt Bai. It can be said that if it weren't for Aunt Bai's help, she wouldn't be alive now. But Aunt Bai owed her a favor. Not to Xiao Ning and the others. She must be clear about this. Where are they now? Xiao Ning asked. In the arena, where players compete with their pets. They have their eyes on Aunt Bai's pet, the unicorn, and want to win Aunt Bai's pet through competition. Since pets can be contracted with people, they can also be untied. If you lose a bet like this, the pet will be forced to be untied according to the bet, and the system will give the pet to the winner. Xiao Ning and her friends were originally going to the arena, and this happened to be on their way. It took about 10 minutes to get there. As soon as Xiao Ning entered the door, she saw several men of different heights and weights, urging Aunt Bai to bring her pet to the stage to compete. As long as you beat any one of us, I will let your daughter go with you. Our captain is Yi Jun. If you don't trust us, you have to trust your daughter's boyfriend. Right? They almost got married before. If they hadn't entered this game, they would have been a married couple. Don't you have any trust at all? Cui Ting clenched his fists. His teeth were about to break. Mom, go. I'm fine. You can't beat them. Go quickly. I'm living well with them. I don't need anything. Aunt Bai's eyes were red, and she tried hard not to cry. She had raised her daughter for more than 20 years. How could she not know what kind of character she was? The more Cui Ting said this, the more Aunt Bai was sure that she was controlled and coerced. just when Aunt Bai was about to go on stage to fight. Xiao Ning, Pei Jing, and others arrived in time. Pei Jing said loudly, "Everyone knows that the unicorn elephant is a defensive pet, good at protection and injury resistance. You let an immature unicorn elephant fight with your offensive pets. Wolves, tigers, and leopards. Isn't it unfair?" The tall and thin man with deep eye sockets in the lead, his eyes slightly fixed, and looked at Pei Jing meaningfully. "Then tell me, how should we compete? Why don't you just pick an offensive pet to fight against us? 2 wins out of 3 games. The tall and thin man laughed strangely. "Okay. But I have a condition. The woman among you must fight with the pet. If you don't agree, forget it. It's just a unicorn. We may get it ourselves in the next natural disaster cycle." Pei Jing and Xiao Ning looked at each other, then smiled and asked the tall and thin man, "Are you sure you choose her?" The tall and thin man frowned. "Why? Are you scared?" Miao Qing coughed twice, couldn't help but speak, deliberately said, "I am a little scared. After all, my sister is very shy from the way she dresses. And most of her pets are also shy of strangers. They may not fight." Tao Tao passed her eyes. "Sister Miao, you know how to lie with open eyes." Xiao Ning walked onto the competition stage, under the gaze of others. The tall and thin man waved his hand to summon his pet, a several-meter-long gecko. This is definitely the largest gecko Xiao Ning has ever seen, and its dark purple tongue and blue-green skin are very poisonous. Geckos are the nemesis of insects. The poisonous locust mother is not afraid of it, but it is still in advanced hibernation and cannot be summoned. Xiao Ning summoned the green vine without much hesitation, before revealing its ultimate form. The green vine looked like an ordinary green vine potted plant, with no attack power at all. The tall and thin man and his companions behind him laughed out loud. "Isn't this the potted plant in my car? Why did you bring the potted plant out to compete? You don't think my gecko is a vegetarian? Then you are wrong. My gecko is not a vegetarian. It is a pure carnivore. Especially a little girl like you, with fresh blood and tender flesh. It must like it. Don't embarrass yourself. Take this potted plant away." Facing the ridicule and sneer, Xiao Ning was very calm, with no emotional fluctuations in her eyes. "Do you know what kind of plant pet this is? It's called green vine. Do you know what the first pet that appeared in Area 1408 is?" Hearing this, the ridicule of those people suddenly froze on their faces. "It's the green vine. I think you should still remember who the owner of the green vine was in the district announcement." As she said this, she took off her mask, revealing a face familiar to all the players in District 1408. The image of the owner of this face is now displayed on the virtual screen above the major buildings. Anyone with eyes that are not blind can recognize it. 1408 Xiao Ning challenges the pet life and death battle, and the process is broadcast in the joint district. It's called Green Pearl, and it's my first pet. You will soon know whether it is a potted plant. The players watching the game off the court were suddenly in an uproar, and many people whispered in disgust. Life and death battle? Is it that serious? For this little quarrel, it's a bit too much to fight a life and death battle right away. There is also a joint district broadcast, which means that the game screen will be broadcast in real time to the projection TV of the fighting hall in other service areas. Isn't this exposing one's own trump card in advance? Pei Jing thought it was not that simple. Cui Ting exposed the coordinates, and 1408 may have been exposed to the site of other servers. These people who deliberately look for trouble are the pawns of a certain server. Xiao Ning probably wants to use this fight to make other server bosses, who come at 1408 weigh their own strength before taking action. Pei Jing looked at the figure on the stage and said softly, "She is not exposing her trump card. She is trying to intimidate." Chapter 40. Brother Tao. "What should we do? We brothers may not be able to win," the yellow-haired man asked in a low voice. "We have to fight even if we cannot win. Do you think I don't want to run? The system just reminded me that in the life and death arena of the arena, you can only replace the players on the stage, but you cannot refuse the life and death fight proposed by others." "What does that mean?" the fat man asked blankly. "It means that once someone challenges you to a life and death fight, you cannot refuse it. You can only let others replace you. A life and death fight must end with the death of one party." "Fatty, Brother Tao, I treat you well. I saved your life. Now it's time for you to repay me. You should go on stage for me." The fat man said nothing, and had no intention of going on stage. The few people who were brothers at first showed their ugly faces in the face of life and death. 3 minutes later, The tall and thin man was forced to start the life and death fight because he could not find anyone willing to replace him. Xiaoning looked at the giant gecko in front of her and patted the leaves of green pearl. Green pearl shook its branches and turned into its ultimate form. A green vine with thousands of branches and vines. The main vine changed from the size of a potted plant to a thick vine that several people couldn't hug together. Every time the branches were waved, they could leave cracks on the ground of the ring. Is this a green vine? Don't fool me. The green vines I saw in the wild area of radiation don't look like this. Not to mention this big. It can be described as covering the sky and the sun. When it appeared, the arena was a few degrees darker. Maybe the pet version of green vine has mutated? I don't know either. Anyway, Xiaoning is the chief boss of our district. After the merger, her strength will represent the status of our entire district. The stronger she is, the better. Yes, I thought Xiaoning was just lucky. But she was also quite strong. With this pet, she can walk sideways. I'm not optimistic. I saw a short film at Yundao Garden Restaurant before. It was about the destruction of other districts. They encountered an upgraded volcanic eruption disaster. It was impossible for them to survive under such a disaster. Even if Xiaoning is very strong, she can't fight against such a disaster. It must be a fallen district. As long as we work hard to ensure the survival rate and don't become a fallen district, there is still hope to survive. Don't be too pessimistic. I believe there is always a way out. Hundreds of players under the arena were watching and discussing this fight. And more players outside the arena heard the news and rushed over. Xiaoning looked at the giant gecko that had just grown up in front of her. When the other party pounced on her, she did not move. As expected, before the gecko bit her, a vine suddenly stretched out and whipped the gecko away. The huge force directly broke the gecko in half. As we all know, geckos have strong recovery ability and vitality. This mutant gecko should have self-healing skills. In just a few seconds, the injury was restored to its original state. The tall and thin man looked gloomy. Your green vine looks very intimidating. Can it be that this is the only ability? With this branch, you can't kill my baby gecko. Xiaoning glanced at him and silently ordered Lu Zhu. After receiving the attack order, Lu Zhu immediately shook up the thousands of vines and leaves on her body. The next second, countless leaf-flying knives flew out, surrounding the tall and thin man and the gecko on the stage tightly, leaving no room for escape. Geckos have the ability to regenerate, but humans don't. The tall and thin man was instantly pierced and cut by countless blades, and the scene was bloody and horrifying. No one could have imagined that a beautiful woman who looked quite gentle could be so cruel when she started fighting. As soon as the tall and thin man died, the gecko quickly disappeared from the spot and died with its owner. That's it? That's it? This man didn't even last 2 rounds under Xiaoning. To be honest, if it were me, I might have died when I was whipped by the green vine. It's hard to imagine what kind of defense is needed to block such intensive attack skills. Xiaoning obviously didn't intend to let the remaining few people go. She challenged the yellow-haired man and the black-jacket man one after another, and finally only the fat man was left. The fat man witnessed the tragic deaths of several companions, and now his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Don't kill me. My boss is Yi Jun from District 1279. They are about to merge with us. If you kill me, the boss will not let you go. He values the lives of his brothers the most. Or if you want to know something, you can ask me. I will tell you everything. As long as you spare my life, it will be useless for you to kill me. Xiaoning walked up to him. Although the two were of similar height, the fat man felt that he was being looked down upon. You are lucky. I have no more challenges today. Go back and tell your boss about what happened today. I don't care what he wants to do or what ambitions he has. As long as he dares to affect the unity of the district and the survival rate, I will deal with him first. After saying that, Xiaoning put on the mask again, just like when she first came, and disappeared among several companions. Cui Ting's problem has been solved, and Aunt Bai finally put down a big stone in her heart. After this incident, Cui Ting's love brain has been cured, but the problem of the coordinates being exposed is irreversible, so she can only take it one step at a time. Nearing 12 o'clock on the third night, the familiar system sounded again. The settlement rewards of the 7 major rankings have been sent to the mailbox. The settlement rewards of the last natural disaster were dry materials such as mothballs, and the quantity was not large. I don't know what it is this time. Xiaoning opened the email to receive it, and found that there were cotton, insulation tents, ice picks, and a blueprint. Pet equipment manufacturing blueprint, clothes. Can pets also wear equipment? Then can I set the appearance of the equipment myself? Thinking of the iron-eating beast wearing various plush clothes, Xiaoning felt a little itchy. After carefully putting away the things, Xiaoning prepared to start drawing the wish blind box. This time it was still 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the car upgrade blueprint set *200, which took 2 draws. She got what she wanted most at the beginning. It was a good start. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting mixed metal *100. 2 draws. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the skill book knife manual. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the water ball manufacturing blueprint set *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the white talent fire merchant. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the easy to heat cookware set blueprint *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the luxury kitchen *1. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the folding gem *5. The most surprising thing for Xiaoning here should be the water ball manufacturing blueprint set. She opened the set and found that there were 4 types of blueprints in it: humidifying water ball, moisture absorbing water ball, warming water ball, and cooling water ball. As long as there are enough materials, she can make water balls to deal with natural disasters. In addition, the number of car upgrade blueprints is enough for her to from level 3 to level 4. There are still a lot of surplus. It's just that the sword manual skill book is very strange. There is no level and no introduction. It only says that it can only be practiced by those who practice swordsmanship, and it is only useful for those who have swordsmanship skills. After carefully looking at each reward, Xiaoning closed the storage box with satisfaction and waited for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Ding. 12 o'clock midnight. After the system countdown ended, Xiaoning's eyes went black. When it recovered, she and her car had appeared on a road paved with light blue ice. Surrounded by, there was an endless expanse of white snow and ice. Xiaoning took out a lambskin coat from the storage box and put it on. This was opened from the treasure chest of the Natural Disaster Settlement reward. Most of it was warm props and materials. There are not many warm clothes, and Xiaoning only has this lambskin coat. She is very afraid of cold. She looked at the temperature detected by the smart housekeeper. 15 degrees above zero. This temperature is a bit cold, but not so cold that she needs to wear too much. Xiaoning couldn't stand it. Just a few minutes after being teleported, her hands and feet were cold. The manufacture of warming water balls requires the consumption of warming materials, and she also needs to upgrade her water ball manufacturing machine to at least level 3, which costs a total of 3,000 basic materials. Xiaoning was already shivering a little. She upgraded the car to level 4, and the space became 50 square meters. In addition, she renovated various areas and folded the foldable gems. Make more room for activities. After finishing all these, Xiaoning couldn't stand the cold anymore and wanted to turn on the air conditioner in the car, but was prompted because the player Xiaoning is in an extremely cold disaster. The air conditioning heating consumption has doubled to at least 4 units of gasoline/hour, and the maximum temperature in the car can only be increased by 15 degrees Celsius. Do you want to turn on the air conditioner in the car now? It can only increase the temperature in the car by 15 degrees at most? This is too little. Turn it on! Although this disaster has just begun, she is really afraid of the cold. The air conditioner was turned on to the maximum, and the car became warm in just a few minutes. Xiaoning let out a long breath, washed herself briefly, found 2 relatively warm quilts, wrapped herself tightly, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 41. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the first thing Xiaoning did when she woke up was to check the temperature and weather. The temperature inside the car was 14 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside the car was 12 degrees Celsius. Weather? Cloudy. Xiaoning crawled out of the bed, dressed, washed, and cooked. For breakfast, she drank spicy soup with fried dough sticks and pancakes. While eating, Xiaoning opened the chat channel and found that in addition to the players in Zone 1408, there were quite a few players with numbers 1279, 1356, and 1657 after their names. She looked up to see the number of online people. 115,842 people. More than 110,000 people? What's going on? Because she was cold last night, she fell asleep not long after upgrading the car. Did she miss something that the system did? Qiaoning went to look through the system information records again, and found that there were indeed several system announcements last night. Since the transmission channels of Area 1408, Area 1279, Area 1356, and Area 1657 have been opened in advance by some players. The coordinates are interconnected, and the 4 areas are now merged into 4 lines. After the end of this natural disaster, when the total survival rate of the 4 areas is greater than or equal to 20%, the area with the most surviving players will be the winning area. The winning area has the right to continue to use the previous area number. Other areas will lose their numbers, and can only use the winning area number. Since the first merger, players will have a chance to obtain space transmission items and contact items with other areas during the survival process of the natural disaster cycle. After the end of this natural disaster, there will be no more filling of areas in the future, and only mergers with other areas will be carried out. The severity of natural disasters will not be upgraded at present, but there is a certain probability of additional hidden natural disasters. After the merger, the survival road will no longer be limited to the single-lane mode. Players can use team cards to form a team to carry out survival activities. Teammates cannot attack each other. Strangers are in free attack mode. Players are initially white-named. After killing other white-named players, they become red-named. White-named players can get a lot of kill points by killing red-named players, and it will not affect the color of the ID name. Red-named players will attract monsters to attack actively. Within 12 hours of the day, a batch of space vortexes will be refreshed every 2 hours. Some players may be teleported to other players' roads by space vortexes. If there are multiple players on a road, the probability, level, and number of supply boxes will not change. There is no wild area in this natural disaster, but there will be many powerful evolved beasts on the ice field outside the road. As the natural disaster escalates, the road barriers will gradually weaken and disappear. At that time, ice field beasts will enter the road, so please make sufficient preparations before that. If supplies are really scarce, and you are on the verge of despair, you might as well explore the road at night. There may be surprises. Of course, the greater possibility is to lose one's life. In the extreme cold disaster, ordinary flames cannot burn. Players can only obtain strange fire by opening boxes, killing treasure guarding monsters, ice beasts, or buying from fire merchants. Strange fire has a wide range of uses, and is applicable to many natural disasters. Except for the low explosion rate, there is no problem. This natural disaster will refresh gold treasure chests and diamond treasure chests at any time and anywhere. There is a chance to open talent experience books, skill books, purple and above equipment and weapons, pet column expansion crystals, and other rare materials. After the 2 treasure chests appear, their location coordinates will be displayed in the whole area channel. Players who want to seize them can click on the coordinate numbers to instantly teleport to the location where the treasure chest appears. After the player picks up the treasure chest, there will be a 1-hour treasure chest lock time. During this period, the player cannot open the treasure chest and must wait until the lock time ends before opening it. During the lock time, the treasure chest can be robbed by other players. After being robbed, the lock time is refreshed to 1 hour. After the merger, the highway survival game will be more interesting and exciting, with crisis and hope coexisting. I hope all players can experience it well, enjoy the game, and try their best to survive. Qiaoning read every word of the system announcement carefully. She really didn't expect that this merger would be a merger of 4 districts. District 1408 is still the one with the least number of survivors. Looking at the chat channel and the interactive chats of the players, District 1279 seems to have signs of joining forces with District 1356. The district with the most survivors is 1657. This district has several powerful bosses who form a team. The team obeys the player who ranks first in the comprehensive strength list of their district. Yang-mo. Only District 1408 has no advantages. There is no group force formed in its own district. To put it bluntly, it is a loose sand. All kinds of remarks and situations are greatly unfavorable to District 1408. Qiaoning knows without looking that her private mailbox must be flooded with messages from Peijing, Li Yongqing and others. In fact, she was not so obsessed with the zone number, but it was better not to change it if she could. At 8 o'clock, Qiaoning drove on the road on time. It was cold and gloomy. Even if the air conditioner was turned on to the maximum, the temperature in the car was already 30 degrees. Qiaoning did not want to drive herself, So she just told the smart butler to call her when she encountered a supply box. The maximum speed of a level 4 car is 160 kilometers per hour, and it consumes 8 units of gasoline per hour at full speed. This gasoline consumption is terrible. Adding the consumption of electrical appliances such as air conditioners, it will consume at least 110 units of gasoline after driving for 11 hours a day. The consumption of air conditioners is also very large. Xiaoning can only hope to encounter a supply box early, open it to get warm supplies, and then make warming water balls. At that time, there is no need to turn on the air conditioner, which can save a lot of gasoline. About 30 minutes after the car started, Xiaoning encountered the first supply box. After the merger, the supply boxes are no longer divided into star levels, but are divided into wooden boxes, iron boxes, bronze boxes, silver boxes, and platinum boxes. Picking up treasure chests no longer gives experience points. Experience points can only be obtained by killing monsters or red-named players. Xiaoning encountered a silver box and opened it immediately. Inside, there were 100 units of gasoline, 100 cotton, heating packs *20, insulation barrels *5, cold-relieving soup recipe *1, cold-relieving medicinal materials *10, drinking water 10 liters, antipyretic medicine *10 boxes, cold medicine *10 boxes, anti-cold car film *1, warming water balls *10, heating patches *5. Among these materials, heating packs and heating patches can be used as raw materials for warming water balls. To make 10 warming water balls, you need 2 heating packs or 1 heating patch. 1 warming water ball can increase the temperature by 5 degrees Celsius for 5 hours. The larger the space, the worse the warming effect, including the folded luxury bathroom and kitchen. Xiaoning's level 4 car space is 50 to 60 square meters. At least 5 warming water balls are needed each time to increase the temperature of the whole car by about 15 degrees, which is equivalent to 1 warming water ball, which only increases the temperature inside the car by 3 degrees Celsius. Duration. Xiaoning looked at the countdown display on the water ball, which did not change much. Still 5 hours. Cold-proof car film can increase the temperature inside the car by 5 degrees. But it has durability. The lower the temperature outside, the faster the durability of the cold-proof car film is consumed. Warm patches are about the size of band-aids and can only be used on players or pets. 1 warm patch increases the temperature by 10 degrees and lasts for 1 hour. The effects can be stacked, but the duration cannot be stacked. Cotton is a new material that can be used to make cold-proof items such as warm patches, cotton clothes, quilts, cotton shoes, etc. The premise is that players must first obtain the drawings of these cold-proof items. There is no wild area to enter, and Xiaoning seems to be idle suddenly. There are more than 110,000 people in the chat channel, most of whom are chatting or arguing while driving. Where there are people, there are fights. This is an iron rule. Even when they are busy trying to survive, it does not affect people from quarreling. District 1279 Shuntian Club is recruiting people. Our president is Yi Jun, the top boss of the 7 lists in this district. After joining the club, there are many benefits and various materials will be distributed regularly. Lu Wafang, 1657, is there any force recruiting people? You can pay the entrance fee. Fan Xiaoyu, 1657 Lu Wafang. You are shameless. You took all the materials from Sister Anne, but turned around and left us to hug your thighs. Are you worthy of Sister Anne's spirit in heaven? Don't you feel guilty? You should be conscientious in doing things. Even if you survive like this, what's the difference between you and a beast? Yi Jun, 1279 Chui Ting. Now that the districts have merged, we can be together openly. I will treat you well, and will not let you down. Lu Yi, 1279 Sister Chui. Brother Yi Jun has been waiting for you. Go back to him. He has never thought of hurting you. By Tan Xiang, 1408 Mr. Yi. If you still want to be a human being and remember the past friendship, then don't come to my daughter again. Don't contact my daughter again. You know her personality very well, and she is definitely not on the same path as you. Do you really want to force her to die? By Tan Xiang, 1408 Let my daughter go. You have so many girls around you. I know my daughter's personality. You two are really not suitable. She will never look back. Just give up on this idea. Lu Shasha, 1408 Buying warming water balls. The price is negotiable. Zhang Tianai, 1356 and by upstairs. Please stop yelling here. It has turned the chat channel into a melodramatic 8 o'clock show. In addition, buying fire seeds at a high price. Louis, 1279 and by. Are you the only one online in your zone? Why is there no one to help you? Can you and Sister Chui really live well in such a zone? Why don't you come to our Xingtian club? Brother Yi Jun is here, and will definitely take good care of you. You also know that Sister Chui has a special talent. Once her talent is discovered, she will definitely not be allowed to leave. By then, you and Sister Chui will have no way to get out. By Tan Xiang, Miss Lu Yinyin. I am old. If you raise your butt, I know what you are going to say. I advise you not to say these words of discord. The girl who ranks first in our district is not easy to mess with. She hates others to do anything that affects the unity of the whole district. We seem to be divided into 4 districts. But in fact, there is no difference from one district in essence. The total survival rate is less than 20%. And you and I will die. Why do we have to do these means that harm others and benefit ourselves? It is right not to interfere with each other and get through this extreme cold disaster. When Xiaoning saw this, she happened to pick up another supply box, which was a platinum treasure box. The first item after opening it is the Anywhere Gate. Consuming an Anywhere Gate can teleport to the road where any designated player is located. And the location is near the location of the designated player. Xiaoning smiled. What you need is what you get. The system says that players have a chance to get a teleportation item. This chance seems to be quite high for her. Zhang Ti and I, 1279 and by. We are so far apart. Even if there is a space vortex, the chance of teleporting together is very small. Instead of trying to intimidate others, you might as well take your daughter to Yijun. I kindly advise you that this natural disaster is not easy to deal with. Leave your scattered zone as soon as possible, and you can live 2 more days. Xiaoning said nothing, but only sent a picture. Xiaoning, 1408 attached picture. Item Anywhere Door. Chapter 42. White Sandalwood, 1408. What did I say just now? Young man, let me teach you a lesson. When you speak, don't be too sure. Leave yourself some room. I've said it before. Miss Jiao in our district doesn't like others to stir up trouble and affect the harmony among everyone. Pei Jing, 1408. What happened to the last troublemaker? Have you forgotten it so quickly? Do you want me to help you recall it? Do you remember the service area arena? We in 1408 did not openly form gangs or gang alliances. But the number 1408 represents everything. Pei Jing, 1408. There is less than an hour before the space vortex opens. Everyone. See you again if we are lucky. Pei Jing, 1408. I forgot to mention that I can guarantee that those troublemakers above will use this prop since she has sent it out. Given Xiaoning's personality and temper. You are so stubborn. Why not try to talk a few more words? After saying these words, Pei Jing stopped talking. Strangely, the chat channel was silent for nearly a minute. There was not even a message advertising for transactions. It took a while to return to normal. The few people who were jumping up and down before were no longer talking. Most of them were some unfamiliar ID names chatting to buy and sell supplies. Xiaoning closed the chat channel and continued to look at the things opened in the platinum supply box. 200 units of gasoline. 20 liters of drinking water. Warming cream * 10 cans. 100 grams per can. Apply 10 grams to any part of the body to automatically warm up for 8 hours. Frostbite cream * 10 cans. 100 grams per can. Apply 10 grams to the frostbitten part. And all frostbite will heal immediately. Cold stiffness disease special medicine * 10. 10 tablets per box. Take 1 tablet to relieve the cold stiffness state. 10 intermittent ointments, 100 grams per can. Apply 10 grams to restore the frozen, broken, and necrotic parts. 100 cold relieving herbs. Each can make 10 bowls of cold relieving soup. 500 cotton. 50 cotton clothes. 50 pairs of cotton shoes. 20 sets of cotton coat sets including hats, earmuffs, scarves, hand warmers, 5 oxygen cylinders. Each can be used for about 2 hours under normal breathing. Xiaoning had also obtained some in the drought disaster before, but she did not use it herself. 10 strange fire seeds, magical fire seeds and lighters. Not afraid of extreme cold. Not afraid of strong winds. Each fire seed can burn continuously for 1 hour, and it can be used for a long time if used sparingly. Xiaoning previously drew a blind box and obtained a white talent. Fire seed merchant. And 5 fire seeds will automatically appear in her backpack every hour. The rest are daily necessities and food. During humid natural disasters, canned food was sold at sky-high prices. But in this natural disaster, canned food could be easily opened by the hundreds or even thousands. In extremely cold natural disasters, whether sealed glass bottles and cans can be opened is a question. Too low a temperature will make it difficult to unscrew the can caps. If you want to open it smoothly, you have to heat the can mouth slightly first, and it will expand and contract with heat and contract with cold, so that it will be easy to open. But neither hot water nor heating tools are so easy to get. Cans should be able to be opened, but no one knows what the specific situation will be. Thermos buckets and insulated lunch boxes have a very high explosion rate. If there is fresh and hot food, putting it in insulated items can also be regarded as a storage method. But the key is that the fresh food that was available at any time last time is hard to see in this natural disaster. At most, some raw and cold meat, vegetables, etc. will be exploded. The food that Xiaoning opened accounted for a part of fresh food, and hot rice and hot dishes that can be eaten directly accounted for most of them. And the rest were snacks that can be eaten immediately after opening the bag. After driving for dozens of minutes, Xiaoning did not encounter any more supply boxes. As the vehicle was driving, she suddenly received a system prompt. The space vortex has been refreshed. Lucky players who encounter the space vortex, please be prepared for random teleportation. Xiaoning carefully paid attention to the abnormalities on the road. But the car drove a long way. Not to mention the space vortex, there was not even a ghost. It seems that she will not encounter the space vortex in this round of refresh. Xiaoning simply turned on the fire to boil the cold relieving soup after exercise, and put it on the shelf or table of the storage box one bowl after another, leaving it for later use. After spending 100 portions of medicinal materials and boiling thousands of bowls of cold relieving soup, Xiaoning paused the work at hand. There were not many supply boxes along the way, only 2 iron boxes, and there were not many things in them, all of which were heating pads, cold medicines and the like. In the afternoon, Xiaoning encountered 2 platinum boxes, a large number of heating packs, heating pads and other supplies were opened, and a lot of fresh and hot food was also opened. For example, boiled pork slices, boiling pork loin slices, spicy hot pot, spicy bullfrog. These dishes can keep your body warm for a long time. There are a lot of supplies in the platinum box. The medicines that other boxes can never drop are almost guaranteed supplies in the platinum box. Various medicines, warming water balls, and warming items. Xiaoning's inventory instantly became abundant. Xiaoning mailed a few of the extra warming water balls and warming supplies to Yuan Heng as agreed. But in the eyes of the other party, these things were already frightening. Warming water balls *20. Special medicine for cold stiffness *5 boxes. Frostbite ointment *2. Intermittent ointment *2. Warming ointment *2. Cotton coat set *2. Yuan Heng looked at the dazzling array of supplies in the mail. And even though he had already experienced Xiaoning's luck, he was still shocked. He looked at the bags of noodles and eggs that he had just unpacked, and thought, everyone entered the game at the same time. Why is the gap so big? If he hadn't held the thigh of Xiao Huang, he would have died in the last natural disaster. Xiaoning saw that his chat box was always an input, but no information was sent. Thinking that Yuan Heng felt that there were not enough things, so she sent another sentence. It seems that my luck value is not full today, and the harvest is average. I only encountered 6 supply boxes in total. If these supplies are not enough, I will send you some more after I open a wave of supply boxes in the evening. Yuan Heng slowly typed a question mark. Is this still the case, that the luck value is not full and the harvest is average? Is this person's luck real? Xiaoning, it's okay. During the last natural disaster, the harvest was more. Human joys and sorrows are not connected. Yuan Heng thought that he might never experience the happiness of the European emperor in this life. However, he was randomly assigned to the same area as the European emperor in 1408 among tens of millions of players, and later met her. Isn't this a kind of luck? From this point of view, he is not a pure non-auspicious person, but still has a little luck. The space vortex refreshed 4 times from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but Xiaoning never encountered it, let alone any player who teleported to a road through the vortex gate. Until 6 p.m., the space vortex refreshed again, and the vortex gate finally appeared in front of Xiaoning. The vortex gate exists for 1 hour. during which players can use the vortex gate to travel back and forth between the two roads. Yi Jun, 1279 at Cui Ting. I found you. Cui Ting did not reply, and was disconnected again. Lu Yinyan, 1279 Brother Yi Jun. Bring Sister Cui back as soon as possible. Bai Tanxiang, 1408 Are you human? Stay away from my daughter. Zhang Tianai, 1356 Aunt Bai. This is the game mechanism. Your daughter is unlucky, and was caught by Yi Jun. What can you do? You have the ability to let Xiaoning open a vortex gate to rush over. Besides, doesn't she have a random door? She can be teleported over. Oh, sorry. I forgot that other teleportation tools cannot be used during the time when the vortex gate is open. What a pity. No one can help her now. What's wrong with Yi Jun? He has power, strength, and no shortage of supplies. What's wrong with following him? Think about it. There are many women who want to follow Yi Jun, but don't have the chance. White Sandalwood, 1408 Shut up. If you dare to touch my daughter, I will fight you. Even if I don't want my life. I will not let you go. I will take you with me even if I die. Zhang Tianai, 1356 The stones in the pit are really stinky and hard. You can shout. But your daughter can't run away anyway. No matter how powerful Qiaoning is. Can she open a vortex gate and fly over? Qiaoning, 1408, we have reached the road where they are. Attached picture, a photo of the three of them. Behind Qiaoning is a green vine that blocks out the sky. And on the left stands a huge iron-eating beast. She half leaned on the hood of the car and waved to Cui Ting, who was not far away. Come here. Cui Ting didn't even care about his car and ran towards Qiaoning quickly. Yi Jun raised his foot to stop him. But the iron-eating beast suddenly attacked and punched down, smashing cracks on the hard ice road. After being caught by his pet giant peregrine falcon at a critical moment and saving his life, Yi Jun looked at the cracks on the ground and felt scared. If it weren't for his pet's quick reaction to save him, he would have been smashed to pieces by the iron-eating beast. I asked Cui Ting to come here. But I didn't ask you to come here. Qiaoning looked at him expressionlessly and said word by word. Did I allow you to move your feet? Chapter 43. Before Yi Jun could speak, the second punch of the iron-eating beast came down. So far, that tiger has not even used his skills, which shows the power of the evolved iron-eating beast. Yi Jun was taken by the peregrine falcon to flee everywhere, and then summoned his second pet. It was a centipede-like creature with a body length of nearly 3 meters and a width of half a meter. Looking at its appearance, Qiaoning immediately thought of a big boss insect monster in an ancient background infrastructure management game she had played. Ancient millipede. It lived in the Carboniferous period 300 million years ago, and is the largest arthropod discovered so far. The evolved giant millipede in front of him is obviously different from the ancient millipede in the Carboniferous period. It has eyes, can see things, and can survive and move under normal oxygen content. The giant millipede has an extremely hard shell. The ordinary punch of the iron-eating beast did not break its shell, but it should have hurt it, twisting and biting the belly of the iron-eating beast. That tiger thought. Isn't it just biting? It can do it too. The two giant beasts bit and tangled together instantly. The evolved millipede carries a certain amount of toxicity, but the evolved iron-eating beast is not afraid of its toxicity. On the contrary, the giant millipede can't withstand the thunder power attached to the panda thunder fist. Even with its super defensive shell, it gradually falls behind. The peregrine falcon is fighting a guerrilla war with the green vine. As the fastest flying bird, it is not easy for the green vine to entangle and strangle it or hit it with a leaf-flying knife. After all, this is not a closed space. On such a large ice field, the peregrine falcon's ability in the air has been maximized. On the contrary, due to the cold temperature, the green vine's combat power and attack have decreased. Pets are living things, and they will also be affected by the natural disaster environment. Yi Jun took advantage of the fact that Qiaoning's pets were entangled and could not protect her, so he took out a bloody long knife and attacked her. Qiaoning dodged, holding the black flame bone knife in her hand, and chopped down with her backhand, the two blades touching. Yi Jun's blood knife didn't even last 3 seconds, and it shattered directly, and the black flame bone knife chopped down and chopped his shoulder. Flying mantis. Yi Jun screamed in pain, and then Qiaoning saw a mantis that was bigger than the millipede gradually emerging behind him. Eat her. Seeing this, Cui Ting hurriedly blocked in front of Qiaoning. If you want to kill her, kill me first. If you are not afraid of being red-named, just come. My talent is Pet Doctor, which is a special professional talent. If you kill me, the degree of red name will be greatly deepened. When the ice beasts are attracted, you can't run away. Yijun smiled strangely, Ting. Don't forget, I am your closest person. We almost got married. Don't you remember? We have known each other since high school. After so many years. Such a deep relationship. How can you side with an outsider? Cui Ting's expression was as if he had swallowed 100 flies. And he couldn't hide his disgust and nausea. You still have the face to ask for favors from me. Don't say such nonsense to me. I will never believe in a punctuation mark of yours again. And I will never be deceived and manipulated by you again. Yijun's last smile disappeared. And his expression became extremely cold. Then you will die with her. Sensing the danger, Cui Ting's raccoon took the initiative to show up and wanted to save his master. But he didn't expect that he was blown down by a hurricane before he jumped over. The raccoon, who was blown over, got up from the ground and shook his fluffy head. He was a little confused, as if he didn't know what happened. In front of him, a blue-green locust that looked extremely poisonous had already fought with a giant mantis. The flying mantis seemed to be huge and more ferocious. But it didn't even go back and forth under the mouth of the poisonous locust. In a few seconds, it was poisoned from head to wings and died. The dead flying mantis naturally became the meal of the locust. After eating it, the locust looked at the millipede that was almost flattened by the iron-eating beast. The locust screamed at the iron-eating beast. Sister, lend me some food. The iron-eating beast also, called back and slowly made way for its huge body. Eat it. You are so thin and small. Eat more. While the locust was eating, Yijun had already seen that the situation was not good and let his peregrine falcon take him away. As the fastest flying bird, the peregrine falcon has an even faster speed after evolution, and it is difficult to catch up. Xiaoning didn't want to let him go, so she drove with 3 pets to chase him all the way. Peregrine falcons need to consume a lot of physical energy to fly. If the pet is not close enough to the owner, if it is too hungry, tired, or in pain, it will go berserk and resist the owner's orders, and even bite the owner. Everyone is the same. It has only been a few days since I got the pet. How high can the intimacy be? At first, the peregrine falcon was very obedient. It flew wherever Yijun told it to fly and flew as fast as he was told. Soon, not only Yijun was hungry, but the peregrine falcon was also hungry. After a long high-speed flight, the peregrine falcon was tired and had nothing to eat, and soon its eyes began to turn red. However, Yijun did not notice this, and was still urging the peregrine falcon to fly back. His car was still there. Without the car, he could escape for a while, but not forever. Sooner or later, he had to go back to drive. Besides, most of his warm supplies were in the car. As the temperature dropped, he would either starve to death or freeze to death. The most dangerous place was the safest. Yijun did not believe that Xiaoning would not look for the supply box and wait for him there. When he was about to return to the original position, Yijun vaguely saw the shadow of his car and hurriedly pulled the peregrine falcon's claws to let it descend. Unexpectedly, the peregrine falcon suddenly righted, took him to roll several times in the air, flew to the sky, and then released his claws and dropped him from the sky. With a loud bang, a black shadow fell from the sky and hit the roof of the car heavily, shattering the solid car windows and even a big hole in the metal roof. After Yijun died, the peregrine falcon that had attacked him did not disappear, because before he died, the peregrine falcon had rebelled and untied him. The freed peregrine falcon rushed into the sky like a sharp arrow, flying in the dark clouds while making a cheerful cry. Xiaoning was nearby and witnessed the whole process of the pet attacking its owner. Yijun fell from a high altitude, and his body was no longer in human form. It disappeared soon. Xiaoning cleaned up the supplies in his car and was thinking about how to deal with this scrapped car when he suddenly received a reminder from the smart housekeeper. It was detected that there was an ownerless vehicle near the owner. Do you want to refine and fuse the car? After this fusion, the owner's car will have a 30% chance of being directly promoted to a level 5 car. Unlocking the car attribute panel, function panel, etc. What if the fusion fails? If the fusion fails, the owner's car will drop 1 level and become a level 3 car. Thinking of the tens of thousands of materials and hundreds of drawings he spent on upgrading his car, Xiaoning couldn't help but and his back teeth were clenched. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to take a chance. What else can the European emperor take if not luck? Of course, if it can be solved by luck, then solve it by luck. I choose fusion. The refining process takes about 30 minutes, and the fusion is faster. So it was completed in 5 minutes. Announcement of the merger. Congratulations to player Qiaoning, 1408, for being the first to successfully upgrade the car to level 5. Unlocking the car attribute panel and function panel of the entire area in advance. From now on, cars will also be a great help for players to survive and fight. I hope that all players will work hard to develop the various uses of cars and become more powerful. The big guy's cars are all level 5. And I'm only level 2. Is this the difference between people? I want to know. How did big guy Qiaoning upgrade his car so quickly? Are there any secret techniques? Why not tell everyone? If the car is upgraded to a higher level, our survival rate in the area will also be higher. Right? If the above person wants to get something for free, just say it directly. Don't try to take shortcuts. If there really is a shortcut, do you think that none of the hundreds of thousands of people would find it? I am a player in server 1279. Damn. I am torn. I have a friend named Yijun, who is one of the top players in our server. I added him a long time ago. I guess he doesn't even remember me. A small person. Just now, I found out. Yijun's avatar has dimmed. He is dead. I watched the video playback half an hour before his death, and found that his pets seemed to have turned against him. Qiaoning had posted a bird's eye view photo of the three of them on a highway in the chat of the whole district. It didn't take long. Less than 2 hours. Before Yijun died. As a passerby, I have already started to tremble. It is really terrifying to think about it. I want to ask the big brothers and sisters of 1408. Was your sister Qiao so cruel before? No. Qiaoning is a good person. Very kind. I have been with her since the earliest 1408 district until now. With her and a few big guys, our district number is as stable as Mount Tai. As for us small people, as long as we don't cause trouble or commit suicide, we can just work hard to make a living. When everyone just entered the game not long ago and didn't know anything, she reminded us that it's best not to be stingy with gasoline and drive at full speed to find the supply box. Some people didn't listen, so they died. I am a person who listens to advice, and it's right to listen to the boss. Later, the natural disasters became more and more serious. She often sold supplies at a low price when supplies were scarce, saving countless people. I don't know if others remember her kindness, but I will always remember Qiaoning's kindness and her life-saving grace. After the above said this, I also remembered that my friend had received help from the boss Qiao. But it was a pity that he didn't survive the last natural disaster. Before he died, he also gave me the opportunity to convey a thank you to Qiaoning in person on his behalf. Friend 1279. To be honest, your big boss on the list. I suspect he has some problems with his brain. He is already in the survival game, and he is still working on the script of the sickly boss running away from his little wife? I am a bit timid. Before he was alive, I didn't dare to complain because I was afraid he would kill me. Now that he is dead, I really can't help complaining. With Yijun seriously ill brain, you will become cannon fodder villains if you follow him. Or even not villains. Just cannon fodder minions. Don't blame me for being harsh. The character and IQ of the leader of the district server largely determine how long the people below can live. You should think carefully about whether you want to join us in 1408. It's useless if you don't want to join us. When this natural disaster is over, the living people will naturally be from 1408. Brother, are you so confident? 1279 has no leader. But there are still 1356 and 1657 districts. It's not that I am confident, but I don't see the hope of winning from 1356 and 1657. 1657 has been quarreling for a day, and they are still quarreling over those trivial things. The big boss of 1356 is average in strength. He used to flatter Yijun and wanted to form an alliance with them. But now, they dare not say a word. Just like that. How do you think these two regions can win? Even if they join forces, they probably can't beat 1408. Zhang Ti and I, 1356 you guys. Stop talking nonsense. We in 1356 have never thought of forming an alliance with 1279. There is no relationship between our two regions. After you said that, it's a bit unclear. What if people misunderstand? And Yijun and I don't even know each other. The screen was filled with question marks. You change your face too quickly. Right? Yijun has been dead for less than an hour. Zhang Tianai, 1356 at Baitanxiang. And Bai. I'm sorry. I admit that I was rude to you before and spoke a little loudly. I hope you can forgive me, and I promise I won't do it again. Chapter 44. No one in District 1408 paid attention to Zhang Tianai. It is true that Aunt Bai loves her daughter. But she is not foolish. She is over 50 years old and almost 60 years old. She has been in the system for more than 20 years. She has seen all kinds of people and dealt with all kinds of monsters and demons. Is Zhang Tianai apologizing to her? With his temper. Does he look like a person who recognizes his mistakes and sincerely repents? He is not. He is using this excuse to see Qiaoning's attitude. If she wants to bypass Qiaoning and reply to this. She is really confused. Aunt Bai now only hopes that her daughter can be fine and not be entangled by messy people. And she will be satisfied. When two people are on the same road at the same time, the probability of the appearance of the supply box and the number of supplies will not increase or decrease. This means that the two people who were originally traveling together have become competitors. Fortunately, the next wave of space vortexes will be refreshed soon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Cui Ting took the initiative to ask to be teleported. But Qiaoning stopped her. Cui Ting's strength is average. Her talent is not bad. And her character is not very clear at present. Space vortex teleportation is full of uncertainty. And no one knows which player's road they will be teleported to. If Cui Ting encounters any danger after being teleported, then as the person who stays with her for the last time, it will be unclear. Even if she dies, she can't die at this time. Killing the enemy. The players will speak for her killing behavior. When the person who died is someone in her own server or someone she knows, many players will have doubts and affect unity. Qiaoning found that she can look at some things more and more rationally. She is not sure whether she is growing up or being assimilated by the game. She can only say that she can accept these changes in herself at present. At 8 o'clock, Qiaoning sat in the car, drove through the vortex gate, and was teleported to an unfamiliar road. Before the car stopped, the screams of the players were heard. She turned on the lights and switched to the extreme lighting mode. The night fog was dispelled by the strong light of the lights, allowing Qiaoning to see the scene ahead clearly. A player was pierced and nailed to the car by a monster with giant pincers. The monster, which was eating, screamed sharply after being disturbed and became violent in an instant. It no longer chewed slowly, but opened its huge mouth to swallow the car and the corpse together. After eating, the monster walked slowly to Qiaoning's car window with a little elegance, just like taking a walk after dinner. Suddenly, one eye lowered and aimed at the window of the driver's seat. Qiaoning stared at it for a while. Then he clearly heard the monster snort. Like a person snorting. The monster screamed twice more, and no one knew what it meant. Anyway, after screaming, it walked around the car and left. Before leaving, it also smeared a handful of mucus on Qiaoning's car body, which was not sure whether it was saliva or snot. Qiaoning ignored the mucus and continued driving. This was her first time driving at night. The probability of supply boxes appearing at night will be greatly reduced, but the probability of high-star supply boxes appearing will increase. The treasure guard monster at night is in a hungry and violent state, but it's a pity that Qiaoning didn't encounter the treasure guard monster. No, she actually encountered it. The car stopped. Qiaoning lowered the window and threw an egg yolk pie out of the window with extremely skillful movements. The monster holding the egg yolk pie lay on the ground. After carefully tearing the package with its claws, it shook its scale-covered tail and licked the egg yolk pie with its slender tongue, probably reluctant to eat it. Qiaoning couldn't bear it, so she threw another one to it. This monster has been following her car for a long time. Every time Qiaoning picked up a supply box, it would appear to act as a treasure guard. You say it's not sensible. It knows to give Qiaoning face and wait until she picks up the supply box before appearing again. Say it's sensible. It seems to be dependent on Qiaoning. It keeps following and won't leave. The most outrageous thing is that every time it appears, it knows to change its vest. That is, change the color of its scales. It probably thought that if it changed the color of the vest, Qiaoning would not recognize it and could keep feeding it. Qiaoning's initial silence and current tacit cooperation have a lot to do with the monster's shamelessness. After feeding the monster, Xiaoning raised the window and continued to drive forward. The level of the supply boxes driving at night is very high. Almost all of them are platinum boxes. On average, Xiaoning can pick up 2 per hour. After picking up 5 boxes, Xiaoning also fed the monster 5 snacks, including egg yolk pie, Sichuan pepper chicken legs, barbecue, and deluxe barbecue, with dipping sauce and lettuce rolls. After 5 experiments, Xiaoning found that the monster's tail shook the most when it ate the lettuce roll barbecue. When picking up the 6th box, Xiaoning did not get out of the car this time. The monster was very sensible and used its tail to roll up the platinum supply box. When Xiaoning opened the car window, it threw it into the car for her, and it was considerate enough not to hit her. Xiaoning, ? It seems that being a monster in a survival game is not easy. Xiaoning threw an egg yolk pie to it, and the monster ate it, but still looked at her with shining eyes. Xiaoning thought about it and gave her another pepper chicken leg. This time, it licked its mouth after eating, and seemed to want to leave, but not want to leave. Xiaoning gave it another piece of barbecue. This time, the monster finished eating, wagged its tail and sat upright, waiting for her to continue feeding. Xiaoning had to give it another piece of lettuce-wrapped barbecue. Strangely, the monster hummed twice after eating. It is not very big, and its face and nose are a bit like cats or dogs, but it has long manes on its neck, and its whole body is covered with scales with a blue-black luster. Xiaoning doesn't understand what it wants to do. In front of it, she took out another piece of barbecue, and when she was about to wrap it with lettuce, the monster suddenly called softly, as if reminding her of something. Xiaoning looked at it, then lowered her head to look at the barbecue in her hand. Suddenly, she understood. She took out the dipping sauce and spread it on the barbecue, then rolled it up with lettuce. This time, after feeding it to the monster, it ate it and didn't bother again, wagging its tail and ran away. Xiaoning, after all this time, I just want to eat barbecue with dipping sauce and lettuce. It won't work without dipping sauce. It's picky enough. Xiaoning shook her head and looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. She asked the smart butler to drive for her, and then put a small table on the driver's seat, rolled more than a dozen pieces of barbecue neatly on it. Open the car window after you encounter the treasure chest. Wait until the monster takes the barbecue on the table, then close the window. Xiaoning told the smart butler. As an intelligent mechanical existence, it is also the first time it has encountered such a strange request. But the master's order must be obeyed. The smart butler strictly follows Xiaoning's instructions, and stops the car, and opens the window after encountering the supply box. Sure enough, a platinum treasure chest was rolled into the car by a red tail. Xiaoning thought, very good. The vest has changed to red again. The monster couldn't wait to be fed, so it stretched its head to the car window. Seeing Xiaoning resting with eyes closed, it used its claws to carefully grab a lettuce roll from the table and ran away with it. It didn't even think of taking more. Xiaoning coughed lightly, not knowing whether to say it was smart or stupid. From the results, it was very smart, knowing how to give back, being measured, and not greedy. Such a monster would make Xiaoning feel that it would be okay to feed it. For the next few hours, Xiaoning rested in the bedroom. The car upgraded to level 5 has enough space to rival a 100 square meter fine decorated house. And the decoration can be DIY'd by yourself. Xiaoning likes a warm style, so the interior of the car is very comfortable and warm at first glance. Like a warm home, there are several warming water balls, and the smart housekeeper can be replaced at any time. Xiaoning didn't even have to pick up the supply boxes herself, and she had a good night's sleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Xiaoning woke up on time, stretched her body, and found that there seemed to be a lot more boxes in the car. She counted and found that there were 25. It is impossible for her to encounter so many platinum boxes in half a night or a few hours. As soon as she opened the window, Xiaoning saw the monster she encountered last night, lying on the ground listlessly, as if she was not used to the light in the morning. She quickly rolled up a lot of barbecue with dipping sauces and sauces with lettuce, put them in a sturdy backpack, and handed them to the monster. After the monster got what it wanted, it hunted Xiaoning twice and left quickly. The figure quickly disappeared in the night fog that was about to be completely dispelled by the sun. This guy must be very uncomfortable under the sun. Xiaoning saw that its posture and speed of running away had a bit of the flavor of escape. Xiaoning was very convinced. for working so hard to eat one bite. It deserves to have barbecued meat wrapped in lettuce and dipped in spicy spice sauce. Chapter 45. It was too cold. The temperature outside the car had dropped to 10 degrees. And the normal temperature difference between the inside and outside of the car would not exceed 3 degrees. Xiaoning put enough warming water balls. And the temperature inside the car was currently maintained at 23 degrees. She did not increase the temperature too much, because she had to open the door on the road and get off the car to pick up the treasure chest. It was easy to get sick from the sudden change of heat and cold. Xiaoning's physique is good now, but no one can guarantee that they will not get sick if they have a good physique in the natural disaster. If words and deeds trigger the game's illness setting, it is very likely that even a strong person will fall ill. She didn't want to eat instant breakfast, so she cooked vegetable and mushroom porridge, with small pickles and a few hot meat buns. After eating, she felt warm all over. The smart butler drove much more steadily than Xiaoning. Xiaoning sat on the sofa bought by the transaction and opened all the more than 20 platinum treasure chests accumulated overnight. Arranged the supplies, medicines, 500 cold-removing herbs, 150 cans of warming cream, 100 g each, 150 cans of frostbite cream, 100 g each, 80 boxes of cold stiffness medicine, 10 tablets per box, 100 cans of intermittent cream, 100 g each, necessary supplies, 2,000 units of gasoline, 200 liters of drinking water, food, 10 bowls of spicy hot pot, 100 ice creams, chocolate, vanilla, cappuccino, blueberry and other 10 flavors mixed, lao gan ma fried, 10 bowls of rice, 10 bowls of bacon fried rice, 10 bowls of chicken fried naan, slightly spicy, 3 portions of sweet and sour pork with pineapple, 10 portions of shredded pork with fish flavor, 10 portions of twice-cooked pork, warming supplies, 5,000 cotton, 800 cotton clothes, 500 pairs of cotton shoes, 300 sets of cotton coat sets, special supplies, 100 exotic fire seeds, 100 warming water balls, 10 oxygen cylinders. Overall, there are a lot of things in the platinum treasure chest. But compared to other things, special supplies and food are less. The medicine is generous. This is what the platinum box exploded. If it is a wooden box, iron box, or bronze box, the things that exploded will be even less. Xiaoning habitually checks the chat channel to search for useful information. Didn't they say that there will be refreshes of gold and diamond treasure chests? Yesterday I stared at the entire area channel for a day. My eyes were almost blinded, and I didn't see the coordinate notification of the treasure chest. The things in the wooden and iron boxes are not enough. I can only barely survive. I can't squeeze out anything to trade. This is no different from a slow death. The system said that gold and diamond treasure boxes will be refreshed at any time and place. But it didn't say that they will be refreshed every day. It is very likely that they will not be refreshed many times during this natural disaster cycle. Don't count on these high-level treasure boxes. You have to wait for an hour after obtaining them to unlock and open them. Have you forgotten? Anyone can rob your box during this time. Players without strength can't keep the box at all, and may even be killed. I got very little food yesterday. I ate a piece of bread with cold water this morning. Now my stomach is cold. I got 2 exotic fire seeds last night. Anyone who needs fire seeds can trade with me. If you want to get them for free or bargain, don't ask. Scarce materials will not be sold at a low price. The temperature is not very cold now. I didn't use any warm materials. I feel that I can survive for another 2 days. I have to say that this natural disaster is quite friendly to people in our northern region. I just don't know how low the temperature can go. My hometown has a minimum temperature of more than 30 degrees below zero in winter, which is really cold. Don't take it lightly, my brother. This damn game loves to cheat people. The ginger I planted has grown. If you are feeling unwell, you can buy ginger soup from me. Or you can buy ginger and cook it directly. Avoid getting sick from cold. Oh, you ghost. Your ginger is made of gold. So expensive. Keep it for yourself. Why don't you eat it to death? You black-hearted person. Sticky bean buns. Selling sticky bean buns. Just heated hot sticky bean buns. One is enough to fill you up. 2 are good to eat. I am not used to not brushing in the wild area. Fortunately, the things in the supply box are enough. Apart from other things, this natural disaster is much more comfortable than the last natural disaster in that the food can be stored for a long time without being afraid of spoiling. I have hung the frozen items outside the car, And when the temperature drops again, the outside of the car will be a natural refrigerator. Are you the only one who died? Last night I died of several strings of sausages, several large pieces of fresh meat, and a bunch of food. This morning, I saw that there was no sign of spoilage. As of now, I think this natural disaster can be overcome in other aspects, except that gasoline is consumed too quickly. Everything needs gasoline. The car has just started, and the power consumption of various things in my car has increased rapidly. It makes my heart throb. I also want to say this about gasoline. The gasoline explosion rate is okay today, but the consumption is also greater. No, it's only 10 degrees. How come the food is cold so quickly? I left a few boxes unopened yesterday. I just took out 2 bowls of hot sesame dumplings from an iron box. It took only 3 minutes to find something, and the dumplings were completely cold. This is totally unreasonable. We are all in a survival game. What common sense is there? If we really follow common sense, we would not be forced to participate in such a ghost game in such a ghost place. Upstairs, you only see the word common sense after I said so much. Right? The key point is common sense. The key point is that the food cools down quickly. Do you understand what this means? Isn't it just that the food cools down quickly? Just heat it up. If it doesn't work, eat it quickly. The problem is that it's only 10 degrees today, and the hot food cools down so quickly. What if it's below zero? What about dozens of degrees below zero? I don't dare to think about it. Use your brain, brother. Who can survive in a car with dozens of degrees below zero? Even if you are from the north, the indoor temperature is not dozens of degrees below zero. In the later stage, you must ensure the temperature in the car. At least it must be a temperature that people can survive. Why are so many people selling materials in this natural disaster? Don't people hoard materials to upgrade cars or make things? Eating, drinking, and driving are all problems. What's the point of having so many materials? This stuff has a high drop rate. It's easy to save it back. Only the gold and silver glue and the like have a lower drop rate. Who has cotton? I can exchange it with gasoline and the like. Looking for cotton clothes and cotton shoes. I found that homemade cotton clothes and cotton shoes seem to be better than those out of the box. I made a cotton coat overnight last night, which can increase the cold resistance effect by 20 degrees, plus 30% cold stiffness resistance. The cotton shoes are being made. I will show you the properties after they are made. Fuck. Can this be made by yourself? The system gives cotton and cotton cloth, so it is reasonable to make cotton clothes by yourself. It's a pity that I can't make clothes, so I can only rely on the handmade masters to make more so that I can buy them. Am I the only one who noticed this cold stiffness? I clicked on the introduction, and there was only one sentence: that being in a low temperature environment for a long time has a chance to trigger this disease. But it didn't say how low the temperature is. Buying cotton at a high price. In addition, pure handmade cotton gloves are for sale. After wearing them, the hand's cold resistance effect will be instantly increased by 30 degrees. And it also has the effect of slowly recovering hand frostbite. Don't miss it if you pass by. Buying all cotton products such as cotton padded clothes and cotton pants. I can exchange them with cotton. 1 unit of cotton is exchanged for food. Anything is fine, as long as it can fill your stomach. Add more upstairs. 1 unit of cotton is too little, and the cotton thread produced can only weave 1 glove. Sister, why do you turn cotton into cotton thread in the manufacturing column? The system is particularly black. Cotton can't be exchanged for cotton thread, and you can't change much at all. I'll teach you a way. You sew a glove with cotton cloth and fill it with cotton. 1 unit of cotton can make a pair of cotton gloves. After the finished product, the system still counts it as cotton gloves for you. The effect is exactly the same as that woven with cotton thread, but the durability is a little worse. 20 points less durability. Ah? Is that so? I happen to have some rags, so I'll try. Oh! Luckily the lady reminded me. I've already changed a bunch of cotton threads. If I hadn't seen the reminder, my cotton would have been wasted. Thank you, sister. Seeing this, Xiaoning has collected a lot of important information. This game cannot be played by one person alone. It often requires brainstorming. There are tens of thousands of people in a server, and there are always players who can find something from a unique perspective. Xiaoning also thought of something and immediately sent it in the chat channel. Handmade masters who can make cotton clothes and other warm materials. Please send me a private message. I have a batch of leather materials. I will provide all the materials for making them, and pay the processing fee. I can make as many as I can. The processing fee is negotiable. Damn. Is this Master Qiaoning himself? Wasn't his account hacked? Can this game be hacked? You think too much. The honest man above. Boss. I can do anything. You can support me with anything. Whether it's salty or sweet. Fan Xiuyu, 1657 Ms. Qiaoning. I am a handmade anchor in real life. I can make clothes and other things. Even more complicated ones. I have millions of fans on a certain audio platform. I have sent you a private message. Take a look. Other conditions are negotiable. But there is one thing. I hope you don't sell it to Lu Wenfang in Zone 1657 after the product is finished. Lu Wenfang, 1657. Are you sick? Enfei's running dog. You lick Yang Mo when Enfei dies. And you go crazy everywhere if Yang Mo doesn't help you? Qiaoning, 1408, I won't participate in your private fight. Fan Xiaoyu, 1657 sorry. I took it for granted. Qiaoning didn't care about this little episode. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. It is normal for people to have conflicts and private grudges. She won't care about such trivial matters. But others should not try to get her involved for no reason. Qiaoning picked out 2 people from the many players who sent her private messages. A man who claimed to be a well-known designer in his 30s preferred to pay the processing fee with gasoline. For large items such as cotton-padded clothes, 10 units of gasoline were charged for each item. Small items cost 6 units of gasoline each. Another sister, Wang, is a 40-year-old divorced mother with a baby. She made her son's clothes for all 4 seasons since he was a child. And also made school bags and pencil cases by hand. The processing fee required by Sister Wang, no matter what items are processed, needs to be paid with warming water balls. The pricing does not depend on the size of the processed items, but only on the complexity and time spent. Troublesome items cost 5 warming water balls each. Ordinary items cost 3 warming water balls. And simple items cost 1 warming water ball. After understanding the situation, Qiaoning chose Sister Wang. Although Sister Wang only accepts warming water balls as payment and asks for a high price. She is better at making practical items. And she is used to being frugal, saving materials, and making full use of every scrap. Sister Wang revealed that she has a talent for making a large number of items quickly by hand. Qiaoning looked at the pictures of the things made by the male designer. They are beautiful and good-looking, with good properties, basically no mistakes, and are quite skilled in making clothes. The problem is that this designer is too particular about the appearance and fineness when making clothes. Due to some of his own personal habits, he would subconsciously make the clothes perfect and in line with his aesthetics. This inevitably wastes some materials and takes a lot of time. This is not a big problem in the modern world. But the key is now in a survival game. Qiaoning mailed dozens of animal skins to Sister Wang, all of which were skins dropped by monsters in the first 2 wild areas. At that time, she was still thinking about how to use up these skins, and special drawings were needed to make equipment. So many skins would probably be left piled up in dust. Unexpectedly, this natural disaster would be used. Since cotton cloth plus cotton can make warm materials, there is no reason why leather cannot. Humans in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad, have a history of using animal skins to keep warm. Qiaoning has radiated rabbit skins, pig skins, cow skins, snake skins, hyena skins, leopard skins, tiger skins, sheep skins, deer skins, etc. These skins have a very high drop rate here, and she has been brushing the wild area. So the skins on hand are not tens of thousands, but at least thousands. Leather materials with good warmth retention effect are rabbit skin, leopard skin, tiger skin, sheep skin, and deer skin. As for other leather materials, the warmth retention effect is poor, and some of them have too strong smell. After discussing with Sister Wang about the warm items to be made, Qiaoning mailed the materials and didn't care about it anymore. As for the trust issue, everyone knows that Qiaoning has a portal in her hand, which can teleport to anyone in seconds. If she really wants to cheat her of the materials, the liar will definitely not be able to escape. You have too many leather materials, and each piece of leather material is still complete and large. Even if I have special talents, I have to work non-stop for 5 days to finish it. But I still have to drive to find the material box. So I don't have that much time to make things. Qiaoning replied, you don't have to finish all of them. Just make as many as you can. And make more cotton clothes. Okay. If you could open the box and get some auxiliary props, such as this. Iron scissors, which have auxiliary production functions. I can make it faster, and with better quality. Xiaoning clicked on the iron scissors prop introduction, an ordinary weaving scissors, made of iron. It can cut woven materials or items in a standard and fast manner. This is the first time she has seen this type of prop, since it is particularly emphasized that it is made of iron. There may be scissors made of other materials, or other woven props. I will keep an eye out for you. Thank you for your help. It's not a bother. It's just a win-win situation. Xiaoning closed the chat, and went to the whole area channel to find that everyone had already purchased various warm leather materials in the channel. Although I can't make clothes, wrapping these leather materials around my body can also have a warming effect. In that case, the warming effect is greatly reduced, and is only suitable for emergency situations. Oh my god! I sent it. Thanks to the idea opened up by Xiaoning. Otherwise, I thought I was going to die with this natural disaster. I was very diligent in brushing the wild area with the 2 natural disasters before. And I have all kinds of leather materials in my hands. If you need to trade, come quickly. I don't lack anything except leather materials. Thanks to the reminder. I'm already looking for my leather materials in boxes and cabinets. I don't have many warming water balls. But fortunately, there are a lot of leather materials, haha. Why are other people's leather materials rabbit and tiger skin, while mine are snake and lizard skin? Not warm at all. Please exchange. The whole area quickly set off a trend of homemade warm items. No matter what happens in the later stage, at least no one is cold now. Although the system manufacturing column is black, it does not take too long. And it does not need to be manually manufactured. Just submit enough materials. Some players who are not good at manual work either find someone to process it for them, or directly make it in the system. In short, in just one morning, there are all kinds of handmade warm items in the area. There are even hot packs. It is said that a player opened the relevant drawings, and after making it by hand, the warming effect is ridiculously strong. Warm and long-lasting. Qianning picked up 5 treasure chests in the morning, 3 platinum, and 2 bronze. She encountered 2 space vortexes, but she did not choose to teleport. However, a red-named player teleported to her. Seeing that she was a white-named and young girl, he wanted to kill people, rob goods and steal cars. There are many such people in this natural disaster. After Qianning dealt with him, her name did not change at all. White-named players kill red-named players and increase their killing points, but they will not become red-named. She had fought with Yi Jun before, and the other party died because of her. But it was not her who killed him, so his death was not counted on Qianning. A red-named player increased Qianning's killing points by 500. Qianning also forced out a special news from this red-named player. After a player becomes a red-named player, the probability of encountering treasure chests and treasure-guarding monsters increases, and the rate of material explosion increases with the degree of redness. Those with poor self-control may not be able to resist this temptation. At noon, Qianning ate fish-flavored pork shreds with rice, plus seaweed egg drop soup she made herself. While eating, Qianning suddenly felt the car body shake violently, and then stopped. Master, the reinforced tires were scratched by the ice spikes on the road, and new tires are needed. Qianning was full of doubts. Where did the ice spikes come from? This natural disaster road was paved with ice and ice blocks, and it was very flat, and the smart housekeeper will automatically avoid obstacles. Qianning deliberately got out of the car to take a look, and found that many sharp ice spikes appeared on the originally flat road surface. She hit it with an ordinary weapon, but it didn't break, which shows how hard it is. Master, these ice spikes appeared suddenly. If you dodge them urgently, it will cause the tires to slip and overturn, so you can't avoid them. Master, according to monitoring, starting from the road 500 meters away, the ground will not be suitable for ordinary tires and reinforced tires to drive at high speeds. It can only accelerate to 40 yards at most. Otherwise, the smoothness of the ground will definitely cause the vehicle to slip or even overturn. Chapter 46. She knew that the natural disaster set in this game would not be so simple, and there would definitely be many obstacles to survival. But she never expected that it would happen on the road. This is really a bit troublesome. Even reinforced tires can't withstand the sudden ice spikes, let alone ordinary tires. Qianning first replaced the tires with new ones, and then continued to drive. In order to avoid slipping and sudden ice spikes, She had to limit the speed to 40 yards. She currently has no good solution. So she could only open the chat channel of the whole area to see if others have encountered the same situation and how they solved it. I am really impressed. This broken game can really make trouble. Just now, my tire was punctured by an ice spike, and it prompted me to change the tire. It also suggested that I reduce the speed and limit it to 40 yards. It's better to change me an electric bike. Stop making trouble upstairs. Aren't you cold riding an electric bike at this temperature? It's not just a matter of more than 10 minutes. It takes a whole day to ride. It will make your head buzz in a short while. Snow tires and ice tires dropped by treasure-guarding monsters can cope with slippery roads. But the key is that these ice spikes are a bit annoying. I seriously suspect that this game doesn't want us to live. I just killed a treasure-guarding monster and got a tire protection cover blueprint. But it prompted that my car level is too low and the manufacturing column cannot manufacture such items. Where can I get materials and blueprints to upgrade the car in this short period of time? If you can't even build a level 3 car, then can you only build a level 4 car? There are more than 110,000 people. How many big guys can upgrade their cars to level 4? I was lucky and got a tire protection cover directly from the monster. Everyone should kill more treasure guarding monsters. There will be more treasure guarding monsters at night. If you have the ability, try to drive at night. I also encountered an ice spike raid. I saw many people encounter this thing at the same time. Could it be that the game sets a certain time period to encounter it? It shouldn't be, because I have been unlucky enough to encounter it 3 times in a short distance of 500 meters. The first time should be a prompt, and the next ones will appear randomly. I guess. This is another item that can only be dropped by killing treasure guarding monsters. Xiao Ning sighed and contacted the player whose car level was not enough to make tire protective sleeves, asking him if he was interested in trading this blueprint. This player was in the same zone as her. Both of them were level 1408. Hu Rui, boss Xiao Ning. I was the first level 1408 to follow you all the way. You may not remember me, but I have a deep impression of you. If it weren't for the things you kindly funded me during the first natural disaster, I might not have survived at all. The same was true for the subsequent natural disasters. Every time I was on the verge of despair, you would exchange for a large amount of scarce supplies. I survived until now by buying your supplies. If you need this blueprint, I will give it to you directly. You don't need anything. Just consider it as my little reward. Xiao Ning was stunned when she saw the blueprint that was sent to her mailbox in seconds. From the beginning of the game to now, she has helped many people, most of whom she doesn't remember. Survival is cruel, and she never expected anyone to repay her. She didn't expect to receive such a reward at this moment. This blueprint is very valuable now. I can't take such a valuable thing from you for nothing. I don't remember the past, and you don't have to take it to heart. Let's deal with it one way or the other. Hu Rui continued to refuse, and Xiao Ning had no choice but to say that if he didn't want to exchange, then he could only return the blueprint. In this way, Hu Rui finally stopped refusing. Just let Xiao Ning give him something. Xiao Ning thought about it and gave him 500 units of gasoline and 50 warming water balls. These things seem to be a lot, but in fact, they are nothing to Xiao Ning. If a platinum treasure chest can open gasoline, it is at least 200 units. And she has a water ball manufacturing machine to make warming water balls. Hu Rui was frightened by so much gasoline and warming water balls, and felt that this blueprint was not worth so much, because the blueprint would have a higher drop rate when fighting treasure monsters at night. Although the road is dangerous at night, it should not be a big deal for a strongman like Xiao Ning. If you are lucky, you should be able to get a tire protection cover blueprint in one night. He didn't know that Xiao Ning would never meet a treasure guarding monster. Hu Rui insisted on returning some of the gasoline and warming water balls, but Xiao Ning didn't accept them. If the email is rejected, the materials attached will be automatically returned to the sender. This blueprint is very important to me, and it is worth the price. And no one has leaked this blueprint yet. You can sell it to someone else, but you gave priority to me. Goodwill is mutual in the communication between people. Xiao Ning never thought that people had to sell things to her. There were so many buyers, and the other party did not deliberately raise the price, and was even willing to sell it to her at a low price. This was already a great kindness. After buying the blueprint, Xiao Ning looked at the materials needed: mixed metal *1, glue 40, leather *2, and 4 tire protective covers can be made. The harder the leather, the stronger the tire protective cover made of it. and the higher the durability. Qiaoning had hunted a white-maned rhino in the wild area before. It was an old rhino king who was defeated by a young rhino after being old and weak. Although it was old and weak and not as strong as a young rhino, it had one good thing. Its rhino's skin was harder and thicker than that of a young rhino. At that time, because Qiaoning had too many leather materials, she didn't even count the rhino's skin as a trophy. She just threw it into her backpack and went to see other kill rewards. Not only the white-maned rhino, but also the leather materials exploded by many wild beasts, and radiation beasts were ignored by Qiaoning and thrown into the storage box. Fortunately, she didn't throw it away. Otherwise she would regret it now. Mixed metals are needed to make tire protective covers, and one piece of mixed metal consumes 500 iron blocks, 500 copper blocks, 100 silver blocks, and 50 gold blocks. The last natural disaster cycle was human, and the rust of car parts consumed a lot of players' metal. There are not many players who still have a lot of metal at this time. One material can make 4 tire protective covers. Qiaoning has always been short of materials, and she dare not make too many. She only made 20, thinking that it would be enough for her own replacement. If she doesn't need so many later, she will exchange them. After installing the tire protective covers, the tires are no longer afraid of ice spikes. But the slipping problem is still not solved. The current price of snow tires and ice tires is slightly higher, and the players who sell them only exchange them for warming water balls. Qiaoning doesn't have so many warming water balls to exchange, so she can only give up. Li Yongxing, Pei Jing, Yuan Heng and others do have these 2 types of tires, but the explosion rate is low. They don't have much, so they can only use enough for themselves and can't take out more. Qiaoning has no choice but to make do with the current reinforced tires on the road. It's a bit slow, but the supply box is not much less. In one afternoon, she encountered 4 boxes, and they were all platinum treasure boxes. The supplies box opened during the daytime contained 2,500 units of gasoline, 200 liters of drinking water, 500 heating packs, 200 warming pads, 300 cold relieving herbs, 800 cotton. These were the only items. The others were not opened. Although there were fewer items, the quantity of each item was quite large. Overall, the harvest was quite good. Qiaoning did not stop the car at night and let the smart butler continue driving. As for picking up supplies, the monster encountered last night came to eat with the car again. It still helped to pick up treasure chests and threw them into the car, and took away a portion of food politely. This time, Qiaoning also put other food on the table. Whenever a new dish appeared, this guy would definitely try it once. If it suited his taste, he would take it again next time. Qiaoning was idle, and when it came to get food, she suddenly spoke to it. Do you have a name? What's it? The monster seemed to understand her words and pointed outside. Qiaoning was not sure whether it was referring to the night fog or the ice field, so she simply gave it a name. Ice Scale. Do you know if there are similar creatures like you on this ice road? Qiaoning actually wanted to ask it if it had seen other treasure-guarding monsters. Binglin shook his head, then thought for a while, and nodded, as if he had suddenly realized something. Then he raised his paw and pointed at his mouth, and then pointed at the car. Qiaoning was at a loss. The cross-species communication was not going well, so Qiaoning gave up temporarily. The temperature kept dropping at night, and Qiaoning was extremely afraid of the cold. She didn't dare to open the window for too long, so she closed the window immediately after Binglin left. After a few dozen minutes, they encountered a new treasure chest, and Binglin appeared again. This time it changed to a huge form, and came with something in its mouth. When it got closer, Qiaoning guessed clearly that it was holding a half-dead monster in its mouth. It looked very much like the various strange-looking treasure-guarding monsters that players often posted in the chat channel. Qiaoning's eyes suddenly jumped. Could it be that she couldn't even meet the treasure-guarding monster at night, because this guy killed the treasure-guarding monster in advance? Binglin threw the half-dead treasure-guarding monster in front of Qiaoning's car, and then looked at her expectantly, with his tail wagging quickly. Qiaoning and it stared at each other in silence for a long time, watching it go from expectation and excitement at the beginning to slowly doubt, then disappointment and loss, and finally lowered its big head and stopped wagging its tail. What else could she do? She could only choose to accept this gift and exchange it for delicious food. Qiaoning got out of the car, stabbed the monster with a black flame bone knife, and received a system kill prompt. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for killing 1 bronze treasure guarding monster and obtaining 4 enhanced ice tires, 10 bottles of ice beast expelling fluid, and 2 bronze leather materials. Sure enough, this monster is really a treasure guarding monster. Qiaoning's eyes lit up instantly when she looked at Bing Lin. She could treat the treasure guarding monsters in front as if she had never encountered them before. But the ones behind, catch these monsters for me when you encounter them in the future. Okay. It's best to bring them here with 1 breath left. If a treasure guarding monster dies, it will disappear soon. Even the ones hunted by Bing Lin were no exception. If Bing Lin could bring the remaining treasure guarding monsters to her, she would save a lot of effort. But she might not be able to sleep well tonight, and she would have to wait to kill monsters at any time. Bing Lin seemed to understand what she needed, turned around and jumped a few times and disappeared in the night fog. Qiaoning continued to drive, and she encountered treasure chests several times in a row. But she didn't see Bing Lin, and she didn't know where it went. Just when Qiaoning was about to stop the car to sleep for a while, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Qiaoning leaned out of the window. Something was wrong. There was no thunder. After a while, Qiaoning looked at the treasure guarding monsters running towards her in the night fog and was stunned. What's going on? Are the treasure guarding monsters having a night party? If it weren't for the road game setting that couldn't drive back, Qiaoning would have wanted to turn around and drive away. Just when the treasure guarding monsters were about to approach within 50 meters of Qiaoning's car, Bing Lin suddenly leaped and slid in front of all the treasure guarding monsters, and then unilaterally beat a group of treasure guarding monsters to death. These treasure guarding monsters all looked like aliens, and the most normal one was a 2-meter tall muscular goblin. No matter what level they were, none of them could beat Bing Lin. Qiaoning was in doubt and killed a group of treasure guarding monsters one by one. He killed about 50 or 60 of them. How far did you run to catch so many treasure guarding monsters? Bing Lin raised his big head and swung his tail, looking proud. Then, he picked something out from the gap between the scales on his abdomen. It was the backpack for food that Qiaoning had given him before. Bing Lin threw the backpack to Qiaoning, and his tail slammed on the ice layer. The meaning was very clear. Qiaoning put away the backpack and replaced it with a space backpack. Qiaoning had several of these things, so it didn't matter if she gave it one. Qiaoning put all kinds of snacks, meals, fruits, desserts, and other food into the space backpack. She was not sure whether Bing Lin could use the space backpack. After Bing Lin got it, he used his claws to pry it open, took out a box of chocolate cake from it, and ate it with his mouth wide open. For a moment, Qiaoning felt as if its big eyes like copper bells were glowing. Bing Lin carefully put away the space backpack that seemed extremely important to it, and then slowly walked towards Qiaoning. Qiaoning's back was a little tense. Although she had been with Bing Lin for 2 nights and knew that he had no ill intentions, he was a monster after all, and he would subconsciously alert her when he approached. Bing Lin had a strong sense of perception. It seemed that it knew Qiaoning's nervousness and vigilance, so it shrank itself to the size of an ordinary small dog. This should be the smallest size it can become. Feeling Bing Lin's kindness, Qiaoning finally stopped being nervous and let it slowly approach her. Then, rubbed its head against her trouser legs. When it was big, its facial features were like canines, and now that it was smaller, it looked even more like a canine. Qiaoning tried to hold back, but still couldn't help rubbing its head. The mane on its neck was extremely soft, and the touch was so intoxicating for a fluff lover. Qiaoning wanted to take Bing Lin with her, but it didn't seem to be an ordinary beast and couldn't be tamed as a pet. In addition, it couldn't live during the day, so she could only watch Bing Lin disappear in the night fog with his head turned back every 3 steps. Next, Qiaoning would still encounter treasure chests, but Bing Lin didn't bring her treasure guarding monsters anymore. It should have caught all the treasure guarding monsters on the nearby roads. When it was almost dawn, Bing Lin didn't appear again. Qiaoning turned off the wake-up service of the smart housekeeper and couldn't help but fall asleep. When she woke up, it was already noon. She was starving, so after washing her face and brushing her teeth, she quickly took out the food and ate it heartily. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, at noon, cloudy, -2 degrees, level 1 wind chill, Qiaoning opened the window, wanting to feel the temperature and wind outside, but closed it again after just 1 or 2 seconds. The chilly wind was like a knife scratching her face. Painful. She had no doubt that if she stayed outside the car in the cold wind without any protection, it would not take long for her face to be frostbitten or even frozen. This was only level 1 wind chill. And if the wind escalated later? She didn't know what would happen. Xiaoning didn't even want to pick up the supply boxes. Every time she got off the car to pick up the supply boxes, it was like going to the execution ground. She had never teleported to the space vortex. It was so cold. She didn't even want to move, let alone cause trouble. Maybe everyone was too lazy to bother. And there were few people who caused trouble. Xiaoning didn't encounter any guys who teleported from the vortex gate to send their heads today. Xiaoning opened each supply box she picked up, and no longer saved them up to open. She just wanted to find something that could help pick up the supplies box as soon as possible. Although pets can help, the locust has legs but no hands, so it is not convenient to pick up. That tiger has claws, but it hibernates. When it gets cold outside, this guy is even more reluctant to move than her, his owner, and he only eats and sleeps. Sometimes I am too lazy to eat, not to mention green pearl, which wilts as soon as it goes outside. Can Xiaoning bear to force it to call? That is definitely not possible. Evolved plants also have feelings. They feel cold and pain. They are Xiaoning's fighting partners, trusting and obedient to her. So Xiaoning naturally cherishes them. It would be great if the car had the function of picking up supplies. Xiaoning fantasized for the umpteenth time. Perhaps her lucky star talent finally heard her prayers and really let her get a blueprint from a platinum box. A car mechanical claw blueprint. The materials required to make a mechanical claw are mixed metal * tin. It is expensive. But thinking about the lower and lower temperatures in the future, Xiaoning gritted her teeth and made one. Ordinary warm materials can only withstand low temperatures, but not the biting cold wind. Even if Xiaoning wrapped her head so that only a pair of eyes were left, the cold wind could still penetrate everywhere, blowing her from head to toe. And the heating pad was useless. Xiaoning's fear of cold is not due to physical reasons, but psychological factors. When she was a child, she got lost in the winter. It was said that her parents searched for her frantically for a day and a night before they found her. However, her memory of that day was very vague. She only remembered that it was very cold, and nothing else. Later, Xiaoning's family found that she seemed to be particularly intolerant of cold. When the temperature dropped a little, she had to put on more clothes. If the temperature dropped below 0, she would shiver if she didn't wear several layers. In the next few days, the natural disasters escalated. If it really reached minus dozens of degrees, coupled with the cold wind, if there was no mechanical claw, Xiaoning would have to give up picking up the treasure chest. She might really freeze to death outside in the short time she got off the car. After installing the mechanical claw, Xiaoning finally didn't have to get off the car to pick up the treasure chest. She just needed to grab it with the mechanical claw and put it in through the window. Or she could ask the smart butler to open the trunk and let the mechanical claw put it in. The trunk of the level 5 car was not cancelled when Xiaoning modified the car, but the space was reduced. The mechanical claw can be twisted and extended freely 360 degrees. It can extend up to more than 10 meters. It can also be used as an attack method when necessary. With it, Xiaoning could finally catch up on some sleep. She took a nap and woke up at almost 7 in the evening. She slept too long today and felt uncomfortable all over. She needed to exercise urgently. After eating something simple, Xiaoning went to the activity area to exercise. She practiced her sword skills over and over again until she was sweating profusely. It was exactly 8 o'clock when she took a shower and changed her clothes. At this time yesterday, Binglin was waiting outside the car, but Xiaoning didn't see it today. It was almost an hour later that Xiaoning saw a familiar figure in the night fog. When Binglin ran closer, Xiaoning found that there was a big wound on its beautiful scales, like a tear from the claws of some giant beast. Binglin's eyes were evasive, just like a dog who lost a fight outside and didn't dare to tell his parents. Chapter 47. Xiaoning knew that it could understand her, so she asked it directly, "What happened to your wound? Who hit you?" Binglin seemed to be hit in the sore spot. He immediately raised his front paws, twisted his body, bared his teeth and shook his head, and gestured to Xiaoning in various ways. Finally, he pretended to be paralyzed. It's true that this big guy who looks like a dog has some acting skills. From his movements to his expressions and emotions, he is very good. At least Xiaoning understands that although it seems that it didn't win the fight, the opponent didn't get it either, and was even more seriously injured than it. Xiaoning sighed. After all, this guy is wild and can't live in the daytime. It's impossible for him to stay under her nose all the time. It has its own survival competition that it must face. Bing Lin's scales are extremely hard. If it weren't for the protection of this thick scale, the wound on its body might not be a cut, but torn in half. Qiaoning let it lie down, and then took out the trauma medicine from the storage box. I don't know if this medicine will work for you. It shouldn't be harmful, right? Qiaoning hesitated as she took the trauma healing spray. Bing Lin sniffed it with his nose, and then nudged Qiaoning's arm with his head. Qiaoning understood immediately that it was okay for it to smell the medicine, so it could be used. She looked at the hideous bloody wound on Bing Lin's waist and abdomen, and sprayed it carefully. If it were a human, the wound would be almost healed after one spray. But Bing Lin's wound basically did not change. Maybe it was too little spray, so it didn't have much effect. Qiaoning continued to spray 2 or 3 times, and the bleeding speed of the wound seemed to slow down a little. She simply opened the bottle cap and poured the medicine directly onto Bing Lin's wound. After pouring out this bottle, she changed to another one. It took a full 5 bottles of medicine to completely heal the bloody wound. Bing Lin looked at the medicine bottle in Qiaoning's hand in surprise, then turned his head to look at his beautiful scales that had been restored to their original state, and excitedly turned around and wagged his tail. Qiaoning, what's going on? The more I look at this guy, the more he looks like a canine, especially the exaggerated movements and wise expressions, which can be easily screenshotted as emoticons. Bing Lin wanted to lick Qiaoning to express his love and gratitude for her, but Qiaoning saw the barbs on his tongue and immediately refused. This tongue is not like a canine, but more like a cat. However, this guy is a bit of a weirdo, and can also transform into various strange creatures. Once before, she saw Bing Lin's tongue become as thin and long as a lizard. In short, it cannot be classified according to the types of animals on Earth. And Qiaoning didn't bother about this. Before, Bing Lin knew to change his vest to perfunctory her, but after the vest fell off, he simply didn't bother to change the color of his scales. Along the way, in addition to running happily with the car, he would bring the supply box to Qiaoning to exchange for food. Tonight, Bing Lin brought 35 treasure-guarding monsters to her. A lot of enhanced snow tires and ice tires exploded, as well as tire protective covers, their blueprints, warming water balls and other materials. A total of thousands of copies. Among them, tires and warming water balls were the most, followed by tire protective covers and blueprints. Qiaoning certainly didn't need so many things. She only kept a part of them, and used the remaining 1/3 to trade with Pei Jing, Li Yongqing, Yuan Heng, Tao Tao and others, and put 2/3 on the trading area for sale, in exchange for materials, useful blueprints, talent experience books, skill books, etc. Things that even she didn't have must be expensive. But there are always players willing to exchange for more than 110,000 people in the zone. When it was almost dawn, the temperature outside the car had dropped to -15 degrees Celsius. On the 4th day of the natural disaster, the wind was level 2 cold, accompanied by rain and snow, and the temperature dropped by 1 degree per hour. Before 8 o'clock, Bing Lin had left. Before leaving, Qiaoning packed a lot of delicious food for it, as well as more than 100 bottles of medicine in the space backpack. There are medicines for internal and external injuries. Just take them out and use them after getting hurt. Anyway, it can transform into other animals and find ways to apply medicine by itself. Qiaoning has a lot of medicine in stock. These 2 natural disasters hardly consume them. She occasionally exchanges some with other supplies, so there are a lot of them in the storage box. At least thousands of bottles. Bing Lin helped her track and drive away so many treasure-guarding monsters. It also takes a certain amount of physical strength and energy to beat them to death. It must be paid enough for a night of hard work. Otherwise it would seem that she is too black-hearted. Perhaps it was because the man and the beast kept each other company for these 2 nights. Qiaoning felt a little uncomfortable when she thought that after 3 days, this natural disaster would end, and she might never see Bing Lin again. When she leaves this road world, can she come back here? Will Bing Lin occasionally think of her in this world? Qiaoning is not a sentimental person. The low mood only lasted for a short time before she returned to normal. Today's breakfast was beef noodles and rigiamo. She put the chili oil she bought in exchange for beef noodles. It was very spicy, with a strong beef flavor and delicious bone broth. After a bowl of noodle soup, Qiaoning felt warm all over. She opened the chat channel and found that everyone's situation was much more serious than she expected. Because many players have leather stocks. Only a few are suffering from cold and hunger. As long as you are willing to drive to find a supply box and dare to kill the treasure-guarding monster, you can basically survive. During the day, there was no ice scale to accompany her, and Xiaoning had a mechanical claw to pick up the supply box. So she simply set up the driving and picking programs of the smart housekeeper, and then went to sleep. After not sleeping all night, she was really sleepy at this moment, and fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She slept for about 8 hours, and encountered a space vortex in the middle. Fortunately, no red-named players teleported to disturb her sleep. Xiaoning woke up and ate something, stretched her body, and then looked at her private messages and mailbox. Yuan Heng, Xiaoning. The road barrier has weakened. I found an ice beast hitting the barrier today. You should pay attention to safety, and don't sleep too deeply. Fight more treasure-guarding monsters during the day. Although the explosion rate of props such as tires is low, there is a high probability that they will drop equipment to deal with ice beasts. Most of the treasure-guarding monsters at night drop props. I have hunted several ice beasts in the past few days. There is no other reward for killing them. Only a lot of experience. I found that there is a unique item in their bodies. Beast Core, which will not be counted as a prop by the game system if it is not picked up. Even if it is picked up in the backpack, the system does not introduce it too much. You can pay more attention to this thing when you have the chance. I haven't found any use for it yet. I don't know if you have found anything there. In addition, the attack and defense of ice beasts will increase at night. If you want to hunt them, try to do it during the day. Small beasts are mostly carnivores. Most of them have the habit of hunting in groups, so try not to provoke them. On the contrary, large ice beasts mostly move alone. But as the road barriers weaken, their aggressiveness towards humans will gradually increase. At present, if you encounter large ice beasts, as long as you don't get within 50 meters of them, they will not actively attack. Thank you for the supplies you sent me these days. I got another talent experience book, which can increase talent experience by 1,000 points. But it's not a card-making book. It's limited to talents above purple level. Do you need it? If you don't need it, you can exchange it for something else. Thanks to the warm supplies you gave me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to go into the ice field to hunt frequently. The temperature of the ice field is at least 15 degrees lower than the temperature on the road. The farther away from the road, the lower the temperature. I got a watch with a temperature monitoring function before. I have been to the ice field area outside the road with a temperature of about minus 50 degrees. I can't go any further. The wind and snow are very strong. The oxygen is thin, and it's difficult to move. After reading the information, Xiaoning gave a thumbs up to Yuan Heng in her heart. If it was another natural disaster, such as the last wet disaster, she would definitely explore more areas outside the road than Yuan Heng. But this natural disaster, she really has more than enough energy. A fear of cold almost blocked her on the road. In the ice field area at minus 50 degrees, even if she was fully armed, it was difficult for her to get through psychologically. Psychological factors were beyond her control, because she herself did not understand why psychological fear of cold could affect the body. Xiaoning struggled in the car for a long time, and finally decided to explore the ice field by herself. She needed to try her best to overcome the problem of fear of cold, which was equivalent to her weakness. She had to find a way to solve this weakness. Xiaoning carried a space backpack with oxygen cylinders, medicines, food, drinking water, and other large supplies, armed from head to toe, and also pasted warm patches inside. When leaving the road, she went to the trading area to buy props such as temperature detection, oxygen content monitoring, direction identification, etc. After confirming that she had not missed anything, she stepped out of the road barrier and entered the ice field. The ice layer of the ice field and the ice layer of the road are completely different when stepped on. The latter is smooth and hard, while the former is covered with snow, which has a cushioning effect when stepped on, but does not have that kind of hard feeling. What shocked Xiaoning was that there were actually many plants on such a cold ice field. Their colors were either white like frost, or ice blue, or blue-purple. Xiaoning even saw a large snowy forest, a slowly flowing blue river, and a blue and purple aurora on the horizon. This scene was as beautiful as a dream. The temperature in the ice field area near the highway was about minus 30 degrees Celsius. The wind and snow were not strong. Just a normal little cold wind plus slowly falling snowflakes. The snowflake petals were quite large, and they fell on the palm of the hand. Mu Qiaoning was attracted by the dreamlike beauty of the snow forest and blue river in the distance. A beast roar came from nowhere and woke her up. The roar sounded a bit like a cow, but it was much more ferocious than a cow. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant beast as big as a hill. It roared like a cow and looked like a yak that was magnified many times. After barking twice, it lowered its head and continued to gnaw on the snow forest trees. The snow trees more than 10 meters high were like grass on the ground in front of the giant beast. This kind of big guy must not be provoked. Qiaoning decisively took a detour, walking along the blue river. Qiaoning did not encounter any beasts living in groups, but occasionally encountered a giant beast that was extremely shocking in vision. After a while, Qiaoning felt her breathing slightly quickened. The air in this area has begun to become thinner, but it is still within the range of her body's tolerance. At this moment, Qiaoning suddenly heard a familiar humming sound. Binglin? Qiaoning didn't care about oxygen anymore, and ran towards the place where the sound came from. When she saw the beast that made the sound, she felt disappointed. It was not Binglin, but a silver frost-colored giant wolf. It was besieged by a group of small beasts with shifty eyes, like big rats and hyenas. The low humming just now was a threatening warning from the silver frost wolf. Qiaoning had never heard Binglin's cry, but she had heard the low humming sound made by Binglin when driving away the treasure-guarding monsters more than once, which was really similar to the silver frost wolf. Thinking of this, Qiaoning couldn't help but take another look at the silver frost wolf. It didn't matter if she didn't look, because this look happened to meet the silver frost wolf's sight. The latter saw the strange creature. Not only did not be alert, but quickly shifted his sight. Just like after changing the vest before, Binglin pretended not to know her. Qiaoning, She stared at the wolf expressionlessly. The silver frost wolf immediately pretended to be busy fighting, due to the disparity in strength between the two sides. Even if the silver frost wolf didn't want to deal with this group of snow hyena mice so quickly, they still died one by one, and the number was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only snow hyena mouse corpses all over the ground. Qiaoning stood there motionless, and the silver frost wolf pretended to check and count the spoils. Qiaoning simply strode towards it. Seeing her coming aggressively, the silver frost wolf subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then squatted on the spot like a big dog. For some reason, such a big wolf actually looked so pitiful at this moment. Chapter 48. Why are you here? Qiaoning didn't ask why it turned into a giant wolf. Binglin's vest has always been changed frequently, and she is used to it. She was just curious. Isn't Binglin only active at night? Why does it seem to be used to the daytime now? Binglin couldn't speak, and didn't know how to explain to Qiaoning. He could only try his best to make her understand with his actions. It first ran in the direction of the road, and then pretended to hit something and fell to the ground. It raised its paw and pointed at the sky, and lay on the ground for a moment. Then it ran around in the ice field. It tried to perform for a long time, which made Qiaoning laugh. Since meeting this strange guy, Qiaoning's laughter has increased sharply. Even the depressed and cold feeling that he usually carries has subsided a lot. Qiaoning can roughly understand what it means. Binglin should be able to enter the road and move freely at night. During the day, if it is on the road, it will be greatly weakened, and even in danger of life. During the day, it usually lives on the ice field, living next to these ice field beasts. No wonder I met Binglin last night. It was injured, and it must have fought with some ice field beasts. Binglin is powerful, but there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on this ice field, and Qiaoning is scared of many big guys. It is not surprising that there are beings that can fight with Binglin. Everything else is easy to explain, and Qiaoning has only one question in her mind now. Why do you pretend not to know me every time you change your appearance? Binglin looked up at the sky, then lowered his head to look for ice field ants. Looked left and right, and didn't look at Qiaoning anyway. Qiaoning smiled falsely. Are you pretending not to understand me again? I don't know if Binglin is hot or what. A majestic giant wolf, sticking out his tongue and approaching Qiaoning, looking at her with his big ice blue eyes. The giant wolf had a lot of hard hair, but the soft fur on its belly was warm, which instantly helped Qiaoning dispel the cold around her, and even blocked the wind and snow. It must be said that in such an environment and weather, having a furry animal around is better than any warm material. Xiaoning did not continue to ask the previous question, just thinking that Binglin was naughty. This guy looks big, has a high IQ and is human. But his way of thinking is more like a child. He is playful and loves to eat. Lively and noisy. He often deliberately does little things to attract Xiaoning's attention and wants her to play with him. Xiaoning entered the ice field this time mainly to hunt ice field beasts and take a few beast cores back to study. Unexpectedly, she met Binglin. Unfortunately, the oxygen here is thin and the temperature is too low, so she can't stay here all the time. Binglin wanted to help her hunt a few beasts, but was chased aside by Xiaoning to play by himself. Its breath is too strong, which will scare away the beasts that Xiaoning can deal with. The remaining ones that didn't run were either very large or extremely ferocious and difficult to deal with. You are a wolf now. Don't you hide your breath when hunting? She thought that wild animals would cover their breath and tracks to facilitate hunting and escape. Binglin rolled around in the snow, and after rolling in the snow, he deliberately rubbed against Xiaoning. Sometimes it would approach silently from behind, pounce on her, and knock her down, making her fall face down into the thick snow. Xiaoning was furious and wanted to beat the dog, but Binglin ran away very fast, looking back and howling twice, as if urging her to chase him quickly. Xiaoning seriously suspected that Binglin treated her as a toy. She observed for a while and found that Binglin never concealed his breath and claw marks, and he was swaggering wherever he went. Moreover, the lower the temperature, the more active and excited it is, just like Alaska, where its blood is released. Xiaoning wanted to put a sled on it and let it pull it to consume its energy. After being deliberately affected by Binglin for the nth time, Xiaoning finally couldn't help beating the dog. After teaching it a lesson, she chased it farther and didn't allow it to come back until the time was up. Without Binglin's interference, Xiaoning quickly hunted a tusk rabbit. This is also a master of running and jumping, and it is carnivorous. When it saw her, it had bloodshot eyes and opened its three-petal mouth to bite her. If she didn't know, she would have thought it was a mutant corpse rabbit from the zombie world. Xiaoning usually exercises to improve various basic attributes. Otherwise she might not be able to kill it. The XXXXL-sized rabbit. A single tusk must be half a meter long. Xiaoning has no scales or thick fur, and relies entirely on the defense of the equipment on her body. The temperature was too low, and the blood of the tusk rabbit solidified soon after it flowed out. When Xiaoning finished dissecting it, she found that there was no beast core in the tusk rabbit. In the end, she only got a piece of broken rabbit skin. Xiaoning killed a few more beasts, from rabbits to pheasants, all of which were plus versions. There were 7 beasts in total, and Xiaoning obtained 5 beast cores, which looked like marbles played in childhood. All ice blue, translucent and crystal, and the size was exactly the same, as if they were copied and pasted. Xiaoning had wasted too much time and energy here, but thinking that she would not see Binglin after returning to the highway, she played with him for a while. Binglin was very smart. Seeing that she had been studying the beast core over and over again, he actually went to hunt a few. He conceitedly asked Xiaoning to tie the beast core to the long hair on his chest. The silver frost-colored wolf hair was braided into a few braids, and matched with clear blue beads. It was really beautiful. I should go. Xiaoning stood up from the snow and shook off the snow on her body. Binglin looked at her quietly for a while, squatted down, and according to the movements Xiaoning taught him, raised his front paws and put his fluffy big paws on her hands, and said goodbye to her. In the ice and snow, the giant wolf squatted there quietly and lonely, always looking at Xiaoning's back as she left. Even though he could no longer see her figure, he still looked at her, as if waiting for her to suddenly appear the next moment, give it a surprise, and tell it that she would not leave and continue to play with it. Xiaoning suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She carried her backpack and walked forward. She didn't dare to look back until she stepped onto the road, for fear that she would be reluctant to leave. Back in the warm car, Xiaoning's body quickly warmed up. She took out the 5 beast cores and looked at them carefully. Similar props often appear in ordinary online games. Some can be used to inlay equipment, some are advanced equipment, and some are used to feed pets and upgrade pets. Xiaoning tried them one by one. From the beginning, she was dismissed by the system with a simple sentence cannot be used. To the more detailed, this item is a special prop. Please explore the correct way to use it later. This proves that the beast core can indeed be used by players. But the method is wrong. Xiaoning looked at the crystal core with a light blue fluorescence in her hand for a moment. Since other methods have been tried and cannot be used, there is only one use left. In the game, there are often some props that cannot be used on external objects, but can directly act on the player himself. They are often used to greatly improve the player's attributes, unlock certain skills, or break through the realm, etc. It depends on the specific background of the game. This beast core cannot be used for external objects. Could it be that the player used it directly? But when clicking on the image of the beast core in the backpack, only words such as destruction and abandonment are displayed, and there is no use item. A somewhat crazy idea suddenly popped up in Xiaoning's mind. She picked up a beast core, hesitated for a few seconds, and then put it in her mouth. The moment the beast core entered her mouth, it turned into a cool energy that instantly rushed into her body and traveled throughout her body. And then Xiaoning lost consciousness. When she woke up again, it was dark, and the temperature outside the car was as low as -35 degrees. The smart housekeeper has been monitoring the temperature in the car and Xiaoning's various physical data. When she felt cold, it automatically increased the number of warming water balls placed. Otherwise, Xiaoning might not freeze to death in her sleep, but would be frozen unconscious or sick. Xiaoning sat up and suddenly felt that the car was a little too warm, so hot that she was sweating. So she asked the smart housekeeper to remove a few warming water balls. The temperature was lowered to a few degrees above zero, and she didn't feel cold at all. Xiaoning opened the car window, held her breath and concentrated. A sharp ice arrow suddenly condensed in her palm, and as her mind moved slightly, the ice arrow shot out quickly and pierced into the thick and hard ice layer on the road in an instant. Xiaoning stared at her palm in a daze for a long time, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses. Is she a Superman? No, that's not right. To be precise, it should be that after taking the beast core, she awakened and unlocked a certain skill, but this skill is not displayed in the system attribute panel. Taking a beast core made her unconscious for more than 10 hours, and Xiaoning didn't dare to continue taking it. Fortunately, there was no monster attacking the car during the coma this time, and she didn't encounter other dangers. Otherwise she would die without knowing how she died. Next time, try to take the beast core in the service area. There are safety regulations there. As long as she doesn't commit any crimes, it is absolutely safe. Just find a hotel to stay in, and you don't have to worry about being unconscious for a day or two. In the following time, Xiaoning let the smart butler drive, and she sat on the roof of the car and kept practicing new skills. From the initial one ice arrow, to several, dozens, and even thousands. Not only did the number of condensed arrows increase, but the attack power also became stronger. Later, she also developed other forms of attack or defense: ice blade, ice seal, ice wall. Xiaoning became more and more excited as she studied, and before she knew it, the sky was bright. On the 5th day of the natural disaster, there was heavy snow, level 4 cold wind, and a 1% chance of ice and snow tornadoes. The weather forecast given by the system became more and more detailed. Seeing the ice and snow tornadoes in the back, Xiaoning instantly thought of the volcanic eruption disaster scene she had seen in the chess and card room of Yundao Garden Restaurant. This kind of natural disaster is absolutely not something that human power can resist. If it really happens, the player will definitely die. All means are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the absolute power of nature. The game system said at the beginning that the severity of this natural disaster will not be upgraded, which is completely nonsense. This is obviously more than the previous 2 natural disasters. Xiaoning took a bath, ate, and opened the chat channel. The number of online players dropped to 80,000 at some point. The sharp drop in temperature eliminated many players who were not well prepared in the early stage. She took out the cold relieving soup she had prepared in advance and put it in the storage box and put it in the trading area. A bowl of cold relieving soup can be exchanged for a few basic materials, so everyone can afford it no matter how poor they are. In addition, some medicines and warm supplies were put on the shelves. The things that were previously asked by Sister Wang were also done. There was still 1/3 of the leather left, and the rest had been made into various leather coats, leather gloves, leather boots, etc. After paying the balance to Sister Wang with a warming water ball, Xiaoning put the leather goods she had just received on the shelves. The items for exchange included materials: wound medicine, rare blueprints, talent experience books, skill books, rare skill cards, equipment, and special props such as inlaid gems and dark stone fragments, gasoline, drinking water, ordinary cotton products. Warm materials and medicines are currently just needed for survival. Qiaoning sells them at low prices to give players more chances of survival and improve their survival rate. Leather goods are slightly luxurious goods. Qiaoning spent a lot of leather and materials and paid a large amount of warming water balls to get them. Of course, he couldn't sell them at a low price. When Qiaoning was counting the acquired materials, a system announcement suddenly appeared. Players, please note that gold treasure chests and diamond treasure chests are refreshed in different areas. Click this message to view and transfer. There will also be special marks for 2 treasure chests on the system map. There are a lot of top quality materials in the 2 rare treasure chests. The final treasure chest winner will be rewarded with 2 limited time titles: Gold Treasure Chest Hunter and Diamond Treasure Chest Hunter. These 2 titles will greatly increase the player's treasure chest limit, appearance probability, and quality from the moment they are obtained. The effect lasts for 7 days. The title effect cannot be superimposed, and the time limit cannot be superimposed. During the appearance of the treasure chest, the road barrier disappears, and no more material boxes are refreshed on the road. Killing players will increase your kill points, but you won't be marked as a red name. To become stronger, please work hard to get the treasure chest. Qiaoning paused when she heard the last message. Before she could move, she heard a familiar humming sound from a distance. Unlike the threatening humming sound when fighting the enemy, the humming sound at this time was full of joy. Qiaoning opened the door and got out of the car. Not surprisingly, she saw a giant silver wolf in the snow in the distance, running towards her with its claws spread out. Chapter 49. Binglin, be gentle. I'm going to be knocked down by you. Qiaoning brushed off the frost and snow on her body. Fortunately, the silver frost wolf does not shed hair. Otherwise she would be covered with hair now. Qiaoning was unconscious last night and did not see Binglin. But she was sure that Binglin had come to see her, because there were scratches of animal claws on the icy road outside the car, which were obviously scratched by Binglin in a hurry. The giant wolf circled Qiaoning again and again, almost making her dizzy. Finally, Qiaoning said helplessly, "Don't look at it. I'm really fine. I'm fine now." Binglin whimpered twice. Qiaoning did not understand, but it did not prevent her from understanding its concerns. "It's really fine. But you? After I left yesterday, you didn't fight with other animals and get injured, right?" Binglin shook his big head obediently and squatted down honestly, which meant that it had been squatting there waiting for Qiaoning yesterday, fearing that she would not be able to find its location if she went back. It didn't leave the area until night fell, and it could reach the road. Qiaoning didn't know what to say, so she rubbed its fluffy head hard. Binglin laid down very cooperatively and let her touch it with his head down. 10 gold treasure chests were refreshed, and 5 diamond treasure chests were refreshed. The coordinates only show the approximate location of the treasure chest, but the specific location needs to be found by the player himself. Qiaoning certainly couldn't miss this event. She might not lack basic supplies, but if she wants to keep her supplies, she has to keep getting stronger. The rare items in the treasure chest can make her stronger. If you fall behind, you will be beaten, especially for someone like her who has a lot of resources and wealth. Once she falls behind, the consequences will be disastrous. Any opportunity to become stronger cannot be missed. Qiaoning glanced at the system map. There were a total of 15 rare boxes, and the surrounding areas were all crowded with red dots and green dots. The red dots were red named players, and the green dots were white named players. There were a lot of red dots around the diamond treasure chest, even more than half of the green dots. Clicking the coordinates can directly teleport to the area where the treasure chest is refreshed, but you can also choose to drive there. This activity seems to have temporarily pieced together the road world where all the players are. The roads are crisscrossed. Every time Qiaoning drives a distance, she can see some players who are also driving to the treasure chest coordinate area. It is inevitable that there will be conflicts between players on the road, but no one dares to attack Qiaoning, even though her car looks big and luxurious, and you can tell at a glance that it is not low level. Such a car means that the owner is rich and powerful. The very few who want to take the risk to rob Qiaoning were persuaded to retreat by the giant silver frost wolf that suddenly appeared near the vehicle before they approached her car. With Binglin, Qiaoning saved a lot of trouble and saved her a lot of time and energy. Direct teleportation is convenient, but not all players are willing to take this approach. What if a white named player is teleported to a red named pile? Isn't it a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Or the opposite is the same. No one wants to become the killing points of other players. The battle for the treasure chest has just begun, and the number of online players in the area has dropped by thousands, which shows how cruel the competition between players is. In the face of survival rate, all players must work together. But once it involves greater self-interest, many people are like wild beasts that release evil thoughts in their hearts and can't care so much. The location of the treasure chest is quite hidden, and it is difficult to find it by yourself. Qiaoning and Pei Jing, Tao Tao, Miao Qinghe and others formed a team to search for nearby rare treasure chests. Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng are too far away, and there is no news for the time being. The treasure chest activity has a time limit. After 9 hours, all treasure chests that have not been found or opened will disappear, and players must return to their original road before the end of the activity. Otherwise, once all players' road worlds are disconnected, players who have not returned to their original positions will always stay where they were when the activity was closed. If they are on other players' roads, it's okay. But what if they are unlucky and not on the road? They will lose the opportunity to return to the road forever, and only death is waiting for them. Qiaoning noticed that there was an energy bar on the transmission channel icon displayed on the system map. Many players would ignore this thing, but she had played too many games and paid the most attention to these inconspicuous and easily overlooked details. The presence of an energy bar means that the energy may be exhausted. Once the transmission channel energy is exhausted and the player is too far away from the road, can he get back in time before the end of the event? Don't forget that there are obstacles on the road for players, such as robbery by other players, invasion of ice beasts after the road barrier disappears, and increasingly heavy snow and wind, etc., which will become obstacles for players to return to the road. Careful players did not choose a treasure chest area that was too far away from them, including Qiaoning. She and Pei Jing and others each chose a direction to search for treasure chests, and the exact coordinates of the treasure chests found would be displayed on the map. Qiaoning found a diamond treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests. Miao Qinghe found a gold treasure chest, but Pei Jing and Tao Tao did not find any. The coordinates of all the nearby treasure chests have been displayed, and their positions are changing as the owners move. Pei Jing and Tao Tao did not want to look far away, fearing that no one would help them to protect the chests after they found them, or that they would be besieged and robbed, in danger, or unable to return to the road in time. Treasure chests mean opportunities, but they also bring great trouble and danger to players. The two of them simply followed Qiaoning and Miao Qinghe to help them survive the 1-hour treasure chest blockade. After players find rare treasure chests and pick them up, they cannot open them immediately, and must wait an hour before they can unlock them. Players who get treasure chests are equivalent to living targets, and it is rare that they are not coveted by others. Just like now, behind the car of Qiaoning and her friends, at least dozens of cars have followed at some point. And according to the player distribution on the map, a large number of red-named and white-named players are rapidly converging towards their location. What should we do? Xiao Xiao? Or should we hand over the treasure chest first? Even if we have enough gasoline, we can't beat their large number. If they surround us, it will be troublesome if the car can't drive out. Qiaoning looked at the message sent by Miao Qinghe and others in the private message, thought about it and replied, I have a way. It may be risky, but I can't care so much now. It's better than being surrounded and robbed as a fat sheep. Now the road barrier has disappeared, but not many beasts on the ice field have entered the road area. The ice field is very dangerous in the eyes of players. Maybe we can leave the road and drive to the ice field. Miao Qinghe, is this feasible? What if the activity time is over and we can't get back to the road? Won't we be trapped on the ice field forever? So I said this method is more risky. The ice field is wide. It will be difficult for them to surround it no matter how many people they have. And with the ice field beasts restraining them, those players dare not go too deep into the ice field. Tao Tao, I think this method is good. I can take this risk. Pei Jing, this method does have a big risk, but we don't have a better choice at the moment. Looking at the speed at which the players on the map are gathering, if I continue to stay on the road, I will soon be intercepted and surrounded. At that time, I can't save the treasure chest, and I may not even save my life. Red-named players are not easy to deal with. Miao Qinghe thought about it and felt that there was really no better way, so he agreed to enter the ice field. As soon as the 4-person vehicle left the road, it immediately attracted the attention of thousands of chasing players. No. I'm not mistaken. Why did these two players with boxes run off the road? You have blocked their way. Where else can they run if not off the road? Aren't they afraid of the monsters on the ice field? I just met a player who was attacked by an ice field monster. I didn't dare to look at the bloody scene. I quickly accelerated to the maximum speed while the beast was eating. Those monsters on the ice field are scary. But aren't the players in the survival competition scary? Anyway, they will die. It's the same wherever they go. I think I can understand it. The reason is very simple. The ice field monsters are scary. And I am afraid of you too. After entering the ice field area, whether you are a red name or white name player, everyone is the same. And the first thing to ensure is your own safety. In the case that both sides have to avoid and deal with ice field monsters, it will give the treasure chest winner an opportunity to take advantage of it, which is their first chance of survival. Staying on the road is waiting for death. Killing people during the event will not make you a red name. All red name players have killed several people, and they will not let you go just because you hand over the treasure chest. By then, I am afraid that none of the cars and supplies will be saved. I won't say anything more. I am going to grab the treasure chest too. I have a rumor that the two treasure chest winners who went to the ice field area are Qiaoning and her friend. Qiaoning is not a woman to be messed with. Although she looks beautiful, she is not soft-hearted when killing people. How do you know she is beautiful? Have you seen her? In the service area before. Her parking space ranked first. And there were virtual images of her on all the buildings. It was hard not to know what she looked like. The more beautiful a woman is, the scarier she is. Especially in this kind of survival game. None of the beautiful women who have survived to this day are simple. Even if you want to grab the treasure chest, you have to consider your own strength. Don't send your head thousands of miles away. Are you exaggerating Qiaoning too much? No matter what. She is just a woman. She can't do anything. I don't bother to scold you upstairs. If you don't accept it, you can go to the ice field and hang out with monsters. What are you typing on the keyboard here? If you can't even get a treasure chest, don't show off here. The last person who showed off to Qiaoning. I remember it was your server boss Zhang T and I. His sliding kneeling posture was so standard. You forgot it so quickly? Stop arguing. Qiaoning has held the treasure chest for more than half an hour. In more than 20 minutes. She can open the treasure chest. What are the red-named players doing? Is it so unimpressive? It's been so long since they caught up with anyone. Let's be honest. What kind of shit luck did Qiaoning and her friend have? They have 4 treasure chests. You know, there are only 15 gold and diamond treasure chests in total. And there are tens of thousands of people online in the whole server. How did they get so many boxes? I don't understand. Lucky. Haven't you heard that our district's boss Qiao is the Emperor of Luck? Ordinary people don't understand the world of the Emperor of Luck. For rare treasure chests are nothing. Someone secretly checked the rankings and suspected that after the first natural disaster, the player with 0 points at the bottom of the kill list was Qiaoning. That person is a lunatic. He said that Qiaoning's luck might be so good that she didn't encounter the treasure-guarding monster. So the kill points were 0. I have a little friendship with this lunatic. I usually just listen to what he says. But this speculation really shocked me at the time. Don't lie. It's not an exaggeration to say that she was so lucky that she didn't encounter any treasure-guarding monsters. It's just too fantastic. I don't believe that anyone in this world can be so lucky. Do you really think she is the reincarnation of a koi? Okay. Qiao fans, stop praising her. She is unlucky now. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Even if she is the reincarnation of a koi, she will die there. The wind and snow intertwined on the ice field. Due to the heavy wind and snow, the car could no longer drive normally. Qiaoning's level 5 car could certainly hold on. But Pei Jing, Miao Qinghe, Tao Tao, and others could not continue to drive forward. The players who caught up with them blocked their cars on the left, right and back. And there was a group of ice wolves in front, roughly counting more than 200. I don't know where Binglin ran off to. He hasn't been following the car for a while. After Qiaoning took the beast core to awaken the superpower, she was not afraid of wind, snow and low temperatures. She got out of the car and walked to the front, pointing at the group of hungry wolves that were obviously hungry for a long time and were eager to hunt for blood, and spoke to the players. Are you sure you want to compete with us for the treasure chest in front of this group of wolves? You fight with me to the end, and we will all feed the wolves. You can't say that, Qiaoning, as long as you hand over the treasure chest. We will never make things difficult for you. Xiaoning sneered at the words. She didn't believe a single punctuation mark in this statement. Tao Tao got out of the car and whispered to Xiaoning's ear, Qiao Qiao. Don't you have a portal? You can just teleport away later, and don't worry about us. This is what I mean. And it's also what Pei Jing and the others mean. We can't all be stuck here. Xiaoning raised her hand to interrupt her. I suggested that you enter the ice field. Now that you are in danger, it is naturally my responsibility. Besides, we are friends. No matter how cold-blooded I am, I can't leave you here and run away by myself. Aren't you going to fight? Let's go together. Xiaoning summoned the iron-eating beast, perhaps sensing the anger in the heart of its master. The iron-eating beast was not drowsy, but rather full of fighting spirit. Its cry was not soft at all, but more like the roar of a ferocious beast. A player's mouse pet quickly jumped up and bit the neck of the iron-eating beast. That tiger slapped it away with a slap. After the flying squirrel fell to the ground, the ice and snow under it were soon stained with blood, and the flying squirrel did not move, with one person taking the lead. Other players also summoned their pets and used skill cards to attack Xiaoning. Xiaoning used the vines of the green vine to float in the air and quickly avoided attacks again and again. The attack power of the green bead was greatly affected by the extreme cold disaster, but the basic vine splitting and growth ability was still there. The bottom is the ultimate green vine, which is extremely powerful. How many skill cards does Xiaoning have? Her pets are very powerful. Don't give them a chance to breathe and recover. With the overwhelming attacks, Xiaoning's handling became more and more difficult. She didn't want to expose her ice ability, but she couldn't care less at this moment. She secretly condensed an ice arrow, and when the leader of the players was not paying attention, she suddenly shot an arrow through his throat. Oh no! Someone shot a sneak attack, trying to take advantage of the fire. Is it a wolf pack attack? It doesn't look like. What should we do? The boss is dead. Do we still have to stay here? Those wolves are getting closer and closer. If this goes on, even if we take the treasure chest, we can't run away. It was Xiaoning who did it. I saw it. She shot the arrow. She must have a special weapon in her hand. Brothers, as long as we rob her, all the good things will be ours. We can deal with as many wolves as we want. Pei Jing and the others have been covering Xiaoning's back. Even under great pressure, they did not let any attack pass through their blockade and attack Xiaoning's back. Seeing that the leader died and did not let this group of people retreat, Xiaoning summoned the poisonous locusts, which were circling around them with insect kings, insect generals, and thousands of insect soldiers. The wind, snow and low temperature greatly affected the mobility of the poisonous locusts. But as long as the insect mother was fine, the other locusts could recover quickly even if they were injured by the wind and snow. The locusts laid eggs twice in these days, and the locust army began to take shape. Go ahead. Eat as much as you want. But be careful not to hurt my teammates. This activity can be carried out in a team, so the player's pet can identify the owner's teammates to avoid accidental injuries. The locusts chirped sharply, and the locusts behind them instantly rushed to the front of their mother insects, biting everything they saw, whether it was a person or a car. The poisonous locusts are extremely poisonous, and their wings can still shake off scales when blown by the wind and snow. Even Xiaoning can't avoid being hit. Fortunately, she had anticipated this in advance and took insect eggs for herself and Pei Jing in advance, so they were not afraid of the poisonous locusts. The players were blocked by the locust swarm, but the ice wolf pack in front of them surrounded them at this time. Xiaoning took out the black flame bone knife and planned to fight them. Before she started, she heard a wolf howl. Then a giant wolf ran towards them with something in its mouth. When Binglin ran closer, he found Xiaoning in danger and was immediately furious. He dropped the things in his mouth and rushed into the dire wolf pack with a howl. He tore one with one claw and killed two with one bite. After a while, the Wolf King saw that the situation was not good and quickly ordered to run away with the surviving dire wolves. Binglin wanted to chase, but when he saw the vehicles parked around Xiaoning and a large number of unfamiliar players, he stopped his claws. Those people were already suffering from the torture of the locust swarm, and many of them were poisoned. Seeing that another giant wolf came to help Xiaoning fight, his face turned green, and he regretted it in his heart. Binglin's ice blue eyes slowly turned red, just when it wanted to pounce and tear apart those who dared to hurt Xiaoning. It suddenly heard a voice. Binglin, come here. Xiaoning was calling it. The blood color in Binglin's eyes faded, and it returned to its previous ice blue clarity. It jumped to Qiaoning, squatted down, and put its head towards her, wanting Qiaoning to touch its head. It shouldn't have left. It should have followed Qiaoning closely. Two-legged animals are too fragile. What if they encounter danger and can't get back in time? Sure enough, it's not easy to raise two-legged animals. Binglin enjoyed Qiaoning's fur for a while, and suddenly remembered the gift he brought back for her. It hurried to pick up the thing. What is this? Qiaoning looked at the ice sculpture in front of her, which was about the size of a palm. The tentacles were not cold, but a little warm, as if this ice sculpture was not dead, but alive. Binglin raised his claws to point at the ice sculpture, and then pointed at himself. From the appearance of this ice sculpture, it should be carved into some kind of strange beast. In short, the appearance has nothing to do with any of Binglin's vests. Binglin pushed the thing in the direction of Qiaoning, indicating that she should keep it. Although Qiaoning was puzzled, she knew that Binglin would not hurt her, so she put the ice sculpture into her pocket. Anyway, this thing is warm to the touch, and it doesn't melt even after being held in the hand for a long time, which shows that it will not melt easily. Seeing that the time to unlock the treasure chest is approaching, Qiaoning ignored the players who surrounded them and drove away with Pei Jing and others. Pei Jing and her friend's car couldn't drive in the heavy snow, so Binglin had to drag the car forward with the help of the vines of the green vine. That scene and the style of the trailer really had the flavor of a sled wolf. Near the end of the event, Qiaoning and others returned to the highway in time. The road barrier gradually recovered, and Binglin couldn't cross the barrier, so he could only squat on the ice field and look at Qiaoning. Not long after, the barrier was completely reunited, and Qiaoning couldn't see it anymore. This day was full of ups and downs, and everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. After a few simple chats, they rested separately. Qiaoning opened the treasure chest, but didn't bother to look at the things inside. She looked at the increasingly heavy snow outside, and couldn't help wondering, that big wolf, could it still be squatting there waiting for her? It was still a few hours before 8 o'clock in the evening, and Qiaoning didn't let the smart butler drive, but just let it monitor the surrounding situation, and then fell asleep. When she was woken up by the smart butler at 8 o'clock, the sky was completely dark and the night fog was filled. It was the first time that Qiaoning got off the car at night and left the road. After stepping off the road, Qiaoning shone the flashlight she brought with her, and she saw the silver frost giant wolf squatting quietly waiting there. When Binglin saw her, he immediately pounced on her with a whimper. Chapter 50. Don't wait for me like this next time, Qiaoning said, rubbing the soft fur on the giant wolf's chest and abdomen, because she knew that she couldn't always go back to find Binglin. After this natural disaster is over, they probably won't meet again. Reason told her that in a survival game, separation, life and death are all normal and common, and being too concerned will only cause trouble. But people are not plants or machines, so how can they say that it will be like this? Binglin didn't understand why Qiaoning said that, but she would always try to listen to her words, so she nodded her big head. Qiaoning smiled and rubbed it hard again. It seemed that since the first time they met, this guy was particularly sensible and obedient in front of her, knowing that she would not hurt him, and approached her boldly, and even if he was on guard, he would quickly let it go. Isn't this the first time they met? Qiaoning sometimes had such doubts in her heart. In fact, she had encountered treasure-guarding monsters that were not on guard against her more than once. But those were very common animals, such as dogs, pigs, peacocks, etc. Then again, she sometimes felt that these ordinary treasure-guarding monsters were not much different from Binglin in some aspects, and at some times, there was a feeling that they were not similar in appearance, but similar in spirit. Qiaoning didn't think much about it. The temperature outside the car had dropped to almost minus 40 degrees Celsius, although she was not afraid of the cold after awakening her superpowers. Being in such a low temperature for a long time would cause her body to become stiff and numb. After all, she was a mortal body with flesh and blood. Qiaoning returned to the car, and Binglin ran after the car, driving a treasure-guarding monster away from time to time. There were more supply boxes tonight, and she now had the title of Treasure Chest Hunter. With the effect of the title and her invincible Lucky Star talent, all the treasure chests she encountered along the way were platinum boxes. While checking and counting the supplies in the rare treasure chest and platinum treasure chest, she chatted with Binglin casually, regardless of whether it could understand her or not. In such a cold night, she had to do something to divert her attention. Otherwise she would always want to sleep. Xiaoning first looked at the gold treasure chest. In the 3 treasure chests, 10 skill books were opened, 1 skill book of each of the 5 elements, 1 book of basic training, 1 book of basic body refining, 1 book of basic sword skills, 1 book of hitting the target with every shot, and 1 book of 1,000 miles of peeping. 5 talent experience books, universal. Each can increase talent experience by 2,000 points, 8 special skill cards, hide, explosion, nightmare, labyrinth, rage, flight, teleport, transformation, several purple equipment, 1 red weapon, nightmare gun, cannot be upgraded. 1 red equipment, light of the night armor, cannot be upgraded. The things in the gold treasure chest are so rare. The materials in the diamond treasure chest will only be better. 20 talent experience books. Skill scrolls *5. Each scroll can only store 1 skill. And the number of skill storages is unlimited. You can release the skills stored in advance at will until the number of stored skills is consumed. To change the type of stored skills, you need to clear the number of stored skills in advance before you can change to a new type of skill. The skill scroll will not be damaged or disappear. But there is a 7-day cooling time for every 100 skill releases. You need to wait until the cooling time is over before you can store skills again. 1 gold skill book, thousands of puppets and 10,000 puppets. After learning, you can refine everything into puppets for your own use. The pet bar expansion crystal can add an additional pet bar position. In addition to the crystal, no experience points or other materials are required. Talent cloner *1, you can choose other players' talents to copy. Only 1 can be copied, and the other party's talent cannot be higher than your own talent level. Otherwise the cloning will fail, regardless of whether the cloning is successful or not. The cloner will be destroyed and disappear after use. After using the cloner to copy the talent, the new talent obtained will be randomly increased or decreased on its original level, and the talent effect will change with the change of the talent level. Except for weapons and some skill books. These things are almost all what Xiaoning lacks at the moment. Skill cards. She scans the card mold, makes them, and the extra ones can be exchanged for other materials later. But the remaining things are rare, and those who can learn and use them should be learned and used immediately. And they must not be left overnight. Avoid long dreams. She always believes that some resources are yours only after you use them. Lucky Star and Blind Box can accumulate experience, but there is no fixed upgrade experience requirement. The only golden talent that can see the experience bar is the card manufacturing expert. She had already fed this talent with 2 skill books before. After the skill books were opened this time, she fed it with 10 more books at once, which finally upgraded it. Card manufacturing expert, level 2 except for special cards, rare cards, and non-copyable cards. All other cards can be copied infinitely, with no copying time and no cooling. Every 10 copies of the card consumes 1 point of talent experience. Special cards, rare cards, can be copied, but there is a copy time of 1 hour, and a cooldown time of 1 hour. Copying once can increase talent experience by 5 points. No need to consume talent experience. Xiaoning was quite surprised by the effect of the upgraded talent. She thought it would only reduce the copy and cooldown time, but she didn't expect that she could directly copy ordinary skill cards without limit. In this way, she only has enough talent experience to copy countless skill cards. But if the talent experience is used up, then even if she has this talent, she can't copy ordinary skill cards. Talent experience is not easy to obtain, and the explosion rate of experience books is terrible. If you have enough talent experience, then this upgrade is quite perfect. But if you don't have talent experience in stock, then this talent upgrade is better not to upgrade. In short, there are pros and cons. Xiaoning counted the supplies in the rare treasure box, and started to open the platinum treasure box again. When she opened the delicious food, she threw a portion to Binglin running outside the car. There are more warming supplies in the platinum treasure chest tonight, and even the drug drop rate has doubled compared to before. This did not make Xiaoning happy, but rather a weird feeling. Given the nature of this game, it is suddenly so generous. Could there be a trap behind it? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why it is so kind and distributes a large number of supplies to players to increase their survival rate. Xiaoning had to speculate every abnormality in the survival game with the worst idea. Under what circumstances would the game take the initiative to give players legal supplies to increase their survival rate? Could it be that Something might happen later that would cause a large number of players to die. So it has to let more players survive now to avoid all of them dying later? The more Qiaoning thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he reminded everyone in the chat channel of the entire area to be mentally prepared and store more basic survival supplies and defense supplies. Gasoline, food, and water are basic survival supplies. Defense supplies are mainly to allow players to have some resistance when danger comes. But if it is a terrible danger, like the volcanic eruption we saw before, then any defense will be futile. It's better for everyone to listen to Qiaoning's advice. Compared with Yuan Heng, Qiaoning rarely appears in the chat channel. If he suddenly speaks out, there must be a reason. Whether you believe it or not, it's always right to make some preparations. It's better to be prepared. Since I survived until now, I haven't made any other progress. But I have made one thing: listening to others' advice. In the past, people in reality said that I was stubborn. Now I listen to others' advice more than anyone else, especially the advice of the boss. On the top floor, I am the same. If you don't listen to others' advice, you will die and go offline. Anyway, the last stubborn and self-willed player I saw died without a complete body. I even paid tribute to him on the 7th day of the last natural disaster. I have already done what the boss said. Does the boss have any other news? The temperature is so low that I am scared. Although I don't lack warm supplies for the time being. I don't know why I still feel uneasy. Qiaoning, 1408, I just have a feeling that the next 2 days might be tough. I am just as unsure as you are. The game has more and more settings for conflicts between players, which will greatly affect the unity of players and the survival rate. Everyone should be careful not to be trapped by the game, while others survive. You can also increase your chances of survival. This is the first time that Qiaoning has said so much in the chat channel. Maybe in the eyes of others, these are all old-fashioned nonsense. But every word comes from her heart. Every time Qiaoning looks at the chat channel, she will get off the car for a while, ride on Binglin, and let it carry her to run. Next to her is a self-driving car. One person, one wolf, and one car, running fast on the ice road in the dark. She used to see videos of ethnic minority girls riding horses. At that time, she thought that girls riding horses were heroic. Now she rides a giant wolf, faster and cooler, and the second-year spirit that has disappeared for many years has revived. However, the giant wolf runs too fast, even with the wolf hair blocking the cold wind. Qiaoning's head still hurts. After riding for a while, you have to get off and get in the car to slow down. Binglin especially likes to run with Qiaoning on his back. When he is extremely happy, he can't help but break and stop to let out a long wolf howl. In the empty and extremely cold world of the highway, its wolf howl has a particularly thrilling power. The closer it gets to dawn, the more reluctant Qiaoning is to get off Binglin's back. Today is the 6th day of the natural disaster. The end of the natural disaster is just around the corner. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Binglin stepped off the highway and disappeared behind the barrier. As the natural disaster progressed, the road barrier gradually became thinner and thinner. But it still stood upright, blocking the highway from the ice world outside the highway. Maybe it was because she slept for a few hours yesterday afternoon. Qiaoning didn't feel sleepy at this moment after not sleeping all night. Instead, she was full of energy. She put the unused supplies on the shelves in batches, and only exchanged materials, talent experience books, and plant fertilizers, and nothing else. Qiaoning's planting pod has never been empty. But those evolutionary plants cannot advance and develop because they don't have enough fertilizer to feed them. They are currently dormant, especially the piranha plant. It has been dormant due to hunger for a long time. Qiaoning has a recipe for pet food and can make it by herself. Fat Tiger's rations have never been cut off. He can eat fresh bamboo shoots every day. Qiaoning planted bamboo for him in the planting pot. The locusts eat blood. This natural disaster hunts fewer animals. Qiaoning feeds it with the blood food stock from the past. And its descendants have to be fed too. The poisonous locusts are powerful. When they develop, they are equivalent to a poisonous locust army. But they also consume a lot of blood food. Most people can't afford to feed them. Qiaoning is not short of supplies, so he is not in a hurry to pick up the supply box. Instead, he gets off the car, leaves the road, and enters the ice field area. After learning the skill book basic training last night, she found that she no longer needed to swallow the beast core to absorb it. She could directly absorb the energy inside through training to improve her supernatural powers. And she never fainted again. After confirming that the Beast Core had no side effects, Xiaoning had already announced the use of the Beast Core. But whether tens of thousands of players dared to take the risk to enter the ice field to hunt beasts was not something she could control. As for the miraculous effect of the basic training skill book, Xiaoning did not say it. Not everyone has this thing. If she said it out rashly, it would only bring her trouble. The temperature in the ice field today is lower than yesterday, and the oxygen is thinner. Only in the edge area, oxygen cylinders are needed to breathe normally. The ice sculpture in the inner pocket of Xiaoning's clothes was slightly hot. And then after a while, she saw a huge shadow running towards her in the wind and snow. When it ran closer, Xiaoning found that Binglin had changed his vest again today. This vest looks strange and familiar. It is ice blue, with a sheep-like shadow on its head, a single horn on its forehead, a body like a musk deer, and a tail like a dragon. This vest looks about the same as the ice sculpture given to Xiaoning yesterday. When Xiaoning saw it, she immediately thought of a legendary mythical beast, the Qilin. Many online games have mythical beasts such as Qilin, dragon, and phoenix, with different images, but generally similar. Xiaoning is naturally familiar with it. Binglin's vest is definitely not a real Qilin, but it does look a bit like it. It should be an alien beast born and raised in this world. Binglin, who changed into a new vest, couldn't wait to show himself to Xiaoning, turning around in front of her and making a few moves that he thought were very fierce. Then he squatted down, staring at Xiaoning with a pair of big eyes, as if waiting for her evaluation. Xiaoning was forced to watch a Qilin fashion show. After a moment of silence, she sincerely commented, "You look great today. Very perfect." Xiaoning, who has 0 points for eloquence, has tried her best. Binglin was so happy and excited that he opened his mouth and shouted, Xiaoning looked confused. Did she hear it wrong just now? She heard a sound. Woof. Chapter 51. Binglin seemed to realize that his voice was broken, and he immediately shouted again. This time, it was a majestic and awe-inspiring roar. The sound was even more powerful than the roar of a dragon or a tiger, and it made people's heads buzz. Although this roar seemed to be more in line with Binglin's appearance, Xiaoning couldn't get rid of the woof in her mind. She always felt that its roar was clipped. Xiaoning looked up and down at the clipped sound in front of her. Binglin let her look at him, quite calm and frank, as if it was not him who woofed just now. This guy likes to pretend for a long time, and Xiaoning didn't expose him. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, it was minus 45 degrees, heavy snow, and a level 5 cold wind. There was a little bit of broken ice in the wind. There was a 5% probability of an ice and snow tornado, and a 20% probability of being triggered by the player. This was the natural disaster report given by the system. Generally, the later the game progresses, the more information is reported. When Xiaoning saw the keyword being triggered by the player, her right eyelid suddenly twitched a few times. She suddenly felt heavy in her heart, as if she had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. But she didn't know how to stop it or what to do, because she didn't even know what was going to happen. Xiaoning's goal during the day today was to hunt for animal cores. After hunting several small beasts, she found that the lighter the color of the ice monster's eyes, skin, or hair, the lighter the color of their animal cores, which was a light blue color that was almost invisible. On the contrary, the color was darker. Some ice monsters' animal cores were even close to black and blue. Most of these ice monsters were extremely huge and had extremely powerful ice-related abilities. In the constant battles with ice monsters, Xiaoning's ability improvement speed was like riding a rocket. From the beginning, she was suppressed by the ice monster and needed Binglin to help her. Later, she was able to fight medium-sized monsters alone. If the energy is insufficient, use the beast cores you hunt to replenish it. Each time you consume all the energy and absorb the beast core, your strength will be significantly enhanced. The sun cannot be seen on the ice field. Only the light changes in brightness. At around 8 o'clock, a blue crescent moon will hang over the snow forest. As time goes by, the crescent moon will change from virtual to real. Binglin, this beast core is big enough. I will tie it to the horn on your forehead later. Don't you want to decorate your horn? Xiaoning tossed up and down a beast core the size of a goose egg. The beast core was dark blue in color and was left by a mammoth beast. This mammoth was so huge that Xiaoning thought she was climbing a snowy mountain at first. When the earth shook, she realized that it was not a snowy mountain, but a giant mammoth. When the giant beast wakes up, it often needs to eat a lot immediately. Xiaoning didn't expect that she was stepping on the back of the giant beast at first. When she realized something was wrong and retreated immediately, the mammoth opened its bloody mouth at her. If she fell into the mammoth's mouth, it might not be as big as a grain of food on the tip of its tongue due to inflammation. Fortunately, Xiaoning's reaction speed and combat awareness were not comparable to when she first entered the game. She stepped on a tusk of the giant beast and turned over to jump behind its head. It took several hours to grind the mammoth to death. During this period, Binglin wanted to help, but was rejected by Xiaoning. Binglin helped her hunt at least thousands of beast cores during the day, and she also wanted to give it a high-level beast core hunted by herself. When Xiaoning finally got the core of the mammoth, she lost too much blood and collapsed on the ground, unable to move even a finger. Binglin kept whining beside her anxiously. She took out the space backpack that she had carefully kept and took out the medicine given by Xiaoning. It didn't matter whether it was for internal or external treatment. She used both. When Xiaoning recovered and her injuries were healed, her face was still pale. The medicine can only heal injuries, but the blood she lost cannot be replenished. Don't cry. Don't cry. Am I not well? Xiaoning saw that Binglin's clear eyes were full of water, as if they were full of tears and were about to fall in the next second. So she rubbed and rubbed to comfort it. Woo! Binglin whimpered softly, wanting to rub her, but afraid that her injuries were not healed completely, and afraid of hurting her. I'm fine. Do you like this beast core? If you like it, I'll tie it on for you. If you don't, I'll change another one. Woo! Don't call me an idiot. You're calling me like an idiot. Call me Mom. Roar! Yes, Mom. Come and learn the lip movements from me. Mama. Woo! It's a bit like that, but not completely. I'll practice it later. Xiaoning used a main vine that fell off from the growth of the green bead to tie the beast core to the root of Binglin's horn. After putting it on, the beast core glowed with a deep blue light, which looked pretty at first glance. By the way, Binglin, do you have a gender? Is it a boy or a girl? Forget it. Don't be angry. I don't care about your gender characteristics. It's normal for children to have privacy when they grow up. I don't know what happened. I've been a little uneasy all day. I always feel like something is going to happen. Binglin, animals are generally very sensitive. Do you feel anything is wrong? Binglin suddenly quieted down after hearing this, and looked at Xiaoning with a gentle, loving and reluctant look. Then he shook his big head, indicating that he didn't know. Xiaoning thought his reaction was a little strange, but Binglin couldn't speak, and there was a communication barrier between a person and an animal, so she couldn't ask clearly. She was not a talkative person on weekdays, especially when she was with people. She could be considered taciturn, but Binglin was not a human, and perhaps because Xiaoning felt particularly relaxed in front of it, she talked a lot more than usual, and sometimes she even deliberately nagged into Binglin's ears. Binglin was so annoyed that he kept yelling and cursing. As night fell, the temperature dropped again. Xiaoning's watch that monitored the temperature showed that the temperature on the ice field had dropped to minus 50 degrees. 50 degrees below zero. With snow and wind blowing with broken ice all over the sky. And thin oxygen. What does it mean? Even people who have lived in extremely cold areas for a long time in the modern world can't survive more than 3 minutes on the ice field. Xiaoning really wants to stay on the ice field, because Binglin seems to prefer the environment of the ice field. Unfortunately, her oxygen bottle has been used up. She hasn't opened a few oxygen bottles recently. This thing is too scarce, and no one in the trading area sells it. So she is using the last bottle now. The oxygen reserve in the bottle is limited, and Xiaoning has to return to the road within an hour. The road barrier completely disappeared at night. Binglin followed her to the road. Seeing that Xiaoning didn't plan to drive to pick up the supply box, he laid down next to the car. Because it is too big, even if it lies there, its head is much higher than the car. When looking at Xiaoning, it has to move its head down and look at the car window. Fortunately, the road is wide enough, and Binglin's body did not squeeze out of the road. Binglin. I'm so tired. I don't want to move. Xiaoning collapsed on the sofa inside the RV. She had been fighting monsters for a whole day and had been injured many times. She had medicine to restore her skin, but it was difficult to restore her spirit. "Ah, can you help me catch a few treasure-guarding monsters?" "Of course. It would be even better if you could bring back the treasure chests they are guarding, if possible." She even wanted Bing Lin to help her open the chests and help her finish off the enemies. When people get lazy, it's really outrageous. Bing Lin's huge body stood up, shook off the snow on his body, and with a whine, he disappeared into the snowy night with a few jumps. Xiao Ning was so moved. Bing Lin was really filial and worked hard to take care of his old mother, who couldn't take care of herself. Xiao Ning was served by Bing Lin clearly that night. She didn't do anything except move her fingers. The only thing missing was Bing Lin feeding her food. Maybe she was too tired during the day. Xiao Ning fell asleep unconsciously, and Bing Lin even helped her raise and close the window seam. She was so. I slept for less than 2 hours, and it was a very restless sleep. After waking up, Xiao Ning's heart was pounding, but she forgot what she had dreamed about just now. Xiao Ning paced back and forth in the car dozens of times, and finally decided to spin the blind box coins to draw the wish blind box. She was always uneasy if she didn't make some preparations. The number of supply boxes picked up every day during the natural disaster cycle is limited. If she calculates an average of 10 per day, after 7 days, it is not even enough for her to draw a 10 draw. So Xiao Ning's blind box coins have been saved and not used, waiting to be used at a critical moment. If she draws what she wants most, maybe, if it happens, it can save my life. Xiao Ning wanted to use some now, so she tried 10 consecutive draws. In the first 10 consecutive draws, Xiao Ning drew 20 talent experience books, 100 mixed metals, and 30 oxygen cylinders. That's all. Xiao Ning frowned and thought for a moment, then continued to draw the second 10 consecutive draws. This time it was basically the same thing, but there were more talent experience books. But the last item was a bit strange, questioning heaven voucher *3. It was not until then that Xiao Ning's strong sense of uneasiness gradually subsided. She clicked on the item introduction, questioning heaven voucher. A mysterious consultation voucher. Just enter the information you want on it. No matter what question you ask, it will show you the correct answer. Each questioning heaven ticket can only be used once, and you can only ask one question each time. Therefore, players who have this ticket must cherish every ticket and use every opportunity to ask questions carefully. In an instant, many questions flashed through Xiao Ning's mind, such as how this game came about. How can players like them get out of the game? How many natural disasters will it take for the game to end? Etc. But she didn't dare to use these 3 tickets easily in the end. Xiao Ning carefully put away the questioning heaven ticket and fell asleep again. This time she slept much more peacefully. At 7 in the morning, when she was woken up by the smart housekeeper, she thought it was midnight. The sky outside the car window was dark, and there was no sign of dawn. Bing Lin had not left yet, and was sleeping beside her car. When he noticed movement in the car, he immediately pricked up his ears, and his tail swung slightly unconsciously. On the 7th day of the natural disaster, it was minus 55 degrees Celsius. Heavy snow accompanied by hail, and a level 6 cold wind. There was a 10% chance of triggering a hail tornado, a 35% chance of a player triggering a hail tornado on their own, and a 5% chance of a player triggering an avalanche on their own. It is recommended that players do not leave the road, do not make noises on the ice field at will, and do not touch unknown things easily. Xiao Ning took a look at the current number of survivors, and there were more than 60,000 people, compared with the previous 3 natural disasters. The survival rate of this natural disaster was ridiculously high. Xiao Ning felt more and more uneasy. There were more than 60,000 people. With so many people, could everyone really do it without violating the system's prompts and warnings? Xiao Ning felt it was hanging. She and Bing Lin had a rich breakfast. She almost regarded it as her last dinner. Anyway, she could eat whatever she wanted and as much as she could. The road barrier had disappeared. In addition, it was dark and the light was weak. Not only Bing Lin, but all the ice monsters could easily walk on the road. Xiao Ning drove around the big guys that could not be dealt with, and got out of the car from time to hunt a few small and medium-sized ice monsters that came to her door. A morning passed quickly, and nothing unusual happened, except that the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and hail fell occasionally. Nothing else happened. The price of vehicle maintenance cars soared again. Whether it was blown by the cold wind or broken ice or hail, vehicle maintenance cars were indispensable. Moreover, too low a temperature would freeze or even crack and shatter the car parts. In the chat channel, what everyone lacked most was not warm keeping supplies, but vehicle maintenance cards. Xiao Ning's level 5 car was very durable. It was only repaired twice a day, while ordinary players repaired at least 10 times. As the sky was getting darker, Xiao Ning stopped driving. As long as she didn't drive all the time, the chance of encountering a giant ice monster was very small. She didn't want to take a detour into the ice field to avoid those big guys. If the sound of the car triggered an avalanche, that would be a disaster. Xiao Ning had to nip all signs of disaster in the bud and not give the game system any chance to increase the difficulty of survival. However, what she never expected was that around 6 or 7 in the evening, a system announcement sounded. Players Zhang Ruinxiang, 1279, and Zhang Tianai, 1356, triggered the hidden disasters of the late stage of the extreme cold disaster, hail, tornado, and avalanche. From then on, until the end of the disaster cycle at 12 o'clock in the evening, all surviving players in the area may encounter hail tornadoes or avalanches at any time. Players are requested to enter the ice field immediately, find a suitable shelter to hide, and try their best to survive. Xiao Ning cursed inwardly, not even bothering to check the chat channel, and immediately started the car and drove at full speed onto the ice field. Binglin seemed to know what was happening. It ran faster than the car and led Xiao Ning in a certain direction. Chapter 52. That is, Xiao Ning looked at the iceberg standing in front of her. The whole iceberg was sharp and angular, as if it had been carefully carved. Where the iceberg connected to the ground ice layer, there was a fan-shaped arch, also carved out of ice. The arch was very wide and high, allowing Xiao Ning's level 5 RB to pass through easily. She drove in behind Binglin. The iceberg looked majestic enough from the outside, but she didn't expect it to be even more magnificent inside. It should be a super large palace built with a whole mountain, with ice and snow as the carrier, and countless artifacts carved inside. There are high platforms and beautiful pillars. Every few meters on the wall, there will be a picture of a strange beast, with various shapes and postures, carved vividly, as if the next side will rush out of the ice wall and become a living creature with flesh and blood. The ice wall murals are integrated with this ice palace world. It looks exquisite from a distance and shocking from a close distance. The gate of the ice palace closed automatically after they entered. Xiao Ning looked carefully and found that this door could only be opened from the outside by Binglin's claws. From the inside, there was a mechanism that could be opened many times by placing a beast core. Do you usually live here? Xiao Ning thought Binglin lived in the open air, but she didn't expect that it lived in a big villa as big as a whole mountain. Binglin skillfully jumped onto a high platform and lay down. It should have looked high and majestic, but its tail was shaking too happily, which ruined its temperament. Why are you so high? Are you afraid that I will hit you? Ah, I've told you many times. Don't call me an idiot. Ah, you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered again this time. You should scream more fiercely. Roar. Xiao Ning nodded. This time the scream was appropriate. The temperature outside was more than 50 degrees below zero. But it was not that cold in the ice palace. Probably only about 30 degrees below zero. Xiao Ning sat in the car and opened the chat channel, and found that people from several districts had been arguing quite fiercely. Even District 1408 was involved, since the system reminded the players that they would encounter hail, tornadoes, and avalanches at any time. Zhang Tianai from District 1356 and Zhang Ruinxiang from District 1279 were scolded by everyone. This is the case that everyone has not encountered danger yet. If they really encounter danger, I guess they will be dragged down by someone who dies. Are you guys filled with cement or paste? The game clearly warns you not to do something, but you have to be rebellious and refuse to listen to advice. Right? Now, no one wants to live. I said, if you two want to die, why do you want to drag everyone in the district down with you? It's really unlucky to be assigned to the same district with you two idiots, waiting for the survival rate to drop below 20%. Anyway, I think everyone's chance of survival is not high. There is no need to be so pessimistic, isn't it? The game shouldn't let us all die. There will always be some people who survive. I am not afraid of death. Since I entered this game, it's like tying my head to my belt. I am always ready to not see the sun tomorrow. But it is hard for me to accept that I died so aggressively, being dragged to death by people like you. On the top floor, I have tried my best to survive until now, and I really don't want to die so inexplicably. Do the big guys have any solution to the hidden natural disaster? I will give you anything in exchange. I don't know if the system is thundering but not raining. The players quarreled in the chat channel. But in fact, except for a few people who died from the extreme cold disaster, no player encountered the hidden natural disaster. Zhang Ruinxiang and Zhang Tianai have not shown up. And the people in their server have come out to explain the situation. The two of them were teleported together by the space vortex. I have to say that this vortex gate is very buggy. If the members of a guild are teleported together, it is very likely that they will enter the vortex gate together next time. And the players who meet them will be unlucky. It is lucky to keep the car in life. Zhang Ruinxiang has gathered a lot of brothers in the past few days due to this bug. Just to kill Zhang Tianai with the teleportation prop on the last day. To put it bluntly, it is still the previous grudge. As soon as Yi Jun died, Zhang Tianai slid on the fence and irritated Zhang Ruinxiang. He hated Zhang Tianai. Now that he has found an opportunity, he must kill him? Both sides brought people, and Zhang Tianai had fewer people. So he was forced to flee into the ice field. And then somehow triggered the hidden natural disaster. The whole thing is almost like this. After the two of them triggered the natural disaster, they didn't have a good ending. I guess they are about to die now. I know Zhang Tianai. When I sent him a message just now, he said that he was dying and donated all the supplies to his brothers and sisters in the guild. Not long after this person finished speaking, Qiao Ning saw with her own eyes that the number of online people suddenly dropped by 2. When she searched for Zhang Ruinxiang and Zhang Tianai's IDs, it showed that the players did not exist or were dead. What is Zhang Ruinxiang thinking? What does Yi Jun's death have to do with Zhang Tianai? If you really want to count, barely count it. It's a case of adding insult to injury? Yi Jun was asking for his own death. He had to pick on a girl from 1408. And he even did it in front of Qiao Ning. If he didn't die, who would die? And Qiao Ning is still a white name. And it's not clear how Yi Jun died. Even if he hates someone, he should hate Qiao Ning. What does it have to do with Zhang Tianai? He's just picking on the weak. What qualifications does he have to hate Qiao Ning? How many people in the whole district have lived to this day without Qiao Ning's kindness? It's not kind to eat with a bowl in hand and curse her mother when she puts down the bowl. Anyway, the people are dead. There's no need to say so much. Without people like them, normal players can be harmed less. Just as the chat channel was scrolling, a player suddenly sent a message to the chat channel. I encountered an avalanche. Oh my god. It's about to flood the road I'm on. Help. The speed of the car is far slower than the speed of the avalanche. I don't have a portal to teleport. Who has a portal to help? He was cut off before he finished speaking. And no matter how everyone asked, he didn't reply. The player who tried to teleport to his portal said that he was dead. Qiao Ning also tried it. And sure enough, it showed that the player was dead. And the portal sent by email was returned by the system. A player encountered an avalanche. And then it was like opening the gates of hidden natural disasters. Hundreds of players all encountered hail, tornadoes or avalanches in just half an hour. Players who didn't encounter hidden natural disasters were not much better. The system prompts that the temperature has dropped by more than 10 degrees due to the hidden natural disasters. Nearly 70 degrees below zero. This is almost a temperature that ordinary humans can hardly survive. I just suddenly found that my nose was numb. I reached out and touched it. Oh my god. My nose actually fell off. I was stunned at the time. Luckily, I had the opportunity to exchange a lot of medicines from Qiao Ning with a talent experience book. There was a discontinuity ointment in it, which was specially used to heal injuries such as frozen fractures. Otherwise, even if I survived, I would have become a person without a nose. It's so scary to think about it. You are luckier than me. I suddenly got cold stiffness just now. At first, I didn't react. I just thought that the temperature was too low and I was numb. If my friend hadn't reminded me to use the special medicine for cold stiffness, once I was completely frozen stiff. Even if I had medicine, I couldn't use it, because I was frozen stiff like an ice cube. How could I take medicine out for myself? Does anyone have cold medicine? It can cure fever and cough. I can exchange it with other medicine. I didn't take a cold seriously a few days ago. I don't know why my illness suddenly became serious just now. I have been coughing so hard that I am about to cough my lungs out. I have already coughed up some bloody phlegm. If this continues, I am afraid that I will die from a cold or pneumonia if I don't die from a hidden natural disaster. I am looking for frostbite cream at a high price. My frostbite has ulcerated over a large area. If it continues to erode, my whole leg will be useless. Does anyone have an oxygen cylinder? For some reason, the oxygen content in my car suddenly became terribly low. If I didn't have an oxygen cylinder in stock, I would have suffocated due to lack of oxygen. I have all kinds of supplies, including skill books and talent experience books. If you need them, please contact me. Does any sister have sanitary napkins and painkillers? It's really a ghost. It will come sooner or later. My period has come at this critical moment. I feel like there is an electric drill drilling in my stomach now. Xiaoning saw the last one and hurriedly took out the comfort pants and painkillers from the storage box and mailed them over. The sister mailed a talent experience book without saying a word. Thank you so much, Sister Xiaoning. I saw you often buy this in the trading channel before. I think you are short of experience books. I happen to have one, so I will mail you one to express my gratitude. I guess you don't need other things either. The talent experience book is so precious that it can't be exchanged for this little bit of supplies. Xiaoning simply mailed her some more medicine and scarce daily necessities. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer to the night, and more players encountered hidden natural disasters. Xiaoning didn't care so much. She immediately took out the questioning heaven ticket and recorded her own questions in her mind. How to solve the hidden natural disaster. The questioning heaven ticket answered very detailed. There is an extreme cold disaster beast in the extreme cold disaster. It has a keen sense and can know people's good and evil, sadness and joy. It can also predict good and bad. When it senses that it will be in danger, it will put its weakness, that is, its heart, in a place where it feels the safest. As long as the heart of the extreme cold disaster beast is destroyed, the entire extreme cold disaster world can lose its original power, and then stop the existing natural disaster. From birth to death, the extreme cold disaster beast will only recognize one life. Its heart is impervious to water and fire, and is indestructible, except for the existence it recognizes, which is as fragile as paper. Find the lucky person who is loved by the extreme cold disaster beast, and the other party can easily solve the hidden natural disaster. Seeing this answer, Xiaoning frowned and entered another question. Where is the heart of the extreme cold disaster beast? When Tianquan answered, it's on you. Xiaoning was stunned. At this time, the ice sculpture placed close to her body in the inner pocket of her clothes suddenly became slightly warm. It was a gift from Binglin. Xiaoning's fingertips under her sleeves trembled slightly, and she continued to ask, is the extreme cold disaster beast Binglin? When Tianquan, yes. When receiving this answer, Binglin seemed to sense Xiaoning's emotions, jumped down from the high platform, ran to her side in 3 or 2 steps, laid down with his belly facing up, exposed his belly to her, and made funny movements and faces, as if trying to make her happy. Xiaoning clenched her hands tightly, and her veins bulged, as if she was desperately suppressing something. After a while, she took out the ice sculpture from her arms. Xiaoning looked into Binglin's clear eyes, forced a smile and said, did you know what I would do from the beginning? If you knew, why did you give it to me? You? Xiaoning's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't continue. Why else could it be? When the extreme cold disaster beast foresaw danger, it would put its heart in a place it thought was safe. So it gave its heart to her, even if it knew that the danger came from this human it trusted. It still did it. But Xiaoning finally failed such trust. She had never hated herself as much as she did at this moment. Binglin looked at her sincerely and gently, raised his claws, pushed the ice sculpture towards her, and nodded. Awuh! I told you not to call me an idiot. Awuh! Binglin used his huge body to surround Xiaoning. Xiaoning tried to hug it back. She broke its heart with her own hands. The force of Binglin's embrace around her became weaker and weaker, and finally his body dissipated, leaving only a low humming sound, lingering in the huge ice palace. Xiaoning wiped her face, but strangely, there were no tears. She felt that she should cry, but she didn't know why she couldn't cry. The natural disaster outside had stopped, but she suddenly kept drawing the wish blind box. 10 draws, 20 draws, 30 draws, until all the blind box coins were drawn out. She finally drew a few more Ask Heaven tickets. Is Binglin dead? She asked. Ask Heaven ticket. The extreme cold disaster beast died. But Binglin did not die. It may weaken into a cat, dog, or ant, or it may disappear temporarily. But it will never die. Can I see Binglin again? Ask Heaven Ticket, from the first natural disaster that met you and recognized you. As long as it is alive, it will try to break free from the constraints of space and meet you. You are the person it recognizes. Lucky player. Xiao Ning was stunned again. The first natural disaster? A dark blue dog appeared in front of Xiao Ning. It was very smart, and could open the snack packaging by itself. She took the supply box away, and the dog had no intention of attacking. That was the first treasure-guarding monster she encountered on the road. It turned out to be Binglin in his weak period. She had obviously not been able to cry before. But now she suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 53. The wind and snow stopped, and the temperature rose. Some players who encountered hidden disasters found that the hail, tornado, and avalanche that were so frightening just now were all still there, as if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. Not long after, all the hidden disasters that had appeared disappeared. What happened? I survived? Is this the system's conscience? Or a miracle? It should be that some big guy did something to stop the hidden disasters? I guess so. Anyway, the game system is definitely not so kind to spare us. Really? I had just closed my eyes and laid down to die. Who knew that the disaster would end? No matter which big guy of the Chosen Sun helped. I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. There are currently more than 50,000 online players, which is almost the highest survival rate in the server since I joined this ghost game. At that time, when hidden disasters appeared frequently, and the number of online people dropped wildly, I almost thought that we would be wiped out this time. I really didn't expect the subsequent development. Although I don't know who the boss who saved so many people is. I can only say that the boss has great merits, and I wish you all the best in the future. My girlfriend is dead. I want to know who is the person who stopped the hidden natural disaster. Why can't you do it earlier? Do you know that if you stop the natural disaster earlier, many people can avoid death? That's a life. You killed my girlfriend, ruined me, and ruined many people's lives. Upstairs, don't blame me for speaking harshly. I am very sorry and regretful that your girlfriend died. But it was this damn game that hurt her. What does it have to do with the anonymous boss, who stopped the natural disaster and saved the whole district? Don't hate the wrong person. If the natural disaster is so easy to stop, why don't you stop it earlier? Please use your brain before speaking. I don't want to stimulate you so much because you lost your beloved. But don't go too far. In this game, everyone is fighting for their lives, and no one is obliged to let you go. The boss is not obliged to save anyone. Life and death are determined by fate. Don't kill your dead girlfriend. Don't use her to embarrass others. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be angry and come to you in the middle of the night? Look at it more openly. I didn't even have time to cry when my brother died. Am I the only one who is curious about how this guy found a girlfriend? This is a survival game. The only chance for everyone to meet is the 2 or 3 days in the service area and the time when the space vortex is opened. Right? So they are dating now? Watson, you found a blind spot. Maybe they were boyfriend and girlfriend before entering the highway survival game? Although this possibility is very small, it is not impossible. Wait a minute. The man just jumped into the river to commit suicide for his girlfriend. I just added him as a friend, but he accepted it in seconds. Then, before I could say hello, the man's avatar turned gray and a death sign appeared. I watched his death replay and found that he died by jumping into the river. Oh my God. Why is this happening? I don't understand. So many people want to live but don't have a chance. He was finally saved. Why did he die again? Forget it. Everyone is dead. Don't talk about it anymore. No. Didn't anyone notice when the river appeared? Are there rivers in this extremely cold road world? There is a blue river on the ice field. But there are beasts everywhere on the ice field now. How did he run into the ice field and jump into the river? Yes. Where is the river? Fool. That's not a river. It's a glacier formed when the temperature rises and the ice and snow melt. Everyone, hurry back to the road and drive forward. As long as you drive fast enough, the glacier can't catch up with you. The flow rate of the glacier is very slow now, but it may be in a while. In this situation, shouldn't we find a high place to take shelter? What do you mean by taking shelter? Look at the time. It's already past 10 in the evening, and there's only 1 hour left before the end of this natural disaster cycle. What if we get stuck in the glacier and can't get back to the highway? Will we be stuck here forever? I almost forgot about this. Only players on the highway are eligible to be teleported to the safe service area. On the ice field, Xiaoning drove the RV to the highway. If there was a glacier blocking the road, Xiaoning would directly use his supernatural power to freeze a road on the river for the car to pass. After rushing and rushing, he solved countless ice monsters on the road and finally returned to the highway at around 11 o'clock. At this time, the sky was pitch black. There was no wind or snow, and the temperature was about 15 degrees above zero, compared to the previous severe cold of dozens of degrees below zero. This temperature was almost comfortable. Xiaoning sat in the car, waiting for the end of the natural disaster cycle. The chat channel was unprecedentedly lively, and 90% of the surviving players were active in the channel. It could be the excitement of escaping a disaster, or it could be the excitement and joy of the end of the natural disaster cycle. Speaking of which, today is the settlement day of the natural disaster cycle. Did the dog game give any hints? How come I didn't notice it? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten it. I don't think I really noticed anything unusual. Isn't this glacier an anomaly? The next natural disaster cycle must be related to water. Don't scare me upstairs. It won't be a flood. Right? My car has just been upgraded to level 3. And it doesn't have waterproof function yet. Yongmo, 1657 level 4 cars are not waterproof either. Only cars upgraded to level 5 have the attribute and the ability to resist natural disasters. A big boss from District 1657 has appeared. Big boss? Do you have any ideas? What will the next natural disaster be related to? What aspect will it be related to? Yongmo, 1657 don't call me the number 1. After this natural disaster is over, I guess we will all become people from District 1408. And the number 1 on the list will only be Xiaoning. Sister Qiao is certainly amazing. And Big Boss Yang, you are not bad either. Yang Mo said again, I don't have any idea about natural disasters. Let's wait and see. The game only says that the next natural disaster will be hinted at on the settlement day. But it doesn't say when it will be given. It may not appear yet. All players waited until 11 o'clock and approaching 12 o'clock. But no natural disaster prompts were found. What's going on? Will there be no prompts on this settlement day? This game is getting worse and worse. Although this game is very tricky, the announcements and prompts it released are basically correct. It has never tricked us in this regard. I don't think it will do such a small trick of going back on its word. Right? I agree with the above. There must be something we overlooked. Xiaoning was also thinking at this time. What was strange? But she didn't think too much about it. Thinking back for a moment, it was only in the process of rushing back to the highway from the ice field that she might have overlooked something. Xiaoning did a simple elimination. From the temperature to the environment, and then to the beasts on the ice field. Ice monsters? Xiaoning suddenly remembered that when she came back just now, she seemed to have seen the scene of ice monsters falling one after another. But she was in a hurry at the time, and didn't think deeply about it. Now think about it. It is indeed very abnormal. Could it be that the temperature and oxygen have risen? But those ice monsters are not adapted. So they died in large numbers? It seems that there is still something wrong. As Xiaoning was thinking, she suddenly felt a ray of light shining through the car window onto her face. She looked up and saw that the crescent moon had turned into a full moon without her noticing. The silvery moonlight on her face was actually warm to the touch. Cool, soft, and tender, just like a facial mask. If the moon was like this, what about the sun during the day? Could the next natural disaster be related to the sun and the moon? She couldn't think of what kind of natural disaster the moon could bring to people. In the real world, she had only seen lunar eclipses on the internet. As for the sun, it would bring many more natural disasters to people. People cannot survive without the sun. But they are also afraid of it. Solar energy can cause high temperatures, droughts, and bring ultraviolet radiation, and so on. She seemed to have guessed what the next natural disaster was related to. Xiaoning, 1408 The next natural disaster may be related to radiation. After entering the safe service area, everyone should try to make some relevant preparations. Radiation? No way. How can we prepare for this? The service area does not sell materials corresponding to natural disasters. Boss, I don't disbelieve you. I'm just curious. Where did you get the news? Did you find anything unusual? Beijing, 1408 I'm sure the next natural disaster will be related to radiation. It's most likely solar and lunar radiation. The road barrier is now gone, and I can clearly see the situation on the ice field. Just now, there happened to be a dark cloud covering the moon. I didn't pay attention to it at first. Who knew that after a while, a giant ice beast came over? When I was thinking about how to deal with it, the big guy suddenly fell to the ground and died. It didn't suffer any attack, but when the dark cloud dispersed, it happened to be illuminated by the bright moonlight. Some people in the chat channel still don't believe it, thinking that their method of determining the type of natural disaster is too hasty and lacks sufficient evidence. Most people still believe it, because the feeling of the moonlight shining on people is indeed a bit strange. 12 o'clock finally came. Congratulations to 51,802 players in District 1408, District 1,279, District 1,356, and District 1657 for successfully surviving the first extreme cold disaster cycle, including 2 hidden disasters, namely hail, tornado, and avalanche. Since District 1408 has the highest survival rate, after this disaster, all surviving players will use the 1408 district service number, and other numbers will be invalid. From now until 12 a.m. on the 3rd day, the surviving players will be teleported to the A-level safe service area for settlement maintenance time. In the safe service area, all players can move freely until the next disaster cycle arrives. Warm reminder, the safe service area is based on safety, peace, and freedom. Any form of attack and conflict between players is a violation of the service area safety regulations, which may result in confinement or expulsion. Please cherish your life and do not challenge safety regulations. After the countdown of 10 seconds, all surviving players in Area 1408 will be teleported to the safe service area. There may be slight discomfort during the process, so please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7. Perhaps because she has teleported more than once, or perhaps Xiaoning's physical condition has become stronger. She did not feel any discomfort this time, and arrived at the service area in just a blink of an eye. The same way as last time. Xiaoning did not want to show off, and quickly got off the car and left. In the past, Xiaoning would spend some time with a few friends and sisters during the holidays after natural disasters to relax herself. But this time, she did nothing, and did not even see anyone, but just locked herself in the hotel room for 3 days, until the end of the 3-day holiday, and returned to the car. Pei Jing and the others cared about her and asked her several times, openly and secretly. Seeing that Xiaoning really did not want to say more, they did not ask any more questions, but only asked her not to keep anything in her heart, and to speak out. And if there was any trouble, the sisters would solve it together. It's not that Xiaoning doesn't trust them. She just doesn't want to tell anyone about Bing Lin. After midnight, Xiaoning entered the 4th natural disaster highway world. Unlike the empty background in the past, this time the highway appeared in a city ruin. All around were broken walls, dilapidated shops, dirty streets, and cars with dead grass on the roofs that had been abandoned for too long. No matter how many times she had seen the natural disaster background, Xiaoning would still feel a little uncomfortable. During the last natural disaster, Xiaoning often drove at night to look for supply boxes. But now that the natural disaster had just changed, she didn't know the situation yet. So she didn't dare to drive rashly at night, and just stayed where she was, waiting for the arrival of dawn. Xiaoning slept for a long time. She felt that she had slept for a long time. And when she woke up and looked at the time displayed on the smart housekeeper, it was only 3 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 4 hours before the usual time to get up. Xiaoning could only lie down again and continue to sleep. After sleeping for a long time, Xiaoning had slept so much that she didn't want to sleep anymore. But she didn't hear the voice of the smart housekeeper calling her to get up. Only then did she realize that something seemed a little wrong. Is this dark night of natural disaster so long? Xiaoning simply got up, fully armed, opened the door, and got out of the car. Before she could check the surroundings, she heard a cry of a young animal cub. She followed the sound and walked a few steps. She saw a puppy lying in a crack in the rocks. Such a small crack. The puppy heard the movement and opened its eyes alertly, meeting Xiaoning's sight. Awoo! The puppy seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Its limbs trembled when it stood up. Even so, it crawled out of the crack in the rock step by step. Xiaoning couldn't help but walk over quickly. When the puppy saw it coming, it opened its mouth and spit out something from its mouth. It was a dark blue beast core. Xiaoning once tied this beast core to Binglin's horn. Later, Binglin died, and she searched for this beast core in the ice palace for a long time, but couldn't find it. Xiaoning looked down at the puppy's wet eyes. Seeing that it was so weak that it couldn't even stand up, her eyes became moist. Xiaoning hurriedly picked it up carefully. Binglin? Aoao. It didn't forget her. It tried hard to find her. Chapter 54. Xiaoning's RV is very big, and the largest space should be her resting place. She used a small cushioned sofa to build a temporary nest not far from her bed. The puppy was too small and seemed to have been hungry for a long time, so she didn't dare to feed it blood food immediately. So she cooked it soft and nutritious porridge. It was filled with easily digestible fish, chopped purple sweet potatoes, carrots, and chopped green vegetables, sprinkled with a little salt, and dripped a little sesame oil to moisten the intestines, and then fed it. Binglin's vest this time looks no different from that of an ordinary dog. Xiaoning raised a dog when she was young, and knew that dogs cannot eat high-salt food. However, most animals, like humans, have to take in some salt. Carnivores and omnivores in the wild usually supplement salt with animal blood, and some herbivores will lick some salt from salt trees, salt lakes, and salt soil. Xiaoning fed the dog a bowl of porridge and stopped feeding, fearing that it would be too full and not healthy. The smart butler drove, and Xiaoning sorted out supplies in the rest area, watched the dog sleep, and occasionally checked the chat channel. This time, the number of online characters in the server returned to 100,000. There were 2 districts merged, but because their number was far less than that of 1408, they lost their original numbers when they merged and became players in District 1408. Xiaoning was the first in the 7 lists in the last natural disaster, but she was too low-key and did not show up in the service area during the 3-day holiday. So even if everyone had seen her virtual image and knew what she looked like, they were still curious about her. There would be basically no danger on the first day of the natural disaster, and the players at this time were the most relaxed and active. Most people talked not about the dangers that might appear in the natural disaster, but about Xiaoning, Yuan Heng, Yan Yamo, Pei Jing, and other big guys who were frequent guests in the top of the list. Xiaoning was the most popular, and was mentioned the most times. The more low-key she was, the more people liked to discuss her. On the contrary, Miao Qinghe, Tao Tao, and others are often active in the chat channel like high imitation accounts. Everyone is too familiar with them, and the topic basically does not involve them. The functions of this natural disaster system interface have also been updated and changed. The most obvious one is that friends can make voice calls, video calls, send voice messages, share real-time coordinates and locations, etc. It should be noted that this function should be used with caution. Exposing coordinates is a high-risk behavior. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. Without enough trust, easily exposing coordinates is tantamount to giving away heads. After the coordinates of friends are interconnected, each other's road worlds will also be connected, and they can form a team to play. Xiaoning was originally going to play with her friends, but she still had Binglin on her side. Binglin's situation was special, and she didn't want to expose it to others when it was so weak. You can say that she is too cautious or that she thinks too much. In short, she has lost Binglin once, and never wants it to have any accidents again. Xiaoning rejected Pei Jing's invitation to play with others, and set off alone with a weak puppy. This ruined city looks very much like the once prosperous modern world. Whether it is the architectural style, or the remaining abandoned items, they are the same as the modern world. I don't know what kind of disaster happened to make a good world become what it is now. This road survival game is very strange. It is said that each natural disaster world is real, but they have obvious game settings. It is said that it is a virtual world, but every place is extremely real. Even some beasts have flesh and blood and are real living creatures. For example, the ice monsters in the last extreme cold natural disaster. For example, the radiated plants in the radiation wild area. They are not just a string of virtual data. The dog has not woken up yet, and it is snoring. Xiaoning is reluctant to make a noise to disturb it, so she simply opens the chat channel to see the chats of the players. This natural disaster is so peaceful, and there are many supply boxes. I have only been driving for half an hour, and I have encountered 2 iron boxes, and I have opened a lot of things. I am luckier and encountered a silver box. Have you noticed that the supplies in the treasure chest have become ordinary? I got ordinary tools and daily necessities, and at most a few hot weapons. Mine are medicines, gauze, bandages, etc. The system said that after nightfall, the map of the area outside the highway will be unlocked, and players can leave the highway to explore the unknown. What does this mean? In the previous natural disasters, weren't there wild areas outside the highway? Could it be that this natural disaster is different? Who knows? Anyway, there must be pitfalls. Don't have any expectations for dog games. Did everyone get a lot of gasoline and drinking water? I got very little gasoline. What should I do? I'm a little panicked. Don't worry. It's not even 9 o'clock. And there are so many boxes behind. And the game often makes trouble. Sometimes I can't get much gasoline for 2 or 3 consecutive days. And sometimes I get a lot of gasoline every day. If you really need gasoline, you can go to the trading market to exchange some now. The price of gasoline and other essential items is uncertain and fluctuates every day. Today's price is higher than usual, but it is within the acceptable range for most players. Everyone should have a lot of gasoline in stock. Do you have more drinking water? I have been driving for so long, and I can't even see the shadow of bottled water. Not to mention bottled water. I just installed a bathroom in the car, and I wanted to take a simple shower. But now forget it. I read the system announcement when I just entered this road world again. Welcome all players in Zone 1408 to enter the 4th natural disaster cycle. The rewards of the last natural disaster cycle have been settled and distributed to the players' mailboxes. Please check and claim them in time. Warm reminder, every time a natural disaster cycle is settled, the top 100 players on the 7 rankings will receive additional rewards. This natural disaster is solar radiation. The duration of the natural disaster, 7 days. The number of online players, 100,000. Please continue to work hard to survive this natural disaster cycle. Are there any top students in our district? What exactly is this solar radiation? What are the hazards? I have already opened the settlement rewards of the rankings, and they are just ordinary food and water. I don't know what the game is about. Shinduan. I am a student at Beijing University of Science and Technology, and my major is somewhat related to astronomy, but not much. Solar radiation mainly includes visible light, infrared and ultraviolet light. Among them, ultraviolet light should have the greatest impact on people. This thing can kill bacteria and disinfect, but it can also cause great harm to the human body. Especially, normal ultraviolet radiation is filtered by the atmosphere, and very little reaches the ground. So the harm to people is limited. So it is good for humans to bask in the sun from time to time. But I don't know how much solar radiation can reach in the natural disaster world. If the ultraviolet radiation content reaching the ground is high, it may cause eye and skin lesions. Lu Heng, in the natural disaster world, I estimate that the power of solar radiation is more than just lesions. In short, everyone should be careful. If it really doesn't work, it is recommended to drive the car at night. Chining, there will be a moon at night. Right? Will the moon have radiation? The moon should not have radiation. Right? It doesn't shine by itself, but relies on the sun's light to shine? Or did I remember it wrong? Sorry. It's been so long since I graduated that I can't remember a lot of knowledge. And I've returned it to the teacher. Since the game says that the type of natural disaster is solar radiation, the moon should be fine. Upstairs, have you forgotten that there are hidden natural disasters now? If the system suddenly releases a whole hidden natural disaster, we'll be screwed. It seems that no one in the chat channel mentioned the time anomaly, and Xiao Ning couldn't help asking a question in the channel. Xiao Ning, does anyone feel like I feel that today's time is abnormal? It seems to be much slower than usual. My biological clock is usually very accurate, but today I slept for 2 nights, and it was still dark. Boss, maybe it's an illusion that you are too tired. It should be an illusion. I feel no different from usual. To be honest, I usually don't get enough sleep for 7 or 8 hours. But I slept well last night. So from this point of view, there is indeed something wrong. Beijing, I feel the same way. I thought it was my own illusion. But I didn't expect that other people also have it. 1 or 2 people may be an illusion. But if there are many people, it may not be an illusion. Lu Heng, I guess it's not that the flow of time has slowed down, but that the night has become longer. I don't know if you have noticed that the time displayed on the system interface is no longer specific to minutes and seconds, but a rough count of hours. Although it is indeed 9 o'clock now, it may not be 9 o'clock 24 hours a day. The shit is cracked. It's terrifying to think about it. The dog game must be going to harm me. Lu Heng, don't panic. Everyone. This natural disaster type is solar radiation. It's not a bad thing that the night is getting longer. After all, the radiation at night is definitely much less than when there is sunlight during the day. When the boss said this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Boss? What boss? Is this person from the merged area? Upstairs, Ms. Liu is a professor at Beijing Institute of Technology and a boss in the game. She helped us a lot. Without her, we might not have been able to successfully survive the last natural disaster. Professor Liu used various materials given by the system and the things on the ice monsters in the natural disaster world to create a wind-powered heater. Can you believe it? Now our area's manufacturing column has the function of invention and creation, which is the credit of Professor Liu. Xiaoning admired him very much. And knowledge is indeed power. She, who relies on luck, is really incomparable to Professor Liu. Although luck is also a kind of strength. People often just like to cling to the thighs of the European emperor and respect the knowledgeable big guys. The two are different. In addition to the luck value, the most powerful thing about Xiaoning should be her rich game experience and knowledge, which is also one of the important factors that allowed her to avoid various dangers and traps, make predictions and prepare in advance, and live well to this day. The system often does not provide much natural disaster data information on the first day, and Xiaoning's smart housekeeper monitoring results will be more comprehensive. The current radiation value is 15 points. It started with 0 points. From 8 to 9. It will increase every once in a while. The frequency is not fixed. It seems that it increases more and more frequently as time goes by. Xiaoning encountered 10 treasure chests in the morning. 2 bronze, 3 silver, and 5 platinum. Her settlement reward for the ranking list is 2 gold treasure chests. But the things that came out of the boxes are not much different from those ordinary boxes. Maybe there are more gasoline and drinking water. 12 ordinary treasure chests, plus 2 rare treasure chests. A total of 1,000 units of gasoline, 400 liters of drinking water, 2 sets of radiation protection suits, 50 tubes of radiation remover, 500 tubes of nutrient supplements, 300 sets of internal and external injury medicine, medical supplies, daily necessities, tools, cold weapons, etc., 10 pieces of hot weapons, and 1,000 rounds of matching ammunition each. The main reason is that there are many things in the gold treasure chest. After all, there are no rare items, so the number is large. After sorting out the supplies, Binglin finally woke up. Or to be more precise, he woke up because he was hungry. Maybe it was because he had replenished food in the morning and slept peacefully. So he finally had energy and strength now. Unlike before, his limbs trembled after walking a few steps, and he was so weak that it broke people's hearts. Binglin walked to Xiaoning's ankle, rubbed her with his little head, and purred twice. Xiaoning understood immediately, and then went to the kitchen to bring the cooked porridge. This time she put some mincemeat in it. Binglin ate without raising his head. He finished a bowl of rice in a short while, and even licked the bowl until it was shiny, saving him from washing the dishes. After eating a bowl of porridge, Binglin was obviously not full. After all, it is not a real ordinary puppy, and its appetite is not comparable to that of ordinary puppies. But when Xiaoning continued to feed it, Binglin looked like she was reluctant to give up, and pushed the bowl of porridge towards Xiaoning, indicating that she should eat it. Xiaoning, good dog, knows how to care about her. But Xiaoning took out a large portion of braised chicken from the storage box in front of the dog, paired with hot white rice and iced happy water, and ate it deliciously. Binglin was stunned. No. Why do they eat differently? Binglin finished the porridge and squatted beside Xiaoning, thinking, there are so many dishes. Can I leave some for it? Unexpectedly, Xiaoning is a person who never wastes food. In the end, she even mixed the soup with rice, leaving nothing. After finishing, she even touched the dog's head. Good boy. You are just feeling better. This is very spicy and salty. Dogs can't eat it. Binglin howled. It didn't say it was a dog. It can eat a big bowl. Chapter 55. Seeing Binglin in better spirits, Xiaoning took him to take a bath. He was too weak in the early morning, so Xiaoning didn't dare to touch him, let alone take a bath. Binglin had always resisted her helping him wash, and now he was even more resistant to taking a bath, insisting on washing himself. Then I'm leaving. Use your claws to pull the switch to the left for hot water, and to the right for cold water. The green jar next to it is shower gel. By the way, can you use shower gel? Don't get a skin disease. Remember to turn off the shower after washing. If you want to take a bath, there is a bathtub. I don't like to use this, so you can use it as you like. Just turn on the faucet. It's also hot on the left and cold on the right. Xiaoning had closed the door and left, but suddenly turned back to open the door. She happened to see Binglin raising his feet to step into the bathtub, which immediately caused Binglin to scream, as if he was being peeped and molested. Xiaoning couldn't help laughing, and Binglin became even angrier. Okay, I'll leave right away. I just want to tell you that there are fresh flower petals next to the bathtub. You can put some when you take a bath, and you will smell good after the bath. Ah. Xiaoning really closed the door and left this time. She still had to pick up the supply boxes. The radiation value increased from 12 noon to around 4 p.m., reaching a maximum of 40 points, and then gradually decreased after 4 p.m. When it was 8 p.m., the night came, and the radiation value would drop below 10 points, or even 0. There were more supply boxes in the afternoon, and Xiaoning picked up 4 in an hour. It took almost 2 hours to bathe and dry the dog, and Xiaoning was afraid that it would wash itself bald. When it came out after the bath, it was clean and refreshed, just like a different dog. Its original color looked gray and black, but after washing it, I realized that it was not gray and black at all. It was clearly earthy yellow, with a tuft of reddish hair at the tip of its tail. Xiaoning thought it would mess up the bathroom, but when she went in to see, she found that everything was neatly put back in its original place, and all the bottles and jars seemed to have been scrubbed and were particularly clean. Even the disinfectant showed signs of use, which should have been used to clean and disinfect the bathroom. Xiaoning was really touched. Who wouldn't love a dog that can bathe and blow its own hair, and help clean the bathroom and love cleanliness? Xiaoning picked up the dog and rubbed it. Binglin rubbed it very obediently, but the dog's face was somewhat helpless. After rubbing the dog, Xiaoning had to continue to pick up the supply box and count the supplies. Binglin watched from the side for a while, and then barked twice. Xiaoning looked at it in confusion. Do you want to try it too? Binglin nodded. The storage box on the car can only be opened by Xiaoning, but once opened, it will remain open as long as Xiaoning does not actively close it. Whenever there is a supply box, Binglin, a small dog, jumps out of the car to pick it up. When he gets on the car, he spits it out from his mouth. It is clean, and there is not even a trace of saliva. Xiaoning then discovered that Binglin has another space in his mouth or abdomen, which is a bit similar to the innate magical powers of some mythical beasts in some fairy movies and novels. It looks like a puppy, but its running and jumping ability is amazing. The height of the single door of the level 5 RV is so high that people who are slightly shorter cannot get on. Binglin can jump on it easily with one jump. You should know that Xiaoning is 1.78 meters tall and has long legs, so she doesn't look embarrassed when getting on and off the car. In fact, there is a mechanical claw on the car to help pick up the supply box. But that thing consumes electricity. It takes a lot of gasoline to start it once. It can be used when there are not many supply boxes at ordinary times. Now that supply boxes appear frequently, using the mechanical claw all the time will consume a lot of electricity. Even if she has gasoline, she can't waste it like this. So Xiaoning can pick up the supply box by herself. So she picks it up by herself. Now with Binglin's help, it's easier. She doesn't even need to organize the supplies. Binglin can do everything by himself. A small puppy, but he is very serious about his work. In order to reward Binglin for his hard work for this family, Xiaoning cooks for him in various ways. There are both meat and vegetables, with good color, fragrance and taste. 8 dishes and 1 soup for 1 meal, and enough staple food. There are desserts, fruits, and snacks after the meal. It's just that when you occasionally encounter a treasure-guarding monster, Xiaoning needs to go down to deal with it. Binglin is small and weak now, and has nothing except a spatial talent. There is no way to deal with the treasure-guarding monster, but it may not be the case in a while. The treasure-guarding monsters Xiaoning encountered during this natural disaster were all the most common goblins, from wooden stick goblins to mace goblins, and the colors changed several times, but the strength did not seem to increase much. Xiaoning rarely encountered them, and it was often possible to encounter them once after picking up a dozen supply boxes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoning turned off the engine and stopped the car to count the total supplies she had obtained this afternoon. As the afternoon approached evening, the number of supply boxes became less and less. So from noon to 8 o'clock in the evening, she picked up a total of 18 supply boxes, including 10 platinum treasure boxes, 4 silver treasure boxes, 3 bronze treasure boxes, and 1 iron box. Blind box coin balance, 30. Since the last natural disaster, Xiaoning has deeply realized the importance of accumulating wish blind box coins. As long as there are blind box coins, there is hope to solve the problem. One more blind box coin at a critical moment means one more chance. The supplies opened from 18 supply boxes are not as much as those opened from 12 supply boxes in the morning. After all, there were 2 gold treasure chests in the morning. The gold treasure chest is still very powerful. Medicine, 20 rolls of hemostatic bandage, 200 balls of sterilized cotton, 50 antidotes, 20 radiation removers, 100 painkillers, 100 anesthetics, food, 10 gene of beef, 8 gene of mutton, 5 gene of pork ribs, 10 gene of rice and flour, 5 gene of pork and shepherd's purse dumplings, 10 gene of leek and egg dumplings, 3 gene of mutton dumplings, 2 gene of beef dumplings. When Xiaoning counted here, she didn't know what to say. Although she loved dumplings and would make dumplings in the car when she had time, she thought it was the new year when so many dumplings were opened at once. Maybe because there were too many dumplings. The supply box also gave a bunch of seasonings, sesame oil, aged vinegar, chili oil, cooking wine, soy sauce, etc. Even a few bottles of steamed fish soy sauce. Xiaoning likes to cook by herself and often exchanges various seasonings in the trading area. Now she doesn't have to buy seasonings for a long time. There were 10 kilograms of fresh fruits and vegetables. Not too many or too few. There were many daily necessities, knives, and tools. Xiaoning even saw some shovels for digging. But she didn't know where they could be used. Maybe they had already taken out a lot of gasoline and drinking water in the morning. But they didn't take out any in the afternoon. Xiaoning was already used to the game operation and didn't feel surprised. The radiation value was getting lower and lower. But for safety reasons, Xiaoning still put on a radiation-proof suit, got out of the car, and explored the unknown area outside the highway. She didn't want to take Binglin out, fearing that she would encounter any danger. But seeing it staring at her through the window, she felt so soft-hearted that she couldn't resist it in the end. So she found an ordinary backpack, put it in it, and took it out of the car with her. She was worried about leaving it alone in the car. After getting out of the car, Xiaoning walked deep into the street. After walking for more than half an hour, she suddenly saw a faint fire. When I got a little closer, I found that it was actually a bonfire. There was a strange kind of meat roasting on the bonfire. It looked fresh, but the smell was like the rotten smell of meat left for more than 10 days in a hot day of more than 30 degrees. Xiaoning didn't even dare to take a deep breath, for fear of being vomited by the smoke. Xiaoning appeared less than a minute ago, and immediately a shadow emerged from the dilapidated house, ran quickly to the bonfire, and looked at her with vigilance and fear. Pure natural person? And a woman? How could you go to such a dangerous place on the ground? Aren't you afraid of radiation and mutant beasts? Those people in the underground city actually let you run out alone. Xiaoning could understand what the other party said, but after careful identification, she found that the creature opposite was a human like her, but with serious deformities and mutations in her body. From the physical characteristics, she should also be a woman, with slightly distorted facial features, no eyebrows, sparse hair, ridiculously long arms and nails, and a dark blue color, and ulcers all over her body. Her back seemed unable to stand upright, and was always bent. This was the first time Xiaoning encountered a human in the road world. Even though she tried to make herself look harmless, the other party was still very alert, and even a little hostile to her. Xiaoning saw the deformed woman holding the piece of rotten barbecue and chewing it. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of fragrant braised beef from the space backpack on her back. As soon as the braised beef was taken out, the deformed woman's bulging eyes stared at it, and couldn't move. She even drooled a little at the corner of her mouth. "Tell me your name." Xiaoning used a sharp knife to easily cut off a piece of beef, and threw it to her. The deformed woman caught it, and swallowed it impatiently. After chewing for a long time, she licked her lips and said, "How can we, the severely deformed and lowly wanderers on the ground, have names? We only have a simple name for convenience. Names are something that only citizens of the underground city are qualified to have. My name is Ing, the Firefly." The woman who gave birth to me said that this is a beautiful insect that appears at night. As beautiful as stars. It's a pity that there are no such insects in the world now. Just like the night now. There are no stars. Combined with the background of the radiation disaster, Xiao Ning's thinking diverged. And he could probably infer that after the radiation disaster in this world, humans hid underground and built cities. Some people with serious deformities and mutations were expelled to the ground and became wanderers. Ing stared at the meat in Xiao Ning's hand. Your meat is very fragrant, without any peculiar smell. And almost no radiation energy can be felt. This should be the rare animal meat in the underground city. It is said that the most expensive one needs tens of thousands of low-level energy stones to buy a piece. Are you a noble? Xiao Ning shook her head. If you answer me a few more questions, I will give you all the remaining meat. Ing hurriedly said, as long as you can give me food. It doesn't matter if it's not this kind of meat. Not to mention answering a few questions. I can do anything for you. Xiao Ning asked her, are there many wanderers like you? Many. At least there are many more than humans, like you who don't have any trace of deformity or mutation. The ground radiation value is high. How did you survive? To eat. You need to collect edible plants on the ground and hunt some edible mutant animals. Drink their blood to quench your thirst. To live. You hide in the camp. But you have to hand in food below the intermediate radiation mutation as a rent. Plants and animals with intermediate radiation or above cannot be eaten. After eating a few times, their genes will collapse and turn into a pile of rotten meat. I can only live in the ruins because I can't pay the rent. There are many wanderers like me in the wandering camp, and some mercenaries who are out on missions. However, those mercenaries are more ferocious and ruthless than the monsters, and I usually avoid them when I see them. Do you have drugs that can remove the radiation energy in the body? Of course there are, but most of them are controlled by people in the underground city, watering camps, and black market camps. People like us may never touch the bottle of radiation remover in our lifetime. There are not only radiation removers, but also gene modification agents. The latter are rarer than the former. The lowest level of gene modification agents can make people get rid of excessive deformities and stimulate a kind of physical superpowers. Of course, the premise is that after taking the gene modification agent, you can survive the painful process of gene reshaping, successfully awaken the superpowers, and become a superpower. Otherwise, everything is in vain, and you will die anyway. Xiao Ning nodded and asked the last question, what is the energy stone you mentioned? Ing looked at her strangely, as if she thought that she, a noble woman who came out of the underground city, didn't know about energy stones? But she was smart and didn't ask more questions. Energy stones are a kind of crystal stones full of energy that appeared after the advent of the Wasteland era. They often appear in high radiation areas and occasionally appear in some mutant beasts. When she said this, Ying's tone was slightly higher. Every energy stone is hard one and requires human lives to obtain. Energy stones have a wide range of uses. I heard from an old man who has lived longer that energy stones are more useful than the previous electricity. Although I don't know what electricity is. Energy stones can also be directly used as energy carriers and absorbed by superpowers to enhance their strength. However, few superpowers are so wasteful. Generally, it is more cost-effective to exchange energy stones for energy agents. Xiao Ning roughly understood what kind of cruel world this was. In short, if an ordinary person were here, he would probably not survive a day. She gave the piece of braised beef to Ing, and also gave her a bottle of mineral water. Are you going to hunt tonight? Are you hunting mutants with energy stones? Ing froze while chewing the beef, and her face gradually became ugly. Xiao Ning looked calm. I won't ask you where the others are. And I don't think you will betray your companions. You only need to do one thing. Convince your leader to let me go with you to hunt. Don't worry. I won't steal your prey. I just need to join a hunting team. Ing looked tangled. And after a while, she said, for the sake of food and water, I am willing to persuade the leader for you. But I can't guarantee that he will agree. If you really join our hunting team in the end, don't expect us to help you save you. If you die, no one will collect your body. Xiao Ning observed her expression and probably felt that this was the best Ing could do. So he gave in and nodded. I understand. If you really can't convince him, don't force it. Cooperation that is forced will basically not work. Ing couldn't help but whispered, I really don't know what a delicate and tender natural person like you is doing on the ground. Do you think hunting on the ground is fun? You can be deadly if you're not careful. But you still have some brains. You know to join our hunting team instead of taking risks on your own. Otherwise you will die even more miserably. Xiaoning certainly heard her complaints. But he could tell that Ing had no ill intentions. So he didn't take it to heart. He just found a place to sit down and waited for Ing to come back for negotiating with their leader. Chapter 56. Xiaoning didn't wait too long. After about 10 minutes, Ing came back. The leader doesn't agree with your joining. And he said that he hopes you will leave this area as soon as possible. Ing said in a cold tone, I can't help you. You should leave quickly. It's best to go back to where you came from. Otherwise other wanderers will not be as easy to talk to as me. Some wanderers like to eat the flesh and blood of natural people. Especially natural women like you who are flawless and tender. They believe that the flesh of natural people can purify the radiation energy in their bodies. In the ground world, cannibalism is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Ing turned around and was about to leave, putting out the campfire. Xiaoning was not surprised by this result. The hunting operation should be a relatively important operation for these wanderers, and it is impossible to let a stranger in easily. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it if something happens. When Ing put out the fire and was ready to leave with the roasted stinky beast meat, Xiaoning slowly spoke, food, water, wound medicine. I can use these to exchange with you for energy stones, mutant beasts, and mutant plant corpses. No matter how high the radiation content is, it can be exchanged. The specific price can only be determined after I see the things. I will appear here at 8 o'clock every night and leave at dawn. You can go back and tell your leader this news and let him think about it carefully. Ing looked at her with an incredible look, as if she didn't understand how Xiaoning, a natural person who looked thin and weak, dared to be so bold to trade with the wanderers on the ground, and also openly stated that she had supplies in her hands. Doesn't she understand the principle of not showing off her wealth? Or is there something she relies on, so she is not afraid of being killed and robbed? Xiaoning seemed to see her thoughts, but didn't explain, let alone her various skill cards and equipment. Just her skill of hitting the target with 100% hit, and 10 different types of hot weapons are not something these wanderers can deal with. Last time, a book 1,000 Miles of Vision was opened in the gold treasure chest of the natural disaster. And a golden skill book 1,000 Puppets and 10,000 Puppets was opened in the diamond treasure chest. These are Xiaoning's confidence. In the ordinary backpack hanging in front of her, the dog nibbled here and there, never stopping. Bing Lin must have been itching to find it, and finally used her backpack zipper to grind his teeth. Xiaoning patted the backpack, signaling it not to be naughty. I can't listen to you too much. Everyone wants those things. But no matter how good the things are, you have to be alive to get them. I will tell your words to the leader, and you'd better not play tricks. Otherwise I can't save your life. No one can lie to our leader. This time Xiaoning waited a little longer, and it was obvious that the leader of Ing had considered it for a long time. After waiting for almost an hour, Ing finally came with a few vagrants. The vagrant walking in front was an old man who looked old. His body was deformed and seriously ulcerated. Xiaoning was shocked after just one look and did not dare to look at him anymore. With such severe radiation sickness, I don't know how they managed to survive until now. I heard from Ing that you wanted to trade something with us. The old man's voice was rough and hoarse. Xiaoning replied, yes. I wonder what you think. Don't worry, little girl. What's your name? Xiaoning. There doesn't seem to be a surname like Xiao among the nobles in the underground city. Don't test me. I'm not from the underground city. You don't need to know my origins. And it has nothing to do with our transaction. You just need to tell me whether you are willing to trade with me. The old man saw that Xiaoning had been waiting for so long and had little patience left. So he said, trading is of course no problem. But how do you plan to exchange? We want as much food and water as you have. As for medicine, it depends on how much you set the price. If the price is too high, we're afraid we can't buy much. Xiaoning took out a batch of canned food, dehydrated vegetables, dry food such as bread and compressed biscuits, as well as sausages, bacon and other durable meats. She had too much drinking water in stock during the past few natural disasters, so she took the opportunity to clear out a batch of about 300 liters. Xiaoning also took out a set of tables and chairs from her space backpack and sat down. These are the supplies I plan to trade tonight. Anyone who has energy stones or the bodies of mutant animals and plants can exchange them with me. She didn't even hide the fact that she had storage tools. But the wanderer seemed to be very familiar with storage tools. It seemed that this was not the first time they had seen such items. The directions of the deformed bodies of the wanderers were different. Some of them were very mobile and quick. They had some inventory. So in just a few minutes, they brought in a lot of bodies of mutant animals and plants. Energy stones are too precious. We can't take out extra ones for the time being. Can you see if these things can be exchanged? After taking out the supplies from Qiaoning, these wanderers couldn't take their eyes off them. If Qiaoning didn't have a large thermal weapon in his hand, they would have swarmed up to grab it. Qiaoning took a piece of mutant beast meat. Binglin sniffed it and showed a look of disgust, but still ate it. The higher the radiation level, the faster it eats, and the less repulsive it is. That means it doesn't like it. Qiaoning fed it to the summoned locusts. The locusts were not picky, and liked to eat all kinds of meat. The higher the radiation level, the more it liked to eat. Qiaoning also planned to take some back and throw it into the universal flush toilet to see if it could be decomposed into useful things. The two sides negotiated the transaction price, and finally set a price of 100 kilograms of high-radiation mutant beast meat in exchange for a can of canned food or a bottle of water. Or half a kilogram of meat. Or half a kilogram of vegetables and fruits. The few mutant beasts they brought each weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Seeing that Qiaoning was really willing to exchange supplies for high-radiation animal meat and plant stumps, the wanderers lined up to exchange. In addition to food and water, daily necessities and cold weapons were also very popular. Qiaoning exchanged all the supplies she had taken out in a short while. And then the group of people also reached the hunting time, and left in a group, and no one knew where they went. Qiaoning sat on a chair and waited. And when she was really tired, she climbed on the table and took a nap. With Binglin's keen five senses, she was not afraid of sneak attacks. Besides, she was wearing a defensive ring on her hand, which could open invincible defense at critical moments. She used the 1,000 miles tracking skill to spy on the wanderers heading to a wilderness. Is that natural person stupid? The things she took out were so rare that even the nobles in the dungeon could not eat such good things. She actually exchanged them for high-grade radioactive animal meat, which was inedible. What did she do with it? Why do you care about others? They are rich and willful. Besides, do you think it's easy for us to hunt high-level mutant beasts? Whenever we hunt, we are wounded and even die a lot before we succeed. The supplies she gave are indeed good, like natural items without any radiation pollution. But we don't have to buy them. Can't we still survive by eating plants and animal meat with intermediate radiation? You two stop talking about others. The leader has said that we should hunt as many high-level mutant beasts as possible in the next few days. And we can also sell the energy stones that we have accumulated privately. The stones won't give birth if we keep them, but we can exchange them for a lot of things if we sell them. To be honest, the canned luncheon meat and sausages are really delicious. Everything is delicious. Even the water is delicious. I have never drunk such clean and sweet water since I was born. No wonder that natural female can be so tender and fair. If she eats and drinks well, she can be white and tender. You are so bold. Aren't you afraid that the leader will hear and punish you? That woman is our partner now. If she offends us and doesn't want to trade with us anymore, who can bear the responsibility? The leader will tear you to pieces. I'm just saying it. How dare I have any bad thoughts? Didn't you see what the woman was holding? With such a big rocket launcher, one shot can probably blow me to pieces. Qiaoning retracted her skills and waited for them to come back from hunting. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and Qiaoning's wait was not in vain. These wanderers hunted a giant python and got a level 3 energy stone that was about the size of a fist. Qiaoning used 10 bottles of wound medicine, detoxification medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, painkiller, etc., and put some canned food like 8 treasure porridge in it, and then exchanged this level 3 energy stone. On the way back to the highway, the energy stone was eaten by Binglin before it was warm in my hand. Qiaoning was worried that it would get sick, and she was very anxious. But this guy was not afraid at all, and fell asleep in the backpack with a little snore. When they got in the car, Qiaoning carefully took the puppy out of the backpack and put it on the soft cushion where it loved to lie. The dog was sleeping with its limbs loose and limp, like a line. Perhaps it smelled a familiar smell and knew that it was back in the car. The puppy became more and more defenseless, and simply turned over, revealing its belly covered with white fine hair, and snored while lying on its back. Binglin slept for a long time again, and while sleeping, sparks even came out of its body, burning the cushion. Xiaoning could only use mixed metals in the manufacturing column to make a metal doghouse by herself, and put Binglin in it to sleep. When Binglin woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the second day of the disaster. It was sunny, the weather was slightly hot, and the radiation value was 40. Who has anti-radiation clothing? Buy it for a high price. Why did the radiation level suddenly rise so high today? When I got off the car to pick up the supply box just now, the sun was shining on me. It was only less than 2 minutes after I got off the car, and my arms were sunburned purple through my clothes. My face was also sunburned, and it hurt so much that I dare not touch the skin on my face now. The slightest touch will cause the skin to peel off. I was lucky and got sunscreen, which is really a must-have for home and travel. In the modern world, I never understood why my wife had to put on sunscreen when she went out to take out the trash. Now I can finally understand her feelings. This is only the second day of the natural disaster, and the disaster is so severe. How can we survive it later? Wearing more layers of clothes can isolate some radiation, at least to prevent the sun from shining directly on the skin. I don't know what happened to my neck. It was very itchy after getting off the car once before. Later, the system prompted me that there was a slight lesion on my skin, and I needed to remove the radiation energy in my body in time. Otherwise the lesion would continue to worsen, and eventually could not be cured. I was embarrassed. I was too lazy to clean the toilet in the car, so I was used to going to the bathroom near the highway. As a result, I was exposed to the sun. Fortunately, I unpacked a tube of radiation remover, and it has now recovered. I sincerely suggest that everyone should not be like me. You must pay attention to sun protection and radiation protection. Xiaoning finished reading a few messages in the chat channel, and was about to call Binglin for dinner. When she looked back, there was no dog in the kennel. After searching the car for a while, she couldn't find it. When she was about to get off, she suddenly saw Binglin lying on the ground with his belly pressed against the ground, basking in the sun on a piece of ruined stone slab with the best sunlight. There were some red hairs on the tips of its ears and forepaws, and its hair was shiny and sleek in the sun. Binglin, come back for dinner. After dinner, go to the roof of the car to bask in the sun. Hearing the voice, Binglin slowly stood up from the ground, stretched his front legs, kicked his hind legs, and after stretching his body, he jumped 3 or 4 meters and jumped back to the car in 2 or 3 steps. The man and the dog washed their paws and prepared to eat. Xiaoning cooked dumplings today, and she liked beef dumplings the most. She ate 5 or 6 dumplings in a row with vinegar and chili oil, and then stopped her chopsticks and asked the dog next to her, "Why don't you eat it? Don't you like this taste?" Binglin howled twice, raised his paw and pointed at the sauce plate on Xiaoning's table. "Why doesn't it have this? Xiaoning, you are a puppy. You should eat light food. It's not good for you to eat too much of these seasonings." Binglin refused to accept and insisted on eating with the sauce. Xiaoning could only prepare a plate of sauce for it. She wanted to help it dip, but Binglin's claws were quite powerful. His sharp nails were like knives and forks. He picked up a dumpling and dipped it into the dish before stuffing it into his mouth. A series of actions flowed smoothly. In just a few minutes, he finished a large plate of dumplings. Xiaoning saw that its eyes turned to her plate, and quickly covered it with her hands. "You have finished yours. This is mine." "Oh, where is the puppy who used to be well-behaved, sensible and considerate and gave her food?" Binglin looked uninterested. When he jumped off the stool, he seemed to accidentally step on the air, and his claws pulled Xiaoning's dumpling plate away, and a large plate of dumplings fell down. Binglin jumped left and right like a flash of lightning, eating all the dumplings before they landed. Xiaoning, very good. From deliberately stepping on air and knocking over the plate to eating all the dumplings, not a single action was superfluous. Chapter 57. Xiaoning cooked another sour soup dumpling, and after eating, she began to count the supply boxes she had encountered in the morning. There were more supply boxes today, and she had harvested 20 in just one morning. 12 platinums, 8 silvers, and no low-level boxes. The food, water, and medicine that Xiaoning exchanged last night were almost recovered by opening boxes this morning. Wish blind box coin balance, 50. Unboxing materials, 800 units of gasoline, 300 liters of drinking water, 10 sets of radiation protection suits, 20 tubes of radiation removers, 100 tubes of nutrient supplements, 100 copies of internal and external injury medicines, 50 rolls of hemostatic bandages, 200 balls of disinfected cotton, 80 tubes of antidote, 200 tablets of painkillers, 100 tubes of anesthetics. Food, 10 gene of fresh pork, 5 gene of marbled beef, 8 gene of mutton, 3 roast ducks with fruit wood, 5 roast chickens, 20 gene of spicy braised duck. Some daily necessities. Some cold weapons, 3 hot weapons, 5 boxes of ammunition. From the quantity of materials. All kinds of materials have increased or decreased. And the overall fluctuation is not too large. The reduction of gasoline and drinking water is more obvious. Xiaoning sorted out the materials and put them away. And started basic body training. Practicing basic swordsmanship. And occasionally driving for a while instead of the smart housekeeper. Driving is a skill that needs to be practiced frequently. Otherwise it will be unfamiliar. In case of an accident, the smart butler cannot be started, and she needs to drive manually. So she must be proficient. Driving a motorhome is very different from driving a car. So since Xiaoning has upgraded the car, she will take some time every day to drive it herself. In the afternoon, she encountered 2 treasure-guarding monsters. Still goblins. But these 2 goblins also seem to be affected by radiation, with some ulcers and deformities on their bodies. This mutation not only did not reduce the attack power of the goblins, but made them quite violent and bloodthirsty. The first one was solved by Xiaoning. And the second one was a ball of fire suddenly spurted out of Bingling's mouth, instantly burning the mutant goblin to ashes. The goblin that was burned to ashes accidentally left a crystal stone. It should be the energy stone mentioned by those wanderers. It is different from the beast core that Xiaoning obtained before. It is more like a diamond with a slight golden glow. It even has facets. The one in her hand has 9 facets. And I don't know what level it is. Xiaoning studied it for a long time, and found that this thing has the same function as the beast core, which is an energy substance. It can be used as a quick supplement when energy consumption is too large. And it can also be absorbed during cultivation to increase the strength of superpowers. Moreover, it has no attributes, while the beast core has attributes. Some beast cores that are non-ice, water, etc. cannot be used by Xiaoning. The level of this energy stone should not be high. Xiaoning absorbed it a little, and the energy inside was gone. After the energy in the energy stone was emptied, it really became a hard gold diamond. It is useless, but beautiful. Xiaoning put the gold diamond into the storage box. The highest radiation value in the afternoon reached 60 points. Xiaoning tried to feel the radiation intensity. In just 1 minute, the exposed skin would become red and swollen, followed by ulceration and pus. If you only wear ordinary clothes to cover tightly, at a radiation value of 60 points, you will be on the verge of coma after staying outside the car for half an hour at most. This is only a moderate radiation infection, which can be solved by a radiation remover. After use, there is still 1 hour of absolute radiation resistance time. However, if the radiation level increases in the future, it may not be solved by a single scavenger. This natural disaster is quite special, and Xiaoning has limited radiation scavengers in her hands. She suspects that the game is forcing everyone to find ways to obtain radiation scavengers on their own. She must find a channel to obtain radiation scavengers as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult for this natural disaster to achieve a survival rate of more than 20%. In the afternoon, 25 supply boxes were picked up, but the number of supplies opened was about the same as in the morning. Without gasoline and drinking water, Xiaoning has a balance of 75 blind box coins, and she continues to save them. I hope to save as much as possible for this natural disaster. The next natural disaster may not have such a high rate of supply boxes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the night fell, and the radiation value instantly dropped below 10 points. Xiaoning wore a radiation protection suit, but did not wear a matching radiation protection mask. This thing is safe, but it is too stuffy, and it is even more stuffy with a hood. And you have to rely on oxygen cylinders for oxygen supply for a long time. Xiaoning has driven so many kilometers. Of course, it is impossible to go to the place last night to wait for the group of wanderers. She originally planned to stay there for a day or two and trade with them a few more times. But she didn't expect the radiation value to increase rapidly the next day, disrupting her plan. She could only continue on her way and pick up more supply boxes. She didn't know how big this ruined city was. She drove for a whole day and didn't even see the border. Xiaoning stopped the car, turned off the engine, and took Binglin away from the road. The moment she stepped out of the road, the scene in front of Qiaoning suddenly changed. It was no longer a desolate and dilapidated ruined city, but a wasteland. There was an unknown giant tree not far away, and the human camp was built on the giant tree. After refining her body, her five senses became clear and her eyesight became much stronger. She could see the situation in the camp clearly from a distance. Qiaoning even saw the bustling market and the sturdy and weird mutants who looked like the Hulk. Qiaoning did not plan to get close to the camp. She could intimidate a group of wanderers, but she might not be able to intimidate the wanderers in a camp. There were more than wanderers there. She also saw mercenaries who raised some kind of vicious mutant beasts. Qiaoning hid far away for half a night, and finally met a deformed child in the early morning. It was a boy about 10 years old. Whether in the wanderer team or in the camp, there were few women, and even fewer children. Maybe the radiation seriously affected human reproduction? After being caught by Qiaoning, the deformed little boy was like a caged beast cub, constantly trying to untie the restraints and escape in various ways, but was caught by Qiaoning every time. When he was sure that he could not escape from Qiaoning's palm, he gradually calmed down. Qiaoning thought that he must be thirsty and hungry after tossing for so long, so she took out a sandwich and a bottle of milk for him. The little boy was stunned, as if he was not sure that these things were for him. Although his saliva was flowing out and his stomach was rumbling, he still stared at Qiaoning fiercely and vigilantly. Qiaoning ignored him, put the things on the ground and walked away. She and Binglin ate malkshuang with rice. Binglin didn't like tasteless things. Like Qiaoning, he preferred heavy-tasting food. Binglin even drank the soup, which made Qiaoning's expression twisted. I don't know how he could drink it. After finishing the meal, perhaps because of the power of food, the little boy finally didn't have such a big hostility towards Qiaoning. At this time, Qiaoning told him her purpose, which was still to trade and exchange. She asked him to find someone he trusted and bring things here to trade with her. Only tonight. She would leave at dawn at the latest. Things to trade with her: energy stones, high radiation animal meat, plants, radiation removers, genetic modification agents. What can be exchanged? Canned meat, canned fruit, fresh meat, fresh vegetables, rice, white flour, drinking water, painkillers, anesthetics, antidotes, daily necessities, cold weapons, hot weapons. This child can survive well in the camp where dragons and snakes are mixed. It is impossible that he has no one to rely on. There must be an elder who protects him. The person who can protect such a child to grow up will at least not be a cold person. Even if he really encounters danger, Qiaoning has countless skill cards to quickly escape from the battlefield. As long as you do what I tell you to do, I will give you another 20 kilograms of meat and 2 barrels of drinking water for free. The food that Qiaoning has the most is actually meat, including meat from ice monsters, ordinary meat from unpacking boxes, and radioactive meat from wild areas. Although she can't eat the last one, it doesn't mean that these deformed ones can't eat it. She just tried to take out a piece of radioactive meat for the little boy. After the child used his watch to detect the radiation value, he confirmed that this meat was edible for them. Aren't you afraid that I will take your things and run away? The little boy was puzzled. In his opinion, the sample given to him by this beautiful woman was very precious. Qiaoning smiled and didn't answer his question. What if he ran away? It won't cause much loss to her. If you want to do business, you have to invest. The child ran quickly towards the camp, as if he was afraid that Qiaoning would change her mind and take away the supplies she gave him. As Qiaoning expected, the child had parents in the camp. Not long after, his brother came with people. The transaction process was not smooth at the beginning. These people were obviously not as easy to talk to as the group of wanderers last night. However, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, the party with the bigger fist naturally has more say. When they were willing to trade honestly, they ran a few times to transport a lot of things and got a batch of precious energy stones. It was almost dawn. Qiaoning put her finger between her lips and whistled. Soon, Binglin's figure running happily appeared in her sight. Let's go! It's late. It's time to go back. From last night to now, she hasn't had a good rest. She has to sleep well during the day today. Back in the car, Qiaoning and Binglin washed up, explained to the smart housekeeper, and fell asleep with the dog. Qiaoning slept for about 7 hours this time. She didn't wake up naturally, but the dog danced at her bedside and woke her up. Maybe people who keep dogs have to experience this way of waking up. In the morning, they encountered 2 treasure-guarding monsters, which should have been solved by Bing Lin. There are 2 more energy stones on the bedside table. There were also 25 boxes of supplies, which were either picked up by Bing Lin or picked up by the smart butler using the mechanical claw. Xiaoning got up and washed up, and wanted to take the dog with her, but was rejected. Bing Lin said that it had already washed up and even brushed its teeth to make them clean and bright. I almost forgot that this dog is cleaner than her. After eating several meals made of highly radioactive animal meat, Bing Lin grew very fast. When I first met it, it was not much bigger than a palm. But now it has grown to be almost the same size as an adult border collie. It has only been 1 day. At this growth rate, how big will it be when the disaster is over? Won't it be impossible to get into the car door soon? Xiaoning once again thought about the separation of her and Bing Lin after the disaster. Your vest this time. Is it not another disaster beast? Don't play dumb. Bing Lin shook his head and put his paw on her hand. Xiaoning didn't understand what this meant. Bing Lin was a little anxious and circled around her several times, as if he didn't know how to express his meaning to her. Xiaoning suddenly had an idea and used the pet conquer on it once. A virtual progress bar appeared in front of her. She had also had this progress bar when she conquered pets before, but it was never as successful as this time. The speed was so fast that Xiaoning almost didn't see the progress bar. It appeared for less than a second and then disappeared. Bing Lin, who was successfully subdued as a pet, was not unhappy about losing his freedom at all. He rubbed against Xiaoning like a silly dog. Xiaoning was so happy that she rubbed the dog's fur vigorously and clicked on its pet information. Chapter 58. Pet name, Bing Lin. Race, unknown. Lifespan, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Status, infant. Skills, unknown. Talent, Taotai space, only advanced storage space. Talent, pet's inner thoughts. Love Xiao Xiao. Protect Xiao Xiao. Listen to Xiao Xiao. Believe in Xiao Xiao. Give everything to Xiao Xiao. And never separate from Xiao Xiao. Xiaoning saw a series of unknowns, and it was not surprising. Bing Lin was unique in her heart, and it was not surprising that abnormal information was displayed. But when she saw the last pet's inner thoughts, Xiaoning had only one thought. As expected, her dog really loved her. A dog that loved her so much. How could it live without her? Fortunately, this time it was bound, and it would never be separated again. Bing Lin is special. Its pet information panel is unique, and the information introduction of other pets is not as varied as it. In addition, Xiaoning could not put Bing Lin into the pet column. Successfully taming Bing Lin cost her a pet column expansion crystal. But Bing Lin cannot enter this pet column. It can only be raised outside. Other pets can recover quickly in the pet column, reducing energy consumption and not being hungry easily. Bing Lin is like a product of a system bug. It seems that it does not understand its own specialness. It is like a silly dog and plays around Xiaoning. From the speed of its tail wagging, you can see how happy it is at this moment. Who can refuse a happy dog? Xiaoning can't refuse it anyway. The 3rd day of the natural disaster. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It is hot. The radiation value is 102. And the radiation is high. It is not recommended to travel. Blind box coins 100. Energy stones asterisk 158. Ice beast cores asterisk 375. Water beast cores asterisk 45. Other beast cores asterisk 50. These are the assets accumulated by Xiaoning. He has to count them every day to feel at ease. Xiaoning got up, washed, and ate with Bing Lin. Xiaoning hadn't eaten snail rice noodle for a long time. Today, she cooked 2 packets of spicy and smelly rice noodles to satisfy her craving. Bing Lin hated the smell at first, but after she scooped some to taste, she fell in love with the taste. The braised meat in the rice bowl didn't smell good anymore. She wanted a bowl no matter what. If the owner didn't cook for her, she would cook for herself. She used a basin to collect water, and then sprayed a little flame to cook a bowl of snail rice noodles. After dinner, Bing Lin washed the dishes. Xiaoning discovered today that Bing Lin had unlocked a new skill. In addition to spitting fire, he could also create a stream of water. And he could even adjust the temperature of the water. What a magical dog. Bing Lin rinsed the dishes, put on his work clothes, put everything back in place, took the kitchen trash can away, poured the trash into the universal flush toilet, and then put on a clean trash bag. If the floor was dirty, He would also hold a special mop in his mouth to mop the floor and clean and disinfect it with high-temperature water. While Guzi was busy doing housework, Xiao Ning was peacefully exercising in the activity area. Xiao Ning never missed his daily physical training and ability training, while Binglin would go to the roof of the car to bask in the sun whenever he had time. The solar radiation that is unbearable for humans seems to be the energy it absorbs through training. The more it basks in the sun, the more oily and shiny its hair becomes. There are more and more red hairs on its body. Before, there were only a few strands of hairs in a few parts, but now some places have already formed clumps of red hairs. Xiao Ning did not rest for the whole afternoon and practiced until about 8 o'clock. While eating with Binglin, he watched the chat channel. The sun is really poisonous today. Can a Hui come to shoot down the sun? Or a Tiango would be fine. Upstairs, the Tiango swallows the moon. No matter what it swallows. Let's put out the sun. Not only is it hot, but I can't stand the radiation. I can't drive during the day. I got moderate radiation sickness from the sun through the car glass and window screen. It took me a bottle of radiation remover to recover. I have added light shields to all the windows, which cost me a lot of gold and silver bars, as well as the new material titanium, or that was recently opened. The light shield material is titanium alloy, which can be made from one titanium ore and two mixed metals. All the front and rear windows of my car are equipped with light shields. I went bankrupt after installing them. Titanium alloy is a good thing. I read that it can stabilize the temperature in the car, prevent radiation, prevent corrosion, increase toughness and prevent impact, etc. In short, it has many uses. I have a hunch that these basic materials will become more and more useful in the future. Everyone should stock up as much as possible, regardless of whether the materials obtained by this natural disaster are used or not. In this game, you can't stock up at the last minute. You must have foresight and stock up in advance. Isn't this nonsense? Do you need to say it? I started hoarding a long time ago. The key is that no matter how much I hoard, it is not enough. Sometimes, I have to exchange it out when I have no choice. After all, my life is almost gone. What's the point of holding on to the materials? Do you feel that the temperature is changing very quickly? When I wore the radiation protection suit yesterday, I felt stuffy, but it was acceptable. Today, I can't wear it most of the time. Only in the morning when the sun has not completely risen. And after 6 p.m., when the sun is about to set, can we wear it and walk outside? I am very worried that in the next few days, the high temperature will make us unable to wear radiation protection suits, and we will not be able to drive to find supply boxes during the day, then drive at night. This natural disaster is not very dangerous at night. At most, we will encounter a few mutated goblins, and we can still solve it with a fight. Xiaoning, you can also explore the area outside the highway, but there will be a high risk. There are wanderers gathering in the ruins or camps outside the highway. They are short of food and clothing, and anything that seems insignificant to us can be exchanged with them. Don't trust wanderers easily when you meet them. You can use force to deter them. Compared with good words, those wanderers only accept weapons and force. Note that many wanderers have cannibalism. To be precise, they do not regard us as their own kind, but as prey. Wanderers have energy stones in their hands, which function similarly to beast cores, but they have no attributes, and are more convenient to use and easier to absorb than beast cores. Players who awaken superpowers in the last natural disaster can use energy stones to upgrade themselves. If you don't have enough force, don't provoke wanderers, and be careful of mutant beasts. The boss is right. On the first night, a friend of mine teamed up with several people to explore the ruins outside the highway. As a result, they ran into a team of wanderers, and all of them were disconnected soon. I watched the replay of the video before death. They were killed by those deformed and mutated wanderers. The following words were blocked by the system, but everyone understood what the player was talking about. Since entering the game, everyone has experienced more than one or two terrible things, but people with bottom lines can't get used to cannibalism, no matter how many times they hear or see it. Due to the survival rate, people in the server are more or less united, and most people have bottom lines. Those players who abandon all principles for survival and make themselves neither human nor ghost have probably fallen with the server. The severity of the natural disasters in the fallen servers is not comparable to that of normal servers. They are simply purgatory. It is common for the whole area to be destroyed after a natural disaster. This is probably the result of indulging oneself in depravity. Xiaoning then shared some of the information she had obtained, and suggested that everyone who has the ability should try to muster up the courage to explore the area outside the highway. She did not have enough supplies, so she did not put many things on the shelves. She only put some food, drinking water, gasoline, daily necessities, etc., and exchanged materials and talent experience books, mainly for players in urgent need. She exchanged all materials, not limited to metal materials. Xiaoning usually dropped items or material boxes when she killed treasure-guarding monsters. Those who were burned to death by Binglin would drop an energy stone. But there was never any material explosion. Most of the materials she had were stocks, and the other was to exchange some from Li Yongxing every day. Li Yongxing and Yuan Heng both had titanium ore. This material had just appeared and everyone was in short supply, so she was embarrassed to exchange too much. I hope to get some information from the Wanderer tonight and exchange for something useful. After parking, Xiaoning left the highway with Binglin. After stepping out of the road this time, not far away, what appeared was not ruins or wasteland, but pitch-black mountains. Before Xiaoning had time to take a few glances at the environment, a series of system prompts sounded in his ears. Warning! Warning! The area where the player Xiaoning is currently located is an ultra-high radiation area. The radiation value is as high as 875 points after detection. The anti-radiation suit will be completely ineffective within 10 seconds. It is recommended that the player leave this area within 10 seconds. Otherwise he will immediately fall into a state of severe radiation erosion. Xiaoning did not hesitate at all and immediately retreated, and stopped only when he retreated to a place close to the road barrier. At this time, the system prompted that the radiation value had dropped to 350, which was in a high radiation area. It was not recommended for Xiaoning, who was wearing a new anti-radiation suit, to stay here for a long time. If you have to stay here, it is best to take a radiation remover every half an hour. Xiaoning felt a little strange, because when he first stepped out of the road, the system did not immediately prompt the high radiation value around. But after entering the ultra-high radiation area, prompts were given one after another. It seems that this system prompt is not triggered casually. 2 nights ago, the moon was high in the sky. Not only the radiation value was low, but also the temperature was comfortable. Sometimes, without light, the road ahead could be seen clearly by moonlight. In this area, the sky was dark. The moon was nowhere to be seen. The air was hot and stuffy, and there was an unpleasant smell. Xiaoning looked at the mountain in front of her, full of curiosity. The 1,000 miles tracking skill could not see anything, so she had to go in and see it herself. She really wanted to check the situation on the mountain. What on earth caused the radiation value in this area to be so high? But the radiation value in the area ahead was as high as 875 points. And going there would mean death. Is it just going back like this? Rest tonight? While Xiaoning was hesitating, Binglin suddenly whimpered and rubbed the back of her hand. Perhaps they were bound by a contract. And Xiaoning understood the meaning of its cry in seconds. You mean? You want to go over and take a look for me? Binglin nodded. Xiaoning was a little worried about it. Binglin raised his head and whimpered. I know you're not afraid of radiation. But what if there's any danger over there? You're still a puppy. You know? You're underage. Binglin suddenly got anxious, jumping left and right in front of Xiaoning, spitting fire and turning into water, to prove that it's not a puppy. It's grown up and very powerful. Xiaoning was dizzy by it, and Binglin would act cute and roll around when she disagreed. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, go ahead. But you must pay attention to safety. If there's anything wrong, immediately retreat and tell me. Don't go up and force it. Do you hear me? 5 minutes at most. If you don't come out after 5 minutes, I'll go in and find you. Binglin squatted down, raised his paw and placed it in Xiaoning's palm, howling, indicating that he had agreed with her, and would definitely listen to her. Chapter 59. Xiaoning watched Binglin jump a few times, and then disappear into the darkness. She went a little further, and stopped at a place with a radiation value of more than 400. This was the farthest place she could go to while saving her life. She couldn't bear any higher radiation. In just 5 minutes, Xiaoning felt like a year. She frowned and looked at the vague outline of the mountain in the darkness. Even through the mask, the pungent smell around still penetrated into her nose. She suddenly thought of something, and took out the miner's hoe from the space backpack. When she drove to these tools, She was still thinking about where these things could be used, and in what situations they could be used. Later, every time she left the road, out of caution, she would put some of each of these supplies in the space backpack. In case of emergency, she always felt that this game would not let players get these props for no reason. Sure enough, it was used now. She first used something else to dig the ground, and found that the rock and soil on the ground did not move at all, as if it was stuck with super glue. Xiaoning changed to the miner's hoe that she got out of the box to dig, and she easily dug off a hard rock. It seems that only the props given by the system can dig. She picked up the stone and looked at it for a long time, and then chiseled it with the miner's hoe. After breaking it, there was nothing inside. Was she overthinking? Xiaoning didn't believe it, and continued to dig. After 2 or 3 minutes, she still didn't find anything unusual. The ice scale was about to come out. Just when Xiaoning was about to give up digging, her miner's hoe made a ding sound, and it seemed that she had dug up something special and hard. She had a mining lamp on her head, and she was trying hard to wield the miner's hoe to dig, and she really looked a bit like a miner. Xiaoning dug at different angles, and used the tip of the hoe to hook out a stone with many edges and corners. She broke the layer of rock skin wrapped outside, revealing the crystal object inside. It turned out to be an energy stone with 9 facets, which was almost the same level as the energy stone obtained by Bing Lin after he burned the treasure-guarding monster to death. Although the energy stone obtained was of low level, it did not affect Xiaoning's good mood. What does it prove? That the ore wrapped with energy stones can be easily dug. It proves that there is not only energy stone mine here, but also the output of the mine is not small. At least it has not been dug much. Otherwise, it would not be possible to dig it even on the ground. At this time, Bing Lin, who went to explore, also came back. Not only returned intact, but also brought her a bunch of ores. Bing Lin has a gluttonous space. She doesn't know how much it can store, but since the pet information says it is the top storage space, the capacity must be not small. She didn't care about the ores, and first checked Bing Lin carefully. She lifted up all its claws, and touched it carefully. After confirming that it was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe it was because she had killed Bing Lin once before. Even though it was over, it left an indelible mark in her heart, making her extremely afraid that Bing Lin would get hurt. Good boy. You're awesome. Xiaoning lowered her head and kissed its furry head, rubbed its back vigorously, and kept praising it. There were about 200 or 300 ores, which was definitely not the limit of Bing Lin's storage. It should be the maximum number it could dig in 5 minutes from entering the exploration to finding these ores and digging. It remembered the agreement with her, and returned within 5 minutes. Otherwise, she would enter the ultra-high radiation zone to find it, and she would be in danger. Bing Lin didn't want his master to be in any danger. Xiaoning understood what Bing Lin was thinking. It was precisely because she felt its magnificent and subtle love for her that Xiaoning couldn't help but soften her heart, especially when she met its clear and gentle dog eyes. Her heart was almost melted. Did you encounter any danger in the mountains? Bing Lin shook his head. He didn't lie to his master. He really didn't encounter any danger. He only encountered a few ants. It was not dangerous. He burned them with a mouthful of fire, because he was afraid of not being able to explain to his master. He didn't hand in the energy stones. He just treated them as snacks. Xiaoning narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a long time. After being stared at for a while, Bing Lin couldn't help but look away. What did you encounter in there? Xiaoning asked in a different way. Bing Lin had to tell the truth this time. He gestured that he encountered 2 weak creatures, killed them casually, and got some energy stones. He looked at Xiaoning's face and hurriedly took out the energy stones to hand them in. Xiaoning didn't want them, but slapped his butt. If I hadn't asked, would you not have told me? Bing Lin had never been spanked by Xiaoning before. He jumped up instantly, but squatted down again the next second. Although the spanking by the master didn't hurt, and it was no different from rubbing and caressing it at ordinary times, the big dog still lowered his head. Such a pitiful look. Xiaoning couldn't bear to continue talking about it when she saw it like this, so she could only sigh and tell it not to hide it from her next time. Otherwise she would only worry more. Bing Lin howled, indicating that she remembered it. Next, Bing Lin entered the mine again. This time, it stayed in there for almost 10 minutes. When it came out, it brought back more than 1,000 pieces of ore. Apparently, after getting familiar with the place, it became more efficient in mining. Xiaoning was worried that it would be damaged by mining with its claws, But Binglin said that it wouldn't, because those rocks were no different from tofu to it, and it was impossible to hurt it at all. But Qianning still let it bring the miner's hoe in. And when its claws got tired of digging, it would hold the miner's hoe in its mouth to dig, changing the way of digging. When Binglin entered the mine, Qianning was not idle either. She also took a miner's hoe and knocked the ore one by one, revealing the crystal-clear energy stone inside. What she had dug up before was a 9-faceted energy stone. But when the ore that Binglin brought back was cracked, it was found that none of them had facets, but a round sphere. The smallest of these energy stones was the size of a goose egg, and the largest was slightly larger than a basketball. There was only one that was larger than a basketball, and its color was not the golden glow of low-level energy stones, but it was bright and dazzling at first glance, and staring at it for a long time might blind your eyes. Qianning's space backpack was packed with a lot of things, and there was not much space. She didn't expect to encounter a mine tonight and dig so many energy stones, so she didn't bring the extra space backpack in advance. Fortunately, these energy stones can be put in Binglin's space. In fact, Qianning often put things in Binglin's space. All kinds of messy things. Almost an hour later, just when Qianning was waiting a little restlessly, Binglin finally came back. This time, it brought back at least several thousand pieces of ore, which was mixed with another kind of ore. The rock skin wrapped around the energy stone was black, while the rock skin of the other ore was silver-white. Qianning cracked open the silver-white ore and found that it was actually titanium alloy. It's not titanium ore or titanium metal. It's directly titanium alloy. The titanium ore dropped by other players when they killed treasure guards is generally formed into titanium alloy after being integrated with other metal ores in the manufacturing column. And now she has directly dug up titanium alloy ore. Can titanium alloy also be formed naturally? It seems not. It must be artificially synthesized. Right? Or are these ores originally titanium metal, but due to some special circumstances, they eventually evolved into natural titanium alloy? This explanation is very forced. But Qianning can only think of this. Qianning also deliberately took a look at her Lucky Star passive effect today. And sure enough, it has been triggered. The effect of the Lucky Star is usually not obvious, and Qianning often ignores it. But sometimes it will suddenly give her a surprise. Qianning was happy to knock the ore. And Binglin seemed to like mining too. It was usually energetic and always inseparable from Qianning. It had a lot of energy and nowhere to vent it. Now it happened to be happy in the mine. In order to reassure Qianning, it would howl every once in a while to let Qianning know that it was fine and not in any danger. Qianning could see the pet information display. Binglin was special. It did not have any attribute display such as blood bar. But strangely, it had mood status, hunger status, fatigue status, physical health status, such as whether it was injured. When it was happy, its mood status was a dazzling red smiley face. Generally, when playing, or when Qianning praised it, stroked it, slept with it, cooked food for it and ate with it, etc., it was basically a red smiley face. The happiness of a dog is so simple. At this time, Binglin's mood status was a red smiley face, which meant that it was having a lot of fun. Being in the radiation zone, Qianning had to use a radiation remover from time to time to restore his physical condition. The whole night was spent in mining and knocking the ore. When he was tired of knocking the ore, he would mine. When he was tired of mining, he would knock the ore. Just like opening a blind box. If he didn't break it, he wouldn't know the size of the ore inside. Perhaps with each other's company, one person and one dog would not feel bored. When it was almost dawn, the radiation value increased, and Qianning could not even stay in the edge area. She knew it was time to leave. Even though these minerals were very tempting, she could not move the entire mine away. She had to be contented and was already satisfied with digging so many minerals. Even if she could move away, she would not move away. If the mine stayed here, new minerals would be produced continuously. And if humans in this world discovered it, these mineral resources might help more people. One natural disaster after another made Qianning deeply understand a truth. Humans must put down their arrogance, come from nature, and return to nature, draining the pond to catch fish, thinking highly of oneself and consciously overriding nature, and thus endlessly destroying nature will only lead to self-destruction. This is also one thing that the survival game tells all players at the beginning. The fallen will inevitably go to destruction. This game sets various disaster tests for players. Xiaoning feels that the biggest test is to restrain human instincts and desires. The closer you are to despair, the more desires you will have. Xiaoning has never encountered a desperate situation, but the game has given her a lot of tests of desire. If she makes a mistake, her luck may be a death warrant. A long howl pulled Xiaoning out of her thoughts. It turned out that Binglin saw that she was walking too slowly and couldn't wait any longer. He wanted her to get on his back and carry her. The radiation value is getting higher and higher. They must leave here as soon as possible. Xiaoning smiled and said, "You are not big enough now. Wait until you grow up. Then carry me." In fact, Binglin is now as big as a Caucasian shepherd dog. There is no problem carrying her. Moreover, it is not a real dog, and it cannot be estimated by the carrying capacity of ordinary dogs. It is estimated that Binglin will become bigger after absorbing enough solar radiation energy tomorrow morning. Wait until it grows bigger. Then let it carry it. Otherwise Xiaoning will always be reluctant to let it go. When she came in, Binglin walked in front of her. And when she went out, Binglin walked behind her. And the meaning of protection was self-evident. Returning to the highway, the moon was hanging high in the sky. But for some reason, it was covered with some dark clouds. Xiaoning returned to the car and looked at the environmental data detected by the smart housekeeper. As expected, the radiation value was at least 20 points higher than the previous 2 nights. It seems that from now on, the night is not absolutely safe. On the 4th day of the natural disaster, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the high temperature was 38 degrees Celsius. The radiation value was 120 points. And the radiation value was currently increasing by 10 points per hour. This level of heat forced Xiaoning to turn on the air conditioner. The air conditioner of a level 5 car can greatly cool and heat. And the temperature control range is much larger than that of a low-level car. Binglin has climbed to the roof of the car to bask in the sun. Xiaoning is not sleepy at this moment, and opens the chat channel to understand the situation of other players. Why is the weather getting hotter and hotter? It was said to be a solar radiation disaster. And the dog game didn't say that it would be accompanied by a high-temperature disaster. I am so hot now that I want to die. Even if I turn on the air conditioner, I can't get rid of the heat. I want to eat an ice cream. Ice cream can't quench my thirst. But I want to eat it too. The treasure-guarding monster has dropped cooling water balls. Will the temperature continue to rise later? It is 38 degrees now. If it continues to rise, the consequences are unimaginable. At least I think the car can't stand it, and will definitely be damaged. Since the humid disaster, I have learned a lesson and have been hoarding vehicle maintenance cards. I currently have dozens of them, and I don't know if they are enough. Wait a minute. Everyone, stop talking. Look outside. Am I dazzled? Why do I see that there is suddenly a sun in the sky? Chapter 60. 2 suns? Xiaoning lowered the car window and looked at the sky. Because the sun in this world was too strange, and the sunlight was extremely dazzling. She only dared to glance at it briefly. There were indeed 2 suns. One big and one small. The small one was only about half the size of the big sun. Since the sun can become 2 from 1, will there be more and more suns on the 5th, 6th, and 7th days of the disaster? By then, can humans still survive on the surface? I'm afraid they must hide deep underground to survive. The natives of this world have underground cities. So what about the players? It's impossible to hide underground too. There are still vehicles. Without vehicles, they will be automatically eliminated by the system and offline. And they will die. With the appearance of 2 suns, not only the radiation value soared, but the temperature also got higher and higher. My car tire burst directly, and I almost had a car accident. It really cost me my life. What materials are the roads you drive on? My road is asphalt, which has been melted by the sun. The car gets stuck when it moves. What should I do? There is a supply box in front of me, and there is no treasure monster guarding it. I almost picked it up. So the roads of different players are different. My road is made of cement. Although it has not been melted by the sun, it has been exposed to a very high temperature. It is easy to cook rice and omelette, and I don't have to turn on the stove to cook. The temperature is already over 40 degrees and almost 50 degrees. I don't have a cooling water ball now. I rely on burning gasoline and turning on the air conditioner for cooling. The gasoline inventory is getting less and less, and it can't be traded in the market. Isn't this driving people to death? Xiaoning looked at the road barrier, suddenly started the car, and drove out of the road. The car body had a slight tremor when it touched the road barrier. And then it returned to calm. She drove over the road barrier. During the last natural disaster, cars could also pass through the barriers. But the barriers were gradually weakening, and ice monsters often invaded. This natural disaster did not say that the road barriers would become weaker and weaker. Xiaoning just tried it. But she didn't expect to really pass it. System prompts for the entire area. All players and cars above level 3 can pass through the road barriers during this natural disaster cycle. The higher the level of the car, the less gasoline is consumed when passing through the barriers. Xiaoning spent almost 20 units of gasoline to pass through the barriers. The outside of the road is mostly soil, although it will also be exposed to high temperatures. It is much better than cement ground, asphalt roads and the like. This time, the outside of the road is not a mine, but a village of stone houses. There are traces of human activities inside, and most of them are permanently inhabited. The surface of these stone houses seems to be coated with some kind of juice, and the color is green and purple, which is very strange. After Qianning approached the stone house area, even though she didn't make any sound, she was still discovered by someone. They were a group of severely deformed wanderers. Xiaoning saw a child who had 8 arms. There weren't many people in the village. Once Xiaoning was discovered, all the men, women, old and young in the stone house came out. Xiaoning noticed that these people were dressed like primitive people, with only a thin layer of leather wrapped around key parts of their bodies. After careful inspection, it looked like snake skin. They were also purple all over, exactly the same color as the surface of the stone house. It's unclear whether they were born with this color of skin or painted it up later. Xiaoning guessed that it was most likely the latter. Who are you? Get out of here quickly. We don't welcome outsiders here. The leader was a deformed woman. She looked good from the front and her body was normal, but she had 2 long arms on her back. There was no language barrier between the players and the natives of this world. To her ears, the language of these people sounded like standard modern Mandarin. Because it was so standard, the players could easily recognize that it was the game system that was converting the 2 languages. If Qianning spoke, they would hear their dialect. I was just passing by. There were 2 suns in the sky. I was too hot and wanted to find a place to hide, Qianning said, while paying attention to the expression of the female leader. If you are willing to provide me with a temporary resting place, I can give you food, water, clothes, tools, medicine. Every time she mentioned a material, Qianning deliberately observed the subtle changes on the female leader's face. When talking about food, water, and clothes, the female leader's expression basically did not move. But when it came to tools and medicine, especially when it came to medicine, the female leader seemed to have some interest. Do you have tools and medicine in your hand? What are they? Show us first, and I will make a decision. When the female leader said this, a man with a severely deformed body and severe aging next to her immediately stopped her. Yao, we can't let outsiders stay in our village. Have you forgotten the disaster that happened before? Although I don't know how this woman crossed the rotten sand area and came to our village. It must be a mistake for her to stay. It will kill us. Yao said impatiently, didn't I tell you to see what she is first? If it's what we need, then we can discuss everything. If it's not what we need, just let her go immediately. Otherwise, even if we don't keep her, all of us will die. Na's disease is contagious, and many people in the village have been infected. These people spoke loudly, not avoiding Qianning at all. Her car was right behind her, and Binglin was hiding in the car, so that if anything happened, she could provide support immediately. Xiaoning took out some tools and daily necessities from her space backpack, from miner's hose to pots and pans, and some cold weapons. As for medicine, it was hemostatic bandages, disinfected cotton, and antidote. Because she heard the conversation between the female leader and the old man, she guessed that there might be infectious diseases such as plague in their village, and these diseases could be solved by antidotes. The full name of antidote is antibacterial antidote, and its function is to remove all toxins in the body, including some infectious viruses, which can also be removed. As expected, Chief Yao took a liking to the antidote at first sight. As the leader of the Stone House village, she was very generous. As long as Qianning was willing to give her enough antidote, she could not only arrange for the Stone House to temporarily avoid the sun, but also help maintain her car. In fact, It was to apply the herbal juice they used on the car, so that it would not be cracked by the sun or spontaneously combust at high temperatures. The ice scale in the car was treated as a large pet by them. Only a few children paid attention to the ice scale, and no one else took it seriously. Anyway, the stone house was big enough, and Xiaoning could live with her pet. If she didn't want to live together, they could also help build a temporary pet nest. Where did you get this medicine juice? Do you have any extra? Qifiao hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, this medicine juice is squeezed from sun grass. Sun grass only grows when day and night alternate. It can only be kept fresh for 1 day after being picked, and then it will wither and turn into ash instantly. We don't have much sun grass juice on hand. Xiaoning noticed that she didn't say how long the medicine juice could be kept fresh. The medicine liquid, she said, was not much, should be very watery. Xiaoning considered for a while. I can exchange more tools, weapons, and daily necessities with you. But the antidote. This medicine is very precious. I really can't give you much. I can only give you 15 at most. Qifiao was a little anxious. There were more than 100 people in their village, and half of them were the elderly, women, children, or the disabled. Infectious diseases spread very quickly. If most people could not get timely treatment, even if some people survived in their village, they might not be able to continue. I really need your sungrass liquid. It would be even better if you could give me some sungrass seeds. If you have enough liquid to exchange, we can discuss the amount of antidote. This group of people are somewhat wary of outsiders, but not much. Maybe it's because they haven't been in contact with the outside world for a long time, which makes their personalities a bit simple and incompatible with this world. Yao thought carefully for a while, and finally nodded. Sungrass liquid can be saved later, but life cannot be saved. There are only so many people in Sherwu village. One less person will die. These liquids are thick in color, and of strong dyeing. Just a little bit is needed to apply a thin layer on the surface of the car, completely isolating the sunlight and solar radiation. Apply more times. The effect will last longer. According to Yao, the sungrass liquid can last up to 1 year, but it must be applied very thickly, just like the surface of their stone house. It takes at least a bucket of liquid. Normal car is only coated with a thin layer, which can last for 1 to 3 days, and it takes about 100 milliliters of liquid. This amount of expenditure was tested by Qiaoning using his own car and medicine tube. Qiaoning used more than 100 antidote potions to exchange for 300 barrels of sungrass liquid. Each barrel has a capacity of 10 liters. Qiaoning put all the liquid into the new storage backpack, and the large barrels of liquid disappeared one by one. The scene was quite shocking. However, the people of Sherwu village did not seem to be surprised by this. They should have storage tools in their hands. Qiaoning had discovered before that although this world is dangerous and human survival is difficult, technology does not seem to be lagging behind. This can be seen from the genetically modified potion. Storage tools are not everywhere here, but it is not rare. Even the isolated ancient villages have storage tools. The two sides cooperated happily, except for some personal obstacles in the process. The transaction went smoothly. Qifiao also gave Qiaoning mini sungrass seeds. Sungrass only grows for less than an hour when day and night alternate, and then it will wither and disappear. But its seeds will be scattered all over the ground. As long as the seeds are collected in time and kept away from direct sunlight, they will not lose their activity. Qiaoning returned to the car and cleared out the planting pots. She already had dozens of planting pots, some of which were open from boxes, and the others were occasionally exchanged in the trading area. Qiaoning wanted to try the universal planting pot to see if she could grow the sungrass, which has harsh growth conditions. After planting the seeds, Qiaoning sprinkled fertilizer in it, and then didn't care about it anymore. She kept a little of the liquid for herself, and put the rest on the shelf for sale in exchange for talent, experience, books, and materials. Qiaoning sent 10 messages in a row in the chat channel, introducing the effects of the sun herb liquid and urging players in need to buy it in time. Each bottle is 10 milliliters, and everyone is limited to buying 1 bottle. This sun herb liquid is really magical. After applying it, her body has adapted to the high temperature brought by 2 suns. Qiaoning returned to the road and continued to drive to find a supply box. She had consumed a batch of antidotes in her hand, and she had to replenish some as soon as possible. While driving, suddenly a shadow passed by in front of her. It was a strange bird with a red body, 2 heads, and it could spit fire from its mouth. Is this a treasure-guarding monster? No. She didn't see the supply box. This is not a treasure-guarding monster. It is a mutant beast from this world. But how could a mutant beast come to the road? The road barrier is still. Qiaoning looked up and saw that the road barrier, which was originally emitting a faint stream of light in the sky, had a hole in it at some point. The gap was where the two suns were shining directly at this time. Qiaoning was stunned. How could the sun burn a gap in the road barrier? This is troublesome. Chapter 61. Flamingo. Radiation level, level 3. Ability, spits out red fireworks with solar radiation. Habits, likes to eat fresh flesh and blood. Fears, low IQ. Slow when landing and taking off. Slightly clumsy. When life is threatened, it will make a special cry to call its kind. This time, the system directly gave the monster information. But the specific attributes, such as health value and attack power, were not displayed. Qiaoning knew that this guy could call its kind. So she didn't give it a chance to call, and threw a lot of fresh meat to attract the attention of the flamingo, luring it to land and eat. Binglin took advantage of the fact that it could not take off quickly after landing, and sprayed a mouthful of flames, and the whole flamingo turned black in seconds. Deader than dead. She walked over, used a weapon casually, and touched the charred bird corpse slightly, and the bird corpse instantly turned into black ash and scattered, leaving only a crystal clear energy stone. This energy stone is also round and smooth, about the size of a fingernail, and has much more energy than the faceted energy diamond dropped by the treasure-guarding monster. But it is not as good as the energy stone she dug in the mine. Once the barrier hole appears, there will definitely be more than one. Killing these mutants will give a lot of experience and an energy stone. Nothing else. Level 3 Flamingo. Let Qiaoning get 3,000 experience points, plus a level 3 energy stone. Next, Qiaoning continued to drive, encountering many supply boxes, treasure-guarding monsters and mutants until 8 o'clock in the evening. When night fell, Qiaoning stopped the car to eat. Today she harvested 25 energy stones, and the current balance of blind box coins is 145. Supplies, 200 radiation removers, 200 painkillers, 100 antidotes, 100 anesthetics, 1 advanced radiation protection suit, 10 titanium ore, 20 gene of rice and flour, 10 bags of black sesame dumplings, 10 gene of pork ribs, 10 gene of chicken breast, 50 slices of marbled steak, 10 bottles of red wine, 100 bottles of beer, 10 gene of potatoes, 5 gene of onions, 5 gene of tomatoes, 3 gene of Chinese cabbage, 5 gene of old tofu, 5 gene of 1,000-leaf tofu, 100 liters of drinking water, 500 units of gasoline. Seeing the explosion rate of drinking water and gasoline, Qiaoning frowned fiercely. If the explosion rate of these two supplies is low, it will be more difficult for players to survive in the future. Don't forget that the temperature has been rising. The negative effects of high temperature are probably not just radiation and heat. After Qiaoning and Binglin hurriedly finished their meal, Binglin went out to take a walk on the road to digest the food and solve physiological problems by the way. Qiaoning concentrated on looking through the content of the chat channel to find useful information. Currently, there are only 48,000 online players. This is not the time when the natural disaster is really difficult. But the number of players has dropped to such a low level. The situation is not optimistic. Originally, after Qiaoning sold all the solar herbal liquid, the speed of the decrease in the number of players has stabilized. However, who could have thought that today the road barrier would be burned by 2 suns, and the number of players dropped by 3,000 in one day. Today, I encountered many mutant beasts. I don't know where they came from. Each of them has special skills. They burned my hair and almost killed me. Fortunately, I listened to Qiao in the last natural disaster and killed the ice monsters to stimulate the superpowers with the beast core. This natural disaster, I traded with those wanderers and got some energy stones. Otherwise, I really didn't have the ability to kill so many mutant beasts. The boss's strategy is very useful, but it is really useless without some skills. The mutant beasts upstairs came in from the gap in the road barrier. Didn't you notice that there was a gap in the road barrier today? Pei Jing said that 90% of them were holes burned by the sunlight of the 2 suns. No wonder. My friend also encountered several mutant beasts, but I was a little luckier and didn't encounter any. Maybe my barrier was not broken by the sun. I just want to ask, can those without superpowers just wait to die? Don't be too pessimistic. Can't you form a team for this natural disaster? You can find friends with superpowers to form a team. There is strength in numbers. Plus the help of the big guys in the district. Everyone's chance of surviving the natural disaster is still very high. Didn't Big Brother Qiaoning put a lot of solar herbal liquid on the shelves? This thing is really magical. A little bit can cover the whole car. After applying it, it not only prevents radiation, but also greatly reduces the temperature inside and outside the car. I hope that Big Brother can put more of this liquid on the shelves later. I think this liquid is the key to whether we, the bottom players, can survive this natural disaster. I am grateful to Big Brother Qiaoning every day. I used to have the impression that she was ruthless and didn't talk much. But now I just think she is a little cold. Other aspects are pretty good. At least she is not a bad person. And she is not stingy. Don't brag about her. She is not stingy and shares her supplies with everyone for free. We have to spend money to buy them. It's just the hypocrisy of the strong. The person above. You are right. But you are a waste who has never even given hypocrisy to everyone. What's the point of living? I didn't expect that I'd survived until the 4th natural disaster. And there would still be a like you. Stop arguing. The situation is so bad now. It's inevitable that everyone has complaints. In the modern world of peace, there are still so many people who hate the rich. Not to mention in survival games. The worse the living environment, the more complex human nature can be reflected. Don't waste your breath and argue with those people. It's useless. There will be more and more such people in the future. Don't affect the unity of the server. This is the bottom line of all players. At Qiaoning, do you still have the sun herbal liquid? I don't know if you feel that the daytime seems to be longer today, since I found that the time was wrong on the first day of the natural disaster. I used an ordinary watch to test the timing. It is said that from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. today, it is 12 hours. But the ordinary watch actually counts 36 hours. Yesterday, the daytime was 24 hours, and the night was 18 hours. The daytime is increasing, and the night is getting shorter. I estimate that tonight's night may only be 12 hours. There are still more than 2 days before the end of the natural disaster. Under normal circumstances, we need to experience 2 dark nights plus 4 hours of darkness. But now it seems that this may not be the case. It is very likely that the night will not appear again tomorrow. The 5th day, or the day after tomorrow. The 6th day. Damn. Don't scare me. Is the daytime so long now? I am actually used to it, and don't feel anything. It is scary that the daytime is getting longer and longer. And it is even scarier that the night may not appear anymore. I just hope to travel more, and find more supply boxes when the night appears. It is so hot during the day. Driving is a waste of cars and people. If it is daytime all day, I really dare not think about the consequences. People will be dried up. Not only that, there are 2 suns now. What if there are not only daylight all day, but also more suns in the future? After the last message appeared, the chat channel was strangely silent for a moment. And then everyone seemed to fall into unprecedented panic. Many masters in the districts and servers came out to comfort everyone's emotions. No matter what, we have to work hard to survive. Qiaoning was considering her words, thinking about how to make everyone less panicked and afraid. In fact, she herself had no idea. She had the materials and strength to survive the natural disaster. But the key issue of survival rate could not be solved by her survival alone. Is District 1408 really at the end this time? Just as Qiaoning was silent and thinking, the reminder of the smart housekeeper suddenly sounded, Master, the sungrass you planted before has all matured and been picked at 8 o'clock. A total of 8,954 kilograms and 19,746 grass seeds have been obtained. Do you want to continue planting all the grass seeds? Qiaoning's eyes lit up. Plant. Plant all. With sungrass, you can continuously extract sungrass liquid. As long as the players have enough liquid, they will not be afraid of the sun. The problem now is how to quickly extract liquid from so much sungrass. She had asked the leader of Sherwu village before. If you want to extract the most effective liquid, you must do it as soon as possible within 2 hours after the sungrass is harvested. The longer you delay, the worse the effect. There are many ways to extract it. Whether it is hammering or grinding, any method is fine, as long as the juice can be extracted. Qiaoning couldn't think of any good way. Time waits for no one. She quickly asked for help from friends such as Pei Jing, Miao Qinghe, Li Yongxing, and Yuan Heng. Miao Qinghe, if you trust us, give us the sungrass. We will help you extract the liquid medicine, and then give it to you after squeezing it, and sell it from you. Miao Qinghe has always been polite to others, but after getting along with her for this period of time, Xiao Ning knew very well that she was not being polite to her, but trusted Xiao Ning's character. So she directly asked her to take out all the sungrass. Otherwise, with Miao Qinghe's personality, she would never rashly ask for such a request. Pei Jing, let us handle this matter. Don't worry. Can you continue to grow sungrass there? I have a lot of fertilizer. Yuan Heng, I also have a lot of fertilizer. I have mailed it to you. This thing is useless to me. Xiao Ning, you should at least save some fertilizer for yourselves. Don't give it all to me. The sungrass doesn't consume much fertilizer. According to my observation, it matures only when day and night alternate. So we don't have many chances. Because the days are getting longer and the nights are about to disappear. The sungrass will soon not be able to grow again. When the people saw Xiao Ning's words, they all fell silent. After a while, Yuan Heng suddenly sent a message. It's okay. I really don't need this thing. I plant things and fertilize them. They don't grow well. Every now and then, they either get sick or wither and die. There are very few who can survive. So I haven't wasted fertilizer for a long time and have accumulated a lot. Xiao Ning, Pei Jing and others sent a string of question marks. No. How can such a magical and easy planting pot kill plants? She doesn't understand. Yuan Heng saw those question marks and said helplessly, I don't know why. Anyway, they seem to be in conflict with me, and they won't live long in my hands. Li Yongqing, Brother Heng, I really can't bear to tell you. Maybe you are too unlucky, and you have implicated all the plants you planted. Pei Jing, although I also fail in planting, the success rate of normal players should be more than 50%. Tao Tao, I am unlucky, and the success rate is about 50%. At Xiao Ning, what about you? Sister Qiao? Xiao Ning thought about it, and told the truth. I have never failed in planting. Even planting the evolutionary green vine. It was a successful breakthrough to the ultimate form. System prompt. Yuan Heng has left the group chat. Maybe it was because of this interruption. And with the sungrass again, everyone's mood was no longer as low as before. Pei Jing and Miao Qinghe were together. After receiving the sungrass, they worked overtime to squeeze the liquid medicine. Xiao Ning was studying how to increase the yield of sungrass. At the same time, she spoke in the chat channel to appease other players, telling them that the sungrass liquid will be provided in large quantities, and there is no need to be afraid even if the day is extended or even the polar day appears. Xiao Ning's influence in the server is unquestionable. As soon as she spoke, the players seemed to have taken a reassurance pill and no longer sent pessimistic and negative messages in the channel. The chat channel finally returned to its usual active and lively state. The first batch of liquid medicine was quickly put on the shelves. 10 milliliters per portion. And each person was still limited to one. 20,000 copies were put on the shelves. Xiao Ning studied all night, and she didn't even leave the road to explore. After many experiments, it was finally discovered that when sungrass and evolved sunflowers are planted together, they will grow more and more densely. At least 10 sunflowers need to be planted in each planting pot. Xiao Ning's planting pots are all intermediate planting pots after fusion and upgrading. Each pot can plant 10 kinds of plants, and there is no limit on each type. Xiao Ning didn't have enough evolutionary sunflower seeds, so she had to use fertilizer to ripen the sunflowers. Every time it advances, it has a chance to produce evolutionary sunflower seeds. Often, only one or two of a pile of seeds are evolutionary seeds. She bought evolutionary sunflower seeds and fertilizers, and was busy in the trading area all night until dawn. At 8 o'clock in the morning, day and night alternated. Another batch of sungrass matured. And this night was actually much shorter than the 12 hours that the previous player had originally predicted. Only 8 hours. She opened the curtains and looked at the sky outside through the window. The sun had risen. There were 3 suns hanging brightly in the cloudless sky. Chapter 62. Xiao Ning could already feel the heat through the window. On the 5th day of the natural disaster, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was 49 degrees Celsius, rising gradually every hour. The radiation value was 175 points. Due to the high temperature and radiation value, it is not recommended for players to leave the car and drive the car. At the same time, it is necessary to ensure that the temperature of the car body and the interior of the car is appropriate. Excessive temperature can cause damage to vehicle parts or even vehicle explosion. After being in a high radiation environment for a long time, all parts of the player's body organs have a very high probability of rapid canceration and tumor growth. Depending on the player's personal attributes, it will not take more than 48 hours from lesion to death. There are many holes in the road barriers, and players need to be vigilant against attacks by wild mutant beasts. Xiaoning read the natural disaster information released by the system, and found some pizza, sandwiches and milk to fill her stomach. The food for Binglin was slightly better, which was the beef, mutton and big bones, and roast chicken she had stewed in her spare time before. This guy is getting bigger and bigger, more than 4 meters tall, 5 or 6 meters long, and with a strong tail. It can be 7 to 8 meters. It can no longer rest in the car, and it has to guard outside the car. Binglin is extremely vigilant and sensitive, and its monitoring ability is several times stronger than that of the smart housekeeper. It now needs to eat at least 20 kilograms of staple grains, 20 kilograms of various meats, 10 kilograms of vegetables, and 20 kilograms of bones for a dry meal, and drink more than 10 kilograms of milk and goat milk, plus about 10 kilograms of eggs. It can eat several meals a day, and this is still eating small meals frequently. Fortunately, there are countless supplies in Qianning's storage box. Otherwise it really can't afford to support such a foodie. Binglin eats a lot and works hard. Almost all the treasure-guarding monsters and mutant beasts encountered on the road were solved by it. I don't know how much trouble it has saved Qianning. It fed some of the monsters, and burned some of them to ashes because it found them unpalatable. It gave all the energy stones left by the monsters after they died to Qianning. Binglin likes to eat high-level radioactive beast meat, but he is not very interested in energy stones. He usually eats them as snacks to replenish his energy after he has consumed some of his energy. Qianning doesn't know how thick his energy bar is, but he has never had any difficulty dealing with any monster along the way. Binglin used to like sitting on the roof of the RV to bask in the sun. Now that his body has grown bigger, the sturdiness of the level 5 car can withstand his weight, but the size of the roof is a bit inappropriate. Now he prefers to run wildly with the car. All the way. The road is full of claw marks. The sharp claws easily pierce into the concrete road surface, and a slight lift will remove a large piece. The road is made disposable, and the places where he runs are bumpy, and he can't run a second time. However, if he deliberately restrains his strength, he can also be like a cat, with silent footsteps and almost no traces. This morning, after the sun grass matured, more than 30,000 kilograms were picked. After fully squeezing out the juice, 70,000 to 80,000 portions of liquid medicine were harvested. This sun grass is rich in juice, and the amount of liquid medicine squeezed out of each kilogram of grass is considerable. With so much liquid medicine, Qianning and a few friends kept some for their own use, and the rest were all put on the shelves. The price was set very low, and 2 or 3 materials could be exchanged for one portion. It was almost like giving it away for free. Although the price per portion was low, Xiaoning harvested a lot of materials after tens of thousands of portions. She wanted to share some of the materials she earned with Pei Jing and the others. After all, these people were very tired from working all night to squeeze out the liquid medicine. But they refused to take it. They had materials in stock, and they had already taken their own portion of liquid medicine, and they were unwilling to take more materials. Players had sun-grass liquid medicine to isolate high temperature and radiation, and the number of online players basically did not continue to drop. Occasionally, some people were offline, and they were unlucky to encounter powerful mutant beasts. At noon, Qiaoning stopped her research and prepared lunch for her and Binglin. She had previously asked Binglin to help her capture several mutant beasts alive and lock them in titanium cages for her research. Mutants come in different sizes. The ones she captured are medium-sized raptors, which can either spit fireballs or spit venom. It is not easy to capture them alive. After finishing her meal, Xiaoning took all the pots and pans to the kitchen and opened the kitchen window. Binglin used the window to create hot water to wash the pots and pans outside the car. When it creates water, it can control the temperature and impact force. It can not only disinfect at high temperatures, but also clean as powerfully as a high-pressure water gun, which is much easier and more convenient than washing by herself. In short, this skill of the dog is particularly useful. After dinner, Xiaoning continued the basic body training and basic swordsmanship in the morning. This is a daily compulsory course. Now that the primary proficiency is almost full, she will be able to advance soon. After exercising, she began to study the mutant beasts and took a look at the chat channel. As for encountering treasure-guarding monsters, mutant beasts, etc. outside the car, she didn't have to worry about it at all. Bing Lin could help her deal with it. This was Qiao Ning's 9th experiment, and he increased the amount of herbal herb residue powder used. The weakest mutant beast was attracted by the smell of the grass residue powder and died in less than 3 seconds. The body spontaneously combusted, leaving only an energy stone with a faint golden glow. Qiao Ning recorded, sun grass residue powder has a strong attraction to mutant beasts. When a small amount is consumed, it will cause dizziness, hallucinations, and may also cause self-mutilation. When consumed in large quantities, they will gradually die and turn into ashes within an hour after death. When consumed in large quantities, the mutant beast will die immediately, and the body will spontaneously combust into ashes. Sun grass residue powder is the residue left after Qiao Ning squeezed the sun grass juice. After drying and slightly grinding, it becomes sun grass residue powder. After squeezing out the juice from tens of thousands of pounds of sun grass, there are almost 10,000 pounds of residue left. And after grinding, there are about 10,000 pounds of powder. Half a pound of powder can kill mutant beasts of level 3 and below. 1 pound of powder can kill mutant beasts of level 4 in seconds. 2 pounds of powder can kill mutant beasts of level 5 in seconds, and slowly kill mutant beasts of level 6. Currently, there are only more than 43,000 players surviving in the server. If you don't want the survival rate to be lower than 20%, each person must have at least half a pound of these powders. As long as the players have a little bit of sun grass residue powder, they can cause the mutant beasts to fall into chaos when they are attacked by them, even if they can't kill them, so that they can drive away. At the speed of the night fading, 8 o'clock tonight may be the last time the sun grass matures. It can be said that how many people in the 1408 area can survive in the end depends on how many pounds of sun grass can be harvested. When it was close to 8 o'clock, Qiao Ning stared at the planting pot without blinking. Bing Lin outside the car seemed to feel the unusual atmosphere, and he didn't play around like usual, but was surprisingly quiet and sensible. At 8 o'clock, the sun grass matured the moment the night came. But the night fell for a few seconds, and Qiao Ning didn't have time to plant the sun grass again, and the sky was bright again. At the same time, the sky was exposed to the sun for 6 days. The high temperature caused the air to distort and evaporate, and the cement road cracked. The road barrier disappeared in the moment when the 6 days were in the air. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, the temperature was 63 degrees, and the radiation value was 242. Players must promptly cool down the surrounding ground, car body, and car interior, and pay attention to the radiation isolation between themselves and the car. High temperature can cause frequent summer heat disease. Mix the mutant beast blood with sun grass juice and drink a small amount to quickly reduce the heat and eliminate the symptoms of summer heat disease. Hot weather has an impact on mutant beasts and treasure-guarding monsters. For some players, high temperature and high radiation are both a test and an opportunity. Players who do not have enough cooling props are not recommended to carry out any driving or hunting activities. After reading the natural disaster information released by the system today, Qiao Ning was a little afraid to look at the number of people online. She did nothing else, and she and a few friends kept squeezing the medicine liquid and grinding the slag powder. This time, there are 120,000 gene of mature sun grass. 350,000 portions of liquid medicine were squeezed out, and 38,000 gene of sun grass residue powder was ground out. Except for the limited residue powder, the liquid medicine was put on the shelves and distributed to the whole area, which is enough for 40,000 people. But the premise is that there is no waste or scramble in the area. Don't forget that this natural disaster can be teamed up. In the face of survival, there are many people who betray their teammates for their own selfishness. Qiao Ning did everything she could, but the number of online people still dropped every now and then. However, it did not decrease significantly, and it was only a dozen or dozens of people occasionally. The most dropped was only 100. After all, there are tens of thousands of players, and each of them has formed a team. It is common for accidents and conflicts to occur in the team at the same time. This day was extremely difficult. Qiao Ning applied 3 layers of liquid medicine to the car, which barely isolated the high temperature and high radiation. She did not apply liquid medicine on herself, just to save some for other players. The matter of picking up supply boxes from monsters was all handed over to Bing Lin. I don't know if it was affected by the high temperature, But Bingling's hair has mutated. The original shiny yellow hair mixed with red hair has now transformed into a body of scales. Its scales are particularly dazzling in the sun, and it feels icy and cool when you touch it. Not to mention how comfortable it is. If Xiaoning was not afraid of the radiation outside, she would want to sleep on Bingling at night. It would be so comfortable and cool. Just like the cold jade bed in the novel. It's a pity that radiation sickness is too painful. Otherwise Xiaoning would definitely experience the feeling of a natural air-conditioned cool mat. Without the night, the radiation value of the daytime heat is not higher than the car. And almost all players are hiding in the car to chat. Most players have medicine and slag powder. Even if it is difficult, it will not endanger their lives. Only a few players may have accidents, or be backstabbed by teammates, etc., and have a miserable life. There is no way. Where there are people, there will be strong and weak. It is almost an iron rule to eliminate the weak in survival games. For the sake of survival rate, Xiaoning has tried her best to save people. But even if she distributes so many supplies, she cannot save everyone's lives, let alone save some people's hearts. There are 6 suns today. Will there be more suns tomorrow? Will there be 9 suns? It's hard to say. Anyway, let's try our best to survive. If we can survive until the disaster ends, we will win. The bosses are already trying their best to save us. If we don't try our best to survive, we will not only feel sorry for ourselves, but also for the efforts of the bosses. A boss I know almost wore out his hands in order to get enough sun grass residue powder for us. He used trauma medicine several times before he got better. This natural disaster is really hard to endure. If it weren't for the bosses in our area and the unity of the whole area, it would be really difficult to guarantee the survival rate. This damn game is really getting more and more terrible. If the difficulty continues to increase, how many natural disasters can I survive? One day is one day. And there is hope as long as I am alive. Do you think the natural disaster cycle will stop? It's impossible for the game to let us continue forever. Right? We have to have something to look forward to. 9 is the extreme number. I guess after the 9th natural disaster, our disaster will end completely, and we can get out of the highway survival game. Upstairs, thank you for your good words. I will try to survive a few more natural disasters. There are more than 9. I think 7 will be the end. After all, our natural disaster cycle is 7 days. According to the law, we should be able to be free after the 7th natural disaster cycle ends. Let's hold on a little longer. Think about the beautiful life of a peaceful society in the modern world. Think about the people we love. They are still waiting for us to go back. I miss my daughter. My parents are over 80 years old. I really don't want them to send their children away. Me too. My mother divorced early, and I am her only daughter. We have depended on each other for so many years. If I die and can't go back, my mother can't live either. When I was pulled into the game, my fiancé proposed to me, and I came in before I had time to answer. If I can leave this game alive, I will definitely agree to her. Players in the chat channel comforted and encouraged each other. Just as everyone was expressing their long-suppressed emotions, someone suddenly sent a message for help. Help! A group of deformed people suddenly appeared on my road. They have weapons and special abilities. They robbed my car and supplies. And now they want to eat me. Who will save me? Attached, coordinates. Not long after this message was sent, everyone didn't even come to locate and transmit the coordinates given by this player. And the number of online people decreased by 1. Chapter 63. Xiaoning, if someone is attacked by a team of wanderers, don't hesitate. Don't feel sorry for the materials that cost the transmission fee. And transmit the coordinates as soon as possible. Also remember to send the original coordinates to the public screen. Players with strength can form a team to clear out the wanderers according to their personal wishes. Beijing, the time has come to test everyone's sense of unity. As long as everyone moves to transmit and clear out the wanderers, our survival rate will definitely be stable. Lu Heng, I support Miss Chiao's suggestion. We have a greater advantage than the wanderer team. As long as we unite and help each other, we will definitely be able to solve the current difficulties. Wanderers have special bodies, and their strengths and weaknesses are obvious. I have made some props that can monitor their whereabouts and accurately attack their weaknesses. They have been put on the shelves. Set a limit of 1 per person. Those who need them can buy them. It is only recommended that players with insufficient strength buy them. It is not recommended for players with strong strength to buy them to avoid wasting props. I listened to Professor Liu and bought the props. Boss Chiao. I have shared the coordinates with my friends. I didn't plan to form a team. But I still plan to listen to your advice. Listen to others' advice, and live longer. Damn! A bunch of wanderers suddenly appeared here just now, which scared me to death. Fortunately, I ran fast and teleported directly to my friends. It's right to listen to the bosses. I have been clearing the wanderers on a road with a few friends. Their strength may not be stronger than ours, although those people live in a harsh environment. We are also old players who have survived several dangerous natural disasters. We have our own advantages and our own ferocity, and their weaknesses are obvious. We have cars and pets to help. Generally speaking, as long as the difference in numbers is not too big, we have a greater chance of winning. Coordinates 1356, 8967. The wanderers have been cleared, and the clearer is Hongyan. Hongyan team. This name sounds familiar. Upstairs, Hongyan is a very powerful player team in our area. The team is full of female players. It seems that they formed a team after the first natural disaster. After filling the area and merging the area, they are now the team of Area 1408. In my opinion, it is not an exaggeration to say that Hongyan ranks among the top 3 among all the player teams. Coordinates XX. Falcon has been cleared. The coordinates of the road that has not been cleared of wanderers can be sent to me directly. Xiaoning is also clearing wanderers at this time. Among the wanderers in this world, 70% to 80% have eaten people. They have been tortured by the harsh surface life. Only a few wanderers of the ancient school still strictly follow the bottom line of not eating their own kind. For example, the team of Ying never eats people and will not kill people easily. Otherwise, Xiaoning would have no chance to negotiate with them that night. In just half an hour, Xiaoning drove Binglin and shuttled on different roads to clear wanderers who attack players. If they dare to attack players, it is unlikely that they just fancy the players' supplies. They basically want to capture the players alive and eat them. So Xiaoning told the players not to be soft-hearted. If they showed mercy, they might end up being eaten by the wanderers. Even though all the players in the region were united and fighting against the sudden attacks of the wanderers, the number of online players was still decreasing. Currently, there are only more than 35,000 online players in the region. There is 1 day left in the natural disaster cycle. Tomorrow, the natural disaster will be more severe and the living environment will be worse. More than 35,000 people. This number is really too dangerous. If you don't pay attention, it may fall below 20,000. Xiaoning told the smart butler to report the number of online players on the system virtual interface every once in a while. She now spends all her time clearing out the wanderers who attack the players. When the energy is used up, use the beast core or energy stone to replenish it. Continue to fight while replenishing. Binglin chased the fleeing wanderers. From the number of players who dropped out, it can be seen how crazy these wanderers are. So Xiaoning does not intend to let any wanderer go. If one more wanderer runs away, it may add a crisis to other players. Because she was not sure whether the game would send the escaping wanderers to other roads without them noticing. 3 or 4 hours later, Xiaoning traveled back and forth on 132 roads and killed thousands of wanderers. During this period, the number of players online tended to be stable, and there was basically no drop. Occasionally, the disconnection was also because the players died in battles with wanderers. Today, the players were fighting wits and ruthlessness with the wanderers. It was not until the afternoon that the wanderers' raids became less frequent. It seemed that they were killed too many times and retreated a little. The night disappeared. And even when it was night, the sky did not get dark at all. 6 suns in the sky scorched the earth. In addition to dealing with the wanderers who appeared at any time, the players also had to pay attention to preventing high temperatures and radiation. Even eating, sleeping and going to the toilet were all taken turns by the team. At this time, it is difficult for players to survive alone, unless they are like Xiaoning, who has a trump card in strength, and is not afraid of the vagrant's surprise attack. Fighting in high temperature is a terrible thing. Xiaoning has a thick enough amount of sun herbal liquid on her body, but she is still forced to rest every half an hour to drink water and eat to replenish her physical strength. Energy consumption can be quickly replenished with beast cores and energy stones. But as for physical strength, only eating can give you strength. In addition, excretion and sleep are also necessary physiological needs. Fortunately, Xiaoning has ice scales. When she rests, Ice scales will guard the car as a guardian, and no living creatures will approach. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the system prompts that the vagrants will no longer appear. After Qiaoning cleared the last batch of vagrants, she decisively returned to the car to take a shower and sleep. She didn't even want to eat. She just wanted to sleep. She slept until noon the next day, and Qiaoning woke up with a low hum of ice scales. She got up and looked out the window. Wow! 9 big suns were shining in the sky. She didn't eat last night, so she was starving. After washing up, she took out a lot of food from the storage box and ate with Binglin. Noodles with soybean paste, twice cooked pork with rice, fish-flavored pork with rice, and spicy tripe soup. This is Qiaoning's meal list. Butter rice, spicy tofu, bamboo shoots and bacon, braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and spicy bullfrog. This is Binglin's meal. The drinks to quench thirst with rice are orange juice, Sprite, and Coke. Binglin likes tea very much, including green tea, black tea, fruit tea, and any other tea. 1 person and 1 dog ate while watching the chat channel. Qiaoning was looking at the message and found that Binglin outside the car was also staring at the virtual panel. Outsiders cannot see Qiaoning's panel, but Binglin is her pet and can see it. Can you understand the words on it? Qiaoning suddenly asked it. Before, Binglin watched TV and chat channels with it. She thought her dog was just curious and never thought about whether it could understand. Binglin is very smart. After contracting with Qiaoning, the two can communicate almost barrier-free. But this does not mean that it can read human words barrier-free. Right? Qiaoning thought uncertainly. The big dog with golden and red scales hesitated for a moment, thinking of the agreement with the owner before that he could not hide anything from her, and finally nodded. Having been with the owner for so long, being able to understand her words is a basic operation. Qiaoning was silent for a long time after receiving a positive answer. She didn't know if this was a good thing. Isn't there a saying that it's not a problem if the dog is smart, but a problem if the dog is educated? I have to arrange some blocked words later, and block unhealthy messages to prevent the dog from learning bad things. It's still a puppy. I feel like you have all the skills that humans have except for talking. Binglin saw that she had finished reading a page of information in the chat channel, but was too lazy to turn the page. So he stretched out the tip of his tail to help her turn the page. Baby, you are so versatile. I will rely on you more and more. With such a fairy dog, she has nothing else to ask for in the rest of her life. Qiaoning couldn't help but scratch the big dog's chin a few times. And Binglin squinted comfortably, and his round eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. It is still in its infancy, but it has unlocked a new skill. Body shape change. Not only can it control the size of its body, but it can also switch from a scale beast to a fur beast. When Qiaoning felt hot, it would change into a set of icy and cool scales to cool her down. When it felt itchy and wanted to stroke its fur, it would change into a set of fluffy fur to rub her to her heart's content. With a dog like this, what else could one ask for? After a short meal, Qiaoning drove, and Binglin was still basking in the sun on the top of the car. On the 7th day of the natural disaster, the temperature was as high as 75 degrees, and the radiation value was 497 points. Without a large-scale cooling and radiation reduction prop, humans cannot survive. Whenever the 9 suns in the sky move to a straight line, it will trigger heavenly fire. The duration of the heavenly fire is 1 hour. During this period, the probability of the supply box appearing doubles, and a large number of rare treasure chests will appear randomly. Players pick up as many supply boxes as possible, open vehicle repair cards, and heavenly fire defense shields, which can effectively resist the natural disaster. Qiaoning read the natural disaster information published by the system word by word, and was still wondering what the heavenly fire was like. Suddenly, she felt that the surrounding temperature rose by at least 10 or 20 degrees. Her car body was covered with liquid medicine. The air conditioner in the car was turned to the highest level, and more than 10 cooling water balls were placed. Even so, she felt the sudden rise in heat. The number of online players dropped by nearly 100 people in an instant. A large number of supply boxes appeared in front, and they needed to stop and pick them up. Do you want to activate the mechanical claw? Most of the time, Qiaoning uses the mechanical claw to pick up items. Recently, due to the high radiation, Binglin helps to pick up items. Now, Qiaoning can't stop using the mechanical claw. because there are at least dozens of supply boxes ahead. The treasure-guarding monsters are gathering in groups. Qiaoning and Binglin dealt with the treasure-guarding monsters, and the mechanical claws picked up the supply boxes. The two sides cooperated and just picked up a few supplies. Suddenly, a big fireball fell from the sky and hit the ground. The fireball hit not far from the car, and instantly burned a big hole in the road. The 9 suns were in the sky, so dazzling that Qiaoning couldn't even open her eyes to see the situation in the sky. She asked the smart housekeeper to take pictures and videos and send them to her system interface. My God, is this the end of the world? Or has this world been hit by a planet? There are so many big fireballs falling from the sky. My car is only level 3, and I can't even withstand a fireball. If I hadn't been lucky enough to avoid the body of the car and only hit the rear of the car, I might have been dead by now. The vehicle repair card can't save the players, who were killed instantly. Qiaoning, the density of fireballs is not high at present. Everyone calm down and pay attention to avoid them. The denser the treasure chests, the higher the probability of fireballs falling. Don't be too greedy for treasure chests. Save your life first. Qiaoning asked the smart butler to drive accurately to avoid the fireballs, while she picked up the supply boxes when she had the chance. After picking up a few, she suddenly found that Binglin, who had been following the car, had disappeared. Qiaoning looked around and finally looked up into the sky. She saw a giant beast wearing fiery red scales, with red feather wings several feet long on its back, and golden red flames all over its body. It raised its head and opened its mouth wide, swallowed a fireball that fell from the sky. The giant beast ate one fireball after another, dissipating the fire cloud in the sky. Seeing that the fire cloud no longer dropped fireballs, it licked its mouth, turned into the size of an ordinary dog, and ran down from the sky on the flames. When it came back, it deliberately made a circle and brought back some supply boxes to cover up its behavior of secretly going out for extra meals. Little did it know that all this was seen by the owner. When Binglin thought Qiaoning hadn't noticed it running away and was about to get back into the car first, Qiaoning's long legs suddenly appeared in its sight. Binglin's raised claws suddenly froze. He looked up along the legs and saw Qiaoning's slightly smiling face. He subconsciously replaced his scales with red fur, and then squatted down obediently. The fluffy ears on the top of his head also pressed back, and lay flat like airplane ears. Chapter 64. The fire cloud dissipated, and there was no more sky fire in this small area. However, Qiaoning was still busy picking up the supply boxes, so she only patted Binglin on the head twice. Explain it to me later. Go to work first. I can't pick up all the supply boxes by myself. If I don't pick them up in time, they will disappear soon. Qiaoning had already seen that some of the supply boxes in the distance were gradually fading and tending to dissipate. Before she finished her words, Binglin's figure had already jumped out. Qiaoning shook her head and quickly picked up all the supply boxes, while the fire cloud in this area had not recondensed. If it weren't for Binglin who dispersed the fire cloud in this area, she really couldn't have collected most of the supply boxes. In addition to self-protection, it would be good to collect dozens of them. At this time, the fire cloud was about to recondense, and Qiaoning quickly returned to the car. She looked at the fireballs that kept falling around her, and the ground that was burned by the fireballs, with a bit of deep thought in her expression. The skyfire will last for an hour, but since the ice scales can dissipate the fire cloud and temporarily stop the fireballs in some areas, it means that this additional natural disaster is not without a way to deal with it. Qiaoning currently thinks of 2 ways to deal with the skyfire, but there are certain operational restrictions. The effect is unknown, and it is not sure whether it can be used. The first one is of course to start with a skyfire fireball. The ice scales dissipate the fire cloud, and it keeps swallowing the fireballs. Every time a fireball falls to the ground or dissipates, the fire cloud will drop a new fireball. The speed of the fireball increases with the number of landings, and the fireball will fall faster and faster. The ice scales are like playing a small game of catching red envelopes on the phone. It didn't miss a fireball. In the end, the fireballs of the fire cloud were quickly exhausted, and the fire cloud naturally dispersed. In places where unpicked treasure chests are gathered, the fire cloud will frequently drop fireballs. The picked up treasure chests, such as those picked up by Qiaoning, will no longer attract fireballs to fall. Treasure chests can be picked up by players, or they can be discarded and become ownerless again. If the picked up treasure chests are thrown into the same area Will it cause a large number of fireballs to fall and quickly consume the fire cloud in a short time? As long as the fire cloud is consumed and disappears, there will be no fireballs falling in the entire area covered by the fire cloud in a short time. And players can take this opportunity to pick up all the treasure chests in this area. The fireballs fall towards the places where the treasure chests are densely packed, but they will not destroy the supply boxes. In this way, players can pick up the most treasure chests with the least loss. Of course, this is just Xiaoning's guess, whether it can work or not, and how to get players to cooperate in the operation, are all problems. Xiaoning also doesn't know whether the second method is feasible. In her opinion, since the fire cloud can dissipate, why can it only be consumed and dissipated? After going through several natural disasters, most players will have close combat and long-range attack methods. If we attack the fire cloud, will the fire cloud be dispersed if we attack it more times or attack more people? And if the damage is enough? Don't think she is just daydreaming. She plays games too much, so her thinking is naturally broader than other players in the game. And she is also better at using game rules to extend exploration. It is almost instinctive to find shortcuts and bugs. Xiaoning must have tried these two methods herself first. If they are really useful, it is not too late to tell other players. Otherwise, if you tell it early, the method will not work. At this moment of life and death, a little mistake can kill people. Xiaoning tried the first method first. After throwing a large number of picked up treasure chests in a pile in one place, the fire cloud above her head began to drop most of the fireballs to the place where the treasure chests gathered. The frequency of fireballs falling in other places decreased significantly and rapidly. After about 5 minutes, there were no more fireballs falling in other places except where the treasure chests gathered. 10 minutes later, the fire cloud was exhausted. No more sky fire fell in the entire area. The first method is feasible. Xiaoning began to test the second type. She had long-range attack equipment, including bows and arrows with similar supernatural effects, hot weapons, and skill cards. After using them one by one, she found that long-range hot weapons, such as rocket launchers, had the strongest lethality to Huiyun. The second was her own supernatural powers, enchanted bows and arrows, and skill cards. Huiyun could only withstand 2 attacks from the rocket launcher, and other smaller long-range hot weapons were also effective, but they consumed more ammunition. After Xiaoning confirmed the effect, she sent the message to the chat channel as soon as possible. Everyone was in a very bad state because of the skyfire. In just half an hour, almost more than 2,000 players died, and more players were injured or their vehicles were seriously damaged. Is it true or not? Can it still be operated like this? I don't care. I'll try it first. I don't care. I'll try it out. If this goes on, my vehicle maintenance cards will be used up, and I'll still be dead. Xiaoning rarely speaks on the public screen, but she never speaks without purpose. The method she said should be useful. I guess she has tried it in advance. I have been observing Xiao for a long time. I think she is a very cautious person. Her thoughts jump quickly, and she is very good at discovering rules and using them. As soon as she sent a message about these two methods, I started to experiment. Xiaoning kept refreshing the screen with messages. After seeing them, the players would definitely use the second method first. However, this method consumes a lot of energy. Neither method can be done by one person, unless you are like Xiaoning, who has neither hot weapons nor supply boxes. Most of the players who have survived to the present in 1408 have been very united and quickly formed countless teams. At this time, everyone gathered all the supply boxes on hand together, or attacked Huiyun together. Soon the results of the players' experiments came out. Perhaps they were temporarily out of danger, and the chat channel began to scroll rapidly and become lively again. Xiaoning, players who have escaped from danger should not relax. Take every opportunity to pick up the supply boxes. The fire cloud will recondense very quickly. You must pick up all the supply boxes before the fire cloud recondenses. Damn. Can the fire cloud recondense? I won't say much. I'm already busy picking up supply boxes. If I can survive this natural disaster, I will definitely make a fortune this time. As long as 1408 survives this time, we will be more confident in the next natural disaster. The first method is almost free for players, but it takes time to drain the fire cloud. The second method is a little more laborious for a small group of players, but as long as more than 10 people gather, the fire cloud can be easily broken. which is much faster than the first method. Xiaoning has done everything she can. During the next period of the sky fire, she no longer pays attention to the chat channel and just picks up supplies. Binglin quickly cleared one piece of fire cloud after another for her, and helped to put the supply boxes into its Taotai space. The two of them worked together for half an hour, clearing more than 20 areas, and picking up countless treasure chests. Xiaoning glanced at her blind box coin balance, 10,868. In other words, she picked up more than 10,000 supply boxes just for this one time of the skyfire. Other players also made a lot of money. Xiaoning was stunned. She suspected that there was a bug in the game system, which gave such a big benefit. But she thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was not unreasonable for this overwhelming wealth to fall on 1408. First of all, the skyfire only fell for an hour. Under the attack of the skyfire, ordinary players were busy escaping. So who would have the time to think about how to deal with the skyfire? Or even dare to try to attack the fire cloud? Only Xiaoning, wearing red equipment, Xiaoya Liuguang armor, a black flame bone knife in hand, and a defensive ring on her finger with absolute defense. Not only does she have displacement skills, but her car is also level 5. And there is an ice scale that can swallow the skyfire. With all these confidence, they dare to try recklessly and have time to think deeply. Secondly, even if someone tries these two methods, they may not be able to convince the entire server and unite to deal with the skyfire. First of all, few players can do just handing over the supply box. It is also a problem to form a team of more than 10 people. Maybe they will fight over the distribution of supply boxes in the early stage. Of course, these problems also exist in District 1408, but at least during the period of the skyfire, they did not cause any major problems and successfully cooperated to survive. At the end of the first skyfire, there were 31,872 players surviving in District 1408. In addition to those who died in the skyfire attack, a considerable number of players died at the hands of other players. This is inevitable. Xiaoning is not sure how many more skyfire attacks there will be next. But if the loss is so great every time, their survival rate of this natural disaster will most likely be difficult to maintain at 20%. Pei Jing and the others contacted Xiaoning as soon as possible and expressed their concerns. Xiaoning was also helpless. I just hope that other players can control their greed for the sake of survival rate. Otherwise the whole area will sink. As time goes by, seeing that the 9 suns are about to move in a straight line again, Xiaoning suddenly thinks of a crazy way. Xiaoning, my coordinates are 1932, 756. Players who want to survive the natural disaster can teleport here as soon as possible. I will lead everyone to pass this level together. Afterwards, ordinary treasure chests will be evenly distributed, and rare treasure chests will belong to me. Those who are willing, please come quickly. This may prevent players from fighting each other for interests and stabilize the survival rate. This method is not smart, but she can only think of this method. Of course, Pei Jing or Yuan Heng can also lead the team. But if there are too many players, and they get out of control unexpectedly, they may find it difficult to calm down. She is not overestimating herself. But it is a matter of life and death, and there is no room for error. So she can only bite the bullet and do it herself. As soon as she got the news, Pei Jing, Yunheng, and the others were teleported here immediately. And then a large number of players poured into the highway area where Xiaoning was. In the end, there were less than 10,000 people who did not teleport here. This is normal, even if the players trust Xiaoning. This trust is not worth mentioning in front of the rare treasure chest. Most of the fights among the players are also caused by the uneven distribution of rare treasure chests. For ordinary treasure chests, it is naturally nothing if one has more or one has less. But there are only a few rare treasure chests refreshed each time, and only 10 will be refreshed after clearing a fire cloud area. There are more than 30,000 players in the entire area. How can they be divided? Therefore, Xiaoning said at the beginning that the rare treasure chest belongs to her, so that no one dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, avoiding other players from fighting because of the rare treasure chest. With the 9 suns on the same track, the sky fire descended again. During the arrival of the sky fire, the players could not leave the highway world where they were at that time. The players were scattered in more than 100 areas, and most of them used the first method to consume the fire cloud. And the supply boxes came from Xiaoning's inventory. Another part is that Xiaoning and Binglin quickly shuttled through various areas, cooperated with the players, and quickly cleared all the fire clouds. With experience and the cooperation of the players, after an hour of the sky fire, only a few players were killed or injured. After the last fire cloud dissipated, Xiaoning saw that the time was almost up. So he distributed all the supply boxes to all players together with Pei Jing and others, and took back the part of the supply boxes he invested. As long as everyone does not make trouble, this level will definitely be passed. Few of the players are stupid now, and most of them have guessed Xiaoning's intentions. Since private team formation will definitely result in uneven distribution of supplies, they will gather together and force distribution. This time the skyfire came. The players gained more than before, because of the high efficiency and no internal consumption, saving a lot of trouble. In the next few sky fires, some players left Xiaoning's coordinates, and some new players joined, and the survival rate of the entire area was basically stable at around 30%. 12 o'clock is approaching, and the natural disaster cycle is about to end. Xiaoning saw that in just a few seconds, the wasteland not far away suddenly became green and covered with flowers. Plants quickly covered every inch of land. Even the road was destroyed by the plants growing from the ground. Is this a sign of the next natural disaster? Chapter 65. Congratulations to 30,124 players in Area 1408 for successfully surviving the fourth natural disaster cycle. In the next week, the surviving players will be teleported to Ludi City for settlement maintenance time. In Ludi City, all players can move freely until the next natural disaster cycle arrives. Warm tips. 1. Ludi City is the only officially certified city in the road survival world. There are strict city rules and regulations. Those who violate the rules will be imprisoned at the lightest and sentenced to death at the most. Players are requested to cherish their lives and do not challenge the city regulations. Warm tips 2. When all players enter Ludi City for the first time, they will be issued a Ludi City temporary residence certificate. This certificate cannot be copied, forged, or reissued. It can be contested and modified. Warm tips 3. Ludi City is a city built by God. Only players who have successfully survived the first 4 natural disasters and opened the trial gate are eligible to enter Ludi City. Warm tips 4. After 7 days, players will enter the trial natural disaster. Tip 5. All players who successfully survive 3 trials of natural disasters will have a chance to choose to return to their original world. After the countdown of 10 seconds, all surviving players in Area 1408 will be teleported to Ludi City. There may be slight discomfort during the process, so please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7. 10 seconds is enough for Xiaoning to receive all the information. Like everyone else, her first reaction was, she finally has a chance to go back? The natural disaster day plus the holiday. In just over a month, Xiaoning felt as if several centuries had passed. She herself has also become different from when she first entered the game. Sometimes she feels strange when looking at herself in the mirror. Although her facial features have not changed, she no longer has the coldness and depression she had in the modern world. She has long hair tied up high, and she is wearing a clean and neat black jacket. Red equipment is manifested. The whole person has become much more resolute, but still gives people a sense of aloofness and distance. The soft flesh on her body had turned into more powerful muscles. Not exaggerated. A thin layer, with beautiful lines, and she wanted to touch it when she looked at it. Li Yongxing often joked that when they first met, he thought she looked like a cold-looking social phobia. But now she was even colder than before. But she was cool and beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in the survival game was only busy surviving and couldn't think of anything else, a sister like Xiaoning would definitely fascinate a lot of men and women. Xiaoning thought of Pei Jing, Qing He, Tao Tao, Yuan Heng and others. She hoped that these friends could go to the end with her and go home together. It was just that the game system suddenly created this Ludi City, the trial disaster, which gave her a feeling that something was beyond her expectations. Her heart seemed to be covered with an indelible shadow, heavy and a little breathless. This time the transmission process took a little longer, unlike before, when she was almost teleported to the safe zone in seconds. After about 3 minutes, Xiaoning's eyes finally regained light. She found herself in a vast continent, with only one building within 100 miles. Ludi City. This was definitely the largest city she had ever seen, whether in online games or in real history. From the system map, it covered an area that was almost twice the size of China. She could not imagine how such a building was built. Could it really be built by gods? There was only one road leading to the gate of Ludi City. Beyond the road was a barrier, and behind the barrier was nothingness. This road was very strange. It looked narrow, but it could strangely accommodate multiple players' cars running in parallel. Qiaoning also saw Pei Jing's car, looking at the city in front of her. It took almost 10 minutes to finally reach the gate. The towering gate was so high that Qiaoning could not see the top and could not estimate the height. The gate was made of some kind of secret gold, a bit like the bronze gate in ancient times, with a strange beast engraved on it, which was a bit similar to Binglin, but far from it. If I had to say it, it was like the Buddha statues in ancient temples and the gods in Taoist temples, which might be a little similar to the gods themselves. There were only 2 guards at the gate, wearing black armor. Even their heads were wrapped in it, so their appearance could not be seen clearly. One was responsible for issuing temporary resident cards, and the other was responsible for identity verification. Their method of identity verification was simple and crude. They only needed to look into the eyes of the strange beast carved on the gate for a few seconds. If the strange beast closed its eyes and did not move, they could enter. If the strange beast opened its eyes, a team of armored guards would appear from nowhere and take the player away with his car. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for the temporary resident card issued, it was even simpler. It was actually a black token 1 finger long, with a name on the front and a strange beast pattern on the back. But it was a mini version. Qiaoning took the token, restarted the car, and drove into the city. Pei Jing and the others had already entered the city. They thought they would be able to reunite with them after entering the city. But after entering the city gate, they found that they were not only 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers away, but also could not use the means of transportation that only citizens in the city could use. If you want to find someone, you can only rely on your own legs or a car. 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers. A level 5 car driving at full speed will take a long time. Without Qiaoning saying anything, Pei Jing and others immediately sent a message, saying that if there is a need for video, it is the same, and there is no need to meet offline. The holiday is only 7 days, and it is not cost-effective to waste 3 or 4 days on the road. It is better to take this time to get familiar with Ludi City as much as possible, and then make some preparations for the trial disaster. Ludi City is so huge that it is almost the same as a normal country. It has its own currency, system, economic system, etc. Qiaoning and others certainly don't have the currency here, but they can exchange for supplies. Some supplies are very valuable, such as energy stones, and some ordinary items, especially gasoline, water, etc., are quite cheap here. Players got a lot of supply boxes in the last disaster, and they are not short of supplies. Smart ones will naturally take the opportunity to use the price difference in Ludi City to exchange for more things they need. For example, gasoline is a must-have material. What surprised Qiaoning was that many props and items such as strange fire, energy stones that have consumed their energy, cards, etc., are quite expensive here. Qiaoning has no shortage of these things. After exchanging a large sum of money, she began to enjoy the holiday life in Ludi City with Binglin. Ludi City does not restrict players from traveling with pets, but players must take good care of their pets. If the pets violate the rules, the owner will be punished twice as much. Qiaoning does not need to explain to Binglin at all. It pays more attention to Qiaoning's safety than anyone else. Binglin will not do anything that may cause trouble or danger to her. The few days she spent in Ludi City seemed to be no different from being in an ordinary safe zone. To be honest, it gave her an illusion of returning to a modern civilized society. Normal, comfortable, and ordinary. Sometimes she would inexplicably have an illusion that even if she stayed here all the time, it seemed that it was nothing. After all, she lived like this in the modern world. And she even lived better here, because she had money and power here, and she didn't have to fear anyone or anything. But these thoughts only appeared for a moment. This is not the real peaceful modern world, nor does it belong to her. She should return to her own world. Qiaoning has no relatives in the modern world, and she has few friends, most of whom are colleagues in the studio. To be precise, she has no ties in the modern world. But it may be that the idea of returning to one's roots is too deeply rooted in the Chinese people. She always feels that even if she dies one day, it is good for her ashes to be taken back to the modern world by her living friends. No matter how good this place is, she still finds it difficult to fit in. There is an inexplicable disharmony, and no sense of belonging. She is more like a temporary passerby. 7 days later. The time for the trial disaster to start has arrived. Xiaoning returned to the car early to prepare. Binglin squatted beside her, sweeping his tail quickly, and his fluffy dog face was full of excitement. Why are you so impatient? If you don't know, you might think she is taking it on an outing. Binglin barely restrained himself a little, but his eyes were brighter. It was 12 o'clock in the evening. Welcome all players in District 1408 to enter the 5th natural disaster cycle, the first level of the Liddy trial. The rewards of the last natural disaster cycle have been settled and distributed to the players' mailboxes. Please check and claim them in time. Warm reminder, after each natural disaster cycle is settled, the top 100 players on the 7 rankings will receive additional rewards. The natural disaster of this trial is Coal Evolution. The duration of the natural disaster, 7 days. The number of online players, 1067842. Please continue to work hard to survive this natural disaster cycle. When seeing this number, Xiaoning almost thought that she was dazzled and had missed one more. After looking at it carefully again, she was sure that it was not 6 digits, but 7 digits. There are so many players coming in this time. But Xiaoning is not happy at all, because the game cannot be aimless and put so many players into the same district for no reason. There is only one possibility. The natural disaster of the trial is too high, and a small number of players is not enough to lose. Only 1 million players can make the survival rate reach 20%. If there are few players, it is likely that the natural disaster will not end before the whole district is destroyed. Xiaoning's car is now parked on an asphalt gravel road. On both sides of the road, including the sky, there are transparent barriers that can be vaguely seen by the naked eye. Occasionally, there are streams of light flashing, which looks pretty good at first glance. Outside the road, she has never seen such a dense and prosperous jungle. The plants are more lush than ordinary people can imagine. She feels extremely shocked and in awe of nature just by looking at them. This natural disaster is Carboniferous Evolution. Xiaoning has long been famous for the Carboniferous period, but she doesn't know much about it. She only knows that the Carboniferous period was a period of great prosperity for plants on Earth. More than 50% of the coal reserves in the modern world were basically formed at this time. There is a saying on the internet that describes the Carboniferous period as a paradise for plants and a carnival feast for giant insects. For this ancient era, Xiaoning would be lying if she said she was not curious. If she were an ordinary person, she would probably get off the car and take a good look at the jungle scenery of the Carboniferous period. However, Xiaoning did not move rashly. She first turned on the monitoring screen of the smart housekeeper. It shows that the oxygen concentration in the jungle exceeds 35%, which is an oxygen-rich environment. It has certain benefits and will not cause death in a short period of time. But the human body also needs time to adapt. The plants and insects in this environment may be quite large. The road barrier this time is more like a piece of glass than a space barrier, which only has the function of temporary isolation, because a giant insect has already hit the barrier, causing layers of light ripples on the surface of the barrier. It is a spider crab. It is the oldest and largest spider known on Earth. In many online games that Xiaoning has played, the prototypes of spider monsters are spider crabs. It's not that she hasn't seen restored pictures of spider crabs on the internet, but the spider crab in front of her is bigger and weirder than the spider crab she knows. Chapter 66. Xiaoning had no intention of confronting the horseshoe crab head-on. She patted Binglin's neck. The guy had already made an attacking posture, as if he would rush out to fight the horseshoe crab as long as she gave the order. It was unknown whether this thing was poisonous or not. Xiaoning was unwilling to let the dog take this risk unless it was necessary. The evolving Carboniferous period was definitely not as simple as the Carboniferous period in ancient history. Xiaoning drove the car and saw many familiar species along the way, but they were more or less different from what she knew. They were evolving. Xiaoning was observing, and suddenly the friend list on the virtual screen flashed. It was a message from the friend group. Paging at everyone. I'm going to add a few friends to the group. Okay? I've known them for almost a few months, and I think they are all good people. It just so happens that their majors are closely related to this natural disaster, so I want to bring them in to facilitate information exchange. Xiaoning, I have no objection. Li Yongxing, I don't mind. We are the only ones in the group, and I feel it is quiet. You are all busy and don't like to talk. I am bored. Tao Tao, I have no objection. The people that Sister Pei Jing trusts must be good. Just invite everyone to chat together. I can't do anything in the natural disaster. I can only talk with my sisters when I have time. Yuan Heng, I have no objection. Miao Qinghe, it's okay. It's not bad to invite everyone to chat about this natural disaster. After getting everyone's consent, Qiaoning saw 2 women and 1 man join the group chat in a few seconds. After a brief introduction, Qiaoning knew why Pei Jing suddenly invited these 3 people to join the group. These 3 people are all master and doctoral students in their 20s. They are classmates in the same school. The majors of the 3 are Fang Chongling in geology, Jiang Yanqin in geohistory, and Li Musheng who studies ancient organisms. Jiang Yanqin is more lively. As soon as he came, he opened the chat box and chatted with everyone. Fang Chongling occasionally added a few reminders, mainly about some geological disasters that may occur in the Carboniferous period. Li Musheng was the girl who spoke the least. When they had almost finished speaking, she spoke. Don't provoke ancient creatures for the time being. They are mutating and evolving. They are already very different from the ancient creatures I know. I need time to study them. Qiaoning agreed with this. If you can drive to find more supply boxes, find more. We got a lot of treasure boxes in the last natural disaster. Don't open them all. Leave some and open them slowly. Supplies will not deteriorate in the supply box. But after opening, in the Carboniferous environment, the deterioration speed is extremely fast, including metal props. As for the high oxygen content in the air, try not to make a bonfire in the jungle, etc. Others have already said it, and Li Musheng did not repeat it. As far as I know, there will be a mass extinction at the end of the Carboniferous. I don't know how the survival game will set the evolution of the Carboniferous, but everyone should be mentally prepared. We will definitely have a hard time passing this level. After being reminded by Li Musheng, Qiaoning immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that this 7-day natural disaster cycle is the process of the Carboniferous going extinct? Of course, it is definitely different from the real process of the extinction of the Carboniferous in history. The main reason is that the game may set a pseudo-Carboniferous that gradually dies until the 7th day. Qiaoning's heart sank even more. If the later test is really the destruction of an era, then no matter how many lives they have, they will not be enough to die. Not to mention millions of people. Hundreds of millions of people are useless. That's a mass extinction. Several people in the group talked a lot. And finally Pei Jing sorted out the information and announced it to the chat channel in the name of their entire group chat team. As long as you get some information, you need to inform everyone immediately. Because 1 minute earlier, it is possible to save a person. For more than 1 million players, the chat channel scrolls so fast that you can't see any information clearly. And the key information can only be found by searching. However, this time the system has a loudspeaker function, which can convert the message you send into golden text, flashing on the public screen, so that everyone can see it at a glance. However, this function requires a lot of supplies or experience points, which is equivalent to a lot of money for each word sent. Players have survived for 4 days, so they know the importance of supplies. So few people use this loudspeaker function. Qiaoning took charge of publishing the information. Others originally wanted to take turns to send loudspeakers, but Qiaoning took it on herself considering that they had limited supplies. On the last day of the natural disaster, she got tens of thousands of ordinary treasure chests and hundreds of rare treasure chests, all of which were hoarded and not opened. In addition, in order to draw the Asking Heaven coupon, she spent all the blind box coins at that time, and also drew many rare supplies. In general, the supplies she has are definitely the most in the entire server. Regarding the survival rate, such a small amount of blood is really nothing to Qiaoning. The more supplies others have, the more chances they have to survive. Qiaoning drove for a whole day until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the night fell on the forest. During this period, she did not encounter a supply box or a treasure guarding monster. The chat channel had exploded, and all the players were discussing the fact that the supply box did not refresh. However, no matter how the players scolded, the game system did not give any explanation. After the comparison, everyone realized that in the previous natural disaster cycle, if there was any change, the system would carefully prompt and warn again and again. This attitude was so responsible and considerate, and so professional. Don't worry. We picked up so many supply boxes in the last natural disaster, and everyone will not starve to death for a while. So we can't lose our composure first. This is only the first day of the natural disaster. So don't scare yourself. This is the truth. But I can't resist the panic. I feel uneasy when there are no supply boxes to pick up. Now every time I open a supply box, I am particularly reluctant. As the saying goes, live by the mountain and eat by the mountain. Live by the sea and eat by the sea. There are forests everywhere. Are we still afraid of not having supplies? No matter what. There is no shortage of food and drink. Are you serious? The air outside is so weird. I feel uncomfortable after getting off the car for a while. Who knows if there are any ancient bacteria or viruses in the air? Don't forget that the game is set in the Carboniferous period. The ancient era. Don't talk about the air composition. The jungle is not the jungle we know. There are plants everywhere that strangle animals and insects. I just explored the edge of the road and was poisoned several times. I was attacked at least a dozen times and almost lost my life. The jungle is not a place we can set foot in. I have learned a lot. I just came out of the jungle and encountered a very large land reptile. It looks like a lizard, but not quite like one. I don't know what it is. I used at least 20 skill cards on me before I ran out. It should be a forest lizard from the Carboniferous period. I dare not imagine what this thing will evolve into. Once, a certain server boss captured an ancient millipede as a pet. That guy was a variant of an ancient giant centipede. However, during the day, I saw more than one ancient millipede in the jungle. Some were still mating. The scene was really indescribable. My scalp was numb. Just the centipede legs made me have intensive phobia. Boss Xiaoning said that the Carboniferous period was a carnival feast for giant insects. It was really true. I didn't see any normal-sized insects. They were all plus-sized. If the bosses hadn't told me not to light a fire in the forest, I would have wanted to burn them to death. Calm down upstairs. The oxygen content in the air now is more than 35%. It will be troublesome if the fire starts. I don't even dare to light a bonfire now, for fear of a sudden explosion. That's not the case. The oxygen content is not enough to cause that kind of situation. At most, it can help to quickly help combustion. Xiaoning looked down at the chat messages. Everyone was still discussing topics such as supply boxes, giant insects, and plants. It can be seen that everyone is a little panicked. But because they have supplies in hand, they can still maintain rationality and calmness. When it was time to go to bed, Xiaoning was worried and couldn't fall asleep. She simply put on her equipment, put on her space backpack, and took Bing Lin off the road into the jungle. The jungle at night is more dangerous than during the day. Many giant insects are active at night, as are wild beasts. Even some plants are active at night. In a short distance of 1 kilometer, Xiaoning killed 3 poisonous insects and a giant dragonfly. During the day, Li Mushing sent her pictures of ferocious creatures in the Carboniferous period, all of which she drew herself and have been announced to all players in the chat channel. The giant dragonfly is one of them. It is still very similar to a dragonfly as a whole, but it is large in size. The data shows that it should have a wingspan of nearly 1 meter. But the one Xiaoning encountered had a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. The speed is estimated to be faster than her level 5 car. If you don't know, you might think it is some kind of mutant eagle. Fortunately, she is not too afraid of insects. If someone who is afraid of insects comes here, he may just want to kill himself. All these giant insects were fed to the pet locust. Then Xiaoning discovered that the locust also mutated after eating the corpses of these giant insects. Not only did it become larger, but the quality of its eggs was also higher. It could even give birth to other mother insects. However, no matter how many mother insects there were, the locust was the most respected. It was the queen of the insect swarm. Xiaoning used her weapon to cut and pick some plants, threw them into the universal flush toilet, and then decomposed them into fertilizer to fertilize the roses, sunflowers, piranhas and other evolved plants in the planting pots. As expected, this fertilizer has a better ripening effect. These evolved plants have been dormant for 2 natural disaster cycles due to lack of nutrients and are on the verge of death. If it weren't for the Carboniferous evolutionary disaster, it would be unknown whether they could survive the next natural disaster. Xiaoning immediately sent a message to the friend group to tell everyone about her discovery. At this point, everyone basically rested, so she didn't wait for a reply and closed the chat interface. Then she took Bing Lin and continued to go deep into the jungle. Xiaoning's ability is ice attributed, and she has a strong restraint on jungle plants and insects. Most of them like warm, humid environments. and most of them have almost no resistance to freezing. Binglin can't spit fire in the forest, but the water flow it creates can control the temperature. Low temperature water will freeze, and high temperature water can also burn plants and insects to death. When Qiaoning saw a large number of plants and insects on the ground burned to death by high temperature water flow, an idea suddenly came to her mind. She set up a camp on the spot. Anyway, this area has been almost cleaned up, and there are no dangerous creatures. She picked the leaves of a fern, chopped them up, and took some seasonings from her backpack to mix them cold. She picked a few insects that looked good and had a relatively high protein content, brushed them with sauce, sprinkled them with salt, cumin and chili powder, and simply roasted them with Binglin's fire. Qiaoning tasted the cold bracken shreds. The taste and texture of this ancient bracken is a bit like kelp. The seasoning she added is spicy, and it tastes particularly spicy at first. Very refreshing. As for roasting insects, to be honest, she was psychologically opposed to it. But thinking of the survival rate of players in the whole area, she still tried it. To be precise, the giant insects she roasted should not be insects, but more like giant arthropods. After removing the hard shell with a black flame bone knife, the rest of the skin and meat were roasted together, without applying oil, and they sizzled with oil. After a little roasting, the meat was fragrant. It's true that the giant insects look ordinary, but the taste is quite amazing. The meat is like fresh shrimp meat, chewy and firm, slightly sweet, not fishy at all, and even more amazing with barbecue seasoning. Qiaoning simply filled a few bottles of Fat House Happy Water, ate a cold dish and a barbecue, and had a midnight snack. There were so many cooked insects that she couldn't finish them all by herself. So Binglin roasted the rest. She didn't bring much seasoning in her backpack, and Binglin was addicted to eating, so he used up all her seasoning. So she had to turn back. Chapter 67. Back in the car. This time Qiaoning brought 2 large space backpacks, bringing everything she might need, even DDT and paraquat. These 2 drugs are actually called Special DDT and paraquat. They were opened from the settlement reward treasure chest after the last natural disaster. At that time, she was given 20 gold treasure chests and 5 diamond treasure chests. She also thought that she would definitely get a lot of new materials. But in the end, there were only Special DDT, paraquat, serum extractor, and antibacterial detoxifier. These 4 materials. However, Qiaoning knew that most of the materials given by the system would not be useless, especially the settlement rewards, which were often materials that would definitely be used in the next natural disaster. So she did not put these things in the storage box, but kept them in the space cabinet in the car. They can be used at any time. The storage box was upgraded again in Ludi City, with a full 1,000 cubic meters of space. The upgraded storage box, due to its large space, no longer supports access at any time. The system has to input the name of the material, and then the material will be transmitted in seconds. This is already quite smart, but Qiaoning still finds it a bit troublesome. So she exchanged for several space items, which are just ordinary props that all players have. Some things that are not easy to deteriorate can be placed in it. Just open it and take whatever you want. The disadvantage is that it cannot stop time. It has durability, and it needs to be regularly integrated into the system manufacturing column to repair it. When entering the jungle again, Qiaoning changed the direction. Not long after she entered, she stepped on an unknown plant, and then her ankle was tightly entangled by vines that stretched out from nowhere. Binglin noticed something strange and roared in a certain direction of the jungle. In the jungle, Binglin's hair shape is inconvenient. At this time, it is a scale armor, perhaps to adapt to the environment. The color of the scale armor has turned dark green. The dark green color can blend into the jungle. Sometimes Qiaoning doesn't pay attention and almost ignores it, raising her hand and cutting off the vines with an ice blade. Qiaoning took a few quick steps, easily jumped a few feet away, and landed on the back of Binglin in the distance, thanks to her basic body training proficiency. After upgrading to the intermediate body training, she can't say that she can fly, but she is almost there. She can easily do things that exceed the limits of the human body. And with her superpowers, she is like a cyborg or a Superman in a science fiction blockbuster. Qiaoning stood on Binglin's back and looked forward. And then she saw clearly what was attacking her. It was a blood-sucking tree. During the day, some players encountered this tree and uploaded images and related information to the server. This tree is obviously a new species that has evolved from mutation. Judging from some of its characteristics, it should belong to the gymnosperm class. But it has mutated into the characteristics of angiosperms. Even half of the tree body looks like a large banyan tree among trees. This is completely unimaginable in the modern world. But in this weird evolutionary version of the Carboniferous world, it seems extremely normal. There was not a single giant insect around the blood-sucking tree, and it might have eaten them all. Xiaoning generally didn't want to provoke creatures that looked difficult to provoke, provided that they didn't attack actively and were willing to leave each other alone. This blood-sucking tree should have no natural enemies nearby. It was used to being domineering, and directly regarded Xiaoning as prey. It had no intention of letting them go at all. In just a few minutes, the vines covered the ground. Xiaoning had more important things to do, and had no time to fight with it. She pretended to be dragged away by the blood-sucking tree. And before Binglin got angry, she poured a bottle of wankaku on the roots of the blood-sucking tree. Such a big blood-sucking tree turned gray and withered in an instant. And there was no sign of life. Even the plants near it were rapidly withering and dying. It should be because too much medicine was sprayed. I have to pour less next time. She thought that the tree was so big that a bottle of wankaku might not be enough. But unexpectedly, the potion given by the system was so powerful. I'm afraid that this piece of land will be affected. Since childhood, she was taught in textbooks that humans should protect the environment. This idea was so deeply rooted that it took Xiaoning a few seconds to realize that this was in a game world. Perhaps this world is real. But in the ancient world, she was the only one here. No matter how much damage she caused, it would be insignificant to the whole world, as long as it is not destroyed by countless humans for a long time. Nature has a strong ability to recover. Xiaoning cut off the withered blood-sucking tree and put it into the space backpack, and then continued to move forward. After walking a few steps, she found that Binglin behind her did not catch up. Her heart jumped, and she hurriedly turned back to look for it, and saw a dark green unicorn dog squatting in front of a tall fern plant. I don't know what it is. Xiaoning ran to it and patted it. Binglin didn't even look at her, and turned in another direction and continued to squat. Xiaoning suddenly realized that the dog was sulking. It was probably because she was deliberately dragged away by the vines of the blood-sucking tree just now. And the dog was unhappy. Xiaoning changed direction again and stood in front of its face. Seeing this, Binglin turned his head away and refused to look at her. Xiaoning wanted to laugh, but was afraid that laughing would make Binglin even angrier. So she could only think about all the sad things in her life and try to keep her expression tight. Binglin, don't be angry with me. I promise you, I won't do this again next time. Binglin snorted from his nose, as if he was snorting. I promise there won't be a next time. Binglin began to scratch the ground with his claws. Seeing it like this, Xiaoning couldn't help but lean over and kiss it on the big head. This resource is organized by the pain training skirt number Earwui. Xiaoning looked into its round dark green eyes and found that the anger in them had long since subsided, leaving only the endless attachment to its master. Sincere and clear. Woo! Binglin cried softly. Xiaoning understood what it meant. That it wanted her not to take risks like this next time. It was afraid that she would get hurt, and even more afraid of losing her. Xiaoning hugged its big head and stroked it hard to comfort it. After a long while, she let go. Let's go. We still have to continue looking for edible insects and plants. On the way, every time Xiaoning encountered an edible plant or insect, she would use the system recording function to record and edit it, and add their information, such as attack methods, effects after eating, etc. She also divided various plants, giant insects and giant arthropods into different dangerous levels, as well as harmless categories. Binglin followed her closely. Once when they encountered a tricky insect that was too fast, Xiaoning had no time to react. Binglin was anxious and controlled the plants and trees from a distance to strangle the insect. Only then did Xiaoning know that Binglin had unlocked a new attribute. At about 3 or 4 in the morning, Xiaoning stopped to set up camp. She had been alert and vigilant all the way, fighting at any time, and her mental and physical strength were both exhausted. Now she had to eat something and rest her body. Binglin thoughtfully used her claws to clear a large open space to save her master from the hard work of chopping trees and weeding. She didn't let go of any insects, big or small, and cleaned them all. After making sure there were no attacking creatures around, Binglin went into the simple bathroom, made of sticks, and cleaned herself from head to toe. Then she picked up her exclusive bib, put her head in it, squatted upright, and waited for her master to start eating. The strange fire that Xiaoning used to make a fire was not as useful as Binglin's ability, and could not accurately control the temperature. But it saved energy. Binglin was also tired all night, and Xiaoning wanted to let it have a good rest. This time we had bracken fruit soup, spicy fried insect meat, grilled insect skewers, and Xiaoning made some pancakes for grilling, which she used to roll on grilled skewers. Different insects have different tastes and textures. Some taste light and refreshing, while others taste like shrimp meat. Others are moderately fat and lean, suitable for slicing and grilling, and they taste not much different from pork belly slices. In short, no matter how many times you eat, you will never get tired of it. After eating, you will feel warm all over, and all the energy you have consumed will be restored. Some mutant giant insects are very nutritious, and some can act as medicine. Xiaoning has a limited appetite, so after eating, she concentrates on frying insects for Binglin. These insects have a strong satiety effect. Xiaoning is full after eating a dozen or so skewers at most, but Binglin can eat one after another. Its stomach is like a bottomless pit. Don't stir fry anymore. You've already eaten 20 or 30 pots. You've eaten all the bugs in this area. You can't catch them anymore. Binglin licked his lips, wiped his mouth and claws, and then helped his master wash the pots and pans. Xiaoning looked at the time. It took about 2 hours to cook and dry rice. In about 3 hours, it would be dawn. Let's go! Let's collect some more dead insects and plants. The darker or brighter the color of all the plants here, the better the fertilizer effect of the decomposition. She will be able to cultivate the man-eating plant king soon. Just when the time was almost up, Xiaoning was preparing to return to the highway with Binglin, and suddenly her calf hurt. And then she lost consciousness and fell down. Ouch! A drop of rain dripped from the dark sky and fell on Xiaoning's face. The cold stimulation made her sober up. Xiaoning struggled to open her eyes, only to feel dizzy and nauseous. And her whole body was in pain, especially her legs. She couldn't get up and couldn't check the injuries on her legs, but she could hardly feel her right leg. She suspected that her right leg was already disabled. Binglin had been lying beside her, and there were corpses of various insects and plants around her. Obviously, these were killed when Xiaoning was unconscious. It probably killed all the creatures that wanted to get close. When Xiaoning woke up, she met Binglin's animal eyes. Its big eyes were watery, as if it had cried several times while she was unconscious. Xiaoning had no strength left, but she still raised her hand and touched its mouth and nose. Don't worry. I'm fine. The one who bit her was a reptile, probably the ancestor of snakes. Perhaps Xiaoning's talent for hiding was too good after evolution, so she didn't notice it, and didn't even see what it looked like, and was bitten. For some reason, the equipment she was wearing didn't play a protective role, and her clothes were directly bitten through, and the toxin entered the wound. Binglin had bitten the thing to death, and took out the antidote from his space for his master. But it didn't work. It could only watch his master faint. Anxious, it didn't even dare to roar loudly, for fear of attracting more poisonous insects or reptiles to attack. It wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but it was afraid that its master would be hurt. After a while, it rained heavily. Binglin enlarged his body and turned into a fluffy form to shelter his master from the rain and keep him warm. But Xiaoning still felt that her body was getting colder and colder, and her consciousness began to become chaotic again. The worst thing was that she had a high fever. Can't die, she told herself. She still had Binglin. She couldn't die. If she died in this world, even if she untied Binglin before she died, it would be left here forever. The Carboniferous period was destined to be a mass extinction. Binglin couldn't be left here. Xiaoning struggled to wake up and found that her right leg had a slight sensation. Binglin was constantly licking the wound on her leg. It had been licking and disinfecting its owner from time to time since he was bitten. But the poison could not be cured. It could only lick the wound every once in a while to relieve it a little. Binglin saw that she was awake, and hurriedly put his big head close to her. Humming softly, Xiaoning looked at the water drops that kept falling on its face, and didn't know whether it was rain or tears. Chapter 68. Xiaoning used all her strength to take out the eggs of the poisonous locust from her space backpack. The eggs of the big locust are the top antidote, but most of the ordinary eggs can only detoxify common poisons. Only the eggs of the insect general and the insect king can detoxify rare toxins. At the very least, They can dilute the toxins and prolong the life of the poisoned. She had 3 mother insect eggs in her hand, which were the strongest eggs laid by the big locust after eating countless high-level radiation creatures. She had originally planned to keep them to strengthen the locust army, but now she had to use them first. The eggs of the poisonous locust taste like sweet juice when eaten raw, and they solidify after being cooked. They have a light milky fragrance and a light sweetness. The overall taste is like jelly and tender tofu, which is a good dish. The big locusts lay too many eggs. If the eggs are left to hatch, they cannot be kept alive. When they are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners. So Qiaoning can only cook a large number of eggs regularly and eat them as snacks or hot pot. Several pets love to eat it. Binglin also likes to eat it, but the big locust eats the most. Locusts don't have the habit of not eating their own kind. They eat everything. Qiaoning ate 1 egg, and then put the remaining 2 eggs into Binglin's space. The egg of the big locust has a strong detoxification effect, but it still didn't completely detoxify her. But it has greatly restored her body. At least she has the ability to move and can stand up. The wound on her leg continued to turn black and fester, and it was swollen and pus-filled after being soaked by rain, which was even more scary. Qiaoning didn't want to look at the wound herself, but Binglin insisted on licking her wound from time to disinfect it. If it weren't for Binglin's licking, her leg would have been useless long ago. The wound medicine didn't work at all, and the intermittent ointment was useless. Qiaoning thought of something that came out of the settlement reward. The serum extractor. She looked at the item description and found that she needed to find the source of the toxin, the mother or the same kind, before she could use the serum extractor to scan and extract it. No other operations were required. But the key point is that the reptile had been killed by Binglin. The furious dog didn't leave its body at all. It was directly frozen and crushed into powder, and the bones were pulverized. Binglin, do you remember what the thing that bit me looked like? We need to find another one that is exactly the same. Binglin nodded, howled, and then shrank a little, kneeling on the ground, signaling Qiaoning to climb on its back, and it would carry her to find it. The toxicity in Qiaoning's body was temporarily suppressed by the insect mother eggs, and she could move simply. But just climbing on Binglin's back consumed all her strength. As soon as she climbed up, she fell into a coma again. She was too weak. This kind of poison seemed to be able to suck the human body dry and hollow in a short time. When Qiaoning woke up again, Binglin had stopped and was lying under a giant tree. In front of her, there were at least dozens of reptiles bound by vines. Those vines were summoned by Binglin's new attribute skills. They were not ordinary tree vines, and they could not break free at all. Is this the thing that hurt me so badly? Qiaoning looked at the emerald green lizards that were almost 2 meters long. They looked a bit like the ferocious creatures of the Carboniferous period, but they were greener and more beautiful than the forest lizards. If it were in the modern world, there would definitely be many reptile lovers who liked this thing. However, this is in the world of the evolved Carboniferous period. 80% of the reptiles here are the ancestors of the dominant reptiles of the Triassic period. That is, the ancestors of the Jurassic dinosaurs. The rain has stopped now, and the jungle is getting colder and colder. Qiaoning took off her wet clothes and changed into a thick and warm down jacket. It's a pity that she didn't bring the warming water ball. Otherwise, she could use it to keep warm now. The jungle was too humid, and it was difficult to make a fire. After letting Binglin drain the moisture from the wood, it took a long time to light a bonfire. Qiaoning had just used a serum extractor and successfully extracted a tube of serum. The serum must match the toxin to be effective. If this tube of serum does not match the toxin in her body, her condition may become worse. If it were anyone else, even Pei Jing Yuanheng and the others, she would not dare to trust them 100% in this situation. But this was the antidote that Binglin found for her. Qiaoning did not even have the idea of questioning it. The moment she got the serum, she immediately injected it into her body with the syringe attached to the extractor. 10 minutes later, Qiaoning's wound no longer festered and pus flowed. Disinfectants, anti-inflammatory drugs, trauma drugs, etc. began to recover their effectiveness. Finally, an antibacterial antidote was used to completely cure the infection caused by the wound. The oxygen concentration in the jungle is higher, and it is humid. She was caught in the rain, and bacteria and viruses multiplied very quickly. So her wound infection was very serious. Fortunately, the effect of the antibacterial antidote was not weakened, but it was affected by the lizard venom before, and could not work. Half an hour later, Xiaoning had almost fully recovered. But the vitality damaged by the toxin could not be replenished for a while. Seeing that his master was well, Binglin turned his head and stared at the poisonous lizards. It was as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. It was the first time that Xiaoning saw hatred and disgust in Binglin's clear eyes, which showed how much psychological trauma she had left on him due to poisoning. What? Binglin suddenly cried out. Xiaoning was surprised and said, "You want to eat them?" Although she had fried insects and roasted ancient centipedes, cooking the ancestors of dinosaurs was a bit challenging. These guys were still poisonous. What if they were poisoned? I know you are not afraid of poison. But don't you think they don't look very good? They must be very unpalatable. Binglin used his claws to pull at her trouser legs that were stained with wet mud. Xiaoning was helpless. She couldn't stand Binglin's coquetry. Who could stand the coquetry of a beast? Anyway, she couldn't stand it. Okay. When Xiaoning was about to deal with the poisonous lizard, Binglin stopped her and dealt with one of the poisonous lizards first. The scene was a bit bloody. Binglin removed the poison gland in the mouth of the poisonous lizard and quickly split it. The bones and other things were removed, leaving only pure meat. And water was summoned to wash away the blood. Xiaoning thought about it and decided to braise the meat. Although the poisonous lizards were not as fat as the forest lizards, the meat on their bodies was still quite fat and lean, especially the meat on the injured hind legs. When Xiaoning handled it, she felt that it was very elastic. She simply made another pot of spicy fried lizard legs. The meat of the poisonous lizard was slightly fishy. After blanching it with scallion, ginger and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, only a strong meaty aroma was left. Xiaoning had never smelled such fragrant meat before. Could it be that the more poisonous the species, the more fragrant the meat? Just like pufferfish. It is obviously highly poisonous, but many people think it is particularly delicious. Originally, the 2 pots of meat were made for Binglin, but the taste was so delicious that Xiaoning couldn't help but eat a piece. Not long after she ate it, she felt a warm current rising from her abdomen, and then she felt warm from head to toe. So she had to take off her thick down jacket and sit outside the tent in a long-sleeved shirt. This poisonous lizard meat is really delicious and delicious. Xiaoning ate 7 or 8 pieces in a row until she couldn't eat anymore. And then she stopped eating. Binglin, who was standing next to her, saw that she was full, so he continued to eat up the remaining half of her pot. After eating and drinking, it is said that you need to move around to digest the food. But Xiaoning felt inexplicably sleepy. She even forgot to tell Binglin and fell asleep in the tent. While she was sleeping, Binglin squatted in the tent without moving. Outside the tent curtain, its ears stood up high, and any movement could not escape its perception. Xiaoning slept for about 7 or 8 hours. When she woke up, it was dark again. It was the second day of the natural disaster. 8:30 in the evening. After Xiaoning woke up, she hurriedly took Binglin back to the highway. The system map showed that they had run at least 1,000 kilometers yesterday. And Binglin actually ran all these miles. And Xiaoning was in a coma all the time. I don't know how Binglin did it, but he could catch so many poisonous lizards alive. These guys are solitary species, good at hiding. And their speed is so fast that you can't even see their shadows. It's already difficult to kill them, let alone catch them alive. At that time, Binglin was carrying her on his back, which was really difficult for the dog. Back in the car, Xiaoning and Binglin each took a hot bath. Then, she got up and lay on the bed to watch the chat channel. She had previously transferred all the information she had gained in the jungle to the public screen, and anyone could download and watch it. It was just that the attachment stayed on the public screen, which was charged by the minute. It took a lot of materials and experience points to share them all the time. It was also fortunate that Xiaoning was rich and could afford this consumption. In fact, this was all she could do for everyone. The information of the poisonous lizard was uploaded yesterday after the detoxification. But today she edited and updated some of the information. The poisonous lizard meat can be cooked and eaten after removing the venom glands in the mouth. It tastes fragrant and delicious. And the leg meat is tender. No toxic side effects have been found so far. But it is not recommended to eat it raw to avoid infection with ancient parasites. Eating too much poisonous lizard meat will cause the body to be too full of energy and fall into a coma. But when waking up, the supernatural power will be significantly improved. Eating a small amount of poisonous lizard meat can nourish the body, remove the negative state of the body, and even have many effects such as analgesia, anti-inflammatory, and hemostasis. The most obvious is to quickly replenish physical strength and supernatural power consumption. Poisonous lizard meat is very nutritious. It is recommended not to eat more than 200 grams each time. Qiaoning can eat up to 1,000 grams. If she eats more, she will fall asleep to digest the energy. Can this thing still be eaten? The boss is worthy of being a boss. If I encounter this thing, I am afraid that I will die without knowing how I died. So how can I dare to think about eating it? Having said that, although players are constantly disconnected and dying, I always feel that the style of the chat channel is about to become the Carboniferous period on the tip of the tongue. The edge of the jungle is not that dangerous. Anyway, from yesterday to now, my several pets, and I have never had an empty stomach. When will another pet slot be unlocked? I really want to keep an ancient creature as a pet. Forget it. That requires experience points. Hunting things in the jungle does not give experience points now. And I don't know if it will be given later. Dog games can't give neither treasure chests nor experience points. Right? This is not to leave players no way to survive. What is the oxygen content today? The system does not give data. Who has a monitor? Please report the data. The current oxygen content is 39%. Which I think is okay. The Carboniferous jungle basically had such a high oxygen content. Why don't these plants rest at night? Isn't it said that plants can't photosynthesize at night, and can only absorb oxygen from the outside through respiration? Why is the oxygen content still so high? Qiaoning sat up suddenly from the bed. This oxygen content is not right. You know, if the oxygen content in the air exceeds 50%, it can kill humans in a short time. Qiaoning frowned, and was thinking about something, when he suddenly heard the sound of rain outside the car. Why is it raining again? Could it be that they happened to encounter the jungle rainy season? Qiaoning looked at the dark sky outside through the car window. And occasionally there was a flash of lightning. Chapter 69. In the friend group, everyone was still talking about jungle creatures and environmental changes such as air, climate, and geology. Pei Jing said that Li Musheng was doing a study that seemed to be related to diluting oxygen concentration. They couldn't contact Qiaoning yesterday, so they formed a team to explore the jungle and found some strange plants and insects. The materials on them could greatly help Li Musheng's research. Although Fong Chongling studied geology, he also dabbled in meteorology. He felt that the jungle was gradually becoming a little strange. It is normal that the warm and humid climate in the Carboniferous period is conducive to the growth of plants and insects. And it is not strange for rain in the rainforest. But he always felt that something was wrong. Jiang Yanqin, do you feel that the temperature seems to drop a little too fast? Fong Chongling, it is normal for the jungle to have a large temperature difference between day and night. But it always gives me a bad feeling when it rains so frequently. Li Yongxing, two academic masters. I am timid. Don't scare me. Fong Chongling explained seriously. I'm not trying to scare you. I really feel something is wrong. The Carboniferous period created by the game is too different from the Carboniferous period I know. There are unreasonable places everywhere, which has reduced my professional acumen to a certain extent. Li Musheng also sent a message at this time. I feel the same way. However, the instrument I asked my friend to build monitored some data. The growth and evolution speed of all creatures in the rainforest is almost 3 times that of when we just entered the natural disaster cycle. Moreover, they are undergoing more rapid mutations every moment. At this rate of growth and evolution, it is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, we will see a new Carboniferous jungle world. Tao Tao, what does Sister Musheng mean? Does it mean that the jungle behind will be more dangerous? Li Musheng sighed. If it were really that simple. Jiang Yanqin, if it's just dangerous. All the natural disasters we have experienced have become more and more dangerous in the later stages. I'm afraid it's not just dangerous. There are several hypotheses about the Carboniferous extinction in geological history. As far as I know, one of the hypotheses shows that the mass extinction began with the collapse of the rainforest. At that time, animals were far less than the coverage area and number of plants. The paradise of plants created an atmosphere that was too rich in oxygen, and a large amount of carbon dioxide was absorbed by plants. And the surface temperature dropped. Then came the appearance of ice sheets in some areas, which are the ice fields that everyone has seen in the extreme cold disaster. The ice fields will reflect a lot of sunlight back to the atmosphere, and the temperature will continue to drop, and the ice field will gradually spread. At that time, the world will no longer be warm and humid. but full of high oxygen, cold and dry. This is the late Carboniferous in geological history. At that time, it was no longer suitable for most growth, but organisms were tenacious, and it was inevitable that cold-resistant animals and plants survived in large numbers. The high oxygen, cold and dry environment, and the shallow coal seams formed by ferns frequently caused natural fires. The largest fire lasted for many years, almost covering the entire ancient continent, causing a devastating blow to organisms. It stands to reason that such a development process would take countless years. But survival games obviously cannot be inferred by common sense. The rapid evolution and growth of these animals and plants, if they only become stronger and difficult to deal with, is not the worst. The worst is to cause the collapse of the environment and trigger a mass extinction of species. This is the most terrifying, and it is beyond human power to resist. Miaoqinghe, although the situation is bad, we can only take one step at a time. At present, the oxygen content is not enough to threaten the lives of players. The temperature is decreasing, but it is not cold. The jungle has abundant water and food. Players have a lot of supply boxes stored on hand. After the last natural disaster, they still stocked up a lot of supplies in Ludi City. Overall, everyone is in good condition, and it is not a dangerous time. The most important thing is that we can't scare ourselves into collapse before the disaster escalates. Beijing, pay more attention to the information trend of the chat channel these days. Speak more when you have time. And keep the player's mentality stable, so there is still hope to hold on. Li Yangqing, well, I have nothing to be afraid of. Since I entered this game, I have been tying my head to my belt every day and living one day at a time. As long as there is still a breath left, just try to survive. Li Yangqing at Yuan Heng. Where are you? Brother Heng? Why don't you talk? This natural disaster player can still freely teleport to form a team. Yuan Heng was with Li Yangqing and Pei Jing in the morning, and left in the afternoon. No one knows where he went. He didn't show up from the afternoon to the evening. If it weren't for the fact that he was still online in the friend list, everyone would be worried that he was stuck in a corner of the jungle. After Yuan Heng was tagged, he sent a video to the group directly. Everyone agreed and soon saw his current situation. He was killing giant insects in the jungle. The metal-based superpowers were invincible in killing giant insects. It was a little more troublesome to deal with plants, but it was not a problem. Video chat made it easier for everyone to communicate. Li Yangqing joked, Brother Heng, don't be too crazy. It's so late, and you're still spawning monsters? Go back to the highway quickly. The equipment will become ineffective in the jungle soon. You will waste the durability of your equipment if you go in. The information that equipment will gradually become ineffective in the jungle has been announced to the whole area. Xiao Ning was hit by this yesterday. Yuan Heng seemed to have been fighting for a long time. There was blood everywhere on his body. It was hard to tell whether it was his own or the jungle creature's. He panted and turned his bloody face to the camera icon on the virtual panel. My equipment is not ineffective. There is a kind of fern in this jungle. When their branches and leaves are broken, they will flow out a kind of juice. This juice can restore the properties of equipment. You just need to blend the juice into the equipment in the manufacturing column. But I am not sure whether it is available in every jungle and can work. Yuan Heng said, and uploaded the image of the plant to the group. Xiaoning took a closer look. I also have this kind of fern here. It will appear at least 500 kilometers deep in the jungle. Do you have it over there? Tao Tao, I haven't seen it here. Pei Jing and Miaoqinghe had seen it, and they also saw it in the depths of the jungle. Fang Chongling, Jian Yanqin, Li Musheng and others explored the most areas and went deep into the jungle. Almost all known species are in their research records. Li Musheng said, the ancestors of this plant should be marine organisms, and they would prey on microorganisms in the ocean. I didn't expect it to evolve into this form now. Li Yangqing, isn't this cleaning kelp? I used to wash my clothes with its juice when they were dirty. I have to say that it is much better than laundry detergent. But I washed ordinary clothes, and the equipment can be restored to cleanliness by itself. Otherwise, I would have discovered its function long ago. This name. Tao Tao was speechless. Li Musheng smiled and said, it's quite appropriate and straightforward. I guess the failure of our equipment is related to the microorganisms in the jungle air. The juice of this plant can kill those microorganisms and naturally restore the equipment properties. The conditions are limited now. I don't have instruments to observe microorganisms in the air that are invisible to the naked eye. I can only make judgments based on speculation. It may not be correct. Everyone should collect more of this juice. Maybe it will be effective for diseases and infections caused by other microorganisms. Xiaoning saw Yuan Heng killing happily in the jungle, and she felt itchy for a moment. So she changed her clothes and took Bing Lin into the jungle again. She was either unconscious or sleeping these 2 days, and her body was not tired. This time she brought all kinds of supplies, including warming water balls, cooling water balls, moisture-absorbing water balls, and humidifying water balls, just to prevent sudden changes. The piranha plant king is about to mature to the ultimate form. The later the ripening, the more fertilizer is needed. She must get at least 1,000 kilograms of fertilizer to ripen the piranha plant king to the point where it can advance to the ultimate form. If the advancement fails, she will have to ripen it again, in order to have a slot for this plant-type pet. Xiaoning upgraded the car to level 6, added 3 functions: thermal weapon attack, enchantment attack, and energy shield. Compared to a motorhome, it is now more like a large tank armored vehicle with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The jungle is full of dangers. After she came in, she first let Binglin carry her to find clean kelp to restore the equipment attributes first. With the equipment effect, at least she can prevent the sudden attack of poison. She collected a lot of clean kelp juice, about 100 to 180 barrels. But she collected clean kelp in a scattered manner. This thing is the natural enemy of microorganisms. If it disappears in a large area in an area, with the current evolution and mutation speed of the jungle, it may immediately cause microorganisms to spread. Even the food chain will be in trouble. She will be the one who suffers. Although she is not a biology student, she still knows a little about the seriousness of the destruction of the food chain. With the protective equipment, Xiaoning lets go and kills monsters. Plants or insects with dark green colors are her main targets. After one night, she rested 3 times, and each time she ate poisonous lizard meat to quickly restore her physical strength and energy. It was not until dawn that she returned to the road with Binglin. That night, she harvested 120,000 kilograms of deeply evolved mutant plants, some of which may weigh hundreds of kilograms, or even more than 1,000 kilograms. Hunting large and small insects, reptiles, and amphibians. Countless. A total of 50,000 kilograms of useful materials such as skin, bones, internal organs, poison glands, etc., and 18,000 kilograms of edible meat. 200,000 kilograms of inedible and unusable waste. These wastes can be used to decompose into fertilizer. Xiaoning's next time is to decompose the fertilizer and ripen the man-eating flower emperor. When Binglin is hungry, he takes food from his own space. Whenever Xiaoning has time, he will make a lot of food that he likes to eat and put it in Binglin's gluttonous space. In this way, it can go out to play sometimes, and it can eat and drink at any time when it is hungry. It's time for the key step of ripening again. The last step of advancing to the ultimate form. Xiaoning clicks to confirm the advancement. This time the progress bar becomes long and slow. Xiaoning dared to choose to advance until the lucky star of today had not been triggered. Otherwise she would have to wait. 10 minutes later, the progress bar had only climbed 1/3. The progress bar moved slower and slower. And Xiaoning, who was serious and nervous at the beginning, became extremely calm and even a little sleepy. She had been killing monsters all night last night and had not slept yet. Just when Xiaoning was so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting and she was planning to take a nap first, the system prompt sound finally came. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for getting the 5th pet and unlocking the pet evolution function for the entire area. For details, please check the pet panel. There was an announcement for the entire area for this unlocking, but there was still no reward. Xiaoning carefully understood the new function. The so-called pet evolution is actually to merge pets with other mutant animals and plants. The fusion object can be selected at will, but if the attributes are not compatible, the species gap is large, etc., there will be a very high failure rate. But once successful, the pet will undergo earth-shaking changes and become a powerful helper for players to survive in the jungle. In addition, after this function was unlocked, Xiaoning found that the pets that could be captured were no longer limited to mutant cubs. All animals and plants in the jungle could be captured by players as pets. This function appeared at the right time. 1 million players lost more than 100,000 in just 2 days. With this function, the speed of players' death and disconnection should be slowed down. The world is so different. I went through a lot of trouble to get 3 pets, one of which was hatched by buying a pet egg in Ludi City. The boss already has 5 pets? The non-African left tears of envy. Thank you for unlocking it. This function is so magical. I will try pet fusion after breakfast. What about the fusion object? Do you have a target in mind? I'd better wait and see to avoid wasting my pet. I think if the fusion fails, the pet will be injured or die. There is also a high probability that your pet will be swallowed by the fusion object, threatening the life and safety of the player. Let's not talk about pets for now. Didn't you notice that the system updated the natural disaster information just now? The oxygen content during the day today is so amazing that I haven't dared to get off the car yet. I'm afraid my body can't stand this oxygen content. And what does the mass extinction process mean? Is it what I think it means? No way. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius. The oxygen content is 45%. The species evolution rate is 10 units. And the mass extinction process is 40%. Chapter 70. As she thought, this carboniferous evolutionary world will also go extinct. She knew that the power of nature was irresistible. But at the same time, her gaming experience told her that under normal circumstances, the game could not set a level that could not be passed. And this was a trial disaster, with a total of 3 levels of trial disaster tests. If the first level was set to be impossible to pass, and all players died, what was the use of the following levels? It was illogical to think about it. So there must be a key to pass that they had not yet discovered. Xiaoning looked at her blind box coin balance on the virtual interface, which was more than 60,000. She tried to draw 100 times first. And sure enough, she drew a bunch of props, equipment, blueprints, and even black stones to upgrade the black flame bone knife, as well as rare dark stone fragments. But there was no question of the sky ticket she wanted to draw. The probability of drawing the question of the sky ticket was obviously gradually decreasing. Every time she drew it, it would be more difficult to draw it next time. Each draw costs 10 blind box coins. Xiaoning has drawn almost 1,000 times, but still hasn't drawn the heaven asking ticket. So she can only give up temporarily. The main reason is that the supply box has not been refreshed on this natural disaster road. So the blind box coins can only be consumed and cannot be increased. She can't use up all the blind box coins at once, because there are 2 trial natural disaster levels later. And who knows what hell level difficulty they will be. She must always save some for the trial natural disaster later. The current natural disaster has only been going on for the 3rd day. If the players behind can't find a way to crack it, they can draw the heaven asking ticket then. At lunch, hundreds of thousands of players in the chat channel were discussing various difficulties that may arise in a high oxygen environment. Let's not talk about anything else. One of my storage props is a low-level space backpack, which is the most common one. It is simply for storage and has no preservation and quality preservation function. Just today, I found that all the props with durability in it have begun to lose durability without me using them. Especially those metal props and equipment. They fall off the fastest. I am even worse off. I forgot to put the mixed metals left over from repairing my car yesterday into the storage props. As a result, today I was prompted that all the mixed metals were scrapped and asked me if I wanted to discard them. I really want to curse. That is mixed gold. How much metal material did I waste? Copper blocks, silver blocks, and iron blocks are probably the fastest to be scrapped. Their oxidation speed is much faster than normal. If a copper block is placed in the car or on the road outside, it will rust beyond recognition in a few minutes and will be directly scrapped. Luckily, I traded with those wanderers in the last natural disaster and exchanged a lot of titanium metal ore. The oxidation and corrosion resistance of titanium alloy is much stronger than that of ordinary metals. At present, all the metal materials in my ordinary storage props have been made into titanium alloys in the manufacturing column. The remaining materials are placed in the short-term storage props. By the way, has anyone found a coal mine? I found a coal mine in an area of my jungle. Do I need to collect some? I am afraid it will take up space. It seems that the coal mine is not used much. If it doesn't work, take it back to Liddy City to exchange for currency. Natural minerals in Liddy City are still very valuable. It would be great if oil could be discovered. Go back to Liddy City and get rich directly. The above person is too optimistic. It's not certain whether you can go back. There must be hope. To be honest, living in Liddy City is no different from living in the modern world. And the housing prices and commodity prices are low. I think I live even more easily. If it weren't for my wife in the modern world, I wouldn't want to go back at all. The pattern is open. There are many beauties in Ludi City. Isn't it better to stay here than to go back and face your yellow-faced wife? Be a human being. Above. How do you know that those people in Ludi City are all people? The word lust is a knife above your head. Be careful to wake up at night and find an alien lying next to you. Xiaoning frowned and quickly flipped through the 2 pages of chat messages. There are hundreds of thousands of players online. And there are all kinds of people. Some people really can't change some bad habits even when they are about to die. They are even more excessive than normal times. They have become slaves to various desires. Xiaoning can see at least tens of thousands of similar messages every day. Even in the middle of the night. There are people posting some messy things. She doesn't bother to care. Anyway, these players will die. It's a matter of time. Turning over 2 pages. The chat information is normal. Xiaoning also saw a player saying that he found a strange plant in the jungle. It grew together with a giant insect. As if there was some kind of adhesion. Or assimilation. Devouring each other. Etc. But from the appearance, it is impossible to tell whether the plant parasitized the insect or the insect devoured the plant. Xiaoning forwarded the picture to the group. And the next second Li Mushing started a group chat video. Xiao, where did you see this picture? Any more detailed information? Xiaoning sent all the remaining pictures. I just saw it in the chat channel. And I have sent all the pictures to you. If you are interested in this kind of thing and think it is useful, I will help you find it when I go into the jungle to kill monsters this afternoon. It is useful. It is useful. Li Mushing said repeatedly. Which was rare and a little out of control. The initial forms of these 2 creatures should be plants and animals in low oxygen environments. But I don't know why they can appear in the jungle of the Carboniferous period. Xiao, do you have an instrument to detect the air? If you are lucky enough to find this thing, you can also detect the air around it. From the picture, it seems that the area around it is separated from the nearby jungle plants. And there are almost no plants and insects. This is very abnormal. I suspect that the air composition around it is abnormal. Xiaoning knew that she was studying the props of oxygen dilution. So she nodded without saying anything. After taking a nap with Bing Lin, she got up and continued to go into the jungle. The car drove thousands of kilometers today, but didn't see a single hair. Instead, it was found that the road barrier seemed to be more transparent than before. It seems that the road barrier will completely disappear in the next 2 days at the latest. By then, it will not only be a problem of high oxygen, but also road safety will become a big problem. Xiaoning searched from afternoon to night, but didn't see the creature that she didn't know whether it was a plant or an insect. She simply didn't go back and camped in the jungle. After a short rest, she finished her meal with Bing Lin and prepared to continue looking. This time when she came, she also brought the Piranha Plant King. The gorgeous flowers, which are almost 2 meters high, have layers of large flowers, like countless mouths. It looks beautiful from a distance, but a little creepy up close. Although it is her pet, Xiaoning doesn't dare to get too close to it. The man-eating flower king may be of a higher race, and is obviously smarter and wiser than the green vines, roses, sunflowers, and the like she has raised. It can even communicate with eyes scale across species, which really stunned Xiaoning. The communication between the 2 is silent. Anyway, it is encrypted for Xiaoning, and she can only use the pet contract to crack the language code and perceive what they mean. You have been leading the way for a long time. Why are you getting farther and farther away? It's because you are too stupid to describe the specific direction. So I can only lead the owner by feeling. You are the dumbest. Xiaohong is not stupid. Xiaoning sensed that the 2 were quarreling again, and had no choice but to persuade them to stop. One fed a bag of fertilizer, and the other fed a bag of roasted insects. Bing Lin never really cared about the other pets around his master. After all, it was him who accompanied his master 24 hours a day, and the other pets stayed in the pet pen. In his eyes, it was not a threat at all. It was just that this big red flower made Bing Lin particularly dislike it. But it didn't matter. Anyway, these guys didn't live as long as it. And they couldn't live longer than it. It didn't need to do anything. Just wait for them to die. It was the only one who could accompany the master to the end. Xiaoning followed these 2 guys around in the jungle, exhausted all night, and finally found the strange creature at dawn. She immediately took out the air detector she had bought before, and found that the oxygen content around this creature was only about 20% to 25%. This was almost impossible in the rainforest of the Carboniferous period. Unbelievable. Xiaoning named this thing worm tree. Just like the cordyceps flower. It is neither a plant nor an animal or an insect, but a product of the combination of two organisms. The worm tree is not aggressive at all. Xiaoning easily dug it up with its roots and mailed it to Li Musheng in its entirety for her to study. In addition, a copy of the air detection data was also given to her. After doing all this, Xiaoning turned her head and saw that the big red flower had jumped to an area with dense plants at some point. The flower was close to the ground, constantly opening and closing, like an ice scale buried in its rice. Plant-based pets do not rely on soil. They can move freely. According to Xiaohong herself, its root system is much stronger than that of Luzhu, and can penetrate the hardest stone or metal. It also eats a lot every day. In addition to fertilizer, it also eats a lot of blood food. Except for Fat Tiger and Luzhu, who do not eat blood food and prefer vegetarian food. Xiaoning's other pets are meat lovers. Binglin likes to eat cooked food, while Dahuang and Xiaohong prefer to eat raw food. Although their diet seems to cover countless creatures, they actually love only one, mutant bee sashimi. Xiaoning walked over to see what the big red flower was doing. But as soon as she leaned over, Xiaohong turned the big flower over. The piranha plant in the dry food. Countless serrated mouths grew out of the flower. There were even large purple tongues inside, like long snakes, twisting constantly, and saliva splashed on the land and grass, instantly corroding and melting a large pit. Xiaoning, She almost lost control of her expression, and was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. Anyone who suddenly encountered hundreds of serrated mouths and poisonous purple tongues would have a psychological shadow. This is the ultimate plant pet raised by herself. It is very well behaved, intelligent, knows how to suppress instincts, and generally will not bite back at the owner. After brainwashing herself several times, Xiaoning wiped her face and asked the big red flower, "What are you eating?" Xiaohong may know that she has frightened her master, and now she has stopped eating and turned back into a beautiful big red flower. Eating stones? A kind of delicious stone. Master, do you want to eat it? I can help you chew it into pieces. This stone is very hard. Don't hurt your teeth. Xiaoning's consciousness received a message from the big red flower, and the saliva of the man-eating plant that just corroded a big hole in the ground in seconds suddenly appeared in her mind. She smiled and declined, "I don't like to eat this. I just want to look at it." "Okay. Then Xiaohong will help the master dig them all out. Big Fat, you come and help too. Don't eat secretly." Big Fat is the name of the man-eating plant for Binglin. It always thinks Binglin is big and fat. Xiaoning looked in the direction of the big red flower, and saw Binglin holding a black stone in his mouth and preparing to swallow it. When Xiaoning looked over, it immediately spit it out. "What on earth is this? You two both like to eat it?" Xiaoning picked up a piece of black stone that she had just dug out from the soil. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked. She hurriedly took out the dark stone fragments from her backpack and found that the two things seemed to be made of the same material. Dark stone fragments are fragments of these stones? But why did the dark stone appear in the evolving carboniferous rainforest? Shouldn't it stay in the wild area full of radiation energy? Master, Xiaohong will feel very comfortable after eating these stones, and will grow teeth, grow bigger, and become very powerful. The more Xiaohong eats, the more he will do. Xiaoning understood that this thing can promote its growth and evolution. That means that the rapid growth and evolution of the jungle is likely related to these dark stones. But the carboniferous jungle almost covered the entire ancient continent. How many such stones are there in the endless jungle? The most important thing is, since the dark stone fragments are split from the dark stone, then, where do so many dark stones come from? Could it be split from a larger dark stone? Chapter 71. Xiaoning was sure that the dark stone was useless to her, or to the players. She clicked on the introduction of the dark stone fragment and read it again, a fragment with mysterious energy, which is said to be the fragment produced after the source of dark radiation was broken. No one knows how to use it, but it has great appeal to creatures that are eroded and mutated by dark radiation. Many radiation-mutated creatures will become extremely powerful after fusing it. Xiaoning observed the difference between the dark stone fragment and the block dark stone. At first glance, they look exactly the same. But if you look closely, you will find that there are still some differences. The small dark stone is smoother, and the dark stone fragments feel worse in the hand. When Xiaoning tried to put the dark stone fragment on the small dark stone, The latter suddenly emitted a layer of gray fluorescence, which wrapped up the fragment and the stone. After a few seconds, the fluorescence disappeared, and the dark stone became much larger visibly to the naked eye. At the same time, she also received a system prompt. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining Natural Disaster Dark Stone *1. Collecting enough Natural Disaster Dark Stones will have a chance to synthesize a real dark stone. Dark stone is what every player dreams of. Players who have dark stones will dominate their own destiny and the destiny of all the land worlds. This message is not an announcement for the entire district, but is sent specifically to Xiaoning. It seems that only by synthesizing a natural disaster dark stone can this prompt be triggered. Xiaoning has about a few thousand dark stone fragments in his hands, all of which were exchanged for by these natural disasters one after another. Perhaps in the earliest 1408 district, there were not many players with dark stone fragments. But after filling the district and merging the district several times, in general, there are quite a few players who have dark stone fragments. Xiaoning fused all these dark stone fragments with dark stone blocks, and then fused the natural disaster dark stones that were synthesized. Melted out a larger natural disaster dark stone. It seems that the chance of melting out a real dark stone is not higher than her current chance of drawing a heavenly ticket, and may even be much lower. Xiaoning had melted all the dark stone fragments in her hand, so she posted a request for purchase in the system trading area, only exchanging dark stone fragments, and any materials would do. In addition, as long as anyone is willing to sell dark stone fragments, no matter how high or low the price is, she will accept it. One player asked for a set of purple equipment, or a skill book plus 500 skill cards in exchange, which was considered by others to be a lion's mouth. Xiaoning exchanged without saying a word, and she didn't know how many purple equipment she had in her storage box. As she drew blind boxes more and more times, the things she drew became more rare and large in quantity. Now every time she draws a blind box, she draws 100 purple equipment at a time, and more in consecutive draws. She has accumulated hundreds of red equipment. She is not short of skill books either, except for those dropped by monsters and unboxing. Most of them are drawn from blind boxes. Not to mention the skill cards. She can make a bunch of them at any time. It only takes a little experience to make 500 skill cards. Compared with the value of the dark stone fragments, these things are not worth mentioning. There are hundreds of small dark stones nearby, all of which were collected by Xiaoning. Then she followed the piranha plant and ice scale to find small dark stones everywhere. Hunting mutant plants and animals became a byproduct. 8 o'clock in the morning. On the 4th day of the natural disaster, the oxygen concentration in the air was 52%. The carbon dioxide content was low. The temperature was minus 12 degrees Celsius. Some plants withered and died. Some cold-intolerant animals died. And the degree of damage to the food chain was slight. The species evolution speed was 50 units. And the mass extinction process was 60%. At this oxygen concentration, ordinary humans would not survive for a few minutes without props to isolate or dilute the external oxygen. Most of the players have awakened their abilities, and some have also undergone pet fusion, which can help them adapt to the high oxygen environment. The 52% oxygen concentration will not kill these players with evolved bodies in a short period of time, but it may be a long time. Xiaoning looked at the number of players who survived. More than 700,000. A considerable number of players did not enter the jungle out of caution. Today, the road barriers are transparent and thin, as if they will disappear at any time. Once the road barriers disappear, the mutant creatures that can't find food will definitely come out of the jungle. It is almost impossible to hide on the road all the time. Today, when Xiaoning returned to the car to rest, she asked the smart butler to drive for almost 400 or 500 kilometers. Surprisingly, she actually encountered a treasure chest. There were still no treasure monsters. After the platinum treasure chest was opened, there was only one kind of material inside. A titanium alloy breathing filter. There were a total of 10 breathing filters. Xiaoning kept 2 for herself and gave the rest to her friends. Li Musheng and one of her friends were about to develop an instrument for diluting oxygen. With the instrument given by the system, they finally built an oxygen diluter before the evening. The production materials require more than 10 kinds of mutant plants and animals, plus titanium alloys, and ordinary materials. The cost is not low, but many people can afford it. The system manufacturing column is very convenient. That is, as long as the player researches and manufactures something by himself. The blueprint will be automatically generated, which is very convenient for mass production. It is not time-consuming or laborious. Qiaoning encountered several more supply boxes later. This time it was no longer props, but dark stone blocks. Until the evening, Qiaoning parked the car, and she harvested more than 200 dark stone blocks in total. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Qiaoning was scouting monsters with Bing Lin in the jungle, it suddenly snowed. It was a very short and urgent snow, and it took no more than 10 minutes from the beginning to the end. As soon as the snow stopped, the temperature immediately dropped by more than 10 degrees. Many plants have been frozen to death today, and after this snow, I am afraid that more plants will die. Plants are an important link in the food chain. Once there is a problem with plants, animals and insects will also be doomed. Qiaoning camped and cooked, and put several warming water balls in the tent. What should I do? There are fewer and fewer things to eat in the jungle. I didn't see any of the creatures I used to eat a few days ago today. Either they died or disappeared. I have a lot of food in my fresh keeping space, and I put some of them on the shelves. Brothers and sisters in need can go and exchange them. Damn. There are a lot of insects hitting the road barriers like crazy here. Although the barriers are still strong, I always feel that they can't hold on for long. Upstairs, if I were you, I would drive away overnight. Find a relatively safe section of the road and stop. Otherwise, you are sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, and those giant insects break through the barriers and rush over and drown you. I'm already driving. Fortunately, the gasoline has not deteriorated. Otherwise it will be really fatal. This mass extinction process. I feel very nervous every time I see it. Have the big guys discussed countermeasures? Are we just going to watch the mass extinction getting closer and closer? The messages below are all about discussing the mass extinction. Qiaoning is also having a video group chat with Pei Jing and others at this time. Li Mushin pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. She had a pretty face, with no flaws in her facial features. The more you looked at her, the more attractive she became. She rarely chatted in the group. She always spoke clearly and concisely. But this time she seemed a little hesitant. I have an idea, but I don't know how to implement it. And I don't know if it will work. In the mass extinction hypothesis mentioned in the core earlier, a large number of animals died due to the long-lasting fire. But there are many theories about how the fire finally stopped. One of them is that the fire gradually stopped after being blocked by rivers, oceans, glaciers, and other water systems. We may be able to start with this hypothesis. If we find rivers, seas, and glaciers, we may be able to survive the mass extinction. But the problem now is that we don't know whether the carboniferous mass extinction set in this game was caused by a forest fire. Li Yongqing scratched his head, looking like his brain cells were about to die, and said, "It shouldn't be. It just snowed for a while." Tao Tao replied, "It stopped soon. It is common for Qiaoning's hometown to snow, often all day and all night. But it is the first time to see it snow for a few minutes. Then let's wait and see if there are any signs of a forest fire. It's hard for me to imagine how a big fire could start in such cold weather." Pei Jing frowned. After the group chat ended, Qiaoning did not return to the road, but stayed in the jungle. At about 2 or 3 in the morning, she got up and put a few humidifier balls in the tent. The air began to become too dry. She lifted the tent and looked at the sky outside. The dark clouds were thick, and there was a streak of lightning from time to time. Is it going to thunder and rain? It doesn't seem like it, because the air is too dry, and there is no such cold and damp feeling before rain or snow. Chapter 72. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was a loud rumble in the night sky, and the moment the lightning flashed, the jungle was as bright as day. Qiaoning had not fallen asleep, and this sound woke her up completely from her half-sleep. Bing Lin was lying next to her tent. Even if the thunder did not wake her up, it would wake her up. Qiaoning turned over and got up, and packed her things in a few seconds. At this time, the strong smell of burning fire had drifted over. She didn't even look back. She jumped on Bing Lin's back, and was carried by it to run a distance quickly before she dared to look back. In the distance, the flame shot up to the sky, and there were even some crackling explosions. Lightning fell from the sky every now and then, striking the jungle, and flames were raging wherever it fell. In a high oxygen and dry environment, a little spark can instantly cause a fire, not to mention lightning and thunder. There are a lot of shallow coal mines in the jungle to help with combustion, and withered plants are also good fuel. Before long, the jungle where Xiaoning is full of flames. The smell in the air is getting more and more pungent, and Xiaoning has to let Binglin continue to run back to the road. Back in the car, she asked the smart butler to drive forward at the maximum speed. Through the road barrier, she clearly saw countless mutant animals and plants struggling in pain in the fire. Big guys that she had never seen before also appeared from the depths of the jungle because of the fire. Xiaoning also saw an extremely huge reptile, at least hundreds of meters long, and looked like a python or anaconda. It swam in the jungle faster than a level 6 car. The python was very focused on escaping. There was a prey nearby, and it didn't even take a look. Wherever it swam, it was a mess, and any obstacles were destroyed and swept away by its huge and powerful body. Xiaoning watched the python crashing into the road barrier like a drunk driver who couldn't stop. She was shocked and said to herself that it was not good. As expected, the guy smashed the road barrier with one head, without the road barrier to block it. The road was instantly occupied by escaping animals and insects. Xiaoning had accumulated a lot of blueprints and car ammunition by drawing blind boxes. Seeing that the giant insects were about to catch up with her car and submerge the car body, she did not hesitate and immediately turned on the car attack mode. A shell went over, and blood, flesh, dead branches, soil and gravel splashed. The giant insects rushed forward one after another, and died one after another. The giant insects behind finally seemed to sense the danger on Xiaoning's side and stopped rushing towards her, but changed direction. The ice scales became about 2 meters high and squatted on the roof of the car. If there were any fish that slipped through the net and approached the car, they would help their owner to deal with them. Xiaoning uploaded the video of the jungle fire to the chat channel and asked all players to drive forward as much as possible and not to stop. Do I have to drive even though there is no fire here? It's the middle of the night. I'm tired all day and just want to have a good rest. Since the boss suggested this, there must be a reason for her. I am a person who listens to advice. I have prepared gasoline and drove quickly to escape. Xiaoning's side looks very dangerous. Many of the animals that flash by in the video are the kind that I have to avoid when I see them. It's hard to imagine how she can still shoot the video so calmly. When Xiaoning was about to say something in the chat channel, she suddenly received a group chat video initiated by Li Musheng. Xiaoning, Yuan Heng. Tell everyone quickly that everyone will be teleported to the world where the road extends to the south. Only by escaping to the south can you encounter rivers, seas and glaciers. Others didn't even ask why when they heard it, and immediately announced the information to all players in the area. Xiaoning, Yuan Heng, Beijing. They usually announce various information in the area's server, especially Xiaoning, who has unlocked the pet evolution function. They are famous and have the strongest appeal. As long as they speak, most players will believe it. However, with hundreds of thousands of players, it is inevitable that some of them are skeptical or do not believe it at all. The world of highways has the sun, which rises in the east and sets in the west, so it is natural to identify the direction. Many players do not understand why they have to go south to encounter rivers, seas and glaciers, so they keep asking in the chat channel. The 3 people responsible for answering them are Li Musheng, Jiang Yanqin and Fang Chengling, who are more professional. A fire can burn for decades? It's a bit exaggerated. The mass extinction of organisms caused by forest fires? I can believe it if you say it's an alien invasion. Even if there is a fire, can it spread faster than a car? This is impossible. There are only a few treasure chests every day, and gasoline only goes out but not in. Isn't it too risky for us to waste gasoline on a hypothesis? The highway here extends to the south. There is no fire for the time being. I will wait and see. If there is a sign of fire, I will drive away. It's not that I don't want to use my brain, but it's really that my brain is not enough. So whenever I encounter a situation like this, I usually put my brain on the big guys. Let them help me think. I will do whatever they say. This is also an important reason why I, a small waste, can survive until the 5th natural disaster. The survival rate of the whole area is closely related to everyone's life and death. What good will our death bring to those big guys? They have no reason to harm us. Only by being smart can you harm yourself. Everyone run quickly. Don't think too much. Run as far as you can. Xiaoning's private messages are full of messages from friends. Some are asking about her situation, and some hope that she will teleport over and meet up with others. Xiaoning's road generally extends in the south, but it deviates slightly, so she still chooses to teleport. She teleported to the road world where Tao Tao was, and just arrived at her coordinates. She found that almost all the people she knew or had met but were not familiar with were here. Everyone is here. Let's set off quickly. The convoy was organized by Pei Jing and Liao Qinghe, and there must be at least 100 people. If everyone goes together, if there is any dangerous accident, there will be someone to take care of, and Xiaoning can save more people. Today is the 5th day of the natural disaster. The process of mass extinction has reached 70%. The oxygen content remains high, but it has not continued to grow. In addition, there is an additional fire level. Level 2. Such a large fire is only level 2. The car drove from day to night, and no treasure chest was encountered on the road. Some people thought that there were too many people, which reduced the probability of treasure chests appearing. So they found excuses to leave the team. Others did not even have a reason and disappeared silently. Pei Jing and the others did not care about those people at all. They could only say that life and death are determined by fate. Today was spent driving all day. Although there was a fire in Tao Tao's road world, the tide of escaping animals had not yet rushed over, so they rarely encountered attacks along the way. Everyone did not rest at night, eating cooked foods such as bread while driving. Even so, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Xiaoning's 1,000 miles tracking skill still detected the beast tide. Countless animals ran out of the jungle in the distance and gathered into a vast ocean. Xiaoning immediately told the team members the news, because everyone couldn't sense the movement at a long distance. And now it really depended on the team's trust in her. Originally, everyone decided to drive for another 2 hours and then stop to rest for a while. But now they can only grit their teeth and continue to drive at full speed. Xiaoning has an intelligent housekeeper and can rest at any time. But other people don't have similar intelligent systems. There are also quite a few players who only have props for auxiliary driving. At the critical moment of escaping, there is no need to rest. Isn't it just driving a car for a day and a night? After the body has evolved, it's not that tiring. Most players said that they can continue to drive without rest. In the modern world, fatigue driving is very dangerous. But in survival games, who cares about those details? As time passed, Xiaoning and his team still didn't see any large water sources, let alone rivers, seas, glaciers, and even a stream. Xiaoning, Li Musheng and others have been questioned several times in the team group chat. Boss, I'm not doubting you. I just want to ask, is it possible that you are wrong? So far, we haven't encountered any beast tides, nor have we seen any water sources. The fire has been left far behind us. Is it really necessary to continue to rush like this? You said that the fire will cover the entire ancient continent. I think it is unlikely. No one knows how big this continent is. Even if the fire will cover the continent, it is impossible to happen in just 2 or 3 days. Could it be that you are thinking wrong? The crisis in the next 2 days will be somewhere else. Faced with doubts, Li Musheng did not forcefully defend himself, but nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. But if it is really as I speculated, the spread speed of the fire is enough to cover the continent in a short time. Then when everyone sees the fire, they may not be able to escape. Pei Jing, everyone hold on for another day. Tomorrow will be the 6th day of the natural disaster. If the 6th day of the natural disaster is still like this, we will stop and set up camp to rest. Driving for a long time is very exhausting, especially when you will be attacked by jungle creatures during driving." Everyone drove and fought for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. They said they were not tired and could continue. But in fact, everyone had dark circles under their eyes, and the fatigue on their faces was hard to hide. The worst thing was that they were attacked by a swarm of giant jungle insects at night. It was not a beast tide, but some kind of carnivorous insects that went out to look for food and happened to be encountered by their convoy. The two sides fought for several hours, with Xiaoning and Bing Lin there. No one died, but many people were injured. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? I think Lao Ling can't hold on. He was injured and lost too much blood just now. Even if he used medicine to recover from the external injuries, the lost blood can't be replenished for a while. Lao Lin's face was as pale as a paper man. Pei Jing said solemnly, "Let Lao Lin hold on. Hold on a little longer. We can't stop now." There were more and more doubts in the team, and some even wanted to split up. Those who didn't want to continue driving stayed where they were and rested. And those who wanted to continue driving followed Xiaoning and the others. It was not just their team that was like this. There were still many players in the entire chat channel who had not encountered the fire or seen the escaping beast tide. So they didn't realize the danger at all. Li Yongxing said irritably, Sister Jing. If it really doesn't work, just let them go. I'm so annoyed every day. I was already tired. And I had to deal with these people. Wouldn't I be angry? The system has updated the natural disaster information. Everyone, go and see it. Suddenly someone shouted in the group chat video. Xiaoning hurriedly opened the main interface and saw the natural disaster information that the system had just released. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, from 2 to 5 in the morning, lightning will cover most areas of the continent, causing large-scale fires. Only rivers, oceans, and glaciers can avoid being affected by the fire. A large number of animals and plants died. The food chain was severely damaged, and the process of mass extinction was 80%. After reading the information, Xiaoning had a bad feeling in her heart, and she immediately asked the smart housekeeper to drive at full speed. By the way, she called back the man-eating flower king and ice scale from the roof of the car, and she also put the locust army that had been circling outside into the pet pen. However, before the convoy ran far, a loud rumbling sound accompanied by the tremor of the earth came from far away. Oh my God! What is that in the sky? Dark clouds? I have never seen such terrible dark clouds. I am afraid that there are hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts hidden in it. This lightning will destroy the creatures on the ground even if it does not cause a fire. I ran and ran, but I felt that I could not run away. Rivers, seas, glaciers, where are you? I need you. This time, the clouds are obviously not like fire clouds, which can be broken or consumed. Xiaoning is powerless and can only drive all the way. The shaking of the earth is getting more and more obvious, which means that the things behind are getting closer and closer to them. The beast tide is coming. Don't look back. Just drive. If you don't have gasoline, tell me in the group and I'll mail it to you. Can we really survive? The number of people online has dropped by more than 200,000. And there are only about 400,000 left. If you can survive, then survive. If you can't survive, forget it. I can't stand this broken game anymore. The beast tide was approaching, and the few low-level cars that fell at the end of the convoy were instantly submerged by the beast tide, leaving nothing behind. I regret it so much. If I had known earlier, I would not save that little bit of supplies and exchange enough blueprint materials to upgrade the car. Don't leave me. Why is my car getting slower and slower? Save me. I don't want to die. Let me get in your car. Please. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the number of people online was 356,742. Xiaoning saw in the group chat video that Li Yongxing was crying while driving. He was not afraid of dying, but because he saw familiar people asking him for help one after another. But he was powerless, and couldn't even help them. Xiaoning turned her eyes away, and she heard her own voice in the group chat. Everyone keep going forward. I'll cover the rear. Xiaoning? Pei Jing said in surprise. What do you want to do? Don't be silly. Miao Qinghe was calm and rational. Qiao. The death of those people is not our fault. They didn't seize the chance to survive. Sister Qiao, don't mess around. No one wants to die. We will definitely save those who can be saved. But in this situation, we can't save ourselves. Even if the vehicle didn't stop, it was still being gradually approached by the beast tide, let alone slowing down to cover the rear. No matter how powerful you are not a Superman. I am a soldier. If I really have to sacrifice, it should be me who sacrifices. Yuan Heng rarely spoke to Xiaoning in a stern tone. He didn't communicate with people much at ordinary times, and he didn't seem to be very sociable when he was in the service area. But he was the one who took the initiative to stand up when something happened. Li Yongxing didn't even have time to cry, and hurriedly said, don't be silly. Both of you. What sacrifice or not? Just take care of yourselves. We can't care about others. At worst, we can go to the fallen area together in the end, and die together. Xiaoning couldn't help but smile when she saw him shouting with tears on his face. Then he really stopped the car, summoned the green beads, and threw all the vehicles behind to the front in one breath, and then used the locust army to gather into a cloud of insects to catch those vehicles and fly with them. No. Can pets still be used like this? Why is my evolved plant pet so bad? Li Yongqing opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene. Tao Tao looked at the big flower mosquito next to him, and then looked at the majestic locust army outside, not knowing what to say. Xiao Ning was not a saintly woman. She thought at first that even if everyone couldn't outrun the beast tide, at least they wouldn't be easily caught up. Who would have thought that lightning would fall on a large scale, causing fires everywhere, forcing the creatures in the jungle to flee continuously, forming waves of beast tides. The previous beast tide could not catch up with the convoy, but the newly formed beast tide was very close to them. She could have abandoned the people behind and run directly with Pei Jing and the others. But the problem was that the new beast tide was still forming. They couldn't run away. If all the beast tides gathered together, that would be troublesome. Don't look back. Hurry up and wait for me for 3 hours. Even if I don't catch up with you in 3 hours, you can come back to pick me up. Anyway, leave now. I don't need to help. Just take care of yourselves. As soon as Qiao Ning sent the message, her car was caught up by the beast tide and was instantly submerged by a bunch of giant insects. Asterisk. Pei Jing gritted her teeth and saw that Li Yongqing, Tao Tao, and the others were slowing down. They wanted to stop or even turn around to save Qiao Ning. With red eyes, she shouted to everyone, "Don't stop. Everyone just drive forward. Qiao Ning is behind us. Do you want her hard work to be in vain?" At 5 o'clock in the morning, the thunder and lightning stopped. Pei Jing and the others still saw flashes of fire from time to time. They did not encounter large-scale beast tides, but encountered several small-scale beast tides. But they all escaped without any danger. Sister Jing. Sister Qiao Ning's avatar is still on. She is still online. But why didn't she catch up? Should we go back and take a look? They were all escaping and fighting all the way, and everyone was covered in dust. Pei Jing, who was usually neat and beautiful, was now covered in blood and dust. She glanced at the time. It's less than 3 hours. Let's do what Qiao Ning said. If she hasn't caught up with us after 3 hours, use the positioning props to locate her coordinates and teleport over. There were more than 20 minutes left before the 3-hour time. They didn't know whether they could see Qiao Ning next, or watch her avatar dim with their own eyes. On the 7th day of the natural disaster, the food chain collapsed. Due to the fire, the carbon dioxide content in the air soared sharply. Ordinary sections of the road were no longer suitable for players to stay and move for a long time. Only the glacier area was not seriously affected. The mass extinction process was 90%. It is recommended that players drive at full speed and find the glacier area as soon as possible. When Pei Jing and the others were preparing to teleport to Qiao Ning's coordinates in 20 minutes, she was cleaning up the battlefield with Bing Lin, Piranha, Luzhu, Fat Tiger, and Da Huang. In this beast tide, they hunted countless mutant animals and insects. Luzhu and the others were injured several times. After returning to the pet pen to fertilize and feed them, they continued to fight. The locust army of Da Huang was so full that they couldn't eat anything, and some locusts died of fullness. The piranha flower Xiaohong was not injured at all. After it transformed into its true ultimate form, it was not an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and the sun. Not to mention one beast tide. I'm afraid it can eat another beast tide. Qiao Ning seriously suspected that there was a black hole hidden inside this big red flower. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why it was so gluttonous. It was not much worse than the legendary Tao Tai. Bing Lin was not the main force to deal with the beast tide this time, but swallowed lightning in the air. Lightning has been added to its diet. It swallows every lightning that falls from the sky, and never lets it fall to the ground. Bing Lin's stomach is swollen from eating thousands of lightnings. This is the first time Qiao Ning has seen Bing Lin eat too much. Even its burps are accompanied by sparks. Qiao Ning doesn't dare to get close to it now. It has eaten too much lightning, and its body is leaking electricity, just like a walking thundercloud. Let's go! Pei Jing and the others must be waiting anxiously. If we don't leave, they may come to find us. Bing Lin, you are leaking electricity. You can't get in the car. Bing Lin originally wanted to make himself smaller and get in the car with everyone, but was ruthlessly rejected by Qiao Ning. It retracted its claws, squatted pitifully, and watched its owner close the car door. Bing Lin ran along with the car all the way, and finally digested the lightning in his stomach before catching up with Pei Jing's team. At least it didn't leak electricity. What did I tell you before? You should take a walk after dinner. But you didn't believe me. Now you don't take a car, but run by yourself. so you can digest it better. Right? Binglin whined, with a hint of admiration in his voice. Xiaoning reached out from the window and touched its scales, which had turned into blue-black. Sister Jing. Look! That's Sister Xiaoning's car. No. It should be a spaceship or a fortress. If it wasn't for the map showing that it was a teammate's vehicle, I would have almost failed to recognize that it was Sister Xiaoning's car. Pei Jing used the rearview mirror to look at the situation behind, and said with a slightly uncertain tone, it should be her. But what is that thing next to her? Tao Tao tried to identify. It can't be Binglin. Right? I remember Binglin is a big red-haired dog. This guy is covered in scales, and looks like a mythical beast. Binglin rarely appeared in front of them. Even in front of the floor. He was in the form of a big red-haired dog. It should be Xiaoning's other pet. Li Yongxing said with certainty, although Binglin is big, he is not this fat. Look at that belly. It's shaking when it runs. How much does it have to eat in one meal to achieve this effect? Xiaoning drove much faster than them. In order to catch up with the team quickly, she drew many blind boxes and opened some treasure chests. After collecting enough blueprints, she upgraded the car again. Level 7 car, to be precise, can no longer be called a car. It is more like a flying fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The flying fortress can not only carry people, but also has a special parking lane that can accommodate other players' vehicles and can fly with other players. The more players it carries, the greater the energy consumption. Almost 1 beast core or energy stone is consumed every hour. Sister Xiaoning, it's really you. After the flying fortress stopped, Li Yongxing saw the person walking out of it and rushed over to hug him. But Xiaoning dodged it quickly. I'm so glad you're okay. Li Yongxing touched his nose. I'm sorry. I was too excited just now and forgot that Sister Qiao doesn't like others to be too close to you. Xiaoning didn't care about these. Her dodging just now was just a conditioned reflex. Now she took the initiative to step forward and patted his shoulder and punched him. What is that big guy next to you? Is it your new pet? It's too fat. Sister Qiao, you have to control its weight. I just saw it running after the car, and it seemed like it couldn't run. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoning quickly turned her head to look at Binglin. Sure enough, this guy was furious, and the mane on his neck stood up. Awuh! Xiaoning translated for it, and everyone else. This is Binglin. It's not fat. It just ate too much and its stomach is a little bloated. It will recover after digestion. However, Xiaoning herself felt that this explanation was far-fetched. And it was nothing more than others who didn't believe it. The main reason was that Binglin's stomach didn't look bloated. It was just fat. Tao Tao, Pei Jing, and the others also rushed over and hugged and fist-bumped Xiaoning. Tao Tao was originally crying and laughing. But after seeing Binglin, she suddenly asked, Sister Xiaoning, do you need my mosquito to help it do some liposuction? It can help lose weight quickly and also help digestion. Tao Tao has an evolved big mosquito that can suck an elephant into anemia in one bite. But can her big mosquito do liposuction? Chapter 73. Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved her hand helplessly to refuse. That's not necessary. The glacier area has not been found yet, and the convoy must continue to move forward. Today is the 7th day of the natural disaster. The fire caused the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide in the air to soar, and the proportion of other toxic gases is also gradually increasing. Players die and disconnect every minute and every second. After getting back on the road, Xiaoning sat in the car and took out a black beast core. Since the beast tide can form a tide, there must be a leading beast. This beast core is in the body of a giant python leading the beast tide. Ice scales and carnivorous flowers did not express it clearly before, and only sent a signal to her, saying that there was a big guy in the beast tide, and there were stones similar to dark stone blocks in its body. Xiaoning thought that a creature swallowed the dark stone blocks and did not have time to digest them, so they were accumulated in the body. Unexpectedly, after getting it, it turned out to be a crystal similar to a beast core. Its material is close to the dark stone block after multiple fusions, but it is more crystal clear. The most important thing is that this thing can be used by players. Carboniferous evolution crystal, a crystal with mysterious evolutionary power. Any creature that gets it can get an evolution opportunity. Xiaoning clicked to use it, and the evolution crystal disappeared instantly. Then a layer of ice and snow condensed all over Xiaoning's body, and it melted into her body in less than a minute. Xiaoning opened her eyes, looked down at her palm, and clenched and loosened her fingers, as if she was feeling and adapting to some kind of power. After a while, a gust of wind and snow swept over her body, and Xiaoning disappeared in the fortress car. Bing Lin, who was grinding his teeth with a dark stone block, suddenly looked up, with obvious confusion on his furry face. Where are the people? Where is its big master? How did it suddenly disappear? Bing Lin immediately searched everywhere in the fortress car, sniffing everywhere, not missing any corner. After searching for a long time without finding it, he couldn't help but whimpering, making a low cry of grievance and anxiety. The next second, a gust of wind and snow came, and Xiaoning's figure appeared again. Bing Lin was stunned for a moment, then ran towards his master, and hugged Xiaoning's legs and refused to let go, fearing that she would suddenly disappear again. Xiaoning originally unlocked a new skill and wanted to play with it, but she didn't expect to scare it. This evolution is different from the previous advancement after the energy reached the bottleneck. Evolution is like changing her ability and her entire person, and changing her qualifications. Xiaoning herself doesn't know how strong her ability is after evolution. She only vaguely feels that she can not only condense ice and snow, but also turn her body into ice and snow, and create an ice and snow field. But this field is still very unstable, and it needs a lot of energy accumulation, or absorb one more evolution crystal to stabilize quickly. There are more than tens of millions of animals in the beast tide, and more than tens of thousands of beast tides caused by fire. But not every leader of the beast tide has an evolution crystal. Its explosion rate is terribly low. After Xiaoning used this evolution crystal, she cooperated with teammates in the team to clear the beast tide many times. But she never encountered the second evolution crystal. I was greedy. Even if she had good luck in the game, she would not be able to pick up this kind of thing whenever she wanted. After Xiaoning eliminated the beast tide, other beast tides seemed to be unable to form a climate. Every time they wanted to gather together, they would suddenly kill each other and split into multiple small beast tides. It seems that this evolution crystal is the important thing that can make all beasts submit to the leader beast. From 3 to 6 p.m., thunderclouds condensed. Lightning spread throughout the jungle area, and only the area covered by ice could not form thunderclouds. The system updated and natural disaster information again. The chat channel was full of wailing, and some players could not bear the despair and drove into the jungle full of flames to seek relief. On the afternoon of the 7th day of the natural disaster, the number of players online, 325,662 people. Xiaoning and Bing Lin sat on the roof of the car together. Her skin was too white to begin with, and after this evolution, her skin was even whiter, which looked beautiful and distorted. There was a fire spreading behind them, but Xiaoning seemed to not see it and just stared at the front. After an unknown amount of time, her expressionless face finally showed some emotions. There is a glacier ahead. Everyone can slow down to avoid being unable to brake and rushing into the glacier where the ice layer and the ground meet. Finally, we found the glacier. With the glacier, we can survive the 7th day. We are rescued. When the convoy was getting closer and closer to the glacier area ahead, Xiaoning found that the ice layer that seemed to be close at hand was actually separated from them by a long section of glacier. What should we do? There is not even a rope bridge. We can't swim across. Right? The water looks very cold. Jumping in will definitely kill people. Before the person who was discussing finished speaking, Xiaoning heard a splash. She looked over in the direction of the sound and saw Bing Lin paddling happily in the glacier. It even winked at Xiaoning, asking her to throw some toys over. Xiaoning threw a dark stone to it and sent it to play by itself. Then he leaned over and stretched out his hand to test the temperature of the glacier. As soon as his hand touched the water, it immediately turned into ice and snow, and then returned to a normal palm in the blink of an eye. Don't touch the water in this glacier. It will swallow and assimilate us. Chapter 74. There is a distance of more than 100 feet between the ice layer and the land. But this section of the glacier without ice has become the biggest obstacle for the players to escape. The closer to the ice layer, the sparser the vegetation. And the fire and the beast tide have not spread here. Thunder and lightning frequently fall from the sky. But there are many things that attract lightning. You can place materials and items that attract lightning in a certain place, so that the lightning will be attracted to one place. More and more players in the chat channel have found the ice field, but they are all blocked by the glacier. Some unbelieving players jumped into the glacier, but they were swallowed up in an instant. Not even a shadow could be seen, as if they were directly melted by the glacier. I have a flying pet. Why don't we use the flying pet to place metal plates on the ice layer and the ground? Or build a rope bridge? Even if the car can't pass, it can be stored in a space. As long as people go through, we will be safe after 12 o'clock in the evening, a player suggested. In fact, as long as the storage space is large enough. The car is also a dead object and can be stored in the storage props. Ordinary space backpacks cannot store cars, but medium and high-level space backpacks can. Storage props are not rare and can be bought in any service area. Every player has stocks. This is a solution, but I am afraid that there will be some accidents during the implementation process. This glacier is so blue that it is black. I feel scared when I see it. At the same time, thousands of players are trying to cross the glacier in various ways, but all of them fail without exception. No matter what it is, as long as it flies over the glacier, it will be pulled into the river and melted as if there is a suction force pulling them. Building a bridge or relying on pets to carry it is simply not feasible. Why not gather ice-type psychics and try to condense ice on these rivers? Pei Jing suggested that there are fewer ice-type psychics, and the most common ones are water-type and metal-type. Others are rare, but there are still more than 300,000 people now, so at least 1,800 ice-type psychics can be gathered. The premise is that this method is feasible. There are ice users like Qiaoning in the team, but the strength of their ice abilities is completely different. Qiaoning herself has used beast cores and energy stones to practice and advance many times, and there is a natural gap between her and ordinary users. After absorbing the evolution crystal this time, she herself is not clear about how strong her ability is and what she can do. There are more than 90 people left in the team of more than 100 people, and the others have been lost for various reasons during the escape. Among these people, there are only 3 ice users. Qiaoning and Pei Jing looked at each other, and the latter immediately understood what she meant and said, "Lao Gao," and ran. "Shaolin, you 3 come and try first." Lao Gao is a black-faced strongman over 1.9 meters tall. He looks fierce, but he is a little silly. He is usually dumb and taciturn, and he only knows to smile foolishly when he is blamed and scolded by others. As soon as Pei Jing spoke, Lao Gao nodded and stepped forward. Everyone released their superpowers in different ways and with different effects. Lao Gao was like an iron tower. With his feet apart, he took a deep breath and punched the ground. Gravel and dirt splashed, and then a layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground, spreading rapidly to the glacier. The closer to the glacier, the slower the frost condensed. When it spread to the glacier, it took a long time before a thin layer of ice began to condense on the surface of the glacier at a very slow speed. The glacier water had a strange suction force, so everyone dared not get too close to the shore and could only stay a few meters away. Seeing that the glacier had only condensed into a thin layer of ice less than the length of a finger joint and the width of a palm, Lao Gao suddenly let go. His lips were pale, and he sat down on the ground panting. After a while, he reported to Pei Jing, "No, Captain Pei, this consumes too much superpowers. I can only do this if I use up all my superpowers." Li Mushing pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "If you want to condense an ice layer on the glacier that can bear the weight of a human body, I'm afraid you need more superpowers to continuously supply superpowers." Pei Jing pointed to the glacier where the thin layer of ice could no longer be seen. Once the energy supply is lost, the previously condensed ice will melt quickly in a short period of time. Even if hundreds of ice power users can condense an ice bridge to allow others to cross to the other side of the ice layer smoothly, how can the ice power users get here? Can they reach the other side before the ice bridge disappears? Qiaoning spoke at this time. The ice bridge should not disappear immediately. Even if it disappears, the remaining ice power users can be transported to the other side by Binglin. Hundreds of thousands of players. Binglin certainly cannot be transported back and forth. But if there are 1,800 at a time, it can be transported a few more times. Just now, she privately asked Binglin if it could swim in the glacier after it becomes bigger. It said no. Its size is proportional to its strength, and its strength will increase after it becomes bigger. An oversized body will instantly cause abnormal movement of this section of the glacier, causing the ice layer in front to crack and melt. The same goes for Binglin's water ability. It can't be used on the glacier. A little bit of power may cause the ice to collapse. It may be that it conflicts with the power of the glacier. It is not afraid of the glacier. But the glacier seems to be afraid of it. Now Binglin's body size is the largest size that this section of the glacier can bear. At most, it can only carry 3 to 4 people at a time. Binglin doesn't want to carry others. But it knows that everyone has no choice in the current situation. Anyway, as long as it can help the master, it can do anything. In any case, with Binglin, there is no worry. Now the most important thing is to gather all the surviving players and persuade the ice power users to do their best to build an ice bridge. Pei Jing and several friends looked at each other and couldn't help sighing in their hearts. It's time to test people's hearts, unity, and trust again. But in this kind of bad game, these are the most lacking between people. Hundreds of thousands of people. Not hundreds or thousands of people. With so many people, a slight mistake could cause unrest. After all, they are just survival players with their own thoughts. Not a highly obedient army. These bystanders may not want to think deeply. But as the leaders of the team, it is impossible not to imagine. Pei Jing and the others all looked unhappy and had a headache. In any case, let's first determine whether the ice layer condensed by the superpowers will melt in seconds. Lao Gao and Ran and Shaolin used their superpowers to condense the ice layer at the same time. This time, the condensation speed was slightly faster, and the ice layer was not so thin. It may be that there are more people, which saves a lot of effort than Lao Gao alone. After the superpowers of the 3 people were used up, a piece of ice layer about the size of an ordinary door and 2 centimeters thick was condensed. This time, after they disconnected the energy supply, the ice layer stayed for a few seconds before slowly starting to show signs of melting. Imagine if hundreds or thousands of people condense the ice layer at the same time. It is really possible to form a 100-foot-long ice bridge. The ice layer didn't melt immediately, so this method is feasible. I'll go and call all the players. Yuan Heng and Li Yongxing did what they said, and posted a message in the chat channel immediately. Pei Jing also sent the coordinates to the entire area, asking all the players who were still alive to teleport here as soon as possible. In addition, all ice-type psychics were called for a fee. It was difficult for other players to survive, so this reward could not be paid by everyone. Only Pei Jing, Xiaoning and others could put together a set of rewards. There was a reward and everyone was motivated to work. Although the ice psychics worked hard for themselves to pass this level, it was unreasonable to let them work hard without any reward. The ice psychics finally called 1,536 people. Xiaoning gave each person a set of purple equipment and 100 skill cards. Pei Jing and others gave medicine, warming water balls, vehicle maintenance cards, gasoline and other scarce and valuable materials. With so many rewards, more than 1,000 ice psychics naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. It would be stupid not to take something that was given for free. It just took some effort. The rewards are provided by Pei Jing and others, and the consumption of the psychic to condense the ice bridge must be replenished by all players. Those who have beast cores can give beast cores. Those who have energy stones can give energy stones. And there are also energy recovery agents and so on. In short, any props that can replenish energy are fine. Hundreds of thousands of people can give a little, and it will be enough. If it is really not enough, then of course everyone who wants to survive will not hide it. Just when everyone discussed and prepared to implement it, suddenly an ice psychic spoke up. You have a good idea, but I have a doubt. The speaker was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and thin, with sunken cheeks. He looked like he could be knocked down with a punch. Meng Chung, don't talk. A companion beside him kept pulling his sleeve to make him quiet. But Meng Chung grinned, and his pale and thin face was a bit creepy. Why can't I say it? I just want to say that we worked hard to send everyone to the other side. So who will save our lives? He turned his head and pointed at Binglin, who was floating in the glacier and lying on the shore with 2 claws watching the fun. Is it just for lying on this beast? This beast with scales all over its body is a cold-blooded animal. Don't you think it's too frivolous to entrust the lives of so many of us to it? Seeing that he couldn't stop him, his companion was also annoyed and scolded him, and then smiled at Xiaoning. Sister Qiao, don't be angry. Meng Chung had a girlfriend before, who was killed by a reptile with scales all over its body. Since then, his temperament has changed drastically, and he hates all creatures with scales. He really didn't mean to target you. He used to be a good person. Xiaoning believed that this person said that Meng Chung was a good person in the past. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to have friends who sincerely speak for him at this time. Binglin is my pet, and my most trusted comrade. If you trust him, you trust me. I will never hurt myself. Some people trust Qianning and believe in the loyalty of pets. But some people have doubts because pets are not absolutely loyal to players. In some cases, there is a high probability that they will turn against their owners. Pei Jing and Miao Qinghe have always been well-mannered. But they are both irritated by this person who suddenly appeared. They are almost able to survive this level. But some people don't want to die and want to drag everyone down. So what if Binglin is covered with scales? He looks much more stable than Ming Cheng. He backstabbed everyone. But Binglin couldn't backstab them. It's time to do this. He really wants to die. It seems that if we are deadlocked here, everyone will not die. Seeing that some ice power users really disagreed, Qianning had no choice. In fact, Ming Cheng may really hate creatures with scales. And other ice power users who stand on Ming Cheng's side may not necessarily disbelieve Binglin. It is more likely that they are unwilling to work hard to make wedding clothes for others, and are unwilling to take the risk of crossing the glacier in the end. Qianning and Pei Jing knew this. But they couldn't say it directly, lest the quarrel would make the situation more complicated. Qianning saw that the problem could not be solved, and she lost her patience. She frowned and said, "Ice power users who are worried and unwilling to help can stand in the ordinary player team. Those who are willing to work hard to get rewards can start to condense the ice layer now. All the energy supplement items provided by all players. If there are any left at the end, the ice players who have worked hard will share them equally. If there are no leftovers, or the leftovers are less than 3,000, I will personally give out another 10,000 energy stones to everyone." She has dug energy stone mines, so she has no shortage of energy stones. As long as the problem can be solved, everything else is fine. It is not a solution to keep dragging it here. Her words made some ice power users who supported Ming Cheng panic. Qianning and others were generous and gave so many rewards that they were jealous. If they were not allowed to participate, they would lose a lot. One player laughed and said, "I really don't understand what you guys are thinking. I hate that I don't have ice abilities. But you guys can turn around and push away the opportunity." This girl's words were echoed by many players. Seeing that the others had wavered, Ming Cheng's face turned gloomy. And then he seemed to have thought of something again. His expression relaxed, but his eyes were still unfriendly when he looked at Binglin. Binglin was very sensitive. Of course, he noticed his malice. But he never cared about other people's likes and dislikes. He only cared about the owner's opinions and orders. Its tail slapped the water in the glacier, like a happy big dog playing in the water. Qianning couldn't help but smile when she looked at it. Anyway, no matter what Ming Cheng thought, he would not kill himself. As expected, so many ice abilities gathered together to condense ice at an incredibly fast speed, and the ice layer was more than 1 meter thick, enough to support a large number of players to cross the glacier. In order to save energy and make the ice bridge successfully connect to the other side, the psychics only condensed a width of about 3 meters. If it was wider, the ice psychics would feel too strenuous and might not be able to hold on for too long. When the ice bridge connected with the ice layer on the other side, Pei Jing and others maintained order and let all the players run over one by one. Qianning inserted vines on both sides of the ice bridge to prevent players from being affected by suction or falling into the glacier under the crowd. Everyone wanted to reach the other side quickly, and crowding was inevitable during the process of crossing the bridge, which could not be controlled at all. Even if Qianning and others were there to help, it was useless. And some people still fell into the glacier. More than 300,000 players, after all, crossed the bridge. Tens of thousands of them were lost. In the modern world, some activity venues are prone to stampedes when there are many people. Not to mention that this is a life-saving bridge, and there is a dangerous glacier next to it. It is much better than Qianning expected that there are so many players left. Run faster. We can't hold on any longer. Even if the ice psychics have energy stones as supplements, their energy absorption speed may be limited, and repeated consumption of energy replenishment will cause strong fatigue. In the end, almost everyone is relying on perseverance to support. Run faster. Don't look back. Finally, the last group of players crossed the ice bridge, and the ice psychics collapsed to the ground in an instant. Get up quickly. The beast tied behind is caught up, and there is a big fire. Pei Jing pulled up the ice psychics, who were close one by one. Xiaoning shouted, "Binglin, take them away first." Binglin turned his head and looked at his master, as if asking, "What about her?" Qiaoning and it communicated with each other. "I'm fine. You take them over first. This glacier is a terrible thing that can melt ordinary players. But for her, it seems not dangerous, and even a little nourishing. She just touched it tentatively before, and found that the glacier seemed to have consciousness, and the water flow was actively approaching her. She was not afraid of the glacier, and could cross it at any time. Seeing the ice scales start to work, she also sat down near the shore, closed her eyes, and tried to feel the glacier water flow and absorb energy. Binglin transported the ice power users to the other side one by one. Not all players were afraid of it like Mengcheng. Most players trusted dumb animals more than humans. After reaching the other side, some players took out a lot of delicious food and energy stones for Binglin. But it took them all. Binglin thought that after he was done with his work, he would make sure his master took a good look at his salary, so that he could support his family and make money. Now only Mengcheng and 2 other people were left as the last group to cross the other side. Binglin carried them all on his back. When he was about halfway through swimming, Mengcheng suddenly attacked and took out a red weapon and stabbed Binglin's neck. Binglin was so sharp that even though that thing couldn't hurt him, he was still very angry. Binglin roared and threw Mengcheng and the other 2 people on his back down. However, the other 2 were rolled up high by his tail and did not fall into the glacier. And Mengcheng was melted by the glacier before he even had time to shout for help. When the incident happened, Qiaoning jumped into the glacier and turned into an undercurrent. Now she has come to Binglin and regrouped into a human body. Her face was cold, but her hands were very gentle, constantly stroking the place where Binglin was stabbed just now, although there was not even a trace there. The 2 ice superpowers on Binglin's tail were almost scared to death. Mengcheng is crazy. He wants to die. Why would he hurt us? The 2 of them were just unlucky people who were implicated by Mengcheng. Before being thrown off Binglin's back, they had no defense at all. Now they are afraid that Binglin will be angry and vent his anger on them. One of the ice superpower girls tentatively negotiated with Binglin. "Captain Binglin, how about you send me to the other side, and I will give you all my salary later?" Chapter 75. No more accidents happened in the following time, and the remaining 200,000 people successfully waited until the disaster ended at 12 o'clock at night. From the time they crossed the glacier to the end of the disaster, Qiaoning stayed by the glacier, sitting cross-legged to absorb energy and practice. She did not communicate with anyone. Binglin lay beside her, and seemed to sense that her master was in a bad mood. So she would take out various things that she thought were fun or precious from the space from time to time, trying to attract her master's attention. Qiaoning would practice for a while, then play with it for a while, and make something for it to eat. 12 o'clock came. Congratulations to 260,122 players in District 1408 for successfully passing the first disaster cycle. In the next week, the surviving players will be teleported to Ludi City to settle the maintenance time. 7 days later, players will enter the 6th disaster cycle and conduct the 2nd level of the trial disaster. After 10 seconds of countdown, all surviving players in Area 1408 will be teleported to Ludi City. There may be slight discomfort during the process, so please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7. This time the teleportation time is a little longer than the last time. Qiaoning waited in the dark for a long time before the light gradually returned in front of her eyes. She looked at the system map and found that she was in a remote small city in Ludi City. Perhaps she had registered to enter the city once. So this time, the system directly teleported her into Ludi City. Ludi City has an area of 2 Chinese territories, and like a country in the modern world, it has provinces, cities, villages and towns. She is now in a small city called Minghai. Qiaoning did not take out her car, but walked to the downtown area, found a hotel that looked good, and booked the best suite to stay temporarily. The group chat kept flashing, and Qiaoning had no desire to open it to check. She didn't want to deal with anyone or anything now. The front desk of the hotel was a beautiful girl who liked Binglin very much. It was she who helped Binglin get the pass to the hotel. Every time Qiaoning took Binglin downstairs to go out, she would greet Binglin and give it some food after Qiaoning agreed. However, Binglin did not eat the food and put it away. Binglin has many habits, one of which is that if others insist on giving him food or items, he will only put them away and give them to Qiaoning. He never eats or uses anything given by others. It seems that he only recognizes Qiaoning and accepts everything she gives. The more he lives in Ludi City, the more he feels as if he has returned to the modern world. It seems that since a long time ago, as the security service area has been upgraded to become larger and more comprehensive, players will feel more and more calm and comfortable when they stay in the service area. It seems that they can throw away all troubles and worries, just like the modern world, with only 3 meals a day and an ordinary life. Especially in Ludi City. The longer you stay, the more you feel like you want to stay here for the rest of your life and never go anywhere. Even Xiaoning is no exception. She feels that every detail of life here is as perfect as the ideal world she expects. But Xiaoning has always had an important question in her mind. Where did the people in Ludi City come from? It is said that there is a city lord in Ludi City. We don't know his name, gender, or even whether he is a human. We only know that the city lord is the master of this super city. It's a pity that she has never been able to draw the questioning heaven ticket, so she can't answer her doubts. 7 days passed in a flash. And when it was time to enter the second level of the trial of the natural disaster on the 7th day, the chat channel was full of wailing. In the past, players didn't want to enter the world of the natural disaster highway because it was dangerous. But now their words reveal more about their attachment to Ludi City. Quite a number of people claimed that even if they couldn't return to the modern world, they wanted to stay in Ludi City for a few more days. Welcome all players in District 1408 to enter the 6th natural disaster cycle. Ludi Trial 2nd level. The rewards for the last natural disaster cycle have been settled and sent to the players' mailboxes. Please check and claim them in time. The natural disaster of this trial is acid rain. The duration of the natural disaster, 7 days. Online users, 2 million. Please all players continue to work hard and try to survive this natural disaster cycle. Victory is just around the corner. Acid rain? This is indeed a natural disaster that sounds difficult to survive. Perhaps because there was no prompt on the 7th day of the trial natural disaster. Xiaoning had no idea what type of natural disaster this time was before entering the highway world. When Lu Diqing stocked up, he relied on random guessing and stocked up whatever he saw. There were about 100 gas masks, which were originally used to prevent the miasma in the forest or the poisonous gas sprayed by special creatures. And now they could be used. A few seconds later, Xiaoning saw the highway world he was in. It turned out to be on an endless ocean. The place where Xiaoning's car appeared was the starting point of the highway. And there was nothing connected to the starting point. There was no trace of the coast. It was like a glass plank road suddenly appeared on the vast ocean. Xiaoning got off the car and stood on the road. As long as she looked down, she could see all kinds of strange marine creatures wandering under the transparent road. Another ancient creature. She remembered that there was a long period of rainfall in the ancient history of the earth. It was said that the rain lasted for 2 million years. Later, there was not only acid rain, but also acid snow. One of the creatures that survived this disaster became the overlord of the next era. The dinosaur. Xiaoning built the moisture-absorbing water ball without saying a word. The area near the ocean is already humid, and it will rain for a long time. So the moisture-absorbing water ball is indispensable. Then, she habitually opened the chat channel of the whole area, but found that the entire channel was blocked, and only a number of online people, 2 million, was displayed at the top. She tried to click on the private chat and the friend list, and as expected, all of them were blocked. Even the trading area was blocked and could not be opened. Xiaoning switched to the system prompt channel again, and then saw the prompt message just released by the system. During this natural disaster cycle, some system functions will be blocked and unusable. Please check the details by yourself. During this natural disaster cycle, there will be no survival rate limit. All players only need to work hard to ensure their own survival. At 8 o'clock in the morning and 12 o'clock in the evening every day, there will be a natural disaster information release. Players can check the natural disaster situation of the day at any time. During this natural disaster cycle, the road barrier will not disappear, but players can take the initiative to pass through the barrier to leave the road. There will be no supplied boxes refreshed on the road. If players have any material needs, they can only get them from the surrounding environment. As soon as Xiaoning finished reading these messages, she felt a chill on her nose, as if there were water drops on it. She raised her hand and touched it, and she felt a little bit of light red liquid. Is this the ancient acid rain? The skin touched by the raindrops gradually began to hurt after about a few seconds. Before the heavy rain fell, Xiaoning hurried back to the car, not daring to get wet anymore. This is only the first day of the disaster, and the acid rain has already reached this intensity. How will it develop in the next few days? Chapter 76. On the first day of the natural disaster, the temperature was 28 degrees. It was drizzling. The acidity of the rain was 10. And the air pollution level was 5. This is called drizzle? Qiaoning looked at the pouring rain outside through the car window, and she deeply suspected that the system had some misunderstanding about the size of the rainfall. This level of rain would be at least moderate rain in her hometown. The acidity of the rain is not strong now, and the corrosion to the vehicle has not yet appeared. She is now a level 7 vehicle. In addition to the material strength of the vehicle itself, it has an additional defense value of 100,000 and an attack value of 50,000. The defense modes are Protective Shield, Titanium Armor, and Armor Reinforcement. The attack modes are Long-Range Missiles, Gunfire, Light Bombs, Chain Pursuit Bombs, and Particle Lightsabers. There are also underwater modes, Hydroelectric Power Generation, Oxygen Exchange and Exhaust System, Waterproof and Pressure-Proof Functions, Torpedoes, Fish Arrows, and Underwater Particle Cannons. All these modes require a lot of energy and materials to be used. There are many ways to obtain energy inside and outside the car. You can directly use external fuels, such as oil, natural gas, etc., or you can use the natural environment, such as solar energy, wind energy, hydropower, electricity, etc. Level 7 cars also have flight and suspension functions, which also consume a lot of energy. These two functions are not used at present. Just because there are no supply boxes on the road, it does not mean that you don't need to drive forward. Just like the last natural disaster. Who knows, it will cause a fire, and the beast tide will come out, and you need to find a glacier to survive. If you drive less in the early stage, you may need more time to find the destination later. In the last natural disaster cycle, players can contact each other and can also be transferred to the coordinates of other players. This natural disaster is a pure standalone mode, and you can't contact anyone. If the game makes some trouble, there will be no one to help. To be on the safe side, Qiaoning thinks it's best to drive a little longer when the acid rain value is not too high. Otherwise it may not be possible to drive later. Driving on a glass road is a special kind of excitement, especially when there is a vast ocean around, with countless ancient marine creatures swimming in the sea. If you ignore the danger, such a scene is really like an epic ancient background movie. Qiaoning drove for a while, and then let the smart housekeeper continue driving. She took time to practice body training and swordsmanship. Bing Lin was right next to her, using the giant insect shell she had smoked and roasted as a teething toy. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, when Qiaoning was about to take ingredients from the storage box to cook, she found a big problem. The storage box was blocked. Qiaoning hurried to see if other storage items could be used normally, but they were all blocked. Is the system like this? All storage items were blocked. So Qiaoning only had these things in the car. There were 10 kilograms of noodles, 20 kilograms of rice, a basket of washed vegetables, and a plate of fruit in the kitchen. There are 20 kilograms of frozen dumplings, with different fillings, and 30 kilograms of pork, beef and mutton in the freezer. There are few things in the refrigerator, mostly ready to eat or food that can be eaten after heating, such as ham, duck breast, sandwiches, small cakes, sticky bean buns, etc. There are many things. But she and Bing Lin can't eat for 7 days. And there is not enough drinking water. The kitchen water pipe is connected to the water supply pipe and the drinking water tank. There are only 10 liters of water in the water tank now. Qiaoning turned around and saw Bing Lin lying on the side, wagging his tail and waiting for dinner. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a gluttonous space, and there were a lot of supplies in Bing Lin's space. Since the last natural disaster poisoning, Qiaoning habitually put a little bit of each kind of supplies into Bing Lin's space, in addition to game props, such as gasoline, water, and food. Bing Lin's space has stocks, but not much. There are more snacks that he likes to eat. If you save some food, you can still last for a few days. You can also find a way to boil and filter water. The biggest problem is the lack of gasoline. Level 7 cars have fuel tanks, power tanks and energy tanks. Her fuel tank has a large storage capacity, enough for several thousand liters of gasoline. However, her car also consumes a lot of fuel. The consumption of various electrical appliances, driving, daily cooking, flushing toilets, making fertilizers, etc. all consume fuel and electricity. Conservatively estimated, the basic fuel consumption is 480 units per day. Driving accounts for the majority. If it were other natural disasters, Qiaoning could try solar power generation, wind power and hydropower generation. However, this natural disaster is outrageous. The sky is not sunny at all. It only rains but no wind. Wind power generation can't be brought up at all. There are oceans on all sides. Hydropower seems to be possible. But the key is that this is an acid rain disaster world. And the water in the ocean is not of normal pH. Qiaoning just tried to turn on the hydropower generation. Not even a few minutes later, she heard the system alarm, saying that the metal pipes in her hydropower generation system were contaminated and corroded and needed to be replaced in time. If there were no spare metal materials in the car, she would not be able to repair the car now. She worked hard to stock up for 5 natural disaster cycles. And now she is back to the time before liberation. The only energy that can be used and is easy to use is gasoline, which has no other problems except that it is consumed quickly. There are not many ingredients, so Qiaoning can only make do with steaming a few large baskets of buns. The fillings are mainly pork and beef, with a little vegetables. Beef is the majority, and pork accounts for about 30%. It tastes not only the unique taste of beef, but also the meaty aroma of pork. Qiaoning has the filling recipe that her mother taught her before, and the filling is particularly well prepared. It is not fishy at all, and the filling is full of salty and fragrant gravy. The skin is thin, and the filling is large. It is so fragrant that your tongue will melt in one bite. Qiaoning sat on the bed and looked at the rain outside the window, chewing on the big meat buns. And after a few bites, she drank some iced juice in the refrigerator to relieve the greasiness. She made a few extra large buns for Binglin. Binglin knew that they didn't have much food now, so he was a little reluctant to eat it. He turned into a puppy, grabbed the sides of his food bowl, and ate the buns bit by bit. She made a lot of meat buns. If she couldn't finish them, she put them in the refrigerator and froze them. When she was hungry, she took a few out and steamed them for a meal. After finishing the meal, Qiaoning continued to practice her body and swordsmanship. Perhaps because she had already integrated the evolution crystal, the basic body and swordsmanship could no longer satisfy her. She began to study and explore her own way of practice from these two methods. At present, there is only an imperfect prototype, but the effect is obviously much better than the basic body and swordsmanship. It is also more suitable for her. The chat channel, friend list, trading area, storage props, etc. were all blocked. Qiaoning had nothing else to disturb her, and she couldn't go out in the acid rain. So she kept practicing in the car, making food, and playing with Binglin. In this way, she felt a long-lost quiet and relaxed. It seems that it is not bad to have only her and Binglin in the world, as they can live more freely and comfortably. The first day of the natural disaster passed in the quiet and ordinary daily life of one person and one dog. At night, Qiaoning took some time to study the filtering of seawater. Her ability is ice and snow, which has become stronger after evolution. She can turn into ice and snow, merge into glaciers and water. Moreover, Qiaoning absorbed the power of the glacier in the last natural disaster, and her ability has a new evolution direction, which can devour and assimilate, or melt other substances. Qiaoning tried to melt the impurities in the seawater with her own ability, but failed. The proficiency of her newly unlocked ability skills is not high, and she can't do it so finely for the time being. Binglin's ability to control water is different. The strength may not be stronger than Qiaoning's ice ability, but it has more uses. It's just that the water it summons can be used for washing dishes, washing clothes, taking a bath, etc. But it can't be drunk. Can you turn the seawater outside into this bowl of clear water? The kind that can be drunk. Qiaoning easily picked up the small-sized Binglin, placed it on her knees, lifted its 2 front paws, and kneaded them for a while. The dog's paw pads are really good to rub, and they feel fleshy and a little rough. Not too soft or too hard. Just right. Binglin was given a paw massage, and he hummed in comfort. He looked at the seawater in the bucket that Qiaoning had just brought to the car, and purred. This kind of water can be purified, but it takes some time. This bucket of water is about 5 liters. After Binglin purified it, 4 liters of clear water were left, and there were also a bunch of impurities and a pinch of salt. It took less than 3 minutes in total. If this water becomes dirtier, it will take more time to purify. Xiaoning understood what it meant. The increase in acidity of acid rain and air pollution will also change the quality of seawater. And the biological community and ecology inside will change. It will definitely be much more difficult to purify. In order to have water available in the next few days, Xiaoning asked Binglin to purify some water whenever she had time and store it in her gluttonous space. The impurities left after purification were poured into the universal flush toilet for decomposition. And the remaining sea salt could be stored for seasoning or pickling. She had all kinds of seasonings in her kitchen. But most of the stock was also placed in storage props and blocked. Only a small part was left in the kitchen. After steaming the buns, there were about 200 grams of salt left in the kitchen. The sea salt came just in time. She was hungry at night, so she got up and cooked a bowl of soup noodles with sea salt. After eating it, she didn't find any side effects. The taste was not much different from ordinary noodles. But the grains were finer. Because she didn't need to get up early, open the supply box, fight monsters and brush the wild area, etc. Xiaoning stayed up late to watch a movie for the first time. Binglin was originally curled up next to her and watched it with her. But when she was halfway through, the dog was too emotional and was scared by the evil spirits in the horror movie. At night, he refused to go back to his nest and insisted on sleeping next to Xiaoning's pillow. He also asked Xiaoning to pat his back and stroke his fur to lull him to sleep. What could Xiaoning do? I could only move the pillow inwards to make room for the dog to lie down. After finally coaxing the dog to sleep, Xiaoning looked at the time and saw that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. She immediately turned off the lights and fell asleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a rumbling thunder woke up the man and the dog on the bed at the same time. Binglin is in the form of fur, and the golden red fur was blown up by the shock. Xiaoning's bed was next to a large window. After opening the curtains, the first thing that caught my eye was the slightly red water stains on the window. This was the mark left by the rain on the window, and the color was obviously darker than the light red dots yesterday. The dim sky, the occasional thunder and lightning, made people feel stuffy and depressed. On the second day of the disaster, the temperature was 34 degrees. It was drizzling. The rain acidity was 20, and the air pollution level was 10. Xiaoning saw this disaster information on the system and frowned immediately. It's not a good thing to have rain and temperature rise, especially when it is acid rain. The temperature is high and the seawater evaporates faster, so there will be more rain, forming a vicious cycle. Xiaoning does not have a raincoat, but she has red equipment on her body, which can freely manifest shapes and styles. She turned the Zhaoyao Liuguang armor and boots into a raincoat and rain boots, and then got out of the car to feel what it means to have an acid value of 20 points in the rain today. As soon as she opened the car door, Xiaoning choked and almost couldn't breathe. There was an indescribable pungent smell in the air around her. With one breath, the whole respiratory tract seemed to be covered with a layer of sand, which was suffocating and uncomfortable, and also painful. Xiaoning held her breath, stretched out her fingers and touched the rain. The fingertips with a little callus immediately became red and swollen, and then the skin began to fester. Xiaoning took a breath, turned around and went back to the car, first taking out the wound medicine, antibacterial detoxification agent, and anti-inflammatory medicine from the space of Binglin. Use them one by one. The wound medicine is effective and can be cured. Anti-inflammatory drugs can only reduce redness, swelling and ulceration. A little drop of antibacterial and antidote on the wound can remove pollutants, bacteria and viruses inside and outside the wound. Half of them use antibacterial and antidote first, and then use trauma medicine, and they can recover completely a little bit. This is just the intensity of acid rain on the second day of the natural disaster. Xiaoning took off her equipment and let it recover by itself. Red clothes have high durability, but after going out just now, 3,000 points of durability were left with 2,800 points. If the durability is gone, she can't take out the materials to repair it now. All her material stocks are in the storage props, and the little left in the car can't even make a mixed metal. The worst thing is not that the equipment loses durability, but she found that the defense value of the car has also begun to drop. When the defense value of 100,000 is gone, only the metal of the vehicle itself is left to support the corrosion of acid rain. And the consequences are unimaginable. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Who knows how high the acid rain will be in the next few days. If the car's defense value can't hold up, it will be dangerous. Xiaoning looked at the ocean outside and made a bold decision. She ordered the smart housekeeper to stop the car, turn on the underwater mode, and then rushed out of the road barrier and fell into the ocean. The seawater is vast, far less than the acid rain acid value. It is safest to be on the seabed at present. In underwater mode, the car will become a submarine that is more suitable for diving and parading. Binglin replaced his bright red hair and turned into a scale armor state. This time, its scales changed color again, a blue color like the sea, which was very beautiful on the seabed. Xiaoning even saw a few strange creatures that looked like fish and dolphins, circling and twisting around Binglin. Xiaoning wondered uncertainly, could these ancient fish be courting? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she saw the bristles on Binglin's neck explode underwater, and then he slapped all the fish away with his tail. Then he swam towards Xiaoning angrily, howling at her. Xiaoning listened for a long time and realized that his cry was actually a complaint to the fish. Chapter 77. Xiaoning did not dive the car into the seabed, and half of the roof was exposed. There was a hatch on it, which was convenient for Binglin to go in and out when playing outside. If she dived deep into the sea, she would have to open a special passage every time she went in and out. The acidity of the acid rain was not high enough for her to dive deep into the seabed. When the acidity was higher, she would have to hide in the depths of the sea. When it was in the form of a land car, the body was huge and hard, like a black beast. When it became a submarine, it looked like a huge whale. There were several windows in the submarine that could peek at the outside scenery. The seemingly transparent glass was actually very strong, and a lot of titanium alloy was mixed in when it was manufactured. If there was danger under the sea, the smart butler would control and close all the windows and hatches. The ancient ocean was much more dangerous than the modern deep sea. Unless necessary, she would not dive too deep into the sea for the time being. Binglin was playing outside, and Xiaoning was absorbing energy stones in the car to practice. The location of Binglin will be displayed on the monitoring map of the smart housekeeper. If it runs too far or dives too deep into the sea, Xiaoning will call it through the contract. Generally, as long as there is no danger, Xiaoning does not restrict Binglin's freedom. It usually stays in the car with her, which has already restricted its animal nature. Finally, there is a vast ocean to play, so it must be allowed to have a good time. Xiaoning actually wants to swim outside, but the key is that she has no oxygen tanks, diving equipment, etc., which are all locked in the storage props and cannot be used. She can use her evolved superpowers to integrate into the ocean, but that will lose the fun of normal diving, and it will also consume a lot of energy. When the energy is consumed, it must be replenished with energy stones. There are a lot of energy stones in Binglin's space. Fortunately, Xiaoning was worried that it would consume a lot of energy when fighting with other animals outside, so most of the energy stones were with it. Otherwise, she might have to put aside even her cultivation, and could only do the simplest body training and swordsmanship. However, these energy stones, in addition to her and Binglin's daily consumption, may also be used as fuel to replenish the submarine's energy. For such a large submarine, the daily energy consumption is also terrible. In any case, she has to save some. It must be said that this natural disaster is simply hell mode. Even she was forced to hide in the ocean. I really can't imagine how many players can survive in such a natural disaster environment. When it's time for dinner, Binglin seems to be able to smell the food and always returns to the submarine within 3 minutes of the meal being ready. Breakfast was hasty, so Xiaoning made a richer lunch. When Binglin is small, he won't eat as much as when he is big, but he can eat quite a lot. It can be as small as a palm, saving energy consumption. But this is not very comfortable for it. Generally, it is relatively comfortable for a size similar to that of a border collie. Binglin ate a bucket of rice and a few pounds of meat. Xiaoning ate less. She prefers soup with rice. She likes to soak rice with hot and sour tripe soup the most, and can eat several bowls of rice at a time. Now she has energy stones, so she doesn't eat as much as before. At most she eats a little more than the average person. After lunch, Binglin is still responsible for cleaning up the dishes, and it does it faster. While Binglin was busy, Xiaoning submerged the submarine about 100 meters into the sea, and she was in the cockpit admiring the magnificent scenery of the ancient ocean. Seeing it with her own eyes is much more shocking than watching the beautiful scenery of the seabed through the screen of a mobile phone. The creatures here are very aggressive. And there are many predatory marine creatures. Xiaoning can't even recognize which category many strange creatures belong to. For example, there is a creature that looks like a long nail, with a shell on the outside. But the head has tentacles like octopus and squid. There are also some that should be snail creatures, but they have legs like spiders and horseshoe crabs. The ocean is really full of vitality and murderous intent. You can observe creatures hunting and eating in every corner all the time. It would be very exciting if these were made into a documentary. If possible. Xiaoning really wanted to play with Bing Lin in the ocean. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Just as Xiaoning leaned on the recliner, turned on the full cabin screen mode in the cab, and admired the beautiful ocean scenery in 360 degrees, she suddenly saw a faint glowing object swimming in front of her. Before she could ask the smart butler to drive the submarine forward, a big fish swam in from a distance and pulled the glowing object onto the glass in front of the submarine's cab with its tail. Xiaoning was stunned. She was sure that she was not dazzled. This thing turned out to be a golden treasure chest. It's not that there is no box in this natural disaster. Wait. She turned out the system announcement and read it carefully, and found that the system did not say no supply box refresh. But there will be no more supply boxes refresh on the road. So if there are no supply boxes on the road, there might be in the sea? Can't you just say such important information? You are just playing word games here. You make gestures and I guess. Xiaoning complained a lot, and then used the mechanical claw to grab the treasure box. The mechanical claw can also be used on the seabed, but it is not as convenient and flexible as on land. The attack ability is gone, and now there is only the basic grabbing function like a claw machine. Xiaoning got the treasure box and opened it quickly, and got the following supplies. First, food, beef, mutton, and chicken add up to 10 kilograms. In addition, there are rice and white flour, and a small amount of coarse grains. It adds up to almost 20 kilograms. That's all the food. No vegetables. But there are 2 kilograms of kiwis, 3 kilograms of mangoes, 3 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, and 4 kilograms of sweet oranges. There are 50 bags of various seasonings, 5 liters of drinking water, 100 units of gasoline. That's all. Xiaoning doubted whether she had opened a gold treasure chest. The amount of supplies was only equivalent to that of a bronze or silver treasure chest in the previous natural disaster. But it was good enough to have a treasure chest. So why would she need a bicycle? As long as there were supplies from the treasure chest, she could survive this natural disaster cycle. The natural disaster highway world was different from the normal world. If you didn't eat vegetables or fruits for a day or two, you would definitely experience a negative state. From yesterday to now, Xiaoning had been relying on the little inventory in Binglin's private warehouse to survive. This guy was a pure carnivore, and he would only eat some vegetables or fruits with meat. So there were very few vegetarian foods in his space. Now that there were a lot of fresh fruits, Xiaoning immediately asked Bing Lin to wash a few kilograms and eat them all at once. After eating the fruits, Xiaoning felt comfortable all over. She was now short of vegetables and fruits, drinking water, food, gasoline, materials, and props or equipment that could resist corrosion from highly acidic water. It would be even better if she had diving props. There were a lot of wound medicines, antibacterial detoxifiers, etc. in Binglin's space, so there was no shortage for the time being. As for weapons, she had her submarine's own attack mode, and the black flame bone knife was not locked in the storage item because she always kept it in her hand. In general, except for medicine and weapons, she basically lacked everything. With a goal, Xiaoning acted quickly. She drove the submarine and looked for treasure chests everywhere. It is said that the smart housekeeper should be able to detect the treasure chests around, but it seems to have lost this function in this natural disaster, and Xiaoning can only search and find them by herself. The sense of direction is a big problem in the seabed. Even if Xiaoning has a map, it is not very smooth to control the submarine to find the treasure chest. An hour later, a lot of energy was consumed, but only one treasure chest was found, and it was still a gold treasure chest. She simply stopped looking for it and opened the box to see what was inside. There is no food in it this time. All are used: 200 units of gasoline, 10 liters of drinking water, primary diving cover *1, under the protection of the diving cover. The player can ignore the deep sea water pressure and dive up to 200 meters deep. It also has a certain protective effect against attacks from marine life. The protective cover lasts for 1 hour. Primary diving accelerator *1. After turning on the accelerator, the player can swim at a speed of 100 meters per minute in the deep sea. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Anti-acid light film *1, used on the player, or fused with the diving cover. It can make the player ignore the acid value in the water. The effect lasts for 3 hours. Deep sea diamond or *10, a rare and exotic metal or that only appears in the deep sea. Looks like diamond, but is harder and more corrosion resistant than diamond. This golden treasure chest opened these things. Most of them are important items that Qiaoning urgently needs. So overall, this harvest is very profitable. The energy spent on driving the submarine is not wasted. After Qiaoning got the diving props, she immediately took Binglin out to surf. No, to find a supply box. Binglin was very happy and kept swimming around her in the water, because Binglin was her pet. The protective shield would default that it could pass through and touch Qiaoning. Qiaoning held its 2 front paws, and they slowly rotated in the sea like dancing waltz. At first glance, it was quite beautiful and romantic. In the colorful and beautiful underwater world, a beautiful blue-scaled sea beast ran around and had fun. It was very dependent on the humans around it. After a while, it would run back, approach her, and touch her body with its head. Qiaoning could watch it play for a long time and didn't feel bored at all. She almost forgot that she came out to dive and find a supply box. It was only when Binglin brought a treasure box from somewhere that she became anxious and hurried to work. This underwater world of the ancient ocean is so wonderful and beautiful that it is easy to attract people's attention and distraction. If it were Li Musheng, who specializes in studying ancient creatures, he would probably forget everything when he saw those strange marine creatures. In this world, Binglin couldn't store the unopened treasure chest in its space, so it could only bring one to Qiaoning every time it picked up one. Unfortunately, the previous space backpack was blocked in this natural disaster and couldn't be used. No matter how many things were put in it, it was still blocked. After swimming for a while, Qiaoning suddenly realized that in less than half an hour, she and Binglin had found 5 gold treasure chests. So, was the probability too low that they had not found one after searching for half a day in the submarine? She seemed to have thought of some possibilities. When she encountered the 6th treasure chest, she did not pick it up immediately, but asked Binglin to guard it here to prevent other marine creatures from changing the location of the treasure chest. She returned to the submarine and left a mark on the way back. She was the only human in the vast ocean anyway, and no one would destroy the mark she made. After returning to the submarine, she controlled the submarine to follow the direction of the mark to find the 6th treasure chest she had just found. As expected, the treasure chest that was supposed to be hidden under a rock on the seabed disappeared. The treasure chest was not visible on the submarine's detection map at all. However, when she left the submarine and swam forward for a distance, she saw the treasure chest appear again. It was still in the original position, and Binglin was guarding it next to it without moving. It's a pig game. It's not that she didn't encounter treasure chests before, but when the player is in the vehicle, the system map will block most of the treasure chests. This is too pitfall. How much energy she wasted in vain. It hurts to think about it. If she hadn't thought about it a little more, she might not have discovered this. Binglin sensed the anger of the owner. She didn't know what happened. Subconsciously, she wanted to make the owner happy, so she took the initiative to bring the treasure chest to her. She knew that the owner liked this thing very much. Qiaoning saw this, and all her anger disappeared. She smiled and hugged its head and rubbed it. Binglin is so good, because the time of the protective shield was about to expire. Qiaoning took 6 gold treasure chests back to the submarine to open the boxes. At present, it was about 180 meters deep on the seabed. The submarine, like a giant whale, was floating quietly, and in the distant deep sea, it seemed that a huge black shadow flashed by. Chapter 78. Open 6 gold treasure chests at once. And the supplies finally seemed to be more. First of all, materials, deep sea diamond or *100, crystal or *10. Then food, snail noodles *20 bags, fat sauce rice noodles *10 bags, spicy braised duck legs *5, instant noodles *100 packs, including various flavors, country eggs *30, old-fashioned spicy hot pot *10 bags, 100 caddies of rice, 80 caddies of white flour, 10 caddies of pork ribs, 20 caddies of pork tenderloin, 30 caddies of beef, 15 caddies of mutton. Intermediate diving mask *1. Can dive 1,000 meters deep sea, lasting for 5 hours. Intermediate diving accelerator *1. The diving speed is still 100 meters per minute, and the duration is changed to 5 hours. Intermediate acid-proof light film *1. Can be used on the player himself, the diving mask and the car, and the continuous protection time is 12 hours. There are so many things in total. Although there is no gasoline and drinking water, there are food and props. After Qiaoning used up the last bit of time on the primary props, she replaced them all with intermediate ones. This time she swam longer and deeper in the sea. The shield had its own light, which could illuminate the small area around it. But the distance was a bit small, so Qiaoning still hoped to develop a better lighting tool. A considerable number of creatures in the deep sea have the characteristics of avoiding light or tending to light. The deeper Qiaoning went, the more treasure chests appeared, and the more large marine creatures she saw. She had encountered several super large sharks with mouths full of sawtooth. Strangely enough, this guy looked like a ferocious carnivore. But he didn't attack Qiaoning, as if he had no interest in her. Qiaoning observed this sawtooth shark and found that this creature was very picky and specialized in hunting a kind of dolphin creature. Apart from this, it rarely eats anything else. Only those sharks that are obviously old and weak and have no strength to hunt will eat ordinary swimming fish and seaweed. They are very sensitive to the smell of blood. If there are creatures injured near them, they will eat whatever they catch. In addition to this sawtooth shark, Qiaoning also encountered giant shrimps, which look about the same as mantis shrimps, but with a harder shell, thicker meat, and a huge body. Almost one shrimp is several meters long, can crawl and swim, and can be used as a mount, provided that it does not attack you. The giant mantis shrimp is very aggressive and is a kind of predator. The surrounding marine creatures will take a detour when they see it, and those who don't have time to run will be killed and eaten by it. Qiaoning likes to eat spicy mantis shrimps and can't help but try to hunt them. Her superpowers are not convenient to use in the seabed. The pure seawater world increases her consumption of condensing ice and snow. In the normal world, it is difficult for seawater to condense into ice, and only part of the seawater that rushes to the shore may freeze into ice at low temperatures. Instead of consuming a lot of superpowers, Qiaoning might as well use the black flame bone knife to fight the giant mantis shrimp in close combat. The effect of her long-term body training was quite significant. She could hold the giant shrimp's head shell with her bare hands and press it hard on the seabed beach. This kind of giant shrimp mainly attacks with its mouth, forelimbs and shrimp antennae. During the battle, Qiaoning used the black flame bone knife to remove the head and tail of the shrimp and pick out the shrimp thread. The scene was a bit cruel, but it tasted really good afterwards. As expected, the more difficult the seafood is, the more delicious it is. Qiaoning harvested 18 gold treasure chests and 3 giant shrimps on this trip. Seeing that the time was almost up, she returned to the submarine with Binglin. Just as they were about to return, a large group of dense fish rushed by like a tide, and the flashing treasure chest above the fish made Qiaoning's eyes light up instantly. It was a diamond treasure chest. Qiaoning waved to Binglin, who immediately informed her of her intention and enlarged his body to quickly chase the group of fish. The speed of this group of fish was too fast, far exceeding the speed of Qiaoning's diving accelerator, so Binglin had to grab the treasure chest. After changing his vest, Binglin seemed to be more adapted to underwater activities. He was so fast that he brought back the diamond treasure chest from the dark deep sea in just a few minutes. It seems that the higher the level of the treasure chest, the harder it is to obtain. If Qiaoning did not have Binglin, she would have had to watch the treasure chest being taken away by the school of fish. After getting the diamond treasure chest, Qiaoning did not stay any longer and returned with Binglin back to the submarine. Qiaoning did not rush to open the gold treasure chests. She opened the diamond treasure chest first. The first new item surprised her greatly. Seabed capsule *1, blue can be used to store supplies, but cannot store other seabed capsules and other storage props. Different colored capsules have different functions. The blue capsule has the function of keeping items fresh. The space inside a capsule is about 100 cubic meters. The preservation time is 7 days. Qiaoning continued to click on the introduction of the second red seabed capsule. Like the blue capsule, it can also be used to store supplies, but it only has the function of preserving quality, not preservation. For example, ores and materials placed in red capsules will not deteriorate or be damaged by natural disasters. but they have no preservation function for food and other things. Red capsules also have a space of 100 cubic meters. The shelf life is 7 days. After the expiration, the capsule will no longer have any additional functions. Only the basic storage function. Purple capsules have a freezing effect. Just like other capsules. A 7-day freezing effect. And 100 cubic meters of space. The last type is the golden capsule, which has a rare time freeze effect. And any item can be placed in the golden capsule, including other capsules and storage props. The space of the golden capsule is smaller than that of other capsules. Only 50 cubic meters. The supplies in the diamond treasure chest are awesome. In addition to the 4 different functions of the submarine capsule, there is also the lighting tool that Xiaoning has been thinking about for a long time. The submarine searchlight. This prop light can be embedded in any item, including Xiaoning's diving cover, even if the item is destroyed or disappears at the end of time. The searchlight will not be scrapped and can be embedded in other items. The searchlight range is about 50 meters up and down. In addition to these 2 items, there are also diving masks, accelerators, and acid-proof light films, 10 pieces of intermediate and 1 piece of advanced, 1,000 units of gasoline, 50 liters of drinking water. These things make Xiaoning no longer have to worry about supplies in the short term. After a day of busy work on the seabed, Xiaoning is now tired. After opening the remaining 18 gold treasure chests, she went straight to wash and sleep. The supplies were left for Binglin to help her sort and organize them into underwater capsules. This thing is more convenient than a space backpack. At least Binglin can also use the capsule she has bound. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, Xiaoning woke up naturally at 7 o'clock. As soon as she moved on the bed, Binglin, who was lying next to her, immediately pricked up his ears. Although he didn't get up, his cheerful tail revealed his excitement and happiness. It was now in red-haired form. Xiaoning rubbed its dog head and got up to go to the bathroom to wash. With enough supplies, Xiaoning dared to cook freely. She didn't want to eat too greasy breakfast, so she made a vegetable soup, plus egg scramble and mushroom porridge. A lot of vegetables and fruits were found in the 18 gold treasure chests yesterday. Binglin doesn't like to eat these, so Xiaoning made it stewed beef with red potatoes. It ate 2 pots of rice with 1 pot of vegetables. After dinner, Xiaoning continued to practice body training as usual, and then continued to dive into the deep sea to find treasure chests. The speed of treasure chest refresh seems to be very slow. There is nothing in the place where the treasure chest was found yesterday. After diving for an hour, only 1 platinum treasure chest was found. Xiaoning then drove the submarine and continued to move forward into the deep sea. About 400 meters below the sea, Xiaoning stopped the submarine and took Binglin out with him. As expected, diving deeper, or perhaps because of the change of sea area, the treasure chests increased again. The deep sea species here are mostly octopuses, squids and the like. They are not big in size and pose no threat to Xiaoning. Xiaoning dived down for about a few hundred meters without realizing it, and suddenly saw a light similar to a treasure chest flashing in a reef cave on the seabed. Xiaoning swam towards the reef cave like a mermaid. Binglin was playing with a few horseshoe crabs that looked like king crabs. When he saw his master swimming away, he quickly followed. This reef cave was terribly deep. Xiaoning was halfway through her swim and was regretting it. She wanted to go back, but something unexpected happened. Her searchlight vaguely illuminated a large shadow behind the reef cave. Xiaoning didn't dare to think about what it was. Her first reaction was to turn around and run. Chapter 79. The advanced diving mask can swim 200 meters per minute. But the black shadow in the deep of the reef cave is faster. Or more precisely, its tentacles are faster. Xiaoning had only swam a few hundred meters when the entire diving mask was entangled by several thick and long tentacles. These tentacles are black and red, with purple dots on them. A single suction cup on a tentacle is bigger than Xiaoning's head. You can imagine how big the real body of this thing hidden behind the reef cave is. The strangulation and entanglement of the tentacles are powerful, and the mucus on their bodies may be toxic. But Xiaoning's advanced diving mask is not just for show. Under the strangulation of the tentacles, it did not even deform at all. Xiaoning was dragged into the depths of the reef cave by the tentacles at a very fast speed. Every time the black flame bone knife cut off a tentacle, a new tentacle would immediately replace it and entangle it. The tentacles that had been cut off before, even if broken, were still alive, twisting and looking for the mother tentacle. and would grow back in about 2 minutes, without even a trace, and it was impossible to tell that they had been broken. Seeing that she was about to be dragged away by the tentacles, Xiaoning desperately grabbed the tentacles and activated her ice ability with all her strength. A layer of frost began to condense on the huge tentacles, and the speed at which she was dragged finally slowed down. Xiaoning suddenly caught a glimpse of the shape of diamond ore on the rock wall of the cave nearby. She suddenly stabbed the black flame bone knife into the gap of the diamond ore, holding the handle tightly, and did not let go no matter how the tentacles dragged. The durability of the advanced diving cover continued to decline, and Xiaoning gritted her teeth and persisted. After an unknown amount of time, the main body of the tentacles seemed to realize that this was a hard bone to chew, and it might not be delicious. So it stopped wasting time on her, gradually retracted all the tentacles, and retreated like the dark deep sea. Xiaoning let out a breath, and her hands holding the black flame bone knife were shaking, along with her arms. The power of the deep sea beast is far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans, even if it is just ordinary eating and hunting, not a desperate fight. Xiaoning is almost unable to cope with it. This is when she is practicing her body, and the black flame bone knife is indestructible enough, so she has the power to play with the tentacles of the deep sea beast. If it were an ordinary player, I am afraid that there would be nothing left at this time. Xiaoning activated the diving accelerator to swim outside the reef cave. The light of the diamond treasure chest she saw earlier was probably just a means for the deep sea beast to attract prey. She didn't want to continue looking for the diamond treasure chest at this moment. No matter how good the treasure chest is, she has to live to get it. When she was about to swim out of the cave, a strong sound wave came from the deep sea, which shook her out, even with the protection of the diving cover to weaken the sound wave power. Xiaoning still fainted. When Xiaoning woke up again, she found that she was floating near the submarine. Fortunately, the protection time of the diving mask has not passed. Otherwise, even if she didn't choke to death, she would be killed by the deep sea water pressure while she was unconscious. Binglin, who was lying on a big shell beside her, saw her wake up and immediately hummed with joy. This shell was also azure blue, which caused Xiaoning to not see it immediately after waking up. After seeing it now, she hurriedly held it over. Sorry, I was careless and made you worried. Right? I promise you that I will never be so careless next time. This time, she really took it for granted and thought that with the diving mask, she would not encounter any danger. Subconsciously, she believed that many dangerous deep-sea creatures are often in deeper waters, and they will not easily swim up because the sea water pressure is different. Xiaoning was holding Binglin to comfort him, and suddenly found that it seemed a little wrong. Normally, if Xiaoning held it and was intimate with it like this guy would have come up to her and rubbed his face against hers. However, it just purred and didn't move anymore. The whole beast was listless. Seeing that the diving mask time was about to end, Xiaoning held it back to the submarine first. When she got into the submarine, Xiaoning turned on the brightest headlight and carefully checked Binglin's condition. There was no light in the deep sea, and it was all supported by the light of the searchlight. This kind of light can mainly illuminate a little further, but some details cannot be seen clearly. What's wrong with you? Xiaoning was surprised and distressed when she saw the broken lines on its scales. Did I encounter any danger during my coma? Binglin's eyes evaded, and he didn't say anything, but he stretched out his red and pink tongue to lick Xiaoning's hand in a flattering way. Xiaoning was not fooled by its sugar-coated bullets. She thought of the sound wave shock she encountered before she fell into a coma. It was hard to describe what kind of power it was. The sound was not loud, but it made her head buzz, dizzy and nauseous. And then she fainted. She didn't want to experience that kind of impact again in her life. Could it be that the sound waves were related to Binglin? Binglin would not leave her too far away. If she saw her swimming away, she would definitely catch up. But she didn't see Binglin during the danger. Although the reef caves are like a maze, Binglin may not be able to find the way she entered immediately. But there is a contractual induction between them, so it should not be absent from the beginning to the end. There is only one possibility. That is, Binglin was tripped by something at that time. Or, Xiaoning looked at the dog's drooping ears and asked tentatively, "You didn't sense that I was in danger and went to fight the monster directly? Otherwise, there is really no way to explain why Binglin, who is so powerful, can still be injured." This is the second time Xiaoning has seen Binglin fight and get injured. The last time was in the extreme cold disaster. Binglin is much weaker this time than last time. It can't even become a large size. It can only become the smallest size that it dislikes the most, so as to save every bit of energy consumption and recover as soon as possible. Qianning saw that it didn't even have the strength to lick her fingers, and she was so distressed that she didn't know what to do. Binglin, how can I help you? Do you need energy stones? There are a lot of them here. Use them quickly. Do you need medicine? It would be good to relieve the pain. The scales on Binglin's body are very important to it. If it had not been destroyed by a huge force, how could Binglin, with its strength, have so many cracks on its most important scales? Binglin saw Qianning applying medicine and feeding it energy, and couldn't help patting her legs with her claws. Master, these things are of little use to me. Don't waste them. What should I do then? Should she just watch Binglin lying there so weakly? Binglin howled, and then used all his strength to spit out a purple crystal emitting dazzling light from the space, about the size of a fist. The light was almost exactly the same as the precious light that attracted Qianning to dive into danger before. As soon as this thing came out, Binglin seemed to be greatly tempted and couldn't help licking it. Then the broken scales on its body showed signs of healing faintly. Binglin originally intended to avenge his master by dissecting the evolution crystal of the ugly monster and using it to replenish his master's body. But he underestimated that guy and was attacked by it before he died, and was injured. If he left it alone, this injury would heal in about 2 or 3 days. But he didn't want his master to worry in vain, so he absorbed some of the energy of the evolution crystal of the ugly monster to speed up his recovery. Qianning could feel the thoughts it was transmitting at this moment, and suddenly didn't know what to say. It really went to fight the deep-sea monster, and not only one, but also got the evolution crystal of the deep-sea monster as a trophy. Qianning had already fused an evolution crystal, and she didn't need to melt a second one in a short time. But Binglin didn't listen to anything he said, and insisted on giving her the evolution crystal. It was obviously drooling all over the floor, but it had to pretend to be indifferent, and didn't care about the evolution crystal at all. You really don't want to eat it? Qianning asked it. Binglin pushed the evolution crystal towards the master with a serious face. It licked it several times just now, and absorbed enough energy. The scales on its body will be restored to their original state at the latest tomorrow morning. Master, you need this thing more than I do. If I eat it again, I am afraid it will mutate. I don't know what it will become at that time. It may forget the master or even turn against the master. I won't allow such a thing to happen. So it would rather give up the opportunity to become stronger, just because it doesn't want the master to fall into some possible danger. Compared with the ice scale encountered during the extreme cold disaster, it can now transmit its thought signals to Qianning more and more clearly. Qianning can only put away the evolution crystal. This evolution crystal is stronger than the one she absorbed. She can't absorb it all at once. She can only absorb the energy inside bit by bit during cultivation. After learning from her mistakes, Qianning never dived too far when looking for treasure chests next time, and each time she went out would not exceed 2 hours, until night fell. There is not much difference between day and night in the deep sea, and Qianning piled up all the newly found supply boxes in the submarine. There are 10 gold treasure chests in total. After taking out the necessary ingredients and seasonings, Qianning began to make nutritious meals for Binglin. This guy said that he was injured and Qianning had to make more delicious food to make up for it. Qianning was so obvious that he could not see it, but thinking that it was a patient, she still worked hard to cook for it in various ways. Before going to bed at night, Qianning habitually took a look at the natural disaster information. On the 3rd day of the natural disaster, the temperature at sea was 38 degrees, and it was moderately raining. The acid value of acid rain was 70, and the air pollution was 120. Qianning was shocked. How could the acid value and pollution value of acid rain suddenly increase so much? Is there something wrong with the road on the sea? She was sitting in a submarine and diving deep into the sea, and she was almost isolated from the world. At night, Qianning woke up from her dream after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours. Binglin opened her eyes in a daze, and seeing that it was her master getting out of bed, she closed her eyes with peace of mind and fell asleep again. This injury has affected its body to some extent. Qianning went to the cab, activated the diving function, and began to raise the submarine to the sea surface. Not long after, the submarine emerged from the water, and Qianning was finally able to see the situation of the sea road and the sky. The dark sky. No thunder or lightning. Even the wind could not be felt. Only the endless heavy rain. The acid rain on the fourth day of the natural disaster was bright red. And it also had a fishy, smelly, and pungent smell. Qiaoning was not stupid enough to use her body to test the destructive power of acid rain this time. She threw a piece of titanium alloy into the heavy rain and watched the titanium alloy turn into a metal solution half an hour later and was washed into the sea by the rain. She only showed her head outside once. And there was also an acid-proof film to protect her. Even so, when she returned to the submarine, her entire respiratory tract was eroded and infected. And she couldn't even make a sound. Qiaoning drank the antibacterial disinfectant and used some internal and external injury medicine by the way, and finally saved the damaged respiratory tract. Seeing Binglin still sleeping, Qiaoning went to unpack and sort out the supplies. There were not many items in the 10 gold treasure chests this time. Almost all of them were food, gasoline, daily necessities, and 2 blue capsules, shelf life, 2 purple capsules, frozen, and 2 red capsules, freshness preservation, 1 primary gas mask, and 1 intermediate gas mask. With the current pollution level, the primary gas mask is not very effective. The intermediate gas mask can filter out 70% of the polluted gas. That is, 84 points can be filtered out of the 120-point pollution value. The remaining 20 to 30 points belong to the pollution range that Qiaoning can accept. There is some discomfort, but it is tolerable. Through the window of the submarine, Qiaoning clearly saw that many marine organisms died due to acid rain merging into seawater. There were a lot of dead fish bodies floating on the sea. Qiaoning did not waste these bodies and collected them all. Even if these dead fish cannot be eaten, it is not bad to throw them into the universal flush toilet to decompose them into fertilizer. Luju doesn't like blood food. Fat Tiger is an omnivore. After becoming an evolved species, he eats bamboo and meat equally. And he is not picky. He eats all kinds of meat. He also likes fish. There is no need to mention the big locust. There is no blood food in the world that he doesn't like. But after eating, they had diarrhea and vomited. They stopped eating for a day before they recovered. Qiaoning asked Binglin. And Binglin said that he suspected they might be allergic to seafood. No one can eat it. Binglin doesn't like it. All the dead fish bodies can only be decomposed into fertilizer. High concentration acid rain fell from morning to night, getting heavier and heavier. Later, it almost looked like water pouring down from the sky. In addition to looking for treasure chests, Qiaoning collected the corpses of marine life for waste. She didn't dive into the deep sea, so nothing happened that day, and she got through it safely. On the 5th day of the natural disaster, Qiaoning's submarine stayed in the sea area dozens of meters away from the sea surface. She has studied for a few days, and found that this depth is the most suitable. Only small fish and shrimp can survive. And there will not be too much harassment from marine life. You can sleep peacefully at night. However, when she opened the hatch, she saw a giant mantis shrimp preying on weak fish. Shrimp and horseshoe crab. Qiaoning almost thought she was seeing things. This doesn't seem to be in the deep sea. Right? Why are there deep sea creatures that I met before? Qiaoning knows that many deep sea creatures generally don't go to shallow seas. This resource is organized by the Pain Training Skirt number ER-WU-E. Something seems to be wrong. Acid rain melts into the seawater, and a large number of shallow sea creatures die. So the number of organisms at the bottom of the food chain decreases. And some big guys in the deep sea also lose their food source indirectly. Those large deep sea creatures may not eat these shallow sea fish, but the food they eat is likely to be shallow sea creatures. With the reduction of deep sea food, these big guys will have to slowly adapt to the pressure and swim to the surface of the sea. Qiaoning thought of those black and purple tentacles, and her heart suddenly trembled. She didn't care so much and drove the submarine away from this sea area first. Before, she subconsciously believed that deep sea monsters would not go to the shallow sea. But she didn't expect the change to come so quickly. She actually considered the problem of the food chain before. But after all, the ocean is so big and there are countless creatures. If there is no food in this sea area, there may be no food in other sea areas. Who would have thought that only one day had passed, and deep sea creatures would go up to the upper reaches to find food? Sure enough, the world of natural disasters cannot be judged by common sense. Qiaoning asked the intelligent butler to drive the submarine as fast as possible. But things still developed in the worst direction. In the vast ancient ocean, there are far more than one deep-sea beast. Qiaoning had just run away from the territory of the deep-sea giant seal, when she found herself in the territory of the ancient Dunkleistus. And it was an obviously evolved variant of the Dunkleistus, which was much larger than the modern Dunkleistus fossils. Xiaoning, who didn't know much about ancient creatures, knew about the fierce reputation of the Dunkleistus. Its fame was no less than that of marine creatures such as Anomalocaris, Mosaur, and Plesiosaur. Xiaoning could only keep running. Binglin's beautiful scales had just grown, and she didn't want to see Binglin get hurt again. Binglin was a beast after all. She could stay in the submarine from morning to night. But Binglin couldn't stand it. The wall of the submarine was about to be scratched by it, and Xiaoning had to beg it to let it go for a walk and swim. Xiaoning warned it, remember not to fight with any creatures. Come back quickly after playing for a while. It's 7 o'clock in the evening now. If you don't come back before 8 o'clock, I will go out to find you. Binglin estimated the time and nodded. Xiaoning saw that it was so well behaved, so she let it go out to play for a while. An hour later, Binglin returned on time. Xiaoning looked left and right and didn't find any injuries or other abnormalities on it, so she didn't say anything. She brought the prepared food over and let Binglin eat. While eating, Xiaoning sighed and said, "These deep-sea creatures are really getting harder and harder to deal with. Don't you think so, baby?" Binglin ate his meal and nodded vigorously. "I also went out to get some fresh air today. I met a big shark and almost got hurt. How about you? Are you hurt?" Binglin patted his chest with his claws. "No. I'm almost an adult. Those ugly monsters can't hurt me. I'll kill one if I meet one. And I won't get hurt again." Xiaoning looked at it expressionlessly. Binglin's eating action suddenly froze. It slowly raised its head and met Xiaoning's eyes. Its guilty look could be seen through its fur. "Awuh. Let me explain. Awuh. Awuh. It's not what you think, Master. This is what happened. I just went out and hadn't played for long when I ran into a big fish dragon. I was a little scared and wanted to run away, but it chased me and bit me." Xiaoning crossed her arms and listened to its story. "I really had no choice but to turn around and fight it. My tail was almost bitten by it. I really tried to run away from the master, but it insisted on giving me the fish head." Xiaoning and Binglin looked at each other's beautiful blue eyes for a long time and sighed. "I knew this guy was acting and making up stories, but I just couldn't bear it." Xiaoning asked it, "Are you really not injured?" Binglin nodded heavily. It was really not injured. Otherwise it would have used the wound to win the master's love. The master was the softest to it. Xiaoning pinched the back of its neck. "Don't do it again. If there is a next time, I will unbind you. Anyway, you are so stubborn and don't listen to me. It's useless to have this contract." Binglin was frightened and stopped eating. He kept crying beside Xiaoning. He was really crying, and his tears were flowing. Xiaoning was helpless. "Is this dog made of water?" he cried when he said he would cry. Those two big eyes were like faucets that couldn't be closed. Xiaoning coaxed Binglin from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, and finally coaxed Binglin to stop crying. But he still hiccuped and choked. The pitiful little appearance made anyone feel sad and weak. At 12 o'clock in the night, Xiaoning received the natural disaster information updated by the system. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, there was heavy rain. Acid rain acidity of 150. Air pollution value of 300. Severe marine pollution. Poor marine ecological conditions. And a large number of creatures were endangered. The road sank into the seabed, and the treasure chest was no longer refreshed. The road barrier will not disappear, but it may be destroyed by a deep-sea monster. It is recommended that players try to escape on the submarine highway and not stay in one area for too long. Xiaoning couldn't sleep for a moment when she saw this message. She got up and drove her submarine down. She had been looking for treasure chests in the sea area of 100 to 200 meters recently. Although the number was small, it was not so dangerous, and she would change several sea areas every day. Xiaoning saw the so-called submarine highway only after diving to about 4,000 meters below the sea. In such a deep sea, you can only move freely under the protection of a special diving cover. Of course, it is not ruled out that some players have talents related to diving, or have related props, cards, etc. Xiaoning opened a total of 10 platinum treasure chests, more than 100 gold treasure chests, and 5 diamond treasure chests in this natural disaster. With so many treasure chests, only 2 special diving covers were opened. You can imagine how low the explosion rate of this thing is. Now the shallow sea is no longer suitable for staying. and the acid value is not much worse than acid rain. Moreover, some marine organisms did not die after being eroded by acid rain, but underwent new mutations. This mutation is a bit like the zombie virus in the movies. It will make the marine creatures that survive the mutation fearless and incapable of death. They will have no sense of pain, no sense of fatigue, will be in a state of hunger all the time, and will only know how to attack all living things around them. Very sensitive to the smell of all living things, especially the smell of flesh and blood. At present, this biological mutation has not spread to the deep sea, because the deep sea water is not acidic for the time being and has not been polluted by acid rain. Qiaoning drove the car at high speed on the underwater highway, almost without stopping during this period. Anyway, there is no treasure chest, so there is no need to stop. Just keep running forward. The 4-kilometer deep sea is darker and more mysterious than Qiaoning imagined. It seems that a giant beast may emerge from every corner. The system finally behaved like a human this time. After its map is updated, every time the player drives to a sea area, it will unlock the situation of the surrounding sea areas. It clearly divides different sea areas, and marks the current dominant races and information of the sea areas. The sea area Qiaoning is driving to now is the giant turtle sea area. According to the information, this should be the most docile and peaceful deep-sea monster. Qiaoning thought that after upgrading the level 7 car, he also unlocked a pet column position that was empty and useless. Unlocking the pet slot requires car level and experience. She has no shortage of experience points. She gained a lot of experience points from exchanging supplies for the previous natural disasters, which is enough for her. So every time she upgrades the car, she also unlocks the pet slot. Qiaoning was thinking, and suddenly felt her sleeve being pulled. She looked down and saw that it was Binglin who was pulling her. Binglin seemed to know what she was thinking, and the accusation was obvious in his blue eyes. Chapter 80. Qiaoning stroked Binglin's head casually and said in a scumbag tone, "Don't worry. No matter how many pets I collect, you will always be the most important one. The others are just acting." Binglin is a simple dog. Whereas he heard such scumbag talk, he didn't even hear anything wrong. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma would not be fooled by Qiaoning. After solving the potential fire problem of the pet pen, Qiaoning turned on the submarine mode and left the road to go deep into the sea. Each deep-sea overlord has its own territory, and basically no other deep-sea monster will appear. Qiaoning didn't know much about the prehistoric giant turtles, only that there was a giant turtle that was about 2 stories high. And now the giant turtles in this sea area are obviously larger. They have evolved to the size of dozens of stories high and hundreds of feet long. They weigh tens of thousands of tons, according to the data displayed by the system. This kind of spiny armored tortoise spends most of the day sleeping. It will only wake up when it needs to hunt, and it can go several days without eating after hunting. Of course, its appetite at each meal is quite amazing, and it must eat thousands of tons of food. Qiaoning heard that large whales only eat more than 10 tons a day. This giant turtle has a big appetite, and Qiaoning hesitated just now because she was considering the issue of pet appetite. Among the pets she raised, except for Luzhu, the others are all foodies, and each one eats more than the other. If there is another thorny armored dragon turtle that eats hundreds of tons per meal, Qiaoning's eyes will go black at the thought. Or should I just forget it? But if I miss the opportunity to collect the overlord of the ocean with an empty pet cage, I may not have such a good opportunity again, because this is already the 2nd trial disaster, and there is only 1 trial disaster left. It is not known what the situation will be at that time, so it is always good to make more preparations. Qiaoning gritted her teeth and decided to try the thorny armored dragon turtle. There are not many deep-sea overlords with gentle temperaments, and the probability of successfully conquering them is very high. Moreover, turtles are naturally highly defensive and have thick blood bars, making them good combat partners. As for eating a lot, Qiaoning thought, with such a large appetite, it should not be picky about food. Right? As long as it eats everything, it should be able to be fed with more high-grade feed and animal feeding pills. If that doesn't work, it can only be left to hunt on its own. The location of the deep-sea overlord will be displayed on the map, which is a very large red dot, which is particularly eye-catching. With the target direction, Qiaoning can find it much faster. As expected, as the information introduction said, the Spinosaurus turtle doesn't like to move. She has been driving the submarine for so long, and the big red dot really doesn't move. When it was about 200 nautical miles away, Xiaoning asked Bing Lin to restrain his breath, so as not to wake it up. It would be difficult to subdue it then. Unexpectedly, she suddenly saw that the red dot on the map seemed to move. Is my vision correct? Xiaoning continued to observe the dot on the map, but it didn't move after waiting for a few minutes. Maybe he suddenly turned over while sleeping? Or changed his position to stretch his legs? Xiaoning was thinking this when she suddenly saw the red dot move again. This time she was sure she was not mistaken. It not only moved, but also seemed to move a distance. And the direction it swam was towards Xiaoning's location. Is the deep-sea monster so sensitive? Has it discovered that she has invaded the territory? That shouldn't be the case. She is just a tiny creature in the sea. Even if she is discovered by the monster, it will not think it is an invasion. At most, it saw a piece of food that is not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. There will not be any big reaction. Xiaoning did not stop the submarine and continued to move forward. Then she saw that the red dot on the map was moving faster and faster. In just 10 minutes, plus the speed of the submarine, the distance of about 200 nautical miles was shortened to dozens of nautical miles. After about 2 minutes, Xiaoning finally saw the big guy. Oh my god! When you really see this kind of monster, it is completely different from looking at the data displayed by the system. That kind of shock is hard to describe. And I guess I will never forget it. The last time she was so shocked was when she encountered a super huge ice monster in the highway world of extreme cold disaster. In front of the thorny armored turtle, her whale-like submarine seemed to have turned into a small fish. And it might be able to blow the submarine away with its breath. You want to find me? A voice suddenly appeared in Xiaoning's mind. It was not a human voice, but it inexplicably conveyed the meaning of these words to her. And it was a statement, not a question. Xiaoning immediately realized that it was this thorny armored turtle that was talking to her. She knew that some pets with higher bloodlines or strong strength could send signals to communicate with players, such as Fat Tiger, Big Locust, and Man-Eating Flower King Xiaohong could all send messages to her. Not to mention Ice Scale, which can communicate without obstacles. But that can basically only be done after becoming her contracted pet. Before this, there was a barrier between players and other mutant beasts. Even Bing Lin couldn't talk to her directly. It might be because Bing Lin was not yet an adult. Before becoming her pet, he could only sense her thoughts and couldn't convey his own thoughts to her. Yes, I did come to see you. The sudden change made Xiaoning a little unsure of what to say. She couldn't just tell the thorny dragon tortoise that she was here to take it as a pet. Right? She felt like she would be blown away. I know what you mean. If you can do it, please try it. Xiaoning was stunned for a moment, because this thorny dragon tortoise was not threatening her, but asking her. But why? This thorny dragon tortoise is obviously a creature with thoughts and wisdom. She thought that creatures like this would generally not be willing to be kept as pets. I might be dying. Xiaoning heard the thorny dragon tortoise convey such a signal. Only you can keep me alive. This world is destined to be destroyed. I sleep longer and longer. Before I sensed your arrival, I hadn't woken up for a long time. All creatures have the instinct to survive, and the thorny armored dragon turtle is no exception. Although it has lived longer than most marine creatures, according to its lifespan, it is only in its prime. It naturally does not want to die. Xiaoning suddenly felt a little stressed, because the higher the bloodline and the stronger the pet, the lower the chance of successfully conquering it. Even if the thorny armored dragon turtle volunteered to become her pet, it might not work. But now that things have come to this, she can only try her best. Xiaoning checked her Lucky Star talent passive, which has been triggered today. It was triggered when she chose the direction of the submarine highway and avoided a dangerous deep-sea overlord's territory. The submarine highways are now crisscrossed, and no one knows what kind of sea area the next fork will lead to. So Xiaoning asked the thorny armored dragon turtle, if the conquest fails, will it affect you? Yes. I am actually very weak now. If the contract fails, I may become even weaker, or I may die directly. But if you don't try, my ending will also be death. Xiaoning is under more pressure now. In this case, we can only wait until tomorrow when the Lucky Star passive comes. Otherwise the thorny armored dragon turtle may suffer in vain. After Xiaoning communicated with it briefly, she did not leave, but parked the submarine nearby, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock at night. I may fall asleep again. When you contract me, it is better to wake me up first. This way, the chance of success is greater. Before Qiaoning opened her mouth to say anything in the diving mask, she saw that the thorny armored dragon turtle had closed its eyes. She even saw large bubbles in the seawater between its breasts. No. It fell asleep too fast. It seems that the thorny armored dragon turtle is really weak to a certain extent. The thorny armored dragon turtle does not snore when it sleeps. But Binglin said that when it sleeps, it will emit a sound wave that humans cannot hear every once in a while to deter marine life in the area. Therefore, there are basically no large predators near where it hibernates. Foreign predators dare not invade the territory of the thorny armored dragon turtle casually. Qiaoning took this opportunity to search for treasure chests nearby. And she really found a lot of them. More than 100 gold treasure chests were found. And 10 diamond treasure chests were found. And because there were no powerful predators nearby, there was no danger when obtaining diamond treasure chests. Seeing that the dragon turtle was sleeping soundly, Qiaoning simply went back to the submarine with Binglin to open the box. Today, the explosion rate of gold treasure chests was unprecedentedly high. There were hundreds of sets of props such as diving covers, accelerators, and acid-proof light films. Even if the natural disaster is upgraded tomorrow, it should be enough. The main thing that came out of the diamond treasure chest was a lot of capsules. There were 4 colors of capsules. Except for the golden capsules, there were only 10, and the other capsules had 50 of each color. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the number of triggers of the Lucky Star passive Lucky Star arrival was refreshed, and Qiaoning immediately went out of the submarine to call the thorny dragon turtle. However, she tried various methods, but failed to wake it up. She even used the black flame bone knife. But the dragon turtle did not move at all, and its eyelids did not tremble. Only the bubbles that kept coming out of the water showed that it was still alive. What should I do? It's impossible to wake it up. The big turtle only told her to wake it up, but didn't say it was so difficult to wake it up. Why don't we just try to subdue it? Qiaoning looked at Binglin next to her. Do you have a way to communicate with it directly? Just like you usually send messages to me. Can you call it directly with your mind consciousness? Binglin nodded. You can call it, but it may not wake up. It's too weak. I feel that its vitality is very little. It's like a flame that is about to go out, but still struggling and jumping. It's okay. Try your best. After hearing what the master said, Binglin no longer hesitated, opened his mouth and sent out invisible sound waves, rushing towards the direction of the thorny dragon turtle. When the sound waves were sent out for the 3rd time, the thorny dragon turtle finally opened its heavy eyelids. It seemed that opening its eyes was already very difficult for it, which showed that it had used up the last part of its energy when it swam to her quickly with its weak body before. Thank you. The thorny dragon turtle seemed unable to send too long a message. Qiaoning did not dare to delay any further, and immediately subdued the pet. This time, the progress bar of subduing was so long that she was shocked, and it was unusually slow. As time went by, the eyelids of the thorny dragon turtle began to droop again, and it was obvious that it could not hold on any longer. Qiaoning was anxious and kept staring at the passive state of Lucky Star, hoping to see the passive state being triggered. Her obvious emotional fluctuations were naturally felt by Binglin beside her. It knew that its owner was very anxious at the moment, but it could not help, so it could only come over to cling to her and comfort her. Qiaoning habitually stroked Binglin's head. Unknowingly, 2 or 3 hours passed, and the eyelids of the thorny dragon turtle tended to close. Qiaoning had a hunch that once the thorny dragon turtle closed its eyes this time, it might never wake up again, and she naturally could not contract a dead creature as a pet, and the contract would definitely fail. Chapter 81. After waiting for dozens of minutes, the progress bar finally moved to the end. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for successfully taming the 6th pet, the thorny dragon turtle. The moment it was tamed, the turtle seemed to be injected with endless vitality, and its eyelids opened instantly. The huge eyes were dark and glowing, and they were extremely conspicuous in the dark deep sea. Thank you, Master. Pets are naturally close to and obedient to their masters. What's more, the turtle itself is not a particularly violent marine predator. It just looks fierce, but it is actually very gentle. Qiaoning breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it come back to life. But this breath of relief didn't last long, and it was lifted up again, because she could clearly see the pet status of the turtle, which showed that it was hungry, and she needed to replenish the pet with food as soon as possible. Otherwise the pet would be at risk of death. Thinking of the turtle's terrible appetite, Qiaoning asked it, "Can you hunt by yourself now?" The thorny armored dragon turtle answered honestly, "Sorry, master. I am too weak. I can't move my body. I can only open my mouth to eat." Qiaoning, since she has many pets, she has a large amount of pet food and animal feeding pills. But they are all locked in storage items. Even if she makes it now, it is impossible to make a meal for the turtle so quickly. Qiaoning can only make pet food while hunting some large marine predators. Deep-sea monsters can't be beaten, but ordinary big guys can still be dealt with. The thorny armored dragon turtle can't fight now, so Qiaoning and Binglin must kill the prey before letting it eat. It's really like feeding the meal to its mouth. Feeding continued until 7 or 8 in the morning. Qiaoning was exhausted from fighting and running back and forth. She and Binglin went hunting separately and killed at least thousands of marine creatures, ranging from fish to shrimps, shellfish, etc., with hundreds of species. This can avoid problems in the food chain to a certain extent, although the marine ecology is already very bad under the natural disaster. On the 7th day of the natural disaster, there was a super heavy rain, and the acid rain acidity was 1000, which could instantly corrode all living and dead things. The air pollution level was super severe, and the air was filled with countless highly toxic gases. Any life that needed to breathe could not survive in the air. The marine ecology was severely damaged, and only in the distant deep sea, there was some dissolved oxygen in the water. The submarine highway continued to sink to 10,000 meters in the deep sea. Players could breathe and move freely on the sections where the road barriers were not damaged. However, after the road barriers were damaged, diving props would be required to move freely within 1,000 kilometers. The sea area near the highway will randomly refresh invincible bubbles, which may pass through the highway barriers. Players only need to obtain one when they pass through the highway barriers, and they can dive freely in the deep sea of 10,000 meters without time limit. Qiaoning took a breath after reading the natural disaster information. This is not a natural disaster. This is the end of the world, right? If this is not a natural disaster world created by the game, then even if the environment is so cruel, there will still be some life left. The several mass extinctions in prehistoric times were all natural disasters that destroyed the world. But there were still lives that survived and reproduced. The ocean is the last hope for all life. Just like these players, they have to rely on the ocean in the end to survive this natural disaster. The thorny armored tortoise is far from full, but after eating some, it has recovered a lot of strength and can already hunt on its own. Qiaoning saw the grand scene of its hunting with his own eyes. Its huge mouth opened like a deep-sea whirlpool, sucking all the surrounding marine life into its mouth, and excreting the excess seawater directly. The large predators that Qiaoning had hunted were like small bugs in front of the dragon turtle, and they were swallowed directly. There was no fighting process. The size difference was really too big. This is the deep-sea overlord. There are many deep-sea overlords, like the spiny armored dragon turtle in the endless deep sea, but they may not be so lucky to survive this mass extinction. Because of the large-scale extinction of organisms, the food chain will be broken. As deep-sea giants that need to eat a lot, their extinction is almost inevitable. After eating, the dragon turtle was obviously much more active than before, and the specific manifestation was that it talked more. It may be that it has stayed on the seabed for too long in a weak state, and there is no creature with enough wisdom to communicate with it. So now that it has a master who can talk and other friends, it can't stop talking. Binglin was also nagging and wanted to fight with it, and was persuaded by Qiaoning. However, the dragon turtle has lived for a long time and knows the ocean world very well. In the past, it adhered to the principle of non-aggression and rarely went to other deep-sea monsters' territories. Now it is different. It has an owner and can follow the owner everywhere. It has long wanted to visit those old neighbors. Of course, if they are unfriendly, then in order to protect the owner, it can only eat them. With the dragon turtle escorting her, Qiaoning basically went straight through the areas of those aggressive deep-sea monsters when she couldn't avoid them. Anyway, she just had to hide the submarine under the dragon turtle shell. The dragon turtle hadn't been active for too long and needed to swim well in the seabed. She asked Binglin to go with it. If they encountered any danger, it would be safer for the two to go together to avoid injuries. Qiaoning herself was on the road, protected by barriers, and ordinary large predators couldn't get in. At about noon, Qiaoning summoned the two back. Binglin didn't eat much, but the dragon turtle was a little full and said he wanted to sleep to digest. Qiaoning simply let it go back to the pet pen to sleep, which would help it recover. Xiaoning asked Bing Lin if he wanted to go back to the sea surface to take a look. Bing Lin nodded. He was much more curious than Xiaoning. He had always heard his master say how dangerous the sea surface was now, and asked him not to go back to the sea surface without permission. He had long been curious and wanted to go up to take a look. It just worried about its master, fearing that it would not be able to provide timely support if it was not around, and the master was in danger. Even if it used the contract to teleport back instantly, it was difficult to ensure that the master would not be injured. The intelligent butler drove the submarine autonomously towards the sea surface. As it rose, Xiaoning began to see some corpses of marine creatures through the window of the submarine. These corpses were excellent fertilizers. Xiaoning asked Bing Lin to collect them into its space when she saw them. After sneaking for a long time, Xiaoning vaguely saw the light on the sea surface. At this time, there were countless corpses of marine creatures around, and they could not be collected. The acidity of shallow sea water is not much lower than that of the current acid rain. The durability of the acid-proof optical film is rapidly declining, and a new optical film must be replaced in about 10 minutes. Otherwise, the submarine will be instantly corroded by the high-acid seawater. When the submarine emerged from the sea level, Xiaoning saw the acid rain world outside through the hatch on the top. It can no longer be described as rain. It is like a waterfall falling straight down. Xiaoning drove the submarine forward and soon encountered a huge island. It was the first time she saw an island in this disaster world. However, before she drove the submarine over to see what was going on, the island was gradually corroded and washed away by the super-violent acid rain. The whole process did not even last long. Xiaoning even suspected that she had seen a mirage. The world on the sea surface was not a place for living things at all. Staying here would only waste props. After satisfying her curiosity, Xiaoning stopped staying. Returned to the submarine highway. Some giant bubbles appeared near the highway, enough to wrap people in cars. Xiaoning's submarine was much larger, so she had to find the largest bubble to get in. It was really convenient to have these bubbles, saving the need to use acid-proof light film. Before the disaster ended, she collected as many treasure chests as possible. In the end, she collected more than 1,000 gold treasure chests and 90 diamond treasure chests. Xiaoning only opened part of them, and the rest of the treasure chests were placed in capsules and then stored in Bing Lin's space. The space of Bing Lin is more useful than her storage props. At least it can prevent the shortage of resources after the next natural disaster system blocks her storage props. Xiaoning opened a blueprint of an air membrane from a diamond treasure chest. According to the introduction, it should be a protective membrane blueprint similar to a diving mask. People can breathe freely inside and resist the poisonous gas from the outside. The duration of the air membrane varies with the state of the outside air. If the air condition is bad, the duration is short, and the shortest is 4 hours. Xiaoning didn't think much about it, because the sea surface is indeed full of poisonous gas at this time, and it is not surprising to have an air membrane blueprint. This blueprint requires several kinds of light film materials, one of which is acid-proof light film. Xiaoning opened 100 gold treasure chests, and could only barely make up 10 sets of air membrane materials. By the time she made the air membrane, it was almost night. There were still 2 hours before the end of the natural disaster, and the sea was surging. An earthquake even broke out in the underwater world, causing a huge tsunami. In the face of the power of nature, all creatures, including humans, seemed so small. If Bing Lin hadn't sensed something was wrong in advance and avoided the tsunami area, she would have died at the bottom of the sea no matter how powerful she was. 2 hours passed, but Xiaoning felt like 2 centuries had passed. Finally, when another tsunami was launched, Xiaoning heard a familiar system prompt. Congratulations to Xiaoning, the player in Area 1408, for passing the second level of the Liddy trial. After a 10-second countdown, the player Xiaoning will be teleported to the third level of the Liddy trial. As long as she survives the 7th natural disaster cycle, she will have the opportunity to choose to lead this large-scale highway survival game. There may be slight discomfort during the teleportation process, so please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 7. I don't even have time to take a vacation this time. Chapter 82. This teleportation was very strange. In the past, when Xiaoning was teleported, she could not see anything but blackness in front of her eyes. But it was the same this time. She clearly saw countless passages emitting faint light in the endless dark void. And she was in one of them. The end of these passages extended to an unknown place. The colorful lights in the passages flickered, and people felt dizzy after looking at them for a long time. Maybe it was only a few seconds. Or maybe it was a long time. Xiaoning saw a passageway appear in front of her, which looked very much like the space black hole and time-space rift in the movie. Xiaoning was still hesitating whether to go in, and was sucked into the black hole in the next second. When she appeared again, Xiaoning was already on a road made of garbage. She was not mistaken. The road where the car was indeed a road made of garbage. Even outside the road barrier, there was an endless sea of garbage, and a mountain of garbage. This is actually a world full of various garbage pollutants. Not only that, a world full of garbage naturally doesn't smell good. Sour smell, pungent smell of toxic substances, rotten smell, fishy smell, etc. All kinds of unpleasant smells mixed together. The smell is simply indescribable. One sniff can make you vomit for 3 days and 3 nights. The key is that it is still poisonous. Fortunately, Xiaoning was teleported directly in the car. After seeing the world outside the window, she put on a gas mask as soon as possible, and used an air film to wrap the entire car. Smart housekeeper, master. It is detected that your tires are infected by first-level pollutants. It is recommended to completely destroy and replace the tires. Xiaoning did not hesitate and immediately clicked to replace. After the replacement, she suddenly reacted. The backpack stuff can be used? Doesn't this mean that the storage props are unlocked? Xiaoning quickly checked the storage box. And sure enough, the storage box was unlocked. But when she looked at the friend list and the like, she found that they were still blocked. It was dark, and she couldn't see anything. But the chat channel and the trading channel were opened. Xiaoning wanted to send a message in the chat channel and quickly contact Pei Jing and the others to see how they were doing. Before she could enter the content, she found that something seemed wrong with the chat channel. Everyone's ID was marked with a pollution value number. There was no division of regions and servers. Only levels. From high to low. They were A level, B level, C level, etc. Xiaoning saw an F level at the lowest level. The highest level, Xiaoning only saw herself as an S level. And the highest level of others was only A level. Welcome all players to the 3rd level of the Liddy trial, which is also the 7th natural disaster cycle you have participated in. A virtual figure appeared in the sky. The figure had a female appearance. Long wavy hair like black seaweed. A red tied dress. Delicate and beautiful facial features. And was so perfect that there was no flaw in her body. I am the host number 1 of this trial natural disaster. What I want to tell you next is that there is no time limit for this natural disaster cycle. And there is no need to follow the survival rate rules. Players only need to find the rule stone that purifies the garbage world to pass this trial. It should be noted that there is only one rule stone. Only players who have passed the level will have the opportunity to choose to leave this large-scale highway survival game. I think everyone knows what this means. In addition, the performance of all players in this trial disaster will be presented to the players who gave up the previous trial disaster and were eliminated but not dead in a live broadcast. Players with good performance may receive popularity encouragement from the audience. Popularity points can be exchanged for various props, which may save lives at critical moments. It is necessary to remind everyone that the garbage world is full of highly toxic, polluted monsters. Contact with garbage may increase the pollution value, which is not a fun thing. However, if you have a way to clean up some garbage, you may have unexpected gains. You can also find some helpful things by driving hard on the garbage road to find supplies. Well, my reminder work today ends here. I wish you all a happy game. After saying these words, host number 1 disappeared. Xiaoning was sorting out the information she had just obtained. Some of the words of host number 1 were unclear, but it did provide a lot of information to the players. The first is the rule stone, which is a prop for passing the level. And there is only one. And the number of people online in the chat channel is as high as 9582. These people are probably the big guys who survived the last trial disaster and passed the level. In short, it is estimated that few of them are good people. The second point is the so-called live audience. Xiaoning thinks that there is a high probability that some players triggered or reached a certain standard during the last disaster, and the system allows them to give up the level and exit the trial, since they are the audience. There is also a setting of exchanging props for popularity points, so the number of viewers must be quite large. In this way, her friends are likely to be alive. This is the best news for her. The third point is the pollution value and the pollution monsters. as well as the 2 ways to harvest resources, cleaning up garbage and driving a car. Neither of these 2 ways is easy, because garbage itself is a pollutant. It can increase the player's pollution value. Host number 1 only said that the increase in pollution value is not fun, but did not explain what kind of harm it would cause. But Xiaoning is not optimistic about this. There are too many pitfalls in this game. From the beginning to now, Xiaoning estimates that the players are almost pitted out of PTSD syndrome. She thought the air film was a life-saving prop for the last natural disaster. Now it seems that the air film should be used in the 3rd level. Fortunately, she did not waste it. Otherwise she would be killed by the game now. With the protection of the air film, Xiaoning does not have to worry about the car being eroded by garbage pollution for the time being. But the air film has a duration. Judging from the current pollution level, an air film can last for about 24 hours. But if the environmental pollution level worsens, it may not be 24 hours. The item introduction said that the air membrane can last at least 4 hours. She only had 10 air membranes. She had to hurry to find supplies. This was the first time that Xiaoning felt so urgent. It might be because those people in the chat channel were no longer players who needed to unite, but competitors for survival. She didn't want others to die, but she didn't want to die at the hands of others. She had survived so many natural disaster worlds, not to fatten up and be killed by others. While the smart housekeeper was driving, Xiaoning started to draw blind box coins. Although the 3rd level trial was unlikely to be so simple that she could draw the air membrane directly. But what if? She had to try first. She believed in the power of the golden talent of the wish blind box collector. And the key point was the word wish. Even if she couldn't draw the air membrane, it would be good if she could draw other useful things. She first drew a single draw and drew materials. Materials are good and can upgrade cars. Then, there were 10 consecutive draws. There were still mostly materials, and some other blueprints and props that she already had. Xiaoning continued to draw, and after almost 1,000 draws, she finally drew a blueprint for a pollution purifier. At the same time, today's lucky star was passively triggered. Xiaoning stopped drawing. She clicked on the introduction of the pollution purifier blueprint. The instrument created by God can be used to purify all pollutants. Materials required for manufacturing: dark stone fragments, diamond ore, mixed metals, titanium alloy, S-level pollutants, S-level pollution monsters. Xiaoning instantly closed the introduction and gave up temporarily. The smart housekeeper drove for hundreds of kilometers, consuming a lot of gasoline and other energy, but did not see a single supply box. From time to time, someone sent messages in the chat channel to buy various items, and Xiaoning just glanced over them. She did not send a purchase request. Think about who is willing to provide supplies for her survival competitors. They are all potential threats to her life. There are also people crying in the chat channel, describing themselves as extremely miserable. What shocked Xiaoning was that someone actually believed that person's words and traded supplies with him. As a result, after a while, the person who was kind enough to trade supplies was offline and eliminated. He was not eliminated alive, but offline due to death. Xiaoning didn't even know how that person died. Having experienced many natural disaster worlds, she had seen too many messages for help. At first, these messages put a lot of pressure on her psychology, and she once had a strong sense of guilt. But she rarely showed these, and never told anyone. But later, Xiaoning was able to relieve the pressure of this psychological guilt. In the later stages, after players formed their own teams and forces, they actually didn't ask for help in the chat channel very often, but only asked for help from people they were familiar with. After all, this is a cruel survival game. If your friends don't help you, can you expect strangers who have nothing to do with you to help you? 90% of the help messages in the later chat channels are malicious, and only a very small number of them really need help. When Xiaoning reads the chat channel, she will try to identify the real information and selectively help some people. As for the others, she really couldn't help everyone. In this natural disaster world, there are no companions, only enemies. Xiaoning knew that some people were strong and kind-hearted, but she didn't expect that the saying that good people don't live long would come true so quickly. Xiaoning silently observed the chat channel for a long time and summed up one sentence: don't believe even a punctuation mark in all the information above, especially those who recruit teammates for cooperation. It's all bullshit. Xiaoning watched for a long time and wasted her time watching a group of movie stars perform infernal affairs. The big guys who could survive so many natural disasters should have more or less trust in each other. Because the first 5 natural disaster worlds all require survival rates. And players in the region and server need to unite to survive. However, at this level, a rule stone instantly shattered everyone's plastic trust. Xiaoning has scanned the player list. She is glad that her friends are not in this level. They are probably in the audience. This is also good. Maybe seeing her live broadcast can cheer her up. Just as Xiaoning was about to close the chat channel, she suddenly saw a message from a player. B-level Lin Yufeng, 25 pollution value. Everyone be careful of Huan Longsheng. He is a killer with A-level strength. He has killed several people. As long as he appears near you, there will be a red mark on the map. Everyone must run quickly, and don't be caught by him. A friend of mine has been killed and dismembered by him. He is a pervert. Xiaoning read the message in seconds and took a look at the system map. What a coincidence. She saw the red mark. And there was more than one. Chapter 83. Xiaoning ignored the red signs and continued to drive forward. But soon, someone crossed from a fork in the road and blocked the way. Even if the other party's car was not level 7, it was at least level 6. Xiaoning didn't want to waste a repair card, so she simply stopped the car. Female player? A total of 4 people drove around in front, behind, left and right, blocking Xiaoning's car tightly. The owners of this car are all men in their 20s to 40s. The leading man's specific age cannot be seen. He looks like he is in his 30s, but his eyes are more mature and deep. The man looks gentle and elegant, but also capable. He is wearing a well-equipped suit, and even holding a briefcase in his hand. If it were a different environment, Xiaoning would probably think this is the CEO of a company. You are really a young girl. Looking at your appearance, I don't know if you are an adult. Several people saw Xiaoning's appearance clearly through the lowered window of the car. This car is quite good. It's not a car. It's more like a flying machine. Mr. Wang, did you see that there are protective gear on this car? It should be gear that can isolate pollution and poison gas. This car is not damaged at all. If we had this gear, we wouldn't have to waste precious pollution removers. Huang Longsheng smiled at Xiaoning. I have a daughter who looks about your age. Little girl, I won't kill you. You can go as far as you can. Your car and everything in it must be left behind, including the storage gear. Xiaoning met Huang Longsheng's gaze, was silent for a few seconds, and really got out of the car. Others thought she was obedient and ready to abandon the car and leave. But a black shadow suddenly emerged from the car and tore a man who tried to get close to Xiaoning into pieces in an instant, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. And some blood even splashed in front of the other 3 people. Binglin opened his mouth and roared at them. His roar made the garbage mountain in the distance collapse. Even if the others had equipment or props to protect them, they were in a mess. For a moment, Xiaoning was the only one standing. Binglin was no longer the silly dog he usually was. He was really a top predator standing at the top of the food chain. The look in the eyes of the 3 people was as if he was looking at dead ants. Xiaoning teleported to one person and pinched the man's neck through the gloves and equipment. Wang Zhou, you don't want to leave when you are given a way to live. But you have to die? Mr. Wang, this woman killed my brother. I can't give you face and let her go. She must die. As he said that, Wan Mihai summoned 2 giant beasts. The giant beasts were obviously animals, but had plant characteristics. As if some mutant beasts and mutant plants were forcibly fused together. Mr. Huang's eyes never left Xiaoning. He always felt that this girl was a little dangerous. It's not that her temperament looks dangerous and not easy to mess with, but she herself gives him a huge sense of threat. And there is the huge monster beside her that looks like nothing. Binglin, come back. When Binglin wanted to tear up these things that are in the way, it heard its master's call, braked instantly, turned around and rubbed against Xiaoning. At this time, the 2 giant beasts had already raised their fists, spewing flames and smashing down in the direction of Xiaoning. Xiaoning raised her hand. A giant dragon formed by ice and snow roared and flew into the air. A breath of dragon froze a mutant giant beast into an ice sculpture. The other one saw that the situation was not good and wanted to put away the flames and retreat. But the ice dragon swallowed the flames and rushed towards it, and finally froze the beast and its master together. Xiaoning shot 2 ice arrows with a flick of his finger. After hitting the frozen people and beasts, they shattered into countless ice cubes, and finally turned into powder and frost sand. A gust of cold wind left by the ice dragon blew. and even the powder and frost sand disappeared. The whole process took less than a minute. The man whose neck was pinched by Qiaoning was pale and blue at this time. Just when he thought Qiaoning would break his neck, he heard the other party ask, "Where did you get the pollution remover?" "I robbed it." "Where did you rob it from?" "Do you know how the other party got it?" Qiaoning put some strength on her hand. "A girl, about the same age as you." "I don't know." Qiaoning's face was expressionless. The last question. "Why don't you use your pet?" He used his skills but didn't hurt her. She knew that. Pet lock. The man's face turned purple, and veins on his forehead were exposed. Qiaoning exerted force on her hand and broke the man's neck. Then, looking at the filth of the man's incontinence before his death, she couldn't help but throw the body away in disgust. Binglin came over immediately and created a stream of water to help her wash her hands and gloves. There was only one person left. It was unknown whether Huang Longsheng was really calm or pretending to be calm. He looked calm even when he was about to die. He even smiled and said, "Little girl, you should be reasonable. I didn't want to kill you just now. I even wanted you to leave." Qiaoning was puzzled. "Do I have to thank you? Who would thank an enemy who wants to kill you?" Qiaoning didn't intend to listen to this man's sophistry and nonsense. The murderous intent in his eyes had never disappeared. Anyway, in this natural disaster cycle, all players are her enemies. Without exception. Huang Longsheng stared into her eyes. His tone was gentle with a strange bewitching power. "You can thank me. After all, I don't mean to hurt you. You are so charming and beautiful. So likable. I like girls like you." He didn't finish his words, because he saw the flying locust army behind Qiaoning. "For people like you, it's better not to leave even the corpse." Qiaoning looked into his eyes without dodging or being bewitched. Huang Longsheng's special method didn't work on her. "No. Why didn't you?" Qiaoning frowned impatiently. And the poisonous locusts in the sky swarmed up, eating Huang Longsheng and the pets he summoned before his death in a short time. After the poisonous locusts finished eating, they did not return to Qiaoning, but flew to the road barrier. After passing through the barrier, they actually began to eat one garbage mountain after another. The thorny dragon tortoise in the pet pen seemed to sense something and kept sending signals to Qiaoning, saying that it would come out no matter what. Qiaoning couldn't persuade it, so she let it out. As soon as the big turtle came out, it crushed a garbage mountain. Then, garbage flew everywhere it passed. In order to prevent being affected, Qiaoning had to support one ice wall after another. It is said that turtles are slow, but the big turtle is not slow at all. In less than a minute, it crawled into a sea of garbage. If the garbage mountain is full of solid or messy garbage, then the garbage sea is liquid garbage mixed with solid garbage. Qiaoning saw with her own eyes the big turtle eating in the sea of garbage. Of course, it was not eating garbage, but eating the monsters formed by pollution. For example, the helicoprian shark with mineral water bottles, plastic, metal and other objects embedded in its body. There was also a big octopus with an alien mouth. The suction cups on each leg of the octopus kept spraying some pus like high sulfuric acid, corroding the surrounding things. Those monsters were not low in pollution just by looking at them. And the big turtle ate several of them in one mouthful without chewing. Qiaoning estimated that it didn't want to taste it either. The smell of those monsters was not light at first glance, but the big turtle was lucky to be able to eat them. She originally wanted to release Fat Tiger, but now she thought about it and let it go. Panda just eat the crisp and refreshing bamboo shoots. She did release Green Pearl. It can absorb poisonous gas to purify the air, just like cleaning garbage. When the value of air purification reaches a certain number, some supplies may appear. Seeing Binglin still beside her, Qiaoning deliberately asked him, "Everyone is eating. Why don't you go eat?" Binglin's furry face couldn't hide his shock. His pupils were wide and round, as if saying, "Master, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qiaoning knew that he was more picky than other pets, and only ate delicious food, even if it was mutants. He didn't like to eat things that looked too strange. For example, the things that the big turtle ate were the kind that Binglin would never touch, and he would never be on his menu. As the garbage and poisonous gas of several pets were dealt with, some supplies were constantly refreshed in the area around Qiaoning. It was not a box, but just simple supplies, floating in the air with a little treasure light, which was no different from the rewards scattered after killing monsters in the game. Qiaoning put them all away, and she sorted them out and found that except for some daily supplies, The rest were all props related to garbage and air cleaning. Garbage shovel, garbage truck, garbage can, air freshener, etc. There are also self-defense props such as air membrane, pollution protection clothing, and attack props such as pollution purification cannon. In short, there are all kinds of things, and they are all very useful. Host number 1 did not say where the lost stone is located, and the players have to explore and find it by themselves. It is difficult to find it if you stay in one place. It will be troublesome if someone finds the lost stone before her. So Qianning returned to the car and continued on her way. Every time she arrived at a garbage mountain, she let a few pets gnaw on it to make sure there was nothing like the lost stone before leaving. As the sky darkened, Qianning drove slower and slower. She kept observing those garbage mountains. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that these garbage mountains one after another seemed to be gradually coming alive. Chapter 84. Qianning never takes chances. Since she has a premonition, she will definitely take precautions and make preparations regardless of whether it will really happen or not. She called back the swarm of poisonous locusts that ran far away. The remaining ones were the man-eating plant and the dragon turtle. These two had been eating and drinking in the vicinity for so long that they were reluctant to come back. Qianning wondered if she didn't give them enough time to go out. So they were reluctant to come back once they came out to play. After calling all the pets back and putting them in the pet pen for the time being, Qianning returned to the garbage road and did not continue driving forward, because she found that the density of garbage mountains was getting higher and higher. Before, there was a particularly high garbage mountain every few dozen kilometers, and a small garbage mountain could be seen every 2 or 3 minutes. Now the number of high garbage mountains has increased, one next to the other, and the small garbage mountains are almost invisible. Stopping the car, Qianning asked the smart housekeeper to monitor and take pictures of the nearby garbage mountains. 10 minutes later, she opened the video files and watched them carefully from beginning to end. As expected, she found that these garbage mountains were really moving. To be precise, they were merging. The small garbage mountains were swallowed and merged by the big garbage mountains. And the big garbage mountains were also merging with each other. And then a new giant garbage mountain was formed. Qianning stared at the video with a frown on her face. Suddenly, she heard the ice scales beside her growl with vigilance. She hurried to look out the window. What was that? Qianning was shocked to see an extremely huge thing walking towards the road. It was made up of large and small garbage, and even liquid or semi-solid garbage flowed on its body. Every step it took would drop some black matter, and then absorb more garbage into its body. Almost every step was getting bigger. It was like a giant garbage mountain that suddenly grew a head, arms and 2 legs. Maybe Qianning's gaze stayed for a little too long, or maybe for some other reason. The garbage monster that was squatting down and digging the garbage mountain into its mouth suddenly turned its head. 2 black hole-like eye sockets stared straight at the location of Qianning's car. Qianning's heart jumped. It had to be said that this scene was really scary. Fortunately, her heart had long been trained to be extremely strong by the various shocking scenes and events in the natural disaster world. Otherwise, ordinary people would be scared to death when seeing the scene. The garbage monster seemed to have really noticed Qianning's car. It stopped eating and swallowing the garbage mountain, but moved its heavy legs and began to approach the road. Its speed was very slow. Every time it lifted its feet, mucus would appear on the ground, which looked disgusting and terrifying. Bing Lin was next to her and wanted to roar at the monster, but she stopped him in time with a gesture. Reason told Qianning that what she should do now was to start the car and run away quickly. But for some reason, the more dangerous the moment, the more crazy factors seemed to be playing tricks in her heart. She suddenly wanted to stay here and not move. See if the monster really found her, and whether it could really break through the road barrier to attack her. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time passed slowly, and the garbage monster, no matter how slowly it moved, gradually approached the road. Qianning still did not move. The garbage monster had already walked to the road barrier, and it even bit its huge body, and countless black substances and sticky liquids full of corrosive and toxic odors fell from its body. It really could see itself. No, to be precise, it should have sensed itself in some way. The 2 eyes of this monster were just for show, because she saw that after the monster arrived at the road barrier, it did not reach out to grab her directly, but was groping for something. The next second, Qianning made an even crazier move. She got out of the car, She even took the initiative to approach the road barrier. The monster's feet were less than 2 meters away from her. There were 2 large plastic buckets on the garbage monster's head. After Qiaoning got out of the car, it suddenly moved. Then the monster opened its mouth, as if showing a smile, as if saying to Qiaoning, "I found you." Then it stretched out its palm to grab Qiaoning behind the road barrier. But Qiaoning still stood there without moving. Binglin could no longer control his instinctive reaction at this time, and became much bigger. He used his body to block Qiaoning, and kept baring his teeth and growling at the monster, threatening it, just like a big dog with its fur standing on end. Qiaoning stroked its tail soothingly. After the garbage monster's palm touched the road barrier, it was like hitting an extremely hard wall. No matter how it slapped, it could not destroy the barrier. The black substance and mucus on its palm could not pollute the road barrier at all. Qiaoning raised her hand and gathered an ice arrow to shoot at the garbage monster's eye socket as if to provoke it, and it disappeared after piercing into its black hole eye socket. However, the monster seemed to feel pain and was stimulated. It slapped and hammered everywhere in anger and frenzy. The surrounding garbage was constantly absorbed into its mouth and limbs. In a blink of an eye, it became bigger. However, it tried to break through the road barrier again, but failed. Qiaoning waved at it and drove away. The monster wanted to chase Qiaoning following the sound of the car starting, but its speed was too slow. Before it took 2 steps, Qiaoning's car could not even be seen. Qiaoning also looked back at the garbage monster, only to see it eating like crazy, growing bigger, and finally exploded with a bang, turning into garbage pollution scattered all over the ground again. Qiaoning was going to leave. She had driven dozens of kilometers away. Somehow, she suddenly had a strong desire to go back and take a look. The road cannot be turned back, and this garbage road is the same. However, if you leave the road, you can return along the road outside the road. Qiaoning thought about it, turned on the suspension mode of the car, replaced the air membrane that was about to fail, and then left the road and rushed to the place where the monster appeared just now. After a while, she returned to the previous place. The ground was full of black matter, and the foul-smelling corrosive liquid almost covered all the garbage around. The gas mask blocked all toxic gases, but there was still a stench lingering at the tip of her nose. Even though Qiaoning had a strong psychological quality, she couldn't help nausea when she saw this picture and smelled the smell. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort, sprayed some air freshener around, and smelled a refreshing mint fragrance, which finally made her feel better. Qiaoning searched the pollutants on the ground with her eyes, and when she couldn't find anything, she couldn't help frowning. It is said that after this big guy disappears, there should be some special props dropped, which is a common setting in the game. Do I really have to start looking for it? Or let the big turtle and the big locust help to eat and find it? Qiaoning did a lot of psychological preparation for a long time, but still couldn't do it. She was a bit of a germaphobe. This was not a life or death situation, or a certain treasure in a specific location. She really couldn't convince herself to overcome her psychological factors and look for something in such disgusting pollutants. She couldn't accept it just thinking about that scene. Or should she just forget it? Qiaoning suddenly thought that ordinary things couldn't resist pollution. So what about her own superpowers? She condensed a long ice knife in her hand, and then tried to use the ice knife to turn over the pollutants on the ground, looking for possible props. The moment the ice knife touched the pollutants, black matter stained the ice knife like countless ants crawling, and then was frozen by the cold air of the ice knife, and then disappeared. It turned out that the main superpower was strong enough to purify the pollutants. Qiaoning brought some energy stones, and with the protection of the air film, she kept searching in the pollutants with the ice knife. An hour later, Qiaoning found nothing. The garbage mountain in the distance was stirring again, as if it was about to merge into a new garbage monster. Just when Qiaoning was about to give up the search and leave, the tip of her ice skate suddenly touched something that didn't look like ordinary garbage, because the cold air of the ice skate purified the thing for a short time. A stone similar to dark stone flashed by. Then it was covered and polluted by pollutants again. Qiaoning turned the ice skate into a colander for easy salvage. How to say it? She scooped up the stone with soup and mucus, and that scene really tested her expression management ability. Fortunately, the pollutants can be purified, and Qiaoning didn't feel reluctant to waste energy at all, and purified as fast as possible. Quickly purify all the pollution on the stone and ice skate, then return to the car within 3 seconds. Drive away from this place at high speed. At the same time, clear all the previous processes in your mind with one click. Just as if nothing happened tonight, and she didn't do anything. Another hour later, Qiaoning sat in the car, with a dark stone on the table. This dark stone is not big, but it is finer in texture than any dark stone fragments she has obtained before. It even looks beautiful. It was totally unimaginable that such a beautiful black agate-like stone came from such a disgusting garbage monster. Qiaoning found that she was thinking about that thing again, and immediately stopped thinking about it. Otherwise, she would not be able to eat the midnight snack with Binglin later. This stone had been repeatedly boiled and disinfected for a long time by the special water flow summoned by Binglin with its water power. And now it looked fluorescent and shiny. Qiaoning tried to merge it with the dark stone in her hand, but failed. Putting them together, it cannot be said that there is no sign of attraction. But it can only be said that both sides did not move at all. Just like a man and a woman who were forced to go on a blind date, but had no feelings for each other, and were not attracted to each other at all. The fragments of the dark stone in Qiaoning's hand have now all merged into a large dark stone. The large stone cannot be merged with this black agate dark stone. So there is nothing to do. I can only put it aside for now. Because of the last time the storage props were blocked. She now dared not put important items in the storage props. And most of them were placed in Binglin. The function of the black agate dark stone was unknown. And it was not clear whether there were any side effects. She didn't want to put it in Binglin's space. So she simply left it in the car and ignored it. Unknowingly, a night passed. Qiaoning and Binglin had a midnight snack. After she moved around to digest the food for a while, she washed up and went to bed. Since entering this game, her work and rest have become more and more abnormal. Not long after entering the game, she had her period, and it has not come again until now. There are a lot of female sanitary products in the storage props, and they have never been used. Qiaoning deeply suspected that this was related to her body's multiple advancements, or even evolutions. It may also be that her body sensed the harshness of the surrounding environment, and subconsciously stopped some physiological characteristics to avoid the danger caused by the smell of blood. In short, Qiaoning likes her current state very much. It feels good to have a strong body. Qiaoning slept for about 7 hours this time, and it was noon when she woke up. She glanced at the chat channel and found that the number of people online had dropped from 3,000 to just over 2,000. Hundreds of people died on the first day. I don't know how many days it would take for 3,000 people to die. Host number 1 came once at 8 o'clock in the morning, but Qiaoning was asleep and missed it. However, the system announcement had updated natural disaster information and the playback video of host number 1. She could check it at any time. Qiaoning clicked on the playback video of host number 1. The beauty changed into a cool and beautiful martial arts online game costume today. It was beautiful. And the online game style was really online game style. She had previously felt that the appearance of the equipment in the early stage of the game was very online game-like. And in her opinion, it was not at all the aesthetic style that a survival game should have. Fortunately, some of the advanced equipment that was later exploded would have the function of showing the appearance. Otherwise, a group of survivors wearing online game costumes and cool and exquisite clothes fighting against alien garbage monsters would be a scene that is hard to describe. Seeing that host number 1 changed her online game costume every day, Qiaoning couldn't help but guess. Perhaps this survival game is really a game that incorporates many modern online games. It may be to let these survivors adapt as soon as possible and get familiar with the game settings. Or it may be that they created the existence of the survival game and were too lazy to deal with some details. So they directly integrated modern online game elements into it. This led to some details of the highway survival game giving her a strong sense of disharmony, which seemed delicate and rough. This time, host number 1 announced more information. Mainly a lot of nonsense. Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first day of the natural disaster. Your performance is not bad. Especially, there are several newcomers who are very outstanding. Maybe it's your luck. Or maybe it's unfortunate. The 3 adults Lu Di, Hai Huang and Yun Zun are all paying attention to your live broadcast performance. If you are lucky enough to be noticed by them, after passing this trial disaster, you may soar into the sky and become an existence that you can't imagine. I guess you have been to Ludi City. How is that place? Is it a beautiful and peaceful place? Is it the world you dream of? As long as you pass this trial disaster, you may become the master of Ludi City. Okay, let's announce yesterday's most popular winner. Seeing this, Xiaoning felt bad. Sure enough, the next moment, host number 1 announced the name of the most popular winner, Xiaoning. The most popular winner of each day will get a clue to the location of the rule stone. If others really have no clue, why not find Miss Xiaoning and ask her? Hee hee. Speaking of this, host number 1 laughed. Her delicate features and lively expression made her look very smart and cute, provided that you ignore what she said. Yesterday, host number 1 took the route of gorgeous and charming. But today she became cute and cunning. Eccentric. However, the daily popular king will have a 10-hour coordinate protection time. During this period, you cannot find her location through coordinates or maps. It is possible that some lucky players will meet her on the road. Did you encounter any cute things last night? If you did, try to find a way to get the special props on them. Each big cutie has different treasures. Maybe there will be something you want. What? Are you too afraid of them? Don't worry. They can't hurt you for the time being. But if the pollution value on your body is too high, they may be sucked out of the road barrier and eaten as food. If the pollution value is too low, it will also attract their attention. Think about it. If a small white flower appears in a piece of black and smelly mud, will it attract special attention? If you are not strong enough, don't touch the pollutants left by the big cuties. Otherwise you may become the same as them. There are treasures everywhere in the world of garbage. It depends on whether you can turn garbage into treasure. The video of host number 1 ends here. Xiaoning went to watch the natural disaster information released by the system. On the second day of the natural disaster, the pollution assimilation process is 30%. Players need to obtain the rule stone to pass the level before the process reaches 100%. There are also 2 system prompts. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for winning the title of the most popular player on the first day of the natural disaster. The title will be held for 10 hours. During the title holding period, the player will have coordinate protection. But if the player moves, the title holding period may be shortened. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for obtaining Rule Stone. Location clue, Garbage Sea. Garbage Sea? Meaning that the Rule Stone is hidden in the Garbage Sea? Xiaoning turned on the flight mode of the car and flew a knife to overlook the garbage world around her. She only saw a corner of the Garbage Sea and felt that it was boundless. If a stone is really hidden in the Garbage Sea and players are asked to find it, what is the difference between that and finding a needle in a haystack? The key is that this little clue will attract other players to chase her. The game is really as pitfalls as always. The Garbage Sea is so big that she is not worried about other players finding the lost stone before her. Moving will shorten the time she holds the title. The title was issued to her at 8 o'clock in the morning. Since she did not let the smart housekeeper drive during her sleep, there are less than 6 hours left. Xiaoning wanted to be quiet for a while, so she did not drive and moved. She only trained her body, rested, and conserved her energy in the car. Prepare for the battle that will come in the evening. The sky gradually darkened, and it was getting closer and closer to 6 o'clock in the evening. In the chat channel of more than 2,000 people, messages scrolled frequently, giving the illusion that tens of thousands of people were online. Most of these people were waiting for Xiaoning's coordinates to be exposed, and came to her to get clues about the location of the lost stone. As for how to get it, which of these people was not the strongest in the region? Otherwise it would be impossible to survive the natural disaster of acid rain. Xiaoning did not speak in the chat channel, so they did not know that her strength rating was S level. In their eyes, Xiaoning was just a lucky young girl, just like a child carrying a treasure on the street. How could she not attract others' covetousness? The chat channel was full of blocked words, and Xiaoning could not bear to look at it. So she closed it and stopped reading it, closing her eyes and waiting for 6 o'clock. With the announcement of the smart housekeeper, 6 o'clock came. Xiaoning's coordinates were displayed on the map, and all players could see it. Even the players who had no intention of snatching clues this time rushed to her location, even if they hid in the dark. What if they could find a loophole after the battle? There were more than 1 or 2 people who wanted to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Some people were far away from Xiaoning's coordinates, and the system did not allow direct teleportation, and even wasted precious teleportation props to teleport to Xiaoning's vicinity. At about 6:05, the section of the road where Xiaoning's car was located was already blocked by countless players' vehicles. But strangely, no one acted rashly, as if they were waiting for something. At 6:10, all players except Xiaoning gathered on this road. Xiaoning was a little emotional, driven by interests, People's motivation is really strong. It's hard to imagine that one clue can bring all online players together. These people didn't even consider whether Qiaoning would hand over the clue. In their minds, Qiaoning was already a dead person, and her clue was in their pocket. Now for them, who gets the clue first is the problem. Because there is more than one strong person. There are at least 70 or 80 A-level strongmen present. They are all A-level strongmen. Who is willing to fall behind and become a stepping stone for others? Qiaoning moved her joints and neck, and then got out of her car. There was also a puppy-sized Binglin by her side. She is Qiaoning? She is pretty. But that's all. There seems to be nothing special about her. I don't know why she is so popular. And what the hell is that dog beside her? When those A-level bosses get the clues later, I wonder if they will spare her life. Otherwise, I don't dream. If they really want to spare her life, it won't be your turn. Qiaoning glanced at those who were talking and said nothing. What is the clue to the location of the rule stone? There are definitely more than one person who wants to ask. But before the A-level player speaks, the other players dare not speak. Qiaoning looked at the burly man who asked the question. He was at least 2 meters tall, bald, and tattooed from the top of his head to his neck. Do you want to know? The bald man was impatient to waste time with her, and summoned a flying tiger beast to rush towards Qiaoning. Before the beast could attack Qiaoning, it was stopped by the pets of other A-level players halfway. The two giant beasts were fighting each other, but the players were still talking and negotiating with each other, treating Qiaoning as an object and discussing who should own her. Qiaoning watched this scene and patted Binglin's head to signal it to retreat. Binglin retreated behind her obediently. Did you see that? This woman still wants to protect her dog? What's the use of such a useless animal? It's better to. Before the man finished speaking, an ice arrow instantly pierced his throat, leaving a bloody hole. Then the other high-level players, who were still discussing the ownership of the clues, stopped. A tornado of ice and snow gradually rose up behind Qiaoning, and the ice layer spread rapidly from her feet. The overwhelming posture seemed to freeze the whole world. Ice power? This power is rare. But it's not that I haven't seen it before. The last ice power player I met was drained of energy by me after helping me cross the glacier. The speaker was a long-haired man with a feminine appearance, and his eyes looked like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. When Qiaoning heard his words, a giant frost dragon rushed towards him as he wished. The man didn't seem to panic at first, but just used a gray energy ball to resist. As the ice dragon approached quickly, his face changed drastically. Before he could use the props to escape, the ice dragon swallowed him up and chewed him into pieces, and the whole person turned into a pile of broken ice. Qiaoning condensed an ice knife exactly like the black flame bone knife in his hand, stepped on the broken ice on the ground, and pointed the tip of the knife at the player in front. Don't you want to know the clues of the lost stone? Whoever has the ability to come to me, I will tell him. Chapter 85. Instant kill of A-level. She even killed the venomous snake. The venomous snake sucked so many players dry yesterday. How could she be killed so easily? Is this really a human? Could it be a hidden boss created by the game? Hanba and the others have hit a wall this time. I told you that the player who passed the second level of the trial of the natural disaster. How could he be a waste? And she should not be underestimated as a woman. Did you notice that she didn't even use a pet? I can see that this boss is like her dog, with a very deceptive appearance. But in fact, they should be ruthless characters who kill without blinking an eye. Anyone who can kill A-level in seconds must be much stronger than A-level. Probably S-level. The dog system. And that neurotic host. Don't give all the information when they speak. At least tell everyone how many levels of strength are there. I was thinking I could find some leaks today, but now it seems that we players below level B should get away as soon as possible, so as not to be affected by the fight between the big guys. Just when the players present were thinking of retreating, a fat man with a fierce face suddenly stood up and said, "Don't be scared by this woman. Only one person can pass this level. If you don't get the rule stone, you will die. She will kill all of us sooner or later. Instead of waiting for her to slaughter us, it is better for everyone to attack together. With so many of us, are we afraid that we can't kill her? After she dies, we get the clue of the rule stone. Everyone can find the rule stone by their own ability. Isn't it fairer?" Before he finished speaking, a dark-skinned, short-haired woman stood up and sneered, "Fatty, do you think we are all fools? Host number 1 only said that we can ask her for clues to the rule stone. But it didn't say that we can get clues only after killing her. Don't change the concept here. Do you really think that we are those idiots in your server who can be easily fooled by you? Forget it. There is no fool who can enter this level. The few who died before were not stupid. They were just arrogant and underestimated the enemy. The fat man didn't expect to scare everyone with a few words. As long as he kept these people from leaving for the time being, his goal would be achieved. If the players dispersed, then the clue would only belong to Qiaoning. And they couldn't even drink the soup. Then what do you say? Are the rest of us just going to watch? The words were polite. But the fat man looked at the woman with a not very polite look. I'm afraid he had killed the other person countless times in his mind. The short-haired woman glanced at him, as if she was looking at a stink bug. Since entering the game, she has seen too many disgusting people. And this fat man is one of them. What else do you want? You are a waste. Not even as good as the reptile in the gutter of the poisonous snake. Do you still want to fight with him? After the short-haired woman finished speaking, she strode to the front. Qiaoning, the clue is yours now. I need your clue. Tell me how to get the clue from you. Qiaoning looked at her for a moment, and said in a nonchalant manner, if you want to know, just come over. I will tell you when you come. The short-haired woman frowned and hesitated for a moment, then stepped on the broken ice left by the dead poisonous snake, and walked in front of Qiaoning. Come closer. The short-haired woman walked a distance, and almost stood in front of Qiaoning. It's not that she is bold, but she knows that if Qiaoning wants to kill her, she can kill her no matter how far away she is. Seeing that they were very close, Qiaoning told her directly, Garbage Sea. The clue is Garbage Sea. Just these 3 words. Don't look at me like that. The scope of this clue is so large. Otherwise, why do you think I am still here now? Instead of looking for the lost stone? The short-haired woman looked puzzled and vigilant. Why do you want to tell me? Qiaoning was more puzzled than her. Didn't you ask me? The short-haired woman was speechless for a moment. As long as she asked her, she could get the answer. Then, she looked at the bodies of the people who were killed by Qiaoning on the ground. And her expression was hard to describe. I can only say that they deserved it. They could have asked nicely, but they had to threaten in course. Can I tell other people the clue? The short-haired woman was not a fool. So many people saw Qiaoning tell her. Next, don't forget that she doesn't have Qiaoning's strength. A man is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. Whatever you want. Are the clues really just a sea of garbage? If you don't believe me, I can't help it. I can't make up a clue for you. The short-haired woman immediately posted the clue on the chat channel. After all, the clue was free, so she didn't feel bad telling others. Of course, some people didn't believe it. The short-haired woman had her own explanation. As for those who still didn't believe it, they could just ignore the clues. Anyway, everyone knew where it was, and those who could act had already started. When some players got the clues and wanted to leave, Qiaoning spoke again. Wait. As her voice sounded, ice walls trap some players. You can come and go as you please. Have you asked me if I agree? The coldness of the ice wall almost condensed into substance. Just being surrounded made people feel the biting cold. Frost quickly condensed on the face and body. And this kind of coldness was like the last glacier encountered in the Carboniferous mass extinction. Nothing can resist it, and can only be eroded continuously. Qiaoning, do you want to kill us all? Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Don't force all of us to be anxious. When we die, we will bite a piece of meat off you. This is true. Qiaoning is not going to force everyone to kill her together for a useless clue. Ants can bite elephants to death. But necessary deterrence is inevitable. We can't let them think that they can come to trouble her casually without paying any price. Otherwise, there may be clues every day in the future natural disaster cycle. If she gets them again, don't think about peace. Only a few people were surrounded by the ice wall. Most people left quickly before Qiaoning took action. Among those who left, there were 3 men and 2 women who left together. Shang-Chi. Are you sure? A woman with a very charming temperament and delicate facial features asked, with a voice transmission prop similar to a communicator. Shang-Chi moved the communication earplug. Looking lazy and careless. What are you sure about? Don't play dumb with everyone. It was you who said you had the talent to copy objects. So we agreed to work together. Now Qiaoning has shown her strength. Tell me what you plan to do. Qiaoning. Find a way to kill her. Anyway, if she doesn't die, then we will die. There is only one survivor. Shang-Chi's tone was light. It's easy to say. How to kill such a perverted superpower? This time it was the other men in the team who spoke. Yeah. We probably can't beat her even if we join forces. Do we really have to rely on gathering other players to siege and grind her to death? Another girl seemed to sigh. And also seemed to be envious and jealous. The power gap in this game is really huge. Why can some people be so strong? While I can only rely on the protection of my friends to be here now? If I had a useful attack ability, it wouldn't be like this. As soon as she opened her mouth, a male voice comforted her immediately. Lingling, I think your ability is already very strong and very useful. If it weren't for you, we would have been eroded by pollution on the first day, and would not have survived until now. You can heal all injuries and purify pollution. This is the best ability. Use your brain. You don't have to fight her head-on to kill her. The last man who had been silent couldn't help but say something. Sheng Yuan, if you have a way, just say it directly. Don't keep it a secret here. As if you are the smartest person in the world. I hate your kind of pretense regardless of the occasion, and place the most. The man who just comforted Lingling started to sneer and ridicule. It is obvious that the two have a lot of grudges. Sheng Yuan was too lazy to answer him. And just said, what do you think is the most difficult thing for us to deal with if we want to pass this level? The woman who first asked Shang-Chi a question thought for a while, and replied, at present. It seems that the most difficult one to deal with is Qiao Ning. The pollutants are not as dangerous as her. If she can't solve it at all, I suspect she is no longer a person. In the literal sense. I agree with what Chen Niao said. Ji Lingling spoke. Wang Hao supported Ji Lingling. And Shang-Chi didn't say anything. Sheng Yuan smiled and said, wrong. It should be said that the most difficult thing to deal with in this level is natural disasters. You mean those garbage? Yes. Don't forget how Dongzi died before. Those garbage are weird. Dongzi didn't even have time to ask for help. And he was gone. When we rushed to his coordinates, we couldn't even find his body. In fact, in each natural disaster cycle, the most difficult thing to deal with is natural disasters. And don't forget that natural disasters will escalate. Who knows what these garbage mountains and seas will become in the future? Compared to the power of natural disasters, human power is always insignificant. We can't kill Qiao Ning? Natural disasters may not kill her. If the lost stone is really in the garbage sea, then we can find an opportunity to use the garbage sea to get rid of her. Hearing this, Shang-Chi finally looked a little serious. What you said is a way. Let's discuss the specific operation. Qiao Ning is dealing with the remaining people at this moment. Why can you let them go but not me? I haven't offended you. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything for you. You can ask me to do anything you don't want to do. My ability is mental, which is very useful. Don't kill me. My ability is also very strong. I have several fusion pets. Your pet can eat them to fuse and advance. As long as you can let me go, I can give you all my wealth. The eyebrows and hair of the people in the ice wall were already covered with frost. They were shivering with cold and had to beg for mercy, hoping that Qiao Ning would show them some mercy. One person seemed to know that Qiao Ning would not let him go, but laughed crazily and cursed viciously. I just teased you a few words in private, and you wanted to kill me. If I had the same strength as you, I would torture you to the point where you wanted to live but could not, and make you regret coming to this world. A woman with a heart as vicious as you will not have a good end. I'm waiting to see how you die in the underground. After saying that, he picked up a weapon and wanted to kill himself, but was frozen by a frost from Qiao Ning. Want to die? Qiao Ning looked at these people. They could bow their heads and beg for mercy in the face of absolute power. But as long as she showed a little weakness, these people would be the first to skin her alive. They had long lost the humanity that normal people should have. It's not that easy. Don't they like to talk? Qiao Ning made all these people her puppets, so that they would become zombies controlled by her when they were conscious. And they would never be able to speak for the rest of their lives. Qiao Ning's golden skill of 1,000 puppets and 10,000s of puppets has rarely been used since she learned it. At most, it has been experimented on some mutant beasts. And this is the first time it has been used on humans. Although mutant beasts are not as smart as humans, their mental energy is very strong. Especially mutant beasts in a hungry or violent state, which can be easily turned into puppets. And some humans are much smarter than beasts, but they are mentally vulnerable. When facing the control of the 1,000 puppets and 10,000s of puppets, it hardly takes her too much time. The golden skill is equivalent to a disguised golden talent. It will not fail to release. But if the object controlled is much stronger than Qiao Ning, it will take a long time. These people are already different from Qiaoning in strength. After the 1,000 puppets and 10,000s of puppets were released on them, within a few minutes, their pupils dilated and they became dull and expressionless, like controlled zombies. Judging from the number of people online, the system has determined that they are dead, and their cars have all been decomposed and melted by Qiaoning. As for supplies, she collected them all, whether they were useful or not. She did not forget that this is a garbage world. Cleaning up garbage is allowed, and supplies will be rewarded, but creating garbage in return. Qiaoning thinks that curiosity is okay, but this curiosity is unnecessary. With one skill, all the bloodstains of corpses on the ground were annihilated, and Qiaoning picked up the puppy-sized Bing Lin and returned to the car. The car continued to drive forward towards the garbage sea. The short-haired woman's car followed behind her, and there was a faint string of cars following behind. Qiaoning ignored them. After arriving near the garbage sea, she directly turned on the submarine mode and thickened a layer of air film. Yesterday, she cleaned up the garbage and obtained a lot of supplies. There are currently 50 air films in stock. The components of the air film include acid-proof light film, anti-fouling light film, etc. So it has anti-corrosion and anti-pollution effects. What should we do? Qiaoning's car is of a high level and can dive directly into the sea. We have to use diving props. Not only that, the liquid in this garbage sea is not ordinary water. I only have 1 or 2 air membranes, which are not enough. If I had known the last natural disaster, I would have stockpiled more air membrane materials. I curse every day. The game is really a pit. I do have air membrane materials, but my diving props were all used up in the last 2 days of the last natural disaster. Why don't we find a way to clean up the garbage and get some supplies first? It's useless for us to wait here, no matter what the people on the shore think. Qiaoning never surfaced after diving into the garbage sea. The lost stone should not be in the shallow sea. The game cannot easily let players find it. The most likely possibility is in the deep sea. Maybe there will be deep sea garbage monsters guarding it, or it is in the body of the garbage monster. This is a common setting operation in the game. Qiaoning drove the submarine straight to the deep sea. The big turtle was released to take a walk. The big locust only likes the garbage mountain, not the garbage sea, so it refused to come out. The same goes for Luzhu, Xiaohong, and Fat Tiger, including Binglin. Qiaoning asked her to go out and play, but she didn't even want to look at the bottom of the garbage sea through the hatch. The dog really loves cleanliness, and she loves her shiny fur or beautiful, sparkling scales. It's more painful to let her soak in such a dirty garbage sea than to kill her. Ordinary pets will automatically clean themselves after returning to the pet pen. But Binglin can't enter the pet pen, so she usually cleans and bathes herself. Qiaoning wanted to help her, but she wouldn't let her. It takes an hour to wash once, and she has to wash and soak at the same time, and take a bubble bath to be considered finished. Qiaoning thought that if she really had the opportunity to return to the modern world, she would probably modify the bathroom to be larger to make it easier for the dog to play. The shallow sea area above the garbage sea is very viscous, and the deeper you go, the more the garbage liquid becomes thinner. There are fewer garbage impurities, and some areas can be called clear. This does not mean that these seawaters are harmless. On the contrary, according to the monitoring of the smart housekeeper, the corrosive ability of these liquids is almost dozens of times that of the shallow sea. Even the air membrane cannot last for a long time, and can only last for 4 hours at most. If the players do not clean up the garbage and obtain enough air membranes, they may not even be able to get through the shallow sea area. When Qiaoning was in the shallow sea, she also asked the big turtle to help swallow the garbage pollutants, and she got a lot of supplies. The air membrane reserves were enough for her to dive deep for a long time. Qiaoning thought that the garbage sea was like the ancient ocean in the last natural disaster, and she could not see the bottom even if she dived tens of thousands of meters. Unexpectedly, when she dived to about a few thousand meters, the smart housekeeper reminded her that there was an obstacle below, and she could not continue to dive after diving 100 meters at most. Qiaoning simply put on a diving mask and an air membrane, and prepared to swim over to see what was going on. Although the liquid in the garbage deep sea is highly corrosive and polluting, it looks clear and free of impurities, which is not so difficult to accept psychologically. Just as she was about to get out of the submarine, her sleeve was pulled. Binglin looked at her and howled twice. "Don't you want to go out? Ah, are you worried about me? It's okay. I'll be back soon. Binglin continued to pull her sleeve. Xiaoning was helpless. Okay. Let's go together. After that, Xiaoning also put an air membrane on Binglin. Even if it was not used, it could at least prevent Binglin's scales from directly contacting the liquid in the garbage sea. Reduce the discomfort of the germophobic dog. As soon as Xiaoning got out of the submarine and looked at the deep sea below, she was immediately shocked. What appeared in front of her was not the gullies or sand in the deep sea, but an endless mechanical screen. Not only were there images of the players in the third level trial at this moment, but also images of those who were eliminated in the previous level. There is another group of people whose identities are unknown. From their words, Xiaoning roughly guessed that they should be survivors who survived in previous survival games. Xiaoning even saw some barrages set by players. Is Xiaoning's strength too much? Highway survival is still in the trial operation period. Not as mature as the two games of survival on the sea and survival on the cloud. I heard that there will be an underground survival game, and I don't know when it will start operation. I think it's quite normal. It is a god-making game. How can you be qualified to enter the god-making trial if you are not strong enough? We used to be one of them. Now it's our turn to watch them struggle to survive. I have to say that this feeling is indeed a weird sour feeling. Most of these old players are sighing or talking about topics that have little to do with highway survival. After Xiaoning scanned some barrages, he began to search for other barrages. Strange. Is the system a bug? Why can't I see Xiaoning? Where is she? I only saw her driving the submarine, and then she disappeared. Can you see her over there? Her character image has not disappeared yet. She should still be alive. Maybe she is dealing with privacy, so she was blocked by the system. Xiaoning searched for a long time, and finally found the barrage of the eliminated players. Many people were giving her gifts to increase her popularity. So that's how she got her popularity. As expected of my sister Qiao, killing people is not enough. Just do it. Those scum don't deserve to live. They are all beasts. I hope Xiaoning will not be soft-hearted, and can be more ruthless, and kill them all directly. Shang-Chi and his men still want to use the garbage sea to kill Xiaoning. What a beautiful dream they are. By the way, do you know what level of pet the dog next to Xiaoning is? I haven't seen it show its power yet. Is it really just a dog? Hey, don't call it a dog. It's called Binglin. I was carried across the glacier by it. It's my benefactor. No, benefactor beast. It's definitely not a dog. I think it looks more like a qilin, or some other exotic beast, such as the exotic beast totem worshipped by Lu Diqing, which is very similar to the prototype of Binglin. Life in Lu Diqing is really too comfortable. I thought I would die in the last level, but I didn't expect that I can live like a normal person in Lu Diqing now. Yes, life now is even better than when I was in modern times. I plan to marry a wife in Lu Diqing in a few days. Whether I can have children or not, I want to live here for the rest of my life. Xiaoning, can you see the bullet screen? I am Pei Jing. I and several other friends have called on everyone to vote for you. You must survive and pass the game alive. Sister Pei, I have told you many times that players cannot see our bullet screen. Only we can see it. Let's watch the live broadcast carefully and vote for Sister Qiao. Pei Jing didn't care about that. Not only did she send some encouraging words, but she also sent other players situations to tell Xiaoning. Even though she didn't know whether Xiaoning could see these bullet screen messages, she was still doing things that seemed stupid in the eyes of others. Just for a what if? What if her friend really saw the message? Maybe she could help her. Even if that little help was insignificant. There were several other people who sent messages with her, and almost all the ID names familiar to Xiaoning saw it. She smiled from the bottom of her heart. No matter what, it was good to know that everyone was okay. Xiaoning looked at the bullet screen for a long time, and suddenly caught a message in the bullet screen message of an old player. I think the players of this highway survival game are unlucky. The key to pass the third level trial is actually the Lost Stone. The Lost Stone in the natural disaster world has long been polluted. If there is no way to purify the pollution, even if the Lost Stone is found, it will be useless, and you will still die. Ordinary energy cannot purify the Lost Stone. Now it depends on what Xiaoning can do to survive. In my opinion, no matter how lucky you are, there will be a day when you will fail. The chance of her passing this level is almost zero. Don't say these spoilers. Since she has drawn more than one golden talent at the beginning, everyone has high expectations for her and her popularity is also high. So her chances of winning are still very high. It's just that we don't know what her golden talent is. We can only see the number but not the type, which is a bit annoying. Chapter 86. Since the launch of the highway survival game, not even one player has entered the God-making trial, which is much worse than the other two games. So this session simply said that only one player can pass the third trial of natural disasters, and at least a God-level player must be promoted. At present, Xiaoning will definitely enter the God-making trial, and maybe she will be the next Lord of the Land. I think it's uncertain. Don't forget that there are many players who survived and entered the Land Emperor's city. Many people have obsessions in their hearts, and may not be willing to stay in the Land Emperor's city in the end. No one knows what kind of situation Xiaoning will encounter until the end. Selfishly speaking, the land survival world needs a powerful main god. I should support Xiaoning to the end. But, rationally and objectively speaking, Xiaoning has a fetter in her heart. And to become the Lord of the Land, she must first cut off the fetters and abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings. She is afraid that she can't do it. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Is the Lord of the Land a good job? It just sounds impressive. But in fact, you don't even have a body. What's the difference between it and the martyrdom in the novel? In my opinion, becoming the main god is another form of extinction. But that's the main god. Who doesn't want to be a god? Xiaoning is just an ordinary person. Doesn't she want to be immortal and have infinite power? Returning to her native world, Xiaoning will become an ordinary person. Can she bear the difference in power between heaven and earth? It's too early to say anything now. Let's see if she can pass this level first. By the way, did Xiaoning spend a little too long in the toilet? Why was she blocked for so long? Xiaoning, In order to stop everyone from thinking too much, Xiaoning returned to the submarine, and her image reappeared in the live broadcasts of other players. There is nothing else at the bottom of the garbage sea except this mechanical screen. Let alone garbage monsters. There is not even a fish. There is no way to clean up the garbage. Xiaoning can only drive the submarine away from here. Xiaoning spent the next time cleaning up garbage and collecting supplies. During this period, she discovered that her ability was not only able to resist and purify pollution, but also to devour pollutants. It was a bit similar to the strange devouring and assimilating power of the glacier in the last natural disaster world. In fact, Xiaoning could only resist and purify at the beginning. As the time of fighting pollution became longer and longer, her ability seemed to be gradually adapting to the upgrade. Especially when she hunted a garbage spiral shark and obtained a new crystal from its body, Xiaoning called it the upgrade crystal. It was not as effective as the evolution crystal, but it was much better than stones or crystals such as energy stones. This thing was not only effective for Xiaoning, but also for Fat Tiger and others, and they liked to eat it very much. Binglin purely used it as a snack. Compared with the upgrade crystal, he was more greedy for the evolution crystal. It was a pity that the evolution crystal was hard to come by. The last natural disaster was lucky enough to encounter one, and it was the effect of the auspicious star. When resting at night, Xiaoning did not return to the shore. Although the air film was consumed at the bottom of the garbage sea, it could avoid sneak attacks from players. It can let her sleep peacefully. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to be on guard against enemies at night. As for the garbage monsters, they will not appear near the mechanical screen. So Xiaoning simply stopped the submarine next to the screen to sleep. On the third day of the natural disaster, 8 o'clock in the morning, when Xiaoning was washing up, she saw the system prompt that host number 1 had arrived in the garbage highway world, reminding all players to try to return to the highway, or turn on the system host live broadcast to watch. Xiaoning did not return to the highway, but turned on the live broadcast of host number 1 in the system channel. Good morning, all players. I am host number 1, and I am glad that we meet again. Today is the third day of the natural disaster. Let me take a look at everyone's situation yesterday. Well, more than 800 players died, and there are still 1,636 people left. This number is much more than I expected. It seems that everyone is not working hard enough. The trial natural disaster of the third level, in previous highway survival games, has an average duration of only 3 days. Don't delay too long. If you can't find the lost stone after more than 7 days, you will be wiped out. Next, I will announce yesterday's most popular person, which is still Miss Xiaoning. She is really popular and is loved by the audience. If she can keep it up, she will have a bright future. The clues of the rule stone have been sent out, So remember to check it in time. Dear Qiaoning, the movement of the garbage mountain is getting more and more frequent. Are you not diligent in cleaning up the garbage? This is not okay. If you don't clean up enough garbage, it will trigger hidden disasters. It seems that some players have created garbage and thrown it into the garbage sea. That would be troublesome. It would make the cute people in the garbage mountain and the garbage sea angry. Maybe they will catch players and eat them. Huh? Yesterday, a player actually killed more than 100 people? Not bad. Not bad. According to the regulations, if you kill enough people, you will also be rewarded with clues to the location of the rule stone. The clues have been sent to you. Mr. Johan. Someone triggered the key task in the garbage sea and found the unlocking key, unlocking all the locked functions on the body except for contacting friends. Not bad. It seems that although not many people died yesterday, everyone did not gain nothing. Well, that's all I want to talk to you about today. I wish you all a happy game. I hope that when we meet again next time, your number will become smaller. See you tomorrow. On the third day of the natural disaster, the pollution assimilation process is 50%, and the weight of all players' garbage cleanup is 13,000 tons. If the garbage cleanup weight is less than 20,000 tons today, the hidden natural disaster will be triggered. After reading the information, Qiaoning glanced at the clues to the location of the rule stone and turned off the screen. She just noticed that the system interface also displayed the amount of garbage cleanup for each player on that day. Qiaoning ranked first, cleaning more than 8,000 tons in total. The second one is Ji Lingling. The third one is Zhou Han. And the fourth one is Shang Qi. Qiaoning doesn't know any of these people. But the system said that if the amount of garbage cleaned today is less than 20,000 tons, a hidden disaster will be triggered. She has only encountered a hidden disaster once. And that time she stopped it at the cost of sacrificing Binglin. She doesn't want to encounter it again in her life. Other players have limited garbage cleaning capabilities, so Qiaoning can only clean up as much as possible by herself, so as not to fail to meet the cleaning standards. In order to clean up faster, Qiaoning released all her pets, including the fat tiger who had been fattening up. As long as they can clean up as much garbage as possible, they will clean up as much garbage as they can. Binglin doesn't eat those garbage, but likes to hunt some small garbage monsters hidden in the garbage mountain. Those monsters also have a chance to drop upgrade crystals, but the chance is very small. It is estimated that only a lucky person like Qiaoning can kill 10 or so monsters and encounter them once. Qiaoning also encountered monsters that exploded black stones and dark stone fragments. Black stone is used to upgrade the black flame bone knife. Her black flame bone knife is almost upgraded to an orange weapon, and can be upgraded to a gold weapon. But this time, I melted thousands of black stones for it. But it didn't upgrade to an orange weapon. Isn't Qiaoning's drop rate a bit too high? It hasn't been long, and we've seen her pick up supplies at least a dozen times. And she has dropped items when she kills small garbage monsters. This is unscientific. I thought small garbage monsters were used to increase the tonnage of garbage cleaned. Killing 10 of them is equivalent to cleaning a ton of garbage. Maybe he's lucky. There was also a player with very good luck in my previous district, but he died miserably later. I heard that person's talent is related to luck. He can temporarily get good luck at certain times, and then return double bad luck. Qiaoning should be different, but I am sure she definitely has a talent related to luck. And the talent level is not low, and the side effects are small. Otherwise, she would have died long ago and would not have made it to this level. Who knows? Who can survive until now without some hidden skills? As long as I have a chance. No matter how powerful Qiaoning is, I will try to kill her. Keep your voice down. Don't you want to die? Aren't you afraid that Qiaoning has some skills or cards that can detect from a distance? There are many such props. Qiaoning does have detection skills. And even if she doesn't, she can hear what those people say. Although her coordinates are still in the protection period of the popular king, they are not displayed on the map. But there are always players following her, and sometimes she will run into other players head-on. As long as they are not deliberately looking for death, she generally ignores them. Cleaning up the garbage is more important. It is really difficult to clean up 20,000 tons of garbage. If the big turtle eats ordinary food, it can eat a lot, but it will be full after eating a few tons of these garbage at most. And it takes a certain amount of time to digest. The piranha plant has a big appetite, but it takes a long time to eat a meal. It just went to sleep now, and I don't know when it will wake up. Green pearl does not eat garbage, but only cleans up the turbid air, which is also considered a kind of garbage cleaning. But it is not counted in the weight of garbage cleaning. The probability of swiping out supplies by cleaning the air is several times that of cleaning other garbage. That tiger is picky about food, and only kills small monsters to eat upgrade crystals. The locust army of the big locust is the most gluttonous, and a large number of them have been bred in the past 2 days. In the past, Xiaoning would cook all the eggs and store them, because it is impossible to raise so many poisonous locusts. But now the situation is different. With so much garbage, are you still worried that you can't feed the locust army? Xiaoning kept almost all the eggs laid by the poisonous locusts. The locust army bred so many natural disasters, and Xiaoning picked and chose, and raised almost 100,000 poisonous locusts. Among these 100,000 poisonous locusts, there is not a single insect soldier, and the lowest level is also the insect general level. At present, so many venomous locusts are laying eggs, and the queen locusts can even lay tens of thousands of eggs at a time, killing the low-level insect soldiers that could not eat garbage. Her locust army has reached tens of millions. Xiaoning released all the poisonous locusts. Without her order, these extremely hungry locusts all rushed to the nearby garbage mountain. In a blink of an eye, a corner of the huge garbage mountain was removed. Pets cannot leave their owners too far, and Xiaoning is not worried that the locust army will run away and can't find them. She continued to search for small garbage monsters in the garbage mountain to hunt. The number of small garbage monsters that refreshed on each mountain seemed to be limited. Generally, after killing dozens of them, they would be gone temporarily. After cleaning up an area, Xiaoning immediately drove to the next area. The sky gradually darkened when the minimum garbage cleaning standard of 20,000 tons was about to be reached. Xiaoning suddenly received a signal from the big locust. It said that it picked up something while eating. Because the big locust is her pet, it will distinguish between garbage and supplies according to her orders. Garbage can be eaten, but other supplies are generally not to their appetite and will not be eaten. If they encounter refreshed supplies, the locust army will bypass them. High-level supplies will emit dazzling precious light. So Xiaoning asked the big locusts to call her when they encounter supplies with stronger precious light. As soon as the signal of the big locust came, Xiaoning immediately stopped fighting and quickly solved the small garbage monster. After picking up the upgrade crystal it dropped, she rushed towards the direction of the locust army. As soon as she passed, Xiaoning saw that some locusts were circling around something, while the rest were still working hard to eat, as if they would never be full. Xiaoning walked over quickly, and the locust swarm saw their master coming and made way. Xiaoning suspected that she had seen it wrong. This exploded material looked like a mechanical screen on the seabed. It was just that this piece was very small, about the same size as the old square desktop computer screen 20 or 30 years ago. Xiaoning tried to pick it up, and she didn't know where she touched it. And the screen lit up immediately. There are no images on it, only rows of bullet messages. It's the news from the surviving players. No. Why is it that the locust I raised at the beginning was slapped to death by a monster before it grew up? Even though it's also a locust pet? My scalp tingles when I see locusts. How much food do so many locusts have to eat? How could Xiaoning afford to raise them before? Is the boss really that scary? Xiaoning took the pets here for a picnic, compared with Hamba, who was looking for her and wanted to get the clue of the lost stone from her. She really felt the gap between the European Emperor and mortals. How many times has Hamba encountered a medium-sized garbage monster? It must be 7 times if not 10 times. He has only driven less than 50 kilometers. Xiaoning has been cleaning up the garbage with the pets for so long, and he has never encountered a medium-sized garbage monster. It's outrageous. I don't really understand why Zhou Han, a non-African, dares to trouble the European Emperor. Xiaoning is a famous European Emperor boss in District 1408. He is so lucky that he can't encounter treasure-guarding monsters. If you can't encounter a treasure-guarding monster, isn't that just a rumor from a madman? Reject rumors. Xiaoning is lucky, but not that much. Wait, why is Xiaoning's screen black again? It's been black for so long. Is she going to the toilet again? Chapter 87. Why is Zhou Han so weird and so lucky? He was almost going to find Xiaoning, but now he turned and took a shortcut. If this goes on, he will meet Xiaoning in less than 5 minutes. As soon as Xiaoning saw this, the screen went black. The bullet screen disappeared. And then it flashed again, showing the 4 big words. Insufficient energy. Xiaoning. So this thing needs to be charged? But it doesn't say clearly what can be used to charge it. Xiaoning tried to take out the energy stone and put it on the groove behind the bullet screen. But there was no reaction. Obviously the energy was not right, and it couldn't be charged. Xiaoning changed the beast core again, and even put the dark stone fragments on it. But the result was still the same. No reaction at all. There was no way. Xiaoning could only put it away first. The bullet screen said that the man named Zhou Han wanted to get the clues in her hand. Xiaoning remembered that this person had killed more than 100 people, which triggered the conditions for obtaining clues, and she also had a clue in her hand. It happened that the clues in her hand were too ambiguous, and maybe with Zhou Han's clues, she could get some useful information. Yesterday, the clue she had was the garbage sea, and today it was the dragon-sucking water. Xiaoning knew the meaning of dragon-sucking water, which was a name for whirlpools in ancient times. However, there were many whirlpools in the garbage sea, and this clue alone could not be used to find the edge. Knowing that Zhou Han was about to find her, Xiaoning simply did not go anywhere and waited for him to come. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Xiaoning's keen hearing heard the sound of a car driving. Then a level 6 car quickly appeared in her field of vision, turning and stopping 10 meters in front of Xiaoning. The car door opened, and a very tall and burly man came down. This man was definitely the tallest player Xiaoning had met in all the natural disaster worlds, and he was estimated to be more than 2 meters tall. The muscular lines underneath can be clearly seen through the clothes. "You are Xiaoning," Zhou Han said in a positive tone. Although he can't remember other people's faces very well, Xiaoning's face is really beautiful, unique among players, and it's hard not to remember it. The last time Xiaoning killed someone to establish her prestige is still fresh in his memory. So Zhou Han didn't care about her as much as he did with other people. In his opinion, only those who are strong enough are worthy of his respect. Before he continued to speak, Xiaoning said first, "I want the clues on you." She was not sure if she could get clues after killing someone. The system was a trap, so she had to think about more possibilities. Otherwise, Xiaoning wouldn't talk nonsense with him. Zhou Han looked at her for a long time, and suddenly laughed. "What a coincidence. I also want the clues on you." Zhou Han killed more than 100 people in one night, so he was definitely not a good person. And he was a little unethical. While he was talking to Xiaoning, he had already used some props that could kill her with one blow. Unfortunately, the red defensive suit on Xiaoning can block a fatal injury by consuming a lot of equipment durability. After blocking once, the equipment durability is almost 0. Xiaoning directly put on another set. Zhou Han did not expect that this sneak attack method could kill her in one blow. Otherwise Xiaoning's title of the best player in the game would be a bit unworthy of the name. "I'll give you a chance. You can tell me the clues, and I'll let you go." A weapon appeared out of thin air in Zhou Han's hand, which looked like the laser cannon in the Interstellar blockbuster. "Once I turn on this thing, you won't have a chance to choose." Zhou Han was obviously not sure whether he could get her clues after killing Xiaoning, so he wanted Xiaoning to tell him actively. Xiaoning had dealt with various pets and seen countless types of superpowers, but it was the first time she faced other people's technological weapons head-on. "You can try." While answering him, Xiaoning opened the defensive treasure ring, and a layer of halo appeared around her body, covering her whole body. Binglin was whining in the car, but Xiaoning had told it not to get off, so it could only watch Xiaoning fight the enemy. Binglin was powerful, but its fighting style was too brave. It rushed forward without caring whether it would get hurt or not. Players had all kinds of tricks, and there was no guarantee that there would not be something that could hurt its weaknesses. So Xiaoning would not let it attack if she could. Zhou Han saw that the woman in front of him had no intention of wavering or softening, so he immediately turned on the laser cannon and fired a shot. Boom! The laser cannon did not make a loud noise like ordinary thermal weapons, but just a low boom. However, the moment the energy was emitted, an invisible energy aftermath spread out, and Zhou Han, the gunman, was shocked and flew back several meters away. In an instant, the nearest mountain of garbage was blown away, leaving only a black smoke. That was the polluted smoke and dust produced after the garbage was burned by the laser cannon. Even the garbage mountain is gone, let alone people. Although Zhou Han thought it was impossible for anyone to survive such an attack, he still looked for it in the polluted dust out of caution. No trace was found. Not even the corners of the body. This is normal. The laser cannon is too powerful. Didn't the garbage mountain turn into dust under its bombardment? The human body can't withstand that kind of power at all. And there should be no trace left. But Johan still felt that Qiaoning died a little too easily. The number one strongman only had this little trick? Did he die so easily? Johan first checked the clue information on the system. When he found that he had not received any new clues about the lost stone, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and secretly said that it was not good. He didn't even have time to summon his pet. And he felt something extremely cold near his neck. That thing was only close. And it didn't really touch his skin. The biting cold had forced him to metallize his whole body to save his life. However, this self-protection was also temporary. He had seen how bizarre and strange Qiaoning's ice ability was. It could be said to be an irresistible force. It was even more powerful than the devouring glacier. "Are you looking for me?" Qiaoning's voice sounded. Johan was speechless. When his whole body was metallized, he had no five senses, could not speak, and could not even move a little. If he was not forced to do anything, he would not want to use this ability to save his life. "Give me the clue." "Can't speak? Then I'll help you." Qiaoning was 1.78 meters tall. But next to Johan, who was more than 2 meters tall, she still looked short. A stream of frost with cold air flowed out from her fingertips and flew towards Johan's body. His originally metallized body began to condense a layer of frost on the surface. As the frost continued to thicken, finally, with a click, Johan's metallized body cracked. His eyes were wide open. His pupils shrank slightly, and he seemed to be in great pain. After one crack appeared, the second one soon appeared, and the third one. Just when Johan's body was covered with cracks and extended to his vital head, he finally couldn't help but remove the metallization of his head and made a sound. "The clue is to enter the dragon-sucking water." "Don't ask me what it means. I don't know. I have said everything I can say. I definitely didn't lie to you." Qiaoning withdrew her hand. She was too lazy to look at Johan anymore. She turned back to the car and snapped her fingers. A gust of wind and snow came and wrapped Johan in his car. When the wind and snow disappeared, there was nothing on the ground except garbage. Qiaoning returned to the car and tried to install the upgrade crystal into the groove of the bullet screen. Unexpectedly, this time it really succeeded. The bullet screen lit up again, and rows after rows appeared on the screen. Who knows whether the clues Johan gave are true or false? Is it possible for players at this level to kill Qiaoning? Don't dream. The probability of those players encountering the lost stone when they go out is greater than the probability of killing Qiaoning. What is Qiaoning going to do? Could she really believe the clues Johan gave? What Johan said should be true. After the player dies, the clues of the lost stone will be transferred. There are so many whirlpools in the garbage sea. Who knows where the lost stone is hidden? Qiaoning drove to the coast of the garbage sea regardless of what the barrage said, looking at the whirlpools formed by countless garbage and viscous liquids in front of her. Qiaoning did some psychological preparation, hugged the small-sized ice scale, picked a whirlpool that didn't look so dirty, and jumped into it. No. She jumped right away. She jumped with her eyes closed. I suspect she didn't even choose, and just jumped into a whirlpool with her eyes closed. If she can find the lost stone by doing this, I will live broadcast washing my hair upside down. Chapter 88. Qiaoning didn't know what it felt like to be sucked into a whirlpool in the real world. She only knew that she felt like she had fallen into a drum washing machine. She rolled around with the swirling water, turning over and over, making her dizzy. The whirlpool was not only scary, but also had strong suction and water pressure. But she had a special diving mask, so she was not afraid. Except for the dizziness and nausea caused by the spinning. Everything else was fine. Qiaoning felt like she had been in the drum washing machine for a century. Finally, the water flow that wrapped her gradually slowed down the speed of rotation. And finally a force from nowhere pushed her hard. She clearly felt that the space around her was much wider. No longer cramped and squeezed. She was now in front of her eyes. It was not a problem with her vision. But there was no light source in this space, and she could not see anything. Qiaoning took out the lighting props from the storage props, and found that she could not use them. It seems that there is a problem with the magnetic field here, which makes these electric lighting props unusable. Binglin? How are you? Are you okay? Qiaoning patted the dog in her arms. Binglin whimpered, sounding weak. And at this moment, nothing could be seen. Qiaoning didn't know what happened to it. so she could only worry. After a while, Xiaoning suddenly thought of the strange fire. She tried to use the strange fire, and it actually illuminated an area. The fire can be used, but there are not many. Xiaoning brought many lighting props, but only 3 fires. Originally, she didn't want to bring them, but later she thought about it, and thought about it in case of emergencies, and the lighting props could not be used. So she packed a few more strange fires. Only 3 fires. It will definitely not last long. But she has a low-level talent of a fire merchant, which she got from the wish blind box before the extreme cold disaster. Now she can make fires by herself every once in a while. This space is very strange. If the strange fire is used for lighting here, 1 fire can illuminate for about an hour. After using a limited time prop like the strange fire, you can see the remaining time in the system backpack. So how long it can be used is clear at a glance. The range illuminated by the strange fire was not large. At most about 3 meters around the body. After being able to see things, Xiaoning hurriedly lowered her head to check the situation of Bing Lin in her arms, only to see that the dog's limbs were limp. His eyelids drooped, and he looked listless. It seemed to be very uncomfortable. Xiaoning wanted to lift it up a little to check if there were any injuries on its body. But as soon as she moved, Bing Lin vomited with a sound of woo-wah. Even so, he still took into account his owner's love of cleanliness, and stretched his head with all his strength, vomiting all the filth on the ground, without getting Xiaoning's clothes at all. Xiaoning naturally understood that Bing Lin was vomited by the drum washing machine. She herself was also very uncomfortable, but she held back and didn't vomit. Maybe this was the first time Bing Lin suffered this kind of suffering, or even the first time he vomited in his life. So his reaction was so strong. Xiaoning took out water to rinse his mouth, and took a few antiemetic pills. Anti-diarrhea and antiemetic drugs will be unboxed during the natural disaster period, and can also be bought in Ludi City. Generally, before Xiaoning goes to a dungeon, medicine is a must-have, and she must prepare a portion of each. She doesn't know if this medicine is effective for Bing Lin, but it shouldn't make him feel worse. Fortunately, Bing Lin stopped vomiting soon after taking the pills, and he obviously looked a little more energetic. Xiaoning knew that it was a dog with mysophobia, so she took out some water and scrubbed it and rinsed its mouth. Half an hour later, Bing Lin had recovered his previous lively appearance, and when he saw his vomit, he would wrinkle his furry face in disgust. Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe people who keep pets are like this. Sometimes they really would rather get sick than see their pets in pain. What's more, Bing Lin is not a pet to her, but more like a close comrade in arms. In the past, Bing Lin relied on her more. But now, Xiaoning doesn't know who relies on whom more. They are now like an inseparable whole, and it is unimaginable for one to leave the other. Xiaoning subconsciously refuses to think about the issue of separation. As soon as Bing Lin regained his spirit, he struggled to jump out of Xiaoning's arms. Xiaoning was afraid that he would struggle too much and fall to the ground, so he had to let go and let him fall down by himself. What on earth is this place? Xiaoning wanted to use the light of the fire to observe the surroundings, but found that this ghost place was really strange. He couldn't see the top and the sides. He could see the ground under his feet, but the color of the ground was a bit strange. A purple-red color, and there were strange grooves and patterns on it. Not only that, the ground was a bit too wet and sticky. Xiaoning could still feel the wet and sticky touch under his feet through the air film. Bing Lin also disliked the ground, so he didn't touch it directly when he jumped down. Now it is flying in the air, and a pair of golden red wings appear on its back, which are dazzling and very beautiful. Xiaoning has long been accustomed to its vest costume operation every now and then, so she doesn't care about it, because she doesn't know if there is any danger here, and the lighting range of the strange fire is limited. Xiaoning doesn't dare to walk too fast. Bing Lin flies around to explore the surrounding situation. Its eyes can see things in the dark and don't need lighting. However, it won't be too far away from Xiaoning. Sometimes it flies ahead and turns back every minute to see if Xiaoning is caught up, as if worried that its owner will get lost. The dog is worried. Xiaoning's timing tool doesn't work, so she doesn't know how long she has walked. Maybe 10 minutes? Or maybe half an hour? An hour? Xiaoning still can't see the boundary of this space, but the ground will shake from time to time. You can't see the end in front, and you can't see the end behind. Being in such a silent space without light for a long time, Even the passage of time is blurred, which is a test of people's psychological endurance. If Binglin hadn't been with her, Qiaoning might not have been so emotionally stable right now. Binglin, do you remember the way we came here? No matter how smart and powerful humans are, they are still inferior to animals in some aspects. Binglin didn't nod immediately, but sniffed around, listened for a while, and then shook his head at Qiaoning. Qiaoning received the signal it sent. Are you saying that the space here is always changing? Is it alive? Binglin continued to shake his head, trying to convey his thoughts to Qiaoning. After a while, Qiaoning finally understood what it meant. Are you trying to tell me that this space is actually in the body of a living thing? Or, are we in the belly of some creature? Binglin nodded fiercely. Qiaoning subconsciously looked down at the ground. The purple-red color was indeed very similar to the color of the abdominal wall of some creature. And it was wet, sticky and soft. How could this be land? It was clearly the meat of the abdominal wall. Qiaoning's scalp suddenly went numb, and she wanted to leave this hellhole immediately. But they were sent here by the vortex without knowing where they were. They didn't know where the entrance and exit were. And if they really wanted to find the entrance, it didn't matter. The worst thing was to find the exit of an unknown creature. The most serious problem was not where the entrance and exit were, but what state this unknown creature was in. If they were asleep, it proved that they were not in such danger now. If they were awake, or about to wake up, they might make some noise at any time, and get them into the stomach and digest them. If they couldn't digest it, they would generally be discharged from the exit through the intestines. This was definitely not what Qiaoning wanted to encounter. When Qiaoning heard that she was in the stomach of a certain creature, she was indeed a little uncomfortable, and wanted to get out immediately. Now that she calmed down and thought about it, she didn't want to go out. The clue was to enter the dragon's water. So it was very likely that the only way to find the lost stone was to enter the dragon's water. No matter what dangers you may encounter here, it is better than not being able to pass the level without finding the lost stone. The unknown creature seemed to be immobile for a while. And this ground is still flat and stable. Qiaoning did not run around like a headless fly, and simply laid a few large alloy plates on the ground and sat on them to rest. If she can still be the most popular person tomorrow, there will be new clues. It will not be too late to take action then. Qiaoning regretted not bringing the submarine into the vortex. Otherwise she could have rested in this submarine at this time. Qiaoning could not accurately feel the speed of time passing here, and could only roughly estimate what time it was outside. After a long time, just when Qiaoning finished her body training and was about to eat something, she suddenly felt that the surroundings were moving like the earth was turning upside down. Qiaoning did not know where she was sent by the surging ground. Anyway, when she used the strange fire to illuminate the surroundings again, she found that she was already in a very large space. This space is very large, with a lot of messy garbage, and the bodies of rotten fish and shrimp. The walls on all four sides were still wriggling and secreting a green liquid, which flowed down the walls and instantly melted and decomposed the garbage. This looks like the stomach of that thing. What you fear is really what will happen. What if it digests everything and discharges her and Binglin together with the indigestible things? When Qiaoning was thinking about what to do, she suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The sound was like the sound of a rolling river, or something rushing. Qiaoning had a bad premonition. Sure enough, not long after, Qiaoning saw countless garbage falling and rushing from above like a tsunami. Qiaoning only had time to hold Binglin in her arms and put on a few layers of air membranes. And then she was submerged by garbage. Qiaoning was pressed to the bottom of the stomach of an unknown creature by countless garbage. Its gastric juice seemed to be more powerful than the strong acid garbage sea liquid garbage. The air membrane could originally last for at least 4 hours, but under the corrosion of this gastric juice, it was quickly damaged and could only last for 40 minutes at most. Fortunately, she had enough air membranes in stock. Otherwise she might really die here, as most of the garbage was digested and absorbed. Some of it turned into a semi-liquid state. Qiaoning was struggling to move in these semi-liquids through the air membrane. She thought that if it really didn't work, she could only stab the black flame bone knife into the stomach wall and use the force to stay in the monster's stomach, then find a way out. Not long after the monster moved, Qiaoning saw the garbage pouring in. Since they could be swallowed here so quickly, there must be an entrance, and it won't be too far from the stomach. Just when Qiaoning was about to let Binglin fly higher and take her away from the bottom of her stomach, she suddenly saw something in the green gastric juice accumulated at the bottom of her stomach. which seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Xiao Ning's heart moved, and she quickly dived into the gastric juice and swam towards the thing desperately. Just when she was about to catch it, the monster started to move again. Xiao Ning gritted her teeth and rushed forward, successfully getting the thing in her hand, and summoned Bing Lin in her heart. When the gastric juice began to increase and surge, Bing Lin appeared above her in time. Xiao Ning grabbed its claws and was taken into the air by it. Fly up, Bing Lin. Let's get out now. Even though Xiao Ning reacted quickly and let Bing Lin take her away from the bottom of her stomach, she still felt a strong suction after a few seconds, pulling them down. This monster is probably a rectal creature, and it has to excrete after eating? Bing Lin seemed to feel threatened, and its body became uncontrollably larger and larger. Xiao Ning could still hold its claws at first, but later she could only climb onto its back and hold onto the mane around its neck. Bing Lin's power was pulling against the monster. Xiao Ning found that in this situation, she still had the heart to think about what the monster was in. It should be feeling uncomfortable in the stomach and trying hard to expel the foreign matter. But the foreign matter was disobedient and couldn't be expelled. Xiao Ning simply admired her divergent thinking ability. Bing Lin, who had grown bigger, was not afraid at all. As the wings on his back continued to grow, he flew up faster and faster. Finally, after a while, Xiao Ning saw a ray of light, and Bing Lin carried her and rushed towards the light. There were also some undigested garbage of the monster rushing out with them. Xiao Ning looked back at the monster and found that it was also looking at them. It seemed to be wondering why it vomited out the food. Xiao Ning couldn't see what the monster looked like. It was covered in black matter and had no clear outline. She could only barely see where the head and tail were. The monster was much bigger than Xiao Ning had imagined. Her thorny dragon turtle was already a very large creature, but the big turtle still looked like a small toy turtle in front of this monster. You can imagine how terrifying this guy is. The monster was also a food saver. Seeing that she had spit out the food, she still didn't want to waste it. She opened her huge mouth and wanted to swallow Xiao Ning and the others back again. Xiao Ning had already got the thing, so of course she wouldn't go into its stomach again. She let Bing Lin take her to swim quickly and disappeared in this garbage sea in a blink of an eye. Xiao Ning didn't look back along the way, but studied what she took out of the monster's stomach. It was a pitch-black irregular stone. Apart from emitting a faint glow, there was nothing special about it. It was hard to imagine that this thing was the key to passing the level. The rule stone. She had already got the rule stone, but didn't receive any system prompts. If she hadn't seen those comments, Xiao Ning would have been misled and thought that this thing was not the lost stone. Now, she is more inclined to believe what the old player said, that the lost stone was contaminated. She needs to purify the lost stone to complete the clearance task. Of course, if it were someone else, it is indeed possible that this stone is not the lost stone. But for a European emperor like Xiao Ning, this possibility does not exist. Xiao Ning jumped into the vortex, fell into the monster's belly, and then came out. This process seems simple, but it is actually tortuous and time-consuming. It was afternoon when she went in and afternoon when she came out. Xiao Ning went back to the car to check the specific time and found that a whole day and night had passed since she jumped into the vortex. There are only more than 800 players online, and this number is still declining rapidly. Is someone slaughtering players? It shouldn't be, because the lost stone is in her hands now, and no one else has seen the shadow of the lost stone. What's the point of killing? Xiao Ning ignored those people. She clicked on the video playback of today's host number 1. It's already the 4th day of the natural disaster. I'm really angry. Why are there so many people? If it doesn't work, give up the clearance and go back to Ludi City. The garbage cleaning yesterday was not bad. Although most of it was cleaned by Xiao Ning's baby, it was considered completed. Others are really too lazy. Let's do this. In order to prevent other players from not actively cleaning up garbage and becoming lazy. From today on, if you fail to meet the minimum standard of daily garbage cleaning for each person, you will be assimilated by those cute little ones and become garbage monsters like them. So obvious clues have been given to you. Why hasn't anyone found the rule stone yet? Don't forget, if the rule stone is still not found on the 7th day, those who stay will be wiped out by all members. It seems that someone has questions about this rule? Then why not take a closer look at what I said on the first day of the natural disaster? There is indeed no time limit for this natural disaster cycle. But that is conditional. The premise is that the rule stone can be found, and there is a possibility of clearance. Don't even think about clearing the game. If you can't even find the lost stone, what's the point of you staying here? So you can only be wiped out. I hope you can give me some surprises when I come tomorrow. Just like that. I'm leaving. On the 4th day of the natural disaster, the pollution assimilation process is 80%. Today, all players need to clean up at least 500,000 tons of garbage together. Today, each player needs to clean up at least 5,000 tons of garbage. When Xiaoning came out of the garbage seabed, she found that the surrounding garbage mountains had obviously increased, and the garbage sea seemed to be thicker. At the same time, the stench in the air became more and more obvious, and even with the protection of the air film, it couldn't isolate the smell. Xiaoning returned to the car, and the barrage screen was still on it this time. And the barrage on it was obviously much more than before. Almost the entire screen was filled with dense barrages. She needed to keep clicking on a certain barrage to stop all the sliding barrages, so that she could see the words on it clearly. Found it. She actually found the lost stone with just one jump with her eyes closed. It must be fake. I don't believe there are such lucky people. I don't believe it. What's the point of finding it? She still can't pass the level now. The 4th day is almost over. If she can't purify the lost stone on the 7th day, she will definitely die. I think Xiaoning's ability can purify pollution. Right? Maybe she can try to purify it by her own power. Don't be funny. Her ability is not to purify pollution, but to devour and assimilate pollution, and transform the power of pollution into her own mutated ice ability. But then again, why can her ice ability mutate like this? Does anyone know the process? The game is really... It has to wait until the last trial disaster to open the live broadcast for us old players to watch. So we will miss a lot of information. In my opinion, they should have opened the external live broadcast function when they enter the game. Xiaoning's ability is a bit like the origin ability I have heard of. Any attribute has its own origin energy, and has the power to completely devour and assimilate other things. That kind of energy is very scary, and it cannot be obtained from the outside world. It depends entirely on personal understanding. It is up to the players to comprehend and figure out this source energy from nature. When Xiaoning saw this, she suddenly realized how her special ice power came about. It was probably because after she absorbed the power of the glacier, she unconsciously evolved and comprehended the source energy of ice power that was even better than the glacier from its strange energy. She originally only knew that her energy was similar to the power of the glacier, but there were differences. If it was really the source energy, it would not be surprising that it could swallow up the pollution. Theoretically, the source ice power can definitely purify the lost stone. But the time is not so certain. It may take a long time to purify successfully. It mainly depends on how strong Xiaoning's power is. Let's not talk about anything else. Where is the person who said to wash his hair upside down yesterday? Why don't you come out and say something? I also know a way to quickly purify the lost stone. But it's a pity that it's useless for me to say it here. And Xiaoning can't see it. Can you please tell me, brother, that she can't see? But we can. You will be punished if you say something halfway. Don't you know? It's actually very simple. Pollution comes from garbage. As long as the garbage in this world is gone, the power of pollution will naturally disappear. The lost stone will also return to normal. What are you doing here? You said it very well. Don't say it again next time. One word from you is better than another. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. It's obviously impossible to clean up the garbage in the whole world. But what if we destroy this world directly? It's too easy to destroy such a precarious natural disaster world. You can do it by slightly breaking the balance between the garbage mountain, the garbage sea, and the polluted air. Or Xiaoning can wait. When the pollution assimilation process is 100%, this garbage world will naturally be destroyed. As long as you pass the level at the moment when the garbage world is destroyed, it will also be a level. What this person said, Xiaoning really thinks there is some truth in it. It's very risky, but it's not impossible to succeed. No, it is possible to purify the lost stone. Why must we wait for the garbage world to be destroyed? Because the two cannot be done at the same time. When the pollution of the lost stone is purified, the garbage will be reduced, and the pollution assimilation process will go backwards instead of forwards. Xiaoning now has only two choices. Either purify the lost stone by herself, but it is unknown how long this process will take. It is very likely that she will be trapped in this garbage world for the rest of her life. Or, she chooses to go crazy and survive in the face of death. Chapter 89 Return to Reality. This may be the final road of highway survival. Now there are 2 forks in the road. Which road will Qiaoning choose? The bullet screen was still overwhelming. But Qiaoning turned off the bullet screen. She looked at the lost stone in her hand, and did not move for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Binglin scratched her leg with her claws, trying to attract Qiaoning's attention. Although it was separated by the clothes that were manifested by equipment, it still retracted its sharp nails to ensure that it would not hurt its owner. Seeing this, Qiaoning picked up Binglin, who was the size of a puppy, and raised him high. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Or haven't played enough? And want to go out and play again? Binglin shook his head and whimpered at her. Qiaoning understood. Binglin was sensitive, and was afraid that he could detect her complicated mood. So he wanted to do his best to make her happy and optimistic. I have to say that every time I feel depressed or have any tangled emotions, I feel instantly healed when I see Binglin. And I regain hope and vitality. The world cannot live without a dog as good as Binglin. Qiaoning buried her face in Binglin's furry neck and rubbed it hard. At first, Binglin was docile and let her rub him. But later, seeing that she was really endless, she struggled a little and tried to stop her master. Qiaoning laughed and let go of it, then picked up the lost stone again and input her energy into it. Time passed by, and the pollution on the lost stone seemed to have subsided a little. But it seemed to be her illusion, because no matter how much Qiaoning purified, there would always be new pollution. However, Qiaoning noticed that in the natural disaster information updated by the system in the morning, the pollution assimilation process data had changed from 80% to 79.9%. This data is a fuzzy value, not a real decrease of 0.01%. The real value must be much smaller than 0.01. Qiaoning stopped, and after about a minute, the pollution assimilation process became 80% again. The way to purify the lost stone is not feasible, because she worked hard to purify for a day. It is very likely that she will go back after a break. She can't purify the lost stone for a long time without sleep for 24 hours. Even the donkeys in the production team can't do that. Now it seems that there is only one other way to go. Since there is no way for the time being, Qiaoning is not in a hurry to do anything. The key to pass the level is in her hand. But she is less eager to pass the level than before she found the lost stone. As usual, she completed today's garbage cleaning task and received several upgrade crystals. It was late at night, and Qiaoning parked the car on the garbage road. At night, the number of online people will continue to drop. Some players died, and some players chose to exit the level and be teleported back to Ludi City. Only players who survived until the 4th day of the natural disaster have the opportunity to be teleported back to Ludi City. Players who can't survive this day are really dead. The worst thing is that the system in host number 1 will not tell the players about this rule until the 4th day of the natural disaster. Otherwise, even if other players try to hide and survive, they will have to survive until the 4th day. There won't be so many people desperately seeking death. As the pollution assimilation process increases to 80%, the frequency of large garbage monsters increases a lot, especially at night. Whether driving or parking, you will encounter large garbage monsters attacking the road barriers. A few days ago, the large garbage monsters were completely unable to cause any damage to the road barriers. But tonight was different. When the barriers were repeatedly attacked, they began to vibrate violently, and even cracks appeared in some places. Fortunately, the large garbage monsters have no eyes, and cannot see the cracks on the barriers. Otherwise, they would keep attacking the cracks and might soon break the barriers of a certain section of the road. In this case, most players will choose to teleport back to Ludi City. Only a small number of players, about 100 people, did not leave. But they did not speak in the chat channel. Qiaoning was unsure what these people were going to do. Did they think there was still hope of finding or snatching the rule stone? At 12 o'clock in the night, the natural disaster information was updated. On the 6th day of the natural disaster, the pollution assimilation process for the day was 90%. Each player who chose to stay must ensure that their own pollution value was less than 50. Each player must clean up more than 10,000 tons of garbage on the day, and the total amount of garbage cleaned on the day must reach 8 million tons. Finally, there was another message. The rule stone has been found by player Qiaoning. The coordinates are XXX. Click on the coordinates to teleport directly. Qiaoning glanced at the system map. No player has teleported nearby yet. But someone is talking in the chat channel. The rule stone was really found by Qiaoning. I said before that she might be the final winner. But you still don't believe it. I stayed here to see the ending. As long as Qiaoning doesn't pass the level, I will try to stay here and wait for the finale. Since Qiaoning got the rule stone, do others have any objections? I answered first, no. I didn't intend to snatch it. I did want to snatch it. But she refused to stand still for me to kill her. So I had to give up with regret. Let's go. It's good to go back to Ludi City. My brother is still waiting for me in Ludi City. If I can't go home, at least I can reunite with my good brother. No. You don't even fight for it. So you plan to give up? Hasn't Qiaoning passed the level yet? There must be some conditions that haven't been met. So she can't pass the level. This is our chance. Upstairs, her coordinates are on the system channel. And they are updated in real time. You think that's an opportunity? You can teleport to her at any time. Don't drag us into the water. Remember those people who were made into puppets by Qiaoning? They are still on that road now. The body has begun to rot. But strangely they can still stand like puppets. The most terrifying thing is that they are still alive, and their eyeballs can move. Do you want to live and become a walking corpse? I don't want to. If you want to die, go and die by yourself. Don't drag us to die with you. How come some people still don't understand that we didn't have the strength to fight Qiaoning from the beginning? How did Hamba die? Did you forget so quickly? Did Qiaoning take more than an hour to deal with him? I'm afraid it took less than half an hour. It is well known how strong Zhou Han is. He is almost the ceiling of A-level players. Qiaoning is stronger than him, and can even kill him easily. What does this mean? Do you want to be different? It means that Qiaoning's strength is far above A-level players. At least S-level. If we have no other way except to fight desperately, maybe everyone will be instigated by you, and unite to deal with Qiaoning. It's not like we have no way out now. We can choose to teleport back to Ludi City and survive at any time. In this situation, who would be willing to risk their lives and die with you? Is there cement in your head? I advise some people not to treat everyone as fools. Those people who dealt with Qiaoning and provoked Qiaoning before did not know that there would be a way out on the 4th day of the natural disaster. At that time, everyone thought that since they would die anyway, why not give it a try? Now there is no need to fight hard. No one will be stupid. It's not that life is too long. Why did everyone fight to death to get to this last level? It's because they don't want to die and want to survive. The chat channel was only lively for a while, and soon became quiet. The number of people online would occasionally decrease by 1 or 2. And it is likely that they encountered some danger, and had to teleport away. Qiaoning put a few pets outside, and let them move by themselves, either resting or eating, and helping her keep watch. The night passed quickly, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, host number 1 arrived as scheduled. Hello everyone. The air is good today. Although there are still more than 70 players. I am happy that some players have found the lost stone. This is one of the key conditions for opening the player's teleportation channel. Qiaoning's baby is really powerful. I hope he can purify the lost stone as soon as possible. By the way, players who hold the lost stone cannot choose to teleport back to Ludi City. The lost stone can only be given, robbed, and cannot be discarded. If it is given, it needs another player to be willing to accept it before it can be successfully given. Starting from this morning, the big cuties in the garbage mountain and the garbage sea will no longer appear at a fixed time and place. They may appear randomly in any place with garbage, and the probability of rage is 50%. If you anger them, you may not even have the chance to escape or teleport. When attacked by the big cuties in a rage, players cannot choose to teleport back to Ludi City. If you want to teleport back, please teleport in advance. Don't teleport when the danger comes. I'm afraid it will be too late. In addition, from today onwards, cleaning up garbage, killing pollutants, purifying pollution, and other behaviors will not receive material refresh rewards. Players can no longer get materials from this garbage world in any way. Well, that's all I have to say. I wish you good luck. As soon as host number 1 left, someone immediately contacted Qiaoning in the chat channel. Sham Qi level A. Pollution value 0 Qiaoning. I have a way to purify the lost stone. We can cooperate. Ji Lingling level B. Pollution value 0 Don't listen to him. Qiaoning. He wants to harm you. He killed all my teammates. Nothing he says is true. Don't believe him. Qiaoning didn't want to pay attention to these two men and women who didn't know if they were singing a double act. But she didn't expect that these two people would teleport directly to her coordinates when she didn't respond. Qiaoning looked at the two people in front of her and frowned. At present, she and other players are not in a life and death situation. And she is not a murderer who wants to kill people. But if someone really doesn't know how to live or die and must plot against her, then she can only kill him. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Qiaoning's face getting colder and colder, Shang-Chi quickly raised his hands in surrender. Don't misunderstand, Qiaoning. I don't mean to go against you. I'm here to cooperate with you. Qiaoning ignored it, condensed a frost longbow in his hand, and aimed the arrow tip at Shang-Chi's brow. The smile on Shang-Chi's face froze for a moment, but the stiffness was fleeting and difficult to notice. He then smiled bitterly and said, Boss, I know you are very strong. I really have no ill intentions. I just want to cooperate with you. The young girl next to him lowered her head from beginning to end, without making any sound, and it was unknown whether she was controlled by Shang-Chi or really had nothing to say. My friend, she is a European emperor. When she drew the talent at the beginning, she drew a golden talent. Hearing this, Qiaoning's hand that was originally pulling the bowstring relaxed slightly, and it seemed that she finally became interested. Golden talent? Qiaoning's tone was full of doubt. This was the first time she met a player with a golden talent. Shang-Chi said quickly, Yes. It is really a golden talent, and it is extremely useful at this level. It can not only heal, but also purify all pollution. Why is the pollution value on it so low? It is because Lingling has this golden talent. She can help you purify the pollution on the Lost Stone. But, Shang-Chi said, as if he was a little unsure, we also have conditions. Qiaoning looked at him for a long time and said, Why not tell me? I need to see if your Lost Stone is real. I have the talent to distinguish the true and false of everything. Because if Lingling purifies the Lost Stone, there may only be one chance to purify it. Qiaoning aimed the arrow at him again. Shang-Chi's eyes did not change, but his expression and tone were a little panicked. Boss, what are you doing? Even if you don't agree to cooperate, there is no need to shout and kill. Right? Think about it. Aren't we cooperating to save you? Players with the Rule Stone cannot be teleported back to Ludi City. If you can purify the Rule Stone, you would have purified it long ago. Right? Now it has not been passed. Isn't it because there is no way to purify it? If it drags on like this, no matter how strong you are, how many days can you survive here? Supplies are no longer refreshed. You may have some inventory on your hands, but don't forget that the severity of natural disasters has been constantly escalating. Can you really hold on? If you really don't agree to cooperate, we won't force it. Anyway, we will definitely teleport away before our supplies run out. By then, it will be impossible for you to regret cooperating with us. Shang-Chi's words hit the nail on the head. If Qiaoning was really a player who got the Rule Stone only by luck and had never seen the bullet screen spoilers, he might really be fooled by his few words, and his psychological defenses would be defeated. It's a pity that Qiaoning is not. This game is full of traps, and people eating people is common. Just relying on luck, you can go faster than others, but you may not be able to go far. Shang-Chi saw that Qiaoning was silent for a long time, as if she was thinking, and couldn't help but smile. I really just want to confirm the authenticity of the Lost Stone. You are so strong. Even if I want to take it away, you can always kill me and take it back. Right? Qiaoning nodded and said, Okay. Before Shang-Chi's smile deepened, his expression suddenly stopped. Shang-Chi slowly lowered his head to look at the sharp arrow inserted in his chest, as if he didn't understand why Qiaoning would kill him. Do you want to ask why I kill you? Because I think that cooperation is okay. But it seems that your existence is not necessary. I just need to ensure that the Lost Stone in my hand is real. Why should I keep you? Qiaoning walked up to Ji Lingling and lifted her head, but found that the other party's eyes were dull, and she had lost her self-consciousness. She glanced coldly at Shang-Chi, who was lying on the ground beside her. But the latter was still alive. She had a good control over the place where she shot and the force of the arrow, so that he would not die immediately. She had something else to ask him. People like this would not reveal their true colors and tell the truth until there was no chance of a comeback. Shang-Chi's eyes were full of crazy pride before his death, as if to say, Look, even if you kill me, you have to be buried with me. I don't know how this person did it. While making Ji Lingling lose her consciousness, he saved her life and prevented her from being judged dead by the system. Does she really have the talent for purification? Qiaoning asked. Shang-Chi was about to die even if he was not dead at this moment. If she has it, you will also die. What if she has it? You can't use it. And you still have to die. Qiaoning got a positive answer, and then took out a prop from the space backpack. Shang-Chi opened his eyes wide. As if Qiaoning heard what he was asking, she was kind enough to tell him, this is a talent cloner. You can copy a talent of another player, but the other player's talent cannot be higher than her own talent level. The talent level and utility of the copied talent will mutate, and it is not certain whether it will get better or worse. Even if Ji Lingling's talent is really a golden talent, she can clone it. Thank you for not killing her completely, so that her talent can be preserved. And you said it to me. If it were a different time and scene, she would thank Shang-Chi more. If it weren't for you, I really didn't know that there were players with high-level purification talents. If I can really pass the level with this talent, Shang-Chi, you have made an indispensable contribution. What is killing someone and destroying his heart? This is probably killing someone and destroying his heart. After Qiaoning finished speaking, she no longer gave Shang-Chi a chance to survive, and picked up the black flame bone knife to chop off his head directly. It can be regarded as revenge for Ji Lingling. She couldn't save Ji Lingling, and this was all she could do. Congratulations to player Qiaoning for consuming a talent cloner to clone the purple talent, Holy Light Purification, and obtain the golden talent, Law Purification. The effect of the talent is, the power of the law can achieve absolute purification of all existence in the world. After Qiaoning obtained this talent, she could sense that the power of the law still existed in this world. But that power was extremely weak and on the verge of annihilation. Can such a weak power of the law really purify the pollution of the law stone? Qiaoning felt it was hanging, so she did not use this talent to purify the law stone at the first time. If the power of the law is not enough, and the law stone is not completely purified, she will be in danger. By then, the pollution assimilation process will be greatly regressed, and the garbage world will continue to exist for a long time without refreshing supplies. Then, how long can Qiaoning, who does not have enough anti-pollution supplies, live here? Qiaoning still has to wait until the last moment. There will definitely be a process for the world to collapse. Qiaoning needs to make sure that the pollution of the law stone has not been reduced, or the pollution has not been cleared instantly during the destruction of the garbage world, so that she can continue to fight with the talent of law purification. In the following time, there were fewer and fewer players online. By the end of the 6th day of the natural disaster, there were no players who persisted. The few who remained were all players who insisted on waiting to see the finale. Qiaoning admired these people very much. It was already so late, and they still wanted to see the ending. This obsessive-compulsive disorder was a bit serious. She risked her life to see if she could pass the level in the end. With this spirit, it was no wonder that she could survive the last level. On the 7th day of the natural disaster, perhaps the supplies were finally insufficient, and the players who were originally online were shown to be teleported away. Pollution assimilation process 99%. In the entire garbage world, only Qiaoning was left, and the virtual person host number 1. Why don't you purify the law stone? Can't find a way to purify it? You have a lot of popularity. Why not trade with me? I might be able to give you some ideas. Qiaoning ignored her, but she could keep talking to herself. You are so cold, Qiaoning baby, but I like it. It's a pity that such a beautiful human like you can't survive this last level of trial natural disaster. You will die soon. I really can't bear to let you go. Or, can you give me your body? I live for you, and this can be considered as our symbiosis. It's better than you leaving nothing behind. If your perfect body is really to be annihilated with this garbage world, it would be a waste of nature. The progress bar is 100%. Qiaoning, I really have to say goodbye to you this time. Although I know I can't see you again. There are still 5 minutes before the world completely collapses. Qiaoning, I hope you have no regrets in this life. As the last sentence fell, the figure of host number 1 gradually disappeared in the air. Qiaoning retracted his gaze, holding the lost stone in his hand, looking at it without blinking. The scene of the world collapsing was terrible and shocking, and countless materials flew into the sky and turned into ashes. Garbage mountains collapsed one after another, and the garbage sea overturned. The thick and dirty liquid rolled up countless garbage, forming a tsunami that hit the sky directly, and in the blink of an eye, it submerged one area after another. the garbage monsters in the deep sea, and the huge garbage monsters born from the garbage mountain on the shore. They screamed and roared, and fled everywhere. But no matter where they ran, their bodies would quickly evaporate and disappear as the world collapsed. This was the first time that Xiaoning faced the destruction of a world so directly. The pollution on the Lost Stone was decreasing rapidly, but more than half of it was still polluted. The power of the law was getting weaker and weaker, and Xiaoning had less and less time to choose. Finally, when the pollution of the Lost Stone was still 1/3, the collapse of the world had spread to Xiaoning's vicinity. She no longer hesitated and chose to use the innate law to purify. At the same time, she stared at her lucky star passive, always observing whether it was triggered. However, until the end, the lucky star was not triggered. Congratulations to player Xiaoning for passing the 3rd level of Ludi trial. Congratulations to the player for getting a choice. Are you willing to return to your native world? If you choose yes, the player will lose everything they have gained in the road survival game and return. If you choose no, the player will be teleported to Ludi City and will be forced to enter the survival game from time to time in the future. Please choose the answer before the countdown ends. Otherwise, it will default to no, and the player will be teleported to Ludi City immediately. Countdown 10, 9. When the system explained the options, Xiaoning hugged Binglin tightly in her arms and kept stroking its back. Comforting it is also comforting herself. When the countdown started, Xiaoning chose no without hesitation. She didn't have any concerns in the real world, so she didn't have to go back. In the past, she was alone, and she might have wanted to go back. But now, she looked at Binglin in her arms, and met its clear, trusting and attached animal eyes, and felt sour and endless love and attachment in her heart. Xiaoning had concerns here, and she couldn't bear to leave Binglin. A few minutes passed, and the waiting time was not long. But Xiaoning had a bad premonition for no reason. Was the system going to do something weird again? She read it word by word several times, and suddenly noticed that the system said player Xiaoning at the beginning, but mentioned player later. Xiaoning's face changed slightly. Sure enough, after another minute, the system prompt sounded, according to the system statistics of the choices of all surviving players in this large-scale highway survival game. More than 50% of the players chose to return to the original world, so the player Xiaoning's choice was invalid. And after 3 minutes, she would be forced to be teleported back to the original world. Countdown 180. 179. Xiaoning hurriedly looked at Binglin in her arms, but found that Binglin had disappeared at some point. Then came the car. The system interface. A road appeared in front of her again, extending into the endless dark void. Xiaoning looked at the road, a little dazed. She seemed to have forgotten something, and there was a voice calling and urging her to hurry up and walk on that road. Xiaoning walked slowly over, and the moment she stepped on the road, she suddenly heard a sad and urgent roar. The cry was too familiar, which made Xiaoning suddenly wake up. When she looked back, she found that the road she was on was split into 2 sections. The section she was on kept shrinking and retreating, while Binglin in the distance was howling and running towards her frantically. The system clearly said that the waiting time for transmission was only 3 minutes. But Xiaoning felt that this time seemed to be forcibly delayed and lengthened by some force. Binglin was still chasing her, even though it was getting farther and farther away from her. It kept running. Not only that, this transmission space also began to gradually break. Xiaoning saw that its 4 claws were rubbed with blood by the air currents because of running wildly, and its legs were also scratched, revealing bloody joints and flesh. It seemed to be tireless and painless. Its ice blue eyes were full of tears, reflecting Xiaoning's shadow, and it only wanted to catch up with its master. It tried to fly up and chase, but not long after it flew. Its beautiful golden and red wings were cut and shattered by the air currents running around in the space. It didn't even cry out in pain, but just tried to get up and continue to chase forward. Xiaoning's heart hurt so much that she could hardly stand, no matter how she shouted at Binglin, begging him not to chase her anymore. It was the first time that he so resolutely disobeyed her words. Binglin's figure gradually disappeared from her sight. Xiaoning vaguely saw Binglin's body wrapped in a ball of light at the last moment of transmission. Then, in the ball of light, the figure of a very tall boy with animal ears appeared. He seemed to be shouting something to Xiaoning, but Xiaoning couldn't hear it clearly. What she didn't see was that her lucky star's passive effect was suddenly triggered at this moment. When Xiaoning regained her 5 senses, she found herself on a crowded street with a sea of cars in front of her. The beeping sound of electric cars turning. The announcement of bus stops. The elementary school students, who had just finished school and were going home, discussing how to play video games together later. All this was familiar and strange. Xiaoning looked dazed, and almost mechanically followed the route in her memory to return to her apartment. The time in the real world was consistent with the time in the highway survival game. She had indeed disappeared in reality for 2 or 3 months. Colleagues in the studio even helped to call the police. The police searched for her for a long time without any clues, so they could only classify her as a missing case. No one expected Xiaoning to appear suddenly. Later, the police checked the surveillance footage of the day she appeared. As a result, the surveillance video turned into snow at the critical time point, and nothing could be seen. After a few seconds, it returned to normal, and Xiaoning was already on that street. Facing the police's questioning, Xiaoning could only remain silent. The police had no choice. After all, this was the return of the protagonist of the missing case, not the discovery of the suspect. Since the person could come back, it was a good thing, and they didn't have much to do. In the following time, Xiaoning would go to stray cat and dog rescue stations, pet shops and other places every day. Sometimes when she passed by some alleys and saw cats and dogs in them, she would stop and try to distinguish what they were. Almost all the supplies Xiaoning had obtained in the game disappeared, leaving only the superpowers and talent effects, and 2 dark stones. She had drawn all the blind box coins that she had not used these days, but she couldn't draw supplies, and all she drew were empty boxes. Xiaoning looked at the 2 dark stones on the table. One was a large dark stone melted from countless broken stones, and the other was obtained from a large garbage monster. She remembered the introduction of the dark stone, and the person who possessed the real dark stone would become the master of the world of natural disasters. But Xiaoning has now melted all the dark stone fragments into the big dark stone. She only has one chance. If she can successfully fuse the only 2 dark stones, then she may have a chance to see Bing Lin again. If she fails, Xiaoning can't imagine it, and doesn't dare to think about it. She put the dark stones back into the drawer again. It seems that as long as she keeps them, the glimmer of hope in her heart can continue to survive. Maybe it will be useful in the future, or it may never be used. During the time she returned to the real world, Xiaoning paid attention to other long-term missing cases. Some people were found dead by the police not long after they disappeared. There are also very few people who returned after disappearing. Strangely, whether it is the time of disappearance or the time of return, they are not consistent with Xiaoning, and they have lost their memory after disappearing. There are not many of these people in total. Xiaoning roughly counted that there are only a few hundred people, scattered all over the country. There are more than 1 billion people in the country, and there are more than these missing cases every day. Naturally, it will not attract attention. The only similarity between them is amnesia. But this can't help the police. In the end, it had to be left unresolved. Xiaoning didn't remember how long she hadn't slept well. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would think of Bing Lin, thinking of how it ran with blood all over its body, trying desperately to catch up with her. Every time she woke up from a heartache. But when she wasn't out looking for Bing Lin, she still wanted to sleep, because then she could see her dog. Yes, she still believed that she would meet Bing Lin again. Xiaoning remembered that when Yanquan had told her that as long as Bing Lin was still alive, he would definitely try to find her. She firmly believed this. It was this belief that kept her going until now. The next morning, Xiaoning packed herself up and went out again with her bag on her back. There was nothing else in the bag. Just ham sausage, air-dried duck legs, and other things that Bing Lin usually liked to eat. Today's route was the same as usual. I went to the nearby pet store first, then followed the streets to observe the stray cats and dogs that occasionally ran by, and finally went to the stray cat and dog rescue station. There were so many cats and dogs, but none of them was her Bing Lin. Xiaoning walked back disappointedly, maybe because she was obviously in a low mood, when she was squatting by a flower bed waiting for the bus. A little girl about 4 or 5 years old actually took the initiative to talk to her and comfort her. "Sister, why are you crying? Did you encounter something sad?" Xiaoning was stunned and a little confused, because she didn't cry. The little girl's mother apologized to her, saying that the little girl actually had congenital amblyopia and might have seen it wrong. "Mom, I didn't see it wrong. Sister was crying. I heard it." She cried very sadly. She was very sad. So I wanted to comfort her sister. Qiaoning looked at her for a while, seemed to understand something, smiled and raised her hand to touch the little girl's pigtails. My sister lost a very important friend. She can't find him now. So she is a little sad. The little girl had a look of understanding. And she said, my parents took me to move a while ago. And then my Huahua was lost once. Huahua is my best friend. When it was lost, I was very sad. Speaking of this, the little girl looked at Qiaoning and seemed to compare secretly in her heart. And then said, although I am not as sad as my sister, I also cried for a long time. Fortunately, Huahua is very smart. After we moved, it couldn't find the way to the new home. So it ran back to our original place and waited for me. It was the old neighbor aunt who called me and told me that I went back to pick up Huahua. Sister, do you think Huahua is very smart? When Qiaoning heard the little girl's words, her body froze instantly. And then she ran away as if she suddenly thought of something. Sister? The little girl found that Qiaoning, who was there just now, was gone now. The little girl's mother comforted her daughter. The big sister must have something important and left in a hurry. Let's go, baby. We should go home. Qiaoning ran quickly towards the old residential building in her memory. That was where she had lived since she was a child. She moved away from there after college for various reasons. When Qiaoning ran to the old residential building out of breath, the old man and old woman who were dancing in the square nearby thought they had seen the wrong person. Isn't this the daughter of the Qiao family? Why did you come back suddenly? Maybe something happened. I remember that their old house didn't seem to be sold. It's normal to come back and take a look occasionally. Wait, I forgot to tell Ning Ming that there was a stray dog near their building recently. It ran fast and fierce. It was a small puppy, and it was caught for several days without being caught. But the puppy didn't seem to hurt anyone. I haven't seen it these 2 days. Maybe it's gone. Qiaoning heard this and ran faster. She ran up to the 5th floor of her old house in one breath, and then saw a skinny blue-black puppy at a glance. It curled up in the shadow near her door with extreme insecurity. The puppy heard the noise, raised its head, and met Qiaoning's gaze. "Aww!" the puppy cried softly. It had been hungry for too long, and it was almost at its physical limit, but it still tried to prop up its body and staggered towards Qiaoning. Qiaoning couldn't control her tears and ran over to hold it in her arms. Binglin. She knew this was her dog. Binglin cried. Even without the pet contract, Qiaoning could still understand what it meant. It was saying, "Master, I tried hard to find you." She was the master he recognized at first sight, and also the partner he recognized.